Bound to the all-characters childbirth system, I found myself thrust into the world of Naruto, with my initial task being to bear a child for Naruto Uzumaki. I had intended to be merely a detached executor of this mission until I witnessed the tears he fought to suppress when he was bullied, and until I saw him treasure the shuriken eye, gifted him fashioned from grass. When he was tricked into stealing the sealing book and a kunai from Mizuki shot towards him, instinctively, I shielded him with my own body. In that moment, I realized that the task notification was no longer of any significance. Fool! Did you forget to say you wanted to become Hokage? Dying here is pointless. The system demanded that I bear his child, while the timeline insisted I complete my mission. Yet, my heart ached solely to protect this sun-like boy who craved recognition. Prologue. Binding. The scent of disinfectant had yet to dissipate when I opened my eyes amidst blinding white light. This was not the ceiling of a hospital. Rough wooden beams loomed above, cobwebs clung to the corners, and the air was infused with the mingled scents of ash and earth. I jolted upright, realizing I lay upon a straw-strewn low bed, my hospital garb replaced by a drab, coarse tunic, its sleeves frayed, and my trousers speckled with dried mud. "Where is this?" I murmured to myself, my fingertips brushing against a hard object at my waist. I pulled it out to discover a palm-sized wooden plaque, engraved with the crooked character for Uzumaki. Uzumaki? Uzumaki clan? My heart tightened suddenly as memories of the Naruto storyline I had obsessively followed surged into my mind. The obliterated Uzumaki clan, the orphans, Konoha. Had I truly entered the world of Naruto? At that moment, an emotionless mechanical voice shattered my thoughts, reverberating through my mind and causing my temples to throb. Detecting soul compatibility with another world, initiating Naruto all-characters childbirth system. Binding progress 10. 50. 100. Binding successful. Host. Tsukiyo. Temporary identity. Orphan of the Uzumaki clan, 16 years old. Core task. Within the designated timeline, bear a child with the target character, stabilizing the fluctuations of the timeline. Task rules. 1. Each completed cycle unlocks new target characters and timeline permissions. 2. Failure will result in forced retention in the current world, enduring relevant timeline punishment associated with the target character, e.g., if failing to pursue Naruto, 1. Will permanently endure the burning of the Nine Tails chakra. 3. Successfully bearing a child will grant corresponding bloodline fragments or exclusive abilities from the character. I clenched the wooden plaque tightly, feeling its splinters bite into my palm, oblivious to the pain. A childbirth system? Targeting all characters. What an absurd punitive game this was. Beginner guide. First cycle target confirmed. Naruto Uzumaki, current status. Konoha Ninja Academy student, 12 years old. Current affinity, 0/100. Please complete the first effective interaction within 72 hours, or a primary punishment will be triggered. Chakra disorder for 72 hours. As a mechanical voice faded, a translucent panel appeared before me, prominently displaying Naruto's profile, grinning widely with his two small canine teeth, set against the backdrop of the Ninja Academy classroom, sunlight dancing in his orange hair. Yet, a chill crept up from my feet. Naruto Uzumaki, the boy ostracized by the entire village, yet who burned like a little sun, the one who would ultimately bear the fate of the entire ninja world. To have me bear his child? And in such a near-coercive manner? I refuse. I shouted into the empty space, my voice echoing through the desolate room. How dare this wretched system dictate my life? How could it reduce a living person to a mere target? Warning. Host refusal to execute the task will trigger the punishment preparation mechanism in 10 seconds. 10-9. Chakra disorder? In a world where ninja battles could erupt at any moment, losing control over my chakra was tantamount to death that I bit my lip fiercely until I tasted blood, forcing myself to remain calm. The price of refusal was far too steep. I didn't even know if I possessed chakra in this body or if I could survive in this world. 3. 2. I accept. In the last second, I heard my own voice, dry and resigned. The countdown on the panel vanished abruptly, replaced by a new prompt. Beginner task activated. Please proceed to the vicinity of Konoha Ninja Academy to locate Naruto Uzumaki. The dizziness had yet to fade when I heard the footsteps of patrolling ninjas outside. I stumbled down from the low bed, steadying myself against the swaying wooden table. The plaque in my palm was damp with cold sweat, the carved character digging painfully into my skin. As an orphan of the Uzumaki clan, perhaps I could temporarily establish myself in Konoha. And Naruto. I took a deep breath and pushed open the creaking wooden door. The afternoon sun was blinding. In the distance, I could faintly see children in Ninja Academy uniforms playing and frolicking on the street. Chapter 1. Headband tied with hope's warmth. Just as I tucked the plaque into the pocket of my coarse tunic, I heard a series of loud thuds from around the corner. 3 upperclassmen in Ninja Academy uniforms were pinning a boy with orange hair against a wall point. One tall boy snatched the lunchbox from his hands, lifting it high. "You little brat, still daring to steal our lunch?" "That was mine first." The spiky-haired boy struggled defiantly, the headband askew on his forehead, revealing a faint diamond-shaped mark. His arms were twisted behind him, his uniform's back dusted with grime, yet he glared fiercely at them, resembling an agitated cub. It was Naruto. The system panel illuminated before me. First cycle target confirmed. Naruto Uzumaki. Current affinity 0/100. Beginner task. Trigger the first effective interaction. I instinctively shrank back against the wall. I had just registered my identity at the Hokage Tower, still clutching the temporary pass Irika had given me. This body couldn't even extract basic chakra. Rushing in would only complicate matters. But as I watched the tall boy raise his hand to strike, I couldn't help but shout, "Stop." The 3 upperclassmen turned in unison, their laughter growing more malicious at the sight of my dirty face. "Who's this little girl? Trying to play the hero?" "I'm not." Before I could finish, Naruto suddenly lunged at the tall boy's stomach. Seizing back his lunchbox as the latter bent over, he scooped up his fallen headband and dashed toward the alley. As he ran past me, he couldn't stop in time, and we collided, the lunchbox crashing to the ground, its contents of rice and pickles scattering everywhere. "What are you doing?" Naruto clutched his injured arm, gazing at the mess on the ground, his eyes brimming with unshed tears. Yet he held back, shouting, "My lunch." "What good is an apology?" Naruto interrupted, picking up the lunchbox and angrily wiping it off. "This was prepared by Irika-sensei. Now look, there's nothing left." His voice trembled with frustration, yet he refused to shed a tear, turning to charge back. "I won't let them get away with this." I grabbed his arm. "You can't win. Mind your own business." Naruto shrugged off my hand, but was immediately blocked by the tall boy. Just as another fist was about to swing, he quickly tucked his headband into his chest, squatting down to protect it. His only treasure, far more precious than the lunch. Acting like a fool, the tall boy kicked a stone at his feet. "If you dare to steal from us again, we'll skin you alive." Once they had walked away, Naruto slowly stood up. He didn't bother picking up the rice or brushing off the dirt, but stared vacantly at the crack in the wall. I observed his knuckles turning white from clenching, and I reached into my pocket to pull out an oil paper-wrapped snack, handing it to him. "Here, take this." It was Irika, who had given her the rice ball, still warm to the touch. Naruto looked up at her, his blue eyes filled with suspicion. "What do you want?" "I want nothing," Tsukiyo replied, pushing the rice ball into his hands. "I'm not hungry." Naruto hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted it. He unwrapped the oil paper swiftly, yet ate slowly, taking small bites. The sourness of the pickled plum inside made him grimace, but he finished it without leaving a crumb. Only after he had eaten did he notice Tsukiyo's unwavering gaze, causing his cheeks to flush suddenly as he crumpled the oil paper and stuffed it into his pocket. Thank you. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, a student at the Ninja Academy. And you?" "Tsukiyo from the Whirlpool." "The Whirlpool?" Naruto's eyes brightened, and he grinned foolishly, tugging at his hair. "Isn't that the place known for its abundant dried fish? I've heard Irika-sensei mention it. Can you swim?" "The last time I practiced treading water by the river, I almost got swept away." Suddenly, he became animated, the grievances from earlier seemingly swept away like leaves in the wind, and his gaze towards Tsukiyo lost its wariness. Observing him, Tsukiyo was reminded of a character from a comic, whose exuberance matched her imagination, resembling a little sun that could never be extinguished. Uzumaki Naruto affection level 5, current 5 out of 100. As the system notification faded, Naruto slapped his thigh suddenly. "Oh no, I promised Irika-sensei that I would go eat at Ichiraku Ramen. See you tomorrow, Tsukiyo." With that, he dashed away like a whirlwind, calling back over his shoulder, "We'll play again tomorrow." Tsukiyo smiled at his retreating figure, bending down to pick up the bento box left on the ground. The edges were dented, and a few grains of rice clung to the inside. She touched the wooden plaque in her pocket, feeling as if this world was not so difficult to integrate into after all. In the following days, Tsukiyo found work in Konoha village. Each morning, She would go to the flower shop in the mountains to fetch buckets of water for watering the plants, then attend classes at the ninja academy, and in the evening, she would help out at the shop. Gradually, she became familiar with the old man in the mountains, earning 2 rice balls and a night's accommodation in a small storage room filled with flower fertilizer, which was far better than the empty house covered in cobwebs she had stayed in before. One evening, after delivering the last water bucket, she was stopped by a commotion. Naruto was squatting by the playground of the ninja academy, surrounded by a dozen or so crooked shadow clones, some missing limbs and others' heads, which dissipated into white smoke upon a poke. Darn it. Why do I keep failing? He pounded the ground in frustration, then turned to see Tsukiyo, his eyes lighting up. Tsukiyo, you're just in time. Can you teach me the shadow clone technique? Tsukiyo crouched beside him and observed for a moment. Your chakra is too scattered. Try to focus your energy in your abdomen and slowly release it. In my abdomen? Naruto frowned as he inhaled deeply, puffing up his round belly, which nearly made Tsukiyo burst into laughter. He took it seriously, attempting several times, and although his clones remained crooked, they lasted much longer than before. I did it! I did it! Naruto leaped up in excitement, nearly stepping on one of his clones. Tsukiyo, you're amazing. You explain it better than Iruka-sensei. Uzumaki Naruto affection level 3, current 8 out of 100. From that day on, Tsukiyo found herself cornered by Naruto every evening at the flower shop. He would either carry half a bag of unfinished potato chips or hide a stolen candy, offering it to Tsukiyo before dragging her to the playground, under the pretense of practicing ninjutsu together. In truth, most of the time, Tsukiyo simply watched him train. She observed him frowning at the scroll of the shadow clone technique, tripping over his own clones, and practicing until he was drenched in sweat, yet still grinning as he declared, just one more time. Occasionally, when Tsukiyo offered a suggestion, he treated it as if she had imparted some grand secret, becoming even more enthusiastic in his practice. Tsukiyo, look. One evening, Naruto finally created 2 decent clones. Though still a bit wobbly, they stood firm. Aren't they impressive? Once I master this, I'll be first in the graduation exam. Impressive, Tsukiyo replied, handing him a water bottle. She watched as he gulped down half of it, the water trickling down his chin and soaking his orange hair even more. Naruto wiped his mouth and suddenly leaned closer. Tsukiyo, do you think I can become Hokage? The sunset reflected in his eyes, shining like crushed stars. Tsukiyo paused for a moment before nodding earnestly. You can. I knew it. Naruto grinned, revealing his little fangs. Suddenly recalling something, he pulled out a piece of candy wrapped in crinkly paper from his pocket and stuffed it into Tsukiyo's hand. Here, it's orange-flavored. The wrapper was slightly crumpled, likely having been tucked away for quite some time. Tsukiyo unwrapped it and popped it in her mouth, the sweet flavor spreading through her senses, making her feel that this enforced task was not so unpleasant after all. Uzumaki Naruto affection level 7, current 15 out of 100. The day before the graduation exam, Naruto mysteriously dragged Tsukiyo outside the village. They traversed through a small grove until they arrived at a petite waterfall, the water cascading over rocks and sparkling in the sunlight. This is my secret base. Naruto pointed to a cave behind the waterfall. Whenever I struggle with my ninjutsu, I come here to shout, and it makes me feel stronger. He stood at the edge of the waterfall and yelled, I'm going to be the Hokage. The echo reverberated through the valley, startling a few birds into flight. Tsukiyo watched his back and suddenly realized that this seemingly carefree boy harbored a profound loneliness within. Tsukiyo, you should shout too. Naruto called back, waving at her. It really works. Tsukiyo shook her head. He didn't press her, simply squatting on a rock. She turned to him and said, if you pass the exam tomorrow, we'll go to Ichiraka Ramen for big bowls of ramen, with extra chashu. It's on me. Yay. Tsukiyo, you're the best. Naruto jumped up in excitement. Be careful. Tsukiyo chuckled helplessly, to which Naruto scratched his head and smiled back. Uzumaki Naruto affection level 5, current 20 out of 100. On the day of the exam, Tsukiyo stood by the fence at the edge of the playground. Naruto was in the middle of the line, glancing back at her every so often, flashing her a grin that revealed his little fangs. When it was his turn, Iruka called out shadow clone technique, and Naruto took a deep breath, swiftly forming hand seals. Shadow clone technique. 2 imperfect clones materialized beside him, wobbling but not dissolving into smoke as they had before. Pass, Iruka said with a smile, patting his shoulder. Naruto leapt up in excitement, nearly colliding with the examiner beside him. He spotted Tsukiyuki in the crowd and waved his arms vigorously, mouthing "I did it." Tsukiyuki gave him a thumbs up, watching as he was surrounded by his classmates. Although many still kept their distance, at least no one rolled their eyes at him anymore. After the exam, Naruto rushed over to her, his forehead protector neatly tied. Tsukiyuki, Mizuki-sensei is going to teach me how to become stronger tonight." Tsukiyuki's heart skipped a beat, realizing that something was indeed about to happen, yet keeping her expression neutral. "Be careful, Naruto, don't worry," he said, thumping his chest. Suddenly, he pulled out a little handmade toy woven from grass rope and stuffed it into her hand. "This is for you. I made it yesterday. Doesn't it look like a ninja's shuriken? When I get back, I'll take you out for ramen." The grass rope shuriken was crooked and the edges were still rough. Tsukiyuki held it, watching Naruto's retreating figure as he ran towards the assembly point. Suddenly, she recalled his words by the waterfall, realizing that this boy carried the dreams of the entire Konoha within him, aspiring to become Hokage, yet still remembered to craft her a grass shuriken. With these thoughts, Tsukiyuki began to contemplate Mizuki and Naruto's situation, realizing she would have to be busy tonight. Uzumaki Naruto affection level 10, current 30/100. The digits on the system panel continued to flicker, yet Tsuyue's gaze was fixated on that fleeting orange figure until it vanished around the street corner. She glanced down at the grass rope shuriken in her palm, and a sudden realization dawned upon her. This encounter, which began as a mere mission, was quietly sprouting tendrils of a bond known as connection. Chapter 2. The headband, a guardian named Recognition. The night enveloped the village of Konoha like a heavy cotton wool soaked in ink, pressing down upon the rooftops. Tsuyue was jolted awake by the hurried sound of footsteps. In the alley outside the warehouse, the orange figure stumbled forward, clutching a scroll-shaped object that glimmered. With a cold, white light in the moonlight, it was Naruto. System alert. High-risk plot node detected. The sealing book has been stolen. Please stop it immediately or face a penalty of world line disruption. The mechanical voice in her mind pierced sharply, and Tsuyue bolted out of the warehouse, nearly tumbling in her haste. She recognized the scroll's design. She had caught a glimpse of it earlier that afternoon outside the third Hokage's office while delivering flowers, where Iruka had explicitly warned the guards, "This is the lifeblood of Konoha. It must not fall into disarray." Tsuyue crouched on the rooftop, holding her breath as she observed the scene unfold. In the shadows of the alley, Mizuki's voice slithered like a venomous serpent. "Naruto, hand over the scroll. If you learn the techniques within, the entire village will acknowledge you." "Really?" Mizuki-sensei, Naruto's voice was breathless, tinged with a barely perceptible hesitation. But Iruka-sensei said, "Iruka just looks down on you." Mizuki's tone escalated sharply. "When has he ever regarded you? Only I'm truly here to help you." Tsuyue leapt from the rooftop, hiding behind the lantern at the corner, her heart racing as if it might shatter her ribs. It dawned on her that Naruto was not attempting to steal. He was being deceived once more. This boy, who yearned for acknowledgement, would recklessly charge forward like a moth to a flame at the mere mention of the words being recognized. "Give it to me." Mizuki impatiently reached out to snatch it away. "Wait." Naruto abruptly stepped back, clutching the scroll tighter. "If you truly want to help me, why won't you come with me?" Mizuki's expression twisted into a grimace. "You're asking for trouble." He suddenly formed hand seals, and the shuriken whistled through the air, aimed not to seize the scroll, but to silence Naruto permanently. Stunned, Naruto froze, clutching the scroll. Without a second thought, Tsuyue grabbed the lantern stand and rushed forward, striking Mizuki's back with all her might. The splintering of wood echoed, and Mizuki let out a pained cry. His shuriken veered off course, embedding itself into the wall, just inches from Naruto's arm. "Who?" Mizuki turned, momentarily stunned at the sight of Tsuyue, then sneered coldly. "You again, you wild girl from the Uzumaki clan? Perfect, let's settle this together." His hand movements quickened, and a pale green wind blade coalesced at his fingertips. Tsuyue knew she stood no chance. She positioned herself firmly in front of Naruto, her voice trembling. "Naruto, run. Head to the Hokage building and find Lord Third." "Tsuyue." Naruto's grip on the scroll turned white. "I can't leave you behind." "Fool." Tsuyue turned to glare at him, her eyes brimming with heat. "Did you forget you wanted to become Hokage? Dying here is not an option." Those words struck like thunder. Naruto looked up suddenly, his blue eyes shining brilliantly in the night. He thrust the scroll into Tsuyue's arms. You take the scroll. I'll hold him off. With that, he began forming the hand seals to execute the shadow clone technique he had recently learned from the scroll. Don't be foolish. Tsuyue shoved the scroll back at him, pushing him away. Your clones wouldn't even be able to defeat a cat. Just go. The wind blade from Mizuki was already slicing through the air. Tsuyue grabbed Naruto, and they darted into the alley to in the narrow passage. They stumbled forward, the footsteps behind them echoing ominously. As they passed a ramen shop, Tsuyue caught sight of a fire hose tucked in the corner and, in a moment of inspiration, exclaimed, Naruto, use the water. Naruto instantly understood, turning to kick over the water bucket. The murky water spread across the cobblestone path, and Mizuki, pursuing too eagerly, slipped and fell heavily to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Tsuyue dragged Naruto down another path until they collided with a familiar figure, Irika-sensei. Naruto shouted in surprise. Irika, armed with a kunai, noticed the scroll in their possession, and his expression shifted dramatically. Naruto, you really... It's not like that. He tricked me. Naruto pointed at Mizuki, desperation flooding his voice. He said if I learned this, I'd be acknowledged. Mizuki clutched his injured arm, breathing heavily, and sneered. Irika, look at your precious student. He stole the village's secret scroll, and now tries to frame me. I didn't. Naruto protested vehemently. Enough. Irika's voice boomed, his gaze sweeping over Naruto's arm where a shuriken had grazed him, then to Mizuki's muddy pant leg, and finally landing on Tsuyue's hand, bruised from the earlier strike. In that instant he had his answer. He shielded Naruto behind him. Kunai aimed at Mizuki. Mizuki, you are suspected of stealing the sealing book and intending to harm a student. Come with me to see Lord Third. Realizing a scheme had unraveled, Mizuki suddenly threw a smoke bomb. Amidst the white mist, his voice dripped with malice. Irika, just wait. When the smoke cleared, he had vanished. Only the three of them remained in the alley. Naruto hung his head, fingers nervously picking at the edge of the scroll, his voice barely a whisper. Irika-sensei, I'm sorry. Irika looked at him, then sighed, reaching out to ruffle Naruto's hair, an action that left both Naruto and Tsuyue momentarily speechless. Naruto, he said softly, yet with unprecedented seriousness, seeking acknowledgement is not about stealing ninjutsu. It is earned through your own hands. He paused, turning to Tsuyue. And you were very brave just now. Tsuyue shook her head, nudging Naruto forward. He reacted quickly on his own. Naruto suddenly lifted his head, his eyes sparkling. Irika took the sealing book and smiled as he tousled Naruto's hair. From this day forth, you're a ninja, I recognize. Naruto clutched his headband, tears suddenly spilling down his cheeks, yet he grinned widely, revealing his small canine teeth. Yeah. Uzumaki Naruto's affinity level. 20 current. 50 out of 100. As the system notification echoed, Tsuyue watched them. Irika's hand rested gently on Naruto's head, the moonlight bathing them in a warm glow. In that moment, she realized that her act of protection for Naruto was not merely for the sake of a system task or to avert a world-line disruption. It stemmed from a pure desire to shield that ever-smiling boy who dreamt of becoming Hokage for being deceived and hurt by the hollow promises of recognition. As Irika led Naruto to return the sealing book, he took a moment to remind Tsuyue, get some rest, and tomorrow I'll treat you both to ramen. Tsuyue nodded, watching their figures fade toward the Hokage building. The lanterns in the alley still swayed, and the wooden frame that Mizuki had shattered lay on the ground like an injured serpent. She touched the back of her hand, now swollen, yet felt no significant pain. Perhaps this forced mission was not entirely a misfortune. At the very least, in this world, she had someone worth protecting. The night breeze swept through the alley, carrying the distant sounds of patrolling ninjas. Tsuyue turned back toward the warehouse, her heart unexpectedly anticipating the ramen with extra chashu, just as Naruto had once suggested. Chapter 3. The Headband. From companions to closest friends, the wooden door of the warehouse creaked behind her as Tsuyue sat in the dark on a pile of straw, the pain in her hand pulsing in rhythm with her heartbeat. She lifted her sleeve under the moonlight filtering through the window, revealing bruises that had turned a deep purple, resembling ink spilled upon her skin. Just as her fingertips brushed against the injury, a soft knock resonated from outside. Tsuyue? Are you asleep? It was Irika's voice, tinged with hesitation. She hurriedly lowered her sleeve and replied, "Not yet," just as the door swung open. Irika entered, carrying a paper bag, with Naruto following closely behind, his forehead protector gleaming like a small sun in the dimness. "This is for you," Irika said, handing over the paper bag, which contained a ceramic jar filled with ointment from the infirmary, promising swift relief for her swelling. As Tsuyu took it, her fingers grazed against his hand, and she noticed that this usually stern-faced teacher had calluses on his fingertips, likely the result of years spent wielding kunai and practicing ninjutsu. "Thank you, Irika-sensei," she said. "It's I who should be grateful," Irika replied, his gaze drifting to the scattered lantern fragments in the corner, his voice growing somber. "If it weren't for you, I'm the one who was foolish." Naruto interjected suddenly, his ears flushed red, oblivious to the fact that he had been tricked by Mizuki, nearly losing the scroll. "You're not foolish," Tsuyu reassured, unwrapping the paper bag and applying the ointment to her hand. The cool sensation dulled the burning pain, a reflection of her deep desire for recognition. Naruto abruptly looked up, a flicker of confusion in his blue eyes. Tsuyu met his gaze, wrapping her hand with a cloth strip as she smiled, and said, "When I first arrived in Konoha, I always wanted to accomplish something grand to be remembered. I once tried to climb the Hokage rock, but I fell before I could even touch the statue of the third Hokage." Irika chuckled. "So it was you." The guard team searched for ages. Naruto joined in the laughter, his eyes crescent-shaped beneath his headband. "Then let's go together next time. I know a more concealed path." "No way," Irika admonished, tapping Naruto's head. "You can't be reckless during the holidays. Starting tomorrow, you'll learn something serious with me." Upon hearing learning, Naruto's excitement surged, his eyes brightening further. "Are we going to learn ninjutsu? I've been eager to try real ninjutsu." "First, we must establish a solid foundation," Irika said, pulling Naruto's wrist as they prepared to leave. "It's time to sleep. Tomorrow morning at 5, we gather at the training ground." Naruto paused. "Huh? Are you going to teach us, Irika-sensei?" "Of course," Irika replied, glancing at Tsuyu. "You should come too." As the warehouse door closed again, Tsuyu touched her warm hand. Amidst the ointment's coolness, there seemed to be something else, a reflection of the light from Naruto's headband, or perhaps the warmth of Irika's earlier words inviting her to join. The moonlight outside shifted, illuminating a wooden box in the corner. It was the only item she had brought from the Uzumaki clan, containing half a jade pendant engraved with swirling patterns. She had always felt the pendant was burdensome, like a stone she could not discard, but now it seemed perhaps it could be cherished alongside her headband from Konoha. System notification, main storyline correction completed. Reward, basic chakra refinement technique. Uzumaki Naruto affection level, 10, current, 60100. Yumino Irika affection level, 15, current, 30100. The mechanical voice ceased its harshness as Tsuyu placed the ointment into the wooden box, suddenly remembering Naruto's mention of double servings of chashu ramen. She touched her bandaged hand and smiled, feeling that tomorrow's sun seemed a little more promising. Before dawn, dew clung to the blades of grass in the training ground. Upon her arrival, Naruto was already panting as he ran along the track, while Irika stood by the horizontal bar, clutching a well-thumbed ninjutsu notebook. "Good morning, Tsuyu." Naruto waved, his headband bouncing as he ran. "Irika-sensei said my stamina is too poor, so I have to run 20 laps to warm up. Don't slack off." Irika tossed a scroll to Tsuyu. "You too, run 10 laps to loosen up." Tsuyu caught the scroll, replied affirmatively, and joined the running group. The morning breeze carried the scent of grass, pleasantly brushing against her face. Watching the orange figure ahead, she suddenly felt that such a holiday morning was quite lovely. After their run, Irika began to teach them how to refine chakra. "Chakra is a combination of physical and mental energy," he explained as he demonstrated. "You need to concentrate. Feel the flow of energy within you, and then extract it." Naruto struggled repeatedly, growing increasingly frustrated. Tsuyu followed Irika's instructions, closing her eyes and slowly sensing the energy within her. Before long, she felt a faint warmth gathering at her dantian, flowing gently through her meridians. "Have I succeeded?" Tsuyu opened her eyes, her face alight with surprise as she looked at Irika. Irika nodded, a hint of pride lighting his face. "Well done, you have great talent. Naruto, keep trying, don't rush, take your time." With gritted teeth, Naruto continued. Finally, after yet another failed attempt, he felt the chakra within him, jumping up in excitement. "I did it. I succeeded too." Irika smiled. "Excellent. Next, Let us try the basic application of chakra, like gathering it at the soles of your feet to walk on water. He led them to the edge of the training ground by a small pond, demonstrating how to step onto the water's surface, standing steadily for a few seconds. The key is to control the chakra output, not too little, or you'll be unsteady, and not too much, or you'll stir up the water. Eagerly, Naruto lifted his foot to step onto the water but slipped, falling in with a splash. Darn it, he exclaimed, wiping the water off his face as he climbed back up, determined to try again, only to meet the same fate. Tsuyu found it amusing and decided to try gathering her chakra as well. The first time she stepped on, her body wobbled, but she quickly adjusted her output and managed to stand for half a second. Wow, she exclaimed, waving her arms in delight, only to lose focus and tumble back into the water. Ha! Naruto laughed, and in the next moment, he too slipped, and they both floundered in the water. Iruka stood on the shore, watching their clumsy yet earnest antics, shaking his head helplessly but unable to suppress a smile. At noon, Iruka fulfilled his promise and took them to Ichiraku Ramen. Hey uncle, 3 bowls of ramen, with double servings of chashu, Naruto shouted as he entered, his clothes still dripping. The ramen shop owner chuckled. Young people certainly have energy. He promptly brought out 2 extra towels. Before long, 3 steaming bowls of ramen were served, the rich broth, chewy noodles, and large pieces of chashu, making everyone's mouths water. Hurry up and eat before it gets cold, Iruka urged with a smile. Naruto wasted no time, eagerly devouring the noodles while exclaiming, delicious. So good. Tsuyu picked up her chopsticks, trying a bite herself, and found it indeed delightful. She couldn't help but laugh at the sight of Naruto devouring his meal. After finishing their ramen, Iruka mentioned he had some matters to attend to at the Hokage's office and instructed them to continue practicing chakra control in the afternoon. As Tsuyu and Naruto exited the ramen shop, the sun shone brightly, warming their bodies as their damp clothes began to dry. Tsuyu, thank you, Naruto suddenly halted, looking earnestly at her. When you stood on the water earlier, I think I began to understand how to control chakra. Tsuyu smiled, no need to thank me. We're friends. Friends? Naruto blinked in surprise, then broke into a joyful smile. Yes, we are friends. Seeing Naruto's radiant grin warmed Tsuyu's heart. She realized that in this world, she was no longer alone. System notification, Uzumaki Naruto affection level, 10, current, 70100. The system's prompt echoed, and Tsuyu smiled as she walked towards the training ground alongside Naruto. She was aware that this holiday was lengthy, with numerous lessons awaiting them. Yet she felt assured that, together with Naruto, they would gradually grow stronger. Not far off, in the shadow of the stands, Kakashi leaned against the railing, his copy of Isekai Paradise untouched for quite some time. With his forehead protector slightly obscuring his eyes, he observed the two in the water, where Naruto was splashing about noisily. The girl, a whirlpool of energy, instinctively reached out to grasp Naruto as she fell, preventing him from colliding with the rocky bottom of the pool. Although she had successfully refined her chakra first, she refrained from boasting and instead quietly observed Naruto's movements, her gaze subtly imbued with concern. Kakashi gently tapped the railing with his fingertips, recalling the report from the Umbu last night. It was this very girl who had used a lantern frame to deflect the shuriken thrown by Mizuki. Her reaction time surpassing that of her peers, and her instinct to protect her companion was commendable. He chuckled softly, his laughter whisked away by the wind, impulsive yet resilient. Perhaps adding another member to Team 7 would not be a bad idea. Chapter 4, The Headband. Resonance beneath the bell, a forewarning of OOC in the final lesson at the Ninja Academy. Sunlight streamed through the window panes, casting dappled shadows across the desks. Iruka stood at the podium, clutching the class roster, the sound of his fingers gliding over the paper creating a faint rustling. The classroom was eerily quiet. Each student sitting upright, even Naruto, usually the most boisterous, was tightly pursing his lips, eyes fixed intently on the front. Tsuyu occupied a seat by the window, her swirling jade pendant concealed beneath her sleeve, only revealing a glimpse of the red cord when she raised her hand. Beside her, Naruto nervously fidgeted with the desk, muttering to himself, I must be grouped with Tsuyu. It has to happen. All right, I will now announce the class assignments. Iruka cleared his throat, scanning the room. First class, Nara Shikamu, Yamanaka Ino, Akimichi Choji, guided by Jonin Asuma Saratobi. Ugh, a preordained outcome. Shikamaru slumped in his chair, while Ino and Choji exchanged a discreet high five. Iruka continued, and whispers of delight or disappointment occasionally punctuated the air. When it came to Team 7, Iruka paused. The names he read causing Naruto to straighten up. Team 7. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura. He glanced at Tsuyu and added, and Tsuyu. The guiding jonin is Hatake Kakashi. Yay! Naruto exclaimed, slamming his hands on the desk and nearly toppling his chair. I knew it. Sasuke, seated in the front row, merely tilted his head slightly, his gaze fleetingly brushing over Tsuyu before returning to the front, though his lips seemed less tightly pressed. Sakura, blushing, alternated her gaze between Sasuke and Tsuyu, nervously twisting the hem of her shirt, softly uttering, "Let us work well together." Tsuyu smiled back at her, feeling a sudden wave of relief. Outside, the Hokage rock stood vividly in the sunlight, and she recalled Iruka's words upon her arrival in Konoha. The Ninja Academy teaches not only ninjutsu, but also helps everyone find companions to stand shoulder to shoulder with. It seemed she had truly found hers. Iruka set down the roster, looking at the bustling classroom with a gentle smile. From today onwards, you are all true genin. Remember, teamwork is more important than anything else. Gather at your respective training grounds this afternoon, and do not be late. The instant the bell rang, Naruto dashed to Tsuyu's desk, tugging at her arm as he exclaimed, "Let us go. We need to find out where Team 7's training ground is." Sasuke followed behind, appearing nonchalant, though his steps did not falter. Sakura hurried after them, calling out, "Wait for me." The shadows of the four intertwined in the sunlight, elongating down the corridor. Tsuyu stumbled slightly as Naruto pulled her along, but could not suppress a laugh. Perhaps this was the beginning of their journey as ninjas, filled with noise and awkwardness, yet enriched with the bonds of companionship hidden within. After the final lesson at the academy, the four members of Team 7 arrived at the training ground to meet their jonin instructor. A puff of white smoke dissipated, revealing a silver-haired ninja yawning. His forehead protector tilted to obscure half his face, a flamboyant book in hand. "Well, it seems everyone is here," Kakashi remarked, closing his book and surveying the four. "Let us begin with some introductions. I am Hatake Kakashi, my likes and dislikes are a secret, and my dream is to pass each day in tranquility." "What is that supposed to be?" Naruto exploded, yet he still shouted defiantly, "I'm Uzumaki Naruto. My dream is to become Hokage and have everyone acknowledge me." Sasuke stepped forward slightly, his voice cold, "Uchiha Sasuke. My goal is to surpass a certain man." Sakura, blushing, twisted her shirt hem. "I am Haruno Sakura. I excel in theoretical knowledge and will strive to keep up with everyone." When it was Tsuyu's turn, she lightly touched her forehead protector. "I am Tsuyu. From the whirlpool. I am now a ninja of Konoha, aiming to accomplish every task alongside my companions." Kakashi raised an eyebrow, his gaze lingering on the swirling pendant on her wrist. "It appears we have a lively group of children. Then, we will meet in the forest tomorrow. Oh, and don't eat breakfast." Kakashi's voice trailed off as he vanished from sight. The next day, the sun was high in the sky at the training ground. Naruto paced back and forth, his orange forehead protector gleaming in the sunlight. "It's almost noon. Is that latecomer ever going to show up?" He kicked a stone, sending it skimming past Sasuke, who didn't even blink. Sakura nervously clutched her shirt, glancing toward the village entrance. "Let us wait a bit longer. Perhaps Kakashi-sensei had something urgent." Tsuyu leaned against a tree, her fingers unconsciously stroking the pendant on her wrist. She noticed that although Sasuke had his back turned to them, his ears were slightly twitching, clearly alert to any sounds. Just as the shadow was about to reach its zenith, a lazy voice drifted from behind the tree. "Oh, looks like I'm not late after all." The four turned abruptly to see the silver-haired ninja emerging from behind the tree, still holding the open Ika paradise, his eyes half closed, as if just roused from slumber. Sorry, I got held up on the way," he said nonchalantly. "What could possibly be more important than guiding us?" Naruto fumed. "You're just deliberately late." Kakashi strolled to the center of the training ground, leaning against a tree while spinning two bells with his fingertips, sunlight dancing across his silver hair. "The rules are simple," he began lazily. "Before noon, grab one of the bells from me, and you'll pass. Those who fail to do so will not have lunch today and must watch the others eat." Naruto instantly ignited like a firecracker. "Huh? No lunch. Watch me." Before he could finish, he charged forward, only to be effortlessly sidestepped by Kakashi, who then pinned him to the ground, forcing him to taste the grass. Sasuke's eyes sharpened, a shuriken silently slipping from his sleeve, but Kakashi caught it with two fingers, swiftly immobilizing Sasuke's wrist. Sakura anxiously called out, "Sasuke-kun, watch out," yet remained frozen in place. Tsuyu stood still, observing as Kakashi skillfully controlled his strength to send Naruto sprawling without injury, and his swift yet gentle hold on Sasuke. Even when avoiding Sakura, he deliberately slowed down. When Naruto lunged again, Kakashi used a substitution jutsu to evade, prompting Tsuyu to suddenly grasp Sasuke's arm, saying, "He.S. testing whether we'll fall apart." Sasuke frowned, shaking off her hand. "Don't interfere." Yet as he charged out, he intentionally shifted half a step toward Naruto, blocking any potential kick aimed at him. Not bad. There's some synergy, Kakashi chuckled lightly, his figure flickering as he suddenly appeared behind them, causing Naruto and Sasuke to double over in laughter. He turned to Sakura and Tsuki. "Now, it's just you two left. 2 against 1, the odds are in your favor." Sakura glanced at the 2 individuals on the ground, then at the bell in Kakashi's hand, biting her lip and shaking her head. "I don't want the bell anymore. If there's punishment, let us face it together." Tsuki also approached Naruto, reaching out to help him up, only to be met with Kakashi's kunai pressed against her back. "Think carefully," he said, his voice laced with a hint of provocation. "If you withdraw now, you can still seize the bell." Tsuki did not look back. She simply lifted Naruto and then reached for Sasuke. The 7th squad cannot afford to lose even one member. As she spoke, she subtly used the unique chakra fluctuations of the Uzumaki clan to inscribe a character in Naruto's palm, a code they had practiced the previous day, meaning to divert attention. Naruto paused momentarily, then suddenly shouted as he lunged at Kakashi, "I'll fight you." At that moment, Sasuke swiftly threw a shuriken, which targeted a nearby tree trunk. As the wood splintered, Tsuki had already pulled Sakura to roll to the other side, and the 3 of them inadvertently formed a cohesive unit. Kakashi raised an eyebrow and withdrew his kunai. The midday sun cast its light upon the 4, and although Naruto was panting heavily, he still shielded Sasuke behind him. Sasuke turned his face away but quietly brushed off the grass clippings from Naruto's back. Sakura gripped Tsuki's hand. Her earlier timidity evaporated, and Tsuki stood in the center. Her Uzumaki pendant and the Leaf Village forehead protector shimmering harmoniously in the light. "It seems you are smarter than I anticipated," Kakashi remarked, suddenly pulling out 4 bento boxes from his ninja gear and tossing them over. "The true test isn't about seizing the bell. It's whether you are willing to forsake that pursuit for the sake of your comrades." Naruto immediately tore open a bento and devoured the contents ravenously. "You should have said so earlier. I endured a beating for nothing." Sasuke silently offered him a slice of tomato from his own bento, while Sakura, blushing, divided some dried plum with Tsuki, who cheerfully stuffed some fried chicken into Sakura's hand. The first team test for Team 7, like all trials faced by novice ninjas, bore Kakashi's distinctive laziness, yet concealed an undeniable severity. Leaning against a tree, Kakashi opened Make Out Paradise, the pages obscuring the upward curve of his lips. The wind swept through the training ground, carrying the laughter of the youths, gently etching the word comrade into the hearts of each member of Team 7. He cast a sidelong glance at Tsuki, the Uzumaki girl, who truly served as an excellent catalyst for team cohesion. Thus, Team 7 commenced their D-rank missions. At the wooden counter of the Ninja Affairs office, Naruto stood on tiptoe, peering over the task board, only to slump his shoulders in disappointment. Why is it again about finding cats and dogs? We are ninjas who passed Kakashi-sensei's test. Tsuki followed his gaze, noticing the D-rank tasks listed, which included assisting with the autumn harvest, searching for lost pets, and cleaning up river debris. The most conspicuous notice depicted a calico cat, alongside a reward of a packet of fish flakes. New ninja invariably began with D-rank missions. Kakashi, having appeared behind them at some point, flipped through Make Out Paradise noisily, remarking, "The stability of the ninja village cannot solely rely on major missions." Just then, a clerk from the Ninja Affairs office pushed a stack of documents toward them. "Kakashi-sensei, this is a newly registered C-rank mission, escorting a craftsman to the Land of Waves, with decent compensation." The mention of the Land of Waves caught Tsuki's attention. She recalled tales from the Uzumaki clan, describing it as an island shrouded in thick mist, reliant on maritime trade. Naruto eagerly snatched the documents. An escort mission. Sounds way cooler than finding cats. Sasuke glanced at the photo of the craftsman, who wore tattered, dirty clothing, yet bore an air of vigilance not typical of an ordinary craftsman. He doesn't seem like an average artisan. Who cares if he does or not? Naruto declared, "At least it's better than picking up trash. We'll take it." Kakashi did not oppose, merely signing the task order. Pausing briefly as the pen glided across the paper, "Prepare your ninja tools. We depart this afternoon. During the pre-departure preparations, Sakura was packing a first aid kit when she suddenly asked in a hushed tone, "Is there any danger in the land of waves?" What danger could there be in a C-rank mission? Naruto replied eagerly, stuffing essentials into his ninja bag. Tsuki, squatting to check her kunai, looked up and said, "I've heard the fog there is quite dense. We may need to be cautious of slipping." She pulled out 4 pairs of straw shoes wrapped with anti-slip cloth strips from her backpack, which she had prepared earlier. They might come in handy. Sasuke glanced at the straw shoes, but said nothing, silently tucking them into his own backpack when they set off. At the entrance of Konoha village, the craftsman, Tazuna, awaited them, a heavy wooden box by his side. Upon seeing Team 7, he visibly hesitated. "Is it just you lot? What? Do you doubt us?" Naruto exclaimed, eyes wide. "Don't mind him," Kakashi yawned, intervening. "We're quite reliable." Tazuna said nothing more, shouldering the wooden box and heading toward the eastern port. Tsuki trailed at the back of the group as they embarked on their mission journey. The setting sun elongated their shadows as Naruto chatted with Tazuna, inquiring about the scenery of the land of waves and the quality of its ramen. Tazuna's responses were always brief, yet he frequently glanced back along the path they had come, as if he were anxious about something. As Team 7 escorted Tazuna along a forest path, Tsuki walked to the side, her Uzumaki pendant swaying gently with each step. She felt an unsettling stillness in the air, as if the surrounding silence was deliberate. Even the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves felt unnaturally stifled. Chapter 5. The Forehead Protector, a responsibility carved by blood and oath in the forest. The fog thickened, making it difficult to disperse, as 2 dark figures silently approached, treading on fallen leaves. The demonic patterns on their masks glinted coldly in the dim light. They were the demon brothers from the mist, the little brats from Konoha, and the copy ninja Kakashi. "You all shall die today," the elder brother of the duo rasped, chains in hand casting ghostly shadows through the mist. Kakashi positioned himself protectively in front of the others, his Sharingan quietly activated. "You should take Tazuna and flee." No sooner had he spoken than he was engaged in battle with the demon brothers. The moment those words fell, Kakashi was struck down by their chains. Naruto stood frozen, his vision clouded by the blood, unable to move backward. "Kakashi-sensei." Sakura gasped, her face pale. "Without Kakashi, you are nothing," the younger brother sneered, swinging his chains at Sasuke. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke broke free, the blade grazing his arm and leaving a deep crimson mark. He endured the pain, forming hand seals, unleashing the fire release, great fireball technique, forcing the enemies back. Tsuki seized the moment to throw a shuriken, skillfully entangling the chains. Naruto opened his mouth, but his throat felt constricted. The image of Kakashi falling replayed in his mind, fear coiling around his limbs like a vine. He watched as Sasuke bled and Sakura desperately shielded Tazuna, her nails digging into her palm, yet he could not take a single step forward. Too slow. Kakashi's voice echoed from the trees, the Sharingan glimmering red amidst the fog. "I have been watching your performance since earlier." In that fleeting moment of distraction for the demon brothers, Kakashi had already positioned himself behind them. "It ends here." The fight abruptly halted. Sasuke stood stoically, regaining his composed demeanor, while Sakura supported the trembling Tazuna. "Sasuke, your battle awareness is commendable, but you are too impatient." Kakashi's gaze swept over the group. "Sakura, it was right to protect Tazuna, but you lacked a counterattack mindset." "Tsuki," he paused, "your use of the environment was commendable, but you were too focused on protection and overlooked support." "And Naruto, are you merely trembling in fear? Can fear really allow you to escape?" Kakashi advanced. "In the world of ninjas, avoidance will only lead to your comrade's demise. Do you deserve the title of ninja with your previous display?" Those words struck Naruto like a whip against his heart. He looked at Sasuke's bleeding wound, at Sakura's pale face, and suddenly seized a kunai from the ground, fiercely stabbing it into the palm that bore the red marks. "Naruto!" Tsuki exclaimed in shock, pulling out a bandage. Blood droplets rolled down, staining the fallen leaves. Naruto tightened his grip on the kunai, the pain in his palm awakening a newfound clarity within him. "I will never run away again." His voice trembled, yet resonated with an extraordinary resolve. "Whether facing enemies or confronting fear, I shall no longer evade." Kakashi observed Naruto's unexpected display, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes, his brow furrowing as he absorbed the scene before him. However, he swiftly masked his expression, redirecting his gaze subtly towards Tazuna, his eyes imbued with an inquisitive glint, silently probing for answers. This is no ordinary C-rank mission. Kakashi turned, his eyes beneath the forehead protector fixed intently on Tazuna. His tone devoid of its usual languor. You had better speak the truth. Who sent these people? Tazuna's face flushed instantly, his hands instinctively tightening around the straps of his toolbox. Their forehead protectors belong to the Mist Village. Tsuki suddenly interjected, pointing to the emblem on the fallen ninja's forehead protector, yet her movements bore the hallmarks of mercenaries, akin to those who fight for coin. She had witnessed many such individuals during her time in the whirlpool, their avarice starkly contrasting with the ruthlessness of true ninjas. Her words pierced the final veil of deception, causing Tazuna's shoulders to slump, his voice quaking. I'm sorry, I deceived you. This is not a C-rank mission at all. Naruto erupted in fury. What? You actually deceived us. The Land of Waves is under the tyrannical grip of a bully named Gato. Tazuna wiped his face, revealing his intentions. I wish to construct a bridge to break his blockade, but he has sent countless assassins to kill me. I cannot afford the cost of a B-rank mission, so. The sea breeze carried a salty tang. Tsuki secured a first aid kit to the ship's railing. Hearing Tazuna's voice at the bow, carried intermittently by the wind, Gato monopolizes all trade in the Land of Waves. Even the medicine for children's ailments is marked up tenfold. That bridge is our only lifeline. Sasuke leaned against the railing, gazing out at the misty horizon, his fingertips unconsciously brushing against the shuriken in his hand. Naruto squatted on the deck, his initial outrage dissipating, leaving only tightly clenched fists. This is outrageous. We must absolutely help the old man build that bridge. Tsuki glanced at Kakashi, who was flipping through Isekai Paradise, yet the pages had remained still for some time. Kakashi-sensei, she softly inquired, shall we continue? Kakashi lifted his gaze, scanning the four young faces, Naruto's indignation, Sasuke's stoicism, Sakura's concern, and the serene composure in Tsuki's eyes that belied her age. He closed the book, a faint smile gracing his lips. Since we have embarked on this journey, we cannot turn back now. The ship sliced through the waves, heading towards the fog-enshrouded Land of Waves. Tsuki touched the jade pendant on her wrist, recalling the words of the elders from the whirlpool. Bridges do not merely connect land, they also bind hearts. Perhaps this journey would entail repairing more than just a bridge. Suddenly, the fog thickened, a white haze nearly obscuring their vision. Kakashi halted, his previously languid demeanor sharpening into focus. It seems our C-rank mission may need an upgrade. No sooner had he spoken than several shadowy figures wearing masks surged forth from the mist, their kunai gleaming ominously in the twilight as they lunged toward Tazuna. Watch out! Tsuki swiftly yanked Tazuna aside, evading the attack herself, the swirling jade pendant chiming softly with her movements. Sasuke had already charged forward, his shuriken expertly driving one assailant back. Naruto shouted the shadow clone technique, instantly conjuring a dozen duplicates to swarm the adversaries. Sakura quickly positioned herself in front of Tazuna, her eyes anxiously glued to the unfolding battle. Kakashi leaned against a bridge pillar, remaining still, yet when one enemy attempted to flank them, he silently pierced their ninja tool pouch with a kunai. In the mist, Tsuki noticed the movements of the masked ninjas bore the unmistakable style of the Mist Village. Recalling the elders from the whirlpool, she remembered their teachings. Mist ninjutsu emphasizes fluidity akin to water. Thus, she deliberately retreated towards the edge of the bridge, her non-slip shoes gripping the slick wooden planks. As the enemy pursued, she abruptly pivoted, empowering her kunai with chakra, deftly knocking the weapon from the assailant's grasp. Not bad. Kakashi's voice drifted from the fog. After dispatching the enemies, Tazuna shivered as he confessed, I am actually a bridge builder from the Land of Waves. Those men were assassins sent by the tyrant Gato, who wishes to prevent me from completing the bridge that connects the Land of Waves to the continent. Sakura gasped. Sasuke's expression darkened, while Naruto thumped his chest, declaring, Don't worry, we will protect you. Tsuki gazed at the distant outline of the Land of Waves obscured by mist, then at her comrades whose fighting spirit was ignited, suddenly realizing that this seemingly ordinary C-rank mission might mark the true commencement of Team 7's united battle. Kakashi had already stepped onto the bridge, his figure faintly visible in the mist. As she hurried to catch up, she heard him murmur, It seems this journey will not be dull after all. The mist enveloped the bridge, carrying the briny scent of the sea, slowly wrapping the 5 figures in the path toward the Land of Waves. Chapter 6, Forehead Protector. The ninja's duty forged in the mist. The fog in the forest swirled as if stirred by an invisible hand, carrying an unsettling scent of blood that lingered among the branches. Kakashi stepped lightly over the remnants of the Ghost Brothers' discarded ninja tools, the crimson glow of his Sharingan fading into the mist. Gado's henchman will not relent. We must reach the construction site of the bridge in the land of waves before nightfall. Tsuki was diligently bandaging Naruto's palm, her fingers deftly maneuvering the bandage to avoid the bleeding wound. Speak up if it hurts, she suddenly remarked. Seeing Naruto bite his lip and shake his head, she added, trembling is not a fault, but the way you gripped that kunai just now resembled a true ninja, far more than when you were hiding behind a tree. Naruto shot his head up, the sting in his palm mingling with a rush of warmth. He was about to respond when Sasuke's scoffing laughter cut him off. It was merely self-inflicted pain. He shook his injured arm, droplets of blood splattering onto the grass. If you have the ability, don't hide next time. Sasuke. Sakura attempted to retort, but was halted by Kakashi's raised hand. He glanced at Naruto's bandaged hand before stepping onto a dry branch. Let us move out. The group trudged through the thick fog, Tazuna leaning on the wooden staff Tsuki had crafted, his steps faltering. The most fearsome among Gado's henchmen is a man named Zabuza Momochi. His voice quivered. It is said he is a rogue ninja from the Mist Village, capable of assassinating the Mizukage during the Five Kage Summit, wielding a decapitating blade that has tasted the blood of countless ninjas. Zabuza Momochi? Kakashi momentarily halted, the ghost of the mist. He turned to Tsuki. Tsuki, the Whirlpool Village once had an alliance with the mist. Have you heard of him? Tsuki, while clearing the thorns obstructing their path for Naruto, hesitated. My grandmother mentioned him. He was the youngest among the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist when he executed the blood mist policy, having slain 30 of his peers. She traced her fingers over the jade pendant on her wrist, a gift from her grandmother during the fall of the whirlpool, but it was rumored he disappeared years ago. It seems rumors cannot be trusted. Kakashi's gaze darkened. To have the Ghost Brothers take the lead, if he were to engage personally. Just as he spoke, the mist ahead began to roil violently, a white figure drifting down before them like falling snow. Clad in a blue haori, the silver hair glimmered coldly in the mist. The decapitating blade in his grasp longer than that of the Ghost Brothers, its blade reflecting the shadows of the group. Zabuza Momochi. Kakashi instinctively shielded Tazuna behind him, his Sharingan activating once more. Indeed, it is you. Zabuza's gaze was as frigid as a frozen lake, sweeping over the group before lingering momentarily on Naruto's bandaged hand, then settling upon Kakashi. Hatake Kakashi, long time no see. His voice was devoid of warmth. Hand over Tazuna, lest I be forced to act. Impossible. Kakashi's Raikiri coalesced in his palm, the blue light intertwining with the crimson glow of his Sharingan amidst the fog. This is not your slaughterhouse. Then there is no other option. Zabuza swung his blade, the wind tearing through the thick mist, yet a sudden wall of ice emerged just half a foot from Kakashi, halting the attack. The icy shards glistened like blades in the dim light. Haku. Zabuza furrowed his brow. A youth clad in a white kimono emerged from behind the trees, his black hair lighter than that of Zabuza, and in his hand, he held a scroll emanating a faint chakra ripple. Zabuza-sensei, there are many of them. The boy's voice was soft, like snow falling on an icy surface. Allow me. You clenched her ninja tool pouch, her knuckles turning white. She recognized the intricate patterns on the scroll as the emblem of the ice release bloodline limit, a secret tradition of the land of water. Yet, the boy before her bore no trace of the hostility typical of the mist ninja. Instead, he exuded an almost pure sense of cleanliness, in stark contrast to her memories of the blood-soaked ice release clan members. Another mist ninja? Sasuke shielded Sakura and Tazuna behind him, spinning a shuriken between his fingers. Is that not enough? The boy disregarded him, his gaze drifting over Sasuke's bloodied arm, then to the torn cloth of Yu's garment, and finally settling on Naruto's tightly bandaged hand. You, he hesitated, a hint of confusion lacing his tone. It seems you are not fighting for money. Who would fight for such a thing? Naruto interjected, the pain in his palm making his voice raspy, yet he did not lower his gaze. We are here to protect Mr. Tazuna. The boy's eyelashes fluttered like snow stirred by the wind. What does it feel like to protect others? This question struck you deeply. She recalled her mother's words as she was shoved into an escape boat during the destruction of the Whirlpool Village. While her mother turned to face the pursuers, protection is not a burden. It is the impulse to stand firm even in fear. Unable to contain herself, she asked, "Have you never protected anyone?" The boy's expression darkened, and he offered no reply, merely unfurling the scroll. "I must take what Zabuza-sensei desires." Suddenly, ice spikes erupted from the ground, aimed directly at Tazuna. You yanked him backward, her foot snapping a dry twig. She rolled, using her back to shield Tazuna from the icy shards that grazed his calf, the hem of her kimono torn, revealing an ankle that instantly froze over. "You." Naruto instinctively lunged forward but was restrained by Sasuke's grip on his shoulder. "Don't act recklessly." Sasuke's gaze was cold. "That is a bloodline limit. Fighting head-on will lead to death." The battle between Kakashi and Zabuza had reached a fever pitch, the blue light of Raikiri colliding with the executioner's blade, causing the surrounding mist to tremble. "Your opponent is me," Zabuza roared, swinging his blade. The water waves it stirred, crystallizing midair, only to be narrowly avoided by Kakashi's Sharingan. The boy's focus remained fixed on Tazuna, the ice techniques tightening like a web. You, suppressing the pain in her ankle, suddenly tore the anti-slip cloth from her waist, wrapping one end around a nearby tree trunk and holding the other end in her hand. During her previous battle with the Demon Brothers, she had discovered the slippery moss hidden beneath the fallen leaves of this forest, a perfect opportunity to use the terrain to her advantage. "Sasuke, to the left," you exclaimed. Sasuke understood, unleashing the fire release. Great fireball technique, flames erupting as they collided with the ice wall, scattering white mist. In that moment of distraction for the boy, you swiftly tugged on the cloth, and as the tree tilted, she slid to the other side with Tazuna, simultaneously throwing a kunai towards the boy's scroll. The kunai brushed the edge of the scroll, causing the chakra fluctuations to slow the formation of the ice spikes by half a second. "Well done." Kakashi's voice cut through the chaos. "You, keep him occupied." However, the boy's reaction was astonishingly swift. The ice spikes suddenly redirected, aiming for Sasuke's back. Without a moment's thought, Naruto lunged forward, using his shoulder to shove Sasuke aside. The ice spike grazed his arm, embedding itself in the tree, sending icy shards cascading onto his wound, causing him to gasp in pain. "Idiot." Sasuke was both furious and anxious, yet he witnessed Naruto rise from the ground, not retreating but instead picking up a stone and throwing it at the boy. "You won't harm Sasuke." The boy sidestepped the stone, his gaze falling upon the blood seeping from Naruto's arm, confusion deepening in his eyes. "You are clearly terrified. Why would you rush forward?" "Because he is my comrade," Naruto shouted, the bandage on his palm soaked with blood. "I have sworn not to run away." Seizing the boy's moment of distraction, you hurled 3 kunai at an awkward angle, forcing them toward his hand that clutched the scroll. The boy was compelled to retreat, disrupting the rhythm of his ice techniques. Seizing the chance, she dashed to Naruto's side, quickly tearing her sleeve to wrap the clean cloth around his bleeding arm. "Don't push yourself. Your injury isn't healed." Her fingertips brushed against Naruto's feverish skin, and she added, "That was much better than hiding behind a tree." As Naruto looked up, he was met with the sight of the thin layer of ice melting from Yu's ankle, droplets sliding down her calf and soaking the torn cloth. He suddenly recalled the image of Yu standing protectively in front of Tazuna, reminiscent of the female warriors from the Whirlpool village illustrated in his old books. "White." Zabuza's furious shout broke the brief pause. He was being pushed back by Kakashi's Raikiri, the blade suffering more and more damage. "Eliminate them." The boy's eyes sharpened, the chakra in the scroll surging dramatically. Countless ice needles shot forth from the mist, dense as a torrential downpour. You immediately pulled Naruto behind the tree, bracing her back against the trunk, enduring the sting of the ice needles grazing her spine. "Hold your breath, and don't move." The sound of ice needles piercing the mist buzzed like a swarm of bees. Naruto clutched Yu's clothing tightly, suddenly realizing her shoulders were trembling, not from fear, but from pain. He recalled his own cowardice while hiding behind the tree, his heart tightening. "Enough." Naruto forcefully pushed Yu aside, grasping 2 dry branches from the ground, attempting to mimic Sasuke's hand signs. Though his execution was chaotic, it was infused with a reckless determination. "I will not let you get hurt again." His actions momentarily stunned the boy, causing the density of the ice needles to falter. Seizing the opportunity, you flung a kunai, striking the corner of the boy's scroll, disrupting the ice techniques instantaneously. Just then, Kakashi's voice, tinged with coldness, rang out, "Raikiri." The blue light pierced through the dense mist, aiming directly for Zabuza's back. Zabuza hastily turned, the blade vibrating under the impact of Raikiri, sending him crashing against a tree, rendering him unconscious. The boy's movements halted abruptly. He gazed at the fallen Zabuza, then at the dry branches in Naruto's hands, and suddenly withdrew the scroll. I concede. Are you not fleeing? Kakashi approached, his Sharingan scrutinizing the boy, for Zabuza had already been defeated. The boy shook his head, moving beside Zabuza and gently brushing the dust from his face. I do not fight to win. His gaze flickered to Naruto's bandaged hand, then to Yu's tattered kimono. Your determination to protect others is quite admirable. Yu suddenly recalled her grandmother's words. Every ninja has their own reasons for fighting. She paused, asking, what is your reason? The boy smiled. Akin to snow falling under sunlight. It is for the justice I believe in. He did not elaborate further, merely shouldering Zabuza and stepping into the mist. His silhouette quickly fading, perhaps to meet them as an enemy next time. As the fog gradually dissipated, sunlight streamed through the branches, casting patterns on the ground. Sasuke leaned against a tree, tending to his wounds. Sakura was examining Tazuna for injuries, and Yu sat on a stone, slowly removing the ice shards from her ankle, which had become red and swollen. Naruto approached her, extending the hemostatic medicine he had clutched for a long time. This is for you. His voice was soft. Thank you for earlier. Yu accepted the medicine, noticing blood stains on the packaging, Naruto's blood. You need to rebandage as well. She took his hand, unwrapping the soaked bandage. Her movements gentler than before. The ice techniques have a chilling effect. Keep your wounds dry. Kakashi observed this scene, his gaze softening compared to before. He squatted down to Naruto's level. You did not tremble when you rushed out just now. Naruto looked up suddenly, his eyes brightening. But your combat skills are a mess. Kakashi shifted the conversation but did not scold him further. When we return, practice the basic hand signs 100 times. He stood up, glancing at you. Your ankle needs attention. We should find a nearby cave to rest. As the sun set, a campfire crackled to life in the cave. Sasuke leaned against the stone wall, eyes closed in meditation, while Sakura poured water for Tazuna. Tsukiyo was roasting cloth strips over the campfire, preparing to rebandage Naruto's wounds. Sitting beside the blaze, Naruto gazed at the scar on his palm and suddenly spoke. Tsukiyo, is the justice that by speaks of different from our duty to protect Mr. Tazuna? Tsukiyo paused her task, saying, justice has no definitive answer. She handed the warmed cloth strips to Naruto, adding, however, causing one's companions to bleed cannot be considered justice. Naruto, feeling the warmth of the cloth, glanced at the bandages on Sasuke's arm and nodded vigorously. I understand now. Kakashi stood at the cave's entrance, gazing at the sunset, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In the now clear woods, the boy clutched the warm cloth strip tightly, the scar on his palm glowing faintly in the firelight, a testament to his triumph over fear and the beginning of his ninja journey. Meanwhile, in the distance towards the hidden mist, Bai placed Zabuza in a cave and gently wiped his broken blade, the moonlight casting a silvery hue over his hair, resembling unmelting snow. Chapter 7. The Headband. The ninja heart shining with the great bridge as twilight descended upon the shores of the land of waves. Tazuna's wooden cabin finally came into view amidst the trees. It was a humble structure raised on stilts, with fishing nets and rusted anchors hanging from the wooden walls. And the yard was strewn with sun-dried seaweed, rustling softly in the breeze. We're here, Tazuna announced, pushing open the creaking wooden door. A boy wearing a headband sprang up suddenly from a low table, dropping the harpoon he had been holding. He shared the same thick eyebrows as Tazuna, but his eyes sparkled like stars upon the sea. Grandpa, you're back. This is my grandson, Inari, Tazuna said, patting the boy's shoulder, a hint of fear woven into his tone. Inari, these are the Leaf Ninjas here to protect Grandpa. Inari's gaze swept over the group, lingering momentarily on Sasuke's blood-stained bandages and Naruto's wrapped hands, before quickly lowering his head and murmuring a soft thank you. Tsukiyo noticed his fingers gripping his clothing were turning white, and the cuffs of his sleeves were stained with wet paint, likely from helping on the bridge construction site earlier that day. At dinner, Inari served roasted fish, his eyes frequently darting toward Naruto, uncomfortable under the scrutiny. Naruto bit into his fish and suddenly asked, "Where's your dad?" Inari froze, and Tazuna sighed, adding another log to the fire. His father was a stonemason named Kaisha. After Kato took over the land of waves, Kaisha led a rebellion and was killed by Kato's men. A heavy silence enveloped the cabin. Inari buried his face in his knees, his voice muffled. Dad said that once the bridge is built, the land of waves will improve. But he never got to see it. Seeing the boy's trembling shoulders, Naruto recalled the moment he had driven a kunai into his own palm. He set down the roasted fish, the scar on his palm throbbing faintly. My parents are gone too, and the villagers all dislike me. He scratched his head and managed a silly smile. But I want to become Hokage so that everyone will acknowledge me. Your dad wanted to build the bridge because he also wanted everyone to have a better life. He was really strong. Inari's head shot up, tears welling in his eyes. Really? Of course, Naruto exclaimed, thumping his chest. Those who protect everyone are the strongest ninjas. Tsuyu watched the light in Naruto's eyes and quietly pushed a more charred fish toward him. The firelight illuminated his face, highlighting the unhealed scar, which resembled a small medal of honor. The next morning, raindrops pattered against the steel framework of the bridge, creating a tinkling sound. Kakashi stood atop one of the bridge's pillars, his Sharingan peering through the rain toward Kato's ship docked in the harbor, where Zabuza and Bai could be faintly seen, along with dozens of black-clad ninjas moving about. Are you ready? Kakashi turned, his gaze sweeping over the group. Sasuke tightened his grip on his shuriken. Rainwater dripping from his hair, the wound on his arm aching in the damp air, yet sharpening his focus. Anytime. Sakura shielded Tazuna behind the pillar, her kunai glistening with rain. I won't slow us down. Naruto stood on the steel framework, the metal beneath his feet slick, yet he stood upright. Tsuyu had re-wrapped his hand the previous night, and the cloth still carried a faint herbal scent. I won't hide anymore. Adjusting the straps of her ninja gear, Tsuyu noticed the new anti-slip straps on her sandals and glanced at Naruto's clenched fist. Don't overexert yourself. Remember to keep an eye on your surroundings. Before she could finish, several dark figures surged through the curtain of rain. Kato's ninja army, their blades glinting menacingly. Sasuke left flank. Kakashi was the first to strike, unleashing Raikiri that cleaved through the rain, instantly taking down two ninjas. Tsuyu covered Tazuna. Sasuke darted between the steel beams, unleashing fire style, fireball technique that erupted into mist in the rain, his shuriken accurately striking an enemy's wrist. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Naruto clumsily hurling stones at an assailant's knee, yet he showed no sign of retreat. Well done. Sasuke couldn't help but shout, then frowned. Don't use stones. Use kunai? Naruto exclaimed, oh, fumbling for his kunai, but nearly slipping. Tsuyu deftly threw the cloth strip wrapped around her wrist, pulling him back to steady him. Stay firm. Her voice cut through the rain with undeniable certainty. The battle intensified, Kato's ninjas pouring in like a tide. Sasuke leapt onto the slanted steel framework, his shuriken slicing through the rain as he shouted, Naruto, use shadow clone technique to confuse them. Gritting his teeth, Naruto formed the hand signs, though his clones appeared crooked. He successfully created three. As the clones rushed toward the enemy, he seized the moment to flank them, mimicking Sasuke's moves to stab at an enemy's back. Though he only grazed the opponent's clothing, his eyes sparkled with determination. Not bad. Tsuyu, while blocking a knife aimed at Tazuna with her kunai, nodded at Naruto. Take 3 steps left. There's a loose bolt. Naruto immediately complied, kicking at the bolt connecting the steel framework. The loosened metal panel tilted suddenly, causing 3 ninjas to lose their balance, and they were struck by Sasuke's fireball technique. At that moment, 2 more formidable presences pierced through the rain. Zabuza charged through the puddles, his massive sword slicing through the air, declaring, Kakashi, this time I'll show you true strength. Bai followed closely like falling snow, and in an instant, ice spikes formed from the scroll he unfurled. Please do not harm Mr. Zabuza. Kakashi met Zabuza head-on, water splashing as Raikiri collided with the sword. Your opponent is me. Bai's ice techniques surged towards Tsuyu and Tazuna. As Tsuyu pulled Tazuna back, she suddenly noticed Bai's foot slipping on the wet steel framework. Despite the strength of his ice techniques, they made the iron plates beneath him even more treacherous. In a flash, she tore the cloth strip from her waist, wrapping one end around the rebar and holding the other. Naruto distracted him. Understanding her intent, Naruto picked up small stones from the ground and hurled them at Bai. As Bai sidestepped to avoid them, his foot indeed slipped, causing the trajectory of the ice spike to veer slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Tsuyu swung to Bai's side. Her kunai aimed at the scroll, but not striking. Your ice techniques will freeze your own feet. Bai paused, glancing down at his soaked sandals, his toes turning a shade of red from the cold. Distraction is a grave mistake. Tsuyu withdrew her kunai, but as she turned, another ice spike grazed her wrist, eliciting a sharp intake of breath. Tsuyu. Naruto lunged, positioning himself in front of her, his kunai aimed at Bai. Though he trembled, He fully shielded her with his back, declaring, "You shall not harm her." I regarded Naruto's tense back, then glanced at Tsuyu's bleeding wrist, suddenly retracting his scroll. "I do not wish to fight you." Bye. Zabuza's furious shout echoed from the other side, forced back by Kakashi's Sharingan, his sword now marred with nicks. "Don't waste time." I bit his lip, reopening the scroll, but at the moment the ice spikes formed, he intentionally misaligned by half an inch. "It is over." Kakashi's voice suddenly resonated, as Raikiri's azure light pierced through the downpour, striking Zabuza's wrist with precision. The beheading sword slipped from his grip, plunging into the sea and sending up a tremendous splash. Simultaneously, Sasuke delivered a swift kick to the last remaining ninja, turning to see Naruto clumsily bandaging Koyuki's wound with his own cloth. He frowned, approached, and tossed his medicinal supplies to Naruto, stating, "Use this, it's more effective than yours." Naruto accepted the ointment with a grin, exclaiming, "Thanks, Sasuke." Sasuke turned away, but refrained from arguing further. Kato, accompanied by several confidants, attempted to flee by boat, but was intercepted by Inari and the stonemasons. The boy, brandishing his father's chisel, stood resolutely despite trembling hands, declaring, "You shall not leave. You must apologize for my father." Kato cursed and swung a fist, but Naruto swiftly knocked him down. Bullying a child is no feat. Naruto stepped on his back, the scar on his palm throbbing in the rain, compelling him to apply more pressure. "The people of the land of waves will no longer fear you." Kato gazed at the encroaching fishermen and stonemasons, finally collapsing to the ground. The rain ceased, and sunlight broke through the clouds, illuminating the bridge's steel framework, casting a golden hue. Zabuza sat on the rocks, watching Haku bandage his scorched wrist, unusually refraining from harsh words, and quietly murmured, "Next time, don't hold back." Haku smiled and handed the surplus ointment to Koyuki, remarking, "Your wrist needs proper care." Koyuki accepted the medicine, suddenly noticing Haku's silver hair glinting with a light blue sheen in the sunlight, reminiscent of melting ice. "Where will you go next?" she inquired. "I do not know," Zabuza replied, gazing at the tumultuous waves. "Perhaps I will find a place to observe when this bridge is completed." Naruto sat on the steel frame, swinging his legs, and watched Inari assisting the stonemason crew with tools, suddenly patting the spot beside him. "Sasuke, come sit here." Sasuke hesitated but eventually joined him. Their shoulders brushed against each other in a comfortable silence, a deeper connection than the day before. As Koyuki approached, holding 2 grilled fish freshly retrieved from the fire, she handed one to Naruto, laughing as he blew on it to cool it down, but hesitated to let go. "Take your time eating, no one will snatch it away." Naruto mumbled in response, suddenly offering the grilled fish to her. "You should have some too." Koyuki was taken aback, but took a small bite. The savory flavor of the fish mixed with the salty sea breeze blossomed on her tongue, and she looked into Naruto's eyes, feeling warmth emanating from the ointment in her palm. In the distance, Tazuna laughed heartily at the bridge's blueprints, while Kakashi leaned against a bridge pillar, perusing a scroll of ninjutsu. The sunlight elongated everyone's shadows. The sea breeze of the land of waves swept through the steel framework, carrying the essence of the soon-to-be-completed bridge, along with the bonds quietly forging among the youths, more resilient than steel and more enduring than the waves. Days later, the bridge in the land of waves was finally completed. On the day of its inauguration, the sea breeze swept through the newly constructed bridge adorned with colorful ribbons. Tazuna clasped Inari's hand, watching the stonemasons carve the words Naruto Bridge at the bridge's entrance, his eyes glistening with emotion. The characters shone brightly in the sunlight, with small whirlpool patterns etched around the edges, a suggestion from Koyuki, likening it to the scar on Naruto's palm. Standing at the bridge's edge, Naruto observed the villagers cheering as they crossed the bridge, scratching his head with a smile. "So this is what it feels like to be remembered." Koyuki handed him a chilled bottle of juice, still carrying the coolness of the sea. "Every time someone crosses the bridge, they will think of you." Sasuke leaned against the railing, gazing at the returning fishing boats, a rare smile gracing his lips. "Let us go. It's time to return to Konoha." Kakashi had already packed his belongings, holding an unfinished book titled Isekai Paradise. "If we don't leave soon, the report for the Ninja Academy will be overdue." Inari rushed over, clutching his father's chisel, and pressed a wooden plaque etched with the bridge's design into Naruto's hand. "When you come back, I'll treat you to freshly caught sea fish." Naruto grasped the plaque tightly, nodding earnestly, "Absolutely." As they boarded the ship, Koyuki glanced back at Naruto Bridge. noticing Haku and Zabuza standing on the distant rocks, with Haku waving goodbye. She smiled in response and turned, colliding with Naruto's bright gaze. Koyuki, when we return to Konoha, I'll treat you to Ichiraku ramen. Sounds good, she replied, watching him carefully tuck the plaque into his ninja tool pouch. Suddenly realizing that this mission had yielded not only proof of task completion, but something far more significant. Quietly taking root in her heart alongside the waves of the departing ship. As the vessel gradually sailed away from the harbor, the shadow of Naruto Bridge diminished. Yet it etched an everlasting imprint in the memories of the youths. Chapter 8. Headbands, flickering between abandonment and retention in the summer afternoon of Konoha. The bulletin board beneath Hokage Rock was crowded with ninjas. The announcement for the Chunin exam fluttered in the wind, the crimson letters starkly prominent in the sunlight. Naruto squeezed to the front, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the edge of his headband, which he had polished smooth, a badge of honor for passing his graduation exam. Gently rising and falling with his breath. At the back, a registration form. Sasuke slapped 3 sheets of paper into his hand, his headband askew in his hair. His gaze sweeping over the crowd with indifference, paying no mind to Sakura or the commotion around them, as if everyone were merely inconsequential background. Sakura stood nearby, clutching a stack of materials, her gaze resting on Sasuke's profile. Noticing he didn't even glance her way, she tightened her grip on the pages. Koyuki observed this and offered a neatly transcribed list of exam points. Gaara from Sunagakure, Kankuro, and Temari are all here. The information is on this page. Her headband was tied neatly, and strands of hair fluttered in the breeze. Yet her attention remained fixed on the scroll's text, clearly having thoroughly reviewed the exam details. As Naruto filled out the form, he was abruptly interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps. Rock Lee, clad in a green jumpsuit, dashed to Sakura, bowing so low that his forehead protector brushed the ground. Sakura Haruno. I am Rock Lee. Please allow me. Boring, Sasuke interjected coldly, pulling Naruto toward the registration desk. His tone as frigid as ice, leaving no room for a confession. Lee remained frozen, watching Sasuke's retreating figure, fists clenched, determination igniting in his eyes beneath the forehead protector. Uchiha Sasuke, the last genius of the Uchiha clan. I will defeat you in the Chunin exam. Naruto curiously looked back, only to be yanked away by Sasuke. What are you looking at, loser? Koyuki followed behind, her fingers swiftly gliding over the scroll, documenting the characteristics of the sound trio she had just glimpsed. The first round, written exam. The old classroom of the Ninja Academy was filled with the scent of chalk dust. Ibiki Marino stood at the podium, arms crossed, his scars appearing like centipedes in the light. The blackboard behind him displayed the ominous words, "Cheaters die." Chalk dust drifted down like snow. This written exam consisted of 9 questions, and Ibiki's voice was grating like sandpaper against wood. The final question stipulated that any incorrect or abandoned answers would result in the disqualification of the entire team. We shall begin now. The candidates immediately bent over their papers, writing furiously. Koyuki opened her exam sheet, the sound of her pen gliding across the paper brisk and steady. The first question pertained to the details of the ninja code. The second involved terrain analysis, and the third required code deciphering, topics she had already reviewed on the scroll. Glancing at Naruto, she saw him frowning at the first question. His face contorted in confusion, pencil piercing the paper with multiple small holes. Sasuke's speed was unmatched, his Sharingan subtly activated, not to steal glances at others' answers, but to quickly retrieve knowledge from his memory. His pen danced across the paper, occasionally pausing, clearly contemplating more challenging questions, yet his focus remained unwavering. Not sparing Sakura a single glance. Sakura twirled her pencil, her fingers absent-mindedly tapping the desk. The earlier questions were mere warm-ups. Upon reaching the 5th question regarding tactical analysis, she wrote fluidly, her thoughts flowing as effortlessly as a spring stream. She lifted her gaze to glance at Sasuke, who was intently focused on conquering the final question. His cold, sharp profile glimmered under the sunlight, and she silently smiled before returning her attention to the paper, where answers flowed from her pen. As time ticked away, Naruto fidgeted anxiously, his palms sweating and leaving damp marks on the paper. He covertly peeked at Tsuyu's paper and noticed she had already finished the 8th question and was meticulously verifying the logic chain of the last question with a red pen, intensifying his own nervousness. Tsuyu, without raising her head, passed a note to Naruto, sketching out a complex tactical diagram. The ninja exam had no ready-made answers. With 10 minutes remaining, Ibiki's voice resonated like a heavy hammer in every student's heart. He paused, surveying the candidates who clearly could not answer, and declared, "You may choose to answer or not. Those who forfeit will be eliminated, and those who answer incorrectly will forever be barred from the Chunin exams. Now, those choosing to forfeit, raise your hands." The classroom erupted into chaos. A ninja, head bowed, stood up, apologizing to his teammates as he chose to give up. Making his way to the door. Following him, candidates from grass and rain villages also raised their hands. Some cursed under their breath, others looked despondent. And soon nearly half the students stood. Sakura twirled her pencil, tapping it lightly against the desk. She had long since resolved not to give up and was now waiting impatiently for the last question. Her gaze flicked to Naruto, her anxiety growing over the decision he might make. "I won't give up." Naruto suddenly sprang to his feet, his voice booming in the quiet classroom, startling the sparrows perched on the windowsill. Clutching his nearly blank paper, his hand trembled, yet he declared boldly, "How could the Chunin exam present a question designed to make people give up? It must be a trap. Even if I can't answer a single question, I believe my comrades can carry me through. Those who give up are the real losers." His voice, filled with youthful bravado, shattered the oppressive atmosphere in the classroom. The hands raised in surrender froze. A candidate from Sand Village murmured, "He's right. Giving up is just too humiliating." A girl from Rain quietly lowered her hand, and soon, more and more students withdrew their hands, including some grass ninjas who hesitated before returning to their seats. Tsukiyo looked up at Naruto, a faint smile gracing her lips beneath her forehead protector. She set down her pen, observing the students who had resumed their seats, fully aware that this was Ibiki's true test. Ibiki's gaze flickered with a barely perceptible change as he stared at Naruto for several seconds before scoffing. "It seems you all have your answers. Submit your papers." Naruto slammed his paper onto the podium and, as he turned, collided with Sasuke. Sasuke frowned and pushed him away. But as they brushed past each other, he muttered in a tone only Naruto could hear, "You're so noisy, but you're not as foolish as I thought." Naruto blinked in surprise, then grinned broadly, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. "Right, I knew it." Tsukiyo was the last to submit her paper. When Ibiki accepted it, his gaze lingered for a moment on her detailed tactical analysis before he coldly instructed, "Step outside and wait for further notice." Sunlight filtered through the leaves outside, casting dappled patterns on the ground. Those candidates inspired by Naruto remained in small groups, discussing the recent exam. Although tension still lingered in their eyes, there was a newfound determination among them. Leaning against a tree, Tsukiyo watched as Naruto enthusiastically challenged Sasuke to see who would pass the next round first. Suddenly, she realized that this seemingly knowledge-based written exam had already etched the values of camaraderie and perseverance into each participant's heart. Chapter 9. Headbands. The interweaving of sound waves and shadows of fists, the bell signaling the end of the exam, faded into the air. And Tsukiyo lightly tapped her fingertips to open the long-neglected system panel. On the screen, a line of information clearly materialized. Uzumaki Naruto. Current favorability 75-100. Her gaze was involuntarily drawn to the number, and her heart skipped a beat. Was it only 75? This realization struck her like a pebble cast into a still pond, sending ripples of subtle disturbance through her thoughts. She had assumed the number would be higher, considering the time they had spent together and the depth of their interactions. Did she still fall short in his eyes? Tsukiyo lowered her eyelids slightly, concealing the fleeting complexity in her gaze. As her thoughts returned to the present, she noticed Naruto waving at her. "Tsukiyo, hurry up." She rejoined the group, listening to Naruto's idle chatter. As they approached, the examiner for the second round, Mitarashi Anko, had been waiting for quite some time. The morning mist in the forest of death had yet to dissipate, the towering ancient trees forming an impenetrable canopy overhead, their decaying leaves mingling with the damp air that enveloped them. Anko stood before a barrier covered in talismans, drawing blood with a kunai from her fingertip. Crimson droplets falling onto the barrier, creating ripples of faint golden light. The second exam would last for 5 days. Her voice carried the usual languor, yet her gaze sharpened suddenly, piercing through the forest of death to the central tower, where they would exchange the scrolls for entry. "Remember," she paused, her eyes sweeping over Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Tsukiyo. "In this place, death is not a punishment, but a norm." Naruto could hardly contain his excitement, his knuckles white around the headband as he declared, "Don't worry, Anko-sensei. We'll definitely be the first to arrive. He attempted to pull Sasuke forward, but Sasuke disdainfully shrugged him off. His gaze remained locked on the depths of the forest, the headband resting askew on his brow, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Tsukiyo, burdened with the heavy scroll pack, quickly traced a hand-drawn map with her fingertips, whispering, "According to previous records, the northeast area has the lowest trap density, but we may encounter teams from the Sand Village. The western side has large nests of poisonous insects. So let's avoid that." Sakura hurriedly took out her notebook to jot down the information, her eyes unintentionally following Sasuke's retreating figure, her cheeks slightly flushed. As the four stepped into the forest's edge, the surrounding light abruptly dimmed, the shadows of the towering trees clawing at the sky, fragmenting the sunlight into scattered patches. Naruto, confident in his stamina, raced ahead, occasionally calling back for Sasuke to hurry, oblivious to the slender golden vertical pupil that quietly flickered to life in the shadows behind him. "Hey, Slowpoke, stop making noise," Sasuke finally snapped, turning around just as an icy chill surged from behind. He spun around to see a figure clad in a black trench coat standing 3 meters away, a pale face adorned with a strange smile, hands tucked into its sleeves as if indifferent to their presence. Yet those golden vertical pupils held no warmth, assessing them like caged prey. Tsukiyo recognized him immediately, Orochimaru, the infamous S-rank rogue ninja known for his obsession with forbidden techniques. She instinctively pulled Sakura behind her, her right hand stealthily reaching for the kunai at her waist. Orochimaru disregarded her, his gaze fixated on Sasuke, a playful smile curling his lips. "Uchiha's little brat, you certainly possess remarkable potential as a vessel." His voice slithered like a serpent's hiss. "Do you wish to gain power? Power that surpasses your brother's?" Sasuke's pupils constricted sharply, Itachi's image flashing like a specter in his mind, his clenched fist bulging with veins. "Who are you?" "I am the one who will grant you power." Orochimaru's figure suddenly blurred, and when he reappeared, he was right in front of Sasuke, his bony fingers marked with a purple-black curse seal darting towards his neck with lightning speed. Sasuke wished to evade, yet discovered that his body felt ensnared by invisible chains, rendering him helpless as he watched the distorted curse mark sear into his skin, the excruciating pain erupting like a detonation. As if countless venomous serpents were burrowing into his veins, coursing through his bloodstream, and every muscle was screaming in agony. A stifled cry of pain escaped his lips, and darkness clouded his vision. The forehead protector on his brow, drenched in cold sweat, clattered to the ground. Sasuke, Naruto, witnessing the scene, immediately lunged forward, his fist slicing through the air towards Orochimaru, only to be effortlessly deflected by a mere flick of the latter's hand. An invisible wave of energy crashed against his chest like a sledgehammer, leaving Naruto feeling as though his very organs were misaligned. Darkness enveloped him as he collapsed beside Sasuke, losing consciousness entirely. "Naruto! Sasuke!" Sakura screamed, desperate to assist, yet she found herself pinned in place by Orochimaru's malevolent gaze, a chill seeping into her bones, causing her fingertips to tremble. Orochimaru licked the blood from his fingers, casting a glance at the two unconscious figures on the ground, and let out a soft chuckle. The game has begun. No sooner had the words left his lips than his form melted away like ink, silently merging with the shadows of the trees, leaving only a faint scent of serpentine musk in the air. The forest fell into a profound silence, save for Sakura's sobs and the faint breaths of the two boys. Tsuki forced herself to regain her composure, quickly crouching to examine Sasuke. The curse mark on his neck radiated an eerie crimson glow, writhing as though it possessed a life of its own. Naruto's chest rose and fell with weak breaths, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Sakura, remain calm. Her voice trembled, tightly suppressed. They are merely unconscious for the time being. Their lives are not in jeopardy. You must run southeast immediately. That is the route the Konoha patrols take. Find Irika-sensei, or any Jonin, and bring them here. I will stay in guard. But you're alone, Sakura cried, tears streaming down her face as she surveyed the darkened woods, fear entwining her heart like tendrils. "I can manage," Tsuki insisted, picking up a kunai from the ground and placing it in Sakura's hand. "Use this to signal if you encounter danger. Go now." Her tone brooked no argument, her gaze beneath the forehead protector exuding an unwavering resolve beyond her years. Gritting her teeth, Sakura stole one last glance at Sasuke before stumbling into the underbrush, her footsteps quickly swallowed by the rustling leaves. Tsuki inhaled deeply, dragging the two boys behind a sturdy, ancient tree and concealing them with dense shrubbery. She leaned against the trunk, vigilantly scanning her surroundings, her right hand firmly gripping the kunai. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a dappled glow on Sasuke's face, where the curse mark pulsed with an ominous light, flickering as if gathering strength. Naruto seemed to be lost in a dream, his brow furrowed in distress, resembling a child wronged. Tsuki gently brushed her fingers against his cheek, whispering, "Do not fear, all shall be well soon." Time slipped away, and an almost imperceptible footfall approached from the northwest. It was not Sakura's frantic steps, but a deliberate, cat-like silence. Tsuki's heart raced, her palms sweating around the kunai. She cautiously peeked out and beheld three figures clad in Sound Village uniforms, their black cloaks weaving shadows among the trees, their faces obscured by forehead protectors, revealing only their emotionless eyes. Sound ninjas. Tsuki recoiled, hastily concealing Sasuke and Naruto deeper within the thicket. The lead sound ninja halted, his foot grinding against a fallen leaf. His voice gravelly like sandpaper. "The presence is near. It must be those Konoha brats." Another tall, gaunt sound ninja licked his lips, revealing a row of sharp teeth. "Find them, bring back the Uchiha, and dispose of the rest." The footsteps drew ever closer, and Tsuki could even catch a whiff of the familiar scent of Orochimaru's cursed concoctions mingling with the air. Realizing evasion was no longer an option, she sprang to her feet, brandishing the kunai across her chest, shielding the two boys behind the tree. "Who are you?" "This is the exam site of Konoha. Do not dare to disrupt." The three sound ninjas paused momentarily before erupting into raucous laughter. The leader tilted his head, his tone dripping with scorn. "You? A mere girl who hasn't even reached Jonin status, dares to obstruct us?" He suddenly raised his hand to his ear, the buzzing sound escalating sharply, causing Tsuki's eardrums to ache painfully. This was an auditory attack. What power? A tightness gripped her heart as she instinctively moved to form hand seals to counter the jutsu. But the leftmost sound ninja raised his hand, gathering a faint purple chakra at his fingertips, the buzzing morphing into a piercing shriek. Tsuki felt her mind reel, darkness creeping into her vision as she staggered back, the leader's cold laugh echoing as the shriek intensified, causing the fallen leaves to levitate. Overreaching, the tall sound ninja sneered, slashing a knife towards her arm. Tsuki barely evaded in time, her sleeve torn open, blood gushing forth and staining the fallen leaves, blooming dark red flowers upon the ground. Gritting her teeth, she retreated until her back collided with the tree trunk, leaving her with nowhere to flee. The three sound ninjas surrounded her in a triangular formation, their murderous intent palpable. "Yield," the leader commanded, advancing step by step, his poisoned blade glinting ominously. "If you comply, you may suffer less." Tsuki bit her lip, the metallic taste of blood filling her mouth. She gazed at the two unconscious figures behind the tree, her mind resolute. She could not allow them to harm Sasuke and Naruto. Drawing a deep breath, she swiftly formed hand seals, shadow shuriken clone technique. Several shurikens, trailing after images, shot towards the sound ninjas, but they were easily deflected by their blades. Just as the poisoned blade was about to pierce her chest, a flurry of rapid footsteps echoed from afar, accompanied by a clear, bright shout. "Tsuki, we're here." It was Sakura. Tsuki turned in surprise to see Sakura barreling towards her, followed closely by a figure clad in a green jumpsuit, Rock Lee. Sweat beaded on Lee's forehead, evidence of his frantic sprint, and upon spotting Tsuki under siege, he immediately assumed a fighting stance. "Sound ninjas, do not bully girls." Sakura rushed to Tsuki's side, pulling out bandages to tend to her wound. But Tsuki pressed her hand down. "Do not worry about me. They are formidable." Lee took his stance, seemingly oblivious to the sound ninja's shrieks. Yet his muscle memory allowed him to instinctively evade the invisible sound blades, his footsteps crunching over the leaves as he dodged their trajectory. As he advanced, a gust of wind followed, his fist brushing past the sound ninja's ear, disrupting their sonic assault. When a low-frequency wave surged through him, he seized the moment to pivot, driving his knee into the opponent's ribs with precision. Every punch and kick was delivered with ruthless accuracy, countering the lethal sound waves with the sharp gusts of his strikes. The lead sound ninja, sensing the shift in momentum, turned to face him, and the shriek coalesced into an invisible sound blade. "Ah!" Lee clamped his hands over his ears, blood seeping through his fingers as he staggered back, his vision blurring from the ruptured eardrum. Sakura gasped, rushing to support him. only to be struck by another sound blade that grazed her shoulder, sending a jolt through her bones. The sound ninja's shrieks grew increasingly vicious, and Tsuki, hidden behind the tree, watched helplessly as Lee writhed in pain, his lips moving as though trying to speak, yet no sound emerged. He fought to maintain his footing, striking the 8 gates formation. And even without sound, his muscle memory guided him accurately towards the sound ninjas, his fists cutting through the air with the force of a tempest. Sakura, desperate to assist, found herself ensnared by the tall sound ninja. Her ninjutsu was lacking, forcing her to rely solely on agility to evade, yet she was soon cornered, her arm bearing yet another wound. Lee, battling against 3 opponents, began to falter. A gash appeared on his forehead, blood cascading down his cheek and obscuring his vision. Seizing the opportunity, a sound ninja thrust his foot into Lee's chest, sending him hurtling backward like a broken kite, crashing into a tree, his nunchaku flying from his grip. Lee! Sakura exclaimed, rushing to aid him, but the sound ninja seized the moment, brandishing a short blade at her back. Yaya wished to rush forward to intervene, but was ensnared by another sound ninja, helplessly watching as the short knife drew ever closer. A suppressed roar erupted from behind a tree, a sound of utmost desperation, immediately followed by a surge of chakra that erupted like thunder, shaking the entire forest. The movements of the 3 hidden ninjas froze in astonishment as they turned to the source of the sound. There stood Sasuke, slowly rising from the ground. His previously closed eyes now wide open, his pupils transformed into an eerie crimson hue. The cursed seal on his neck writhed like living vines, sprawling across his cheek and neck, covering half his face and even tracing distorted patterns on his arms. Surrounding his body was a swirling mass of dark energy, exuding an aura of destruction that seemed to still the very air. What is this? The leading sound ninja instinctively took a step back, fear flickering in his eyes for the first time. Sasuke remained silent, even avoiding their gaze, merely tilting his head slightly, as if acclimating to the power surging within him. His nails had turned sharp and dark, and with a gentle clench, he left bloodstains in his palm. In the next moment, a massive fireball surged toward the sound ninja's face. It's the great fireball technique. With a dull thud, the ninja who had just kicked Lee away was sent flying like a ragged sack, crashing violently into a tree, which splintered with spiderweb-like cracks. He fell to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. The remaining 2 sound ninjas, terrified beyond belief, turned to flee. A cold smirk crept across Sasuke's face as he vanished, reappearing like a specter behind the taller sound ninja, his dark claws piercing unhesitatingly into the ninja's back. The tall ninja had no time to react before his body slumped lifelessly to the ground. The last sound ninja, paralyzed with fear, collapsed onto the ground, his knife clattering away. He gazed up at the approaching Sasuke, whose cursed seal-covered face resembled a demon emerging from hell, and could only incoherently plead for mercy. Please, don't kill me. I was just following orders. Sasuke paid no heed, raising his bloodied hand. Just then, an angry shout pierced the air. Sasuke, stop. It was Naruto. Unbeknownst to them, he had awakened and was struggling to stand. Upon seeing the cursed seal on Sasuke and the body strewn about, his eyes widened in alarm. He stumbled forward, arms outstretched to block Sasuke's path, exclaiming, "You can't kill him. Taking a life is wrong." Sasuke's movements faltered, a flicker of confusion flashing in his crimson eyes, as if Naruto's voice had pulled him back from a chaotic brink. He regarded Naruto, who stood defiantly before him, pale yet resolute, refusing to yield. In that moment of stalemate, the surviving sound ninja suddenly produced a smoke bomb from his pocket and smashed it onto the ground. With a loud bang, white smoke billowed out, obscuring everyone's vision. Seizing the opportunity, he turned to flee. Trying to escape? Naruto immediately realized, and despite his weakened state, he swiftly formed hand seals, performing the shadow clone technique. Dozens of Narutos materialized within the smoke, blocking all avenues of escape. The real Naruto picked up a nearby branch and, using all his strength, hurled it at the sound ninja's knee. The ninja let out a pained scream as he fell, the smoke dissipating just in time. Sasuke's eyes sharpened, and he moved again, delivering a precise strike to the ninja's neck as he landed. The sound ninja fell unconscious without a sound. The crimson glow of the cursed seal gradually faded as Sasuke, exhausted, sank to his knees, gasping for breath, cold sweat trickling down his face. Naruto rushed to support him but was pushed away, Sasuke's tone icy yet tinged with an imperceptible weakness. Don't touch me. Sasuke, are you alright? Sakura approached, concern etched on her face as she observed the vanishing cursed seal on his neck. Lee struggled to his feet, clutching his chest, giving Naruto a thumbs up. Naruto, that clone technique was a testament to youth. Iya leaned against a tree, witnessing the scene before her. Her taut, nerves finally relaxing as the pain from her arm flared. She smiled softly, about to speak when a warm figure blocked her light. Yeah, are you alright? Naruto squatted before her, his eyes sparkling like stars. Your hand is bleeding. Let Sakura bandage it. He stepped protectively in front of her, as if fearing another enemy might appear. Yaya felt a mix of emotions. She was still too weak, reliant on others for protection. She lowered her gaze, her fingers unconsciously fidgeting with the hem of her clothing. Observing the tense battlefield in the distance, a bitter taste rose in her throat. She had ultimately proven too fragile. Those harrowing perils, those lethal strikes, she could only rely on others to shield her. This sense of helplessness flooded her heart, making even breathing feel laborious. Sasuke turned away, seemingly lost in thought, yet his gaze lingered on the others. Sakura, blushing, was earnestly tending to Yaya's wound, her clumsy yet sincere movements. Lee sat on the ground, rubbing his chest while chuckling, and Naruto animatedly recounted the recent battle, as if he had vanquished the entire world. Watching them, Yaya suddenly felt that the crisis in the Forest of Death might not merely be a trial. Those powers awakened in pain, those instinctual acts of shielding comrades. The underlying care hidden in their bickering were like seeds, quietly sprouting in the humid afternoon. She gently ruffled Naruto's fluffy hair, smiling. All right, we need to hurry and find the scroll, or we'll be surpassed by others. Right. Naruto immediately jumped up, reaching for Sasuke. Let us go. We need to grab the scroll. Sasuke frowned and dodged, yet still took a step forward. Sakura quickly followed suit, while Lee brushed himself off and bid them farewell. Turning to search for Niji and the others, the three figures gradually disappeared into the depths of the dense forest, leaving behind the unconscious sound ninja and the lingering scent of blood in the air. The wind in the Forest of Death seemed to soften slightly. Chapter 10. The Headband. Unspoken farewells. The miasma of the Forest of Death had yet to fully dissipate. Amid the shifting shadows of the trees, a white figure emerged, walking slowly from behind a tree. Kabuto carried a half-basket of herbs, his white coat speckled with leaves. His gaze fell upon the group with a perfectly measured concern. That commotion earlier was from you, wasn't it? He shook a small vial in his hand, the pale green liquid within sloshing gently. Treating the injuries of the sound ninjas was troublesome. This might come in handy. Naruto's grip on the scroll tightened. Sasuke leaned against a stump, panting, the cursed seal on his neck barely visible, while Sakura knelt beside them, using clean strips of cloth to wipe the mud from their headbands. Yaya ultimately reached out, accepting the vial. Kabuto stood a short distance away, his white coat fluttering in the forest shadows. When he handed over a scroll, his fingertips were cool from the herbs. Take this scroll, and you will pass the second exam. Naruto jumped up excitedly, nearly colliding with Sasuke behind him. Really? Thank you so much. He turned to Yaya, his eyes shining like fireflies in the woods. Yaya, see. I told you we could do it. Yaya smiled, returning the cleaned headband to Sasuke. It was thanks to everyone. Her gaze flickered toward Kabuto, who was busy adjusting his cufflinks, his profile slightly obscured by the dappled shadows of the trees, yet evoking an inexplicable sense of reassurance. From the moment they entered the Forest of Death, Kabuto seemed to appear at the most critical junctures, aiding them in evading ambushes set by the sound ninjas and warning them of traps laid by the grass ninjas. Even when Naruto found himself ensnared by poisonous vines, Kabuto discreetly tossed him an antidote-laden shuriken. At that time, she found it peculiar that this seemingly gentle senior would show such concern for the three of them. It was only when he handed over the Heaven Scroll that she began to vaguely understand that perhaps he genuinely wished to help them. Sasuke accepted the forehead protector and secured it on his brow, his black pupils devoid of emotion, yet he nodded in Kabuto's direction in gratitude. Kabuto looked up, his eyes behind the glasses crinkling with a smile, and said it was no trouble, as they were all ninjas of Konoha. He glanced at the sky, noting that time was not on their side. They should leave quickly. The examiners would likely be waiting at the exit. The four gathered their belongings and made their way out of the forest. Naruto was animatedly recounting the earlier battle, boasting about how much he had improved his Rasengan, while Sasuke occasionally interjected with dry remarks. Tsukiyo trailed behind them, listening to their familiar banter, yet her mind drifted back to Kabuto's earlier demeanor. When he had handed over the heaven scroll, she noticed a faint cut on his finger, as if it had been grazed by something sharp, resembling the marks she had seen in the infirmary from the aftermath of a cursed seal rampage. She shook her head, dismissing her thoughts. After all, Kabuto had merely been a benefactor to them, so how could he possibly be linked to anything dangerous? As they exited the forest of death, the sunset painted the sky in hues of gold and crimson. The proctor, Moonlight Kakashi, awaited them at the exit. Upon seeing the heaven scroll in their possession, he lazily lifted his eyelids, remarking that they were just in time, and instructed them to follow him. The results of the second exam were announced shortly thereafter. Naruto, Sasuke, Tsukiyo, and Sakura had successfully passed. When the news reached the academy, Iruka-sensei was waiting for them at the school gate, cheerfully patting Naruto on the shoulder, proclaiming he had known they could do it. However, the joy was short-lived. After leaving the forest of death, Sasuke's cursed seal began to flare up more frequently. And on the very night they returned to Konoha, he developed a high fever and was rushed to the medical department. Medical ninjas examined him, their brows furrowed, stating that the power of the cursed seal was proving more difficult to suppress than anticipated, necessitating a period of hospitalization for observation. In the sterile white confines of the hospital, the scent of antiseptic lingered. Naruto visited almost daily, sometimes bringing takeout from Ichiraku Ramen, other times carrying wildflowers plucked from the training ground, chattering endlessly about the village's latest happenings, even if Sasuke mostly listened with his eyes closed. Tsukiyo would prepare homemade bento, tending to Sasuke's bandaged arms, or quietly sit by his bedside reading, occasionally glancing out at the leaves outside, sunlight streaming through the glass and casting a gentle halo around her hair. One evening, Naruto arrived again with ramen, only to discover that Sasuke had fallen asleep, his breathing slightly rapid. He tiptoed to the window, noticing Tsukiyo standing in the corridor, gazing at the darkening clouds. "What are you looking at?" he inquired, approaching her and offering an unopened portion of ramen. The medical ninja had said that Sasuke would wake up tomorrow, and they could train together then. Tsukiyo accepted the ramen, her fingertips cool, and replied, "It's nothing. I just think the clouds look a bit strange today." She lowered her gaze to the ramen packaging, adorned with Uncle Ichiraku's smiling face. "Naruto, do you think we can truly protect everyone?" Naruto paused, scratching his head. "Of course we can. We are Konoha ninjas. And I will definitely become Hokage one day. Then I'll be able to protect everyone." He spoke with resolute confidence, his eyes shimmering with undeniable determination. But then, he hesitated, a hint of embarrassment creeping in as he rubbed his face. "But honestly, sometimes I feel quite useless. Last time in the Forest of Death, if it weren't for Kabuto-senpai's help, we might have been defeated by those sound ninjas. And during the ninja school exam, I almost failed." He spoke as if recounting an inconsequential matter, his tone imbued with the candidness typical of youth. "I always feel like I'm not strong enough. As though no matter how hard I try, there are many people I cannot protect." Tsukiyo listened quietly, not uttering a word. The evening breeze swept through the corridor, accompanied by the rustling of distant leaves. Naruto continued to ramble about his future training and how to grow stronger, yet her heart felt as though it were constricted, a dull ache taking hold. She recalled a time in her childhood when the village had experienced a minor invasion by bandits. Back then, she was not yet a ninja and could only cower in her home, trembling as she listened to the chaos and cries outside. Later, she learned that the neighbor who always smiled and gave her candy had been killed by the bandits while trying to protect his family. In that moment, she wished for strength. If only she could grow stronger, she could protect those she cared about. However, after becoming a ninja, she realized that the concept of protection was far more challenging than she had imagined. In the Forest of Death, she had witnessed Sasuke suffering from the cursed seal and Naruto cornered by enemies, while she could only stand by helplessly, unable to do anything. She believed that with diligent training, she could keep up with them and fight alongside them. But the reality was that she seemed to always lag a step behind, forever reliant on others to shield her from harm, while she couldn't even manage the most basic form of protection. "Naruto," she suddenly spoke, her voice trembling slightly. "What if one day we encounter an enemy even stronger than the Sound Ninjas, a foe that you and Sasuke cannot defeat? What will happen to those we wish to protect?" Naruto was taken aback by the question, then pounded his chest confidently. "Then I'll just become stronger. No matter what enemy it is, I will defeat them." Yet Tsukiyo's voice softened. "But what if we are never strong enough?" This question landed like a stone thrown into a lake. sending ripples through Naruto's heart. He opened his mouth, wanting to respond, but found himself at a loss for words. The sun had completely set, and the corridor grew dimmer. Neither of them spoke, the sound of the wind swirling around them. That night, rain began to fall in Konoha. Raindrops pattered against the window, creating a rhythmic sound. Tsukiyo sat at her desk in her room, clutching a piece of paper containing an address she had surreptitiously copied from the hospital earlier that day, an address left by Kabuto, indicating that if anything were to happen, they could find him there. She gazed out at the rain-blurred nightscape. The village lights shimmered through the curtain of rain like hazy orbs. She recalled Naruto's words, Sasuke's pale face, and the image of the neighbor collapsing in a pool of blood, the feeling of helplessness swelling within her like a tide. She felt so weak enough that she could not protect herself, let alone others. But she was unwilling to accept this fate. She did not want to stand by helplessly, witnessing tragedies unfold, nor did she wish to remain behind Naruto and Sasuke while they defended her. She needed strength, a strength that would empower her to protect, a strength that would enable her to truly safeguard those she loved. The rain intensified, as if urging her onward. Taking a deep breath, Tsukiyo carefully folded the paper and tucked it into her bosom. She changed into dark clothing, slinging her ninja pack over her shoulder. Taking one last look at her room, she noticed the photograph on her desk of herself with Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, all smiles from their graduation exam. Quietly, she shut her door, making not a sound. The streets of Konoha on this rainy night were eerily silent, the only sounds being the occasional footsteps of patrolling ninjas echoing from afar. Tsuyu lowered the brim of her hat and briskly navigated through the narrow alley, the rain drenching her hair and clothes. Yet it did not hinder her pace in the slightest. Following the address on a note, she arrived at an inconspicuous clinic on the outskirts of the village. The lights were still on, and through the window, she could see a familiar figure organizing medicines. Standing at the door, Tsuyu hesitated for a moment before finally raising her hand to knock. The door opened quickly. Do, clad in a white coat, appeared somewhat surprised to see her, but soon regained his warm smile. Tsuyu, what brings you here at such a late hour, especially in this downpour? Tsuyu lifted her head, rainwater trickling down her cheeks, yet her gaze was resolute. Do, I want to grow stronger. Do's smile faltered slightly. You have already worked hard. Not enough. Tsuyu shook her head, her voice tinged with the chill of the rain. The strength I possess cannot protect anything. I know you must have a way. I know you have a connection with Lord Orochimaru. Tsuyu, Do interrupted gently, though with an undercurrent of seriousness. Do you understand what you are saying? I do. Tsuyu met his gaze unwaveringly. I know that Lord Orochimaru possesses the power to make one stronger. I want to ally with him. I want to be strong enough to protect everyone. The sound of rain roared in her ears, and the clinic's light cast long shadows between them. Do remained silent for a moment, his eyes behind the glasses obscuring his emotions. After a while, he sighed softly. Are you certain you wish to walk this path? Once a choice is made, there is no turning back. Tsuyu nodded firmly. Warm tears mixed with the rain trickled from the corners of her eyes. I am certain. Do regarded her for a long time before slowly stepping aside to allow her entry. Come in. The rain is too heavy outside. The rain continued to pour, washing away the streets of Konoha and certain unknown secrets. Meanwhile, at the other end of the village, in a hospital ward, Sasuke slowly opened his eyes, frowning at the sound of rain outside. For some reason, an inexplicable unease suddenly gripped his heart. The next morning, the rain ceased. Naruto, as usual, brought breakfast to the hospital but encountered Irika-sensei at the door, who was also looking for Tsuyu. Naruto, have you seen Tsuyu? Irika's face bore a troubled expression. Her room is empty. Naruto stood frozen, the breakfast in his hands falling to the ground with a thud. Meanwhile, in Do's clinic, Tsuyu had changed into clean clothes and sat at the table sipping hot porridge. Do sat across from her, writing something. Lord Orochimaru is currently in Konoha. I will arrange for you to meet him at the right moment. Before that, you need to undergo some basic training. Tsuyu nodded, lowering her head to drink the porridge, its warmth soothing her cold stomach, yet her heart felt no warmth. She knew that from the moment she stepped out of her home, her life had embarked on an entirely different path. Though she was uncertain what awaited her at its end, days passed, and after Sasuke was discharged, he and Naruto searched for Tsuyu for a long time, but found no trace of her. Some claimed to have seen her leave the village on a rainy night, while others speculated that she might have been captured by sinister individuals. Yet, Naruto stubbornly believed that Tsuyu must have her reasons and that she would surely return. Time quietly slipped away amidst training and waiting, and the third round of the Chunin exams drew near. The Konoha arena was bustling with preparations as ninjas and feudal lords from various nations arrived, the air thick with a mix of tension and anticipation. Naruto stood in a corner of the training field, watching the distant construction of the stands while still pondering Tsukiyo. Sasuke leaned against a tree trunk, twirling a kunai in his hand, his gaze occasionally darting toward the arena's entrance, as if waiting for something. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground, accompanied by the sounds of construction and the calls of ninjas. The third exam was about to commence. Chapter 11, Headband. Half Konoha, half abyss. In the depths of a dark, damp cave, flickering candlelight illuminated the twisted runes on the rock walls. Tsukiyo, clad in a dark gray training outfit, practiced basic slashes against a wooden post, sweat trickling down her forehead and splattering on the rocky ground, creating a small dark stain. Current physical strength increased by 12. Chakra control still requires improvement. A mechanical voice suddenly echoed in her mind, devoid of any emotion. There remains a significant gap to trigger the special bond. Please remember the core mission and do not deviate from the main line due to secondary emotions. Tsukiyo tightened her grip on the kunai, the blade carving deep grooves into the wooden post. She closed her eyes, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within her. I understand. The system fell silent for a moment, seemingly analyzing her state. Detected abnormal emotional fluctuations. It is advised to reduce memories related to Konoha's individuals. Lord Orochimaru's experimental framework is the optimal path for your strength enhancement and a necessary prerequisite for completion. The term special bond pierced her heart like an invisible thorn, deeply embedded since she traversed into this world and bound herself to the so-called all-characters birth system. The system stated that her purpose was to bear offspring with a special bloodline to balance the potential collapse of the future world. The initially designated target was that boy from Konoha. Yet now, she found herself on the opposing side. I have not forgotten, Tsukiyo murmured, her voice echoing faintly in the cavernous space. I just occasionally remember. She recalled Naruto's bright eyes, Sasuke's awkward concern, and the afternoons spent together training. Sweat mingling in the air. Those images were like faded photographs, blurred yet capable of becoming vividly clear in an instant, causing her heart to ache. The system remained silent, perhaps acquiescing to her explanation. Tsukiyo took a deep breath, raising the kunai once more to banish all distractions. Since she had chosen this path, there was no turning back. She needed strength, enough to control her own destiny, even if that strength stemmed from darkness. Days passed monotonously under the supervision of the system and rigorous training. Orochimaru would occasionally appear in the cave, always clad in his signature white robe, his golden slit-pupiled eyes scrutinizing her as if observing an intriguing specimen. He never personally instructed her, merely allowing Do to assign her training tasks and occasionally tossing her obscure scrolls to decipher on her own. Tsukiyo, your chakra affinity leans toward water and shadow, making you quite suitable for learning Genjutsu. Do handed her a deep blue scroll, his tone still gentle. This is specially prepared for you by Lord Orochimaru. Make sure to study it well. Tsukiyo accepted the scroll, her fingertips brushing against the cool leather cover as she softly replied, "Thank you." Do smiled, his eyes behind the lenses revealing nothing of his emotions. No need for thanks. After all, we are companions now. Companions? Tsukiyo watched his retreating figure, a bittersweet sensation washing over her. She and Do, along with Orochimaru, were never truly companions. Their relationship was merely one of mutual benefit. She sought power, while they required an obedient subject for their experiments. One day, a commotion arose outside the cave. Tsukiyo was practicing the hand seals for Genjutsu as per the scroll when she paused, hearing the noise. Soon, Do entered with a rare look of seriousness on his face. "Lord Orochimaru wishes to see you," he said. Tsukiyo's heart tightened as she followed Do through the winding passageways, reaching the grand hall at the cave's deepest point. The atmosphere here is far more sinister than she had imagined, with various specimens hanging from the walls and a faint metallic scent lingering in the air. Orochimaru reclines upon a lofty stone chair, idly toying with a small serpent. Upon her entrance, a peculiar smile curls at the corners of his mouth. "Chiyue, I have heard of your rapid progress." His voice bears a strange, sticky quality, akin to a serpent flicking its tongue. "You possess considerable talent, thanks to Lord Orochimaru's adept guidance." Chiyue lowers her gaze, unable to meet his penetrating eyes. The aura emanating from this man is perilously intoxicating, evoking an instinctive fear within her. Orochimaru chuckles softly, slithering down from his stone throne to approach her, his golden pupils fixated on her. You seek power. I can grant it to you. However, you must remember, my power is never given freely. He extends a hand, his fingertips gliding coldly across her cheek, causing her to shudder. From this day forth, you are my subordinate. You will do as I command. Do you understand? Biting her lip, Shiyue remains silent for a moment before finally nodding. I understand. Orochimaru's smile broadens with satisfaction as he withdraws his hand and returns to his seat. Excellent. Now, go witness the spectacle outside. The third round of the Chunin exams should have commenced. As Shiyue exits the grand hall, a tumult of conflicting emotions swells within her. She realizes that what Orochimaru wishes her to observe is unlikely to be a mere performance, but rather a bloody scheme. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Konoha arena has reached a fever pitch. Naruto stands at the center of the arena, facing the indifferent Neji. Since their encounter with Jiraiya-sensei a few days prior, during which he began training in the fundamentals of sage techniques, Naruto's strength has significantly increased. Yet facing the prodigy of the Hyuga clan, he still feels a twinge of uncertainty. Give it up, Naruto, Neji's voice is frigid. Fate is predetermined. A loser like you can never hope to defeat me. Clenching his fists, fire ignites in Naruto's eyes. I refuse to believe in fate. I will defeat you and prove it to everyone. With that declaration, he surges forward. Neji's gentle fist strikes with precision, each blow targeting Naruto's chakra points, slowing his movements. Yet, Naruto does not falter. Under Jiraiya's tutelage, he has mastered numerous jutsu through relentless practice, continuing his assault on Neji. It's futile. Neji scoffs, forming hand seals to execute his heavenly spin. But at that moment, Naruto abruptly alters his trajectory, launching a Rasengan that barely grazes Neji, crashing into the ground and sending dust swirling. Seizing the moment of distraction, Naruto charges forward, delivering a powerful punch to Neji's chest. Neji is taken aback, astonished that Naruto could disrupt his gentle fist technique. Witnessing the unwavering smile on Naruto's face, the belief in fate that he had held so firmly begins to crack. I won, Naruto gasps, his voice low yet resounding with strength. Thunderous applause erupts from the arena, Irika-sensei's eyes glistening with tears of joy, while Jiraiya on the stands savors a sip of sake with satisfaction. Standing triumphantly in the center of the arena, Naruto raises his hands high, yet his thoughts drift to Shiyue. If only she were here to witness his victory, she would surely be elated. The next battle features Sasuke against Gaara. Their clash is intensely fierce, Sasuke's Sharingan reaching its zenith while Gaara's beastly powers spiral towards chaos. In the heat of their struggle, as each pushes their limits, white feathers suddenly descend from the sky, and the cacophony fades into silence. Orochimaru's scheme has finally unfolded. Most spectators and shinobi succumb to unconsciousness, and amid the chaos, Gaara seizes the opportunity to flee with Kankuro and Temari. Without hesitation, Sasuke pursues, determined to uncover the secrets hidden within this dark presence that mirrors his own. In a secluded grove at the village's edge, Sasuke and Gaara engage in a life-and-death duel. Gaara fully unleashes the power of Shikaku, transforming into a colossal sand monster, while Sasuke, influenced by the cursed seal, erupts with astounding strength. Just as Sasuke sustains grave injuries, Naruto arrives on the scene. He observes the battered Sasuke and the frenzied Gaara, suddenly grasping the situation. Instead of attacking, he steps before Gaara, sharing his own experiences to convey that solitude and pain are not insurmountable. You are not alone, Naruto asserts. If you wish, you too can have friends. Gaara freezes, the armor of sand gradually dissipating to reveal his pale, bewildered visage. Ultimately, he bows his head, acknowledging his defeat. Sasuke watches the subtle transformation between Naruto and Gaara. His expression complex, yet he remains silent. However, none could foresee the greater tragedy that was about to unfold. In the Hokage's office in Konoha, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, confronts Orochimaru in a final showdown. Orochimaru resurrects the first and second Hokage, turning them into his puppets to launch a relentless attack on the third. The third Hokage exhausts every ounce of his strength, employing the forbidden jutsu, the Shiki Fujin, to seal Orochimaru's hands, ensuring he can no longer form seals. Yet, this act of sacrifice costs him dearly. He closes his eyes forever. When Orochimaru returns to his lair, wounded but alive, he finds Shiyue waiting in the grand hall. Upon seeing his pale face and immobile hands, her heart tightens. It seems I underestimated that old man. Orochimaru's voice bears a hint of fatigue, yet retains an air of madness. But it matters not. The game has only just begun. He gazes at Shiyue, a glint of calculation flashing in his golden pupils. You have performed admirably, exceeding my expectations. From now on, remain by my side and learn the true essence of power. Shiyue bows her head, concealing the tumult of emotions beneath. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. The Chunin exams conclude with the sacrifice of the third Hokage and Orochimaru's escape. Casting a pall of sorrow and oppression over Konoha, Naruto stands in the corner of the training ground, clutching the forehead protector left by Shiyue, feeling an emptiness within. It has been a long time since he last saw her. Ever since she vanished on that rainy night, it was as if she had evaporated from existence, leaving no trace behind. Whispers suggest she has aligned herself with Orochimaru, a notion Naruto refuses to accept. How could the gentle, smiling Shiyue, who would wipe their forehead protectors, become a villain? Shiyue, where are you? Naruto softly calls out to the desolate training ground, his voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. Have you encountered difficulties? If you tell me, I will surely help you. Memories of their days together in the forest of death flood back, the rice balls she handed him, her serene presence reading in the hospital. Those recollections wash over him like a tide, stinging his nose with emotion. I know you must have your reasons. Naruto clenches his fists, his gaze resolute. No matter where you are or what you have become, I will find you and bring you back. He lifts his head toward the direction of Konoha, sunlight bathing his face, yet it cannot dispel the shadows within his heart. He understands that the road ahead is long and fraught with challenges, but he will not relent. For the sake of becoming Hokage, to protect everyone, and to retrieve his lost comrade. Meanwhile, in the depths of a distant cave, Shiyue stands by the window, gazing toward Konoha. The system in her mind chimes once more, detected excessive emotional concentration toward Konoha-related individuals, potentially affecting gestation progress. It is advised that the host promptly adjust their state and focus on enhancing their strength. Shiyue remains silent, gently caressing the forehead protector she secretly brought with her. Her own cherished piece. Moonlight filters through the window, casting half of her face in brightness and the other in shadow. She was uncertain whether her choices were right, and oblivious to the direction her future would take. All she knew was that once she embarked on this path, there was no turning back. Yet, she occasionally recalled Naruto's words, his aspiration to become Hokage, his vow to protect everyone. Those words flickered like a faint light within her heart, illuminating her way through the darkness of her journey. As the system's notification chimed once more, Shiyue was tucking the forehead protector back into the depths of her attire. The wind outside the cave rustled the dry leaves, producing a sound reminiscent of the breeze at the training ground in Konoha. Host, Lord Orochimaru's new experiment requires your cooperation. She acknowledged and turned towards the depths of the hall. The runes on the stone walls twisted in the candlelight, casting shadows that danced with her grayish silhouette, half consumed by light, half shrouded in darkness. The chill of the kunai seeped from her palm, a testament to the calluses formed from her daily struggles, marking the sharp boundary between her and her past. In the distance, Konoha village, Naruto followed Jiraiya down the path of training. He was unaware of the storms that lay ahead, only remembering his vow to find her, carried away by the wind. Yet, Shiyue's steps did not falter. She understood that at the end of the irretrievable path, perhaps another answer awaited, be it the system's procreation demand or the faint hope nestled deep within her heart, undetectable by the system. As the night deepened, the candlelight in the cave continued to flicker like a dim lamp between two worlds. Chapter 12. The Forehead Protector. The mark scorched by the kaleidoscope, the midday sun in Konoha always bathed the village in warm light. The laughter of children from the ninja academy echoing against Hokage Rock. However, today, two figures cloaked in black appeared unexpectedly atop Hokage Rock, like dark stains that abruptly absorbed the warmth from the air. Itachi's Sharingan glimmered crimson under the sun, piercing through the crowd to fixate on Naruto, who was pinned on the ground by Jiraiya, his golden hair flecked with grass, protesting for the perverted sage to release him. Kisame's sword emitted a low, satisfied hum. Droplets of water seeping from its intricate patterns. Target confirmed, Uzumaki Naruto. The alarm sounded as Asuma's fire release exploded. He twirled his smoking pipe in his palm. The scorching ash encased in chakra hurled at Kisame, only to be effortlessly deflected by a water whip. Akatsuki members? Asuma frowned, while Kurenai formed her hand seals. Her visual technique trembling as she sought to ensnare the figure adorned with a forehead protector in an illusion. Yet, Itachi merely turned his face, his three-tomo Sharingan spinning in the sunlight, causing Kurenai to stagger back, clutching her head, beads of cold sweat glistening under the sun. Kakashi's Raikiri crackled in his palm, blue lightning illuminating the scar beneath his forehead protector. As he leaped from the rooftop, a kunai grazed Itachi's ear, but Itachi deftly caught it between two fingers. Uchiha Itachi? Kakashi's tone was resolute, but before he could finish, the scene before him warped. Tsukuyami. He found himself pinned to a cross, Itachi's blade piercing his chest repeatedly. The pain so excruciating that it curled him into a ball, his Sharingan losing focus as droplets of blood fell onto the stone, blooming into dark red flowers. Kisame eagerly licked the edge of his blade, taking a step towards Naruto and the others, only to be struck by a green whirlwind. The azure beast of Konoha would not allow such insolence. Might Guy's nunchaku clashed against Kisame's sword, steam rising around him as he opened the third gate. Enveloped in a hazy aura, his leaf whirlwind swept through with a whoosh, forcing Kisame to retreat, the sound of their weapons colliding startling the sparrows from the treetops. Yet, Itachi moved faster than the birds. He dodged Guy's attack, appearing before Naruto's door in an instant, just as he reached for Naruto. Jiraiya unfurled the summoning scroll. Anyone who dares to touch my disciple must first contend with me. Gamabunta's massive blade flew from the scroll, but Itachi countered with a great fireball technique, the flames exploding in the sunlight like a fleeting blood-red ephemeron. At that moment, commotion erupted at the entrance of the medical station as Might Guy carried the injured Kakashi and as Sasuke rushed in. He overheard two ninjas arguing while carrying a stretcher. It's Uchiha Itachi. He and that big guy with the sword took down Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke didn't catch the rest. His mind buzzed with memories of the night of the massacre flashing before his eyes. He dashed towards the door, the deep blue of his Uchiha clan attire billowing behind him like a bat eager for vengeance. Upon arrival, Sasuke witnessed Itachi and Kisame attempting to abduct Naruto. Itachi. Sasuke's voice trembled as Chidori erupted in his palm, blindingly bright. He charged towards Itachi's back, only to have Itachi effortlessly sidestep him. Itachi turned, his Mangekyo Sharingan glowing eerily red in the sunlight, and without forming any seals, Sasuke felt his knees weaken, collapsing to the ground, an illusion. So weak. Itachi's voice was colder than ice as he extended his hand, black flames gathering at his fingertips. Sasuke stared at the Amaterasu, capable of incinerating the soul, stubbornly refusing to shut his eyes until the flames nearly brushed his nose, when Jiraiya's voice thundered, summoning technique. A massive toad stomach wall adhered to the wall, enveloping Itachi and Kisame in a wet pink curtain. The damp flesh ensnared Kisame's sword, trapping both Itachi and Kisame. Naruto helped Sasuke to his feet, the boy's shoulders still trembling, silently grappling with the invisible lash of reality. Arriving just in time, Might Guy hoisted Sasuke onto his back, but engaged Naruto in a spirited discussion about youth, even gifting him a set of taijutsu training attire. This is not the time for that. Jiraiya's tone turned grave. Kakashi and Sasuke's spirits ravaged by the Sharingan. They urgently needed Tsunade. He recalled the advisor's words. We must seek the fifth Hokage. The search for Tsunade proved more arduous than anticipated. After several days, they finally found the woman with the golden ponytail at a restaurant, and Naruto, utilizing the Rasengan he had learned, saved Tsunade shortly thereafter. As the blue chakra sphere spun in his palm, it resembled a tiny, swirling nebula. Tsunade recognized the spark in Naruto's eyes, acknowledging him, and nodded. Let us go back to Konoha. On the day Tsunade returned to Konoha, the entire village erupted in cheers. Standing before Hokage Rock in her Hokage robe, sunlight cascaded upon her golden hair, as if gilding her. She immediately set about treating the injured. As green medical chakra flowed into Kakashi, his tightly shut Sharingan gradually opened. While the chakra coursed through Sasuke's veins, the boy merely stared at the ceiling, his gloom deeper than the illusion of Tsukuyami. In the stillness of the night in Konoha, the sounds of insects could be heard. Sasuke packed a small bundle containing only a kunai and a few changes of clothes. He stood beneath the village's archway, glancing back at Hokage Rock. where Tsunade's visage had just been carved, still bearing fresh chisel marks. Yet he knew he could never catch up to Itachi's footsteps here. He turned and ran into the darkness, his black cloak disappearing into the shadows of the forest, leaving only a patch of grass swaying in the wind. Orochimaru's base lay hidden deep within the mountains, the damp stone path overgrown with moss. As Sasuke pushed open the door to the training room, he beheld a girl clad in a crimson kimono seated by the window, her short blade glinting coldly in the moonlight. The girl turned at the sound, revealing a face that overlapped with his memories. It was Shuiwa. Sasuke's pupils dilated, his mouth opening in disbelief, yet he found his throat constricted, unable to utter a sound. Shuiwa was equally taken aback. Her hand gripping the blade trembled slightly, the weapon shimmering with fragmented light under the moon. After a prolonged silence, Sasuke finally found his voice. Deep and resonant as though it emanated from the depths of the earth. "That guy misses you." Shuiwa's shoulders trembled almost imperceptibly. She lowered her head, the blade reflecting the redness in her eyes. Sasuke said nothing more and turned towards the training platform in the inner chamber, where an array of shinobi tools prepared by Orochimaru lay scattered. Here, with his back to Shuiwa, he spoke, devoid of emotion, "Become stronger." Shuiwa gazed at his silhouette, gripping the short blade tightly. The moonlight crept through the crevices of the stone wall, illuminating the silent distance between them. They both understood that every moment spent here was dedicated to a singular, imperative goal, be it revenge or otherwise. Orochimaru's lair was merely a temporary resting place on their path to greater strength. Within the encroaching darkness lay burdens heavier than mere hatred. The damp chill of the training room seeped through the stone walls, and when Sasuke's Chidori erupted in his palm, the electric light illuminated the varying depths of the scars on the wall, testaments to his daily struggles with the blade. Shuiwa sat not far away on a stone bench, her short blade spinning rapidly between her fingers, the soft sound of the blade slicing through the air, the sole, living noise in the desolate room. Orochimaru would occasionally visit, his pale skin glinting ominously in the candlelight. He would circle Sasuke, his slender fingers brushing over the cursed seal on the boy's back, as if admiring a nearly completed masterpiece. "Your hatred is not yet pure enough," he would say, his voice sticky like cobwebs. "Only when you can effortlessly tear apart that facade of familial ties will you truly grasp power." At this, Shuiwa's blade would abruptly halt. She never engaged with Orochimaru's words, but instead directed her gaze outside, where only a dense canopy of trees obscured the moonlight. Once, when Sasuke had exhausted his chakra and collapsed on the ground, he looked at her and suddenly asked, "What do you hope to achieve by staying here?" Shuiwa's profile was indistinct in the shadows. After a considerable pause, she sheathed her blade, her voice soft as a sigh. "To protect a fool." Sasuke fell silent, fully aware of the outcome. That fool truly was something else. After that night, Sasuke's training intensified. He began to willingly undergo Orochimaru's cursed seal experiments, gritting his teeth as spasms racked his body, his eyes drawn to the short blade resting on the stone table. The hilt bore a blurred engraving of the character Itachi, etched during the night he arrived. Chapter 13. The Forehead Protector. Unfinished words of the Valley of the End. The damp chill crept through the stone seams of the training room, and as Sasuke's Chidori detonated in his palm, the electric light illuminated the scars on the wall. Shuiwa's short blade abruptly ceased its spin, the sound of its cutting through the air coming to an abrupt halt. Orochimaru's pale figure appeared at the door, the hem of his robe brushing against the ground, stirring up a foul, decaying scent. He circled Sasuke slowly, his bony fingertips gliding over the cursed seal on the boy's neck, the crimson patterns swirling beneath the skin. "Konoha has dispatched 5 to pursue you: Naruto, Choji, Neji, Kiba, and that brute Rock Lee. The bonds you formed in Konoha are now like chains, pursuing you relentlessly. To attain true power, you must sever those chains yourself." Shuiwa's blade clattered to the ground as her eyes fixated on Orochimaru's shadowy figure, her expression a tumult of uncertainty. Sasuke did not turn around. His gaze locked on the deepest scar on the wall, the last remnants of warmth in his eyes extinguished by the chill. They would breach the sound ninja barrier tonight. Orochimaru chuckled lightly, and as he turned, his cloak brushed against Shuiwa's feet. "Do not disappoint me, Sasuke." Sasuke accepted the task Orochimaru entrusted him with, to sever his ties. Smoke from battle ignited throughout the forest. As Choji raced forward, munching on chips, the earth-style wall suddenly erupted from the ground before him. The chip bag fell from his grasp as he stared at the massive wall blocking his path. The scar on the back of his neck throbbing painfully, a remnant from their last encounter. Zaku emerged from behind the rock wall. His cursed seal-augmented arms now 3 times as robust. Fat pig, still daring to chase? Sasuke is our comrade, Choji exclaimed, snatching up the chip bag and stuffing it into his pocket. Chakra surged within him. I want to allow you to harm him. The moment the multi-size technique was activated, his massive form collided with the earth wall, stones raining down like a torrential downpour. Zaku sneered, his fist, enveloped in earth-style chakra, struck Choji's abdomen. Konoha's fools will never learn to give up. The excruciating pain forced Choji to double over, yet as he felt the chip bag in his pocket, he recalled Shikamaru's words. Choji, your kindness is not a weakness. It is a strength greater than the multi-size technique. He straightened up, shoving the red spicy pill from the tricolored pill into his mouth, the fiery sensation surging through him as chakra erupted like a volcano. Chakra wings unfurled from his back, radiating a searing heat. Now this is more like it. Zaku's cursed seal writhed across his body, yet before Choji's fist, his earth-style defenses crumbled like paper. When Choji's fist connected with Zaku's chest, he heard the sickening crack of ribs breaking, and he saw the light of determination in Choji's eyes, a resolve willing to ignite his very life for his comrades. As Niji's Byakugan scanned the forest, Kadamaru's web was descending from above. He deftly touched the ground, his body drifting backward like a falling leaf. The blue glow of gentle fist chakra igniting in his palm. You think such trivial tricks can ensnare me? But at the moment the web hit the ground, it suddenly detonated, poison needles raining down like a storm. Niji activated his rotation technique just in time, deflecting the needles away. Kadamaru perched on a branch. 3 poisoned arrows knocked on his bowstring. You, the branch house waste, your struggles are futile. His cursed seal writhed on his wrist, the arrowheads glowing ominously green. Your fate was sealed from the moment you were born, merely a stepping stone for the main family. Niji's pupils constricted sharply. He recalled his father's death, the searing pain of the caged bird curse, but in the next instant, he recalled Naruto's fierce shout during the Chunin exam. Fate can be altered. The chakra of his gentle fist suddenly intensified, and he ceased defending, charging towards the poisoned arrows, his fingertips precisely targeting Kadamaru's chakra points. My fate is mine to decide. The poisoned arrows whizzed past his ear, and Niji's fingertips grazed Kadamaru's skin. Kadamaru's cursed seal erupted, but the power of the gentle fist had already infiltrated his chakra pathways, stalling his movements by half a second. It was in that half second that Niji's fist struck Kadamaru's chest, knocking him from his perch. This punch is for all those bound by fate. As Kiba and Akamaru's double-headed wolf form tore through the sound ninja formation, the figures of Zaku and Kin suddenly split into 2. Akamaru's claws reached for the left figure but passed through a mere illusion, while Kin had already maneuvered behind Kiba, delivering a fierce elbow strike to his spine. Kiba gasped, spinning around to see the left figure's hand pressing against Akamaru's head, the cursed seal's dark energy seeping into the little dog's body. Let him go. Kiba's chakra surged, summoning a pack of black dogs from the forest, encircling Zaku and Kin. Yet the brothers' bodies could merge seamlessly, and the black dog's bites passed through illusions, allowing Kin to seize the opportunity, his claws raking across Kiba's left arm. Your summoned beasts will soon become my puppets. Zaku licked the blood from his fingertips. Just like you, soon to become a vessel for my cursed seal. Kiba watched Akamaru whimper in pain, suddenly recalling the moment he first brought him home as a puppy, his mother smiling and saying, Akamaru will be family from now on. Chakra surged violently within him. He and Akamaru's forms suddenly expanded, the double-headed wolf's claws crackling with lightning, violently tearing apart Zaku and Kin's bodies. When Akamaru's teeth severed Kin's throat, Kiba collapsed to the ground, the cursed seal now spreading to his shoulder. Yet he smiled as he patted Akamaru's head. We won, little buddy. Nara Shikamaru crouched on a branch, watching the chakra fluctuations of Choji, Niji, and Kiba grow fainter in the distance, his chakra blades spinning rapidly at his fingertips. He meticulously calculated the number of sound ninjas, the terrain's gradient, and even the influence of wind speed on the shadow imitation technique, each data point forming a formula in his mind. As the sound of Doyu's flute resonated, the 3 specters emerged from the ground, while Shikamaru's shadow silently entwined around their ankles. Would the Nara clan's shadow be merely a lurking presence? The urgency of Doyu's flute intensified, and the specters became increasingly frenzied, their claws nearly grazing Shikamaru's feet. He yawned, seemingly unfazed by the imminent danger. What a hassle. But your flute is quite unmelodious. Suddenly, the shadow surged, binding both the specters and Doyu. Do you think controlling others is amusing? The sensation of being controlled is far more dreadful, is it not? Temari's wind technique struck from behind, dispersing the specters ensnared by the shadow. She landed beside Shikamaru and playfully tapped his head with her folding fan. You calculated well, but it was too slow. Shikamaru shrugged, glancing toward the direction of the Valley of the End. The trouble over there is the hardest to predict. As Rock Lee crashed through the morning mist of the forest, Kimamaro's bone spear pierced his left shoulder. Blood trickled down his green training uniform, yet Lee gritted his teeth, advancing rather than retreating, his fist brushing against the bone blade aimed at his throat. The 8th gate of opening. Chakra surged through his veins, accelerating his speed. But Kimamaro's bone techniques acted with a life of their own, bone fragments shooting from his elbow in a cunning arc. Be careful. Gaara's voice suddenly called from an angle behind, a sand waterfall sweeping in like a tidal wave, enveloping Rock Lee. As the bone spear penetrated the layer of sand, Gaara formed hand seals with his fingertips, causing the sand to coalesce into a shield, effectively immobilizing the bone blade in midair. Kimamaro narrowed his eyes as the cursed seal on his cheek spread purple patterns. A sand ninja, meddling in affairs that do not concern you? He is a worthy opponent in my eyes. Gaara's sand hand sprouted sharp spikes. If you wish to harm him, you must first pass through me. Seizing the opportunity, Rock Lee tore off the bandages, splashing the liquid from his sake gourd onto his fist, creating a cloud of white mist. He shook his head, a determined glint flashing in his intoxicated eyes. Sorry, Gaara, but I'm borrowing your sand. Before the words fully escaped his lips, he leaped from the sand pillar. His fist enveloped in the scent of alcohol and chakra, crashing down towards Kimamaro like a meteor, an awkward drunken fist technique he had secretly learned at the tavern. Infused with echoes of classic martial arts films, Kimamaro's bone prison formed instantly, yet shattered upon contact with Lee's fist. Simultaneously, Gaara's sand transformed into a colossal hand, forcefully pressing Kimamaro down into the ground, followed closely by Lee's fist, which struck with a dull thud against the fragments of the bone prison. As the dust settled, Kimamaro lay amidst the rubble, his chest heaving violently as he coughed out bone fragments from his mouth. So, there exists such a bond forged in battle. Rock Lee slumped onto the sandy mound, grinning at Gaara. We won. The sand quietly wrapped around his wounds as Gaara gazed toward the distant Valley of the End, murmuring, Naruto likely needs assistance as well. The waterfall of the Valley of the End thundered behind Naruto as he charged toward Sasuke. The Nine-Tails chakra swirling around him in crimson flames. Sasuke, come back with me. As Sasuke turned, his 3-tomo Sharingan sparkled blindingly in the lightning, the sharp shriek of Chidori nearly drowning out the sound of the water. Naruto, you understand nothing. Raikiri collided with Rasengan in midair, the shockwave sending a spray of mist into the atmosphere. Naruto felt the searing pain of the cursed seal's purple flames on his shoulder, while Sasuke's left arm bore a gash from the Nine-Tails chakra, and the two wrestled in the mud, fists stained with one another's blood. Why must you leave? Naruto grasped Sasuke's collar, his forehead protector slipping during their struggle, revealing a fresh scar at the edge of his brow. Sasuke's fist struck Naruto's cheek, but halted when he saw the crimson depths in the boy's eyes. Because I am an Uchiha. As their final blows collided, both were sent hurtling away, embedding themselves into the rocky pile beneath the waterfall. Sasuke's Raikiri left a charred mark on Naruto's chest, while Naruto's Rasengan detonated on Sasuke's shoulder, leaving a deep bruise. Blood mingled with rain as they gazed at one another, their breaths laced with the metallic taste of blood, yet neither could rise again. When Tsuki found them, dusk had enveloped the valley. She pressed down on Naruto's bleeding chest, her silver needles darting like lightning into several acupressure points, calming the tumultuous chakra of the Nine-Tails. Sasuke coughed weakly on the other side, the cursed seal's patterns crawling up his neck. Tsuki loosened his collar, and as her fingertips grazed his skin, the boy suddenly opened his eyes, a lingering fury still present. Don't touch me. His voice was hoarse, yet he lacked the strength to push her away. Tsuki said nothing, merely chewing herbs to apply to his shoulder, wrapping bandages tightly around it. She caught sight of Naruto watching her, his gaze holding an emotion she could not decipher. "Why save me?" Naruto asked softly, blood frothing at the corners of his mouth. "Because you were once a comrade." Tsuki finished tying his bandages and shifted Sasuke closer to the rock wall, adding, "And I cannot bear to see you like this." She picked up the 2 forehead protectors on the ground, placing Naruto's into his embrace and tucking Sasuke's into her sleeve. "Someone will come to take you before dawn." As Naruto watched her feed Sasuke water, he felt the pain in his chest lessen. The valley wind swept by, carrying the distant scent of Konoha, and he tightened his grip on the forehead protector, his heart inexplicably racing, realizing that his bond with this usually silent blade-drawing figure had grown beyond mere friendship. Uzumaki Naruto Affection Level 13, Current Affection Level 88100. At dawn, Chuji's amplified figure appeared at the valley's entrance, his chakra wings dimmed. Staggering but refusing to stop, Neji approached. Leaning against a tree, his Byakugan's blue glow faint, blood still seeping from his left shoulder, Kiba was dragged by Akamaru, his left arm's cursed seal now a deep purple. Trembling with each step, Shikamaru trailed behind, his shadow still supporting the 3 nearly collapsed individuals. Upon seeing Naruto, he finally exhaled. "What a hassle, we finally found you." Naruto struggled to rise but was held down by Shikamaru. "Stay still. Lady Tsunade is already waiting in the village." He gazed toward the direction Sasuke had vanished, the rock wall still bearing the marks of Tsuki's short blade. "Has Sasuke truly left?" Shikamaru nodded, patting his shoulder. "But we will bring him back, that is our promise." Upon returning to Konoha, the lights of the medical department shone throughout the night. Tsunade stood before the operating table, the diamond mark on her forehead glowing intensely, her fingertips gathering pure medical chakra, gradually expelling the cursed seal's toxins from Kiba's left arm. Kiba's body spasmed intermittently, while Akamaru lay beside him, licking his hand with a mournful whimper. "The toxin has already infiltrated the bone marrow." Shizune handed over the antidote, her voice choked with tears. "Lady Tsunade, your chakra is nearly depleted." Tsunade remained silent, her palm pressed against Kiba's wound, chakra flowing like a stream into his veins. She could feel the insidious power resisting her. Each clash sent tingles through her arm, but when she saw Kiba's clenched fist, a testament to his enduring pain, her resolve only strengthened. On the adjacent operating table lay Chuji, suffering the aftermath of the spicy pills, his skin cracked all over. Tsunade's shadow clone nourished his cells with chakra, every bit of skin restoration consuming immense energy, yet her clone's movements remained steady, as though she were physically present. Neji occupied the innermost hospital room, the cursed seal of the caged bird igniting as chakra surged forcefully, cold sweat beating on his forehead as he gritted his teeth. Another of Tsunade's clones guided his chakra with gentle palm strikes, carefully avoiding the cursed seal, her movements soft and unlike the legendary 5th Hokage. Naruto stood in the corridor, listening to the rhythmic beeping from the operating room, suddenly clenching his fists. Shikamaru approached, offering him a cup of warm milk. "Don't worry, Lady Tsunade is the legendary Sannin." Naruto nodded, gazing out the window as the horizon began to lighten, the sun gradually dispersing the morning mist of Konoha. He gently touched the forehead protector in his arms, still warm from the presence of Tsuyu, concealing the unspoken feelings of a young boy. Inside the operating room, beads of sweat trickled down Tsunade's forehead, the glow of chakra gradually dimming, yet her fingertips remained steadfastly against the patient's skin. As the first rays of sunlight streamed into the room, the heartbeat of Yu stabilized at last, while Dingxi's cracked skin turned crimson and Niji's cold sweat ceased. Tsunade gazed at the data on the monitor, finally exhaling in relief, leaning against the wall and murmuring, "These little brats truly know how to create trouble." In the corridor, Naruto seemed to hear her words and burst into laughter. He understood that as long as they remained united, as long as their bonds endured, there would come a day when they could bring Sasuke back to Konoha, back to this sunlit haven. Chapter 14. The Protectorate. A bond interwoven with sand and leaf. The afternoon sunlight of Konoha filtered through the windows of the Hokage Tower, casting mottled shadows upon Tsunade's desk. Her fingertips pinched a letter marked urgent from Sunagakure, the edges of the paper frayed from repeated handling. 3 days prior, Gaara had mysteriously gone missing while attending to village matters in the Kazekage's office, leaving behind only scorched earth and a faint whiff of explosive clay. Outside, hurried footsteps echoed. and Tsunade looked up to see Kakashi parting the door curtain, the Sharingan beneath his forehead protector glinting ominously in the shadows. Sunagakure has confirmed it was Deidara. And another chakra signature closely resembles that of the long-missing Sasori, he reported. Before he could finish, a commotion erupted from downstairs. Tsunade pushed open the window and saw a cloud of dust rising from the direction of the Konoha gates, where a golden-haired figure soared into the air, propelled by a swirling Rasengan, before landing gracefully. Naruto tore off his goggles, sweat trickling down his jawline and dripping onto his freshly changed combat attire, as Jiraiya chuckled, patting him on the back. "You little rascal, 3 years of training have paid off, although that Nine-Tails chakra still seems hard to contain." Tsunade raised an eyebrow at the figure that stood much taller than 3 years ago. Naruto had already dashed to the window ledge, shouting, "Tsunade Baba, I'm back. Where's Sakura?" At that moment, Sakura was in the hospital pharmacy, her pestle pausing mid-motion. Hearing the commotion outside, she turned, the hem of her lab coat brushing against the medicine shelves, causing a row of small bottles labeled with antidotes to sway gently. Over the past 3 years, her hair had grown longer, tied back with a blue rubber band. Her fingers calloused from years of practicing her medical ninjutsu. As she opened the door, she collided with Naruto, who was being restrained by Jiraiya, apologizing, while Kakashi stood nearby. His copy of Isekai Paradise inexplicably replaced by a mission scroll. "Naruto." Sakura's voice trembled slightly as she gazed up at the boy who had grown a head taller, noticing the deepening lines of stubble on his face. "Welcome back." That evening, the summons for the new Team 7 spread throughout Konoha. In the Hokage's conference room, Tsunade slammed the request for aid from Sunagakure onto the table. Gaara has been captured by Akatsuki, and Kankuro has been poisoned by Sasori. He remains unconscious. Naruto clenched his fists, knuckles widening. 3 years ago, that boy standing in the Sunagakure team with arms crossed, bearing eyes filled with solitude that mirrored his own, suddenly exploded in his mind. Sakura quickly retrieved the toxicology handbook Tsunade had provided. Sasori's toxin is neurotoxic, and the onset varies with dosage. Kankuro cannot hold on much longer. Kakashi unfurled a map, pointing to a canyon at the border of the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind. According to intel, they will move this way. There's a secret Akatsuki base there. On the eve of their departure, Naruto trained late into the night at the training ground. The swirling wind generated by the Rasengan reminded him of Jiraiya's words. The fate of a Jinchuriki is not to be consumed by the tailed beast, but to learn to coexist with it. In the distance, footsteps approached, as Sakura arrived, clutching a medical kit, thrusting a bottle of green serum into his hands. "This is an antidote serum. Sasori's poison is quite unique." She paused, glancing at the scar on Naruto's wrist left from training. "Don't act rashly, we are comrades." Naruto grinned, revealing 2 small fangs. "Don't worry, this time, I will definitely rescue Gaara, just like you saved Kankuro." The following morning, the Konoha rescue team gathered at the village entrance. The vibrant green attire of Guy's team was particularly striking in the morning sun, while Lee bounced in place, wielding his nunchaku. "Naruto, let me see your progress over the last 3 years." Neji adjusted his forehead protector, activating his Byakugan. "There's an abnormal chakra fluctuation 30 kilometers ahead." Tintin unfurled her scroll, revealing several gleaming ninja tools. Kakashi adjusted his mask, looking at Naruto beside him. "Are you ready?" The golden-haired boy nodded, his necklace gently swaying. An amulet gifted by Jiraiya, said to suppress the Nine-Tails agitation. As they crossed into the Land of Wind, the air grew increasingly arid. The sound of sand striking his forehead protector echoed as Naruto suddenly halted, squatting to touch the ground. There's a heavy scent of blood here, along with remnants of Gaara's chakra. His pupils contracted slightly. The Nine-Tails chakra surged within him. He was injured. Sakura promptly took out test strips, which rapidly turned from blue to a deep purple. "It's Sasori's poison, and the dosage is substantial." Guy raised a hand to signal silence as a metallic scraping sound came from behind the sand dunes. Kisame's sword, Samahata, was dragging across the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Well, the little brats from Konoha arrived quite promptly. Kisame sneered, his laughter grating like sandpaper, his sword twitching restlessly in his grasp. Kakashi quickly formed hand seals, lightning cutter. The blue electricity erupted from his fingertips but was thwarted by Kisame's water release. Great waterfall technique. Naruto summoned dozens of shadow clones, their Rasengan forming a golden ribbon in the sunlight. Sakura, Go support Kankuro. We will handle this. Sakura nodded, turning to see Niji's gentle fist sealing off Kisame's escape route, while Lee's leaf whirlwind kicked up a storm of yellow sand. She gripped her medical kit tightly, sprinting towards Sunagakure with a singular thought. She had to catch up. Meanwhile, in the medical room of Sunagakure, Chiyo stared intently at Kankuro's increasingly purplish arm. The elderly woman, with her snow-white hair, held an antidote needle with trembling fingers, hesitating to inject it. The poison from Sasori was something she had taught to others long ago, and now she needed to use the same technique to counter it. The door burst open, and Sakura rushed in, breathless, handing over the antidote serum. Chiyo-baba. This is an antidote developed by Lady Tsunade. It might neutralize the toxin. The elder lifted her gaze to meet the eyes of the Konoha Kunoichi, the dust on her white coat contrasting sharply with the brilliance in her eyes. As Sakura and Chiyo worked together to stabilize Kankuro, Naruto and the others broke through Kisame's blockade. Kakashi's Sharingan was rapidly depleting chakra amid the battle, his eyes bloodshot beneath the lenses. They are stalling for time. We must locate their base quickly. Suddenly, Naruto looked up at the sky, spotting Deidara's clay bird carrying a massive sand cocoon, where Gaara's chakra flickered weakly within. There. He propelled himself off the ground, the Nine-Tails chakra forming a red beast cloak behind him. You won't escape. The entrance of the base was sealed with massive stones, and as Guy kicked them open, a cloud of dust revealed countless remnants of puppets. Sasori sat upon his throne of puppets, lightly tapping the armrest. As the surrounding iron sand puppets began to move, Chiyo, it's been a long time, he greeted, his voice like rusty gears. The crimson glow of his flowing puppet mask shimmering coldly. Chiyo shielded Sakura behind her, fingers resting on the puppet scroll at her waist. Sasori, stand down. Naruto had already charged toward the sand cocoon, but was obstructed by Sasori's iron sand barrier, the red chakra colliding with the black sand, creating a screeching sound. The battle erupted in an instant. Chiyo's Chikamatsu 10 soldiers leaped from the scroll, a tide of white puppets surging towards Sasori's red sand puppets. Sakura's superhuman punch struck the iron sand barrier, causing fissures to crack the ground. Naruto suddenly recalled Gaara's words. We are all vessels needed by others. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the Nine-Tails chakra within him and formed hand seals rapidly. Wind release. Raisin shuriken. The azure cyclone sliced through the air with a sharp sound, forcibly tearing a gash in the barrier. The moment the sand cocoon split open, everyone was momentarily stunned. Gaara's eyes were tightly shut. The void left by the extraction of his tailed beast rendered him akin to a parched leaf. The puppet army led by Sasori suddenly halted, and beneath the mask of Chiyo, her gaze fell upon the pair of parent puppets she controlled, creations from her childhood that embodied all her nostalgia. So, you still kept them. For the first time, a tremor crept into his voice, and the sand-iron barrier crumbled in an instant. Just then, Deidara's clay bomb erupted outside the stronghold. Naruto dashed through the smoke, cradling Gaara, and upon seeing Gaara's lifeless face, he scolded Chiyo, who stood there in shame, pressing her palm against Gaara's chest. Life to rebirth. The elder's voice was as soft as a sigh, her white hair scattering in the wind. This was the last thing a grandmother could do for you. The glow of chakra waned, and Naruto infused his own chakra into Gaara's body. When Gaara opened his eyes, Chiyo's gaze had begun to cloud, and she took one last look in the direction of Sasori, where only a heap of shattered puppet parts remained. As the rescue team returned to Konoha, the sunset painted half the sky crimson. Gaara stood at the border of Sunagakure, watching Naruto's retreating figure, softly uttering, "Thank you." Naruto turned back and waved, his golden hair dancing in the wind. "Next time you come to Konoha, I'll treat you to ramen." Upon returning to Konoha, Sakura supported a weary Kakashi, spotting Tsunade on the Hokage building, gently swaying a cup of sake in her hand. In the distance, at the training ground, Guy was conducting a post-match review, while Lee's bandages had thickened yet again. On the other side of the village, Asuma stood at the entrance of the intelligence department, a cigarette in his mouth, with a dossier bearing the names of Kakuzu and Haiden in his hand. He glanced back at Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino, a smile creeping onto his lips. "We have a tricky mission, are you ready?" Shikamaru adjusted his glasses, contemplating which shogi match to watch after this battle, unaware that Asuma's gaze lingered on his face for a long moment, as if bidding farewell. Meanwhile, deep within Orochimaru's lair, Sasuke opened his eyes. The three-tomo Sharingan spun in the darkness, casting reflections of twisted experimental bodies on the walls. For 3 years, He had lurked beside Orochimaru like a viper, watching the man extend life through others' bodies, witnessing the souls stripped of their essence wail within their containers. Now, the time had come. He rose. The Kusanagi, sword humming lightly in his grasp, as the moonlight outside illuminated his face, half cold with vengeance, half resolute with liberation. Orochimaru's chamber lay at the end of the corridor, radiating a nauseating chakra fluctuation. Sasuke advanced step by step, each footfall echoing upon the bones of his past. The lights of Konoha gradually flickered to life. Tsunade stood on the balcony of the Hokage building, gazing towards the training ground. Naruto was there, teaching Lee a new technique for the Rasengan, laughter resonating throughout the village. She recalled Jiraiya's words before his departure. This generation of children will change the fate of ninjas. The wind brushed against her cheek, carrying the aroma from the distant ramen shop. Tsunade lifted her cup, toasting to the youths who were growing, to the legends quietly concluding, and to this ninja world that continued to turn resiliently amidst pain and bonds. Chapter 15. The Headband. Bearing the last words of master and disciple in the depths of the Akatsuki's cavern, a suffocating and eerie atmosphere permeated the air. Pain's Rinnegan flickered with a cold light in the dimness as he sat upon a stone seat, his body pierced by 6 black rods. Yet his ever-expanding ambition could not be restrained. Haiden, Kakazu, and the Jinchuriki of the two tails from the village hidden in the clouds are your targets. Pain's voice, wrapped in the damp chill of rain, carried an undeniable authority. Do not disappoint me. Kakuzu slowly emerged from the shadows. The sound of 5 beating hearts drumming beneath his tattered robe. His skeletal fingers caressed his ninja tool pouch, which held an unfulfilled payment slip. Its creased edges rough from repeated examination. Adequate payment ensures the job gets done well. His tone was as rigid as rusted gears, each word laced with the coldness of calculated interests. The Lord Evil God shall grant us power, Haiden exclaimed, wildly swinging his 3-bladed scythe, his purple hair billowing in the flickering candlelight, exuding a frenzied aura. The evil god necklace around his neck clinked with his movements, and the crimson patterns in his pupils flickered ominously, heralding some malevolent force. As long as there is blood, the curse can tear through all obstacles. On the rain-soaked walkway, Haiden and Kakuzu's footsteps were heavy and resolute, each step splashing through the accumulated water. Meanwhile, the Two-Tails Jinchuriki was on patrol at the border, her keen ears suddenly twitching as 2 ominous chakra signatures shadowed her. That familiar aura unmistakably belonged to the Akatsuki, steeped in bloodshed and ambition. Think you can capture me? First, you must ask the Two-Tails if she agrees. Without hesitation, the Jinchuriki bit her fingertip, and fiery red chakra coalesced behind her into the phantom of the Two-Tails, emanating immense pressure. However, Haiden's scythe sliced through the air and lunged forward, closely followed by Kakuzu's earth release. Earth wall, a colossal earthen barrier rose abruptly, like an insurmountable wall, forcing the Jinchuriki into the abandoned sewer. The damp walls of the tunnel emitted wisps of smoke as moss sizzled under the violent heat of chakra. Haiden swiftly etched a cursed seal into the ground with his scythe, his purple eyes reflecting the Jinchuriki's taut face, a cruel grin spreading across his features. Woman, hand over your blood. The Jinchuriki manipulated the tailed beast's flames, attempting to engulf everything, but was forcefully suppressed by Kakuzu's wind techniques. Seizing the opportunity, Haiden swiftly slashed the Jinchuriki's forearm, blood splattering and dripping onto the seal, activating the curse. Instantly, the Jinchuriki felt a searing pain in her heart, and the chakra of the Two-Tails began to wane. Sensing this, Kakuzu hurled a black rod to pierce her pressure points, and under the purple light of the seal, the Two-Tails' furious roars gradually faded. Haiden licked the blood off his scythe, a manic smile curling at his lips. Lord Evil God, this sacrifice is splendid, isn't it? Within Konoha's intelligence department, candle flames flickered throughout the night, and the atmosphere was thick with tension. Tsunade slammed a report on the table, revealing the capture of the Two-Tails by the Akatsuki, her knuckles turning white from the force of her grip. Asuma, take Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji to scout near the fire temple. Kakashi, be ready to provide support at any moment. Asuma, cigarette in mouth, lingered his gaze on the photograph of the 3rd Hokage on the wall. His fingertips lightly brushed the headband, the bitter taste of tobacco spreading on his tongue. A complex emotion swelling within him. This time, our opponent is a tough nut to crack. As soon as the words left his mouth, he turned toward the training ground. leaving behind swirling smoke rings, as if echoing his concerns about the unknown. At the training ground, Shikamaru and Choji were engaged in a heated debate over shogi strategies. The morning bell of the fire temple rang melodiously, shattering the thin mist. The monk, Jiro, had just repelled a wave of bandits with his golden statue of cannon, but his hand holding the prayer beads suddenly tightened as Haiden and Kakuzu approached, their black cloaks adorned with red clouds resembling bloodthirsty flowers, exuding a chilling aura. A bounty of 30 million ryo would buy quite a few hearts. Kakuzu's tendrils mercilessly pierced Jiro's robes, but just then, Jiro quickly formed seals to summon a golden cannon statue, blinding light transforming the morning fog into a compassionate golden glow. This was the signal for Asuma's team to arrive. Fire release, ash pile burning. Asuma initiated the attack, flames sweeping across the battlefield like a tidal wave. Following closely, Shikamaru executed the shadow mimicry technique. The black shadow swiftly ensnaring Haiden's ankle, while Ino and Choji brandished their dual blades, rushing towards Kakuzu. However, without hesitation, Haiden sliced open his own arm, blood dripping into the array, and the eerie power of the curse instantly took effect. Asuma's shoulder erupted in a spray of crimson. Teacher. Shikamaru's pupils constricted to pinpricks. Shock and concern flooding his expression, his voice trembling as if the very air quivered in response. Blood flowed from Asuma's wound, yet he forcefully pushed Shikamaru away. The gust of wind blowing strands of hair against his face. The cigarette in his hand was flung aside, sparks dancing in the rain like fleeting stars. And despite the blood frothing in his throat, he gritted his teeth and smiled. Shikamaru, you are a clever child. I believe you will one day become Hokage. Haiden's scythe pressed down another half-inch, eliciting a muffled groan from Asuma, blood choking his windpipe, the cough reverberating painfully through his ribs. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the distant outline of Konoha, a familiar smiling face suddenly emerging from the blood mist, the woman who always awaited his return beneath the moonlight, cradling their little life within her. Please take care of Red and our child. The last words escaped his lips like a desperate whisper. Asuma felt himself being dragged into the abyss of darkness. Yet the thought of Shikamaru living on with his hopes, of their unborn child witnessing the dawn over Konoha, allowed a flicker of comfort to emerge amidst the blood-stained corners of his mouth. Haiden raised his scythe, and Asuma's body fell like a withered leaf. The sunset stretched his shadow long, blurring into memories of evenings spent with Red, watching clouds drift by. Her hair brushing against his shoulder as they promised to give their child the gentlest of names. Yet now, the cigarette but splashed into the blood-soaked ground. The sparks extinguishing with a hiss, taking with them Asuma's final breath, dissolving into the rain. When the news of Asuma's sacrifice reached Konoha, Tsuki was gazing through the water mirror in Orochimaru's lair, quietly observing the training grounds. Naruto stood alone in the clearing, his silhouette appearing taller than usual, yet weighed down by an indescribable heaviness. Tsuki understood that this boy, who always smiled optimistically and claimed everything would be fine, was once more bearing the pain of loss. In the water mirror, Naruto suddenly lifted his head to the sky, as if he could pierce through the clouds to see her direction. Tsuki's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly averted her gaze, her heart racing within her chest. Throughout her years of defection, her concern for Naruto had never waned. At Asuma's funeral, the atmosphere was solemn and sorrowful. Shikamaru clutched a half-burnt cigarette, quietly listening to Kakashi's tactical briefing. The smoke curled around him, and memories of his teacher's final moments flashed before his eyes, his knuckles whitening from the grip. Haiden's curse required blood and an array. Kakashi's voice was low and hoarse, as if it were soaked paper, heavy and difficult to unfold. Meanwhile, Tsuki was inscribing ninjutsu formulas on the stone walls of the snake lair. Yet the news of Asuma's sacrifice echoed in her ears. She knew Shikamaru would seek revenge and understood Naruto would follow Kakashi to the battlefield. With this thought, the chalk in her fingers suddenly snapped. She longed to return to Konoha, even if just to watch Naruto come back safely. However, Orochimaru's cursed seal bound her like chains. She had to complete her plan for betrayal before she could truly gain her freedom and return to Naruto's side. Shikamaru suddenly lifted his head, determination blazing in his eyes. Kakashi-sensei, let me be the bait. In the rain, he deliberately exposed a flaw, Haiden's scythe grazing his forehead, blood dripping onto the pre-drawn reverse array. It's my turn. Shikamaru quickly formed hand signs, his shadow surging like a tide, ensnaring Haiden tightly. Choji unleashed the multi-sized jutsu, his massive form crashing into Kakuzu's wind-based heart, while Ino activated the mind transfer jutsu, instantly taking control of Kakuzu's water-based heart. Raikiri, blue lightning flickered in Kakashi's hand, tearing through Kakuzu's earth-based heart. At that moment, Kakuzu was left with only his final fire-based heart, howling in rage as he flung out black cords. Yet Shikamaru's shadow held him firmly in place. Just then, Naruto splashed into the puddles, charging forward, his palm gathering a violently rotating chakra. The sound of wind blades slicing through the air sharp and piercing. This was the wind-based Raisin Shuriken, mastered after countless days and nights under Jiraiya's guidance. Kakuzu. This is for Asuma-sensei. Naruto roared in fury, hurling the Raisin Shuriken. The blue cyclone surged like a miniature storm, sweeping across the battlefield, evaporating the rainwater in its wake. Kakuzu's tendrils were about to form a defense, but the immense, tearing wind chakra shredded them to pieces, his final heart collapsing under the fierce impact of the Raisin Shuriken. Kakuzu stared in disbelief at the gaping wound in his chest as the beating of 5 hearts came to an abrupt halt, his massive form crashing to the ground. Haiden, bound by shadows, witnessed Kakuzu's demise, his manic laughter suddenly ceasing. Impossible. Shikamaru sneered, detonating the explosive tags buried beneath the reverse array. Smoke billowed from the explosion. Haiden's body torn apart, buried deep beneath the rock. The rain relentlessly washed away the bloodstains on the battlefield, and Shikamaru knelt where Asuma had fallen. The flickering flame of a lighter casting uncertain light. Teacher, we won. Standing in the rain, Naruto felt the lingering numbness from the Raisin Shuriken in his palm. Yet in some heavy corner of his heart, he felt a sense of relief. He gazed toward Konoha, as if he could see Tsukiyo's face. Whispering softly, I did it. I will continue to grow stronger. Meanwhile, deep within the snake lair, Tsuki watched Naruto's blood-stained yet resolute figure in the water mirror, silently curving her lips. She had always believed Naruto would never disappoint her. In the depths of Orochimaru's lair, a nauseating aura permeated the air. The purple curse seal patterns writhing on the stone walls like some ominous vein. Tsuki knelt before the experimental table, her fingertips gently tracing the twisted cellular structures within the petri dish. Orochimaru's new reincarnation vessel, a crucial flaw in her plan. Throughout her years of defection, she had feigned compliance with Orochimaru, leveraging her exceptional medical ninjutsu to become his trusted aide. Yet all the while, she sought the opportunity to eliminate him. What are you looking at? Sasuke's voice sounded from behind her, accompanied by the chilling presence of the Kusanagi sword brushing against her neck. Tsuki turned, her gaze devoid of fear. I am observing just how fragile Orochimaru's immortality truly is. She opened her palm, revealing a map depicting the cursed seal nodes, illuminated in the dim light. He entered a state of false death every 15th of the month to consolidate the vessel. This was the only opportunity to disrupt the reincarnation technique. Sasuke scrutinized her, his Sharingan slowly turning in the darkness. Why do you wish to help me? Tsuki's gaze flickered over his cold profile, settling on the cursed sky outside the window. Like you, I wish to escape his control. What she left unsaid was that her ambitions extended far beyond this. She sought enough power to return to Konoha, to Naruto's side, and though Orochimaru had granted her strength, he simultaneously stood as the greatest obstacle in her path. In the following 3 months, Tsuki utilized her identity as a medical ninja to frequently enter Orochimaru's secret chamber, meticulously recording his chakra fluctuations. Sasuke pretended to comply while secretly training diligently, continuously enhancing his strength, waiting for the right moment. One fateful night, Tsuki stumbled upon Sasuke activating his Sharingan in the laboratory, and she suddenly remarked, the Uchiha eyes carry too much hatred. Sasuke did not turn around, merely stating coldly, if your map is wrong, you'll be the first to die. Tsuki chuckled softly, I desire his death more than you do. On the night the reincarnation ritual commenced, Orochimaru's body was tightly encased in cursed seals, the scale-like patterns writhing across his skin. In the concealed passage, Tsuyu unleashed a narcotic mist, temporarily obstructing the guard's senses. Sasuke, poised and ready, awaited the moment when Orochimaru would be at his most vulnerable. As the opportunity arose, he struck with fervor. The power of the cursed seal surged through his body, manifesting as enormous and grotesque wings sprouting from his back, a testament to the formidable strength bestowed upon him in this state. Orochimaru, today marks your demise. Sasuke's gaze was resolute. Wielding the Kusanagi sword, charged with the fierce current of Chidori, he charged towards Orochimaru. The latter attempted to resist, yet his body, affected by the narcotic mist, became sluggish. As Orochimaru's serpent clone emerged, it was swiftly annihilated by Sasuke's Chidori, dissolving into a cloud of black smoke. After a fierce battle, Sasuke's relentless assault gradually dismantled Orochimaru's form. In disbelief, Orochimaru stared at the youth before him, unleashing a cry of frustration. But before he could utter another word, Sasuke defeated him utterly, engulfing him in black flames. In the aftermath of Orochimaru's demise, Sasuke stood amid the ruins of the lair, surveying Tsuyu, Karin, Sujetsu, and Yugo. Karin, with her acute senses, was attuned to everything around them, while Sujetsu toyed with his weapon, excitement glimmering in his eyes. Yugo, suppressing the agitation of his cursed seal, displayed a hint of confusion. From this day forth, we are the Hawks, Sasuke declared, devoid of warmth, with the target being Itachi Uchiha. Leaning against the stone wall, Tsuyu unconsciously traced the Konoha emblem beneath her collar. She understood that Itachi was a core member of the Akatsuki, formidable and elusive. Pursuing him would mean confronting the entire organization. Yet, perhaps it was also an opportunity to draw closer to Konoha. If she followed Sasuke to find Itachi, after revenge, she might return to Naruto's side, safeguarding that ever-shining sun, revealing her true feelings to him. Itachi's whereabouts were shrouded in mystery, but he seemed to be collecting tailed beasts. Tsuyu shared the intelligence she had gleaned over the years from Orochimaru, noting the formidable Jinjutsu and offensive capabilities of his Sharingan. We must tread carefully, she cautioned. Sasuke's gaze sharpened suddenly. I have awaited this day for long. Regardless of the cost, I will kill him. On the day the Hawk Squad set out, Karin pinpointed a chakra fluctuation near the borders of the Land of Fire. It bore a familiar and chilling aura. There could be no one else but Itachi. Sasuke leapt into the dense forest first, his Kusanagi sword slicing through the air with a cold gleam, while Tsuyu followed closely, her eyes vigilantly scanning the trees, memorizing the route. They were now near Konoha, close enough that she could almost smell the aroma of ramen. Sujetsu, wielding a large cleaver, hacked at the obstructing vines, calling out, Sasuke, let me take the first strike when we find him. Yugo trailed behind, suppressing the restlessness of his cursed seal, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. Tsuyu lingered at the back of the group, glancing back toward Konoha. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow on her face, reminiscent of the warmth when Naruto stood protectively in front of her all those years ago. She knew that this journey, cloaked in the guise of revenge, would be fraught with peril, and she must navigate through the blades and shadows to find her way back to Naruto. As for the fated confrontation between Itachi and Sasuke, she wished not to interfere, yet understood it would be a turning point in the destinies of many, including herself and Naruto. The winds of the ninja world howled through the forest, lifting the edges of the Hawk Squad's garments and stirring up the dust of the Konoha training grounds. Naruto was diligently practicing the precision of his Rasengan against a wooden post, each strike resonating with the sharp sound of wind being sliced. He remained oblivious to the fact that the girl he thought of day and night was following a revenge squad, steadily advancing toward the unknown, ever closer to him. Chapter 16, Headband. Bonds beneath the fracture as the wind swept through the canyon's crevices, it bore a damp chill, and the silhouettes of the Hawk Squad darted swiftly through the forest. Sasuke's black cloak billowed in the gusts, revealing the Uchiha clan emblem embroidered within. As his footsteps fell soundlessly upon the decaying leaves, his crimson Sharingan occasionally glinting with a cold light amidst the shadows of the trees. 3 kilometers to the left, a chakra response emerged, chaotic and varied, resembling Karin's voice, raspy by nature. She pressed her palm against a tree, releasing a faint purple glow. There was more than one presence, one of which radiated a wild intensity, as if ready to explode at any moment. Sujetsu, carrying his cleaver, walked a few paces behind, the blade slicing through the underbrush with a delicate rustle. Whoever it is, if they dare obstruct us, they'll be cut down, he stated, glancing at Tsuyu, whose fiery red hair was tied in a high ponytail, dancing like flames as she ran. Hey, redhead. Silence. Tsuyu's voice was colder than the forest breeze, her hand instinctively resting on the short blade at her waist, her knuckles paling. Her gaze drifted past Sasuke's figure toward the distant horizon, where a faint, unrecognized haze flickered in her pupils, In that direction lay Konoha. Yugo suddenly groaned, his nails elongating. No, that chakra is too noisy. I can hardly. Yugo? Sasuke's voice remained low, imbued with a commanding tone. Control it. The cursed seal's markings on Yugo's neck faded, and he nodded, panting as Karen moved closer, pressing her hand on his shoulder, chakra flowing gently into him. Don't be impulsive. Our only target is Itachi Uchiha. At that moment, a piercing explosion erupted from the valley ahead, followed swiftly by the pungent scent of exploding clay. Sasuke halted abruptly, his Sharingan spinning into action, capturing the figure suspended amid the white smoke, clad in the Akatsuki's red cloud cloak. A teasing voice laced with nasal tones broke through the fog, as Deidara landed on a branch across from them, his golden hair shimmering in the sunlight. Found you, Uchiha brat. His gaze, like a poisoned needle, was fixated on Sasuke's eyes, swirling with years of suppressed hatred. Those eyes are identical to that bastardess. Today, you shall taste the torment I once endured at Itachi's hands. Sasuke smirked coldly, raising his right hand, lightning chakra crackling in his palm. You are not worthy to utter Itachi's name. Quite the bravado. Deidara clapped his hands, his chest mouth chewing on clay as he instantly spat out several winged lizards, declaring, "Let me show you true art. See one clay bird." The lizard bombs dove toward them, and Tsuyu swiftly unsheathed her blade, slicing through two of the approaching bombs with wind blades, the explosions erupting at her feet, sending her bangs flying. Karen quickly pulled Yugo back while shouting to Sasuke. 5 meters to the left rear, there's a blind spot. An annoyance, Suigetsu suddenly formed hand seals, striking the ground with his palm. Summoning technique. A massive serpent emerged from the smoke, its crimson eyes surveying the scene, hissing threateningly. Deidara paused at the sight of the serpent, then scoffed. Orochimaru's pet? It seems you've inherited his legacy. Too bad. He abruptly crushed the clay in his hands. Before art, all are worthless. 10,000 snakes, crush him. Sasuke commanded, his voice imbued with undeniable authority, his Sharingan locking onto Deidara's movements. The snakes lunged forward but were deftly evaded by Deidara's clay birds, which also released a barrage of clay spiders that descended upon the group. Chidori. Sasuke transformed into a blue flash of electricity, leaping onto a tree branch to soar into the air, the sharp cry of Chidori slicing through the atmosphere, striking precisely where Deidara had just stood. Amidst the flying dirt, Deidara was already positioned elsewhere, cradling a clay sphere the size of a basketball. C3, number 18. The enormous clay ball detonated in midair, unleashing a storm of miniature bombs that cascaded down like a torrential rain. Tsuyu swung her blade, cleaving through several approaching bombs, catching sight of Karen, who had closed her eyes in concentration. Sasuke-kun. His chakra is most concentrated at the core of the clay. Sasuke did not glance back. His Sharingan had already discerned the trajectory of the explosive device. He sprinted along the branches, unleashing faint bolts of lightning beneath his feet to temporarily deactivate the clay. Deidara, perched atop his avian creation, sneered, "Futile. This is art forged from my chakra." Before his words could fully escape, Sasuke had leapt to the side of the bird, thrusting his Chidori directly at Deidara's face. Deidara's pupils constricted instantaneously, and he transformed his body into a clay clone that detonated, while his true form appeared 100 meters away on the edge of a cliff. It seems I must resort to that technique to show you what true art is. His chest began to swell, dark curse seals spreading across his body, and his chakra surged violently like a volcanic eruption. Karui's face turned ashen. He's going to self-destruct. Sasuke, quickly evade. Suki's heart tightened. She instinctively wanted to rush forward, but was yanked back by Mizuki. Are you trying to get yourself killed? The blast radius could annihilate half the valley. Sasuke gazed upward at the figure in the sky, now transforming into a sphere of light, his Sharingan spinning wildly. Deidara's maniacal laughter pierced through the energy layer. Art is an explosion. Manda. Sasuke suddenly pivoted, placing both hands upon the great serpent's head, commanding through a powerful genjutsu. Use your body as a shield and carry me out of here, and I shall offer you double the sacrifice. Manda, compelled by the genjutsu, roared in fury, coiling into a ball. Just as Deidara's body erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, Manda dove into the earth with Sasuke, the blinding white light consuming the entire valley. The shockwave hurled Tsuki and the others away, while Karui clung desperately to the branch of an ancient tree, murmuring at the center of the white light, Sasuke. Meanwhile, The rain in the hidden village of Amigakure never ceased. Jiraiya stood amidst the ruins, his sage mode casting an orange-red hue over his shadowed features, while Fukasaku and Shima, two sages, perched upon his shoulders. The silhouette of Pain stood silently in the rain, the Rinnegan and the Deva path like two stagnant pools. Jiraiya, you should not have come here. I have always had a penchant for meddling, Jiraiya replied, wiping the rain from his face, his pipe long forgotten. Particularly upon witnessing his student veer onto the wrong path. He struck the ground forcefully, summoning the toad Gamabunta from the scroll, who unleashed an oil fireball toward the hungry ghost path, only to have it nullified by the latter's absorption ability. The beast's path suddenly summoned a multi-headed creature, and Jiraiya deftly navigated through the gaps between snakes and giant dogs, his kunai leaving afterimages. Who are you? Why do you possess Nagato's eyes? We are gods, came the cold response from the Deva path as he raised his hand, the gravitational force of universal pull tearing the ground before Jiraiya apart. Here to change this decaying world. Jiraiya dodged the gravitational field, when Fukasaku suddenly shouted, to your left. He turned instantly, his kunai piercing the throat of the human path, only to see the body collapse like a puppet, another human path emerging from the curtain of rain. A puppet, Jiraiya exclaimed, biting down on a chakra pill. Realizing the ability to share vision, his form then split into 3, Sage Art, 5 right guards. The combination of oil, fire, and wind ignited fiercely in the rain, consuming the beast's path and hungry ghost path in an instant. Yet, the Deva path remained impassive, forming hand seals, planetary devastation. A massive black gravitational sphere formed in midair, drawing in debris and rainwater with frenzied force. As Jiraiya beheld the expanding gravitational radius, memories of years passed with Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan sheltered under the eaves of Amigakure during a rainstorm flooded back. Nagato's eyes still held light then. Nagato, do you remember? Jiraiya's voice rang out clear above the rain. You once spoke of becoming the savior of the world. The Deva path did not respond, intensifying his chakra output. Jiraiya's left arm twisted in the gravitational field, the sound of shattering bones audible, yet his right hand stealthily formed seals, summoning a miniature toad within his sleeve. It seems I cannot personally teach Naruto's sage arts. He broke free from the gravity with what little strength remained, charging toward the Deva path, sage chakra burning fiercely within him. Sage art, super large Rasen Shuriken. Just as the Rasen Shuriken was about to strike the Deva path, a black rod suddenly erupted from the ground, piercing through his chest. Jiraiya looked down at the wound, rainwater mingling with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, observing the Deva path's expressionless visage. So it is like this? Jiraiya chuckled, tears streaming down his face. Nagato, you have truly grown. His body slowly crumpled, collapsing into a murky puddle. The miniature toad quietly leapt from his sleeve, carrying a scroll containing Pain's secrets, swimming toward the direction of Konoha. The rain continued to fall, as if to wash away all the blood in the world. As the smoke in the valley dissipated, the ground cracked open, forming immense chasms. Tsuki rose, propped up by her blade, her crimson hair dusted with ash, scanning her surroundings to find Karui kneeling, sensing something with a pallid complexion. What is the situation? Mizuki, whose left arm bore burns from the explosion, was treating his wound with ninjutsu. Sasuke's chakra is still faint. To the northwest, Karui's voice trembled, and there's an unpleasant chakra approaching, very powerful. No sooner had she spoken than a tall figure emerged from the smoke, clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds, bearing a shark-like grin. What a spectacular explosion. Too bad I couldn't witness it firsthand. Kisame Hashigaki, wielding the Samahata. Scan the group. Uchiha Sasuke has already gone where he belongs. You should remain here. Mizuki tightened his grip on the decapitating blade. You intend to stop us? At least until their brotherhood is settled. Kisame Samahata began to writhe. If you don't wish to die, refrain from moving. Tsuki and Shugo exchanged glances, both adopting combat stances. Yet Karui suddenly shouted, wait. Sasuke's chakra is moving toward Konoha. In the Uchiha clan's shrine, dust danced under the moonlight. Sasuke pushed open the heavy wooden door, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the vast hall. The tablets of past Hokages stood in silent vigil, the Uchiha stone tablet emanating a faint glow in the darkness. Itachi sat on the steps before the tablet, his black cloak trailing on the ground, seemingly merging with the shadows. You have arrived, Itachi's voice was soft, as if afraid to disturb the slumbering ancestors. Sasuke said nothing, directly forming hand seals, fire style, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball engulfed half the shrine. Yet Itachi's figure vanished within the conflagration, reappearing behind Sasuke in the next moment, his shuriken slicing perilously close to Sasuke's neck. Too slow, Sasuke. Genjutsu? Sasuke whirled around, his Sharingan spinning rapidly, still resorting to these trivial tricks. His form suddenly fragmented into multiple copies, each hurling shuriken. Itachi moved like a specter, evading all the shuriken mid-flight as they clattered to the ground. The two engaged in a furious exchange in the confined space, sparks from their collisions illuminating their crimson eyes. Why not take this seriously? Sasuke's Chidori grazed Itachi's shoulder, drawing a trail of blood. What concerns you, Itachi? Itachi offered no reply, merely accelerating his hand seals. The shrine's floor suddenly fractured, countless crows erupting from the earth, obscuring all light. Sasuke sensed Itachi's chakra flowing in the darkness. Suddenly hearing the sound of rushing wind behind him, he sidestepped, only to find it was merely an ordinary crow. Too slow. Itachi's voice echoed from above. Sasuke looked up sharply to see Itachi perched on the shrine's beam, gazing down at him. He leapt upward, cursed seal markings creeping across his face. Fire style, great dragon fire technique. A dragon of flames surged toward the beam, yet Itachi charged toward the flames, unleashing his own great fireball technique. The two flames collided midair, the resulting shockwave sending the roof tiles flying. Sasuke deliberately weakened his flames by half, luring Itachi closer. Just as the distance between them shrank to 3 meters, blood tears suddenly flowed from Itachi's left eye. Amaterasu. The black flames instantly engulfed Sasuke's body, the excruciating pain nearly suffocating him. Yet, a smile curled at the corner of his mouth as his body suddenly split apart like shedding skin, revealing an unscathed form within, Orochimaru's substitution technique. Did you not anticipate this? He stood at the edge of the rooftop's gaping hole, wings in cursed seal state 2 unfurling in the night breeze. Fire style, great dragon fire technique. The flames surged towards Itachi, 3 times more potent than before. Itachi could not evade in time, his left arm burned by the flames, his black cloak instantly charred. He looked at Sasuke, the kaleidoscope in his right eye beginning to spin. It seems you have learned quite a bit. Enough to kill you. Sasuke gathered his Chidori in the palm of his hand, the blue lightning reflecting in his frenzied gaze. Just as the two were about to collide once more, an orange-red chakra suddenly enveloped Itachi, the sound of bones grinding echoing in the shrine. The chakra surged like boiling magma, gradually coalescing into a giant form. Its skeletal structure wrapped in muscle and skin, wielding a long sword and shield, eyes gleaming a fierce crimson. Susanoo. Sasuke's pupils constricted, his hand clutching Chidori trembling slightly. This was the legendary ultimate ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan, something he had only seen illustrated in ancient texts. Itachi spoke not a word, but Susanoo's hand wielding the long sword swung down with ferocity. The blade's energy tore through the air, splitting the shrine's pillars in two. Sasuke, using the wings of the cursed seal to awkwardly evade, was still caught by the shockwave, crashing against a stone tablet and coughing up blood. Why did Sasuke, propped against the stone tablet, fixate his Sharingan on the orange-red giant, questioning the timing of Itachi's technique? Itachi's voice echoed through Susanoo, tinged with a barely perceptible weariness, to eliminate what should not exist. As soon as the words fell, Sasuke's cursed seal suddenly flared, something writhing beneath his skin. He looked down to see the seal's patterns darkening and expanding at a visible pace, a fanged serpent's head emerging from his left shoulder. Orochimaru's chakra. At last. The day has come. Orochimaru's voice echoed from within Sasuke, laced with greedy mirth. The Uchiha body, and these eyes, are now mine. It turned out that the earlier fire technique clash and the Amaterasu burn were all deliberate signals to Orochimaru. Sasuke sought to harness Orochimaru's power to slay Itachi. Yet in that moment, as he beheld the serpentine chakra invading his body, a bone-chilling dread washed over him. Foolish delusion. Itachi's voice suddenly turned icy. The long sword in Susanoo's hand morphed into an ancient katana wrapped in cloth, its blade shimmering with a sealing glow. Is that the Totsuka blade? Orochimaru's voice shifted. Now tinged with fear, you concealed such a thing. Susanoo thrust the Totsuka blade deep into Orochimaru's essence. There was no cataclysmic clash, only a silent devouring as the blade's edge radiated a swirling red light. Orochimaru's chakra rapidly waned, as if drawn into an abyss. And the seal on Sasuke's skin gradually faded, disappearing entirely. No. Orochimaru's anguished scream reverberated through the shrine, ultimately succumbing to silence. Sasuke stared blankly at his left shoulder. Where the seal had vanished without a trace, the chilling presence that had haunted him for years now dissipated. He raised his gaze to Itachi as Susanoo began to dissolve, revealing Itachi's pale, paper-like face. "Why did you help me?" Sasuke's voice was hoarse, like sandpaper scraping against wood. Itachi offered no reply, merely taking slow steps toward him. Moonlight fell through the rooftop's hole, illuminating the blood frothing from the corner of his mouth. He extended his hand, gently pressing it against Sasuke's head, his fingers poking his forehead just as they had in their childhood. "Forgive me, Sasuke." Itachi's voice was as soft as a sigh. "This is the last time." His body slowly crumpled, the light of his Sharingan gradually fading. Sasuke stood frozen, his fingertips still tinged with his brother's warmth. Crows circled above, emitting mournful cries. Time became indistinct, and eventually, Sasuke fell to his knees, clutching Itachi's cold body, choking back sobs. It was then he noticed a slip of paper concealed within Itachi's clothing, adorned with his childhood drawings of two stick figures holding hands, with the misspelled words brother and Sasuke scrawled beside them. So this was it. Tears mingled with blood as they streamed down his face. Foolish brother. When Madara pushed open the shrine's door, he beheld this heart-wrenching scene. Sasuke cradling Itachi's lifeless form, weeping like a lost child. Moonlight streamed through the shattered roof, casting a pallid halo over him. "It is over." Madara's mask glimmered coldly in the moonlight, yet for him, perhaps it was a release. Sasuke suddenly lifted his head, his crimson eyes bloodshot. "Isekai, I have come to assist you." Madara approached him. "Do you wish to know the truth about all that Itachi has done?" Sasuke remained silent, his gaze fixed intensely upon him. Overwhelming sorrow and the backlash from the fading seal clouded his vision, consciousness beginning to blur. As he teetered on the edge of unconsciousness, he heard Madara say, "Your eyes are nearly spent, but fret not. I shall provide you with new eyes, eyes that will reveal the truth of this world." In the final moment before darkness consumed his awareness, Sasuke seemed to return to his childhood, Itachi poking his forehead, saying, "When you become strong, Sasuke." Outside the shrine, Karen, Suigetsu, Yujito, and Yugo finally broke free from Kisame's grasp. Yujito stood before the ruins of the shrine, her crimson hair billowing in the night wind as she gazed up at the cold moon, suddenly recalling Naruto's words, "No matter who it is, there is something worth protecting." She gripped the short blade at her waist firmly, turning to her companions. "Let us go inside and take a look." Karen's sensory ability had already detected the chakra fluctuations within, one of which was rapidly diminishing. That was Sasuke's presence. Her eyes glistened with tears as she dashed into the shrine, only to halt at the sight within, Sasuke-kun. Beneath the moonlight, Madara was extracting Itachi's Manjikyu Sharingan from its socket, while Sasuke lay on the cold ground, eyes shut tight. A pale face still marked with tear stains. The seal on his left shoulder had entirely vanished, his skin smooth as if it had never been tainted. Yujito's hand gripped the hilt of her blade, her knuckles whitening from the pressure. She understood that from this moment forth, everything would change, both for Sasuke and for herself. And that golden-haired boy waiting back in Konoha, would he comprehend all of this? The answer, perhaps, only the wind knows. Detected deviation in Karabi's movement trajectory. It is advisable to adjust the attack angle by 15 degrees. As the system's voice faded away, Karabi indeed hooked his ankle around the sheath of his sword, swiftly reversing his grip to embed Suigetsu's blade into the rock wall, causing a metallic clang that startled a flock of birds into flight. "Oh." The red-haired girl wields her knife swiftly, but alas, her gaze is too vacant, Karabi remarked, shaking his head as he began to rap. Lightning surged along the blade towards Suigetsu, who narrowly evaded it. In that instant, the crimson blade grazed the back of his neck, merely cutting through a residual shadow. Warning. Target utilizing tailed beast chakra mimicry. The true body is located at 3 o'clock. The system's alert buzzed urgently, prompting Suigetsu to pivot sharply. Whereupon he indeed spotted Karabi hovering midair atop the tentacles of the 8 tails, twirling a pencil in his hand. Karen pressed her palm against a tree, purple light emanating from it. This guy's chakra is even more intense than Orochimaru's curse mark. Before she could finish, Jugo transformed and charged, only to be sent flying by Karabi's lightning-infused blade, the shockwave carving 3 deep furrows into the ground. amidst the rumble of Jugo crashing against the mountainside. Sujetsu heard the system declare, "Jugo's chakra is destabilizing. Urgent medical assistance from Karen is recommended." She did not turn back. Her short blade suddenly slashed towards Karen's side, where a tentacle was lunging at her like a serpent. As the crimson blade severed the tentacle, Karen's red hair brushed against her cheek. "Thanks, Sujetsu." Detected Karen's affinity level at 5. Current bond value is 32. As the system announced the figures, Sujetsu found herself transfixed by the Leaf Village symbol peeking from beneath Karen's forehead protector. The faint scar overlapped with the crack in her own protector, evoking a vivid memory of Naruto raising his forehead protector, vowing that one day he would earn the recognition of the entire village. "Sujetsu, stop daydreaming." Sasuke's sharp call jolted her back to reality. Within the verdant glow of the Kusanagi sword, his Sharingan shimmered with crimson veins, while Kurabi summoned his 8th blade. Initiating the 8-blade flow, an onslaught of furious slashes infused with rap lyrics. "Sasuke, your Sharingan is flashy, but sadly, it cannot compete with me, the great Kurabi." Sasuke's Chidori shattered 3 blades, yet 5 remaining blades shredded his attire, and as droplets of blood splattered from his left shoulder onto the grass. Kurabi suddenly pulled out a notebook. "This rhyme is phenomenal. I must jot it down." Detected an accelerated chakra depletion rate in Sasuke. It is advisable to utilize fire release for cover. As the system's voice faded, Sujetsu had already formed hand seals. Fire release. Flame flow slash. The crimson blade, enveloped in flames, slashed towards Kurabi's lower body, forcing him to retract his sword and retreat. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke formed seals, unleashing the great fireball technique, which detonated in the canyon. Amidst the thick smoke, Sujetsu heard the system announce, "Detected your protective actions towards Sasuke, triggering Hidden Mission Guardian of the Hawk." With a reward of 10 increase in lightning chakra, she bit her lip. Over the past 3 months, the system had persistently issued missions whenever she defended members of Team Hawk, yet each time she completed one, Naruto's disappointed visage flashed in her mind. "Why must I help them?" she had once asked the system, receiving the reply, "The formation of bonds requires mutual effort in guarding them. You draw closer to the true answer." Jugo's roar interrupted her thoughts. Transformed, he resembled a rampaging beast. Yet he was hurled into the rock wall by Kurabi's tailed beast cannon rap. As debris cascaded, Sujetsu's short blade suddenly plunged into a crevice. Leveraging the recoil to leap upwards, the cold gleam of the crimson blade aimed directly at Kurabi's throat. However, the 8-tails tentacle was swifter, ensnaring her wrist like a shadow. Lightning coursed through the tentacle, causing her fingertips to tingle with pain, yet she heard the system say, "Detected a weakening of Kurabi's chakra at the tip of the tentacle. It is advisable to release high-frequency lightning." Gathering her chakra at the blade's edge, Sujetsu's crimson blade emitted a buzzing sound, the high-frequency vibration shattering the entangling tentacle. "This move is impressive," Kurabi whistled, as the tailed beast ball coalesced in his palm, a bluish-purple glow illuminating the canyon. "Danger. Tailed beast ball energy level at 93. Immediate evacuation advised." Amidst the system's alarm, Sujetsu suddenly lunged towards Karen, colliding with her and thrusting her into a crevice as the tailed beast cannon erupted in a blinding flash, obscuring her vision. She glimpsed Sasuke's Kusanagi sword shielding her from behind. The rain in the Leaf Village fell incessantly, initially as fine droplets, then transforming into a torrential downpour that soaked the earth. Naruto stood in the clearing behind the Hokage's office, the tips of his deep blue hair dripping with water, adhering to his sweat-soaked forehead. He raised a hand to wipe his face, unable to discern whether it was rainwater or something else. His eyes had long since become sore from the deluge, making even blinking a dull ache. Those eyes, once bright as a clear sky, now felt heavy as a bottomless abyss. Reflected within his pupils was the blurred visage of Hokage Rock, the outlines of the 1st through 5th Hokage merging into a gray haze, mirroring his current turbulent thoughts. Why did his voice shatter into fragments upon utterance, forcing him to clench his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, drawing forth beads of blood that mingled with the rainwater pooling at his feet? Why must they all leave? Fragments of memories flashed uncontrollably in his mind. The night Sujetsu departed, the unopened bottle of healing ointment he found at the training ground, still retaining her warmth. Sasuke stepping into Orochimaru's lair, sparks flying as the Kusanagi sword scraped the ground, burning into his retina for years. And the last time Jiraiya had ruffled his hair, promising to return with Dango, leaving behind only a rain-soaked cloak draped over a bench at the office, its edges stained with the mud of the rain village. Suigetsu, Sasuke, the lecherous sage. He savored each name as if chewing them into pieces before swallowing, each utterance tightening his heart as the cold wind of the rain gripped him. His back was drenched, the icy sensation creeping up his spine, chilling him to the bone. But it paled in comparison to the desolate cold within. He suddenly crouched down, wrapping his arms tightly around his knees, burying his face in the crook of his arms, ensuring no one could see the despair surging within those eyes that were always alight with joy. The rain continued its relentless descent, drumming against his arched back, producing a muffled sound, akin to countless hands gently patting, yet failing to disperse the shroud of loneliness enveloping him. In the distance, the warm glow of a ramen shop blurred into a hazy yellow amidst the rain, yet he lacked the strength to approach. It felt as if the entire world moved forward through the rain, while he remained anchored in place, clinging to the silhouettes of those who had drifted away, becoming the sole lingerer in this icy downpour. Detected an unusual emotional fluctuation in Naruto Uzumaki. Chakra stability at 21. Soothing measures recommended. The system suddenly prompted Suigetsu, sending a shiver down her spine amidst the smoke of the cloud thunder gorge. "Where is he?" she whispered, the blade of Akatsuki still radiating heat. Target located at the Hokage's office in the Leaf Village, 127 kilometers away. As the system relayed the coordinates, Suigetsu caught sight of Sasuke's Sharingan igniting with crimson light. Amaterasu's black flames erupting from Kurabi's back, resembling a dark flower. Naruto, Suigetsu gazed towards the direction of the Leaf Village, her headband fluttering in the wind. She suddenly recalled the day of her defection, the night as dark as thick ink. She had slipped out of the village clutching the freshly forged mission scroll, the crack in her forehead protector glinting white beneath the moonlight. There were no farewells, no explanations, not even a glance towards the training ground. She feared seeing Naruto. Afraid he might ask, "Where are you going?" Triggered main storyline mission infiltration and exploration. Reward, chakra concealment technique. The system's prompt from that night now felt like a thorn embedded in her heart. The black flames crackled as they consumed Kurabi, while the eight-tails tail lashed out violently to extinguish the fire. "Brother, your flames are too fierce. Let me take a quick dip," Kurabi chuckled, leaping into the waterfall. At that moment, a tentacle suddenly coiled around Karen's waist. "Karen!" Sasuke's Chidori buzzed in his palm, yet was ensnared by several other tentacles. Suigetsu's short blade transformed into a streak of crimson light, the lightning chakra morphing Akatsuki into a cerulean hue. As she severed the tentacles binding Karen, the system chimed. Triggered mission bridge of trust. Karen's bond value at 10. Reward. Chakra perception range expanded by 20 meters. As Karen landed, she abruptly grasped Suigetsu's wrist. "Your forehead protector is from the leaf too?" The light of Akatsuki reflected in Karen's eyes, revealing astonishment and something else entirely. Tsuyu withdrew her hand, unaware of Xiangling's gaze upon her headband, a bright orange hue amidst the smoke, reminiscent of a flame refusing to extinguish. Detection of the eight-tails severed limb clone, the main body located at the base of the waterfall. The system's notification prompted Sasuke's Amaterasu to suddenly turn toward the water's surface, black flames igniting vapor in the waterfall. Indeed, Kurabi's true form surged from the depths, the colossal shadow of the fully beastified eight-tails casting an ominous veil over the land, the light of the beast ball in its mouth brighter than the sun. "Run," Sasuke urged, pulling Tsuyu toward the secret path, the Kusanagi sword cleaving through the oncoming tentacles. System, analyze the trajectory of the beast ball, Tsuyu mentally commanded, the red scabbard clashing against the rock wall with a resounding thud. The beast ball will detonate in 32 seconds. It is advised to take cover at the third corner of the secret path. As the countdown echoed, the mountains shattered by the beast cannon fell like meteors. Tsuyu was pressed against the stone wall by Sasuke, hearing the muffled thuds of debris striking her back. His hand remained on her shoulder, the warmth of his palm seeping through her clothing, akin to a faint flicker of flame. "Why are you helping me?" Sasuke's voice was heavy, laced with a hint of hoarseness. Tsuyu gazed at the bloodstain on his left shoulder, healing under Xiangling's chakra. "Because someone is waiting for you to return." In the base, Team Hawk surrounded the writhing severed limb of the eight-tails in a stupor. Suddenly, the limb ejected ink, inscribing on the rock wall, "Sasuke's situation is dire. Capture a tentacle to replenish the 8 tails. Amidst the sound of Sasuke crushing the ink bottle, Uchiha Madara's mask glinted coldly. What you have captured is merely a severed limb. But it will suffice. The campfire flickered at the cave's center, casting shadows on everyone's faces. Mizuki was sharpening his decapitating sword when, in the reflection of the blade, he suddenly remarked, "Tsuyu, you and Sasuke are both leaf ninjas, correct?" Tsuyu twirled her red scabbard in silence, while Xianglin, bandaging Yugo, suddenly laughed. "Tsuyu, whose headband is that?" Tsuyu's fingertips tightened abruptly. The system suddenly prompted, key character information exposure detected, triggering choice. 1. Deny and maintain distance, resulting in 0 affinity. 2. Acknowledge and explain, increasing Team Hawk's rapport. She stared into the crackling campfire, recalling the moment Naruto had handed her the headband, saying, "This is a reward for my first completed mission. I give it to you as a talisman. It belongs to Naruto Uzumaki." Tsuyu's voice was soft, yet resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Sasuke paused with the Kusanagi sword, sparks flying onto the back of his hand. "I am a rogue ninja." But she did not finish, as the system completed for her. "It is the core of the bond you wish to protect." The rain in the Leaf Village had ceased. Naruto sat atop the giant toad on Myaboka Mountain. Sage Fukasaku's words echoing in his ears. "Sage techniques require a calm mind. Your current state is too restless." He gazed into the distant clouds, suddenly retrieving a pen to write on the title page of Jiraiya's Tale of Strong Will. "Sensei, I will find pain and avenge you." As the pen tip tore through the paper, he seemed to hear Tsuyu's voice. "Naruto, do not be too impulsive." In the morning mist of the Yuan hidden border, Tsuyu touched the headband, pondering. "System," she gazed toward the Leaf Village, the headband fluttering straight in the wind. "When will I return to finish the mission?" The mechanical voice paused for a moment, as if calculating something. "You will return when you forge a bond with Naruto and complete the special connection. Current progress, Uzumaki Naruto 88, Special Bond 0. Tsuyu froze, suddenly recalling Naruto's goofy smile as he held up the forehead protector. Remembering how he had given her the last meat bun, saying, "I'm not hungry." She thought back to the day she had quietly placed a bottle of healing ointment on his training ground stone table. In hindsight, the system's words, "bonds do not require words," might indeed hold truth. Detection of Uzumaki Naruto beginning sage training. Chakra stability increased to 58. The system's notification elicited a smile from Tsuyu, the edge of her red blade reflecting her crimson hair, like a flame that had finally found its direction. In the distance, Sasuke gazed toward the Leaf Village, and in the azure glow of the Kusanagi sword, Tsuyu perceived an invisible thread, tethered to the smoke of the Yunlei Gorge, connected to the morning mist of the Leaf Village, with she and Naruto at either end, gradually drawing closer to one another. Xianglin suddenly leaned over, offering a water bottle. "What are you thinking? Your face is flushed." As Tsuyu accepted the bottle, she heard the system state, "Xianglin bond value 42, triggering dialogue. You actually want to return, don't you?" She tilted her head back to drink, a soft sound escaping her throat in acknowledgement. The canyon wind, carrying the scent of the Leaf Village, brushed against her hair as Tsuyu gripped the red scabbard. The cracks on the forehead protector glimmering in the morning light. She understood the road ahead was long. The system's tasks continued, but this time, she no longer felt lost. For she had finally realized that her defection was not an escape, but a means to see clearly what she genuinely wished to protect. Akin to Naruto's clenched fist in the rain, to Sasuke's healing scar upon his shoulder, to the ink stains hidden within her headband, bonds that traversed thousands of miles. A light that shone eternally in the darkness. Chapter 18. The Forehead Protector. A confession entwined in the headband as the purplish-black Rinnegan hovered above the Leaf Village. The morning mist had yet to dissipate. The figures of Pain's 6 paths descended, stepping upon ripples of chakra. The red clouds on their black cloaks resembling blood-soaked petals in the morning sun. The 3-headed dog at the feet of the animal path howled first, while the missile compartment behind the Azura path emitted a mechanical hum, the shadow of the Hell Path's King of Hell flickering in the gloom. The human path's fingertips were already poised against the temple of a nearby villager, while the hungry ghost path opened its palm, chakra in the air coalescing toward its grasp. And the Deva path, Pain, slowly raised his hand, palm facing the Hokage rock. The divine retribution was about to commence. A cold voice pierced through the clouds. As the animal path's summoning technique unleashed a sudden expansion of smoke, A rhinoceros trampling a mailbox at the street corner, letters and splintered wood swirling through the air. The three-headed dog crashed into a weapon shop, its fangs severing the shurikens hanging on the wall, the sound of metal clashing like rain beating against iron sheets. Ibiichi's jutsu incantations echoed from the dark alley. Wind release. Great breakthrough. The sandstorm enveloped the lightning-tinged shuriken aimed at the summoned beasts. Yet was evaded by the three-headed dog's splitting technique, which divided it into three pups, each lunging toward different civilians. Summoning technique. House of interrogation. Ibiichi's forehead throbbed with veins. A massive iron prison descending from the sky, confining the animal path and all summoned beasts within. The seals on the iron bars glowed red. As the animal path commanded the pups to strike the bars, yet the seals tightened as if alive, constricting the pups and eliciting their mournful cries. The chakra pathways were severed by the seals. The voice of an Umbu ninja came with labored breaths, but it felt no pain. It was a corpse. Ibiichi kicked the animal path within the iron cage, its hollow eye sockets staring toward the Hokage building, as if awaiting some command. Simultaneously, the Azura Path's rocket narrowly grazed the side of the Hokage rock, the stone ear crashing to the ground. Kakashi leaped over the rubble, the blue light of Raikiri pulsating in his palm. This weapon style is quite reminiscent of Orochimaru's puppet technique. Suddenly, a chainsaw burst from the Azura Path's elbow, its whirring teeth aimed at his neck. In the moment Kakashi sidestepped, the missile compartment on its back clicked ominously. 6 rockets trailing flames launched toward the densely packed square. Earth release, earth flow wall. Kakashi's jutsu erected a high wall, the missiles exploding behind it, the shockwave displacing his forehead protector. Just as he regained his footing, he saw the figures of Akimichi Choji and his father rolling out from the smoke. Choji's meat tank barreled toward the Azura Path's flank, and he unleashed part of his expansion technique, his fist whistling through the air toward the enemy's head. For destroying the leaf, apologize to me. The Azura Path staggered back 2 steps, but unexpectedly disassembled its body, its arms transforming into a Gatling gun, bullets sweeping toward Choji's face. Choji. Kakashi's Raikiri pierced through the Azura Path's gun arm, yet the body reconfigured like building blocks, a drill emerging from its legs aimed directly at Kakashi's heart. Now, the Akimichi father and son launched their meat tank once more, crushing the Azura Path into the rubble. Seizing the opportunity, Kakashi formed hand signs, Raikiri, double penetration. 2 beams of blue light struck simultaneously at the Azura Path's core, finally halting the puppet's movements, the black rod in its chest glimmering coldly under the sunlight. The realm of the hungry ghosts wandered amidst the ruins of the medical department, its palm pressed against the back of an injured ninja. Siphoning chakra that flowed away through its fingertips, the ninja's complexion paling visibly. Do not touch him. Tsunade's slug clone roared as it lunged forward, only to be seized by the hungry ghost realm, its chakra devoured as if consumed by a black hole, vanishing instantly from its grasp. This creature can absorb all chakra. Tsunade's original self shouted from a distance, use physical attacks. A lower-ranked ninja wielding a kunai rushed in, only to be evaded by the hungry ghost realm, losing a significant portion of his chakra in the process. Turning towards Tsunade, the hungry ghost realm was about to advance when a burst of orange light suddenly descended from the clouds. Naruto, landing atop Gamabunta, radiated sage chakra, encircled by a vibrant orange-red aura akin to flowing flames. A being that merely steals others' chakra is utterly despicable. The Rasengan swirled in his palm as Naruto leapt from Gamabunta's tongue, striking the hungry ghost realm squarely in the chest. The body crumpled like a deflated balloon, chakra rushing back in a chaotic torrent, ultimately collapsing to the ground, remnants of absorbed slug chakra still lingering in its palm. As Naruto landed, he caught a glimpse of the human realm gripping an elderly woman's throat, fingers brushing against her temple. This was the kind-hearted granny who often brought him vegetables, now suffering in agony with her eyes tightly shut. Release her. Naruto's voice seethed with rage, sage chakra erupting beneath his feet as he surged forward like a bolt of orange lightning. Just as the human realm prepared to extract the old woman's memories, Naruto kicked him in the chest, sending the figure crashing into a wall. The human realm struggled to rise, hands forming seals, but Naruto was already before him. The Rasengan crashing down once more. Want to know my whereabouts? Ask everyone in Konoha. They will tell you I aim to become Hokage. The moment the Rasengan struck the human realm, His body disintegrated like a crumpled paper figure, black chakra tendrils escaping from the wound, latching onto the Hell Realm in the distance. The Hell Realm stood beside the remnants of the Azura Realm, hands forming seals to summon a colossal King Enma, which rose from the depths, its fangs tearing into the Azura Realm's remains. The shattered puppet reassembled within the jaws of King Enma, black rods reinserting into chakra nodes, reigniting the red glow in the Azura Realm's eyes. You wish to resurrect? Not on my watch. Naruto's immense Rasengan tore through the air, striking King Enma squarely on the head. The phantom of King Enma emitted a mournful wail, dissipating into black smoke, causing the body of the Hell Realm to shatter as well. As he fell, the recently reformed body of the Azura Realm froze suddenly. The chakra threads on the black rods severed entirely, collapsing like a kite with its string cut. The remnants of the 5 pain bodies lay scattered across Konoha, and amidst the smoke, a brief respite filled the air. Yet Naruto knew it was not over. The Deva Path of Pain stood atop Hokage Rock, its black robe billowing in the wind, palm directed towards the core of the planetary devastation technique in the center of the plaza. The gravitational sphere continued to rotate. Debris and splintered wood being drawn in, resonating with the subdued roar of the nine-tailed fox. Naruto, the Deva Path's voice grated like rusty metal. Feel the pain. In an instant, the power of Shinra Tensei cracked the ground beneath Naruto's feet, his body uncontrollably drawn towards the black sphere of devastation. The nine-tailed chakra erupted, golden fur erupting from beneath Naruto's skin, his pupils transforming into vertical crimson slits, roaring in struggle, yet being pulled inexorably towards the dark orb. Hiding behind the clock tower's gears, Tsuki's nails nearly embedded in the hilt of her crimson blade. 3 days prior, as she feigned reconnaissance to escape Team Hawk, the system's alarm rang like red-hot iron, detected Pain's invasion. Uzumaki Naruto's life signs will fall below critical levels in 30 minutes. She had exchanged the bond points accumulated over 3 months for a reverse perception talisman, which was now affixed to her back, shielding her from Sasuke's Sharingan. She knew she was betraying Team Hawk, yet she could see Naruto's anguished form within the sphere of planetary devastation, the blade in her palm suddenly feeling as if it were on fire. This was the clock tower she often frequented before her defection. The sound of gears turning signifying her secret meetings with Naruto. Back then, he would lean against the clock tower's windowsill, a dango in his mouth. Tsuki, when I become Hokage, I'll turn this place into a lookout for the Hokage, and we can watch the sunrise over Konoha together. All she managed was a simple nod, secretly carving 2 crooked names into the gears. Now, those engravings were obscured by smoke. Tsuki retrieved the dimensional blade talisman she had exchanged for, applying it to the blade of her crimson sword, the lightning chakra causing the blade to emit a bluish-purple glow. The moment she burst from the clock tower, she beheld Naruto being drawn into the gravitational sphere, the nine-tailed fox's head roaring within, yet being suppressed by the dark gravitational field. Naruto. Her cry was swallowed by the explosion, the lightning chakra granting her speed akin to lightning as she dashed towards the gravitational sphere. As the blade of her crimson sword struck the gravitational field, the talisman detonated, creating a fissure in the barrier, a fleeting gap earned through her chakra and system points. As Tsuki slipped through the crack, she heard the system scream in her mind, warning. Entering the core of planetary devastation, host mortality, rate 70. Inside the sphere lay an abyssal darkness, only the nine-tailed chakra roiling like molten lava. Naruto knelt on the ground, golden fur covering most of his body, fangs piercing his lips, droplets of blood falling to the ground, drawn into lines by the gravitational field. Naruto, look at me. Tsuki rushed to him, the tip of her crimson sword pressing against her wrist. You promised to become Hokage. Have you forgotten? Naruto's crimson pupils turned towards her, filled with the nine-tails fury and suffering. Get away. Don't block my path. He roared, swinging his fist, the chakra of the nine-tailed fox forming claws that grazed Tsuki's cheek, shattering the rock wall behind her. Tsuki did not flinch. Instead, she stepped forward, the blade slicing through both their wrists. System Exchange Blood Pact Seal, now in effect. Their blood mingled on the ground, golden runes erupting from the droplets, wrapping around the chakra of the nine-tails like chains. Naruto emitted a pained roar, his body trembling violently, yet he ceased his assault, instinctively grasping her arm, nails digging into her flesh. I'm sorry, I can't control him. His voice mingled with the nine-tails roar. I might hurt you. I know. Tsuki pressed her forehead against his, the blood-packed runes flowing between them. But I can't watch you become a monster. Her chakra flowed into Naruto's body through her wounds. And the system's mechanical voice softened. Detected bond value 92, synchronization defense activated, sealing of nine-tailed chakra engaged. The barrier of planetary devastation trembled violently as Tsuki looked up, seeing the Deva Path's black rods piercing through the fissure, aiming directly at Naruto's back. Run! Tsuki forcefully pushed Naruto away, turning to confront the black rods. The blade of her crimson sword severed 2 rods, but she could not evade the third. It pierced through her right shoulder, the agonizing pain causing her vision to darken. Yet she gritted her teeth and remained standing. She thrust the crimson sword into the rock wall, using the recoil to lunge at the Deva Path, blocking the fissure with her body. If you wish to kill him, you must first step over my corpse. A flicker of surprise crossed the Deva Path's Rinnegan, seemingly unprepared for the fierce determination of this red-haired girl. He raised his hand to activate Shinra Tensei, pulling Tsuki's body towards him, the black rod grinding against her shoulder bone, nearly suffocating her with pain. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Naruto, the orange-haired boy being swept away by the air currents from the fissure, his blue eyes reflecting her blood-stained red hair, as if witnessing something unbelievable. Naruto. Tsuki summoned her final strength to shout, her voice echoing within the barrier. I like you. In the instant the black rod pierced her left chest, Tsuki saw Naruto abruptly turn, his eyes reddened as if on the verge of bleeding. She wanted to smile, but could only cough up blood. It turned out that the system's mention of synchronization defense was not merely chakra resonance, but also a connection of hearts that transcended life and death. As consciousness faded, she heard Naruto roar as he charged towards the Deva Path, sage chakra erupting around him, a flame that would not be extinguished. The subsequent events were perceived by Tsuyu in fragmented glimpses. As Xianglin infused her with chakra, she witnessed Naruto shatter Pain's puppet with a Rasengan. While Chungwoo carried her away from the outskirts of Konoha, she overheard Naruto conversing with a white-haired boy seated in a wheelchair, a black rod protruding from his spine. His voice, hoarse yet liberating, revealed the truth that pain could indeed be understood as he persuaded Nagato. Xianglin's voice, tinged with astonishment, noted that her chakra remained connected to his, enabling this perception. Tsuyu's consciousness floated in darkness. The pain in her right shoulder had dulled. Yet her heart felt filled with something profound. She saw Nagato forming hand seals, the green light of the Rinne rebirth enveloping Konoha, and the deceased slowly opening their eyes. She observed Naruto kneeling beside Nagato's lifeless body, clutching her blood-soaked headband, and the figures of Team Hawk emerging at the edge of Konoha. With Shueyu wielding a decapitating sword, Xianglin carrying a medical kit, and Chungwoo bearing her unconscious form, gradually distancing themselves from the awakening ruins. When Team Hawk found Tsuyu, her forehead protector was pressed beneath the hilt of the Chikyu blade. As Xianglin wiped the blood away and picked up the protector, the headband retained its intertwined shape. The sweat stains on the back of the protector spread out like faint clouds, remnants of countless grips on the hilt. The chakra upon it pulsed. This tattered protector should have been discarded long ago. Shueyu kicked a stone, but Tsuyu tucked the protector closer, still wrapped around Naruto's headband, as if cradling unspoken sentiments, slowly warming into a badge of honor against the heat of her wounds. When Tsuyu opened her eyes again, she found herself lying on the grass by the riverbank. The setting sun painted the water in hues of gold and crimson, and the Chikyu blade was embedded in the soil beside her, its blade reflecting her pale visage. Xianglin was applying medicinal powder to her right shoulder wound. Shueyu squatted by the river sharpening his sword, and Chungwoo stared at the evening glow, seemingly counting the drifting clouds above. Awake? Shueyu remarked without looking up. You're quite resilient. 2 holes from the black rod, and yet you still live. Tsuyu flexed her fingers. The dull pain in her right shoulder was bearable. She turned her gaze towards Konoha, where the sky had cleared, and smoke was rising from the reconstructed rooftops, resembling the peaceful visage Naruto had once described. Suddenly, Xianglin laughed. I sensed it just now. Your chakra is still connected to Naruto's. Tsuyu's ears flushed with warmth, yet she said nothing in retort. Distant conversations from Team Hawk reached her ears, with Shueyu lamenting that he shouldn't have waited for her, while Chungwoo muttered that the evening glow resembled Tsuyu's hair. The chakra from Xianglin danced lightly over her wounds. Tsuyu closed her eyes. The black rod wound still throbbed faintly, yet she understood that some pains would transform into honors. She touched the knot of the headband. suddenly recalling the strength with which Naruto had grasped her during her confession, an intensity that the headband had never forgotten, entwined with unspoken feelings, and that heartfelt truth finally expressed. Would burn warmly. Chapter 19. The Forehead Protector. The overlapping shadows of hatred and affection, the snow of the land of iron carried a metallic chill, akin to a polished blade pressed against the skin. The castle of the Five Kages summit was enveloped in snow, the icicles at the eaves reflecting cold light, sharpening the standoff on either side of the long table. When Raikage's fist slammed down on the table, the icicles shattered in response. Konoha had produced Uchiha Itachi, while Kirigakure had nurtured Kisame. His crimson hair stood on end, and the lightning chakra charged the air with electric sparks. Now, do they dare discuss joint responses? The rogue ninjas from your village have filled half the graves of the ninja world. Kuratsuchi's fingertips condensed moisture into ice beads, which melted in the breath she exhaled. Perhaps Raikage should revisit the old grievances with Kumogakure, she thought, her eyes glinting red under the candlelight. Years ago, when Akatsuki was hired to assassinate the third Hokage, Kumogakure's envoy had personally placed gold coins into Pain's hands. Inoki's cane carved deep marks into the ground, sparks sizzling in the snow. Enough. His aged voice carried the weight of a Wagakure. If this continues, we shall shatter the ninja world before Akatsuki even raises a hand. Danzo's eyes, concealed beneath bandages, narrowed slightly, and Shusui's Sharingan burned beneath the wraps. Ladies and gentlemen, his voice, deliberately lowered, rasped like sandpaper over frozen ground. The true leader of Akatsuki is Uchiha Obito. That monster, who has lived for nearly a century, seeks not just a village, but the entire ninja world. His gaze towards the three ships held an imperceptible desire for control. Forming a ninja alliance was their only path to survival. Snow swirled outside the window. As Team Hawk stealthily traversed the frozen moat, Tsuyu's boots crunched over the ice, producing a delicate crackling sound. Instinctively, she pressed her hand against the short blade at her waist, its sheath entwined with her forehead protector. At this moment, the protector was heated by her body temperature. Like a branding iron against her skin. Touch that wretched thing again, and I will throw it away. Sasuke's voice reached her from ahead, his Sharingan gleaming brilliantly against the snowstorm. You are here to kill Danzo, not to reminisce about Konoha. Tsuyu hastily withdrew her hand. Yet the imprint of the badge lingered on her fingertips. She recalled the moment 3 days prior at dusk in Konoha, when she had called out "I like you" to Naruto as she fled from him. The way he had turned back, stepping in puddles, resembled a startled egret, his astonished blue eyes shining brighter than the fiery clouds on the horizon. He had opened his mouth, as if to say something, but was interrupted by the sudden blare of an alarm. In retrospect, that unuttered sentiment perhaps should have remained unspoken. When White Zetsu emerged from the snowdrift, Tsuyu's heart skipped a beat. As that viscous face drew near, she sensed a familiar chakra, warm, tinged with the scent of ramen, mixed with the unique volatile energy of the Nine Tails, emanating from the eastern gate of the castle, Naruto. Raikage's roar thundered like a lightning strike. Uchiha Sasuke. In that instant, as yellow lightning tore through the snowstorm, Tsuyu saw Shuei use decapitating sword cleaved in two by Raikage's bare hands, while Chongwu's cursed seal flaked away like paper before the lightning armor. Almost instinctively, she formed hand seals. The water release. Water prison burst open around Raikage's ankle. Yet the viscous curtain of water was instantaneously evaporated by the current, leaving only the stinging scent of steam. Get away. Raikage's fist grazed past her ear, the force of the wind severing the stray hairs by her cheek. Tsuyu stumbled backward, colliding into Sasuke's Susanu's skeletal shadow. The semi-formed bones exuded a chilling chakra, yet curiously reminded her of Naruto standing protectively before her, one warm as the sun, the other cold as ice. You are trembling. Sasuke's voice remained devoid of emotion, as the ribs of Susanu expanded, deflecting Raikage's fist. Are you afraid? Or are you thinking about that fool from Konoha? Tsuyu tightened her grip on the hilt, the badge pressing painfully into her palm. Nothing. She watched as Raikage charged again, suddenly recalling Naruto's words that her water release was gentler than anyone else's. Yet the ice spikes she now conjured were sharp as blades. I am simply contemplating how to assist you in eliminating Danzo. As Gaara's sand surged forth, it bore a searing heat. Sasuke. The sand wave, like golden tides, enveloped Raikage, Gaara's voice cutting through the storm. Hatred will turn you into a grotesque being. Sasuke's Amaterasu ignited black flames upon the snow, So what? The cursed seal crept up his neck, intertwining with the crimson of his Sharingan, forming a grotesque pattern. Better than those in Konoha, who masked their sins with false peace. Tsukio's gaze swept over the chaotic battlefield, catching a glimpse of gold near the castle's gate. Naruto was being tightly gripped by Sakura, his struggling movements causing the forehead protector to slip to his nose, revealing eyes filled with urgent concern. In that fleeting moment, their eyes met. She saw him silently mouthing "Tsuyu, don't." A familiar tingle surged up her tailbone. The sensation she felt every time he used his Nine-Tails chakra to protect her. It was identical to that time in the Land of Waves when he had stood before her against Zabuza, the warmth of the Nine-Tails chakra branded into her palm. Now echoing in this instant. As Oanoki's space-time ninjutsu tore through the fabric of space, Tsuyu's water release instinctively surged forward towards Sasuke. Yet that invisible technique pierced through the curtain of water, advancing directly towards Sasuke's face. At that moment, Uchiha Madara emerged from the black vortex, his overwhelming presence casting a shadow over the entire battlefield. Are you prepared to welcome the Fourth Great Ninja War? His voice, imbued with the unique pressure of the Rinnegan, resonated through the 5 great nations. Before the declaration of war could settle, a sudden uproar erupted within the venue. Niji's Byakugan glimmered under the lights as he pointed accusingly at Danzo's face, his voice trembling with fury. Those are Shirsue's eyes. You manipulated Lord Mitsuba using Kotoame Tsukumi. Danzo's body flicker technique stirred up the air, ruffling the ends of Tsukuyomi's hair. She saw him vanish in the direction of the corner where Naruto was hiding. When Sasuke's blade cleaved through the screen, she almost dashed out after that glint of cold light, but collided with a familiar figure around the corridor's corner. Naruto broke free from Sakura's grasp, his chest heaving violently. His gloves were soaked with snow melt, and his forehead protector was askew, embodying the familiar image she cherished. Yet, the eyes that were always filled with joy now bore an unshakable frost. So the affection you spoke of, his voice colder than the snow of the Iron Country, is merely a pretext to come and kill Danzo? Tsukuyomi's throat constricted, rendering her voiceless. The Konoha emblem at her waist burned through her combat attire like a searing brand. The memory of that day in the dense forest, when he had blushed and scratched his head after hearing her confession, was still vivid. He had said, after this mission, "Let's go eat at Ichiraku Ramen, my treat." The subsequent words were abruptly interrupted by the blaring alarm, and in retrospect, it felt like a mockery of fate. No, she finally managed to voice, her fingertips water chakra uncontrollably crystallizing into ice flowers, which shattered into stardust upon hitting the ground. I stayed by his side to find a way to lift the curse, to wait for him to calm down and bring him back to Konoha. Back to Konoha? Naruto stepped forward, snowflakes landing on his eyelashes, instantly melting into droplets. With what? With the hand that killed Danzo? Or with the water jutsu you used to shield him from Reikage? He gestured towards the bruise left by Reikage on her shoulder, where the lingering numbness of lightning chakra remained. Tsukuyomi, look at yourself, your injuries, the knife in your hand, and the company you keep. Which of these resembles a desire to bring him home? A voice from afar called out, Sasuke-kun is ahead. He is about to fall into Danzo's trap. Tsukuyomi's footsteps froze in place as she noticed Naruto's open ninja tool pouch, revealing explosive tags she had meticulously organized for him before her defection, each adorned with a small smiley face, assuring that even in detonation, joy would accompany them. Naruto, she reached out to touch his forehead protector, the very one she had tied for him 3 years ago, when he had complained that she had tied it too tightly. However, her fingertips hovered in midair. Believe me, I believed in you. He suddenly laughed, the sound laced with fractured ice. From the moment you drenched me with water jutsu at the Ninja Academy, I believed in you. He took a step back, his movements resolute. Back in the forest of death, when you were burned by Orochimaru's curse to save me, I carried you for 3 miles, consumed by a single thought. I must not let Tsukuyomi come to harm. Yet now his voice choked, you stand before me. Knife pointed toward Konoha. How can I trust you? Sasuke's sheath struck against the stone pillar of the corridor, producing a dull thud. Let us go? His gaze swept over the stagnant air between them, a fleeting mockery in his Sharingan. There was no time for a tragic performance here. Tsukuyomi cast one last glance at Naruto's tightly clenched fist, his nails digging into his palm, drawing blood, reminiscent of her own bloodied fingertips during her first confession. As she followed Sasuke around the corner, she heard Sakura's low sobs and Naruto's restrained, beast-like breaths. The sound pierced her heart like ice picks. When Danzo's trap was triggered within the abandoned armory, Tsukuyumi's water clone collided with the cursed seal barrier. The dark red patterns of the curse spread across the ground, ensnaring the clone's ankles and emitting the acrid scent of burning flesh. Uchiha brat, Danzo's voice echoed from the ceiling, his figure flickering behind the weapon racks. Did you think you could take revenge with such meager skills? Sasuke's Susanu's skeletal frame suddenly expanded, shielding Tsukuyumi behind him. Black flames surged along his blade. The eyes of Shursui, the order of genocide. You will repay your debts to the Uchiha today. Tsukuyumi's water jutsu flowed within her palm. But her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a golden figure racing towards them from the broken window of the armory, his forehead protector tracing a bright arc through the snowstorm. It was Naruto. Following him were Kakashi and Sakura, their chakras intertwining, emanating warmth that shattered the chill of the armory. Don't come here. Tsukuyumi instinctively shouted, her voice echoing in the empty armory. Her water jutsu abruptly shifted, erecting an ice wall at the window. It's dangerous here. Naruto halted outside the ice wall, his fists pounding against the icy surface. Tsukuyumi, move aside. His tone shifted with urgency and fury, the chakra of the nine tails swirling around him, the golden aura scattering the snowflakes. Danzo is a traitor to Konoha. It's our responsibility to deal with him, not his. Through the cracks in the ice wall, Tsukuyumi glimpsed the scar beneath Naruto's forehead protector, a remnant from the Chunin exams when he had been wounded by the Sound Nin. She had carried him through the night, while he had gasped, Tsukuyumi, don't worry about me. But she had gritted her teeth, insisting, shut up. I won't let you die. The moonlight from that time intertwined with the snow light of this moment, leaving her unable to discern whether she stood before Sasuke to aid in revenge or to prevent Naruto from entering and being scorched by this hatred. Danzo's curse erupted suddenly, the dark red patterns crawling up Sasuke's Susanoo. Izanagi, he sneered as he formed seals, his figure flickering between reality and illusion. Uchiha brat, taste the curse of your own bloodline. Sasuke's blade veered uncontrollably towards Kagaya. Tsukuyumi lunged forward, her water wall exploding in front of Kagaya, but was cleaved in two by Sasuke's blade energy. The edge grazed her arm, blood instantly staining the snow, starkly contrasting against the white backdrop. Tsukuyumi. Naruto's roar pierced through the ice wall, his golden chakra surging, forcefully cracking the ice barrier. How long will you protect him? The pain from her wound blurred Tsukuyumi's vision. She gazed at Sasuke's twisted face from the curse, and then at Naruto's anxious blue eyes beyond the ice wall. Memories of that day in the forest, when Naruto had tugged on her wrist, saying, Tsukuyumi, after this mission, I'll take you to meet Tsunade. I want to tell everyone. His unfinished words pricked her heart like a fine needle. Sasuke. She grasped Sasuke's wrist, blood from her palm smearing across his hand. Look clearly. You must kill Danzo, not Kagaya? Sasuke's Sharingan contracted sharply, the curse's patterns gradually receding. He violently shook off Tsukuyumi's grip, redirecting his blade towards Danzo, only to be ensnared by the four-symbol seal. The Uchiha can never. Danzo's voice grew muffled within the sealing technique as his body transformed into black runes. At that moment, Uchiha Madara appeared, the swirling vortex of Kamui, consuming Danzo's lifeless body. Sasuke, his mask faced Tsukuyumi. This woman has obstructed you twice. Keeping her alive is a threat. Sasuke's gaze fell upon Tsukuyumi's bleeding arm, the malice in his Sharingan gradually fading. Leave. He turned and exited the armory, not looking back at anyone. Tsukuyumi followed closely behind, pausing at the ice wall. Through the cracks, she saw Naruto staring at her, the fury in his blue eyes dissipating, replaced by profound weariness and concern. His lips moved, and this time she clearly saw him ask, "Does it hurt?" Tears fell unexpectedly, freezing into ice the moment they touched her cheeks. Tsukuyumi turned her face away, following Sasuke into the swirling snow, as Sakura's cries echoed behind them. Naruto, don't chase after them. The snow fell ever heavier, as if intent on burying the entire world beneath a blanket of white. Shiyue pressed her hand against her bleeding arm, her fingertips brushing against a note soaked in sweat, one that Naruto had slipped to her. It bore a crooked smiley face and the words, Shiyue, keep going. I will wait for you at the finish line. The edges of the note had become frayed from repeated handling, now softened further by the sweat in her palm, akin to a piece of snow on the verge of melting. She recalled Naruto's words. In the world of ninjas, there existed no absolute black and white, only that which one wished to protect. But what was it that she sought to safeguard? Was it the unquenchable fire of revenge within Sasuke, or the relentless light in Naruto's eyes? In the distance, the horizon was marked by the fluttering banners of the Ninja Alliance, their sound fierce against the howling wind and snow. Chiyue lifted her gaze, envisioning Naruto kneeling before the wreckage, his back straightened, adorned with a flurry of snowflakes. As he implored, "Please believe me, I will bring Sasuke back." She clenched her fists and tucked the note into her chest pocket, where the warmth was sufficient to dissolve any ice and snow. Perhaps this snowfall would never cease. Perhaps the road of hatred remained long. But as long as that golden light awaited her ahead, she would not lose her way. Just as Naruto had said, he would build a bridge, and she would tread forward step by step, even if her path was strewn with thorns, even if the wind and snow obscured her return. The snow of the land of iron continued to fall, settling in her hair, on her wounds, and upon the note that bore the words, "I will wait for you," gentle as an unfinished promise. Behind her, a golden figure stood amidst the storm, gazing in the direction she had vanished, his palm tightly gripping a half-broken leaf village emblem that had fallen from Chiyue as they crashed through the ice wall moments ago. He pressed the emblem to his chest, allowing snowflakes to blanket his shoulders like an unwavering sentinel. Chapter 20. Headband. The warmth of a mother's fingertips. The cascade of the waterfall resembled countless knives tempered in ice, crashing brutally against the rocks, sending up clouds of mist that crystallized into tiny ice particles in the air, scattering under the roaring sound of the water. Killer Bee stood at the riverbank, the tentacles of the eight tails gently wrapping around Naruto's collar, guiding him to the circular land in the center of the waterfall. The rocks here, smoothed by the rushing water, gleamed like mirrors, yet carried an unrelenting chill, as if they could reflect the deepest shadows of the human heart. "Kid." Killer Bee's rap, heavy with moisture, echoed. "To catch the wild beast that is the Nine Tails, one must first see clearly the bones of oneself. This waterfall will reveal what you hide. Do not close your eyes. Do not flee." Naruto rubbed his frozen hands together, inhaled deeply, and sat down. The mist gathered and dispersed before him, the sound of water fading into a blur, his consciousness sinking like a stone into a warm hot spring. Initially, there was only a void of darkness, but then a figure emerged from the shadows, identical to him, with the same golden hair and blue eyes. The same headband crooked atop his head, yet devoid of warmth, the corners of his mouth curling into a mocking smile. "Oh, is this not the great hero aspiring to be Hokage?" The dark Naruto leaned against the wall, his toes skimming the puddles on the ground. At Ichiraku Ramen, surrounded by a crowd of little girls clamoring for your autograph, you bolt through the throng, shouting about training. What? Afraid it might delay your half-hearted practice? Naruto sprang to his feet, fists clenched tightly. "I was just eager to return. What do you know? Understand?" The dark Naruto scoffed, his form shifting to that of Naruto as a child, shoulders hunched, clutching a carton of expired milk. "Do you not understand why you cried behind Hokage Rock at midnight? Why you wished to call Irika-sensei dad but swallowed the words? Do you not grasp that, while you claim not to need comrades, you chased after Sasuke for 3 days and nights when he left?" Each word pierced his heart like shuriken. Naruto swung his fist, only to have it pass through the figure's body, stumbling onto the rocks and splashing cold water onto his face. "Who are you?" He wiped his face, his voice trembling. "I am you." The dark Naruto reverted to his original form, crouching before him, the derision in his gaze morphing into a cold pity. "I am that part of you that you dare not acknowledge. You fear you are not strong enough, dread that others will discover you are still that unwanted little brat, afraid you will never become Hokage. Thus, you train relentlessly, bearing every burden alone, even denying yourself the time to sign an autograph for a fan. You fear that if you stop for even a second, you will be left behind." Water cascaded down from above, frigid and biting. Naruto stared at the figure that mirrored his own face, suddenly recalling Tsunade's words. The rampage of a Jinchuriki often arises not from the strength of the tailed beast, but from the chaos within oneself. He thought of the time he had stolen expired milk, hiding beside a trash bin, gnawing on it, and of the Chunin exams when he gazed at Sasuke's back, feeling both envy and admiration. He remembered how the person he cared for had departed silently, leaving him powerless, and how, before Jiraiya-sensei left, he had yearned to ask if he would return, but could only utter, "You idiot, perverted sage." Naruto opened his mouth, his throat constricting. "I am afraid of being abandoned, afraid of not being needed." The dark Naruto completed his thought, his tone softening. But why do you run? Signing an autograph for a little girl won't delay your strength. Admit it. You simply do not know how to face that kindness. Just as you do not know how to confront me. Naruto slowly sat down, the puddle reflecting their overlapping shadows. He suddenly laughed, scratching the back of his head. It seems you have a point. That little girl with twin ponytails reminded me of someone from my childhood. In my panic, I just ran. Not just that. The dark Naruto also settled down, the chill in his voice dissipating somewhat. You always say you want to bring Sasuke back, but deep down, you fear he may not wish to return. You shout about protecting Konoha, yet you dread that one day the village will once again see you as a monster. So what? Naruto scooped up a handful of water, letting it flow through his fingers. Even so, I have no intention of giving up. Wanting to be Hokage, wishing to protect everyone, desiring to bring Sasuke back, none of these sentiments are false. I know, the dark Naruto smiled, and this time, the smile resembled his usual one. That is why I am you. Those fears, those anxieties, are real, but so too are the things you wish to protect. His figure gradually became translucent, as though diluted by the flowing water. Before vanishing, the dark Naruto patted his shoulder. Do not hide me away. Let us move forward together. As consciousness returned to his body, the sound of the waterfall became crystal clear. Naruto opened his eyes, realizing that his chakra had stabilized significantly, flowing through his veins like carefully woven threads. Killer Bee gave him a thumbs up from the riverbank, the eight tails tentacles offering a dry towel. With that look in your eyes, you must have grasped something, huh? The ensuing training proceeded more smoothly than anticipated. Naruto attempted to infuse chakra into the seal of the nine tails. Initially, the furry beast snarled and resisted, clawing at his mental barriers. But when Naruto ceased to think of suppression and instead gently entwined his chakra around it like chains, the nine tails struggles weakened. Get lost. The nine tails roar reverberated through the mental space, shaking it with resonance. What do you know, you brat? I may not understand how much you despise being confined for so long. Naruto stood firm before the seal, meeting its gaze with steady resolve. But I know you do not wish to remain trapped forever. Let us make a deal. Lend me some of your strength, and when I become Hokage, I will find a way for you to bask in the sun, which is surely better than fighting here, right? The nine tails paused, then erupted in fury. Who would make a deal with you? It charged at the seal, chakra surging like a tsunami, snapping Naruto's chakra chains taut. Nearly to the breaking point, gritting his teeth, he held firm, darkness encroaching on his vision, just as he felt his consciousness on the verge of being consumed. A red-haired figure suddenly shielded him. Kurama, stop. The voice was bright and authoritative, causing the nine tails to recoil as if burned. A low growl of apprehension rumbling in its throat. Naruto gazed at the woman before him, her fiery red hair billowing in the currents of chakra. The contours of her features bore a resemblance to his own, yet the tenderness in her eyes was something he had never experienced. You are Uzumaki Kushina, she said, turning to him with a smile as she affectionately ruffled his hair. The warmth of her palm felt like the gentle sunlight of spring. I am your mother. Frozen in place, Naruto felt tears spring forth unexpectedly. He longed to call her mom, but those two syllables had been lodged in his throat for over a decade. Refusing to escape, Kushina knelt down and gently wiped away his tears with her fingertips, which bore a slight roughness, indicative of a life of labor. Why are you crying? Silly boy, you've grown much taller than I imagined, though that forehead protector is as crooked as your father's. At the mention of Minato, her gaze softened as if she were peering through Naruto to see another person. The first time I met your father was on the rooftop of the Ninja Academy. He was such a bumbling fool back then, unable to even grasp the transformation technique. Yet, when I was being bullied, he stuttered his way in front of me, clutching a half-eaten popsicle. Can you believe that? As she laughed, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Suddenly noticing Naruto's hesitance, she gently prompted, Is there something on your mind? Tell your mother. Naruto pressed his lips together, his voice hoarse. There's a girl named Tsuki. She's in a precarious situation, in a very dangerous place, but I believe her heart strives towards the light. He said little, but the concern in his eyes was unmistakable. Kushina observed his flushed ears and suddenly chuckled, patting the back of his hand. Silly boy, when you like someone. Isn't it about believing in the light in her eyes? If she is struggling, be the one who waits for her to turn back to you. Just as I believed in your father, knowing he would always be there for me, no matter how hard it got. She paused, her fingertip gently tapping his chest. If your heart is truly connected, no matter how far apart you may be, you will find your way back. Naruto gazed into his mother's gentle eyes, nodding earnestly. The heavy stone that had hung in his heart seemed to finally settle. Kushina began recounting tales of her past with Minato, stories of protection and trust that flowed warmly into Naruto's heart. That guy, she said, her gaze drifting to the distant, growling Ninetales, is not inherently bad. He was merely used, just as sometimes people can be ensnared by hatred or fear, forgetting their true selves. Her figure gradually became translucent, as if merging with the surrounding currents of chakra. Remember, do not fear the shadows within your heart, nor let the hatred of others lead you astray. Kushina's voice grew softer, yet it resonated clearly within Naruto's heart. You are Minato's son, a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, and above all, you are your own Uzumaki Naruto. As the last strand of red hair vanished, Naruto felt the chakra in his spiritual realm suddenly become gentle. The Ninetales, while still baring its teeth, ceased its attacks and merely regarded him with amber eyes, as if reassessing him. Hey, Naruto smiled at it. The deal we made still stands, right? The colossal beast grunted, turning its head away but not resisting the chains of chakra that bound it. Killer Bee, observing the golden chakra emerging around Naruto, patted his shoulder. Looks like you've finally found a way to tame the wild dog. The roaring waterfall continued to thunder. Sunlight pierced through the mist, casting a small rainbow upon the circular land. Naruto rose, the golden chakra swirling around him like a warm armor. He understood that the true journey of cultivation had only just begun, yet this time, he no longer feared the shadows hidden in his heart, for he had learned to carry them forward. Just as his mother had said, he was Uzumaki Naruto, a beacon capable of bringing sunlight into the darkness. Chapter 21. Forehead Protector. The weight of a rogue ninja and a headband. The flames of war in the ninja world raged like a pack of ravenous beasts, voraciously gnawing at the rocky walls of the dragon cave. Even the ancient stalactites, long silent for millennia, emitted cries of impending collapse. The crisp sound of the white snake shedding its scales echoed clearly. Each scale that fell felt like the shattering of time itself. The glow of the cursed seal climbed along the edges of four coffins, radiating an eerie purple halo. The wood-style chakra of the first Hokage entwined around the stalactites like vines, and the entire altar was gripped by an oppressive force that did not belong to the living. It was Uchiha Madara's chakra, accompanied by the murky aura of the Ten Tails, surging forth from the rift in space-time, solidifying the very air into lead. Suki's red hair stood on end beneath the weight of this pressure, defiantly blazing like a flame. The orange-yellow headband tangled in her hair crackled against the tumultuous winds, its frayed edges scattering like dying butterflies in the dim cave. She instinctively tightened her grip on the Akatsuki blade, the textured grip biting into her palm as tiny beads of blood seeped into the wood, merging with its dark hue. The second Hokage's Byakugan swept over her with a sharp intensity, his brow furrowing as he scrutinized her. The chakra of the Uzumaki clan is surprisingly chaotic, imbued with the purity of the village of Whirlpool, yet tainted by the bloodshed of the battlefield. As if torn by two entirely different fates. This headband is quite pristine, the fourth Hokage interjected softly, his golden cloak billowing gently in the wind as he pointed to the striking orange-yellow behind Suki's ear. The stitching had been meticulously infused with chakra, and even the worn edges had been carefully secured, signifying it was something cherished. Suki's ears flushed a deep red, as if scorched by fire. The rogue ninja forehead protector tied around her arm bore the scars of a decisive past, the iron edges rusted and worn, echoing the passage of time and solitude. Yet this orange-yellow headband was tenderly maintained with the chakra unique to the Uzumaki clan, every thread treated with utmost care, as though it were not mere fabric, but a fragile hope. Kushina's voice echoed in her mind, filled with the elderly woman's characteristic hoarseness and sincerity. The hair of the Uzumaki clan is red, a mark of our lineage. But if your heart becomes tainted by hatred, hardened and cold, it will no longer be warm. My dear, do not let yourself reach that point. The portal to the main battlefield tore open a blinding rift on the shores of the hidden mist, the briny sea breeze laden with a violent storm crashing against them, nearly toppling them over. The figures of the 7 ninja swordsmen emerged slowly from the white mist of Edo Tensei, resembling demons returning from hell. The thunderous roar of the Ryuga echoed ominously, its power crackling with electricity. A blinding flash of lightning grazed the ear of Tsukijetsu, singeing a few strands of her red hair that drifted down onto her orange-yellow headband, leaving a small blackened mark, reminiscent of ink splatters on a pristine canvas. Water release, water barrier. In an instant, a curved wall of water surged up, allowing Tsukijetsu to nimbly leap up, the orange-yellow fabric tracing a graceful arc in the air, narrowly evading the explosive spray from the blade. Yet before she could regain her footing, the hungry jaws of the pufferfish demon from Tsukijetsu lunged at the back of her qilong blade. The sound of the chakra being absorbed was akin to a malevolent spirit grinding its teeth, a jarring noise that made the blade tremble violently, nearly slipping from her grasp. Suddenly, Tsukijetsu spun around, using the force of the pufferfish's pull to drive the blade down sharply. Channeling the water release chakra along the razor edge into the roiling sea, water release, water dragon bite. Two vividly lifelike water dragons erupted from the blade, and at the moment their heads collided, a storm of water needles burst forth, each one entwined with a delicate vortex, targeting the gaps in the pufferfish's scales with formidable precision. The pufferfish demon roared in fury, retreating repeatedly, while the blade affectionately brushed against the surface of the water, as if savoring the purity of the chakra, or perhaps expressing an inexplicable sense of approval. Suddenly, the long blade of Kurisame's needle struck from the side, the icy tip grazing Tsukijetsu's neck, sending a bone-chilling sensation coursing through her. It caught her headband, pulling it taut in the fierce wind, trembling as if on the verge of snapping. Instead of relinquishing her grip, Tsukijetsu used the tension to propel herself forward, slamming the back of her blade against Kurisame's nape. This was the grappling technique taught by Irika. She had once deemed it lacking in flair and lethality, yet now she executed it with fluidity and precision, every ounce of strength delivered with unwavering resolve. As Kurisame's body froze, Tsukijetsu caught a glimpse of Chojuro, who was being toyed with by the water transformation technique of Mizuki's. Fully at his mercy, Mizuki's form flickered in and out of sight within the water curtain, like a phantom, while Chojuro's flatfish sword slashed fruitlessly through mere pockets of icy seawater. She suddenly recalled a practice session when Naruto had conjured small goldfish with water release, playfully swimming in her palm, the sensation of their fins brushing against her skin cool, yet imbued with his unique warmth. If water wished to evade, no blade could outpace it. One must understand how to navigate, how to entice, and follow its nature to seize its weaknesses. Chojuro, Tsukijetsu called out, her voice piercing through the chaotic battlefield, crystal clear in his ears. As the qilong blade struck the surface of the sea, chakra rippled outward like a stone cast into a still lake. Water release, water mirror technique. The vast ocean transformed into a colossal mirror, reflecting every movement of Mizuki with uncanny accuracy, even revealing the faint blue shadow of chakra he had been gathering beneath his watery guise, leaving him with nowhere to hide. At the third rib on your left side, she noted, remembering how he always left a trace of solid chakra there during his transformations. That was his vulnerability. Just as Chojuro's flatfish sword plunged into that weakness, Tsukijetsu's headband was suddenly caught by a violent gust of wind, wrapping around the blade. The orange-yellow fabric intertwined with the blue light of the water release, creating a mesmerizing ripple beneath the sunlight, beautiful enough to captivate anyone's gaze. Before Mizuki's form dissipated in reluctant defeat, he winked at her, his water-formed fingers lightly tapping her headband, as if to say the color was quite appealing, or perhaps conveying a silent acknowledgement. As the previous Hokages entered the fray, the battlefield had already been drenched in a thick hue of crimson, the air thick with the stench of blood and gunpowder. The first Hokages would release vines twisted like a colossal serpent, mercilessly crushing the white Zetsu, leaving chaos in their wake. The second Hokage's flying thunder god technique flickered through the corpses, swift as lightning, always bringing a turning point at the critical moment. The third Hokage's fire release painted half the sky red, consuming enemies while illuminating the resolute faces of the warriors. Tsukijetsu moved fluidly through the heaps of bodies, each swing of her qilong blade sending up a cloud of acrid blood mist, yet the orange-yellow of her headband remained pristine, as she had woven a thin shield of chakra around it. Even when a shuriken scored a deep wound on her shoulder, bleeding profusely, not a drop of that precious color was tainted, as if it were the last bastion of purity in her heart. Child, your water release is too hasty. It flows like a rushing torrent but lacks depth, Minato said, teleporting beside her with an injured comrade in his arms. The golden light of the flying thunder god illuminated the edge of her headband as he spoke, his tone gentle yet firm, imbued with the care and guidance of an elder. The chakra of the Uzumaki clan should be like the deep sea, capable of being patient and bearing great burdens. Only through a balance of strength and gentleness can one truly prevail. He lightly tapped his finger on the back of Tsukiyo's blade. A subtle flying thunder god technique manifesting, akin to a secret promise. Should danger arise, use this. I had Naruto leave a chakra mark in your sheath. We will find you. Tsukiyo was about to protest that it was unnecessary when she saw Madara's Susanoo rise like a towering mountain, the enormous blade cleaving through the clouds. Casting a heavy shadow like ink poured over the allied forces, bringing with it an overwhelming sense of dread. The fourth Hokage had already teleported away with the wounded. The sensation of his golden cloak brushing against her headband lingering warmly behind her ear, soft and comforting, reminiscent of Naruto's reassuring pats on her shoulder. Neither too light nor too heavy, yet always instilling an unshakable sense of security, as if no matter what transpired, there was a strength to rely upon. The battlefield against the Gold and Silver Brothers surged with the intensity of a thunderstorm, chaotic and brutal. The Silver Brothers' red gourd opened its gaping maw. The screams of the ensnared rising through the swirling vortex, chilling enough to send shivers down the spine. The Golden Brothers' banana fan unleashed a gale, slicing through the Raikage's defenses, creating a massive breach, the orange-yellow lightning erupting from the gap in a blinding cacophony, dazzling enough to obscure vision. As if the apocalypse were upon them. In a decisive moment, Tsukiyo swiftly removed her headband from her hair, tying it deftly atop her head, as if declaring her resolve. The orange-yellow fabric shone brilliantly amidst the lightning, a beacon in the darkness, momentarily stunning even the Silver Brother, who had been preparing to use the red gourd. Unhesitatingly, she charged forward against the binding of the Kinsho, her water-release chakra flowing adaptively along the blade, skillfully intertwining with Terui's lightning release, weaving a transient yet resplendent rainbow in the air. The Uzumaki clan can withstand any color, she declared, her voice resonating with unyielding tenacity. This tempest is but a trifle. What a steadfast spirit, Terui exclaimed, as the dazzling sparks of his lightning release collided with her water release, forming a temporary rainbow in the air, his hearty laughter echoing. This is the essence of balance. As the Golden Brother was drawn into the red gourd, Tsukiyo's Qilong blade remained firmly lodged in the gap of the Silver Brother's seven-star sword, both engaged in a fierce struggle, locked in a stalemate. In that moment, she saw her own orange-yellow reflected vividly in the Silver Brother's pupils, a fleeting glimmer of nostalgia flickering deep within, as if he glimpsed a long-forgotten, warm memory. His expression a complex tapestry of emotions. The most harrowing moments came with the reunion of the Sound Ninjas 5, every inch of ground soaked in blood and despair. Kimamaro's bone blade erupted from the earth, forming an impenetrable cage of bones around her feet, the cold spikes grazing her calves, drawing forth a trail of blood droplets. The pain excruciating. Tsukiyo's chakra surged wildly within the bone prison, yet Kimamaro's powerful Kekkei Genkai held her firmly in check, making escape nearly impossible. Just as the bone cage was about to close in, trapping her within, her headband slipped from her head, brushing gently against her cheek, bringing with it a familiar sensation. The sensation was reminiscent of a tranquil morning when Naruto gently tied the headband atop her head, his fingertips inadvertently grazing her earlobe. A warmth imbued with youthful sincerity and innocence. Suddenly, Tsuyu's chakra surged unexpectedly, awakening the unique resilience of the Uzumaki clan deep within her bloodline. Akin to a slumbering dragon roused from its rest. Her water release transformed from a sharp blade into countless delicate whirlpools, tender yet resolute. Seeping into the crevices of her bones, water release, whirlpool flow. The bone prison emitted a frail crack under the burden of the swirling waters. Cracks swiftly traversing from the bottom to the top, culminating in a thunderous shatter, enveloping the area in dust. As Junmaru fell, begrudgingly defeated, the bone shards grazed her arm, blood gushing forth instantaneously, staining the orange-yellow headband with small crimson marks, blooming like a stubborn flower in the snowy expanse, tragic yet captivating. Ignoring the pain of her wound, Tsuyu meticulously retied the headband, this time with extra tightness, as if fearing its fall would rob her of this singular solace. When she finally bore the unconscious Xianglin to safety, the bloodstains on the headband had dried, the dark red marks contrasting strikingly against the bright orange, evoking a breathtaking beauty, narrating a tale of blood-soaked persistence. Upon awakening, Xianglin gazed upon the blood-soaked bandages on Su Yu's arm and the headband stains, letting out a sudden scoff, though her tone lacked its usual sharpness, laced instead with a hint of subtle awkwardness. It's just a tattered band, worth more than life itself. Su Yu remained silent, tenderly infusing chakra into the headband, her movements as gentle as if cradling a rare treasure. She understood this was no ordinary strip of fabric. It symbolized the only warmth she could grasp amidst the battlefield's blood and fire. It concealed a whisper of hope she dared not voice, a light guiding her through the darkness, echoing her grandmother's words. As long as the heart remains warm, even with fiery red hair and countless trials, one can always find the way home. In the distance, Madara's Susanoo mercilessly ground the flames of the third Hokage to ashes, while Obito's white mask flickered in the colossal shadow of the 10 tails, exuding an oppressive aura. Tsuyu gripped her Chilu blade, the orange-yellow strands of her hair flickering defiantly amidst the billowing smoke, like a rebellious flame blooming on a blood-drenched battlefield, refusing to bow to fate, sturdy and resplendent. The firelight faintly illuminated the delicate inscriptions on her blade, a character for Naruto she had secretly etched, hidden deeply within her chakra, revealing only the faintest traces as the water flowed, akin to a secret buried within her heart. Taking a deep breath, an indomitable force surged within her as she charged toward the most intense and perilous part of the battlefield. Her red hair danced wildly in the tempest, the orange-yellow headband leaping in the fray, blossoming defiantly in despair, a flower unwilling to surrender to fate, resilient and vibrant. Chapter 22. The Headband. The reconciliation at the Valley of the End. The body of Obito, the 10 tails Jinchuriki, hovered at the heart of the battlefield, the tailed beast ball coalescing in his palm, a darkness capable of consuming all. Within that darkness churned millennia of hatred and despair, warping the very air into a vortex of agony, as the rocks of the allied forces' position cracked under the oppressive weight, weaving a suffocating dirge of screams and shattering. Tsuyu's Chilu blade was embedded in the scorched earth at her feet, the grip's anti-slip texture long filled with blood and mud, while the orange-yellow headband was yanked taut by the tailed beast ball's turbulent energy, the dried bloodstains glistening dark red under the harsh light, eerily reminiscent of the blood her grandmother had coughed onto the bedding in her final moments. She glimpsed Obito's Sharingan sweeping across the allied forces' position, yet his pupils were forever reflecting Rin's phantom, the girl in a white medical uniform smiling at him, the curve of her attire oddly mirroring the orange-yellow of her headband, casting a gentle warmth amidst the desolation. Protecting comrades. Naruto's hoarse voice pierced through the energy storm as the 9 tails chakra behind him formed a giant fox, golden chakra cascading like a waterfall. You wore that mask to protect everyone, didn't you? His voice trembled from overexertion, yet it held an undeniable certainty, as if it could pierce through Obito's layered facades and reach the heart frozen by hatred. Obito hesitated for a moment. The gathering of the tailed beast ball showed a slight delay, a faint blue light flickering through the darkness, reminiscent of a stream flowing beneath the ice. Tsuyu suddenly recalled 3 years prior when she had infiltrated Konoha, witnessing the man's silhouette before the memorial stone. At that time, he wore the Uchiha fan cloak, the night breeze lifting a corner to reveal the once white Konoha headband beneath. His fingers caressed Rin's name etched on the stone, calloused pads grazing the cold surface. Strands of black hair illuminated by the moonlight, strikingly similar to Naruto's golden locks now soaked in 9 tails chakra. At that moment, the character for Naruto on the Chilu blade glimmered with chakra, golden patterns spreading along the blade, resonating with the swirling chakra belonging to Kushina that leaked from Obito. The orange-yellow of the headband suddenly igniting with a faint glow, like an invisible thread connecting the solitary back at the memorial stone to the shouting boy on the battlefield, tightly stitching together 2 segments of time torn apart by hatred. As Obito's black rod pierced his own chest, chakra scattered like meteors toward the allied forces. A warm energy landed precisely on Tsuyu's headband. This energy was infused with Kushina's gentleness, Minato's swiftness, and a hint of Obito's clumsy remorse. She heard Obito's final voice mingling with the wind, light as a sigh. Don't let that color be tainted by hatred, little Uzumaki. The orange-yellow fabric suddenly became searing hot. As if it absorbed the long-delayed warmth hidden within that chakra, the frayed edges trembling gently in the heat, reminiscent of the hem of Rin's phantom. Madara's Rinnegan flared the moment Obito fell, his scarlet pupils reflecting the silhouette of the Ten Tails, the radiance of the Rinnegan exploding like dawn. Liberating his form from the constraints of the impure world reincarnation. The Ten Tails' murky energy surged into his pores, the Six Paths sage attire billowing behind him, the gem-like patterns swirling with divine pressure. Tsuyu watched as he raised his hand to rip apart the sky, the infinite Tsukuyomi's light piercing through the clouds. The pale purple moonlight flooding the battlefield, causing ninjas to succumb to slumber. Some dreamt of parents they had never met, others of the smoke of peaceful times. Yet only her headband's orange-yellow flickered defiantly under the moonlight, a barrier woven by Naruto's Nine-Tails chakra, now resembling a small sun, shielding her from the encroaching illusion. A ridiculous bond. Madara's Six Paths sage body radiated a godlike pressure, where his giant hands swept, wood and fire intertwined, weaving a net of destruction. Towering wooden dragons entwined with lava-like flames shattered the allied forces' defenses. Tsuyu's water release rendered as fragile as paper, the hastily erected water wall evaporating into mist. At the moment her Chi-Lu blade was knocked away, she saw Madara's gaze sweep over her headband, a fleeting hint of dazed recognition flashing in his eyes, through that orange-yellow. He glimpsed the young shoot of orange flowers that Hashirama had offered across the Valley of the End. The sunlight had been just as warm then. Hashirama's smile brighter than the current moonlight, and he himself was not yet the avenger consumed by hatred. As Kagaya's black Zetsu emerged from Madara's shadow, Tsuyu found herself ensnared by the wooden vines entangling her ankles. The thorns on those vines pierced deeply into her flesh, siphoning the chakra of the Uzumaki clan. She watched helplessly as the dark wool penetrated Obito's chest, witnessing the body of the Sage of Six Paths disintegrate under Kagaya's overwhelming pressure. The brittle cracking of bones mingled with Obito's furious roar, reminiscent of a hopeless requiem. The orange-yellow headband suddenly quivered violently, and beneath the fabric, the ephemeral shadow of a red hair ribbon emerged, a remnant from 1,000 years ago when Minato sealed the Nine Tails, inadvertently left behind on the altar of the Whirlpool Village. Now, activated by Kagaya's divine chakra, it reminded her of her mission as a member of the Uzumaki clan, not vengeance, but protection. In the stark whiteness of the dimensional space, Kagaya's ash bones rained down like a torrential storm, each shard glowing with a white light capable of obliterating all. The gravity in this alternate space distorted the flow of chakra. Tsukuyomi's water style coalesced into a grotesque sphere in her palm. Yet she pushed it forward with all her might to shield the medical ninjas behind her. The orange-yellow headband slipped from her hair, gracefully arching through the air to deflect a bone aimed at Sarada. In the moment of collision, a swirling halo of light erupted from the headband's surface, repelling the bone by half an inch. As Sarada caught the headband, she sensed the amalgamation of 5 distinct chakras within, Naruto's blazing warmth, akin to the summer sun at noon, Minato's swiftness, with the crackle of the flying thunder god technique, Kushina's comforting embrace, wrapped in the unique inclusivity of the Uzumaki clan. Obito's remorse, harboring a hint of clumsy tenderness, and her own tenacity, resilient like wild grass, always sprouting anew in the face of adversity. Grasping the headband, Sarada returned it to her, her fingertips discreetly imparting healing chakra, imbued with her signature bittersweet herbal scent. "No one will clean this filthy headband after you're gone," she remarked, her tone still sharp, but as Tsukuyomi noticed the brief hesitation in Sarada's touch, it was evident she was merely confirming the warmth of the chakra still residing within. As Naruto conjured a golden sphere of chakra from the collective energy of previous Hokages, Sasuke's Rinnegan flickered within the rifts of space. At last, Tsukuyomi grasped her chilly thread sword once more. The glowing inscription along the blade shone brilliantly amidst the chakra, resonating with the orange-yellow of the headband. She propelled herself toward Kagaya, stepping onto ice shards formed from her water style. Each step accompanied by piercing pain as the shards shattered and reformed under the gravitational field. The headband left a luminous trail behind her, merging with the brilliance of Naruto and Sasuke, 3 beams of light forming a resolute triangle against the stark backdrop of the dimensional space. A mortal's valiant stance against divinity, small yet unwavering. At the moment the six paths celestial body ascended, she witnessed the inscription on her sword merge completely with the headband SU, transforming into a slender thread of light that entwined with the colossal celestial body sealing Kaguya. The thread bore the intricate chakra patterns of the Uzumaki clan, a silent vow, her smallest yet most steadfast testament. As the infinite Tsukiyo was lifted at dawn, sunlight pierced through the smoke, casting mottled patches of light upon the ruins. Tsukiyo found her headband amidst the debris of the Valley of the End, resting on the precipice where Obito and Hashirama once clashed, cleansed by the morning dew, the orange-yellow hue radiant under the sun, with bloodstains and grime vanished, leaving only a faint scent reminiscent of sunlight. The waterfall in the Valley of the End roared as it shattered against the cliffs, the mist enveloping the stone statues of Obito and Hashirama, blurring their visages into indistinct silhouettes. Naruto stood atop the left statue's shoulder. Enveloped in the golden flames of the Nine-Tails chakra, the flow of his attire caught in the wind, harmonizing with the Uchiha fan etched behind the statue. Sasuke positioned himself in the right statue's palm, the purple skeletal form of Susanoo glowing coldly, wielding the Kusanagi sword that sliced through the air, generating a gust strong enough to slightly divert the waterfall. You still don't understand. Sasuke's voice resonated within the chakra of Susanoo, metallic and unyielding. To change this world, someone must become the center of darkness. He lightly tapped his toe on the statue's palm, and Susanoo's arm extended abruptly, its massive fist, laden with debris, hurtling towards Naruto, whose fist still bore the remnants of his battle with Kaguya, the purple-black energy coalescing at its tip, making his crimson Sharingan appear even more eerie. Naruto did not flinch. The Nine-Tails tail slammed into the ground, golden chakra surging towards his fist, absorbing the impact of the blow. The shockwave generated a gust that forced the waterfall to reverse. Debris from the statues cascading down, their descent into the valley swallowed by the rushing waters. I understand. Naruto bellowed, blood seeping from his fingertips and mingling with chakra, dripping into the statue's cracks. You want to bear all the darkness alone, just as I foolishly wanted to be the hero by myself. The Kusanagi sword suddenly shot forth from behind Sasuke's Susanoo with blinding speed. Naruto sidestepped to evade, but the blade gashed deeply into his left shoulder, exposing bone. Golden chakra surged to heal the wound, only to be dispersed by Sasuke's subsequent lightning technique. Do you think this will bind me? Sasuke's Susanoo suddenly disintegrated, and he leapt onto the ice shards formed from Naruto's water style, his right arm marked with a curse seal climbing to his elbow. What Konoha owes me, I will reclaim it myself, including this unnecessary bond. That is not a bond. It is proof of our shared growth. Naruto grasped Sasuke's wrist with his left hand, his right hand's Rasengan whirling rapidly, the blue chakra colliding with the curse seal's red glow on Sasuke's arm, unleashing an energy wave that cracked the surrounding rocks. Their faces were mere inches apart, breaths entangled in the mist. Naruto glimpsed the struggle flickering in the depths of Sasuke's Sharingan, akin to a candle flame torn by a tempest. Sasuke suddenly turned his head, the Kusanagi sword brushing against Naruto's neck as it plunged into the statue behind him. Stone debris spraying forth as he forcefully hurled the black chakra sphere from his left hand towards Naruto's chest. Naruto stood his ground, colliding his Rasengan against Sasuke's side, both of them grunting in unison as they were thrown backward, crashing into the statues behind them. In that moment, the waterfall's flow seemed to freeze, with droplets of their blood converging in midair, only to be scattered by the wind. Why not dodge? Sasuke clutched his bleeding side, the curse seal's red glow fading to reveal pale skin. Because you are crying, Naruto smiled, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, the wound on his left shoulder beginning to seep anew. You have been crying ever since you decided to come here with me, Sasuke. Susanoo unfurled once more. Yet this time it did not strike. Instead, it transformed into a colossal cage that enveloped them both. Sasuke's gaze turned tranquil, akin to a frozen lake. This is the last time, Naruto. He withdrew the Kusanagi sword from the statue, its tip aimed at his left arm. Either you sever my obsession, or I. Before he could finish, Naruto's fist, imbued with the Nine-Tails chakra, came crashing down, as Sasuke's Kusanagi sword simultaneously swung forth. There was no earth-shattering collision, only two muffled thuds. Naruto blocked the blade with his right arm, while Sasuke met Naruto's fist with his left. Blood erupted within Susanoo's cage, reminiscent of the time years ago on the ninja school rooftop when Naruto accidentally tore a bandage while tending to Sasuke's wound. The Kusanagi sword severed Naruto's right arm. The sound of bone fracturing resonating sharply amidst the waterfall's roar. The Nine-Tails chakra obliterated Sasuke's left arm. The gory wound causing the curse seal's markings to vanish entirely. Both fell simultaneously, creating a tremendous splash in the deep pool below. Enduring excruciating pain, Naruto swam toward Sasuke, using his remaining left hand to grasp his sinking form. Sasuke did not resist, allowing Naruto to drag him to the shore, where they sat back-to-back in the shadow of the statues of Obito and Hashirama, the blood from his severed arm staining the rocks beneath them, gradually washed away by the flowing water, merging into the valley. "It hurts so much," Naruto gasped, laughter mixed with blood trickling into the corners of his mouth. "Had I known it would hurt this badly, I shouldn't have learned shuriken techniques from you." Sasuke said nothing, merely turning his head to gaze at Naruto's empty right shoulder, his eyes suddenly feeling warm. The distant sky began to clear, sunlight piercing through the mist, casting a faint glow upon their interlocked left hands. The waterfall of the Valley of the End continues to roar, yet it seems to have softened considerably, as if singing a belated song of reconciliation for this bond that has spanned half a lifetime. The confrontation and collision in the distance are perceived by both Tsukiyo and Xianglin. Xianglin's fingers clutched the fabric tightly, her nails digging into her palm, a madman. However, her tone lacks mockery, filled instead with an indescribable complexity. She senses the intertwining chakras, fierce as a volcanic eruption, yet gentle like the merging of streams, akin to two swords clashing, ultimately finding the most fitting shape within each other's gaps. Tsukiyo reties her headband, the orange-yellow fabric fluttering in the morning breeze, perfectly masking the moisture that threatens to gather at the corners of her eyes. She recalls the word Mang inscribed on the blade, remembering Naruto's words that reconciliation is not forgetting, but rather moving forward with scars. Suddenly, she comprehends that the warmth her grandmother spoke of was never about a lack of wounds, but rather the ability to shine anew, like this headband, even if stained with blood or dust, warmed by the heat of their connection. "Hey," Xianglin suddenly speaks, gazing at the figures of Naruto and Sasuke. "After this fight, where do you plan to go?" Tsukiyo lowers her head, caressing the headband, the orange-yellow fabric growing warm in her palm, the inscribed word on the blade reflecting the brilliance of the headband. She remembers Minato's words, Obito's instructions, and the warmth of Naruto's fingertips when he tied the headband. "Back to Konoha," she softly declares, her voice imbued with an unprecedented determination, "to find someone and tell him that the headband he gave me is quite resilient." Xianglin snickers, her lips curving upward, but her footsteps sincerely follow Tsukiyo towards the direction of Konoha. Sunlight cascades upon their crimson hair, intertwining with the orange-yellow headband to create a warm tapestry of color. In the distance, the Valley of the End stands silent under the morning light. Two colossal stone statues bearing witness to the dawn of a new era, an era no longer ensnared by hatred, one that can mend wounds with bonds and tenderness. The orange-yellow of the headband flutters gently in the wind, as if responding to something, or perhaps narrating a tale. The chakra concealed within the fabric, the intertwined warmth and resilience, the guardianship and legacy that transcend time and space, all coalesce into a glimmer of hope for the rebirth of the ninja world at this moment. Naruto's tale concludes. Chapter 23, The Headband, a testimony of cherry blossoms, extra chapter, OOC warning. As the cherry blossoms of Konoha drift over Hokage Rock, Tsukiyo is engaged in sorting through the remnants of ancient texts from the Uzumaki clan. Sunlight filters through the window, casting fragmented patterns on the yellowed pages. Her fingertips glide over the characters documenting the Uzumaki sealing technique when she suddenly hears the soft rustle of paper behind her. Unbeknownst to her, Naruto stands beside the bookshelf, cradling a volume titled A Study of Uzumaki Clan Attire. His golden hair, illuminated by the sun, takes on an amber hue, with the tips of his ears tinged with a suspicious shade of red. "What are you looking at?" Tsukiyo closes her book, noticing his fingertip resting on an illustration of a pure white ceremonial garment. The dress, adorned with intricate cloud patterns, shows signs of wear along the edges, clearly indicating it has been perused multiple times. Naruto hastily hides the book behind him, knocking over a nearby bamboo scroll in his flurry, sending it rolling across the floor. "And nothing," he stammers, squatting to collect the scrolls, the metallic joints of his prosthetic clinking against the wooden shelves. It's just that Granny Tsunade said wedding attire must adhere to ancient customs. Tsuyu watches the blush creeping up his ears and suddenly recalls the clumsy boy from years ago on the mist-hidden coast, who tied the orange-yellow headband into a tight knot. Back then, his palms bore the calluses of youth. Now, the joints of his prosthetic show faint scars, remnants of years spent reviewing documents and gripping kunai. The white garment is lovely, she remarks, picking up the topmost scroll, which contains the wedding records of Uzumaki Mido. However, the dyeing techniques of Uzumaki village have long been lost, rendering the traditional scarlet unattainable. White is perfectly fine. Naruto suddenly looks up. Cherry blossom petals caught in his golden eyelashes, resembling snowflakes resting on the rooftops of Konoha, immaculate. He pauses, his voice softening, just like the color of your headband. It has never been sullied. The proposal is set for a night graced by the moon. Naruto chooses the rooftop of the Ninja Academy as the venue, where a venerable cherry blossom tree, secretly planted during their night watches together, now stands tall and majestic. Moonlight filters through the branches, casting dappled shadows upon the wooden box he has prepared. It's not anything extravagant. Naruto opens the box, revealing not jewels, but a newly crafted Konoha headband. The inside lacks inscriptions, but bears the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, showcasing two intertwined chakra symbols, one representing his nine-tails chakra, the other Tsuyu's Uzumaki chakra, glistening softly in the moonlight with a faint golden-red hue. Granny Tsunade said that in ancient times, ninjas would seal each other's chakra within their headbands. His prosthetic hand grasps hers somewhat awkwardly, the metallic coolness mingling with the warmth of her palm, ensuring they can feel each other no matter how far apart they may wander. Tsuyu recalls her grandmother's words. The Uzumaki chakra is a bond that ties hearts together. She raises the headband to the moonlight. The two symbols gradually merge in the silvery glow, like two drops of ink diffusing on rice paper, blending into an inseparable mass. Naruto, she suddenly speaks, extending what she has clutched tightly in her hand, a piece of orange-yellow fabric, with tiny Uzumaki patterns embroidered along its edges. The worn piece of the headband you gifted me, I kept it. Naruto accepts the fabric, his fingertips brushing over the delicate stitches. Each stitch was sewn with chakra thread, imbued with her warmth, reminiscent of cotton warmed by sunlight. Sew it into your Hokage cloak, she suggests with a smile, helping him tuck the fabric into his inner pocket, so that when you embark on missions, it will be as though I am right there with you. On the day of the wedding, the streets of Konoha are adorned with red and white lanterns. Tsuyu dons the white ceremonial gown, its hem trailing like a cloud, her hair unadorned save for a new orange-yellow headband, crafted by a weaver from the weaving village, replicating the style of years past, with stitching far more meticulous than the knots Naruto had tied, yet deliberately left with some frayed edges, symbolizing their shared journey. Xiong Lin, serving as the bridesmaid, awkwardly assists Tsuyu with her gown. White garments are prone to stains. You'll surely end up with smudges when raising children. Though her words are sharp, her eyes sparkle with warmth, and within her hands, a gift box contains the last sealing talismans from Uzumaki village. This is for you to keep safe. Don't let the Uzumaki legacy fade away. Naruto stands beneath the god tree, clad in a deep-hued traditional outfit, waiting for her. His prosthetic hand is fitted with specially made white gloves, holding a red silk pouch. As she approaches, he suddenly becomes flustered, moving awkwardly. He hands her the pouch, which contains a pair of silver bracelets engraved with patterns of the Nine Tails and Uzumaki, crafted by a master artisan at Granny Tsunade's behest, claiming they are sturdier than rings. When it comes time to exchange tokens, his prosthetic fingers struggle to clasp her bracelet. Tsuyu grasps his wrist, her fingers tracing the wear marks on the metallic joints, evidence of the 3 months he spent mastering the prosthetic in training. Laughter erupts around them as Kakashi-sensei raises a camera, urging them to come closer. Sasuke stands in the back, holding Sarada, surprisingly not rolling his eyes, but merely nodding toward Naruto, as if to say he has finally accomplished something worthwhile. Look, Tsuyu slides the bracelet onto his prosthetic hand, and then positions her own onto her wrist, ensuring they one tea slip off. The days following their wedding are akin to tea slowly brewed in warm water, gradually revealing sweetness. Naruto remains perpetually busy, yet he always returns late at night with a string of her favorite dumplings. Tsuyu teaches sealing techniques at the Ninja Academy, where many of her students bear the crimson hair of Uzumaki descendants. She often ties orange-yellow headbands on them, declaring it the color of the Uzumaki clan. 3 years later, Tsuyu gives birth to a set of twins. The boy inherits Naruto's golden hair and blue eyes, while the girl possesses the Uzumaki clan's signature red hair. Her eyes curving into crescent moons when she smiles, strikingly reminiscent of Tsuyu's grandmother. Naruto, clumsily holding both infants, struggles to distinguish between the brother and sister, ultimately resorting to tying a Konoha headband on the boy's swaddling cloth and an orange-yellow headband on the girl's. Let us name them Uzumaki Ming and Uzumaki Su. Tsuyu leaned against his shoulder, inhaling the faint scent of smoke that lingered on him. Ming signifies brightness, while Su embodies your essence. Naruto interjected, resting his chin atop her head, his prosthetic arm gently patting their wailing daughter. If anyone inquires about their names in the future, they shall say they were bestowed by the Hokage, more precious than anything else. When Uzumaki Ming and Uzumaki Su turned 5, they became the little tyrants of Konohagakure. The brother would often snatch his sister's headband, while the sister, having just mastered the Uzumaki sealing technique, would seal her brother's toys within scrolls. Each time Naruto stumbled upon the scene, he would feign sternness, admonishing the brother not to bully his sister, only to turn away and secretly teach Ming how to unravel the seals, earning a playful smack on the head from Tsuyu. This was precisely how their father had been dealt with by their mother. Uzumaki Su sat upon Tsuyu's lap, toying with the orange-yellow headband nestled in her mother's hair. Grandma recounted how their father had first gifted their mother a headband, which she had tied into a grass-like knot. At that moment, Naruto was demonstrating the fundamental hand signs for the Rasengan to Ming when he nearly misdirected his chakra upon hearing this. Your grandmother simply loves to spin tales. He scratched his head, gazing at the new strands of hair framing Tsuyu's face, and suddenly proposed, once there are fewer missions, we shall visit the ruins of Uzushio. That autumn, they indeed made the journey. The remnants of Uzushio were adorned with wild chrysanthemums, as Tsuyu held Su's hand, squatting before the altar's ruins, teaching her to recognize the sealing patterns etched into the ground. Meanwhile, Naruto guided Ming to rummage through the debris, where they discovered a relatively intact tile. With chakra, he inscribed Naruto and Su upon it, accompanied by 2 simple drawings, one with golden hair, the other with red, interlinked hand in hand. When you grow up, you will understand that this is your mother's origin, he explained as he handed the tile to Tsuyu, his prosthetic palm dusted with earth. Just as Konohagakure is my root, together we create a complete home. At the age of 12, Uzumaki Ming triumphed in his first match during the Chunin exams. Wearing the forehead protector crafted by Naruto himself, he rushed off the stage, immediately throwing himself towards Tsuyu, while his red-haired sister followed closely behind, brandishing a new orange-yellow headband. Mom said that winning means a new headband. Su tied the headband atop her brother's head, nodding it just as Naruto had done in the past. From the spectator's stand, Naruto watched the gleeful faces of his children and suddenly remarked to Tsuyu, once they become Jonin, I shall resign as Hokage. Tsuyu turned to him, noticing strands of silver mingling within his golden hair, the joints of his prosthetic having been replaced with new parts, yet remaining as nimble as ever. Where shall we go? Traveling, Naruto replied, his gaze fixed upon the Hokage rock, the evening glow reflected in his eyes. We will visit the deserts of Tsunagakure, as suggested by Sasuke, and savor the seafood recommended by the Mizukichi. Most importantly, I will hold your hand, tracing through your hair's orange-yellow strands, and accompany you along the paths we left untraveled. And so they did. After Uzumaki Ming and Uzumaki Su became formidable ninjas in their own right, Naruto relinquished the burdens of Hokage, packing a modest bag with Tsuyu, and embarked on their long-awaited journey. They gazed at the stars in the deserts of Tsunagakure, where Su fashioned Naruto a sand prosthetic guard using the Uzumaki sealing technique, both breathable and resistant to sand. They fished by the shores of Kirigakure, where Naruto used the chakra of the Nine Tails to warm Su's hands, saying, the warmth I owed you during that thunderstorm is now repaid in full. Throughout their travels, they would often send postcards to their children, sometimes depicting cacti from Tsunagakure, other times the lightning patterns of Kimogakure. Each postcard bore the signatures of 2 individuals, one inscribed in bold strokes by Naruto's prosthetic, the other penned with the graceful curves of Tsuyu's writing. In the year they turned 75, they returned to Konohagakure. Uzumaki Ming had ascended to the position of Hokage, while Uzumaki Su inherited Tsuyu's sealing techniques. Teaching at the Ninja Academy, where students adorned orange-yellow headbands in their hair, Naruto planted a cherry blossom tree in their yard, reminiscent of the one atop the Ninja Academy's roof, while Tsuyu tended to a pot of wild chrysanthemums from Uzushio by the window, which bloomed golden each autumn. On a sunlit afternoon, Naruto perused old photo albums beneath the porch, with Tsuyu leaning against him, gazing at a photograph of herself clad in a pristine white gown, her orange-yellow headband billowing gently in the breeze. "Do you remember?" She pointed to a corner of the photo, where Karui frowned as she adjusted her skirt, exclaiming that the fabric was too prone to dirt. "Yet you wore it your entire life, and it remained spotless." Naruto closed the album, his prosthetic gently resting upon her hand. Outside, cherry blossoms fell upon their silver hair, reminiscent of the confetti from their wedding. "Naruto," Tsuyu suddenly murmured. "Grandma said that when a person reaches the end of their life, their chakra returns to the earth, transforming into flowers and wind." Naruto turned his head, seeing the light in her eyes, reminiscent of the brightness he'd seen in her during their youth at the Valley of the End. "Then let us become the wind of Konohagakure," he said softly, like a sigh, blowing open the cherry blossoms of spring and turning the wild chrysanthemums golden in autumn, forever guarding our home. That evening, when Uzumaki Ming visited them, he found the two elders peacefully asleep against each other. Naruto still clutched the orange-yellow fabric adorned with swirling patterns, while Tsuyu's newly changed headband rested upon the back of his hand, resembling two radiant strands intertwined for a lifetime. Moonlight filtered through the cherry blossom tree, casting a gentle white glow upon them, akin to the unyielding whiteness of that long-ago wedding gown. Years later, Uzumaki Tsu would recount the tales of her grandparents to her students, always producing that tile inscribed with Naruto and Tsu. Time had worn the simple drawings down, yet one could still discern the figures of two little people holding hands, forever bound together amidst the ruins of Uzushio, beneath the cherry blossoms of Konohagakure, and within every gust of wind that swept through the ninja world. The orange-yellow headbands adorning the children's hair sparkled like stars in the sunlight, as if whispering, "Some bonds shall never fade." Mission World Naruto has been completed. A mechanical voice resounded in the void, steady and unchanging. "Oh Tsuyu, you have completed the main bond task, witnessing peace in the ninja world and forming a soul bond with the target character, Uzumaki Naruto. Hidden task: to inherit the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan has been accomplished. Comprehensive score, S. A translucent light screen materialized in the pure white space, chronicling her life in that world, from a young girl clutching a headband amidst the blood-soaked battlefield, to a radiant bride in a white gown, and finally to an elderly woman tying headbands for her grandchildren as silver strands graced her hair. The final image froze, depicting her and Naruto leaning against a cherry blossom tree, their headbands and forehead protectors entwined, like two beams of light, forever inseparable. The mechanical voice resounded once more during the emotional separation, the images on the light screen beginning to fade. Detection of a resilient soul bond. The separation process will induce slight discomfort. Tsuyu instinctively raised her hand, her fingertips seemingly still retaining the metallic coolness of Naruto's prosthetic. The scent of wild chrysanthemums from Uzushio lingering in her nostrils. These visceral sensations, piercing and real, constricted her throat, yet as the separation command fell, they receded like a tide, leaving behind a vague emptiness, reminiscent of a crucial memory, yet devoid of specific details. The light screen refreshed, revealing new mission information. Mission objective: Hatake Kakashi mission type. Redemption line mission requirement: alter the trajectory of the target's fate, which is eternally mired in regret, enabling self-reconciliation, and complete the strategy to continue the Hatake bloodline. Timeline: Kakashi in his childhood state activation time, 3 seconds hence. The scene shifted, presenting a silhouette of a silver-haired boy. 13-year-old Kakashi, bearing the white Fang's ninja blade upon his back, stood before the ruins of the Kemizumi Bridge, his left eye bandaged, his mouth set in a grim line. Raindrops dampened his hair tips, bloodstains spreading across his forehead protector like the petals of a wilting flower. Teleportation preparation. 3, 2, 1. Chapter 24, Forehead Protector, Bonds Swollen by Rain, Extra Chapter. OOC warning: the reconstruction of Konohagakure unfolded slowly within the morning mist. New wooden frames rising amid the crumbling walls, while children sketched formless whirlpools upon the ground with scattered stones. In the distance, the Hokage rock was gradually being restored by artisans. Tsuyu stood before the memorial, her orange headband weighed down by the morning dew. the fabric imbued with a chakra that felt like a frozen stream, devoid of the fervor that once characterized the battlefield. She had come to return the headband. Naruto stood on the opposite side of the monument, stretching on his toes to engrave a newly inscribed name at its pinnacle. The residual chakra of the Nine Tails radiated a lingering warmth from the war, fluffing his golden hair, while his profile glimmered softly in the morning sun. Hearing footsteps, he turned and smiled, his expression as bright as ever, but when his gaze landed on her headband, it was as fleeting as a breeze skimming over water. "Tsukiyo," he called, descending from the scaffolding, his palms dusted with stone powder. "Did you need something?" Tsukiyo hesitated, her hand pausing in the act of untying the headband. The fabric still bore the scent of gunpowder from the battlefield, mingled with the herbal aroma of phosphorescent medicine and the faint warmth of a long-lost tenderness. Yet, clutched in her hand, it felt like a handful of ashes. "Here," she said, extending the headband toward him, her fingertips deliberately avoiding his touch. "It's time to return this to you." Naruto blinked in surprise, and as he reached out to take it, the headband swayed gently between them, reminiscent of a severed thread. "You don't have to return it," he said, scratching his head and pushing the headband back towards her. "It looks good on you." His tone was as casual as discussing the weather, devoid of any turbulence, reflecting the ease of a friend and the politeness of a comrade, yet lacking the deeper sentiments concealed within her heart. Tsukio's fingers curled tighter around the headband, the frayed edges pricking her palm, a minor pain overshadowed by the sting of his words. She recalled how focused he had been when he had enveloped the headband in a protective barrier with his Nine Tails chakra. How earnestly he had warned against letting hatred taint their hearts. Those moments, she realized, were merely instinctual guardianship of a comrade, akin to his protection of anyone standing upon the soil of Konoha. "No," she insisted, shoving the headband back into his hands. As she turned away, she heard her voice tremble. "Your chakra is too hot. I can't wear it." Naruto stood rooted, clutching the headband, its orange-yellow fabric curling slightly in his grasp. He watched as Tsukiyo merged into the crowd of reconstruction, her red hair sliced into fragments by the shadow of the wooden framework. Suddenly, he called out to her. "By the way, Tsukiyo, Sakura mentioned she's going to see Sasuke this afternoon. Do you want to join?" Tsukiyo did not halt. She understood that Naruto meant no harm. He merely operated under the habit of enveloping everyone within the expansive frame of comrades, illuminating every corner with a warmth akin to sunlight. Never considering that some lights might wish to belong solely to one, Xianglin awaited her at the street corner, idly playing with a freshly picked wild chrysanthemum. "Back already?" She raised an eyebrow, her gaze sweeping over Tsukiyo's empty hair. "From the looks of it, I can tell it didn't go well." Tsukiyo remained silent. Snatching the chrysanthemum from Xianglin's hand, the petals crumpled from her grip. Laughter echoed from a distance. Naruto crouched on the ground, using chakra to transform into golden foxes for the children. The sunlight illuminated his lifted profile, a warmth so profound it brought tears to one's eyes. "He will probably never understand," Xianglin murmured, her voice as soft as a sigh. "The chakra within that headband has long ceased to be merely a shield." Tsukiyo gazed at the children gathered around Naruto, each receiving a spiral-shaped candy from him, observing as he casually wrapped the orange-yellow headband around his wrist as if it were a trivial ornament. She suddenly recalled Xianglin's words in the initial space about the 5 types of chakra within the headband, realizing that the hottest thread was, all along, merely her own obsession. Later that evening, while tidying up the remnants of the battlefield at the Valley of the End, Tsukiyo discovered the Chi-Lu blade at the edge of the cliff. The inscription on the blade had dulled, as if it had exhausted all its light. Gripping the hilt, she made her way back, passing by the Hokage rock, where she saw Naruto standing beneath the statue of the first Hokage, conversing with Sakura. Sakura laughed, her eyes curving, as she brushed away stone dust from his shoulder, her movements as natural as if rehearsed 1,000 times. The orange-yellow headband on Naruto's wrist fluttered in the wind, just grazing Sakura's fingertips. Tsukiyo tightened her grip on the hilt, pivoting in the opposite direction. The setting sun stretched her shadow long, the inscription on the blade shimmering faintly in the afterglow, as if mocking the feelings she had concealed for so long. Some bonds, she realized, had always been hers alone, like that headband, given without much thought, yet when worn, it had filled her heart with warmth, and upon returning it, all that remained was a chill in her hand. That night, rain began to fall. Tsukiyo sat inside the makeshift tent, meticulously wiping the Chi-Lu blade. The inscription gleamed brightly, but could no longer reflect the image of that golden-haired youth. Outside, footsteps approached. It was Naruto, carrying 2 boxes of bento. Upon seeing her, he smiled and waved. "Tsuyu, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Here's one for you." His wrist was bare, the orange-yellow headband lost somewhere. Tsuyu glanced down at the blade, softly replying, "No thanks, I'm not hungry." Naruto didn't press further, turning towards Sakura's tent, his silhouette gradually fading into the rain. The sound of raindrops tapping against the tent's roof felt like counting the unspoken moments hidden within the headband. Tsuyu buried her face in her knees, the coolness of the blade seeping through her palm, finally overpowering the last remnants of warmth within her heart. Some warmth, she understood, was destined to be borrowed. Just like that headband, it had offered warmth for a time, but was meant to be returned to the sun. Background: assuming Naruto does not harbor feelings for Tsuyu. Chapter 25. A letter of gratitude. I have long wished to sincerely express my gratitude to everyone. Each time I open the back end and see those familiar avatars and messages, a warm feeling I cannot articulate stirs within me. You are like the quiet figures standing behind the scenes in a story, silently supporting these words forward in the gentlest of ways. I remember when I first began writing these tales, I was often apprehensive. I feared my writing lacked the strength to convey the emotions hidden in the details. I worried that fragments about bonds and warmth would seem too faint in the fast-paced reading. And I dreaded that the sentences I labored over would ultimately meet an unremarkable fate of being ignored. Yet your presence serves as a perfectly measured light, gradually illuminating those hesitant corners. Some readers have mentioned how certain passages remind them of their own school days, while others meticulously point out small oversights in the plot. Some simply leave a message of encouragement, promising to wait for updates. These seemingly ordinary words are like carefully polished stones that I quietly tuck away in my heart. Each time I encounter writer's block or feel unable to continue, recalling these words ignites a sudden courage to try once more. I am aware that my writing is far from perfect. At times, the plot advances too slowly, making you wait too long. At times, my emotional expressions lack precision, failing to convey the subtleties hidden between the lines, and occasionally, I may leave behind errors due to carelessness. Yet you are always so forgiving, smiling and saying it's all right to take your time, patiently awaiting the story to unfold. This trust is more precious to me than any praise. The process of writing stories resembles a long dialogue. I weave my reflections on growth, regret, and tenderness into words, while you respond with your reading and feedback. You sigh for Tsuyu's unspoken feelings nestled within the headband, feel moved by Naruto's weight of companionship, and remember seemingly inconsequential details like the calluses on Obito's fingertips, the awkwardness in Xianglin's tone, or the ever-warm vortex stone. These moments of remembrance reveal to me that what I thought were my private concerns had long been quietly noted by you. A reader once asked me why I often write about the little things, like an afternoon spent pickling plums, or stones secretly tucked into a backpack, or sharing an umbrella in the rain. In truth, I have always believed that the most poignant moments are not those grandiose feats that shake the world, but rather the fragments imbued with warmth, nestled within the creases of time. Much like the orange-yellow headband in a story, it possesses no extraordinary powers. Yet its weight is enriched by the traces of battles fought, the embrace of chakra, and the hands of various individuals that have clasped it. You, dear readers, are the ones who have bestowed significance upon these fragments. Each time I encounter someone who expresses warmth because of my story, I feel as though I have accomplished something profoundly meaningful. The most wondrous aspect of written words is their ability to transcend time and space, conveying a small yet profound emotion to strangers. This connection is only possible because you are willing to pause and believe in the genuine feelings concealed within these fictional tales. In the course of penning these stories, I often recall the emotions of Tsuyu gripping the headband, an amalgamation of anxiety and anticipation. Fear of disappointment mingled with an irresistible desire to draw closer, much like my own feelings towards you. I fear that my writing may fall short, that I may not meet your expectations, yet it is this very anticipation that compels me to refine every word with greater tenderness. The journey ahead remains long, and there are many unfinished fragments yet to be told. There may be nights of writer's block and chapters that do not satisfy, but the thought of you waiting grants me a solid footing on this path. I am truly grateful to you. Thank you for taking the time to read these words, for embracing my imperfections, and for allowing these stories to be seen and remembered. Your companionship is akin to the ever-warm vortex stone in the narrative, forever warming my heart and supporting me as I gradually unfold the remaining tales. Please, accompany me for a while longer, for the stories of warmth and bonds have not yet reached their conclusion. Chapter 26. My cat Mimi. This is merely an exercise in writing. I apologize for the mistake. There is no need to look at this page. Just skip it. I am truly sorry. At the entrance of the old alley's grocery store, there lies a ginger cat. It is not the kind of pet kept in a lavish cat bed. Its fur is a blend of earthy orange, reminiscent of faded curtains sun-bleached by time, while its belly and paws are a pristine white, as if cradling two snowballs. Above its left eye is a crescent-shaped black spot, said to be the result of a fall from a wall in its youth. Yet this does not hinder it from observing passers-by with its amber eyes, which narrow into slits in the sunlight and widen into bright orbs at dusk, reflecting the dim glow of the alley's streetlights. Mr. Zhang, the proprietor of the grocery store, recounts that this cat arrived 3 winters ago. At that time, it was so thin that its ribs were visible, one hind leg curled up from the cold, nestled within a cardboard box filled with miscellaneous items, emitting faint purring sounds as if to avoid being chased away. Mr. Zhang tossed a piece of freshly steamed fish jerky. After a moment's hesitation, it limped over, and as it picked up the fish, the tip of its tail brushed against the box, seemingly to express gratitude. From that day forward, the box became its home, lined with Mr. Zhang's discarded old cotton, steadfast against the elements as if that dusty stack of boxes were a treasure trove. I became acquainted with it because I passed by the grocery store every day after work. Initially, it remained wary, arching its back and emitting a low growl upon my approach, only to stealthily follow me once I had moved away, crunching leaves underfoot like a little detective. One day, I bought a bag of small fish jerky, squatted down, and crumbled it to offer. It took a step back at first, its amber eyes fixated on my hand, its nose twitching cautiously. Once it confirmed there was no danger, it gingerly approached, using its delicate tongue to sweep the crumbs from my fingertips, its whiskers tickling my palm. From that moment on, it no longer shied away from me. In the mornings, it could often be found napping in the cardboard box, its belly rising and falling rhythmically with each breath, its paws occasionally twitching as if chasing something in a dream. Sunlight filtered through the phoenix tree leaves, casting a golden hue on its orange fur, even the tuft of white whiskers glistening. If I paused at the doorway to watch it, it would lazily open its eyes, sweep its tail twice against the ground, then close its eyes again, assured that I would not disturb its slumber. Evenings were different. It would always perch on the threshold of the grocery store, stretching luxuriously as it spotted me, its front paws resting on the doorframe, back legs extended, transforming its body into a stretched orange line. Then it would leisurely hop down from the threshold, following me at a comfortable distance towards the alleyway. When passing the sweet potato stall, it would stop to sniff the fragrant aroma wafting through the air. Once I had purchased my sweet potato and turned around, it would immediately resume its tailheim march behind me, as if waving a little flag. One night, after returning home late from an outing, I discovered that the alley's streetlights were out, cloaking everything in darkness. As I groped along the wall, I suddenly felt something warm brushing against my leg. Looking down, I saw the ginger cat, half a step ahead of me, its tail held straight up, glancing back at me every few steps, its amber eyes shining brightly in the dark like 2 moving stars. Upon reaching the illuminated end of the alley, it halted, meowing at me as if to say, "It's safe here," before darting into the weeds at the wall's edge, leaving behind a flickering orange shadow that vanished into the night. After a torrential rain in early summer, I worried that its cardboard box might have been soaked, so I made a special trip to the grocery store. From a distance, I spotted it crouched under the eaves, its fur dampened by the rain, clinging to its body, making it appear gaunt. Yet, it cradled a newborn kitten in its arms, its fur a dull gray, trembling with closed eyes. Upon seeing me, it immediately tightened its hold on the kitten, emitting low, protective sounds, as if guarding a precious treasure. Mr. Zhang stood at the doorway, smoking, chuckling as he said, "I found it a couple of days ago. It was likely abandoned. This silly cat, even when starving, insists on sharing fish jerky with the little one." I opened a can of cat food I had brought and placed it in front of it. After a moment's hesitation, it nudged the can towards the kitten's mouth with its nose. Seeing the little one remain still, it then lowered its head and began to eat in small bites. Yet its gaze never left the kitten, as if fearing a gust of wind might whisk it away. Rainwater dripped from the eaves, pooling at its feet, reflecting its lowered head. In that moment, I found that this normally lazy ginger cat exuded an inexplicable tenderness. Later, the little kitten was given to a neighbor by Mr. Zhang, yet the ginger cat continued to lounge at the grocery store in trance each day. Occasionally, it would sit atop the wall gazing towards the neighbor's home, its tail gently swaying as if lost in thought. When I passed by, it still accompanied me to the alley's end, but no longer trotted ahead. Instead, it walked alongside me, its paws occasionally brushing against my pant leg, leaving behind fine strands of fur. One morning, I saw it lying in the cardboard box. Beside it lay a dead mouse, bloodied, presumably a trophy of its hunting prowess. Upon noticing my approach, it promptly nudged the mouse towards me with its paw, its eyes sparkling as if seeking praise. Though I was terrified, I squatted down and patted its head, saying, "Thank you, but I still prefer fish jerky." It seemed to understand, nuzzling my palm with its head, purring softly, a sound warmer than the wind rustling through the alley. Indeed, a cat's intentions are often found in the most tangible of places. It is the guiding light in the dark of night, the sheltering shoulder in a downpour, the clumsy offering of its most prized catch. They do not speak, yet they conceal all their tenderness in the footsteps that follow you, in the whiskers that brush against your palm, and in the quiet companionship of everyday life. Just like now, as it naps in the cardboard box, the sunlight warming its orange fur, the wind carries the distant chirping of cicadas through the alley, and the tip of its tail sways gently with the breeze. As if to say, "Fear not, I am right here." Chapter 27. Grandmother's hands upon returning to the countryside over the weekend. I pushed open the gate to find my grandmother seated beneath the locust tree, meticulously sorting vegetables. Her hands were submerged in a basin of clear water, delicately pinching a leafy green, gently spinning it to rid it of the soil clinging to its roots. I approached and squatted beside her, my gaze drawn to those hands. The skin on the back wrinkled like dried orange peels, mottled with age spots, the joints slightly misshapen, resembling the gnarled knots of an ancient branch. Yet, it was these very hands that held the warmth of my entire childhood. In my youth, I eagerly anticipated the end of school, for at the alley's mouth, I would always catch sight of my grandmother. Her hands were never empty. She either carried a bamboo basket filled with freshly baked scallion pancakes, the aroma wafting through the gaps, or clutched a red paper bag containing a few peeled candies. Whenever I rushed towards her, she would gently brush my cheek with the back of her hand, the calluses on her palm grazing my skin, rough yet as warm as a sun-dried quilt. Once, when I scraped my knee and cried uncontrollably, she squatted down, using her hands to softly massage my injury, her palms warm from the stove, pressing gently against the swollen area, as if the pain gradually dissipated with her touch. She would also pat my back with her other hand, humming a tuneless nursery rhyme, not stopping until my sobs subsided, before leading me home, her grip reassuringly strong, making me feel fearless even in the darkest of alleys. My grandmother's hands were unparalleled in the kitchen. Every winter solstice, she would labor tirelessly in the kitchen, rolling out dough. Flour would be poured into a basin, and with her hands moist, she would gradually knead the water into the flour, transforming the loose grains into a firm dough, which she then rolled into thin sheets. The rolling pin spun swiftly in her grasp, the dough unfurling like paper. She would smooth it with her hand before deftly slicing it into fine strands, each noodle distinct upon the bamboo mat. Once the water boiled, she would scoop a handful of noodles into the pot, her wrist flicking gently, and the noodles would obediently slide into the bubbling water. When serving, she would pinch the edge of a porcelain bowl with her hands, ladling the noodles and drenching them in a rich tomato and egg sauce that had simmered for hours, her hands dusted with flour and sauce. Yet she paid it no mind. I would consume the steaming bowl, sweat beading on my forehead, while she sat beside me, using the back of her hand to wipe the broth from the corners of my mouth, her smile as warm as the steam rising from the pot. As I grew older and entered middle school, living in the city, I only returned to the countryside during holidays. One time, when a tear appeared in my clothing, I casually mentioned it to my grandmother. Without a word, she later retrieved her needle and thread under the lamp. Her fingers deftly held the needle while the other hand grasped the fabric, a thimble snugly fitted on her middle finger, glistening in the light. Squinting, she threaded the needle, tying a small knot at the end, then stitched with precision. I leaned in to watch, occasionally seeing her fingers pricked by the needle. She simply sucked on her finger before continuing her work. Once completed, she handed me the garment, the stitches so fine they resembled stars in the sky, leaving no trace of the damage. From then on, Whenever my clothes tore, I would bring them back to her for mending. Her hand would pat my hand, still exuding warmth. Now that I have grown up, my grandmother's hands have become thinner, her joints more pronounced, yet each time I return home, she continues to cook for me and mend the socks I inadvertently snag. The last time I helped her trim her nails, her hand gently rested on mine, the skin so thin I could see the veins beneath. As I carefully snipped, I was suddenly reminded of my childhood when she held my small hand while teaching me to write my name, her hands enveloping mine, each stroke deliberate yet earnest. My grandmother's hands have never been beautiful. They lack smooth skin or graceful shapes. Yet, these hands have kneaded the most fragrant dough, stitched the warmest garments, and have grasped the love I will never forget throughout my life. Each time I hold my grandmother's hand, I feel an unparalleled sense of security, just as I did when she held mine in my childhood. Love, it seems, needs no words. As long as these hands remain, as long as this warmth persists, home will forever reside in my heart. Chapter 1. The Necklace. The first piece of the Hitaki family puzzle as the mechanical voice of the system faded at the edges of consciousness. Kinoshita Suki lay sprawled on the cold stone steps. The air was thick with the mingled scent of gunpowder and earth, accompanied by the raucous sounds of children training at the academy. It was the summer of the 34th year of the Hidden Leaf Village, the sun baking the ground beneath her feet. Clad in an ill-fitting coarse cloth top, she clutched a half-broken forehead protector engraved with the character for tree, her fingertips repeatedly tracing the last remnants left by her parents. Identity synchronization complete. Kinoshita Suki, age 5, parents serving as border guards for the Hidden Leaf Village. Sacrificed during a preemptive mission prior to the Third Shinobi World War. The voice in her mind crackled with static. Key bond established. Parents were comrades of Hitaki Tsukiyo. Having shared a rice ball during the Second Shinobi World War while back-to-back, they fended off 20 Iwagakure shinobi. Not far off, the gate creaked open, revealing a silver-haired man emerging with an infant cradled in his arms. The white fang dagger at his waist glimmered faintly, and though his arm was still bandaged, it did not hinder his gentle motions as he soothed the child in his embrace. The small silver bundle stirred, emitting faint whimpers akin to a kitten just beginning to shed its fur. Suki. Hitaki Tsukiyo's voice cut through the clamor, steady and calming. Didn't we agree to wait in the yard? Suki rose to her feet, a sting from her knee scrape barely noticeable beneath the coarse fabric. She watched as the man approached, her gaze unconsciously drawn to the infant's tightly shut eyes, the slight upward curve of the eyelids, and the soft silver hair. All indicators of his identity. Hitaki Kakashi, the future prodigy, barely 40 days old and the target of her mission. The system's task panel flickered deep within her consciousness. Main quest: alter Hitaki Kakashi's fate, freeing him from a lifetime of regret. Side quest: win Kakashi's affection and continue the Hitaki bloodline. Uncle, her voice, laced with the unique softness of childhood, emerged as she straightened her back, resembling a stubborn weed. I didn't run off. Tsukiyo smiled, the sunlight dancing in the fine lines around his eyes. Come inside. Kakashi has just woken and is fussing for milk. He stepped aside to let her pass, and the infant suddenly opened his eyes, obsidian orbs locking onto her, his tiny mouth instinctively smacking. In the courtyard of the Hitaki residence stood an old plum tree, its trunk etched with crooked marks, Tsukiyo's own records of growth. Suki was assigned to the east wing, where a low table held her only piece of luggage, a cloth bag embroidered with the Kinoshita family crest, containing 3 sets of change of clothes and a photograph of her parents. This will be your home from now on, Tsukiyo said, handing her a warmed bowl of milk. If Kakashi gets fussy, just ring this bell. He pointed to a copper bell on the windowsill. He'll settle down upon hearing it, cradling the bowl of warm milk. Suki watched as the man turned to tidy up the training equipment. The white fang dagger was carefully placed on the rack, and the blade's reflection danced upon the infant's face, causing the little one to giggle, his chubby hands flailing in the air, accidentally grasping the hem of Suki's garment. Hitaki Kakashi, affection level 5, current, 5,100 days lengthened beneath the shadow of the plum tree. Suki became the little steward of the Hitaki household, rising before dawn to help Tsukiyo prepare breakfast. As the miso soup bubbled in the clay pot, she would tiptoe to the windowsill to gently jingle the copper bell, prompting the sounds of the baby's cooing from inside, signaling that Kakashi had woken, eagerly awaiting her to feed him rice porridge. She was always particularly careful while feeding him, first testing the porcelain spoon with her lips to ensure it was not too hot before bringing it to his mouth. The little one ate messily, often splattering milk all over his face. Yet whenever she wiped his cheeks with a handkerchief, he would suddenly wrap his arms around her neck, pressing his damp face against her collarbone, resembling a clingy little creature. When Tsukumo was occupied with missions, Tsuki would sit beneath the plum tree, holding Kakashi in her arms. She drew little figures on the ground with a branch, recounting the battlefield stories her parents had shared with her to the small bundle in her arms. Your father was incredibly skilled. He could cleave rocks with a short blade. Your mother made sakura cakes and promised that once the war ended, she would teach Kakashi's mother how to make them. The infant, unable to comprehend, loved to grasp her fingers and gently nibble with his toothless gums, leaving behind damp imprints. One day, Shomo returned home early and happened upon Tsukuyomi as she placed Kakashi on her lap, teaching him to recognize the drawings on the ground. This is an uncle with a big knife. This is me. I will protect Kakashi. The setting sun cast their small shadows on the ground, while the silhouette of the plum tree enveloped them like a soft quilt. Suddenly, Kakashi exclaimed, reaching for the necklace that hung from Tsukuyomi's chest. It was a relic from his parents, a smooth, spiral-shaped stone. Fearing he might swallow it, Tsukuyomi hurriedly tucked the necklace into her collar, but he tugged at her hair in protest until she revealed the stone for him to touch. Only then did he reluctantly release his grip, nuzzling his small head against her, as if to seek affection. On Kakashi's full moon celebration, Shomo took a day off. He carefully removed his white fang short blade and placed it beside the infant's pillow, then squatted down to teach Tsukuyomi how to hold a kunai. The sunlight streamed through the gaps in the plum tree leaves, illuminating them as Tsukuyomi's small hand was enveloped by Shomo's larger one, creating crooked little holes on the practice target. This is how you control your strength, he instructed patiently. A ninja's blade is not for harming others. It is to protect those you wish to safeguard. Suddenly, a clattering sound interrupted, revealing that the short blade had slipped to the ground. Kakashi was lying on the bedding, struggling to lift his head, his chubby little hand reaching toward the kunai, his silver hair plastered to his scalp with sweat, resembling a clumsy little hedgehog. Tsukuyomi let out a soft laugh, abandoning the kunai to rush over and turn him over. The little one grumbled in discontent but smiled brightly upon seeing her, grasping her hair with a gentle yet firm hold. Look at this little rascal, Shomo remarked, retrieving the short blade, his eyes filled with a blend of exasperation and affection. At such a young age, he already knows how to snatch things. He poked Kakashi's small belly, warning, you must never bully your sister, understand? The infant giggled, tightening his grip on Tsukuyomi's hair, his tiny feet kicking against her knees, as if claiming ownership. Autumn in Konoha arrived unexpectedly, and after a sudden rain, the plum tree shed its leaves all around. Tsukuyomi stepped on the fallen leaves, waiting at the entrance of the ninja academy for Shomo to pick up Kakashi for routine checks, only to be intercepted by several older children along the way. Look, it's the girl without parents, the leader of the group sneered, deliberately bumping into her. I heard she was taken in by the Hataki family as a servant. Tsukuyomi clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. My parents are heroes. Heroes? Another child scoffed. How could a hero abandon their child? They must have been killed by the enemy, a tragic end. Before he could finish, he yelped, startled, as Kakashi had latched onto his leg, biting down fiercely with his toothless mouth, his silver hair standing on end in the wind, resembling a frazzled little creature. The boy attempted to kick him, but Tsukuyomi shoved him away forcefully. Do not touch him. She shielded Kakashi with her small frame, standing protectively before him like a mother beast guarding her young. Just then, Shomo appeared at the alley's entrance. He remained silent, merely standing there, the chilling aura emanating from the white fang short blade at his waist. The children fled in fright, leaving only the three of them and the swirling leaves scattered across the ground. Sister, Kakashi's voice was still childish, his small hand gripping her clothing tightly. His round eyes filled with concern. This was the first word he had learned, not father, but sister. That winter, a rare heavy snowfall blanketed Konoha. Tsukuyomi was awakened in the middle of the night, hearing suppressed sighs emanating from the living room. Wrapped in her blanket, she peered out the doorframe and saw Shomo sitting by the fire pit, holding a yellowed photograph. The flickering flames illuminated the three youthful figures in the photo. Her parents standing beside Shomo, their faces still bearing traces of childlike innocence, set against the backdrop of the newly constructed ninja academy. Uncle, she called softly. Shomo quickly folded the photograph and tucked it into his coat, turning to her with bloodshot eyes. "Why are you awake? Are you cold?" Kakashi had also awakened. Tsukuyomi pointed toward the inner room, where soft coos were emanating, as if the infant were dreaming. When they entered, they found Kakashi lying in bed, his tiny brow furrowed tightly, mumbling indistinct syllables. Tsukuyomi approached and gently took his small hand, and immediately, the little one calmed down, his eyelashes casting delicate shadows on his eyelids as he unconsciously nuzzled against her palm. "Your parents always said that when the war ends, they would plant another cherry blossom tree in the yard." Shomo spoke softly, sitting by the bed, his voice as gentle as falling snowflakes. "They said that the Konoha and Hatake families should take root in the land of Konoha like the plum and cherry trees." Tsukuyomi gazed at the peaceful infant in her arms, his hand still tightly clutching her finger, the warmth radiating through the fabric. When the snow ceased, the sky began to lighten. Tsukuyomi lay on the makeshift bed, listening to the sounds from the next room, where Shomo was changing Kakashi's diaper. The little one was restless, kicking off the swaddling blanket, his silver arms and legs glimmering in the morning light. "You little rascal, if you keep making a fuss, I won't let your sister tell you any stories." Shomo's voice was filled with laughter. "Sister, tell me a story." The muffled syllables came through the paper door, imbued with the persistence of a child. Tsukuyomi couldn't help but laugh, burying her face in the pillow. The scent of plum blossoms lingered at her nose, mingling with the unique aroma of the Hatake home, a blend of smoke and milk. Outside, snow piled on the branches of the plum tree, resembling a bloom of white flowers. She understood that a long journey lay ahead, yet in this moment, listening to the playful banter of the father and son next door, feeling the lingering warmth of Kakashi's palm on her fingertips, her heart was suddenly filled with a gentle emotion. Perhaps this was the true essence of the system's mission, not a cold strategy, but to deepen the bond woven together since infancy, rooting deeper through time like the roots of a plum tree. Chapter 2. The necklace, tied with the fragrance of cherry blossoms and seaweed. As the cicadas of Konoha sang their humid, warm melodies in the summer of 35, Tsukuyomi was on tiptoe reaching for the water faucet at the drinking station. The metal pipes, heated by the sun, felt scorching to the touch, just as she filled half a cup with cool water. She heard the raucous laughter of boys behind her, akin to a swarm of noisy green-headed flies. "Red-haired freak, move your signal light," one shouted. "I heard that the red-haired folks from Uzumaki village have the worst tempers." As she turned to face them, she collided with the tightly clenched fist of Kushina Uzumaki. The older girl's red hair shimmered a golden hue under the sunlight, the tips fluttering slightly in the warm breeze, while the veins bulged on her forehead as if ready to burst. However, when her fiery green eyes met Tsukuyomi's, the flames of anger simmered down a notch. "Hey, little sister, are you here for water too?" Kushina's voice carried a hint of residual irritation, yet she softened her tone deliberately. Tsukuyomi nodded, her gaze instinctively drawn to the dark spiral ornament nestled in Kushina's hair, swaying gently with her movements. The spiral pattern mirrored the stone she kept hidden in her collar, a relic from her parents that she wore closely. Even the uncle from the Hatake family remained unaware of its origin. "What are you looking at?" Kushina asked, touching the ornament in her hair, then suddenly smiled, revealing two sharp little canines. "This is the Uzumaki family's emblem. It's normal for you Konoha kids not to recognize it. I have something similar." Tsukuyomi instinctively tugged her collar, revealing a portion of the silver chain that held the stone. At noon, the sunlight filtered through the rocky surface, casting delicate specks of light upon her collarbone. The stone radiated a subtle warmth, pulsating as if imbued with life. Kushina's eyes sparkled momentarily, and just as she reached out to examine it, the laughter from behind erupted again. "Oh, the red-haired monster can pretend to be gentle to deceive children." "Shut up." The senior swiftly turned around, her crimson hair exploding into fiery waves under the sunlight. "If you keep talking, you'll get a taste of my monstrous strength." As she brandished her fist in a show of defiance, the headband on her wrist slipped down, revealing a faint scar. Later, Tsuyu learned that it was a mark left by Kushina during the destruction of the Whirlpool village, where she had fought to protect her kin. The boys scattered in a frenzy, but Kushina stuck her tongue out at her, playfully lifting her chin. "Don't be afraid, I won't bully children." The wind lifted the ends of her hair, and Tsuyu suddenly noticed a solitary white strand hidden among the vibrant red. From that day forth, Tsuyu frequently encountered Kushina during her afternoon breaks. The senior preferred to sit beneath the old cherry blossom tree at the edge of the playground, her blue and white school uniform fluttering in the breeze, often accompanied by a tin box filled with snacks from the Whirlpool Village. The sea of our village has layers. The near shore is a transparent green, while it deepens into a sapphire blue as you venture further. As Kushina spoke, she stuffed a seaweed cracker into Tsuyu's hand. Grains of sand clinging to it. You can find glowing shells on the beach. My mother uses them to make wind chimes, and when the wind blows, it sounds like the waves are singing. Tsuyu nibbled on the seaweed cracker, savoring the salty flavor mingled with the essence of sunlight. She noticed that whenever Kushina spoke of home, she would unconsciously stroke the whirlpool in her hair, the light in her green eyes dimming gradually, akin to a moon obscured by dark clouds. In the theory classes at the Ninja Academy, Tsuyu would often sketch whirlpools in the margins of her notebook. On several occasions, when the ever-frowning senior Ibiki passed by with his teaching materials, he would pause at her desk. One day, he finally called out to her after class, "Kinoshi to Tsuyu, are you interested in sealing techniques?" She hastily closed her notebook, only to have Ibiki press down on her hand. He flipped open her notebook, pointing at the crooked spirals. "This is the basic formation of the Uzumaki clan, isn't it? Where did you learn this?" Tsuyu bit her lip, suddenly recalling that Kushina had mentioned the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan were a closely guarded secret, not to be disclosed to outsiders. However, Ibiki did not pursue the matter further. Instead, he turned and retrieved a yellowed book titled Introduction to Basic Sealing Techniques from the office. The edges of the pages were worn, and the frontispiece bore faded writing. "To Tsukumo, may my child protect those they love. Uncle Kakashi mentioned to me that your parents were adept in sealing techniques as part of the umbu." As he handed her the book, a rare softness appeared on his brow. "Perhaps you have inherited their talent." The following day, Tsuyu sought out Kushina, clutching the book. The senior was sitting on the steps outside the training ground, munching on an apple. Upon seeing Tsuyu approach with the book, she raised an eyebrow and whistled. "What? Do you wish to take me as your master? Can you teach me?" Tsuyu extended the book, her fingertips trembling. "I want to draw the whirlpool inside." Kushina paused her flipping of the pages, then suddenly patted the empty space beside her. "Sit." She picked up a stick and drew a perfect whirlpool in the dirt. "Remember, the whirlpool seal requires looseness on the outside and tightness on the inside. The edges should flow like water around a rock, appearing soft, yet tightening with each step. The center must be as firm as the bedrock of the sea. No matter how much you stir, it should remain unyielding." Tsuyu followed her lead, the stick tracing crooked lines in the earth, consistently veering off-center as she concluded. Kushina tapped her hand. "Stay calm. Think of what you most wish to seal." Tsuyu's mind flashed to Kakashi, raising a kunai model, the little one always tiptoeing behind Tsukumo, his silvery hair resembling a small cloud. She also recalled Tsukumo teaching her how to grip a kunai, his broad, warm hand steadying her trembling wrist. "Focus." Kushina's voice jolted her back to the task at hand. Taking a deep breath, Tsuyu found that, with her second stroke, the whirlpool's curve flowed much more smoothly. "That's it." Kushina grinned, biting into her apple, juice trickling down her chin. The essence of sealing techniques isn't confinement, it is protection. From that day onward, Kushina became Tsuyu's private tutor. Every day after school, the senior would take her to an open area behind the Ninja Academy for practice. Kushina taught with rigor, tapping her wrist with a stick whenever she found a line askew, but would always produce snacks at the end of each session. Sometimes rice balls wrapped in seaweed. Other times dried sakura fish. "You need to eat to have the strength to practice. I don't want to teach a frail apprentice." Tsuyu saved all the treats to bring home for Kakashi. The little one would always reach for her backpack while standing on a small stool, his silvery hair tickling her chin as he whined. "When will my big sister come to play?" Kakashi would share his favorite milk candies with her. While practicing the basic hand seals for the four-symbol seal, Tsuyu struggled to bend her fingers into the correct positions. Kushina held her hand, adjusting her grip. The warmth of her palms seeping through Tsuyu's skin, mingled with a faint scent of salt water. "Remember this feeling. It's like holding on to someone you want to protect. If you loosen your grip, they might slip away. If you hold too tightly, they'll shatter." Tsuyu's fingertips trembled at this gesture, nearly identical to how Tsukumo had taught her to hold a kunai. When she looked up, she found Kushina gazing at the Hokage rock in the distance, her red hair whipped by the wind, obscuring her eyes. "Once you master this, I will teach you the adamantine sealing technique. It is the Uzumaki clan's signature skill, capable of binding tailed beasts." That night, Tsuyu flipped through the book under the lamp, with Kakashi sprawled across her lap, his little head following the movement of her finger across the pages. He couldn't yet read all the words but pointed at a particular whirlpool pattern, chirping, like sister's necklace. Indeed, Tsuyu laid the book open, guiding him to trace the pattern with his finger. This is the basic formation of the four-symbol seal. It can lock away very powerful things. Kakashi seemed to grasp the concept, suddenly grabbing her hand and drawing a crooked whirlpool in his palm. The moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating his small hand, and he said, "If I lock up sister, she won't get lost." Tsuyu's heart softened, and she bent down to place a gentle kiss in his palm. The little one giggled, wrapping his other arm around her neck and nuzzling his face into her collarbone, resembling a cat that had just pilfered a fish snack. His hair was still dusted with grass from the training ground, mingling with a faint scent of milk, tickling her heart. Kushina occasionally came to watch Tsuyu train. She stood at the edge of the training ground, observing as Tsuyu practiced throwing shuriken with her small hands. Suddenly, she called out, "Use more strength in your wrist." Yes, just like that. This caught the attention of Tsukumo, who had just returned from a mission, his forehead protector askew, the fine lines around his eyes dusted with sand, yet unable to conceal his gentle smile. Is Kushina treating Kinoshita as her personal apprentice? Of course, Kushina crossed her arms, her red hair soaring in the wind. Once she masters my monstrous strength and the Uzumaki sealing techniques, she'll be able to make those bullies search for their teeth. Tsuyu blushed at the comment. Yet her shuriken struck the target dead center. Kakashi clapped excitedly from the side, cheerfully exclaiming, "Sister is the best." He wore a new little jacket, gifted by Tsukumo from the borders of the Land of Fire, the silver fur collar making his face resemble a sticky rice dumpling. Kushina suddenly laughed, pulling out a small indigo cloth pouch from her pocket and handing it to Tsuyu. Here, sealing talismans from the Whirlpool Village, soaked in seawater for 49 days. They are 10 times more effective than those from Konoha. The talismans inside the pouch carried a faint scent of the sea. As Tsuyu touched them, she suddenly recalled Kushina mentioning that the talismans from the Whirlpool Village were crafted by women during the full moon, each piece imbued with the power of the tides. When she looked up, she saw that Kushina had already turned to leave, her red hair ablaze in the sunset, yet her silhouette exuded a hint of solitude. Akin to a shell washed ashore by the tide, no matter how hard it appeared, it could not conceal the emptiness within. As the plum rain season approached, the roof of the school leaked. During the break, Shiue climbed up the ladder onto the roof, attempting to use the simple sealing technique taught by Kushina to patch the hole. She drew a miniature binding seal on the talisman paper and, just as she placed it over the leak, the water flow seemed to slow down. Suddenly, she heard familiar cries from below. Peering over the eaves, her heart tightened. Kakashi was surrounded by several older children who snatched the kunai model from his hands and mocked him, calling him the son of a murderer and a butcher like his father. Don't bully him. Without a second thought, Shiue leaped down, landing in the mud and splashing water everywhere. She stood in front of Kakashi, her small frame resembling a reed bent by the torrential rain, yet she defiantly glared back, proclaiming, "His father is a hero. He is White Fang." The children scoffed, "Who do you think you are?" "I am his sister." Shiyue's voice trembled in the rain, yet she pulled Kakashi behind her. The little one clutched her garment tightly, tears mingling with raindrops cascading down his cheeks, but suddenly he looked up and shouted, "Sister, don't be afraid, I will protect you." At that moment, a red umbrella appeared above them. Kushina stood in the rain, her red hair drenched and sticking to her cheeks. Her gaze icy, "Try touching them again." As she spoke, her right hand subtly clenched into a fist, the knuckles whitening. Shiue later learned that Kushina had just finished an intense physical training session, and her wounds hadn't healed. Recognizing the formidable Kushina, the older children dropped the kunai model and fled. Kushina picked up the model, wiped off the mud with her uniform sleeve, and softened her tone as she handed it to Kakashi. "Take this. If anyone bullies you again, hit them back with this. Remember, the Uzumaki clan does not seek trouble, but we do not fear it." However, Kakashi shoved the model into Shiyue's hands, his small hand gripping her arm tightly, his eyes red. "Sister, are you hurt?" Shiyue shook her head, only then realizing that her wrist had been cut by a shard of tile when she jumped down. Blood droplets falling from her fingertips and blooming into small red flowers in the mud. Kushina suddenly sighed, pulling out an oil paper package from her pocket containing crushed herbs, and roughly pressed it onto her wound. "You foolish child, couldn't you use ninjutsu to soften your landing? Had I known, I would have taught you the adamantine sealing technique first. I haven't learned it yet." Shiyue grimaced in pain, but noticed Kushina's ears turning red, her movements becoming gentler. The familiar scent of the herbs mixed with the fragrance of Kushina's hair, an aroma unique to the coastal village of Uzumaki. When the rain ceased, Kakashi's father, Tsukiyo Hatake, arrived to fetch them, dressed in a black combat uniform. He seemed to have just come from the Hokage building, his ninja tool pouch still strapped to his waist. He glanced at the bandage on Shiyue's wrist and then at the droplets of water clinging to Kushina's hair, suddenly saying, "Thank you for taking care of these two children. Why not come to our house for dinner tonight? Your mother used to make seaweed soup from our village. I am sure she remembers how to prepare it." Kushina hesitated, shaking her head. "No, I have training." Yet as she turned to leave, her step faltered slightly. Shiyue noticed her fingers gripping the umbrella handle twitching as if she were hesitating. Suddenly, she recalled that she still had half a pack of seaweed snacks in her backpack that Kushina had given her the previous day. Shiyue quickly pulled it out and stuffed it into her senior's hand. "This is delicious. Can I still practice sealing techniques on the back mountain tomorrow?" Looking down at the seaweed snacks, Kushina suddenly smiled, her red hair glowing warmly in the evening light. "Of course. Tomorrow I will teach you how to draw the 8-trigram seal." The wind lifted the tips of her hair, and a strand of half-white hair fluttered gently in the dusk, like a forgotten string on a zither. On their way home, Kakashi held tightly onto Shiyue's uninjured hand. When they reached the plum tree outside the courtyard, he suddenly looked up, his obsidian eyes reflecting the sunset. "Sister, I want to learn ninjutsu too. To protect you and Dad." Shiyue squatted down to tidy his damp bangs. Water droplets still clung to his eyelashes, resembling dandelions adorned with morning dew. "All right. When you grow a bit more, we will learn together." Kakashi suddenly stood on tiptoe and gave her cheek a quick peck, the soft touch akin to a feather brushing against her skin. He quickly turned red, darting back into the house, his silver hair forming a shy arc in the sunset. Glancing back like a little puppy afraid of being left behind, Tsukiyo stood at the door, watching Shiyue touch her cheek and smile foolishly, and suddenly cleared his throat. "Tonight's salmon shizuki will have 3 eggs. The man had just washed the fatigue from his face with hot water, and the fine lines around his eyes held a warm smile, more comforting than the lanterns in the corridor. When Shiyue looked up, she saw water droplets still hanging from the branches of the plum tree, shimmering in the twilight. She touched the spiral stone in her collar, feeling a lingering warmth from Kushina's palm and the salty aroma of the seaweed snack. The sensation of being protected felt remarkably solid. At night, Shiyue practiced sealing techniques under the lamp. Kakashi lay beside her on the tatami mat, already too sleepy to keep his eyes open. Yet his small hand still clutched the hem of her garment, mumbling for her not to leave. She drew the eye of the 8-trigram seal on the talisman paper Kushina had given her, the tip of her brush gliding smoothly across the paper, far more neatly than during the day on the roof. Outside the window, Kushina's voice could be heard. She had likely just finished training, calling out to the moon. "One day, I will make everyone aware of the might of the Uzumaki clan." Her voice bore the stubbornness of youth, but was tinged with an unnoticeable quiver. Shiyue glanced down at the sleeping child beside her. His brow was slightly furrowed, perhaps still trapped in a nightmare of being bullied. She looked again at the swirling patterns on the paper, suddenly realizing that this small symbol held something more significant than mere tasks. It was the seriousness with which Kushina held her hand while teaching her to draw seals, the determination of Kakashi when he pressed his favorite milk candy into her palm, and the tenderness of Tsukiyo when he said that this place was home beneath the plum tree. Gently, she placed the completed sealing talisman beside Kakashi's pillow, as if guarding a fragile dream. Moonlight filtered through the paper door, casting the shadow of the plum tree on the ground, like a soft blanket covering the two children. In the distance, Hokage Rock stood silently in the night, as if also protecting this small piece before the storm of the ninja world arrived, allowing the cicadas to chirp a little longer, letting the cherry blossoms bloom a little longer, so these scattered moments of warmth could linger in memory for a while longer. Chapter 3. The necklace holding cherry petals and child's words warning for out of character. During the peak of cherry blossom season in the 36th year of Konoha, Kakashi had just turned 3. The little one had learned to stand on a small stool to reach the wooden clogs by the entrance, yet he always managed to put his heels into the toes of his socks. His silver hair was tousled, resembling a clump of cotton candy that had been squished. When Shiyue entered with her ninja school backpack, she often found him holding a kunai model larger than his hand, tiptoeing to place a crooked whirlpool symbol on the door frame. That was the sealing talisman she had discarded the night before. which he had secretly picked up and glued on with rice paste, crumpled and wrinkled. Sister, look. As he turned, he nearly fell on his backside. Yet he held up the model with a smile, revealing 2 baby teeth. Kakashi will protect the family. The whirlpool stone around her neck warmed gently. Shiyue set down her backpack, squatted down, and straightened his socks. Her fingers brushing against the small red mark on his ankle from when he scraped it climbing a tree earlier that morning. A boy from the Hitaki family must first learn to protect himself, she said, poking his cheek. She noticed a few fallen cherry blossom petals scattered on the tatama mat. It seemed he had climbed the old cherry tree outside again. Kakashi suddenly tugged at her garment, shoving the kunai model into her hand. Sister, teach me flying, Thunder God. He must have heard Tsukuyo mention the technique, thinking flying meant flapping wings like a bird. Shiyue chuckled, about to explain when she saw him spread his arms and run wildly around the room, his silver hair sweeping across the low table, knocking over Tsukuyo's coarse pottery bowl filled with tea. As the tea spread across the tatami, Kakashi suddenly froze, his little hands clasped behind his back, his eyes wide open. Shiyue hastily grabbed a cloth to wipe, only to see him suddenly burst into tears. Daddy will scold me. His tears fell heavily onto the cloth, mingling with tea stains to form tiny clouds. Just as she was comforting him, Shomao entered the room. The man had just finished his morning training, the forehead protector hanging around his neck. Upon seeing the mess on the floor, he did not frown but instead bent down to lift Kakashi, saying, "Is our Kakashi practicing the teacup explosion technique? Quite creative." He gently wiped away the little one's tears with his fingertip and winked at Shiyue, suggesting, "I just brewed some tea. Would you care to try?" That day, the tea carried a hint of burnt flavor. Shiyue sat in the corridor, observing the father and son clearing the aftermath. She noticed Shomao holding Kakashi's tiny hand as they wiped the table. The man's broad palm enveloped the child's small fist, his movements delicate as if handling fragile porcelain. The stone around her neck warmed again, and she suddenly recalled what Kushina had said. True protection means learning even to wipe the table together. That afternoon, while practicing sealing techniques in the back mountain, Shiyue shared this with Kushina, who was sitting atop a cherry blossom tree, nibbling on dried plums. Upon hearing Shiyue's words, she nearly choked on the pit from laughing. Has White Fang ever shown such tenderness? The last time I saw him, he was beating 3 unruly genin until they cried for their mothers. After spitting out the pit, she leaped down from the tree and handed Shiyue a paper bag for the little one. Inside were fish-shaped candies from the Whirlpool Village, wrapped in transparent paper with orange-yellow sweet blocks inside, their tails dusted with fine sand. Shiyue touched the candy wrapper, when suddenly she heard rustling behind the cherry blossom tree. Kakashi had snuck up, peeking from behind the trunk, his silver hair revealing him like a little fox unable to hide. "Come out," Kushina called, hands on her hips. The little one, startled, tumbled out, but hid something behind his back. Shiyue grabbed his wrist and discovered a cherry blossom petal, dirted and crumpled in his grasp. "Is this for your sister?" she teased, and upon seeing his flushed face nodding, she felt the stone around her neck heating up once more. Kushina suddenly laughed, bending down to ruffle Kakashi's hair. "Little rascal, do you want to learn how to stick the petals onto a ceiling tag?" She picked up a twig and drew a mini whirlpool on the ground, explaining how to keep beautiful things from flying away forever. The little one's eyes sparkled, and he picked up a twig to draw a crooked circle beside her, mumbling about locking the cherry blossoms and his sister. Subsequently, on every sunny day, Kakashi would follow her to the back mountain. He was quiet, sitting beneath the cherry blossom tree, playing with shurikens, occasionally tossing small stones into the formations Shiyue practiced. "It's a cannonball for my sister," he would shout, yet before throwing, he would always retract it, carefully stowing it in her backpack. Eventually, Shiyue discovered her bag's side pocket filled with smooth pebbles, each etched with a misshapen whirlpool by his tiny nails. When the plum rain season returned, Kakashi had learned to put on his socks, but had become enamored with climbing the plum tree at the Hitaki household. One day, after finishing her training and returning home, Shiyue found him stuck in a tree fork, his little feet dangling as he clutched a bird's nest. "Sister, help me," he cried, tears brimming in his eyes. Yet he held the nest tightly. "There are babies inside." Just as Shiyue was about to climb the tree, the stone around her neck suddenly heated up. She looked up to see Kushina standing outside the courtyard wall, arms crossed and smiling. "Silly Shiyue, can't you use the binding seal?" She tossed over a piece of talisman paper, which Shiyue affixed to the tree trunk, allowing it to gently lower the little rascal to the ground. When Kakashi landed, He still held the bird's nest, but suddenly remembered something and pointed at the tree. "Sister, there's honey." Kushina looked up and indeed saw a beehive hanging among the branches, golden honey dripping down the bark. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly climbed up to fetch the hive, handing it to Shua. "Here. The tree honey from the Whirlpool Village is the sweetest. It's best for making plum wine." That evening, under the eaves of the Hitaki home, the clean bird's nest dried as Kakashi lay on the tatami, watching Shiyue prepare pickled plums with the honey Kushina had given. Suddenly, he pointed at the necklace around her neck. "Does the necklace want to eat honey too?" He tiptoed to reach it but bumped his chin on the silver chain, pouting. "It doesn't like Kakashi." Shiyue lifted him onto her lap, removing the necklace and placing it in his palm. The stone's warmth was just right, like a pebble warmed by the sun. "It likes you," she reassured him, guiding his fingertip along the spiral pattern. "See, it's greeting you." Kakashi's little hand grasped the stone softly, and he suddenly burst into laughter. "It's dancing, just like Daddy's heartbeat." At that moment, Shuamao entered with a tea tray, setting down the cup as he sat across from them. His gaze fell upon the stone, and he fell silent for a long while before softly saying, "Your parents relied on this stone to sense each other's positions during their missions." He picked up a pickled plum and placed it in Kakashi's mouth. "So it's not a lock, but a bridge." That night, as thunder rumbled, Kakashi crawled into Shuyue's bed. The little one was burning hot, likely from climbing trees and getting caught in the rain, yet he kept mumbling about whether the baby birds would be cold. Shuyue felt his forehead and removed the necklace, gently placing it by his pillow. The stone's faint glow shone through the talisman paper, casting tiny whirlpools on his face, like a gentle embrace. She sat under the lamp, sketching the advanced formation of the four symbols sealing technique, when she heard Kushina calling her name from outside the window. Her senior stood in the rain with a red umbrella, cradling a wooden box, medicine for the little one. The box contained herbs from the Whirlpool Village, wrapped in a sheet of dried seaweed. "My mother says using seaweed to brew the medicine makes it less bitter." As Shiyue took the box, she noticed a red string tied around the umbrella handle, identical to the one in Kushina's hair. When the rain ceased, the sky brightened with the dawn. Shiyue fed Kakashi his medicine and, seeing him sleep soundly, untied the red string to tie it to the silver chain of her necklace. The red string glowed warmly in the morning light, complementing the stone's spiral like an unquenchable flame. She suddenly remembered Kushina saying, "The red string from the Whirlpool Village remembers all warm things." The next day, when Kakashi's fever broke, the first thing he did was rush to see the bird's nest. The baby birds had hatched, fluffy like dandelions. He ran back holding the nest, insisting on placing the baby birds in Shiyue's backpack. "They'll go to school with sister." Shiyue chuckled and shook her head, but he pulled out a pebble from his pocket, etched with 3 crooked circles. "This will be the nest for the little birds." The stone around her neck warmed gently. Shiyue gazed at Shumao training in the distance, practicing sword draws against the Hokage rock. The morning light casting a sharp gleam on the blade, yet upon seeing them, he revealed a gentle smile. She recalled the cherry blossom tree on the back mountain, the way Kushina scolded her for being silly while munching on dried plums, and suddenly felt that the necklace held more than just her parents' relics. It contained the warmth of many people, Kushina's red string, Kakashi's pebbles, the fragrance of the Hitaki home, and all the warm moments that refused to be carried away by time in their ordinary days. Kakashi suddenly tugged at her hand, pulling her outside the courtyard, his silver hair flying in the wind. "Sister, quick. The cherry blossoms are falling." Amidst the flurry of petals, he spun around with open arms, like a little bird that had just learned to fly. Shiyue glanced down at her necklace, the red string swaying gently among the petals, the stone's spiral seemingly spinning along. As if whispering, "Let this warmth linger a little longer, just a bit more." In his hand, the admission notice was crumpled at the corners, resembling a paper ball that had been repeatedly kneaded, revealing the name Kakashi Hitaki, its strokes darkened with pencil. The vortex stone around his neck suddenly warmed gently. As Suyu looked down, she saw the stone's patterns softening in the morning light, harmonizing with the rhythm of the wind chimes. The silver chain rested against her collarbone, exuding a cool metallic sensation. It was a keepsake from her parents. She could not articulate its significance, only knowing that whenever she encountered something warm, the stone would radiate warmth in response, as if cradling a tiny sun within. "Kakashi, look." He suddenly halted, shifting his backpack to the front, revealing an awkwardly drawn swirl made with a marker, the paint smudging onto the fish-shaped pendant she had gifted him the previous year. The pendant swayed gently, like a little fish eager to swim away. I drew this. Doesn't it resemble the pattern on your necklace? Tsuyu knelt to adjust his crooked collar, her fingertips brushing against the new rash behind his ear, fine and dense, like scattered millet. The stone around her neck grew warmer again, and she couldn't help but smile. It looks just like it, but yours has 2 fewer circles. Consider it a punishment to eat an extra bowl of dried plums tonight. Kakashi's face contorted in dismay. No, dried plums are too sour. He took a step back, causing the strap of his backpack to slip from his shoulder, revealing a bag stuffed with ninjutsu scrolls, its cover adorned with a crooked little dog. A testament to his practice from the previous afternoon. A light cough suddenly echoed from the corridor. Shuo Mao stood there in his indigo robe, the zipper of his ninja tool pouch undone, revealing a glinting kunai. As the man bent down, the metallic edge of his forehead protector brushed against Kakashi's hair. His voice heavy, like waterlogged cotton. If you keep this up, we'll be late. His fingertips grazed Kakashi's backpack, gently adjusting the slipping strap. A subtle tenderness hidden in the gesture. As they walked towards the ninja academy, Shuo Mao's strides were large and steady. The khaki cuffs of his pants sweeping through the foxtails by the roadside, the seeds clinging to them like tiny bells. Kakashi had to jog to keep up, his backpack bouncing behind him, the scrolls inside producing a soft thudding sound. Tsuyu followed behind, watching the silhouettes of the father and son chase each other on the ground, one tall and upright like a bamboo, the other bouncing like a bean. The warmth of the vortex stone enveloped her, capturing the fragments of morning light, such as the low-hanging branches that Shuo Mao silently brushed aside for Kakashi, or the little stones Kakashi discreetly kicked towards Tsuyu, or the scent of chalk dust wafting from the direction of the academy. At the stone steps in front of the academy, 2 small figures were already waiting. A girl in a light green dress was tiptoeing to reach the wild chrysanthemums growing in the cracks of the steps, her twin ponytails waving like little flags. The silver bells on her hair ties jingling, startling the sparrows perched on the steps. Beside her, a boy crouched on the ground, drawing something in the dirt with a branch, his black hair tousled by the wind, resembling a messy ink blot, while the grass clippings on his pant cuffs tumbled down, rolling into tiny arcs. Lin, look at the fireball I drew. The boy suddenly leaped up, the branch tracing a crooked circle in the air. But he failed to notice the stones beneath his feet, tripping and landing with a thud on the steps, his rear hitting the ground with a muffled sound, coincidentally colliding with Kakashi's leg as he reached the entrance. Obito, I told you not to run wild on the steps. Lin turned, her hair ties jingling as they clashed together, and she reached out to pull the boy, only to be caught by his hand in return. Their shadows tumbled together on the ground, Obito's branch falling at Kakashi's feet, leaving a muddy smear on his new shoes. You're in the way. Kakashi's voice was as cold as ice, his brow furrowed into a little mountain, yet when he saw the boy scramble to his feet in a fluster, he discreetly took a step back. Obito's palm was muddy, still clutching a half-crushed wild chrysanthemum, the petals stuck between his fingers like a smear of pale yellow paint. Looking pitiful. Why yes, I'm sorry. Obito's face reddened, his ears glowing beneath his dark hair, and he hurriedly hid the wild chrysanthemum behind him, accidentally brushing against Kakashi's backpack. I'm Uchiha Obito, from the Uchiha clan. As he pounded his chest, clippings of grass fell from his pant cuffs, landing at Tsuyu's feet like an apology. Lin had already run over, laughing as she pulled Obito aside. Ignore him. He spilled soy milk on his scroll this morning, and the corner is still wrinkled. As she looked up, the tips of her braids brushed against Tsuyu's wrist, and then she caught sight of the necklace around Tsuyu's neck. Her eyes suddenly brightening like 2 newly fallen stars. Sister, your stone is so beautiful. It looks like a spinning star. The vortex stone seemed to resonate with her words. Suddenly warming again, the heat traveling up the silver chain to her heart, stirring a pleasant sensation. Tsuyu reached down to touch the stone, the silver chain gliding through her fingers, its coolness contrasting with the warmth. It's called a vortex stone. It remembers warm moments, you know. Like who helped whom pick up fallen wild chrysanthemums, or who performed a kind deed. Really? Obito leaned closer, his black hair nearly brushing her shoulder, his nose almost touching the silver chain. Can it remember how I helped the old lady on the 3rd floor carry her grocery basket yesterday? She praised me for being strong. His eyes widened with anticipation, reflecting the light dancing on the stone, filled with hope. Kakashi tugged at Tsuyu's sleeve. We should head into the classroom. He raised his chin high, like a proud little peacock, but as Obito turned away, he discreetly concealed the swirling pattern on his backpack. as if afraid of being seen. When the morning reading bell rang at the Ninja Academy, Tsuyu and Shuan Mao stood beneath the sweet-scented camphor tree on the playground. The dappled shadows danced, fragmenting their silhouettes, as the wind carried the children's reading voices, the incantation for the fire release. Great fireball technique being chanted in disarray. Obito's voice stumbled over the hand signs, causing Lin to giggle beside him, the sound of the bells mingling with the reading, like pearls dropped into a jar of candy. Sweet and crisp. These children are truly adorable, Shuan Mao remarked suddenly, his gaze falling on Kakashi sitting upright by the window in the classroom. His textbooks spread open on the desk, yet stealing glances at Obito beside him, who was busily drawing on the tabletop with a branch. When the teacher shot him a glare, he hastily shoved the branch into the drawer, his black hair falling forward to cover half his face, though his ears, red as cherries, peeked out. Lin was in the middle, scribbling and drawing, occasionally slipping notes onto their desks, the bells on her hair ties jingling softly, as if accompanying their little antics. Tsuyu's fingertips unconsciously traced the silver chain. The temperature of the vortex stone was just right, not too hot, not too cold, like three fruits growing on the same branch. She recalled Obito's gentle grasp of the wild chrysanthemum that morning, Lin's bright eyes, and Kakashi's furtive gestures with his backpack. The stone around her neck seemed to smile along, its patterns swirling joyfully, as if etching these images deep within her being. During lunchtime, as Tsuyu approached the classroom door, she was met with a cacophony from within. Obito was triumphantly holding up an oiled paper package, shouting, "This is the Uchiha clan's special seaweed rice ball. The seaweed brought back from the battlefield by the clan leader is so fragrant." Only to be met with Kakashi's cold retort, "The seaweed is falling apart. It must taste terrible." Lin, laughing and clapping her hands, twirled her braids until she spotted Tsuyu at the door, her eyes lighting up as if she had discovered a new world. "Sister Tsuyu." Both Kakashi and Obito turned around simultaneously, and Obito's paper package fell to the ground with a thud, scattering the seaweed onto the floor, where it gathered a thin layer of dust at Tsuyu's feet. His face flushed crimson, embarrassment spreading from his ears to his neck as he scrambled to pick it up, his black hair falling over his face like a little creature caught in mischief. His shoulders drooping. "I brought dried plum rice balls." Tsuyu knelt down, opening her lunchbox, the tangy aroma mingling with the warmth of the rice wafting out like a refreshing breeze. "If you don't mind, let us eat together." She offered a rice ball to Obito, her fingertip brushing against his palm, warm as if cradling a small son, likely from her eagerness. The trembling hand of Obito grasped the rice ball, seaweed crumbs clinging to his fingertips, yet he consumed it with utmost seriousness, oblivious to the grains of rice stuck at the corner of his mouth. Occasionally, he would sneak a glance at the necklace of Tsuki, as if seeking confirmation that the vortex stone had indeed registered this moment of embarrassment. Rin approached, taking small bites from her vegetable rice ball, and suddenly pointed at Tsuki's necklace, exclaiming, "Sister, your stone seems to shine even brighter. Is it praising the deliciousness of your rice ball?" When Tsuki looked down, it appeared as if light was truly hidden within the patterns of the vortex stone, delicate and shimmering like scattered gold dust, reflecting the shadows of the three children. Kakashi feigned reading a book, yet subtly nudged his grilled fish towards Obito's bowl with swift movements reminiscent of a gust of wind. Obito, with his mouth stuffed full, discreetly dropped seaweed into Rin's bowl, only for it to tumble onto the table, prompting him to hastily reach for it. Rin's bell sparkled under the sunlight, resembling a string of resonant stars. She picked up the fallen seaweed, blew on it, and popped it into her mouth, her eyes curving into crescent moons with laughter. During the afternoon's practical lesson, Obito's shuriken consistently missed its target, either striking the edges of the target or soaring out of bounds, nearly hitting a passing janitor, inciting laughter among the other children. His knuckles turned white from gripping the shuriken too tightly, and his fingertips reddened. His black hair fell over his eyes as he suddenly hurled the shuriken to the ground, shouting, "I'm done learning. Whoever wants to, can learn this worthless thing. Fool." Kakashi's voice came from the side as he picked up the fallen shuriken and approached Obito. The sunlight glinted off his silver hair, casting a cool glow. "Your grip is wrong. Your index finger should be placed here." His fingertips lightly brushed against Obito's hand, adjusting his grip with a gentleness that suggested he feared breaking something fragile. Sunlight filtered through the camphor leaves, casting a warm, golden dust upon their intertwined hands, stirring a tremor within the heart. Obito's ears flushed crimson, yet he obediently followed Kakashi's guidance, his lashes drooping and casting a soft shadow upon his eyelids. The shuriken finally grazed the target, although it merely skimmed the edge, yet it was enough to send him leaping with excitement, his dark hair billowing in the wind like a bird freed from its constraints. Rin jumped beside him, clapping her hands, the sound of her bells ringing clear as ice breaking. She suddenly dashed to Suki's side, pulling her hand to join them in the field, exclaiming, "Sister Suki, look! Obito did it." That throw was even cooler than Kakashi's. Suki stood at the edge of the field, watching Obito raise his shuriken in triumph. His cheeks flushed a deep red, akin to a ripe apple. She observed Kakashi turning his face away, the corners of his mouth subtly curling upwards, his ears tinged with a rosy hue. Rin, adorning their backpacks with wild chrysanthemums, mixed laughter with the jingling of bells, reminiscent of a cup of sweetened herbal tea, perfectly balanced in flavor. The vortex stone around her neck felt just right, embedding these images within its patterns, like an everlasting painting, forever vibrant. As school ended, the sunset elongated the shadows of the Ninja Academy, golden and crimson lights spilling across the playground, bathing everything in a warm hue. Obito insisted on racing Kakashi up a tree, eager to prove his speed surpassed that of the White Fang's offspring. Rin acted as the referee beneath the tree, her bells jingling in rhythm with their shouts, as if cheering them on. Climbing swiftly, Obito moved like a nimble monkey, but as he neared the top, his foot slipped, and he gasped as he began to fall, only to be caught by Kakashi's quick reflexes. They dangled from the branch, Obito's dark hair entwined with Kakashi's silver, a watercolor painting of blurred motion suspended in the air. Thank you." Obito's voice was barely audible, like a whisper carried away by the wind. Yet his grip tightened around Kakashi's arm, his nails almost digging into the skin, terrified of falling again. "Fool, hold on tight." Kakashi's face flushed as he pulled Obito upwards, the muscles in his arm taut like a bowstring. Their shadows swayed in the sunset, resembling two intertwined kites, tethered by the same string. Suki stood beneath the cherry blossom tree, watching the three children make their way home. Obito's backpack bore the wild chrysanthemum Rin had gifted him, and with each few steps, petals would fall, yet he cherished them dearly, picking them up to tuck back into his bag. Rin's bells jingled incessantly, occasionally brushing Obito's wayward black hair behind his ears, her movements as natural as if rehearsed 1,000 times. Kakashi walked on the outer edge, guarding the two towards the middle of the path, the vortex pattern on his backpack glimmering in the sunset, echoing the stone around Suki's neck. "Will they always be this good?" Suki softly inquired of Shomo beside her, the silver chain slipping through her fingers, radiating the warmth of the stone. Shomo gazed at the retreating figures of the three children, the ninja tool pouch in his hand gently swaying, the cold glimmer of a kunai flashing in the sunset. "Just like this vortex stone, as long as warmth remains, the patterns will never cease." He paused, adding, "When Obito climbed the tree earlier, a candy fell from his pocket. It's the same fruity candy you gave to Kakashi this morning. He has been holding on to it, reluctant to eat it." At dinner, Kakashi suddenly pulled a wild chrysanthemum from his bag, the petals already wilted, edges curled into small tubes, yet flattened meticulously, clearly preserved with care. Obito and Rin expressed their intention to collect more wild chrysanthemums from the back mountain the next day. His voice was soft, yet it brimmed with uncontainable anticipation, his chopsticks moving slower as they spoke. "We want to give the most beautiful ones to the vortex stone, so it remembers today's events." Suki glanced at the stone around her neck, its patterns turning gently, as if in agreement. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a glow upon the dried plum in the food box, the sour scent mingling with the sweetness of cherry blossom tea, reminiscent of the current atmosphere in Konoha, filled with quarrels, laughter, uncontainable secrets, and the ever-warm stone that locked all warmth within time, spiraling endlessly without release. At night, Suki stored the dried wild chrysanthemums in a small box beside a drawing of the vortex by Kakashi, remnants of Obito's discarded seaweed, and fragments of Rin's bells, trivial treasures, yet cherished as if they were precious gems. The vortex stone around her neck radiated warmth, and she seemed to hear the laughter of children echoing from within, like a string of silver bells that would never cease to ring, sweetening the long nights in Konoha. She recalled Obito's earnest profile while grasping the rice ball, Rin's sparkling eyes as she shook the bells, and Kakashi's tenderness hidden beneath his pride. Suddenly, She felt that this long summer was still expansive enough for the vortex stone to remember more warm moments. Enough for the three fruits growing on the same branch to slowly mature into beings capable of shielding each other from the storms of life. The silver chain swayed gently in the moonlight, and the patterns on the stones spun and twirled like an everlasting tale. Chapter 5. Necklace. The temporary shelter of the vortex stone, a warning of out-of-character behavior. The autumn air in Konoha always carries an inescapable melancholy. As cold rain patters against the stone visage of Hokage rock, washing the contours of past Hokages into an even more austere form. Tsuki stood beneath the eaves of the Hitaki residence, clutching a bundle of medicine just retrieved from the apothecary, the oil paper soaked and heavy with rain. The vortex stone around her neck felt as cold as ice. Ever since Shomo's mission failure, it had ceased to radiate warmth, as if even the stone had grown weary of the village's venomous gossip. As she pushed open the courtyard gate, she encountered Kakashi wielding a wooden sword against a wooden post. The rain-soaked strands of his silver hair clung to his forehead and cheeks, and the elbows of his uniform bore tattered holes, revealing bruised skin from being shoved by upperclassmen the day before. The wooden post was already marred with deep cuts, one fissure reaching to its very core, resembling a wound that would never heal. Stop practicing. The rain is too heavy. Tsuki placed the medicine package on the stone steps of the porch, her voice muffled by the downpour. The cherry tree in the yard had shed all its leaves, its bare branches jutting towards the leaden sky. The practice ground beneath the tree had pooled with water, reflecting Kakashi's slender silhouette, like a leaf that could be whisked away by the slightest breeze. Kakashi did not turn around, swinging the wooden sword with even more ferocity. With a loud crack, it struck the edge of the wooden post, sending splinters flying mixed with rainwater, splattering against his cheek. They say my father was a traitor, that I will end up just like him, a burden to the village. His voice was colder than the rain, and suddenly the wooden sword slipped from his grasp, thudding into the puddle and splashing mud onto his pant leg. Shiyue approached to pick up the wooden sword, her fingertips brushing against the fresh wound on his hand, from which tiny droplets of blood seeped, mingling with the rainwater cascading down. Just as she was about to speak, a sudden sharp sound of shattering porcelain echoed from within the room, followed by a stifled whimper, reminiscent of a beast trapped in a cage, its heart cruelly torn from its chest. As they rushed inside, they found Shuamao crouched on the kitchen floor, clutching a shard of broken pottery. His fingertips sliced open to the bone, blood droplets staining the scattered grains of rice, a vivid scarlet against the white. The man wore a faded indigo robe, his hair now more than half white compared to 3 days prior, his eye sockets deep and shadowed like two black voids. The dark circles beneath his eyes heavy, as if repeatedly struck by fists. Dad! Kakashi lunged forward to restrain him, the wooden sword clattering against the doorway. Don't do this. Shuamao slowly raised his gaze, his eyes bloodshot and murky like stagnant water. He looked at his son, his lips moved, but no sound escaped. Only his throat convulsed violently, as though he had swallowed a searing iron. Suddenly, laughter erupted from outside. Several figures in ninja attire flitted past the courtyard wall, accompanied by shouts of White Fang's son, traitor, piercing through the damp air like icicles. Obito and Rin stood outside the gate, the boy's black hair drenched by the rain, clinging to him like ink that would not dry, clutching a stone, his knuckles white from the strain. Shut up. Obito's voice cracked, tinged with tears. Lord White Fang is a hero. Last time, when I was tied to a tree by bandits, he cut the ropes and saved me. A tall ninja turned around, kicking Obito to the ground. Hero? A hero who defied orders and got 3 teammates killed? Uchiha brat, speak again. And I'll have you and this worthless father banished from the village. Rin screamed as she rushed to help Obito. One of the silver bells on her hairpin torn off, rolling to Shiyue's feet and making a faint sound on the damp floor. Kakashi stood frozen, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white, nails nearly embedding into his flesh. He wanted to charge forward, but hesitated, fearing his impulsiveness would bring greater trouble to his father. Get out. Shiyue suddenly shielded Obito and Rin behind her, her voice booming like thunder. The temperature of the vortex stone at her neck surged sharply, bringing a piercing pain. If you dare to act up here again, I will report you for bullying juniors to the Hokage's office. The group of ninjas, sensing her seriousness, spat and cursed as they retreated. Obito held his injured stomach, wincing in pain yet defiantly shouted, I'm not afraid of them. Once I master the great fireball technique, I'll burn them all away. Rin wiped the mud off his face with her sleeve, the bell tinkling softly at her fingertips. When the rain ceased, Shiyue summoned the 3 children to a cave on the back mountain. Obito carried a large scroll, on which he had stayed up late drawing by the oil lamp, depicting Shuo Mao carrying injured comrades on the battlefield. Although the character's arms resembled branches, the glint of White Fang's short blade was rendered vividly. Rin's bamboo basket was filled with wild chrysanthemums, each tied with a red string, gathered from the creek in the morning rain, glistening with droplets. We'll go to the square, Shiyue said, drawing a simple map in the dirt with a stick, tracing the position of Hokage Rock with her fingertip. We'll have the villagers who were saved bear witness, so everyone knows Uncle Shuo Mao is not a traitor. Kakashi traced circles in the damp earth, suddenly looking up. They want to believe it. They only trust the orders stamped with the Hokage's red seal. Then let the Hokage see the truth as well. Shiyue gazed at the faint light streaming into the cave, the warmth of the vortex stone gradually rising. Obito, you go invite Granny Zhang and Uncle Li, who were saved last time. Rin, gather the thank you letters everyone secretly wrote. Kakashi, I'll go tell my dad. The boy abruptly stood up, the wooden sword striking the cave wall with a crisp sound. I want him to know he is not alone in bearing this burden. When they returned to the Hitaki household, the sunset painted the western clouds a deep crimson. Shiyue pushed open the study door, finding Shuo Mao seated at the table, gripping the white fang short blade wrapped in black cloth. The sharkskin patterns on the scabbard glimmered coldly under the oil lamp. On the table lay his Jonin forehead protector, scarred and scratched. Beside it a yellowed photograph of a young Shuo Mao cradling a swaddled Kakashi beneath a blooming cherry blossom tree, smiling broadly, the light twinkling in the creases of his eyes. They say I have tarnished the name of White Fang. Shuo Mao's voice was rough, his fingertip tracing the old scars on the scabbard, remnants from the Third Shinobi World War. Perhaps they were right. Shiyue placed a cup of hot tea beside him, the vortex stone burning against her neck. Granny Zhang was just saying at the village entrance today that if you hadn't dragged her from beneath the collapsing beam, she would have long since become a skeleton beneath the rubble. Shuo Mao's hand trembled slightly, spilling tea onto the table, forming small stains. He gazed out at the barren cherry tree, his lips moving. But in the ninja code, obedience to orders is paramount. I broke the rules. I must be punished. Ninjas must remain calm and make careful judgments. Shiyue raised her voice suddenly, the vortex stone at her neck burning like fire, tightening her throat. Those who break the rules of the ninja world are deemed worthless. However, those who fail to value their comrades are even less than worthless. These were the words Shuo Mao had taught Kakashi, now erupting from her lips with undeniable resolve. She snatched the short blade from his hand and slammed it onto the table. If you die, those gossips win. If you die, who will tell Kakashi what a true ninja is? Who will tell Obito that being a hero isn't just about winning? Who will tell Rin that kindness is never wrong? Shuo Mao suddenly looked up, his murky eyes igniting with an astonishing light, as if a dying star had been reignited. He stared at the vortex stone around Shiyue's neck, its patterns swirling rapidly under the oil lamp, as if shouting for those who had been saved. Suddenly, he covered his face, releasing a muffled sob, tears escaping from between his fingers, soaking the photograph on the table, blurring the pink of the cherry blossoms. The next morning, just as dawn broke, the square was filled with people. The notice of the third Hokage's disciplinary action had just been posted, the red seal glaringly prominent. A few ninjas were gathered around the bulletin board, pointing and laughing, their voices like shards of broken glass piercing the air. Obito suddenly jumped onto the notice board, unfurling the scroll with a flourish and shouting, "Everyone, look! This is Lord White Fang." The crowd fell silent, all eyes fixed on the scroll. Uncle Li, leaning on his cane, pushed forward, the cane thumping against the stone pavement. That's right. Last year, when the mountain flood hit, he carried my wife up 3 miles, suffering severe injuries from falling rocks. And to this day, he bears a scar on his back. And my son, the owner of the kimono shop, held up a piece of scorched fabric. When surrounded by enemy ninjas on a mission at the border, he charged in to save us, sustaining a wound on his arm that nearly incapacitated him. Rin raised a stack of thank you letters high above her head, the silver bell on her wrist jingling incessantly. These are all written by everyone. Look, here's the Village Protection Merit Certificate personally awarded by the Hokage, issued 5 years ago. Obito held up a wooden plaque, on which the words White Fang is a hero were painted in red, the letters crooked yet deeply etched. Kakashi stood at the forefront, suddenly unbuttoning his school uniform jacket to reveal the vest emblazoned with the vortex pattern that Shiyue had sewn for him last year, a treasure he wore even to sleep. My dad said a ninja's mission is not to obey the rules, but to protect comrades. His voice, though not loud, cut through the square's noise like thunder. He saved lives, he is not worthless. Those who stand by and only gossip are the true worthless ones. Shiyue stood at the edge of the crowd, catching sight of Shuamao, who had arrived at some point, standing in the shadow of Hokage Rock, gripping the white Fong short blade, its scabbard gleaming coldly in the morning light. He gazed at the three children in the center of the square, observing the villagers speaking on his behalf, and suddenly plunged a knife into his back, bowing deeply to the crowd. In that moment, as he straightened his spine, a glimmer seemed to return to the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. The figure of the third Hokage emerged before the notice board, spinning his pipe twice in his hand. He looked at the letters of gratitude and then at the scroll's illustration, suddenly turning to his assistant and saying, "Revoke the disciplinary order and prepare a token of condolence for the Hitaki family. Additionally, inform the village office to reinvestigate the details of that mission." As the setting sun bathed the square in golden hues, the crowd gradually dispersed. Obito's scroll was caught by the wind, its edges curling, while most of Rin's wild daisies had been given away, leaving Kakashi clutching the last one. Its petals crumpled in his grip. Shomo approached, the first smile gracing his face since the incident, as he ruffled his son's hair. "Let us go home. I will teach you the sword technique of White Fang." Passing the training ground, Obito slipped a small object into Kakashi's hand, a silver bell tied with a red string. The very one Rin had lost yesterday. "This is for you," he said, his face flushed, dark hair falling into his eyes. "If anyone bullies you, just ring the bell, and Rin and I will come to help you." Rin leaned closer, pinning the last wild daisy onto Tsukuyomi's necklace, the bell swaying at her fingertips. "Sister, your stone is especially bright today. Have you remembered all these things?" The whirlpool stone glimmered with a warm light in the twilight, as if nodding in agreement. Tsukuyomi watched the three children walk home, Obito excitedly discussing his newly conceived jutsu, Rin counting the stars above, while Kakashi walked in the middle, subtly pulling Obito towards the center of the path. Their silver and black hair intertwined in the wind, resembling a painting that gradually blurred. Night enveloped Konoha in a soft gray silence, where only the footsteps of patrolling ninjas occasionally broke the stillness, crunching the silvery frost laid by the moonlight. Tsukuyomi had just placed the dried herbs into a wooden box when she heard a gentle knocking at the courtyard door, 3 soft taps, a pause, followed by 2 more, a rhythm unique to Kakashi. When she opened the wooden door, Kakashi stood in the shadow of the porch, his silver hair illuminated by the lantern's warm glow, the tips still damp with the night dew. He held a small wooden box in his hands, its corners smooth from repeated handling, the faint scent of tung oil emanating from the wood grain, a creation he had painstakingly assembled over 3 months from scraps. "Tsukuyomi-ne." Kakashi's voice was softer than the night breeze, yet carried a taut intensity. He offered the wooden box forward, his wrist trembling slightly, the lantern's light casting a glow on his ears, reddened as if scorched by coal. "This is for you." As Tsukuyomi accepted the box, her fingertips brushed against the cover's etching, a crooked whirlpool, reminiscent of the one on his backpack, only deeper, with rough edges from repeated carving. Inside lay 3 kunai resting on a soft cloth, their metallic blades polished to a shine, reflecting her shadow, a sheen achieved only through countless rubs with fine sandpaper. 2 rolls of explosive tags bound with red string, the edges neatly aligned, newly acquired from the ninja tool shop, and at the bottom, a pebble the size of a pigeon's egg, its surface smooth to a mirror-like finish, engraved with a tiny whirlpool. Flecks of wood shavings embedded in its grooves, an intricate design he had painstakingly carved during practice breaks, leaving his fingertips calloused from the effort. "I have been collecting these kunai for half a year." Kakashi's gaze fell on the pebble, his voice lowering yet crystal clear. "The stone was picked from the back mountain, and I carved it for a long time until it looked presentable." Suddenly, he looked up, the lantern's light dancing in his eyes, bright as if ignited by fire. "Tsukuyomi-ne, I will become stronger." This was not a childish declaration born of rebellion, but a heartfelt promise squeezed out through gritted teeth. His fingertips unconsciously grazed the edge of the whirlpool on the box, strong enough to protect you, to safeguard Obito and Rin, to protect my father. "I will not allow anyone to speak ill of you." nor let you shield me from harm. I want everyone to know that the Hitaki family values companionship above all, more than rules, more than reputation, more than life itself. I know, Tsukuyomi interrupted, pushing the wooden box back into his embrace. Kakashi's shoulders stiffened, as if fearing rejection, yet she removed the whirlpool necklace from her neck. The whirlpool stone glowed softly under the lantern, its patterns seemingly harboring the voices and warmth of the people from the square during the day. The small ring at the end of the silver chain gleaming from years of wear. Bending down, she gently fastened the silver chain around his neck. The stone pressed against his skin, carrying her warmth, cool yet gradually warming as a gentle heat spread within. This is for you to wear when you truly feel strong, not by how many wooden stakes you can cut or how accurately you can throw kunai, but when you can smile and say it's okay, then return it to me. Kakashi looked down at the whirlpool stone around his neck, its glow reflecting in his eyes. Like a fallen star, he suddenly clenched his fist, pressing his fingertip against the stone's pattern, as if confirming its weight. I will, he replied, his voice thick with emotion, yet firmer than ever. The night breeze swept past, carrying the distant chirping of insects, while the lantern's glow flickered gently at their feet. Tsukuyomi watched as the boy cradled the wooden box, his steps steadier than before as he turned to leave, his silver hair tracing a delicate arc in the moonlight. The whirlpool stone swaying softly with his movements, like a glowing star. The moment the wooden door closed, she seemed to hear the soft chime of stone against silver, mingling with the fading footsteps of the boy, resonating in the quiet night, a code of growth and promise. Kakashi's hand gripped the stone tightly, its chill pressed against his skin, yet it burned with a fervor in his heart. The moonlight spilled through the window, illuminating his ninja shoes and Tsukuyomi's smiling face. The stone's patterns seemingly concealing a universe of stars, locking away the boy's oath, the children's promises, and the importance of companionship in time that would never fade. The following morning, the training ground of the Hitaki family echoed once more with the sound of blades slicing through the air. Kakashi wielded a short knife, while Shomo provided guidance from the side, sunlight filtering through their figures, casting interwoven shadows on the ground. Obito and Rin peered over the courtyard wall, one counting the number of Kakashi's strikes, the other tossing wild daisies inside, the sound of the bell mingling with the clang of the blade, a newly composed melody, resonating clearly in the morning light of Konoha. Tsukuyomi stood beneath the porch, her fingers brushing her neck, feeling the emptiness. Suddenly, she realized that although the stone was gone, its warmth lingered, like an everlasting whirlpool, circling around and returning all light to those who deserved it. She glanced down at her palm, as if still able to feel the stone's warmth and the fervor of the boy's promise. Chapter 6. Necklace. The race to the finish line, OOC warning the back mountain of the Ninja Academy, was perpetually infused with two distinct scents. The aroma of sweat mixed with dust from the training ground wafted far and wide, while the fragrance of medicinal herbs drying on the pharmacy's windowsill seemed to have a life of its own, always seeking to tickle the nostrils. Tsukuyomi crouched on the stone steps, turning the honeysuckle vines, when she could always hear the shouts from the playground. No need to look. She knew that Might Guy was once again practicing his foundational 8 gates technique. Tsukuyomi-senpai. The green figure rushed over like the wind just as she finished laying out the last bunch of mugwort. Guy had beads of sweat on his forehead. His athletic were soaked through on the back, and he clutched a half-eaten rice ball in his hand, with grain stuck at the corner of his mouth, resembling a little squirrel that had just pilfered food. Skipping class again to practice punches? Tsukuyomi handed him a clean tissue, her fingertips brushing against his hot arm. The teacher asked about you this morning. Guy's face instantly turned crimson, and he nearly spat out the rice ball in surprise. Ivy already finished copying the theory class notes. If you don't believe me, he fumbled to retrieve his notebook from his ninja pouch, but instead pulled out a crumpled lunchbox, which contained half a piece of dried plums squished into a paste. Tsukuyomi couldn't help but laugh. The child is always like this. Clearly a hard-working individual that tugs at one's heartstrings, yet constantly finds himself in disarray. She recalls last winter when Kai, in his pursuit of mastering the handstand walk, fell in the snow, leaving him bruised and battered. It was Kakashi who carried him back to the infirmary, snowflakes adorning the silvery strands of his hair. Upon seeing her, he instinctively concealed Kai behind him, much like a small creature protecting its companion. Here, this is for you. Tsuyu retrieved a bottle of cooled herbal tea from the medicine cabinet, brewed with mint and licorice, known for its revitalizing properties. Remember to change your bandages after practice. Last time S-wound has yet to heal. As Kai accepted the tea, his eyes sparkled like stars. He gulped down half the bottle and suddenly pointed towards the playground, exclaiming, "Senior, look, it's Kakashi." Tsuyu looked up just in time to see the silver-haired youth leaning against the horizontal bar, engrossed in a comic book, its pages fluttering in the breeze. Kai, like a firecracker ignited, immediately shoved the tea into her hands, rolled up his sleeves, and dashed forward. "Kakashi, do you dare to race again in the 100 meters? This time, I will not lose." Kakashi merely lifted his eyelids to glance at him, not even closing his comic. "Not interested. Are you scared?" Kai provoked him, bouncing on the spot. "Last time, you just got lucky." Before he could finish, Kakashi had already shot off like a bolt of white lightning. By the time Kai registered what had happened, the youth was already standing at the finish line. A piece of orange fabric he had torn from his sportswear clutched in his hand. "Fool." Kakashi tossed the fabric back and turned toward the infirmary, the tips of his silver hair glimmering in the sunlight. Kai stood frozen, clutching the fabric, his cheeks puffed up in irritation, yet his eyes lacked genuine anger. As Tsuyu approached, she heard him muttering softly, "Next time, I will definitely surpass you." That's his attitude. Tsuyu handed him a piece of dried plum. "Don't take it to heart." Kai suddenly looked up, his eyes gleaming. "Senior, do you think Kakashi is incredibly strong? I've never seen such speed." "Indeed." Tsuyu gazed in the direction Kakashi had vanished, the infirmary door ajar, likely as he rummaged through her ninjutsu notes again. "But he has his shortcomings as well." "Such as?" Kai leaned in eagerly, his ears almost perked up. "Such as not being able to get back up with a smile after falling, like you do." Tsuyu pointed at the old scar on his knee, a remnant from last month's training session, still faintly visible. "Kakashi is powerful, but he is too afraid of losing." Kai nodded, seemingly understanding, then abruptly stuffed the dried plum into his mouth and turned to sprint back to the training ground. "I'll practice 100 more times. One day, I will make him see me differently." Tsuyu stood still, watching the green figure grow smaller on the track. Akin to a flickering flame, the door to the infirmary creaked open, and Kakashi peeked out, still holding the open ninjutsu notebook. He was quite noisy. The boy frowned, yet his tone bore no impatience. Better than keeping it bottled up inside. Tsuyu entered the infirmary, the scent of mugwort mingling with the fragrance of soap from the youth, unexpectedly pleasant. "Why didn't you go see Mr. Tsukumo today?" Kakashi paused, lowering his head to flip through his notes. "He*s busy." Tsuyu did not press further. She knew that Mr. Tsukumo had recently been dispatched on missions, returning each time battered and bruised. Though Kakashi did not speak of it, he often found himself sneaking into his father's courtyard late at night. "By the way," she suddenly recalled, pulling out a small cloth pouch from the drawer, "this is a new ointment from Kai's father. He said it would be helpful for your old injuries from training." As Kakashi took the pouch, his fingertips grazed the round container inside. He recalled the last time he had delivered medicine to Kai's home, seeing the ever-smiling middle-aged man, Might Die, sitting in the courtyard polishing his forehead protector. His fingers, calloused from years of training, nonetheless rendered the protector gleaming. Kakashi hesitated, wanting to say something, but swallowed the thought. There were always those at school who mocked Might Die as a perpetual low-ranking ninja, just as they ridiculed his own father. "Mr. Dai is quite impressive," Tsuyu noted, stoking the embers in the fire pit. "He single-handedly took down 5 bandits the last time he helped the villagers." Kakashi said nothing, stuffing the pouch into his ninja gear. Outside, Kai's voice rang out again, likely challenging some upperclassmen, filled with an indomitable spirit. Kakashi abruptly closed his book and stepped outside. "I'll go take a look." Tsuyu smiled as she watched his retreating figure. Though he claimed to find Kai's noise bothersome, his feet were already heading toward the playground. The aroma of mugwort gradually boiled over in the pot, wafting out of the window and intertwining with the scent of sweat from the training ground. Reminiscent of the bittersweet essence of youth, slightly bitter yet imbued with an irresistible warmth. On the rainiest day, Tsuyu discovered 2 drenched boys at the infirmary door. Kai's left arm was dislocated, and he was gritting his teeth to push it back in place, his orange tracksuit stained with mud, and his knee still bleeding. Kakashi stood behind him, his silver hair plastered to his face, gripping a broken stick, its tip smeared with dark red blood. "Did you two get into a fight again?" Tsuyu pulled them into the infirmary. The fire in the hearth blazed brightly, yet it could not dispel the chill clinging to them. Just as Kai was about to defend himself, Kakashi silenced him with a glance. The boy removed his soaked outer garment, revealing scrapes on his arms. It was some upperclassman who mocked Kai's father. Tsuyu paused. She retrieved the bone-setting ointment, her fingertips brushing against Kai's dislocated joint, making him gasp in pain. Yet he stifled his cries. "Just endure it," she murmured, twisting his wrist with force, and with a crack, the joint was set back in place. Kai winced, tears welling in his eyes. Yet he immediately looked up and asked, "Kakashi, did you scare them off?" "Yeah." Kakashi gazed out at the rain, his voice soft. "Next time I see them, I'll break their legs." Tsuyu couldn't help but glare at him, yet her heart softened upon seeing the bruises on his back. The purplish marks on the boy's slender back resembled unsightly flowers, evidently earned while protecting Kai. "Come here for medication." She poured the medicinal alcohol into her palm, warmed it, and pressed it onto Kakashi's back. "You two are truly a handful." Kai sat by the hearth, drying his clothes, watching Kakashi grimace as the alcohol stung. Yet he didn't flinch. Suddenly, he whispered, "Actually, when they call my dad useless, it hurts more than being beaten." Kakashi's back stiffened. Tsuyu's hand froze in midair as she heard the boy murmur, almost inaudibly, "Me too." The rain tapped against the windowsill, creating a rhythmic sound. The coals in the hearth glowed red, casting the shadows of the two boys on the wall, flickering in and out of light. "Mr. Dai is not useless." Tsuyu suddenly spoke, her voice warmer than the fire. "He is the bravest ninja I have ever seen." Kai's eyes widened in surprise. "Really?" "Of course." Tsuyu retrieved a clean bandage, glancing at Kakashi, just as he would stand up for Kai if someone bullied him. Kakashi remained silent. Yet he shifted closer to the hearth, edging nearer to Kai. That night, after the rain had ceased, Kai insisted on dragging Kakashi to his home to watch his father practice. Tsuyu stood at the infirmary door, watching as the two figures disappeared into the moonlight. The orange tracksuit and dark ninja gear close together, resembling two saplings leaning on one another for support. As she turned to return inside, she noticed a small paper pouch on the medicine cabinet. Upon opening it, she found a piece of dried plum wrapped in a handkerchief, accompanied by a crooked note in Kai's handwriting. "Thank you, senior. Next time, I'll treat you to the meatballs my dad makes." The moonlight outside crept up the cabinet, illuminating the corner where the ninjutsu notes lay. Tsuyu opened the first page, discovering Kakashi's delicate handwriting in charcoal. Protection does not rely on fists, but on ensuring that important people do not shed tears. The script was still youthful, yet it conveyed a profound earnestness. She suddenly recalled the night many years ago when Kakashi first gifted her the wooden box. The young boy stood in the shadow of the porch, his silver hair glistening with dew, his voice softer than the night breeze yet imbued with undeniable conviction. So this is what growing up feels like, bearing scars, enduring pain, yet at a certain moment, realizing that what compels you to persevere is never about winning or losing, but the people you wish to protect. Tsuyu stood in the stands, observing the two boys at the starting line of the track. Guy donned a brand new tracksuit, the orange fabric resembling a burning flame under the sun, his forehead protector tied neatly. Revealing the scar from the last time, he helped Kakashi retrieve shuriken, yet he always referred to it as a badge of youth. Kakashi stood beside him, maintaining his usual nonchalant demeanor, though he held no comic book this time. The silver hair danced gently in the wind. Outdoor classes always stirred the blood. As the starter's flag fell, Guy shot off like an arrow. He employed the newly practiced leaf whirlwind technique, his toes barely touching the ground, leaving almost no trace. He was 2 whole seconds faster than last time. Gasps erupted from the students in the stands, but Tsuyu's gaze remained fixed on Kakashi. The boy did not sprint immediately. Instead, he watched Guy's retreating figure, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth before he darted after him like a beam of white light. By the 5th lap, Guy's breath grew labored. He could sense Kakashi right behind him, that gaze like a whip, urging him not to falter. The old injury in his knee throbbed, and he recalled his father's words from the night before when he handed him the ancestral knee pads. A true warrior is not one who never tires, but one who pushes forward even when weary. "Go for it, Guy." Rin's voice rang out from the stands, laced with emotional fervor. Guy abruptly lifted his head and saw Tsuyu standing next to Rin, holding a sign that read "Youth Unmatched." The sunlight illuminated her smiling face, warmer than the sun itself. At that moment, Kakashi suddenly accelerated, surpassing him. The boy's silver hair billowed in the wind, like an everlasting cloud, but as he passed Guy, he whispered in a voice only they could hear, "Fool, don't stop." Tears welled up in Guy's eyes. He didn't know where the strength came from, but he surged forward, nearly matching Kakashi's pace. The cheers from the audience were deafening. Yet all he could hear was the rhythm of his own heartbeat and the sound of Kakashi's breath beside him. As they sprinted the final 100 meters, both crossed the finish line simultaneously. The teachers stood dumbfounded, holding the flag, unable to find words. Rin was already in tears, while Tsuyu clapped with a smile, her eyes glistening with tears. Guy leaned on his knee, gasping for air, looking at the equally sweaty Kakashi, and suddenly laughed. It's a tie. This time it's a tie? Kakashi did not dispute, merely retrieved a bottle of cool tea from his gear bag, a brew made by Tsuyu, with a refreshing minty flavor mingling with the sweetness of licorice. You're impressive, he remarked, his voice slightly hoarse yet lacking its usual aloofness. That afternoon, the four of them shared a bento on the grassy hillside behind the village. Rin gave her largest meatball to Tsuyu, who then passed it to Kakashi, who in turn offered it to Guy, prompting Rin to laugh at their antics resembling a game of passing a ball. I've made up my mind, Guy suddenly declared, raising his fist to the sun. I will become the azure beast of Konoha. One day, I will surpass Kakashi. Oh, Kakashi replied, munching on a rice ball, his casual demeanor belying the spark in his eyes. Tsuyu watched them and felt a wave of reassurance. Kakashi was no longer the boy who concealed his thoughts behind comic books. He would lend a hand when Guy stumbled, offer a tissue when Rin cried, and quietly place a heater in the medicine room when she burned the midnight oil preparing remedies. And Guy, the child who once cried behind a tree due to ridicule, could now face victory and defeat with a smile. His perseverance mirrored the courage within everyone's hearts. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Guy pulled Kakashi to the training field for extra practice, with Rin trailing behind, imploring them not to train too late. The three figures cast long shadows across the grass. Tsuyu remained in place, watching them run farther away, the silver chain on her wrist swaying gently, like a series of joyful notes. She knew the road ahead would be long, fraught with challenges yet to come. But as long as there were figures chasing on this track, as long as there were footprints side by side beneath the setting sun, the stories of youth and promises would never conclude. Just like the vortex stone around Kakashi's neck, polished by time, it would eventually shine with an undeniable brilliance. Chapter 7. Necklace. Clutching that obsession, the autumn mornings in Konoha were always cloaked in a layer of frost, with ice crystals adorning the dry grass on the training grounds behind the academy, crunching underfoot. Tsuyu stood beside the training field of the Hitaki family, watching Kakashi's silhouette as he wielded his sword in the morning light, his silver hair glistening with dew, resembling a dusting of snow. The wooden sword in his hands had become polished, the fabric wrapped around the handle soaked with sweat, each swing infused with intensity, as if he were attempting to chop all his frustrations into the wooden posts. With a flick of his wrist, a shuriken sliced through the air, embedding itself perfectly into the center of a wooden post. In that moment, he caught a glimpse of the vortex stone catching the morning light, the surface embedded with tiny wood shavings he carelessly carved into it during his initial etching. For 3 months, this stone had absorbed his warmth, and the old silver chain had taken on a touch of warmth as well. Hey, Kakashi, why are you here so early again? Obito's shout rang out from beyond the wire fence, just as Kakashi split the 30th wooden post in half. Clad in a black tracksuit that stood out against the morning mist, the boy leaned against the fence, his dark hair dampened by dew, holding 2 paper bags filled with the extra plum rice balls Rin had bought specially. Kakashi did not turn around, casually inserting a shuriken into his waist pouch, the metallic clink startling the sparrows perched above. You're 7 minutes late, he replied, his voice hoarse from morning practice yet laced with unyielding seriousness. Obito jumped into the training area, placing the rice balls on the stone table with a huff, kicking a pebble at his feet. Who told you to come every day before dawn? Last time, I was so close to surpassing you in the exam. You used the substitution technique, Kakashi retorted, bending to retrieve his wooden sword, the handle polished to a shine, still smelling faintly of tung oil, reminiscent of Tsuyu's clothing. That was a tactic. Obito's face flushed, but he fell silent upon noticing the silver chain around Kakashi's neck. He had seen that chain before. It belonged to Tsuyu, who had worn it for many years. Last autumn, when she took them to gather herbs in the back mountains, the vortex stone had glimmered in the sunlight, momentarily blinding him. Just then, Rin came rushing over with a medical kit, coincidentally catching Obito staring at Kakashi's wrist. She offered warm milk to both boys, softly asking, "Are you practicing your sword again? Kakashi, do you still have enough bandages from yesterday?" Kakashi paused as he took the milk, noticing the bandage wrapped around Rin's finger, a remnant of the cut she received while tending to his wounds yesterday. He lowered his gaze and took a sip of the warm liquid, which glided down his throat, suddenly recalling the hands of his father, Hatake Tsukiyo, the same hands that once held White Fang, now trembling gently in the quiet of the night. The training schedule has changed, Kakashi announced, setting down the milk carton. He pulled out a yellowed piece of paper from his gear bag, densely scribbled with charcoal notes. 20 kilometers of weighted running, 50 laps around the obstacle course, and in the afternoon, practice water techniques by the river. Obito's face fell instantly. 50 laps? Do you want to kill me? Then keep up if you don't want to be left behind. Kakashi had already begun to strap weighted sandbags to his ankles, the wear and tear on the bags deeper than the previous month. He cast a glance at Obito and was suddenly reminded of the words spoken the previous night, to protect his father, to safeguard Sister Kyoko, to defend Obito and Rin. These words were like nails hammered into the hardest part of his heart. Obito gritted his teeth, tightly binding the sandbag, his orange tracksuit flaring in arcs as he moved. He gazed at Kakashi's silhouette ahead, his silvery hair shimmering like a flickering light in the morning mist, a fierce determination brewing within him. Last month's ninjutsu examination had seen him making significant strides in the shadow clone technique, yet he was still outdone by Kakashi's superior chakra control. Rin often remarked that the two were too similar, both smoldering with an inner fire, but Obito understood that Kakashi's flame burned far brighter, concealing within it things he could not comprehend, such as the increasingly stooped figure of Tsukuyo Hatake or the ever-replenished supply of hemostatic medicine in Sister Kyoko's medical kit. As he completed the 8th lap, Obito's breath began to grow labored. He noticed Kakashi abruptly halt, bending down to pick up a small stone from the ground. The stone bore a striking resemblance to the whirlpool stone on his wrist, dull and unremarkable, yet Kakashi held it tightly, rubbing it repeatedly. "What are you in such a rush for?" Obito panted, resting his hands on his knees, his bangs obscuring his eyes. "Even if you're stronger than me now, once I master the fire release, Great Fireball, I will." "It's not about who is stronger," Kakashi interjected suddenly, his voice as soft as the morning fog. "It is about the necessity of becoming stronger." He tucked the stone into his pocket and turned to continue running. Obito watched his retreating figure, noticing that it appeared more upright than it had 3 months prior. Even his running posture had transformed from a showy lightness to one imbued with a certain gravitas, as if he bore a weighty burden on his shoulders. Rin stood at the edge of the training ground, clutching a medical kit, observing the two boys vanish into the depths of the morning mist. She held a drawing in her pocket. One Kyoko had sketched yesterday of a young Kakashi seated on a stone step, polishing a kunai, the silver chain around his neck cascading down, the whirlpool stone glistening in the sunlight. In a corner of the drawing, a small Obito was depicted, pulling a comical face while holding a kunai, with Rin beside him, cradling herbs and smiling brightly. Rin understood well that Kakashi had been tirelessly pushing himself forward. Once, she had encountered him exiting Tsukuyo's study, tightly clutching a yellowing ninjutsu notebook, his fingertips stained with blood from hastily turning the pages, having been cut by the rough edges. He had attempted to wipe away the blood, only to smudge it further, resembling ink spilled on old parchment. Yet, he seemed unbothered. Clutching the notebook closer to his chest and striding toward the training ground, his posture rigid and straight, as if an indomitable spirit compelled him to forge a path ahead. Rin watched from a distance, aware that the notebook concealed not merely ninjutsu, but also an unyielding desire to grow stronger. "Rin, what are you daydreaming about?" Obito's voice called from afar, waving at her, grass blades still clinging to his forehead. "Come on." Kakashi said he would teach us advanced applications of the body flicker technique. As Rin ran over with a smile, she saw Kakashi crouched on the ground, sketching a tactical diagram. Morning dew dampened his hair tips, the silvery strands clinging to his forehead, the whirlpool stone on his wrist swaying gently with his movements. Obito leaned in closer, animatedly offering suggestions, often met with Kakashi's retorts of idiot, yet he drew nearer still. When sunlight pierced through the clouds, the three silhouettes cast long shadows on the training ground, the sharp clinks of kunai clashing, the spirited banter of the boys. And Rin's occasional light laughter melded with the distant footsteps of patrolling ninjas, weaving a dense net of promises about growth within Konoha's morning mist. As the autumn night breeze carried a chill, Kakashi practiced on the training field, the autumn wind causing the silver chain around his neck to jingle, the whirlpool stone cool against his skin but not bone-chilling. Kakashi-kun, it's time for a bandage change. Kyoko approached with a medical kit just as he polished 3 kunai. The 3 kunai in the wooden box were quite worn, with many tiny nicks along the edges. Yet they were his most treasured possessions, always accompanying him on missions. Akin to a promise made on that fateful night. Sister Kyoko, he stood, discreetly hiding his injured fingers behind his back. Recently, while practicing the drawing technique his father had taught him, the calluses on his fingertips had split, blood seeping onto the kunai, resembling an uncleaned red spot. Kyoko seemed to see through his thoughts, gently taking his hand. Her fingertips bore the fragrant scent of herbs, and when they brushed against his wound, it sent his heart racing. Practicing the drawing technique again, she produced a hemostatic ointment, her tone laced with a barely perceptible tenderness. Mr. Tsukuyo had mentioned that without a solid foundation, practicing advanced ninjutsu will only lead to self-harm. Kakashi lowered his gaze to her focused profile, lantern light casting shadows on her eyelashes. He suddenly recalled Obito's words from yesterday, how Sister Kyoko looked at her as if she were a rare treasure. He had scolded Obito for being foolish then, but now, the warmth radiating from her palm caused his ears to flush. I want to become stronger quickly. He heard his voice tremble, reminiscent of that night when he delivered the wooden box, yearning to protect her swiftly. Kyoko paused in her bandaging, lifting her gaze to reveal a twinkling light in her eyes. Kakashi-kun is already very strong. She tied the final bandage into a neat knot. Wasn't he impressive when you helped the old lady next door catch a thief? That's different. Kakashi clenched his fist, the whirlpool stone digging painfully into his palm. I want to be like my father, a ninja who can stand on his own. He wanted everyone to know that the Hatake family. I know, Kyoko interrupted him, her voice like a spring water infused with moonlight. But protection doesn't solely come from becoming stronger. She gestured toward Obito and Rin, who were tidying up training equipment in the distance. Their orange tracksuit and light blue dress stood out vividly in the twilight. Obito would be the first to rush to Rin's aid when she was hurt, and Rin would ensure that their ninja tools were neatly organized. This, too, is a form of protection. Kakashi followed her gaze, seeing Obito attempting to fit a gigantic hula hoop over Rin's head, who playfully slapped his hand away, yet he continued to grin foolishly. The sunset elongated their shadows, creating a warm tableau. But my father, he bit his lip, unable to continue. Mr. Tsukuyo is waiting for you to come home for dinner. Kyoko lifted the medical kit, the whirlpool stone on her silver chain swaying gently with her movements. He had the kitchen prepare lotus root soup today, saying it's your favorite. Kakashi walked behind her toward home, the silver chain on his wrist chiming softly. Passing by the training ground, he heard Obito shouting, I will definitely surpass you, with Rin cheering them on. Their laughter mingled with the evening breeze, rustling the leaves. He suddenly recalled the image of his father studying the ninjutsu notebook under the lamp last night, the flecks of white in his hair increasing, his fingers trembling slightly as he turned the pages, yet immediately hiding the notebook upon seeing him enter. In that moment, he realized Kyoko's words. Protection is not merely about charging forward with kunai. Sometimes, the silent guardianship requires even more courage. Sister Kyoko, he hurried to catch up with her, his voice steadier than before. Tomorrow morning, would you come to watch us train? Obito said he has newly practiced fire release, and Rin wants to showcase her new medical ninjutsu. When Kyoko turned back, the smile in her eyes resembled melted honey. Sure, she replied. She reached out and ruffled his hair, the warmth of her palm transferring through his strands. But you mustn't be mischievous. Last time you promised to teach me how to throw kunai, yet you ended up playing all afternoon. As moonlight crept up the eaves, Kakashi stood outside his home, hearing the sound of his father chopping vegetables mingling with the aroma of lotus root soup wafting from the kitchen. He brushed his fingers over the whirlpool stone on his wrist, the texture still embedded with a bit of sawdust, like a long-held secret. Obito's voice echoed from the courtyard wall, Kakashi, tomorrow at 5 o'clock. The last one to arrive is an idiot. Understood, he shouted towards the wall, unable to suppress the upward curve of his lips. The swirling stone on the silver chain shimmered in the moonlight, resembling a breathing star. Kakashi gently pushed open the door to his home. The entryway light was on, and his father's slippers were neatly placed beside the shoe cabinet. Next to a pair of his own small slippers, the toes slightly deformed yet recently mended by his father. In that moment, he felt that the path to becoming stronger might be long, but as long as he had the warmth of such people by his side, even the farthest journey could be traversed step by step. The gravel of the training ground was heated by the afternoon sun. as Obito rushed toward him. Kakashi was crouched down, regulating his breath. "Hey, I absolutely won't lose to you this time." Obito's voice, mingled with the wind, surged toward him, his fist driven forward with unrestrained force. Kakashi tilted his head, his elbow instinctively colliding with Obito's side. Obito let out a muffled grunt, twisting his body to evade. But as Kakashi lowered himself with a heavy shoulder, his shoulder met Obito's abdomen with solid impact. Obito staggered back a couple of steps, the sand crunching beneath his feet. Damn it! He wiped the sweat from his brow, his eyes shining with fierce determination. "Stop dodging." Before he could finish, he lunged again, this time altering his approach. His left leg sweeping to strike low while his right leg concealed a follow-up, poised to hook Kakashi's ankle as he leaped. Yet Kakashi seemed to have anticipated his intentions. Instead of retreating, he pressed forward, using Obito's sweeping force to pivot and rotate. His elbow carved an arc through the air, brushing past Obito's ear. Obito jerked his head aside, feeling the rush of wind against his neck, and just as he intended to counter, Kakashi had already seized his wrist. Too slow. Kakashi's voice remained steady, his knuckles pressing firmly. Obito struggled twice, but could not break free, his other fist clenched tightly, opting to shoulder barge Kakashi instead. Kakashi loosened his grip and stepped back, but Obito stumbled forward, almost losing his balance. Upon turning, he found Kakashi poised in a ready stance, as steadfast as a stake driven into the earth. "You rascal." Obito chuckled between heavy breaths, sweat dripping along his jawline. "You've really gotten stronger." He flexed his reddened wrist, re-establishing his stance. But it's not over yet. This time, he charged with greater vigor, the wind stirred by his fists and feet carrying the heat of the sand. Kakashi's movements remained succinct, deftly avoiding attacks by mere millimeters, occasionally blocking, with resonant clashes echoing across the open training ground. Obito's breaths grew heavier, his techniques becoming increasingly erratic. Finally, when a straight punch was easily deflected by Kakashi, his wrist was twisted behind him and pressed into the sand, yet he still struggled defiantly. "That doesn't count." "I slipped." Kakashi released his grip and stood tall, looking down at him. "You're just too impatient." Obito rolled onto his back, brushing off the sand. Noticing the blood seeping from a scrape on Kakashi's knuckles, and suddenly his anger dissipated. He pouted, pulling a crumpled bandage from his pocket and tossing it over. "Here, take this." Kakashi caught the bandage, delaying its application. Obito averted his gaze, his voice muffled. "Next time, I'll definitely win." The wind stirred the sand against them, and a distant whistle echoed in the air. Kakashi lowered his head, biting through the bandage, murmuring softly in response. When Obito looked up, he caught sight of Kakashi's ears flushed from the sun, a hint of a delicate smile gracing his lips. That afternoon, they sat together on the grassy bank by the river, sharing lunch prepared by Rin. Obito's arm was wrapped in the bandage, skillfully tied by Rin, far more aesthetically pleasing than any hospital nurse's work. Kakashi offered Obito the dried plum from his bento, to which Obito feigned indifference, yet consumed it entirely. "I heard from the seniors that after graduation, we'll be assigned to teams for missions," Rin said, her eyes sparkling as she nibbled on a rice ball. "I wonder if we'll be placed together." "We definitely will." Obito thumped his chest. "When the time comes, it'll be me, Kakashi, and Rin, the strongest trio for sure." Kakashi remained silent, merely folding his empty bento box into a neat square. The river mirrored his silhouette, silver hair, and intent profile, and the swirling stone on his wrist, like a tranquil painting. Suddenly, Obito leaned in closer, whispering, "Hey, when are you going to return that stone to Tsukine?" Kakashi's ears flushed red as he stuffed the bento box into his ninja gear. "When I can smile and say it's all right." He gazed toward the Hokage rock, his voice soft yet clear. "When I can protect everyone and face everything with a smile." Obito nodded, seemingly understanding, as he picked up a stone and tossed it into the river. As the ripples spread, he saw the reflections of 3 boys gently swaying in the water, akin to 3 closely clustered stars. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they walked side by side toward the village. Obito continued to chatter about their next training session, with Rin occasionally chiming in. Chapter 8. Necklace. The Knot of September OOC warning: September in Konoha always carries a playful warmth. The shadow of Hokage Rock slanted across the street, lazily drying the moss in the brick crevices, while the air was filled with the faint sound of metal being polished at the ninja tool shop, mingling with the distant shouts from the training ground. Like an unsung melody, the Hitaki household was nestled at the end of an alley, infused with a bit more greenery than others. With a few perilla plants growing at the base of the wall and dried mugwort hanging in strings from the porch. A few stubborn clovers peeked through the gaps in the stone path, glistening in the morning dew. Today, the yard felt particularly different. Kakashi stood behind the wooden lattice door, his small hands gripping the sleeves of a cream-colored kimono, his fingertips brushing over the embroidered cloud patterns on the fabric. This was a newly made kimono, deep blue in color, with light gray edges at the collar and sleeves, specially made by Obasan Matsu in the commercial street just days ago. Matsu's skilled hands worked with delicate precision, stitching so finely that even the hem was neatly finished, though the collar felt slightly tight, prompting him to tug at it again. His ears turning red. "Father, are we really inviting them over?" His voice was soft, as if afraid of disturbing the old cat basking in the sun on the porch. Hatake Tsukuyo was crouched beside a low table, carefully placing a strawberry cake at the center. The cake had been specially prepared by the owner of Sweet Breeze Hall that morning. A three-tiered delight topped with vibrant red strawberries and a sprinkle of gold dust on the peaks of the whipped cream, shimmering in the sunlight. Hearing his son's words, he straightened up, a slight twinge of discomfort from an old injury as he moved, but he revealed no sign of it, merely smiling as he ruffled Kakashi's silver hair. "Of course, if you want to invite them, then we shall." His palm, calloused from years of wielding a sword, brushed against Kakashi's soft hair with utmost gentleness, as if afraid to break something precious. Kakashi looked up at him. Today his father was not clad in the battle gear that always carried the scent of smoke, but rather in a light, gray cotton outfit, the collar loosely tied, his usually straight lips now curved in a gentle smile. But Obito said he wants to demonstrate his new substitution technique, Kakashi murmured, staring at his wooden sandals, which were adorned with a round, plump ninja cat design. An extra touch added by Obasan Matsu after he had accidentally shattered the third Hokage's flower pot during training. If he breaks it, he'll just have to pay for it. Tsukuyo picked up 3 slender candles, inserting them one by one into the top of the cake. "I just bought new clay yesterday. He can pay for an even bigger flower pot." Kakashi couldn't help but press his lips together, stifling a smile, though feeling a bit embarrassed. He wasn't afraid of Obito causing a ruckus. It was simply that he had never celebrated his birthday surrounded by so many people. In the past, his birthdays mostly consisted of his father returning from duty and pulling out a paper-wrapped treat containing a piece of dorayaki, or a bowl of longevity noodles with an egg, as they quietly shared a meal at the low table, just a simple observance. He had never realized that a birthday could be filled with such vibrant sounds: Obito's booming voice, Rin's laughter, Guy's exuberant shouts of youth, and the occasional light, wind chime-like voice of Suki. They were almost there. Shuo Mao glanced at the sun, which had already climbed over the courtyard wall, casting a diamond-shaped patch of light on the ground. "Shall we wait by the door?" Kakashi replied with a hum, turning to sprint toward the entrance. Halfway there, he paused, glancing back at the cake on the low table. The strawberries gleamed a vibrant red, the cream was as white as snow, and the golden dust danced in the light, resembling stars scattered atop. He suddenly felt that such colors were far more pleasing than the reflections of shurikens on the training field. As the sound of footsteps echoed from the alley outside the courtyard, he leaned against the doorframe to peer out. First came Rin's voice, soft and sweet as if dipped in honey. "Obito, slow down, or you'll drop the scroll." Then came Obito's boisterous reply, "What's there to fear? This is my Gale Thunder Obito flow." Following that was Guy's robust shout, "The speed of youth must surpass the gale." Finally, there was Shizuki's gentle warning, "Watch out for the stone ahead. Be careful not to trip." Kakashi straightened up, instinctively tightening his grip on the sleeve of his kimono. The figures turning the corner grew closer. Rin wore a pink dress adorned with little daisies, carrying a square box wrapped in blue cloth. Her steps light and sprightly like a fawn. Beside her, Obito donned an orange vest, the collar askew, a crumpled scroll tucked under his arm, gesticulating animatedly until Rin playfully tapped him on the back of his head to settle him down. Guy, clad in his signature green tracksuit, wore a fresh green headband, lifting his legs in place as he counted loudly. 1, 2 youth. 3, 4 ignite. Lastly, Shizuki trailed behind in a light purple kimono, holding a bamboo basket covered with a cloth embroidered with wisteria, her eyes lighting up when she spotted Kakashi, and she waved gently. "Kakashi, happy birthday." Obito was the first to rush to the doorway, stopping abruptly and losing his balance, causing the scroll under his arm to tumble to the ground. spilling out several sheets covered in clumsy drawings. Ignoring the mess, he grinned widely, revealing 2 rows of small white teeth, with his canines slightly sharper than others. Looking like a proud little fox. Look what I brought you. He picked up the scroll and presented it to Kakashi with a flourish. This is the ultimate technique of the Ibito flow that took me 3 days to draw. It's far better than what's in the textbook. Look at this shadow clone technique. I even added a fire release grand fireball effect. Although I can't perform it yet, it looks super cool. As the scroll unfurled, the little figures depicted were indeed quite striking. A spiky-haired character unmistakably resembling Ibito, surrounded by a circle of red wavy lines, with the word boom scribbled beside it. Kakashi stared at the red lines, suddenly recalling yesterday's training when Ibito had secretly smeared red paint on his shuriken, claiming it would create a bloody scene, only to be caught and punished by the teacher for half an hour. Very impressive, he said earnestly. Ibito puffed up with pride, only to be playfully pushed aside by Rin. Don't block the others from giving gifts. Rin handed over the blue-wrapped box, the corners embroidered with a tiny leaf symbol. This is red bean cake, made by my mother. She said Kakashi might prefer something sweeter, and specially added more red bean paste. As the box opened, a sweet aroma wafted out. The red bean cake was cut into square pieces, each stamped with a little sun design. I secretly tried a piece this morning. It's not too sweet. Guy took a large step forward, raising his green headband, on which the words youth were stitched in yellow thread with uneven stitches. Clearly done by hand. Kakashi, this is the youth bond headband I stayed up all night making. Wear it, and we can push our limits together and become the strongest ninjas in Konoha. He struck a pose, exclaiming, see, wearing it makes every punch more powerful. Shizuki gently placed the bamboo basket on the ground and lifted the wisteria cloth, revealing an assortment of delicate wagashi, sakura-shaped daifuku, rabbit-shaped yokon, and several round chestnut cakes. At the bottom of the basket lay a neatly folded piece of paper, which she carefully took out and handed to Kakashi. This is a talisman I drew, featuring a ninja cat. My mother said ninja cats bring good luck. The drawing depicted a plump ninja cat, its eyes colored bright red with crayon, and its whiskers drawn with a black marker, slightly crooked yet imbued with sincerity. Kakashi held the paper, his fingertips brushing the crayon marks, which felt warm, as if still holding the warmth of Shizuki's creativity. Come in quickly, Shuo Mao's voice echoed from the courtyard, filled with warmth. If we don't eat the cake soon, the cream will melt. As everyone rushed into the courtyard, Ibito's eyes immediately landed on the strawberry cake on the low table, widening in astonishment. Wow, it's 3 layers. And strawberries. I love strawberries. He dashed toward the table, only to be halted by Rin's firm grip. Ibito, we have to sing the birthday song first. All right. The birthday song. Ibito promptly halted, clearing his throat with exaggerated seriousness. I'll start. Happy birthday to you, ready, sing. His voice rang bright and clear, the melody soaring far and wide, yet filled with vigor. Rin's voice was soft and sweet, akin to cotton candy soaked in warm water. Guy sang with fervor, punctuating each line with a fist pump, as if partaking in a solemn ceremony. Shizuki's voice was gentle, like the rustle of leaves in the wind, yet steady in tune. Shuo Mao helped Kakashi to sit on the mat, igniting 3 candles with a flick of his lighter. The orange flames danced lightly in the air, casting a warm glow on everyone's faces. Ibito's nose was dusted with ash, making it distinctly visible in the firelight. Rin's long eyelashes appeared like 2 delicate fans illuminated by the flames. Guy's forehead shone brightly, unsure if it was sweat or light. Shizuki's cheeks glowed faintly, reminiscent of freshly bloomed peach blossoms. Kakashi sat in the center, watching the flickering candle flames and listening to the harmonious singing, suddenly feeling a pang in his nose. He discreetly glanced at his father, who sat beside him, gazing back with a softness in his eyes reminiscent of the sunlight in the courtyard, gradually enveloping him. He had always viewed his father as Konoha's White Fang, the village's mightiest ninja, a hero who always returned victorious from missions. Yet he had forgotten that his father also smiled at him and remembered his fondness for strawberries. It's time to make a wish, Kakashi. Shizuki reminded him with a smile, her eyes crescent-shaped. Kakashi closed his eyes and clasped his hands together. He wished for his father to suffer less on missions, for Ibito to truly become stronger, for Rin's red bean cakes to always bear the sun's design, for Guy's youth headband to genuinely bestow strength, and for Shizuki's ninja cat talisman to protect everyone. Too many wishes crowded his throat, and fearing he wouldn't finish them all, He silently repeated in his heart, I hope days like this can last a little longer, just a bit longer. In the moment he blew out the candles. Obito suddenly shouted, watch my shadow clone technique. He clumsily formed a hand seal, which was merely a haphazard squeezing of his fingers, then yelled shadow clone technique. A puff of smoke erupted, revealing a scarecrow made of straw. The scarecrow was crooked, its head resembling a potato, and it sported Obito's goggles. Rin couldn't help but chuckle. Obito, your clone seems a bit unstable. Indeed, the scarecrow wobbled and then fell over with a thud. Obito's face turned crimson, scratching his head. That was a misstep. This is a strategic fall. To confuse the enemy. Guy immediately raised his hand. I think we should compete in physical techniques. Whoever can do the most push-ups in 3 minutes is the winner. What is the point of physical techniques? Obito protested. We should compare ninja theory instead. I memorized 3 pages of the textbook yesterday. Ninja theory is no match for practical combat. Guy clenched his fists. Youth should boil in sweat. As the tension between the two was about to escalate, Rin swiftly intervened, suggesting they indulge in the strawberry cake that Uncle Shikumo had specially ordered, lest it melt away. Shikumo, with a smile, took a knife and sliced the cake into evenly sized pieces. He carefully distributed the strawberries on top, ensuring that the piece for Itachi received an extra berry, while Kai's portion was adorned with a dollop of extra cream. Rin and Tsukiyomi's plates were graced with a slice of red bean cake, and his own piece was the most modest, featuring merely half a strawberry. Wow, the strawberries are incredibly sweet, exclaimed Itachi, as he took his first bite, the juice trickling down his chin. He was too preoccupied to wipe it away, mumbling, this is far sweeter than the wild strawberries by the training ground. Rin produced a handkerchief and gently wiped the corner of his mouth. Advising him to take his time, there was no one competing for his slice. Kai, relishing his cake, remarked, this sweetness embodies the essence of youth. Once we finish, let us head to the training ground. I've been perfecting a new move called the youthful flying kick that I must show you. Tsukiyomi took delicate bites, occasionally glancing around with a soft smile, her carefulness ensuring not a speck of cream touched her lips, resembling a well-mannered little squirrel. Kakashi speared a strawberry from his plate and savored it slowly. The sweet and tangy juice burst on his tongue, mingling with the creamy sweetness, akin to tasting the very essence of spring. Stealing a glance at his father, he noticed Shikumo slowly savoring a piece of red bean cake, while also asking Itachi, could you show me that ultimate technique you mentioned earlier? Itachi perked up immediately, setting down his fork to retrieve a scroll. Of course. Uncle Shikumo, look. This is my original shadow clone explosion technique. Although I can only use red ink for blood right now, it will definitely explode in the future. Shikumo listened intently, nodding occasionally. That's a commendable idea, but the chakra control for the clones needs to be more precise, or you could easily harm yourself. He picked up a pen from the table and sketched a simple chakra flow diagram on the blank part of the scroll. See, guiding the chakra this way might yield better stability. Itachi's eyes widened at the diagram, and he suddenly slapped his thigh, exclaiming, of course. How did I not think of that? Uncle Shikumo, you're amazing. Rin leaned in to take a look, chuckling. Itachi, be careful when you practice next time. You don't want to actually blow yourself up. I wouldn't. Itachi retorted, attempting to sound defiant, though his ears betrayed him, turning a shade of crimson. Sunlight filtered through the paper door, casting a grid of light on the ground as the breeze carried the fragrance of mugwort and the sweetness of cake. Itachi excitedly engaged Shikumo in a discussion about ninjutsu, while Kai interjected with the philosophy that youth is about daring to try new things. Rin helped Tsukiyomi pick up a chestnut cake that had fallen to the ground, wrapping it in paper and placing it in a bamboo basket, to which Tsukiyomi softly expressed her gratitude. Kakashi leaned against the mat, holding the charm Tsukiyomi had given him. The paper depicting a ninja cat had become slightly crumpled from his touch, yet his red eyes sparkled brightly. He suddenly realized that the sounds around him, the raucous laughter of Itachi, Rin's joyful giggles, Kai's enthusiastic shouts, his father's gentle voice, and Tsukiyomi's soft thanks, were far more melodious than the clashing of shuriken on the training ground. Suddenly, Itachi remembered something and pulled a small wooden plaque from his pocket. Inscribed with a crooked character for ninja, its edges still rough. This is something my grandmother taught me to carve. She said it brings good luck. I'm giving it to you. The wood, freshly cut, bore a faint scent of pine, its edges a bit jagged yet exuding a sense of earnestness. Kakashi accepted it, fitting it snugly in his small hand. Kai, not to be outdone, produced a tiny bell from his sportswear pocket. "This is the youth bell my grandmother gave me. Just a shake fills you with strength." He shook it, producing a clear, crisp sound reminiscent of raindrops on stone. Rin retrieved the last piece of red bean cake from the box and offered it to Kakashi. "This is for you to snack on. You can have it if you get hungry this afternoon." Tsukuyomi divided her chestnut cakes in half and placed them into a small paper bag, adding, "This is for you as well. Chestnut cakes are hard to spoil." As Kakashi gazed upon the collection of gifts before him, the scroll adorned with techniques, the headband embroidered with symbols of youth, the wooden plaque engraved with ninja, the ringing bell, and the sweet red bean cake alongside the chestnut cakes, he felt his palms brimming with warmth. A comforting weight that was more fulfilling than consuming 10 pieces of red bean cake. "Thank you all," he whispered, his voice a tad strained. Itachi waved his hand dismissively. "What are you thanking us for? We're friends." "Exactly." Kai nodded vigorously. "Friends celebrate birthdays together and share in the joys of youth." Rin smiled brightly, adding, "From now on, we'll be here to celebrate your birthday every year." Tsukuyomi softly affirmed with a bright sparkle in her eyes. Shikumo watched the children before him, a deeper smile gracing his lips. He reached out to tousle Kakashi's hair, and this time, Kakashi did not shy away, merely tilting his head back to meet his father's gaze. Sunlight streamed onto Shikumo's profile, casting golden hues on the fine lines at the corners of his eyes. Kakashi had often thought that his father's eyes were laden with burdens, pressures from missions, responsibilities for the village, and the fatigue from past wounds. Yet today, he saw only tenderness, like cotton soaked in warm water, comforting and reassuring. The afternoon seemed to stretch on endlessly. Itachi insisted on demonstrating his improved substitution technique, resulting in a rather lopsided scarecrow that knocked over half a plant of purple perilla that Shikumo had cultivated, prompting Rin to scold him at length about caring for the plants. Kai proposed a game of ninja tag, taking on the role of the pursuer, running so fast that he nearly collided with the stone lantern, only to be caught by Shikumo. Rin and Tsukuyomi sat on the porch, folding small boats from colorful paper, planning to float them in the puddles when it rained. Shikumo sat at the low table, helping Itachi revise his ninjutsu notes, occasionally glancing up at the rambunctious children. His eyes filled with indulgence. At first, Kakashi merely stood by, observing, but soon Itachi pulled him into the game of ninja tag. He wasn't particularly swift, yet he always managed to sidestep just in time when Itachi reached out to catch him. It was a skill he had honed over time, initially intended for survival and combat, but today he realized that dodging his friend's grasp allowed him to hear their laughter even more clearly. When Itachi finally caught hold of his arm, he huffed, "Haha, got you. You lost." Looking at Itachi's flushed face, Kakashi suddenly felt that losing wasn't quite as daunting as he had imagined. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sounds of parents calling their children home echoed through the alley. Itachi, having forgotten his scroll on the low table, dashed back to retrieve it, with Rin reminding him, "Don't forget to come back tomorrow, Itachi." "See you tomorrow," Kakashi replied softly from the doorway. Rin waved, "See you tomorrow. Don't forget the red bean cake." Kai raised his fist in the air, exclaiming, "Tomorrow, we continue to ignite our youth." Tsukuyomi nudged the paper bag of chestnut cakes into his hands. "Make sure to keep the charms safe." As the silhouettes of his friends disappeared around the corner, Kakashi lingered at the door, clutching the bag containing the chestnut cakes. The breeze wafted in from the alley, carrying the aroma of dinner, gently swaying the mugwort on the porch. "Come inside," Shikumo beckoned, approaching with Kakashi's small jacket. Noting the evening chill, Kakashi followed his father into the house, where the low table still bore remnants of the unfinished cake, Itachi's forgotten scroll, Kai's green headband, Rin's handkerchief, and Tsukuyomi's bamboo basket, all scattered about in delightful disarray, preserving the echoes of laughter and chatter that had filled the air. Shikumo helped him put on his jacket, crouching down to inquire, "Did you have a good day today?" Kakashi nodded, feeling that a simple affirmation was insufficient, so he added a more emphatic, "Yes." He recalled the cream on Itachi's lips, Rin's gentle smile, Kai's spirited exclamations about youth, Tsukuyomi's sparkling eyes, and the tenderness of his father as he shared the strawberries. His heart swelled with warmth, a delightful fullness that surpassed the sweetness of 10 red bean cakes. He hesitated for a moment and softly remarked that he thought a longevity noodle was sufficient for a birthday. Shuamao chuckled and gently touched his cheek, saying there could be more to come. The last rays of the setting sun filtered through the paper door, casting a golden hue on the ground. Kakashi gazed into his father's eyes, suddenly extending his arms to embrace his neck. Shuo Mao was momentarily taken aback, then slowly wrapped his arms around Kakashi's small back. The embrace of his father bore a faint scent of herbs and the warmth of sun-dried linen, as if containing the entirety of September's warmth. Kakashi buried his face in his father's clothing and whispered, "Father, thank you." Shuo Mao tightened his grip, his throat moving slightly as he quietly replied, "I should be the one to thank you, Kakashi. Thank you for opening the door and allowing so much light and sound to enter our courtyard." That night, Kakashi lay in bed, clutching the amulet given by Tsukiyo, with a wooden plaque from Obito and a bell from Guy by his pillow. The moonlight outside filtered through the leaves, casting dancing shadows on the wall, reminiscent of friends frolicking in the courtyard. He recalled Obito's mention of friendship, Lin's promise to visit annually, and his father's gentle smile. Suddenly, he realized that becoming stronger was not solely about honing ninjutsu or physical techniques. Having these people around him was already an impressive feat in itself. The breeze of September 15th carried the sweetness of strawberry cake, the aroma of red bean pastries, and the laughter of friends, quietly seeping through the windows of the Hitaki home and into Kakashi's heart, like a seed gently sprouting in the warm sunlight. He understood that from this day forward, something had changed in his world. Beyond shurikens and ninjutsu, there began to blossom more colors, more sounds, and more warmth that he would find hard to let go of. Chapter 9. Necklace. The affection of red bean filling a warning for out-of-character moments. Mei in Konoha is perpetually wrapped in layers of humid warmth. The gravel of the training ground was scorching, and as Kakashi knelt down to fasten his forehead protector, the metal clasp burned his fingertips. The Konoha symbol on the forehead protector gleamed anew, a testament to his recent achievement. He had just received it from the Hokage's office that morning, marking him as the youngest genin in Konoha's history, surpassing the previous record by 11 months. "Hey, little shrimp, does it really take that long to tie a forehead protector?" A light laugh floated down from above, laced with a teasing warmth. Kakashi looked up to see Tsukiyo standing in the shade of a tree, arms crossed, her blue ninja school uniform sleeves rolled to her elbows, revealing red welts from mosquito bites on her forearms. She was considerably taller than him, her shadow enveloping him entirely as she stood there. "Tsukiyo, I'm done," Kakashi responded, rising to his feet, his forehead protector perfectly aligned on his brow. TSK, my senior is really impressive now." Tsukiyo feigned a serious expression, cupping her hands around her mouth to shout, "Hello, Kakashi-senpai. Please take care of me." Her voice trailed off playfully, eliciting laughter from several upperclassmen who were packing away their ninja tools. Kakashi's ears turned crimson, and he tightened his grip on the shuriken. "Stop teasing, Tsukiyo." Tsukiyo laughed even more, reaching out to ruffle his hair. She often did this, claiming his hair was as soft as a cloud. "All right, little senpai," she said, pulling a cloth bundle from her backpack. "Here, freshly bought taiyaki with red bean filling, to celebrate your graduation." The taiyaki was still warm, the scent of oil mingling with the sweetness of red bean filling wafting through the air. Kakashi accepted it, their fingertips brushing. The coolness of her touch a reminder that she had likely been by the river, helping younger students retrieve their textbooks from the water again. "Just 2 more years," Tsukiyo said, eyeing the forehead protector in his hands with a mix of envy and acceptance. "Once I graduate, I'll truly have to call you senpai." She was 5 years his senior, and by the school's admission standards, she still had 2 entire years before she could graduate. The rules of the Ninja Academy dictated that one must be at least 10 years old to graduate. She was 8 this year, and should have been in class studying ninjutsu theory, yet she preferred to sneak off to the training ground, claiming it was not a violation to observe the seniors' training. Kakashi took a bite of the taiyaki. The sweetness of the red bean filling was almost overwhelming. "You don't need to call me senpai," he mumbled. "Just call me Kakashi." "That won't do." Tsukiyo blinked, feigning seriousness. "The rules of a ninja cannot be broken. Besides, how impressive would it be to have my genius brother as my senpai?" She loved to refer to him as her brother. Years ago, when Tsukiyo first arrived at the Hitaki household, she had sat on the steps hugging her knees, clutching a piece of bread. When she saw Shuo Mao carrying him, she suddenly stood up and exclaimed, "Uncle Hitaki, let him be my brother. I will take care of him." Shuo Mao had paused, then chuckled as he ruffled her hair. It was only later that Kakashi learned Tsukiyo's parents had perished on a mission, leaving her to fend for herself for 2 years, making her acutely aware of the taste of loneliness. At that moment, Tsuyu suddenly tightened her grip on Kakashi's wrist while he was squatting on the roadside. Observing ants carrying crumbs, the forehead protector slipped down to his nose, obscuring one eye. Before he could raise his hand to push it up, he was pulled forward, stumbling a couple of steps. Come on, come on. I want to introduce you to someone amazing. Tsuyu's voice danced with excitement, carried by the wind. Slow down. Tsuyu. Kakashi was nearly tripped up, his ninja tool pouch swaying at his waist, filled with spare bandages and antiseptic that Shuo Mao had packed for him that morning. Who is this amazing person you're talking about? You'll find out when we get there. Tsuyu turned back to smile at him, her light purple school uniform skirt brushing against her ankles. It's my senior, don't you remember? She was 5 years older than Kakashi and had already reached the upper grades of the ninja school, often clutching a well-worn copy of Fundamentals of Sealing Techniques. Its cover marked with a small red stamp, signifying her successful completion of the senior assessment. 3 years prior, when Tsuyu first entered the school, she had been bullied until Kushina protected her, her fiery red hair like a burning flame, declaring that the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan were not meant to be used for oppression. Since then, Tsuyu had visited Kushina's home every weekend to learn the most basic four-symbol seal, taking notes more diligently than anyone else. As they turned the corner, they spotted a wooden house adorned with morning glories. A weathered wooden sign hung on the gate, reading Namikaze Minato, with a small, red-painted swirl beside it that read Uzumaki Kushina, the letters bold and lively like a flame. Kushina-senpai, Tsuyu called out from across the fence, her voice high-pitched enough to startle the swallows nesting under the eaves. A clattering noise came from within, as if something had been knocked over. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing a woman with red hair peeking out, her curls dusted with flour, and an apron adorned with the round Uzumaki emblem. What are you shouting about, you little rascal? Kushina placed her hands on her hips, and upon seeing Kakashi behind Tsuyu, her eyes lit up. Well, if it isn't the little one from the Hitaki family. Look how tall you've grown. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. He had a vague memory of Kushina from his childhood, attending a picnic with Tsuyu, often witnessing a red-haired big sister chasing a blonde-haired big brother, scolding him for sharing his lunch with others. Once, after Obito had pushed him into a muddy pit, it was this red-haired sister who pulled him out, using a sweet-scented handkerchief to wipe his face, telling him that a Hitaki child must not cry. Sometimes, she would even share her snacks with him. Kushina-senpai, he said formally, bowing slightly, causing the forehead protector to slide down to his brow, revealing his slightly flushed ears. Don't call me senpai, just call me Kushina-ne. Kushina laughed, ruffling his hair, her palm warm from kneading dough. Last time I saw you, you were so shy. Now you've become a genin? Your father would be so proud if you were here. She stepped aside to let them enter, where a pair of small wooden clogs, clearly belonging to a child, rested on the wooden shoe rack in the entryway, adorned with the swirl pattern that Tsuyu had left behind after each visit. Come in and sit down. I just steamed some strawberry daifuku. Knowing you graduated today, I added an extra layer of red bean paste. The room was suffused with a sweet fragrance, mingling with a faint scent of ink. On the low table in the living room lay several sealing talismans, intricate spirals drawn in red sand on yellow paper. Beside them rested a practice scroll from Shiyua, marked with several corrections circled in red by Kushina. The windowsill displayed a string of dried hydrangeas, a gift from Shiyua last week, who claimed that the elder sister said they could soothe the mind. Elder sister, look at the four-symbol seal I've just practiced. As soon as Shiyua sat down, she pulled out the scroll, her eyes sparkling. Last time you said the end of my spiral was too loose. I revised it 10 times. Do you think this one is better? Kushina took the scroll, her fingertips gliding gently over the paper, her brow slowly relaxing. There's significant improvement. This transition here needs to be a bit tighter, like water flowing around stones. It must be gentle yet forceful. She picked up the red sand pen and drew a small diagram at the edge of the scroll. Sealing techniques are like braiding a rope. Every strand of force must converge in one direction, or else it will disperse. Shiyua leaned in closer, her nose nearly touching the page. Kakashi, seated nearby, noticed the dense annotations in her notebook, where the elder sister had advised her to be swift in some areas and gentle in others. There were also a few small smiling faces, likely added after Kushina praised her. Here, your graduation gift. Kushina pushed a plate of strawberry daifuku in front of Kakashi, the porcelain plate embossed with the Uzumaki clan's crest. That guy Minato went out on a mission this morning and said he would bring you a congratulatory gift. It's probably another one of his treasured flying thunder god Kanai models. At the mention of Minato, her cheeks suddenly flushed a light red, like clouds tinted by the setting sun. By the way, yesterday he actually took me to the waterfall at the border of the Land of Fire using the flying thunder god technique, she said, poking the strawberry on the daifuku with a tone of pride. He said it was his secret base and clumsily made me a flower crown out of dandelions, saying it looked like my hair. She abruptly paused upon noticing Kakashi taking small bites of the daifuku and quickly cleared her throat. What am I saying to you kids? What do you understand? I understand. Kakashi raised his head, a bit of cream on the corner of his mouth. My father once said that if you like someone, you want to give them the best of everything. He recalled last winter when Shumo polished a finely crafted short blade under the lamp, saying it was the first knife your mother gave him, more precious than anything else. Outside the window, snow was falling, and his father's voice was as soft as cotton. Kushina's face turned crimson, like red sand thrown into a fire. You little rascal. She reached out to poke his forehead, but halfway through, she changed it to ruffle his hair. Just like your father, you have no filter. Shiyue laughed heartily, patting the table as she wiped the cream from Kakashi's mouth. What he said is true, elder sister. Last time you even said that when Senior Minato saved the last piece of chestnut yokon for you, you secretly cried. Nonsense. Kushina shot her a glare, but her ears were already flushed. That was from the heat of the yokon. Kakashi watched them joke and realized that the air in this room felt warmer than the breeze at the training ground. Kushina's red hair shimmered like gold in the sunlight. Shiyue's laughter chimed like wind chimes, and the talismans on the table exuded the fragrance of red sand. Even the sweetness of the strawberry daifuku carried a hint of home. Oh, elder sister. Shiyue suddenly recalled something and pulled a cloth bag from her backpack. These are the sealing talismans I made using the method you taught me, soaked in hydrangea juice. You said it could soothe the mind, so I made some for you and Senior Minato. The yellow paper inside the cloth bag radiated a faint purple hue, the spiral patterns drawn much more neatly than before. Kushina picked one up and held it to the light, suddenly letting out a sigh. How wonderful. When I was your age, I could only use sealing techniques to pin Minato's practice book to the wall. She carefully placed the talisman into a wooden box. When you graduate, I'll pass on the Uzumaki clan's foundational sealing array to you. It's 10 times more powerful than what the school teaches. Really? Shiyue's eyes sparkled like stars. Then I need to graduate quickly so I can help elder sister and Kakashi. Help me with what? Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Help you treat your wounds, Kakashi. Shiyue purposely elongated her tone. Are you going to make your teammates follow you on missions just to bandage you? Kushina laughed uncontrollably, patting Kakashi's shoulder. Did you hear that? Little rascal? You'll have to rely on your sister from now on. As the sun climbed to the windowsill, Shiyue attempted to stuff the sealing materials Kushina had given her into Kakashi's ninja tool pouch. You practice lightning release and often hurt yourself. This will help cushion your chakra. Kushina stood at the door to see them off, still holding the hydrangea sealing talisman that Shiyue had drawn. The wind lifted her red hair, resembling a flame that would never extinguish. Oh, Kakashi, she suddenly called out to him. Your father said you practice ninjutsu too hastily and don't take care of yourself. From her apron pocket, she pulled out a small protective charm, embroidered with a spiral pattern. This is for you. I wove it with chakra, and it will ward off minor injuries. The charm still bore her warmth, comforting and gentle. Kakashi held it in his hand, suddenly recalling the warmth he felt when she lifted him to wipe his face as a child. As they walked home, Shiyue carried the red bean paste that Kushina had given her, her steps light as if dancing on the wind. See, I told you the elder sister is kind. She turned her head, her hair brushing against Kakashi's arm. Once I master advanced sealing techniques, I will carve seals onto your kunai to enhance your lightning release. Kakashi watched her shadow stretch in the sunset and felt that his forehead protector didn't seem so hot anymore. He recalled the sealing talismans in Kushina's house, the hydrangeas on the windowsill, and the smiling faces in Shiyue's notebook, suddenly realizing that a ninja's growth is not merely about mastering techniques, but also about being surrounded by people who are willing to imprint their warmth into your life, like sealing techniques, bit by bit. He replied softly, tucking the protective charm deep into his ninja tool pouch, next to the bandages Shumo had set aside, making sure not to misdraw the spiral patterns. I won't. Shiyue reached out to ruffle his hair, just as Kushina had done moments ago. I am the proud student of Kushina-sensei. As the evening breeze carried the scent of wisteria, their laughter mingled with the sunset. In the distance, The training ground echoed with Obito's shouts, likely arguing with Rin over the last training target. Kakashi touched the ninja tool pouch at his waist, filled with the blessings of his seniors, the concern of his sister, and the warm beginnings of a 5-year-old Genin's ninja journey. Kakashi, Shiyue suddenly stopped and turned back to him. When I graduate, let us form a small team. I'll be your support, helping you treat wounds and organize intelligence while you handle the fighting. How about that? Her eyes sparkled in the sunlight like polished glass. Kakashi remembered how she had always followed him over the past few years, reminding him of forgotten ninjutsu formulas, offering water when Obito frustrated him, and quietly tidying up his ninja tool pouch when he was exhausted. The orphanage's caretaker had said that Shiyue used to be shy, always sitting alone in the corner, until she met him and gradually opened up. All right, he nodded, his voice softer than usual. But first, you need to learn basic medical ninjutsu. Leave it to me, little senior. Shiyue gave an imperfect salute that made Kakashi chuckle. When they reached the Hitaki house, they saw Obito and Rin leaning over the courtyard wall, peering inside. Kakashi, Obito shouted upon seeing them. You actually went to eat desserts without telling me. It was Shiyue who took me, Kakashi replied. Shiyue is biased. Obito protested. But Rin tugged at his arm. Stop it, Obito. We're here to give Kakashi a graduation gift. Rin pulled out a beautifully wrapped box from behind her, revealing a handmade ninja tool pouch adorned with a crookedly embroidered ninja cat, clearly Obito's handiwork. We made this together, Obito said. I wanted to embroider the strongest ninja cat. But the result? This is called art. Obito immediately countered, a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. Next time, I'll definitely do a better job. You smiled as she handed a bag of wagashi to them. It's from Kushina. Would you like to try? Obito's eyes lit up, and he immediately snatched the bag, only to be lightly tapped on the back of his head by Rin. First, thank Kakashi. Thank you, sister you. Obito mumbled with his mouth full of wagashi. His words muffled. Laughter erupted among them. The setting sun elongated their shadows, intertwining them like flowers blooming upon the earth. Upon returning home that evening, Shomo was in the yard drying herbs. Kakashi presented the wagashi from Kushina, saying it was a gift from his predecessor. Shomo took the box, opened it, and suddenly chuckled. That girl is still the same, sharp-tongued yet soft-hearted. He picked up a sakura-shaped wagashi and handed it to Kakashi. Try it. Your mother used to love this. Kakashi took a bite, the sweet flavor blossoming on his tongue. He recalled what Kushina had said earlier in the sparkle in Yu's eyes, suddenly feeling that perhaps becoming a genin wasn't so daunting after all. Father, he said softly. Sister Yu mentioned that she wants to form a team with me after she graduates. Shomo paused in his task, turning to look at him with a twinkle in his eyes. Then you must protect her well. He hesitated before adding, she is a good girl, more afraid of loneliness than anyone. Kakashi nodded, a warm and full sensation swelling in his heart. That night, lying in bed, he heard Yu's soft cough from outside, a remnant of her childhood illness that troubled her during seasonal changes. He quietly rose, retrieved a throat lozenge from his ninja gear bag that Kushina had given him, and placed it on her windowsill with a note, avoid cold foods, from your junior. Returning to his bed, he touched the forehead protector beneath his pillow, the coolness of the metal seeping through his fingertips, yet it no longer felt as harsh as it had in the morning. He knew that becoming a genin was merely the beginning, with countless training sessions and missions ahead. But at this moment, he thought of Yu's smiling face, Kushina's crimson hair, Obito's boisterousness, Rin's gentleness, and the silhouette of his father drying herbs, suddenly realizing that this path didn't seem so lonely after all. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting dappled shadows on the floor, reminiscent of an unfinished painting. Kakashi clutched his forehead protector, a slight smile curving his lips. It dawned on him that being a senior was not only about taking the first step ahead of others, but also about learning to look back and see if there were those in need of protection behind him. And behind him stood a sister who affectionately called him Junior, slowly approaching him with 2 years of anticipation. With these thoughts, he soon drifted into sleep, dreaming of the sweet taste of strawberry daifuku, the sounds of the training ground, and Yu's gentle voice calling him Junior, as warm as sunlight enveloping cotton. Chapter 10. The Necklace. The warmth of the Uzumaki stone, a warning for out-of-character moments. The winds of May, wrapped in the fragrance of wisteria, swept into the kitchen as you tiptoed to reach a celadone bowl on the top shelf. The wooden floor creaked under her steps, her sleeves rolled up to her elbows, revealing faint red marks on her forearms from practicing sealing techniques, the remnants of imitating her senior Kushina Uzumaki patterns with a vermilion brush. The dark patterns along the rim of the bowl brushed her fingertips like a familiar secret code, reminiscent of the first time she touched Kushina's sealing scroll years ago, causing her fingertips to tingle. "Be careful," came Shomo's voice from behind, carrying the grit of having just returned from the training ground. He effortlessly retrieved the porcelain bowl, his fingers gliding over the spiral patterns along its edge. "This was left behind by your mother. She always used it for storing dye." Yu's fingertips froze midair. For 12 years, Uncle Shomo had mentioned her parents during such moments, his tone as light as a breeze skimming over a lake, yet always sending ripples through her heart. Today was her birthday, with a bamboo basket containing strawberry daifuku from Kushina and oil paper wrapped around red bean bread baked by Minato. The air thick with the sweet aroma infused with an unusual sense of expectation. As she traced the spiral design on the bottom of the bowl, she suddenly recalled a half-faded handkerchief she had found at the bottom of a camphor wood box while sorting through old items last week, embroidered with the same pattern. "What about Kakashi?" she asked, turning her head. The sharp sound of shuriken slicing through the air from the training ground suggested that 7-year-old Kakashi was once again practicing his lightning release. "He's sharpening his short sword." Shomo chuckled, placing the bowl into a wooden basin filled with clear water. "He has been secretly whittling wood in the yard for 3 days to make you a birthday gift. Just yesterday, he borrowed my whetstone and was covered in wood shavings." You couldn't help but smile. 3 years ago, when she lent Kakashi the Uzumaki stone left by her father, he had gripped it tightly, nervous sweat beading on his palms, claiming he wanted to use it to practice controlling his chakra for lightning release. When the stone returned, its edges bore a smooth curve, and he blushed as he explained that he had accidentally scraped it against the training ground stone wall. Yet she had clearly seen the polished sandstone hidden beneath his pillow, still dusted with purple stone powder. As they spoke, the door to the yard swung open, and Kushina's distinctive loud voice rang out, "Little girl, the birthday cake needs to cool." You slipped on her wooden sandals and dashed outside, spotting Kushina holding a food box beneath the wisteria arbor. Her red hair tousled by the wind, with a petal of hydrangea clinging to its tips. Minato followed behind, cradling a long object wrapped in blue cloth, his light-colored hair glistening in the sunlight as he smiled gently. "Kushina-senpai, Minato-senpai." You rushed forward to take the food box, the sweet aroma of red bean filling her nostrils. The bottom of the box was lined with hydrangea petals she had gifted to Kushina last week, unexpectedly repurposed as a cushion for the pastries. Kushina always did this, claiming it was a bother, yet she would carefully keep all the little things you had given her, the paper cranes from last year strung along the windowsill, the dried flowers pressed within the sealing scroll from the year before. "Slow down." Kushina ruffled her hair, her fingers dusted with flour. "The freshly steamed chestnut cake has extra honey. I've noticed you've lost some weight from practicing your sealing techniques." Lowering her voice to a conspiratorial whisper only they could hear, she added, "There's a hidden surprise of 3 candied fruits inside." The sakura flavor was hard for Minato to track down in the marketplace. Minato handed you the blue cloth package. "Kushina and I made this together." She insisted on embroidering the Uzumaki pattern on the scroll, pricking her fingers 3 times in the process. Before he could finish, Kushina stomped on his foot, glaring at him. "Keep your mouth shut. If you mention it again, I'll swap all your food pills for wasabi-flavored ones." You giggled as she unwrapped the cloth, revealing an indigo practice scroll adorned with crooked Uzumaki patterns, with traces of dark red at the stitching points. Kushina's blood. She suddenly recalled when she first met Kushina 3 years ago. The fiery red-haired senior had also sucked on her injured finger, smiling as she declared, "For the Uzumaki clan, a little blood is nothing." At that time, you had just been bullied and had her lunch stolen by older students, and it was Kushina who had protected her, her red hair like a burning flame, sending the bullies fleeing in terror. The low table in the living room soon overflowed with food. The daifuku Kushina brought formed a small mountain, the pink strawberry tips peeking out from the glutinous rice skin, Minato's bread still steaming, the scent of wheat mingled with dairy, Shomo's miso soup floated with chopped green onions, the bonito flakes gently swaying atop the surface, and in the center, the white rice dumplings steamed that morning, adorned with a short candle, the wick still glistening with freshly made wax tears from the night before. When Kakashi entered, he clutched a wooden plaque, its edges smooth from sanding, with a clumsy Uzumaki pattern carved upon it. His bangs were damp, likely from rushing back after training, and his forehead protector was askew, revealing a hint of pink at his ears. A birthday gift, he mumbled, his voice barely above a whisper. You can hang it on your shuriken when practicing lightning release. I tried it, and the chakra flows more smoothly. As Tsuyu's fingertips grazed the intricate patterns on the wooden plaque, a memory from last winter resurfaced. Kakashi, clutching a swirling stone while practicing Chidori, the blue lightning coiling around the stone's surface in a similar spiral. At that moment, though his fingers were frostbitten and red, he stubbornly insisted that the stone was aiding him in stabilizing his chakra. She brought the wooden plaque closer to her nose. Inhaling the faint scent of pine mingled with a familiar antiseptic odor, likely from the salve Shuo Mao used after a scrape. Thank you. She tucked the plaque into her apron pocket and reached for the daifuku, only to have her hand gently restrained by Shuo Mao. His palm, calloused from years of wielding a blade, bore shallow scars from countless missions. His gaze was as tranquil as a deep pool, but the usually gentle contours of his face were now veiled with an undeniable gravity. Tsuyu, there is something I must tell you. Shuo Mao's voice was lower than usual as he retrieved a black cloth pouch from his breast pocket, placing it on the table with a muted thud. It concerns your parents and your heritage. Kushina exchanged a glance with Minato, the red-haired woman quietly clasping Tsuyu's other hand, her palm warm as if cradling a small fire. Minato, in turn, nudged the steaming cup of tea closer to Tsuyu, the rising steam obscuring his gentle features. Kakashi stood at the table's edge, his grip on the short blade tightening involuntarily, the swirling pattern of the wooden plaque pressing against his palm, leaving faint red marks. As the black cloth was gradually pulled away, a fist-sized stone was revealed. Its deep purple surface was adorned with spiral patterns. Sunlight filtering through the window and refracting into scattered specks of light. This was the very swirling stone she had lent to Kakashi countless times. Yet, at this moment, the stone's base bore a silver rim etched with two minuscule characters, Tsuyu. The silver edge glimmered, clearly worn smooth by frequent handling. This is your mother's keepsake. Shuo Mao's fingertip lightly touched the stone, the warmth of his touch seeping through the stone's surface. Her name was Uzumaki now, an exceptional sealing master of the Uzumaki clan. Your father was a jonin of Konoha, a distant relative of the Hitaki clan. Tragically, during a mission, he hesitated, his throat moving. To protect the people at the border, he was unable to return. Tsuyu's breath hitched. She had always known her parents were gone, but she had never envisioned their faces. In that moment, she could almost see the red-haired woman sketching sealing symbols under a lamp, the dark-haired man polishing kunai beside her. The stone resting on the low table between them, flickering candlelight reflecting off it. She suddenly recalled her habit of biting her nails. Something Kushina had remarked was a quirk of the Uzumaki clan. She remembered how she always drew 3 circles first when creating sealing symbols. As Shuo Mao had said, it was identical to her mother's approach. The Uzumaki clan. Her voice quivered as she turned to Kushina. Like you, senior? Yes. Kushina's tone softened, rolling up Tsuyu's sleeve to reveal a faintly reddish birthmark in the shape of a spiral on her forearm. You have inherited the bloodline of the Uzumaki, naturally suited for sealing techniques. Your mother was my senior, and she always said she wanted her daughter to master the most formidable 4-symbol seal, even better than I did. A smile suddenly graced her face, tears glistening in her eyes as she recounted how now wished to name her daughter something as gentle as moonlight, hence the name Tsuyu. Minato produced a yellowed scroll from his pocket. This was left by your father, containing the sealing arrays he and your mother studied together. Now I'd said to wait until your 12th birthday to give it to you. The scroll's cover depicted 2 interlocked hands, one gripping a kunai, the other holding a sealing symbol. As the scroll unfurled, a fine dust was disturbed, and the vigorous handwriting danced across the page, occasionally interspersed with delicate annotations. Tsuyu noticed a tiny smiling face sketched at the bottom of one page, accompanied by the words drawn by now, indicating that this would make Tsuyu's practice more enjoyable. On another page, a dried hydrangea petal was affixed, identical to the one she had given to Kushina the previous week. Why tell me this only now? Tears suddenly fell from her eyes, splattering the stone and creating a small, darkened patch. 12 years of questions surged within her. Why did Uncle Shuo Mao always have red-rimmed eyes when she practiced sealing techniques? Why was Senior Kushina particularly kind to her? Because your mother said to wait until you were strong enough to understand the weight of inheritance. Shuo Mao's voice held an almost imperceptible catch as he produced a yellowed photograph from his pocket, revealing 2 young individuals standing side by side among hydrangeas, the woman's red hair flickering like flames, the man, armed with a long blade, smiling warmly. I am your parents' closest friend. I promised to let you grow up like an ordinary child. But now, you must know who you are. Suddenly, Kakashi pulled something from his pocket and placed it into Tsukio's hand, a smoothly polished amethyst, encasing a tiny swirl within. I carved this using the stone you lent me as a model, he murmured. Those of the Uzumaki clan should have their own token. The crystal warmed beneath his touch, the edges still bearing traces of the polishing process. Tsuyu clutched the warm crystal, suddenly recalling how Kakashi had clung to the stone during a fever, murmuring not to leave. At that time, she had not understood. Now, she comprehended that within this stone lay the concerns of 2 generations. She hung the stone around her neck, the cold surface resting against her heart, yet it felt as if a warmth coursed through her veins, flowing from her heart, through her fingertips, until it settled upon the amethyst. Kushina enveloped her in an embrace, her red hair brushing against Tsuyu's cheek. Why are you crying? Uzumaki girls must not shed tears. From now on, I will teach you the most formidable sealing techniques to surpass even your mother. Her embrace carried the faint scent of flower, merging with the memory of a vague, comforting hold. Minato added with a smile. I can teach you how to combine the flying thunder god technique with sealing arts. Now often pestered me about this, saying that when Tsuyu grew up, she should become a sealing master capable of protecting everyone. His gaze lingered on the stone around Tsuyu's neck, tender as moonlight. As the sunlight began to wane, elongating everyone's shadows, Tsuyu pressed the stone against her cheek, its icy touch gradually calming her. In that moment, she understood why she had always felt an inexplicable affinity for sealing arts, why seeing Kushina's red hair brought warmth. It was the bond of blood. The traces of her parents left in this world. The daifuku on the low table still steamed, and the characters on the scroll seemed to come alive, gently dancing in the evening sun. Summer arrived unexpectedly, and as the training ground's gravel became scorching under the sun, Tsuyu's graduation assessment approached. Dressed in a brand new deep blue training outfit, the swirling stone nestled within her collar, rising and falling with her breath. She pinned the wooden plaque Kakashi had gifted her to her sleeve, its swirling pattern polished to a shine. Kushina stood in the stands, calling out loudly, Tsuyu, show them the might of the Uzumaki clan. Today, she sported a high ponytail, her red hair ablaze in the sunlight. Minato stood nearby, chuckling helplessly, holding a bowl of congratulatory red bean soup prepared for her, the bowl being the green porcelain one her mother had left behind. Shuo Mao lingered in the shadows, clutching a polished forehead protector, the Konoha symbol glinting under the sun, its edges etched with a tiny swirl he had carved overnight. Tsuyu's assessment focused on sealing arts. As she used her chakra to draw the flawless 4-symbol seal, the examiners displayed expressions of astonishment. The light lavender chakra spiraled across the ground, echoing the patterns on the stone around her neck. She recalled her mother's words from the scroll. Sealing arts are not restraints, they are guardianship. As her fingertip completed the final stroke, she envisioned her parents standing on a cloud, smiling and nodding at her. On the day the class results were announced, the sunlight was so blinding that it was difficult to open one's eyes. The bulletin board was crowded, the chattering voices reminiscent of summer cicadas. Tsuyu's name appeared in Class 3, her teammates being 2 boys she was not very familiar with, one skilled in taijutsu, the other specializing in sensory techniques. Meanwhile, Kakashi's name stood solitary on a separate list for direct promotion into a special class, designated for solo missions as a 7-year-old genius. I'm sorry. Kakashi stood before her, clutching the amethyst crystal tightly in his hand, his knuckles pale with pressure. I couldn't, he muttered, feeling foolish. Yuyue gently ruffled his hair, just as she had done countless times in their childhood. We are both ninjas now. There will be ample opportunities for us to undertake missions together. She removed the whirlpool stone from around her neck and placed it in his palm, the stone's warmth akin to a blazing fire. This is also for you. When you master a more formidable lightning technique, return it to me. Kakashi watched her retreating figure as she ran towards Team 3, suddenly reminded of last winter when she had similarly pressed a stone into his hand, assuring him that possessing it would quell his fears. Back then, her fingertips had been frostbitten and red, yet she had insisted on giving him the warmest stone. He grasped the stone tightly, observing Yuyue standing among her new teammates. Although her smile radiated brilliance, she would furtively glance back at him, akin to a timid fawn fearing abandonment. Kushina approached, patting his shoulder. Do not be disheartened. The path of a ninja is long. You and Yuyue are like Minato and me. No matter how far apart, you shall always reunite on some battlefield. Her crimson hair danced in the wind, as if foretelling something. When Yue turned back, she spotted Kakashi standing in the sunlight. The strap of his forehead protector fluttering high in the breeze. The whirlpool stone in his hand gleamed, resembling a small purple sun. Suddenly, she laughed, waved at him, and turned to follow her new companions. The wooden tag on her wrist swayed gently, producing a soft sound, as if responding to a distant echo. In the distance, the hydrangeas bloomed fervently, reminiscent of Kushina's red hair, the notes in her mother's scrolls, and all warm symbols of legacy and bonds. Yue touched her empty neck, yet it was filled with the hopes of her parents, the teachings of her senior, and the promise quietly simmering in the hands of the 7-year-old boy, a promise that belonged to them. She understood that from this day forth, she was not merely Kinoshita Yue, but also Uzumaki Yue. Her journey as a ninja had only just begun, and on that path, she would one day reunite with the boy who held the whirlpool stone. Chapter 11. Necklace. Under the festival lights as the lanterns for the summer festival were hung on the eaves of the commercial street, Yue squatted in the Hitaki household's yard, tying the sash of her yukata. The light lavender hem brushed against the stone steps, picking up some evening dew, and she felt something was amiss in the bare spot around her neck until Kakashi emerged from the house, holding the whirlpool stone, its surface aglow with the rays of the setting sun. Kushina-senpai asked me to return this to you. He pressed the stone into her palm, his ears tinged with a hint of pink in the twilight. Today, he had not donned his forehead protector, and his soft hair fell onto his brow, rendering him somewhat childlike. Yue smiled as she hung the stone back around her neck, the cool surface resting against her collarbone. Did we not agree that I would lend it to you for practicing lightning techniques? Obito mentioned that the festival has goldfish scooping, and he feared the stone might fall into the water. Kakashi kicked a pebble at his feet, the sound barely audible like a mosquito's hum. In truth, that morning after practicing Chidori, he had polished the stone 3 times before the mirror, its silver edges shining brightly, almost as if it were new. From afar, Obito's boisterous voice echoed through 2 streets. Kakashi, Yue, if you don't hurry, the fireworks will start. Rin's laughter mingled within, reminiscent of wind chimes gently swaying in the breeze. As Yue tugged Kakashi towards the commercial street, the sash of her yukata fluttered behind her like a purple ribbon. The night market lanterns had begun to illuminate, casting a warm yellow glow on the cobblestone path, the aroma of caramel wafting from a candy apple stall, while the gongs from street performers startled the night moths beneath the eaves. Wait for me, Obito called out, chasing after them while carrying 2 skewers of takoyaki, sauce dripping onto his orange tracksuit. Look, I won this mask. He attempted to place a fox mask on Rin's face, but she playfully swatted it away. Yue paused to wait for them, only to see Kakashi staring intently at a nearby goldfish scooping stall, his eyes sparkling like fallen stars. Suddenly, she recalled last winter when he had held the whirlpool stone, expressing his desire to see goldfish come spring. At that time, the snow had fallen heavily, dusting his eyelashes with frost. Do you want to play? Yue tugged at his sleeve. Kakashi abruptly turned his head, as if caught in a secret. No, I'll treat you, she said with a smile, leading him to the stall, the sleeves of her yukata brushing against his hand playfully. As the vendor handed over a paper net, she spotted Obito entangled with Rin, trying to win rings, 3 colorful hoops swaying in his hand, as if flaunting his latest conquest. You go first, Yue said, shoving the paper net into Kakashi's hands. His fingers pinched the edge of the net, suddenly recalling a moment during a lightning technique practice when his chakra had spiraled out of control, shattering a water tank. Yue had used the sealing technique she had just learned to freeze the splashing water and had laughed, calling him a fool, urging him to be more careful next time. The paper net tore upon touching the water's surface, golden fish scales shimmering in the light, appearing to mock his clumsiness. Kakashi's ears turned a deeper shade of red. Just as he was about to grab another net, Yue suddenly pressed her hand over his. Be gentle, just like controlling chakra. Her palm rested lightly on the back of his hand, carrying the sweet scent of caramel apples. See, this way. As the net sank steadily into the water, when the red-tailed goldfish was caught within, Kakashi heard his own heartbeat echoing louder than the distant gongs. Yue's hair brushed against his cheek, leaving behind a faint fragrance reminiscent of hydrangeas, the same hair oil she had used that morning, identical to Kushina-senpai's. I got one, Yue exclaimed, pouring the goldfish into the glass tank. only to realize that Obito and Rin had vanished, leaving only a few scattered colorful rings by the ring toss stall. They must be off to see the fireworks. She handed the glass tank to Kakashi. Shall we go find them? But Kakashi remained focused on a nearby mask stall, where a silver fox mask hung, adorned with red whirlpool patterns, reminiscent of the color of the cinnabar brush used during Yuue's sealing technique practice. He felt the coins in his pocket, the pocket money Uncle Shobu had given him that morning, which he had intended to save for a new shuriken model. Do you want that? Yue followed his gaze, reaching for the mask to place it on his face. The cold metal pressed against his skin, and her fingertips accidentally brushed against his cheekbone, sending a jolt through him. It suits you perfectly. Who wants it? Kakashi stammered, reaching to remove it. But Yue held his wrist gently. Her grip, though not strong, exuded an irresistible tenderness, reminiscent of the times when he had injured himself while practicing and she had held his wrist to apply medicine. Wear it, she urged, her eyes crescent-shaped with a smile. Consider it an early celebration gift for your upcoming promotion to Chunin. Suddenly, a loud bang resonated in the distance as the night sky erupted with golden fireworks, casting their shadows upon the lanterns, stretching them long. Kakashi peered through the mask's eye holes and saw the whirlpool stone around Yuue's neck glowing under the fireworks, as if it had captured stars within a violet dream. They must be over there, Yue said, pulling him towards the riverbank. The glass tank swaying gently in Kakashi's hands as the goldfish's tail flicked against the tank's wall, producing a soft sound. The hem of her yukata brushed against the grass, remnants from when she had squatted at the goldfish stall, completely oblivious to the dirt, her footsteps light, as if dancing with the wind. As they passed a stall selling taiyaki, Kakashi suddenly halted. Yue turned to look at him, noticing he was fixated on the red bean paste design on the sign, his throat subtly bobbing. She recalled last year on his birthday when Uncle Shobu had been away on a business trip, and she had shared half of the daifuku that Kushina Senpai had given her. He had devoured it, cheeks puffed out like a squirrel hoarding nuts. I'll have 2 with red bean paste, Yue said, pulling out her coin purse, but Kakashi had already turned his face away from the mask, revealing only the tips of his flushed ears. As the vendor handed over a paper bag, steam seeped through the paper, warming her fingertips, reminiscent of the sensation of chakra flowing in his palm during lightning technique practice. Here, Yue slipped a taiyaki into his hand and took a large bite of her own. The red bean filling was scalding, causing her to exhale sharply, yet she noticed Kakashi nibbling delicately, the edge of the mask smeared with a bit of sweet bean paste, resembling a mischievous little fox stealing a treat. Eat slowly, she said, reaching out to help him wipe his face. However, as her fingertips brushed against his mask, he turned his head away. Fireworks erupted in the night sky once more, this time in shades of pink, resembling hydrangea petals scattered across the heavens. Look, doesn't it remind you of the flowers in Jio-Exion Nai-senpai's garden? Kakashi raised his gaze just as the fireworks illuminated the silhouette of Tsuyu behind him in golden light. Her hair danced in the breeze, and the stone around her neck rose and fell with her breath. Suddenly, he recalled the day they were assigned to different classes, when she had placed the stone in his hand and said, "Wait until you master a more formidable lightning technique." Her palm had felt just as warm then. Obito and the others must be on the bridge, Tsuyu thought, taking a couple of steps forward only to notice that Kakashi had not followed. Turning back, she found him lost in thought, staring at the goldfish in the glass tank. "What's wrong?" she asked. "It seems a bit unwell," he replied, poking the tank's wall, causing the fish to dart around in a panic. "Let us release it." Tsuyu paused, and then smiled. "All right." They walked along the riverbank for a long while before discovering a secluded shoal devoid of people. The river water was cool, carrying the scent of aquatic plants as it lapped over their ankles. Kakashi crouched down, tilting the glass tank. The goldfish swished its tail and swam into the water, quickly vanishing into the night. "Will it remember us?" he suddenly asked, his voice muffled by the mask. "It should," Tsuyu replied, splashing the water playfully. "Just as we will remember it." She was reminded of the early days after they were assigned to different classes when a teammate from Class 3 remarked that everyone from the Uzumaki clan was peculiar. Kakashi had retorted unexpectedly, "You can't even draw the 4-symbol seal," at which time his headband had been askew, resembling a little wolf cub protecting its food. As the fireworks began to dwindle, the lanterns of the night market remained vibrant and lively. Obito's loud voice occasionally drifted from afar, mingled with Rin's admonishments. Tsuyu sat on the riverbank, swinging her legs, while she noticed Kakashi squatting beside her, his fingers absently tracing the ground to carve a crooked whirlpool. "Do you remember the first time we met?" she asked suddenly. That year, she had just been led to the Hitaki household by Tsukiyo, who said, "From now on, this will be your home." Kakashi had been wrapped in a blanket, with only his bright black eyes visible, resembling a kitten. "You always stole my kunai models." Kakashi's voice came from behind the mask, tinged with a barely perceptible amusement. What he remembered more vividly, however, was how she had shared half of her bento with him that day. The sourness of the dried plum had made him frown, yet he had seen her smile, displaying her two tiny canine teeth. "And you always tugged at my clothes," Tsuyu teased, reaching out to tousle his hair, and this time he did not pull away. As she removed his mask, she noticed that his forehead was damp with sweat, clinging to his brow, which lent him a youthful innocence. "Isn't it hot wearing that?" she inquired. Kakashi remained silent, folding the paper bag from the grilled fish into small squares, fiddling with it repeatedly. The distant sound of a night watchman's clapper indicated it was already late. Obito and Rin must have returned home long ago. "We should head back," Tsuyu said, standing up, but her ankles suddenly tingled, causing her to stumble. Kakashi reached out to steady her arm, the warmth of his palms seeping through her yukata, akin to a small heater. "Be careful," he cautioned, his voice softer than usual. He released her once she was steady, yet his fingertips lingered on her sleeve, soft like hydrangea petals. On their way back, they noticed that the stalls of the night market were beginning to close, leaving only a few solitary stands selling masks along the roadside. Tsuyu spotted a rabbit mask and suddenly remembered Rin saying that Obito always claimed she looked best in a rabbit mask, causing her to chuckle. "What is so funny?" Kakashi asked. "I was just thinking that Obito must have gotten scolded by Rin again," she replied, kicking small pebbles along the path. He had lost 3 rings in the ring toss today, but still stubbornly insisted that he had let the vendor win on purpose. Kakashi did not respond, but he recalled a training session from last week when Obito had been bullied by older students. It was Tsuyu who had used the sealing technique to bind their ankles, standing with hands on her hips and declaring that Class 3 would not be intimidated. At that moment, her silhouette had mirrored that of Jio Xi Nai Senpai, both appearing as small flames of determination. As they passed by the soba noodle stall, the owner was cleaning up his pots and pans. Upon seeing them, he greeted with a smile. "Ah, it's the kid from the Hitaki family and the girl Tsuyu. Would you like a bowl of noodles before you go?" "No, thank you." Tsuyu waved her hand. "It's too late. We need to go home." However, the owner ladled 2 bowls of kelp soup, saying, "It's free, freshly made kelp soup to warm you up." The bowls were hot against their palms, and as they drank, warmth spread from their stomachs, reminiscent of a sun-warmed quilt. Kakashi sipped slowly, noticing Tsuyu picking the kelp out and setting it aside. He remembered her always saying that the taste of kelp reminded her of the blood from a battlefield. At that time, he hadn't understood until he witnessed a wounded soldier with bandages seeping blood during a mission, suddenly comprehending the weight of her words. "Hurry up and finish. Uncle Tsukumo will start to worry," Tsuyu said, placing her empty bowl beside the stall. She noticed Kakashi still had half a bowl left and reached out to take it, but he pressed her hand down. "I'll handle it," he said, finishing it in a few gulps, only to burn his fingers in the process. Tsuyu pulled out her ointment and applied it to his hand, the minty scent of the cream cooling against his skin, much like the aroma of vermilion when she practiced her sealing techniques. "Next time, don't rush," she advised, her fingertips tracing gentle circles on the back of his hand, suddenly recalling the previous winter when his hands had been frostbitten while training with the sword. He had clumsily applied ointment to her hands back then, warming it up first before daring to apply it. As they neared the Hitaki residence, Kakashi suddenly pulled something from his pocket and placed it in her hand. It was a green charm. "I saw it when we were buying masks," he said, averting his gaze. The streetlight cast a long shadow of him, and he added, "The vendor said it brings good luck." "Thank you," she replied, slipping the charm into the pocket of her yukata. Her fingertips brushed against the wooden tag he had given her on her birthday, its whirlpool pattern now polished to a shine. "Go on in. Uncle Tsukumo must be waiting anxiously," he said, taking a couple of steps back. The streetlight illuminated his face, revealing a smudge of red bean paste still clinging to the corner of his mouth. As Tsuyu turned to leave, she heard him softly say, "Let us practice sealing techniques together tomorrow." She glanced back just as fireworks erupted again in the night sky, this time in grand golden blooms, as if gathering all the stars in one place. Kakashi stood bathed in the light, his eyes sparkling like fallen stars. "Sure," Tsuyu replied. waving her hand with a smile. Remember to bring your lightning technique. Upon returning home, she found Uncle Tsukumo still polishing his sword under the lamp. Upon seeing the charm in her hand, he suddenly chuckled. That kid Kakashi. Tsuyu ran her fingers along the silver edge of the stone, and indeed, it sparkled much more than before. Outside, the fireworks continued, and she took the crystal fish from her pocket, placing it on the windowsill. The moonlight reflected off it, scattering tiny lights, as if it had captured the fireworks from earlier. The wooden tag beneath her pillow pressed against the back of her head. She took it out and placed it next to the charm, suddenly recalling the image of Kakashi nibbling on the grilled fish, which made her smile uncontrollably. From the neighboring yard came the sound of a ninja tool bag hitting the ground, likely Kakashi preparing for tomorrow's tasks, followed by the sound of his low cough. Surely practicing his lightning technique again in secret, Tsuyu nudged the charm into the moonlight, watching its shadow dance on the wall, forming a small whirlpool. Reminiscent of the ceiling symbols drawn by Gyo Xian Nai Senpai, she suddenly realized that some concerns, like this charm, need not be voiced. They accompany you on a long journey, much like the stone around her neck. The night breeze caressed the windowsill, carrying the scent of hydrangeas, while the charm quivered softly in the moonlight, echoing the faint sound of kunai slicing through the air from the neighboring yard. Tomorrow at the training grounds, there would likely be a boy in a headband, clutching the whirlpool stone as he practiced his lightning techniques, while a girl in a purple yukata stood beside him, laughing and saying, "Idiot, stabilize your chakra." Chapter 12. Necklace. The afterimage of the swimming goldfish OSC warning as the early summer wind stirred the gravel beneath her feet. Tsuyu leaned against the old cherry tree trunk, sifting through the mission scrolls. The edges of the paper have become brittle under the sun, and the words of the 7th class's first collaborative training are pinned by Senior Minato, his gentle touch evident even in the pauses of his strokes. Nearby, the dull thud of a ninja tool bag hitting the ground breaks the air, as Obito fumbles to secure his kunai pouch around his waist. The sleeves of his orange sportswear stained with the remnants of breakfast miso, a clear sign of his late rise. Rin stands behind him, clutching a clean handkerchief, tiptoeing to help wipe the grains of rice from his cheek, her laughter ringing like silver bells, mingled with the falling cherry blossom petals in the breeze. Reminiscent of the unfinished wind chimes from last year's festival, Suki's gaze rests upon the boy in the center of the field, who stands with his back to her. Kakashi's posture is notably more upright than a year ago, the collar of his black combat attire meticulously fastened, his forehead protector askew over his brow, obscuring one eye. He spins a kunai in his hand, the metallic sheen casting fragmented reflections on the sandy ground, akin to the golden scales that swayed at the bottom of the tank during that year's fish-catching event. Tsukine. Rin spots her first, waving as her hair grazes her shoulders. Teacher Minato said you would come to supervise us today. Obito immediately straightens his back, intentionally spinning the kunai in his hand faster. Humph, with me around, supervision is entirely unnecessary. We'll ace it without a doubt. But as he speaks, the chain of the kunai trips him, eliciting a chorus of laughter from Rin. Kakashi momentarily pauses his kunai spinning, not turning around, yet as Suki approaches, he shifts aside just enough to create a space for one. She recalls how, a year prior, he instinctively left her a clean stone slab at the fish-catching booth. His cheeks flushed as her yukata sleeves brushed against his hand. Senior Minato is called away unexpectedly to the Hokage's office. Suki neatly rolls up the scroll and stows it in the ninja tool bag. I will oversee today's physical coordination training. Her gaze sweeps over the trio, ultimately landing on Kakashi's eye beneath his forehead protector. Especially you, stop fixating on solo breakthroughs. Remember the fundamental importance of teamwork. Kakashi tightens his grip on the kunai, his throat moving but remaining silent. Obito leans closer, elbowing Kakashi's shoulder. Did you hear that? Tsukine knows you love to go solo. Obito, Rin gently tugs at his sleeve. We need to focus during training. Suki chuckles and waves her hand dismissively, bending down to draw 3 intersecting circles in the sand. Basic formation drill, in groups of 3. Aim to breach the simulated obstacles with the utmost speed. Kakashi, you will lead the left flank. Obito, provide cover on the right. Rin, you will follow behind to manage chakra supplies. Understood? Understood. Obito's voice booms louder than the rest, but as he turns, Kakashi unexpectedly trips him, causing him to stumble precariously close to the obstacle stakes. Fool. Kakashi's voice is soft yet laced with an uncontainable amusement. reminiscent of that year's festival when he hid behind a mask, caught sneaking sweet red bean paste. Tsuki leans against a tree, observing their movements. Kakashi's actions have become markedly more agile than 3 years ago, the angles at which he wields the kunai precise, as if measured with a ruler. Yet, he always checks his force just before making contact with Obito's back, reminiscent of his childhood training with the blade. He could strike the target faster. But he slows at the last moment to avoid splintering wood that might injure her as she hands him the target. Obito's physical skills have improved remarkably. While he occasionally rushes in, he adeptly adjusts his stance when Rin calls out about traps on the left, his orange figure darting among the obstacles like an everlasting flame. Rin's chakra control has become increasingly stable. Whenever their movements falter, the soft halo of her chakra arrives on time, flowing in a light green hue under the sun. Akin to the hydrangeas she adorned her hair with during last year's festival. As the first round of drills concludes, Obito stands with his hands on his hips, panting, sweat dripping from his chin onto the sand. How was that? We were 3 seconds faster than the last assessment. Rin, handing Kakashi a water pouch, nods with a smile. Obito's cover was more timely than before, but Kakashi still needs improvement. Kakashi interrupts her, returning the water pouch, his fingers brushing against Rin's fingertips, causing him to retract as if shocked. In that last maneuver, your chakra delivery was delayed by 0.5 seconds. Why don't you mention that you insisted on flanking? Obito shoots back instantly. Tsuki clears her throat, kicking a stone that lands between the two. If you argue again, we'll add 10 more sets of tree climbing. She steps to the side of a deep footprint in the sand, pointing at one of the impressions. Kakashi, you paused here for half a second. Waiting for Obito to catch up? Kakashi's ears blush under the sun, and he kicks at the sand. His steps were erratic. I wasn't he. Obito immediately retorts. But upon seeing the amusement in Tsuki's eyes, he falters, scratching his head and mumbling. Even if I did, it was because I tripped over a rock. Rin covers her mouth to stifle her laughter, reaching up to smooth Obito's damp bangs. All right, let us practice once more. This time we'll coordinate perfectly. Tsuki watches as they return to their starting positions, suddenly reminded of a summer night years ago. Kakashi had just passed the Chunin exams, and Uncle Shobu had prepared sukiyaki. With Obito and Rin refusing to leave the Hitaki household, the 4 of them crowded around a low table fighting for the last piece of beef. The soup splashing onto Kakashi's forehead protector, which she had wiped clean, his lashes trembling under the lights like a startled butterfly. Tsukine, what are you thinking about? Rin's voice pulls her back to the present, the little girl holding out a towel. Let us take a break. The sun is right overhead. Tsuki accepts the towel, wiping the sweat from her palms, her gaze drifting over Rin's shoulder to see Kakashi crouched in the sand sketching something. As she nears, she realizes it is a crooked formation diagram, the left flank position repeatedly altered, the surrounding grains of sand ground pale under his fingertips. Thinking about the earlier flaws, she squats beside him, their shadows intertwining, reminiscent of the elongated silhouettes beneath the lanterns during that year's fireworks. Obito's feint is too exaggerated. It exposes blind spots. Kakashi, your chakra delivery route could be more concealed. And what about you? Tsuki playfully pokes at the left flank he has drawn. You always wait for them to take 2 steps before advancing. Afraid of outpacing them? Kakashi's finger suddenly halts, the sand trickling through his fingers like the torn paper net from the fish-catching event. He recalls the day of class assignments when Minato-sensei said that a team is meant to allow the slowest to keep pace. Tsuki had sat on the step nearby, spinning a kunai in her hand, her gaze gentle like moonlight submerged in water. It's not fear, he murmurs, his voice softer than the wind on the training field. Is it not the fear of leaving my comrades behind like during the last mission? Tsuki finishes his thought, lightly tapping his hand. Fool, progressing quickly isn't a fault, but constantly thinking you must shoulder everything. What is the difference from that little brat 3 years ago who blew up the water tank while practicing lightning techniques? Kakashi abruptly looks up, the light in his eyes startling. He recalls that rainy day 3 years ago when his chakra spiraled out of control during lightning practice, splitting the training ground's water tank in half. Tsuki had dashed home in the rain for the sealing scroll, soaked to the bone, standing before him with a smile, saying, "Let us fix it together," the scroll in her hand still dripping with water, like the unshed tears in her eyes. Tsukine, Kakashi. Obito's booming voice echoes from afar, as he waves 2 bento boxes. Rin made rice balls. Come over to eat. Rin is arranging seaweed-wrapped rice on the spread cloth, and upon seeing them approach, She immediately hands Tsukiyo a plum-filled one. I made an extra for you, knowing you like sour. Obito snatches a tuna-filled one and shoves it into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly. I just saw Minato-sensei coming this way. He might take us on a real mission. Kakashi picks up a salmon-filled rice ball, taking small bites. His gaze lingering on the plum rice in Suki's hands. He recalls the moment she returned from her border mission last year, having lost a considerable amount of weight, yet generously offering him all the rationed compressed biscuits while she nibbled on dry plums, claiming they were invigorating. At that time, her lips were chapped, yet her smile radiated brighter than anyone else's. How envious I am of you all, Shiryu chuckled around a rice ball. You just formed a team and already get to follow Master Minato. Back in our day, we were left to fend for ourselves in the forest by the Jonin teacher. That's because Sister Shiryu is exceptionally strong. Lin's eye sparkled. The last time I saw you trap a rogue ninja with the vortex sealing technique. You were even more impressive than Senior Kushina. At the mention of Senior Kushina, Kakashi hesitated momentarily. He recalled the festival 3 years prior when, after it concluded, Kushina had playfully scolded him for keeping his thoughts bottled up, remarking that Shiryu, despite her seemingly carefree demeanor, was more sensitive than anyone else. Uncle Shwomo, sitting nearby with a drink, had chuckled, saying she resembled him and her father in their youth. By the way, Obito suddenly clapped his hands. Sister Shiryu will be the examiner for the next test, right? You must go easy on us. Go easy. Shiryu raised an eyebrow, flicking his forehead. Who was it that secretly cheated during tree climbing training with chakra and got punished to run 10 laps around the village? Obito covered his forehead, wailing, while Lin laughed until she could hardly stand. Kakashi's lips curled slightly behind the rice ball, reminiscent of cherry blossom petals stirred by the breeze. A familiar sound of footsteps approached from afar. Master Minato, clad in a beige trench coat, walked towards them, his silver hair glimmering softly in the sunlight. It seems everyone is getting along splendidly, he remarked, unfurling a scroll before them. It detailed a newly assigned C-rank mission to escort a merchant caravan across the border of the Land of Fire, with departure in 3 days. Yes, the 3 young ninjas responded in unison, their excitement igniting the air of the training field. Minato cast a gentle glance at Shiryu, his gaze imbued with trust. She nodded in understanding, aware that it was a request for her to look after them, much like 3 years ago when she entrusted Kakashi, a newly minted genin, into his care, saying, "This child is too rigid, you must help him soften." As training concluded, Obito pulled Lin toward the weapon shop to purchase new shuriken, their shadows elongated by the setting sun. Kakashi methodically packed his ninja tool pouch, the sound of metal clinking echoed in the empty training field. For tomorrow morning's physical training, Shiryu approached him, watching as he meticulously organized his kunai. Remember to call Obito, he will undoubtedly oversleep again. I know, Sister Shiryu. Kakashi replied, deftly tying the strap of his pouch across his chest. As his fingertips brushed over the polished metal clasp, he suddenly paused, diverting his attention to the pocket of his combat uniform. His fingers brushed against a cold, hard object, cautiously retrieving it, revealing a small, translucent ice crystal resting in his palm. The crystal was exquisitely crafted, its tail fin slightly curved, the scale patterns intricately etched with chakra, refracting shards of light under the sunset, resembling a tiny goldfish suspended in his hand. Just as Shiryu reached out to take it, he hesitated, as if afraid to crush it, and gently placed the ice crystal into her palm. It's a branch of ice release I mastered just last week, he said, his voice softer than usual, his gaze fixed on the crystal, avoiding hers. I practiced it last winter in the training field, but I couldn't control the chakra properly, and ended up freezing 3 pairs of gloves. He trailed off, his ears flushing a faint pink in the twilight, as if the chill of the crystal had warmed them. As Shiryu's fingertips brushed against the ice crystal, a refreshing coolness crept up her fingers, not chilling her heart, but rather evoking the sensation of being immersed in a mountain stream, pleasantly soothing. She suddenly recalled the harsh winter days of last year when she would pass by the training field late at night, often seeing a small figure crouched by the water tank, holding a piece of ice, their breath crystallizing in the frigid air. His gloves had long been rendered stiff by the cold, his fingertips red, yet he tirelessly drew fish shapes upon the icy surface with chakra until dawn broke, dragging his frozen legs home. Quite impressive, she rotated the ice crystal in her palm, gently touching the fish's eye, where the chakra density was notably higher. Likely from repeated refinement, far steadier than when you first tried to use lightning release on the water tank. Kakashi's throat bobbed slightly, as if stifled by her teasing remark. Yet he refrained from retorting. He turned his gaze toward the distant barbed wire, the sunset casting his shadow upon the ground. The edge of his forehead protector tracing a slender line in the gravel. "It's passable," he murmured, his right hand instinctively retreating into his pocket. Where a piece of dried plum blossom petal he had collected that morning lingered, he had intended to present it alongside the ice crystal, but ultimately refrained. Very much so. Shiyue brought the ice crystal closer to his eyes, her smile curving like a crescent moon, far more charming than the doodles Obito drew. This remark elicited the faintest upward twitch of Kakashi's lips, as swift as a ripple across the surface of water. He raised a hand to smooth his forehead protector, pressing down the stray locks that veiled his eyes, and quietly said, "See you on the training field tomorrow." With that, he turned and walked toward the exit. The black hem of his combat uniform brushed against the gravel, producing a soft rustle, akin to a small creature tiptoeing across the ground. Shiyue watched his retreating figure. After a few steps, he suddenly paused, his right foot shifting back slightly, as if contemplating turning around, yet he restrained himself and quickened his pace. His silhouette soon melding into the encroaching dusk at the training field's end. The ice crystal in her palm began to melt gradually, droplets trickling down her fingers, creating a small dark spot on the sandy ground. Lowering her gaze to the water stain, she was suddenly reminded of the fireworks night a year ago. When he gently swayed the glass tank in his hands, the goldfish's tail brushing against the walls, producing a soft rustling sound. He had worn a silver fox mask, and through the eye holes, she had seen his lashes flickering in the firelight, much like the dancing lights upon the ice crystal at this moment. She wiped the water droplets off her fingertips onto her ninja tool pouch and looked up at the sky. The evening glow was lively. Shades of pink and gold swirling together, as if crushed hydrangea petals had been scattered across the heavens. She suddenly recalled that summer festival when she had applied the hair oil given by Senior Kushina while styling her hair, adorning it with a freshly picked hydrangea. At that time, Kakashi had crouched beside her, helping to gather the fallen wooden comb, his gaze lingering on the flower nestled in her hair. And after a moment of silence, he had softly remarked how beautiful it was, his voice almost drowned out by the sounds of the night market. In the distance, the Hokage rock gradually faded into obscurity amidst the twilight, the statues of the first to third Hokages gilded by the sunset, casting a warm glow over the entire village. Shiyue touched the scroll in her ninja tool pouch, the paper still warm from the afternoon sun, its edges softened from her repeated handling. It contained a formation diagram recently entrusted to her by Master Minato, marked in red ink with the positions of Team 7, Kakashi on the left flank, Obito on the right, and Lin in the center back, with small notes alongside. Shiyue, as a substitute, pay attention to the trio's rhythm. She suddenly recalled Obito joyfully showcasing his new kunai that morning, with Lin laughing beside him, helping to wipe the dust from his face. She remembered Kakashi during physical training, consistently slowing down just enough for Obito to catch up, pretending to dash ahead nonchalantly. She remembered squatting in the sand to sketch the formation, with Lin always handing her a clean cloth, while Kakashi quietly held down the papers blown by the wind. These fragmented moments were like beads strung together by the passage of time, heavy yet warming her heart, enough to bring a smile to her face. The ice crystal in her palm had melted to little more than a remnant, and as the last bit of chill dissipated, Shiyue suddenly felt warmth flooding her hand. She scattered the remaining icy shards onto the sandy ground, watching them dissolve swiftly into the dusk before turning to head for the exit. Tomorrow's training field would surely be bustling with energy. As Obito bursts into the scene, a half-eaten rice ball clutched between his teeth, Rin stands nearby, holding a water bottle, ready to hand him a towel once he finishes his run. Kakashi, ever the strategist, crouches early in the sand, sketching new tactical routes with a stick, only to erase half of what he drew just as Obito approaches, provoking his ire with playful mischief. And her? She would likely lean against the old cherry blossom tree, watching the trio maneuver across the sandy ground. When Obito recklessly charges into the trap zone, she would chuckle and whistle a warning. If Rin's chakra delivery falters, she would approach, grasp her hand, and teach her how to condense chakra into finer threads. If Kakashi attempts to shoulder all the attacks alone, she would toss a small stone at his feet, arching an eyebrow with a teasing remark about forgetting the third line of their formation. The wind sweeps across the training field, carrying the scent of grit. As if resonating with something unspoken, Xiaoya adjusted the straps of her ninja tool pouch and walked briskly towards the village entrance. She understood that certain promises need not be vocalized, akin to the unexpressed sentiments from that festival years ago or the lingering coolness in her palm at this moment, which would accompany every sunrise and sunset, following the 7th Squad's figures in the training ground, intertwined with the winds of Konoha, perpetually enduring. Chapter 13. Necklace. The warm sunlight of interwar intervals as the winds of Konoha in the 47th year carried the metallic scent of rust across the border positions. Xiaoya was crouched beneath a makeshift lookout tower, polishing her kunai. The polished metal surface reflected the scene behind her, crates of explosive tags piled against the rock wall. And Minato, deep in thought, marking supply routes on a map. The soft rustle of his pen gliding across the paper intertwined with the distant echoes of explosions, resembling a hastily composed battle song. Xiaoya finished inspecting her equipment and came to verify the checklist. Minato's voice came through the canvas, gentle yet heavier than usual. As she responded, she inserted the last kunai into her pouch, the metallic clinking resonating distinctly in the empty shelter. Days prior, they had just completed a mission escorting medical supplies. Obito had sprinted ahead with half a bag of compressed biscuits, Rin holding the map in the middle to guide them, while Kakashi trailed behind, his eyes scanning the dense forest beneath his forehead protector. Xiaoya had jokingly remarked to Rin about this year's late summer heat being fiercer than usual, speculating that by winter, the battlefield snow might reach knee height. Yet now, the grass outside the shelter was scorched black by artillery fire. Yesterday, they had encountered an ambush in the canyon. As Kakashi cleaved through incoming kunai with Raikiri, Xiaoya noticed a bloodstain seeping from a tear in his sleeve, mixed with dirt and forming a dark scab. After counting the supplies, the remaining bandages and anesthetics would suffice until the next batch of supplies arrived. Xiaoya handed the checklist to Minato, her fingertips brushing against his hand holding the pen, and noticed fresh bandages wrapped around his knuckles. Minato smiled at her, the lines around his eyes softening under the oil lamp's glow. You've worked hard. Let Obito and the others head back to the village first. We need to stay here to coordinate the medical station at the front. As she nodded, she heard a commotion at the shelter's entrance. Obito was bending down to pick up a scroll that had fallen to the ground, while Rin brushed the dust off his back. Kakashi stood a little further away, spinning a kunai in his hand, his gaze fixed on the distant mountain. Kakashi, your forehead protector is crooked, Xiaoya said as she walked over to adjust it. Her fingertips grazed his forehead, causing him to flinch slightly. Over the years, he had grown quickly, his shoulders broader than the previous year. Yet he occasionally displayed such childlike reactions. Got it, Kakashi replied, his voice muffled, diverting his gaze from her face to Obito, who was struggling with his rations, realizing he had packed only vegetables. Following his gaze, Xiaoya indeed saw Obito frowning at a bag of greens, while Rin laughed so hard she could barely stand. Unable to suppress a smile, she opened her mouth to speak, but was interrupted by Minato calling them from behind. It's time to depart. Remember to stay vigilant. Beyond the canyon lies the Fire Nation's border. As the team set off, the sun was just cresting the mountain. Kakashi maintained his position at the back, spinning his kunai rapidly, the metallic glimmer occasionally flashing in Xiaoya's eyes. As they traversed the canyon, Obito suddenly pointed at a crack in the rock wall and exclaimed, "Look, there's a white bird." Rin followed his pointing finger and chuckled. It's probably a carrier pigeon. Perhaps it's delivering messages. Since when do carrier pigeons have such large wings? Obito retorted indignantly, ready to dash forward for a closer look when Kakashi caught him by the collar. Don't run off. There might be an ambush here. Kakashi's voice was low yet carried an undeniable seriousness. Xiaoya noticed the tension in his hand holding Obito's collar and the vigilance in his eyes scanning the shadows around them. She slowed her pace to walk beside him, softly reassuring, "Don't be too tense. Minato-senpai is scouting ahead." Kakashi glanced at her, his eyelashes casting delicate shadows in the sunlight. Last time in the river area, someone let their guard down and fell into an ambush. He paused, his tone softening. You be careful too. Hataki Kakashi affection level 1. Current affection level 71. As the system's notification echoed in her mind, Xiaoya assisted Rin in stabilizing a medicine box that was about to slip. She did not turn back, merely responding with a gentle hum, catching a glimpse of a faint blush creeping onto Kakashi's ears, reminiscent of cherries kissed by sunlight. Upon reaching the border, Minato instructed Obito and the others to cross the barrier back to the village first. Obito tightened his backpack on his shoulder, grumbling about why they always had to return first, yet secretly slipped something into Xiaoya's hand as he turned. It was a fruit candy wrapped in crinkled paper, orange-flavored. The edges crumpled from his grip. "This is for you." A little sweetness on the battlefield, Obito mumbled, his voice barely above a whisper. Blushing as he swiftly turned to run, while Rin chased after him, calling back, "Xiaoyane, take care of yourself." Kakashi was the last to depart. He stood at the barrier's entrance, still gripping the kunai he had been spinning, and after a moment, said, "I've placed the tactical scroll on the outside of your ninja tool pouch. If you find anything difficult to understand, we can discuss it when we return." "Understood." Xiaoya watched the strands of hair blown by the wind across his forehead, suddenly recalling last winter when he practiced ice release in the training ground. "You should also be cautious. Don't always rush ahead alone." Kakashi's throat moved slightly as he nodded without a word, turning to step into the barrier. As the barrier sealed behind him, Xiaoya felt as if she had seen him touch his forehead protector, his silhouette elongated in the sunset, resembling a sapling yet to bloom. System: host emotional fluctuation stabilizes upon separation from target, consistent with current affection level stage. It is advised to prioritize battlefield tasks to maintain a good condition. Understood. Xiaoya popped the fruit candy Obito had given her into her mouth, the sweetness of orange bursting on her tongue. And she suddenly felt that the winds of the battlefield weren't so cold after all. The days that followed proved busier than anticipated. Minato was occupied with numerous reports from the front lines, while Xiaoya coordinated the distribution of supplies at the medical station, occasionally joining patrol teams to scout for enemy activity in nearby canyons. On the fifth morning, while inspecting an abandoned lookout tower, she heard strange noises from the tower's top. "Is anyone there?" Xiaoya tightened her grip on her ninja tool pouch's strap, leaping onto the platform, only to find a figure in a black cloak crouched in the corner, facing away from her, fiddling with something. The figure turned upon hearing her voice, revealing a face marked with whirlpools, showcasing only one dark eye, resembling a smooth white radish. He appeared momentarily startled upon seeing Xiaoya, then slowly stood up, his voice raspy and somewhat muffled. "Hello. My name is Obito." Xiaoya furrowed her brow. Having never encountered such attire, the individual before her bore no visible ninja headband, and their chakra fluctuations were so faint they were nearly imperceptible. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" "I'm watching ants move their home," Afei replied, pointing towards an anthill in the corner, his tone earnest. "They're lining up." "Are they playing a game?" Xiaoya was momentarily taken aback by his question. On the battlefield, individuals were either engaged in combat or anxiously awaiting orders. Who would sit idly watching ants? She relaxed her guard somewhat, but maintained a vigilant posture. "This is a frontline position. It's dangerous. You shouldn't be here." "What is danger?" Afei tilted his head, innocently inquiring. "Is it like thunder that frightens people?" His questions were childlike in their simplicity. Yet the eyes peering through the darkness were remarkably pure, devoid of malice. After a brief hesitation, Xiaoya retrieved a strawberry daifuku from her ninja tool pouch, a gift from Minato that Rin had passed to him before departing. "Here, take this. Eat it, and leave this place quickly. Head east. There's a barrier of Konoha, and someone will guide you to safety." Afei gazed at the daifuku for some time before cautiously accepting it, flinching slightly as his fingers brushed against the oiled paper, as if afraid of being burned. "What is this?" "It's soft. Strawberry daifuku. It's sweet." Xiaoya watched as he clumsily unwrapped the oiled paper, revealing the pale, glutinous rice ball inside. "Haven't you ever had it before?" Afei shook his head and took a small bite, his eyes widening in surprise. "Wow, it's sweet. Like flowers in spring," he mumbled, a bit of pink bean paste smudging the corner of his mouth. "Why is there something sweet?" "Because someone wants to make the eater happy." Xiaoya couldn't help but chuckle, crouching down to watch him savor the treat. "Where do you come from? How did you end up here alone?" "I came from underground." Afei pointed to the ground beneath him, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "I want to know many things, like what happiness is, what fear is, and what the need to relieve oneself means. I heard a patrolling person mention that word." "What does it mean?" His questions took a peculiar turn, causing Xiaoya's smile to falter momentarily. She cleared her throat twice before explaining. "It's the feeling when the body needs to expel waste. Everyone experiences it." "Expel?" Afei tilted his head, pondering. "Is it like leaves falling?" "Kind of." Xiaoya found it somewhat awkward to explain, standing up and brushing off the dust from her pants. "You should finish eating and leave. The patrol will be by soon, and they might question you." Afei hurriedly finished the last bite of the daifuku, wiped his mouth with the oiled paper, and suddenly tugged at the hem of her clothing. Will you come back here tomorrow? His voice bore a hint of cautious hope. I want to know more. You speak more beautifully than stones. Shuyue observed his pale, slender fingers grasping her cloth, reminiscent of someone who had never seen sunlight. She recalled how Abito would incessantly pester her with questions, and her heart softened. I will come here every morning to patrol. If you're still here, I can bring you food. Wonderful. Afei exclaimed, jumping with delight, his smile widening. Then I'll wait for you tomorrow. On the following day, when Shuyue arrived, Afei was indeed in his usual spot, drawing circles in the dirt with a piece of dry leaf. Upon seeing her, he instantly stood up, his eyes sparkling. You've come. Today. I want to know what pain feels like. It's the sensation one experiences when injured, like being pricked by a needle. Shuyue retrieved 2 rice balls from her bag, having made extra for him. You didn't encounter any danger yesterday, did you? No. I hid behind a rock and slept. Those in uniforms didn't find me. Afei accepted the rice balls, eating them much quicker this time. What is pain like? Is it similar to eating something very sour? Worse than that. Shuyue recalled the wounded soldiers she had seen at the medical station, their groans piercing her heart like needles, sometimes so intense they robbed one of sleep, and at other times brought tears. Tears. Afei paused mid-bite. Is it like rain? Why do tears fall? Because of sadness or extreme pain. Shuyue picked up the dry leaf he had been playing with. Have you never cried? Afei shook his head and swallowed the last of the rice ball. There are no tears underground, only darkness and many glowing stones. After a moment, he asked, what about love? Yesterday, I heard someone say they love meatballs. What does that mean? Shuyue thought of her mission from the system and Kakashi's frequent remarks about how her miso soup was too salty, yet he always finished it. A smile unconsciously crept onto her lips. It means to find something or someone wonderful, wanting to see them always and wishing to treat them well. Like how you treat me? Afei inquired, his head tilting in curiosity. Kind of. Shuyue found their conversation refreshing, devoid of tactical considerations or lists. Akin to speaking with an ordinary child. Why do you have so many questions? Because there's nothing underground. Afei lowered his head, tracing circles in the dirt with his toes. When I wake up every day, I'm surrounded by stones. I don't know who I am or what I should do. Until one day, I heard voices from above and climbed out. His voice was soft, as if afraid the wind might carry it away. Shuyue observed his frail black robe swaying in the breeze, suddenly feeling a pang of sympathy. You can ask me anything you want to know from now on. Gently patting his head as one might a small cat, she assured him, as long as I know, I will tell you. Afei's eyes widened with astonishment. Really? Then I want to know what a home is, what a friend is. He began counting on his fingers, reciting the words he had memorized from yesterday. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in his mask, illuminating his face like scattered gold. In the following days, Shuyue visited the watchtower each morning. Sometimes she brought freshly baked cookies, other times dried wild fruits. Afei would share his discoveries of curiosities nearby, which stone hid a beetle, which tree's bark oozed sticky sap, and which flower glowed at night. Look, this one moves. On the 7th day, Afei proudly presented a green caterpillar, causing Shuyue to step back in surprise. Quick, put it back. Its mother will be looking for it. She patted her chest, and upon seeing Afei reluctantly return the caterpillar to the grass, she couldn't help but laugh. Next time, don't bring things like this. Girls might be scared. What is a girl? Afei asked, his curiosity piqued. Is it different from a boy? Of course it is. Shuyue thought of Rin, who wore braids. Girls are more thoughtful and gentle, like the breeze of spring. So you are a girl, which is why you bring me food. Kind of. Shuyue gazed at the distant mountains, where the smoke of battle was temporarily cloaked by morning mist, rendering it less menacing. When the war is over, I'll take you to Konoha. There are many girls there, and plenty of delicious food. When will the war end? Afei's voice dulled. Yesterday, I heard someone say war makes many people disappear. Shuyue's heart sank. She recalled Minato's troubled expression, the endless supply of bandages at the medical station, and Kakashi's tense profile as he departed. I don't know, but it will eventually come to an end. She clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms, bringing forth a clear sensation of pain. When that time comes, everyone will be able to return home and live as before. Afei fell silent, crouching down to draw a crooked circle in the dirt with his finger. Shuyue leaned closer to observe, discovering he was sketching 2 figures, one tall and one short, holding hands. Is this us? She inquired. Afei nodded, his voice tinged with an almost imperceptible joy. "Once the war concludes, we shall stroll along this path, and you will share with me the essence of home." Tsuyu replied with a smile, yet her heart felt as though it were filled with something indescribable. The battlefield's wind still carried the scent of rust, but at this moment, as it brushed against her face, it seemed to be infused with the sweetness of strawberry daifuku. Suddenly, she recalled that Kakashi and the others should be nearing the village. Perhaps Obito was flaunting the tactical scroll she had given him to Rin, while Kakashi sat beneath Hokage Rock, basking in the sun while examining the crumpled paper that Obito had mishandled. System: host's emotional state is stable. Current environment safety level is moderate. Target Kakashi is in a secure area. Favorability rating remains at 71. The system's notification sounded like a stone cast into a lake, sending ripples of shallow disturbance across the surface. Tsuyu gazed at the distant, dissipating morning mist, feeling that this battlefield was not as unbearable as it had once seemed. Chapter 14. Necklace. The warmth of roasted sweet potatoes as artillery erupted amidst the clouds. Tsuyu crouched behind the medical tent, washing bandages. Blood seeped through the cracks of the wooden basin, forming a winding stream in the mud, reminiscent of the crooked lines a fae had drawn on the ground in her dream the night before. "Tsuyu, emergency assembly." The messenger's voice rolled in with the smoke, announcing that the three ninjas had detected chakra signatures at Eagle's Beak, suspected to be surrounded. The basin clattered to the ground, bandages scattering in the muddy water. Tsuyu seized her ninja tool pouch and rushed toward the camp's exit, her old wrist injury throbbing painfully, a wound inflicted by stray bullets while covering for the retreat of the injured last week. A phase herbal remedy had only been applied for 3 days, and the green juice had stained the bandages with an odd hue. "Where's Senior Minato?" she inquired as she ran. "He has already led a team to the northwest front. You are to take the reserve team to support Eagle's Beak." As she traversed the canyon, the rocks above shed dust under the bombardment. Tsuyu remembered 3 days prior when a fae had held a moss-covered stone and asked her why some stones bled. She had laughed and said it was the mountain weeping, but now she understood that indeed, mountains could cry, and when they did, even the sun would hide behind the clouds. The entrance to Eagle's Beak was largely blocked by a fallen boulder, but 3 faint yet familiar chakra signatures filtered through the crevice, one like a surging river, another like a coiled snake, and the last like a bowstring pulled to its limit. Ready to snap. "Is anyone in there?" Tsuyu called, pressing against the rock wall, her voice scattered by the wind. After a moment, a sharp, impatient female voice responded. "What are you shouting for? If you want to save us, hurry up and stop dawdling outside." It was Lady Tsunade. Tsuyu's heart tightened. If one of the legendary Sannin exhibited such impatience, the situation within was likely graver than anticipated. She signaled her team to use explosive tags to blast open the gap, her fingers hesitating when they brushed against the small blue flower on her tool pouch. A gift from a fae, its petals partially severed by shrapnel, yet still defiantly standing. "Be careful," she cautioned her team. "Don't use too many explosive tags. There may be injured inside." As the smoke cleared, Tsunade's face appeared from the gap. Blood trickled from her forehead, and her white combat uniform bore several slashes. Upon seeing Tsuyu, her brows furrowed even tighter. "Why did Minato send a child?" "I am the captain of the Konoha reserve team, Tsuyu," she replied, standing tall, striving to make her voice sound more dependable. "I have brought 50 reinforcements, and the medical team is on standby at the rear." Tsunade stepped aside, revealing the cavern behind her. Jiraiya leaned against the far stone wall, his left arm twisted at an unnatural angle, his white cloak singed to tatters. Upon seeing Tsuyu, he attempted a smile, which caused him to wince in pain. Taking a sharp breath, "You're quite strong for a little girl." In the shadow closest to the cave entrance, Orochimaru was poking at the rubble with a sharpened stick. His black robe was stained with blood, and his golden eyes glimmered ominously in the dim light. Hearing the commotion, he merely lifted his eyelid. "You're 4 minutes early." He paused, his gaze sweeping over Tsuyu's tool pouch. "However, it seems you have brought too few people." "That's sufficient." Tsuyu ignored him, her focus entirely on Jiraiya's wound. "Lady Tsunade, can you move? I have a stretcher." "Stop being so verbose." Tsunade bent down to assist Jiraiya, her movements surprisingly gentle. "Old fool, can you walk?" Jiraiya grunted in silence, a tacit agreement. Just then, Orochimaru suddenly stood up, his cloak swirling in the air. "You will take the Dark River. I will draw them away." His voice was devoid of inflection, as if he were discussing an inconsequential matter. The Dark River's exit was 3 miles southwest, where Konoha's patrols were stationed. Have you lost your mind? Tsunade whirled around, her eyes red with fury. There are at least 200 outside. Do you wish to die? Better than dying together here. Orochimaru lightly tapped his fingers on a kunai. Jiraiya needs immediate treatment. Your chakra is depleting quickly. If we wait any longer, shut up. Tsunade's voice rose sharply, causing droplets of water to fall from the cave's ceiling, reminiscent of a heartbeat muffled within a drum. Tsuyu then noticed a large tear in Orochimaru's sleeve, blood oozing from the wound, pooling on the ground, reflecting the flickering light from above. I have a plan. She broke the silence, pulling a map from her pocket and spreading it on the ground. The entrance to the Dark River is behind the eastern wall. I will take 10 men to escort the 2 of you from there. The rest will follow my lead. She raised her voice, deliberately allowing those outside to overhear. And prepare for a frontal breakout. Target the northwest canyon. Orochimaru's eyes brightened. A feint? Indeed, Tsuyu traced a route on the map. Lady Tsunade, can you maintain a chakra shield? There may be ambushes in the Dark River. This minor task, Tsunade began, but was interrupted by a cough, blood staining her lips. Jiraiya suddenly chuckled, blood flecking his mouth. Tsunade-heim, don't push yourself. He looked at Tsuyu, his expression growing serious. Little girl, it's up to you. The breakout proceeded more smoothly than anticipated. Tsuyu instructed her team to ignite smoke bombs at the western cave entrance, creating the illusion of a strong offensive. While she led Tsunade and the others into the Dark River, the water was icy and biting, reaching just above their knees. Occasionally, stones fell from above, splashing into the water. Hold on tight. Tsunade draped Jiraiya's arm over her shoulder, each step coming with labored breaths. Old fool, if you dare to let go, I will leave you here to feed the fish. Tsunade-heim, you're still so fierce, Jiraiya replied, his voice soft yet laced with amusement. Orochimaru led the way, the kunai in his hand glinting faintly in the dark. He suddenly halted, signaling for silence, and after a moment whispered, "There's movement ahead, approximately 5 people." Just as Tsuyu was about to signal her team to prepare for battle, she saw Orochimaru dart into the shadows. The sound of water mixed with muffled thuds, and by the time she caught up, 5 Awagakure ninjas lay slain in the water, each with small puncture wounds in their necks. Let us go? Orochimaru wiped the blood from his kunai, his tone as flat, as if commenting on the weather. As they emerged from the Dark River, the setting sun painted the sky a crimson hue. Tsuyu glanced back at the cave entrance, suddenly recalling a Fae's promise to teach her how to discern direction in the dark, saying the winds underground would guide us. Now she realized he had spoken the truth. Thank you, young lady. Jiraiya leaned against a rock, panting. I'll treat you to a drink when this is over. First, take care of your arm. Tsunade shot him a glare, but then retrieved a small vial from her pocket and handed it to Tsuyu. This is for you. It's better for treating external wounds than your shabby herbs. The vial contained a green ointment, exuding a faint, pleasant fragrance. As Tsuyu took over, she suddenly heard a familiar commotion in the distance, Obito's loud voice, which could be heard from afar. Tsuiweja, we came. Obito rushed out from the woods, wielding a kunai. But before he could finish speaking, he collided with a tree, yelping in pain. Obito. Rin hurried over to help him, her eyes widening in surprise upon seeing Tsunade and the others. Lady Tsunade, Lord Jiraiya? Kakashi trailed behind, his forehead protector askew and blood smudged at the corner of his mouth. His gaze swept over Tsuyu, and upon noticing her soaked clothes and the bandage on her wrist, his pace quickened noticeably. Are you injured? It's just a minor injury. How did you all return? Tsuyu, astonished, adjusted Kakashi's forehead protector, only to be interrupted by Jiraiya. Is this the disciple of that Minato kid? He mused, scrutinizing Kakashi with interest before suddenly patting him on the back. Not bad, not bad. Much sturdier than your master was at your age. Kakashi stumbled slightly from the pat, but steadied himself, bowing to Jiraiya. Hello, I am Hatake Kakashi. Oh, quite polite. Jiraiya laughed heartily. Do you know who I am? Yes. You are Lord Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3 ninjas, author of tales of resilience and determination. Kakashi's voice was soft yet clear. Your book is on my teacher's bookshelf. Jiraiya's eyes lit up like fireworks ignited. You've read it? What did you think? Wasn't it profound? Yes, Kakashi nodded, though there were some parts one didn't quite understand. No worries. Jiraiya waved his hand, nearly straining his wound. Let me explain. That section on perseverance was actually about my experiences in the Rain Village. Tsuyu watched them huddled together, suddenly feeling a bit dazed. Obito was still complaining to Rin about how he had bumped his head, while Tsunade listened nearby, a secret smile creeping onto her lips. Orochimaru stood in the sunset, his golden eyes reflecting the distant flames of battle, lost in thought. "What are you daydreaming about?" Tsunade approached her, offering a roasted sweet potato. "Nothing much," Tsuyu took a bite, the sweetness sliding down her throat, making her feel as if she were in a dream. "In a dream?" Tsunade raised an eyebrow. "Wait until you've spent 20 years on the battlefield like I have. Then you'll know this isn't a dream." After a pause, she asked, "Who gave you that medicinal herb?" "A friend named Afei." "Friend?" "Yes, he always asks strange questions. Like why stars don't fall and why wounds hurt." Tsunade fell silent for a moment, adding a stick to the fire. "After the war, bring him to see me. I know an old guy who might be able to cure his curiosity." Just as Tsuyu was about to speak, she heard Jiraiya shout from over there, "Kakashi, did you know your master once used the flying thunder god technique and ended up teleporting into a well?" Kakashi's eyes widened in surprise, clearly having never heard this story before. Obito laughed so hard he was pounding his thigh, while Rin quickly covered his mouth, but couldn't help but laugh too. Tsuyu noticed Kakashi's ears turning slightly red and suddenly recalled last winter when he crouched in the training ground practicing ice release, his eyelashes frosted, reminiscent of the sparks dancing in the campfire now. System detected emotional fluctuation in target Kakashi, affection level 1, current affection level 72. She sighed inwardly. This system was truly omnipresent. When she looked up, she caught Kakashi's gaze, which quickly diverted as if he had been burned, though his shoulders shook slightly, as if he were stifling a laugh. As night fell, the campfire began to blaze. Tsunade was tending to Jiraiya's wounds, scolding him for being reckless and telling him not to come looking for her if he acted impulsively again. Obito and Rin were organizing their ninja tools, occasionally bickering, their voices sweet as honey. Orochimaru had vanished at some point, likely to scout the enemy, while Jiraiya was drawing tactical diagrams on the ground with a twig, and Kakashi stood beside him, listening intently and nodding occasionally. "This is wrong." Kakashi suddenly pointed at a spot on the diagram. "The Iwagakure formation is diamond-shaped. There should be a gap to lure them in." "Oh." Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. "Go on." Tsuyu leaned in to listen, watching as Kakashi gestured with the twig. The moonlight fell on his profile, illuminating his eyes beneath the forehead protector, which sparkled astonishingly. She recalled Afei asking her what intelligence looked like and realized now that intelligence was perhaps this, though still a mere youth, when discussing strategy. He spoke like a true warrior. "Well done, kid." Jiraiya patted his shoulder. "You're better than your master was at that age." Kakashi's lips curved imperceptibly, as fleeting as a meteor streaking across the night sky. In the distance, the cannon fire continued, illuminating the night sky with flickers of light. Tsuyu leaned against a tree, gazing at the scene before her, suddenly pondering Afei's question about hope. Perhaps it was in the darkest nights that people gathered around a fire, shared laughter, and awaited the dawn together. She touched the small blue flower on her ninja tool pouch, the petals still damp with the mist from the dark river. Tomorrow morning. She wondered if Afei would be waiting for her at the watchtower, holding something peculiar and asking endless questions. "What are you thinking about?" Rin came over and sat down, offering her a rice ball. "I was thinking about where to take you all once the war is over." So you took a bite, the fragrance of the rice blending with the smoky aroma. "Then take us to the cherry blossom trees beneath Hokage Rock." Rin smiled. "Every spring, they bloom beautifully there." Obito, having approached without her noticing, chimed in, "I want to go too. I know where the cherry blossoms are the most beautiful." "What do you know?" Rin poked his forehead. "Last time you said you'd take me to see fireflies, and you ended up leading me to an ant nest." Everyone burst into laughter. Even Tsunade couldn't help but smile. Tsuyu looked at Kakashi's face, illuminated by the firelight, and suddenly felt that perhaps they didn't need to wait for the war to end. Perhaps the present moment was already quite wonderful. The wind blew in from the canyon, carrying the smoke of battle from afar. Yet it could not dispel the warmth within the camp. Tsuyu stuffed the last bite of the rice ball into her mouth, and as the sweetness spread to her heart, she suddenly heard Jiraiya recounting stories of the legendary 3 ninjas in their youth. How they were pursued by Hanzo in the Rain Village, and how they escaped by covering for one another. "So you see," Jiraiya took a swig of sake, "the strongest ninjutsu isn't some grand technique, it's the people by your side." Kakashi looked up, his gaze sweeping over Tsuyu, then over Obito and Rin, finally resting on the direction of Hokage Rock. The night sky there was tinged orange by the cannon fire, reminiscent of the fireworks from that summer festival. Tsuyu smiled and sighed, knowing that war is always unpredictable, and she could only hope that everyone could remain like this for a long time. Chapter 15. The whisper from beneath the necklace. The night sky, like cotton soaked in ink, wrapped the clamor of the battlefield further away. Tsuyu had just finished checking the supplies for the medical team when she turned to find a white figure darting from behind a tree. Almost colliding with her, it was a fae, a leaf from a withered tree stuck to his head, clutching a gnawed root in his hand. Tsuyu! Tsuyu! He came close, his eyes sparkling like he had hidden 2 stars. I've been waiting for you for so long. You smell like sweet potato. Did you sneak some snacks without me? Tsuyu helplessly helped him remove the leaf, pausing when her fingertips brushed against his cool skin. A fae's body temperature was always lower than average. Even his palms felt a bit chilly with the touch of soil. I have half a roasted sweet potato left. Just split from Lady Tsunade. Would you like some? She pulled out the sweet potato wrapped in oil paper from the side pocket of her ninja tool pouch. And as she offered it, the small blue flower on the pouch swayed, the dew on the petals having dried in the night breeze. A fae took it and bit into it, hopping from the heat, his mouth full as he exclaimed, hot, 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 but so delicious. Far superior to the old man's stone biscuits beneath the ground. The old man underground? A sudden jolt ran through Tsuyu's heart, prompting her to halt her steps. She recalled that a fae had mentioned before that the wind from below would guide one's way, dismissing it as mere childish talk at the time. Now, however, the tone suggested that such a person might indeed exist. A fae, chewing on sweet potatoes, his cheeks puffed like a squirrel pilfering grain, abruptly paused at these words, tucked the remaining sweet potato into his bosom, and urged Tsuyu deeper into the woods. His grip was light yet firm, and his steps were bouncy, occasionally kicking a small stone aside, while he hummed an off-key tune. Beneath the earth, it's dark, the old man loves to chatter, stones for pillows. Waking up to paint. Deeper in the woods lay a clearing where moonlight filtered through the branches, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. A fae beckoned Tsuyu to sit on a flat stone while he squatted before her, drawing circles in the dirt with his fingers. Suddenly, he looked up, his expression more serious than before. He's an extremely old man. He resides very deep underground, dressed in black, with peculiar patterns on his face. And he loves to converse with a stone, speaking of the eye of the moon and a new world, to the point where I nearly fell asleep. Tsuyu's heart sank. Dressed in black, with patterns on his face, the eye of the moon plan. These fragmented details pointed unmistakably to one individual. Suppressing the turmoil within her, she endeavored to keep her tone calm. What is this old man's name? What does he do underground? The name? A fae scratched his head, furrowed his brow in thought for a long moment, before suddenly clapping his hands in realization. His name is Uchiha Obito, but I usually call him Old Obito. He said he's waiting for the moon to become full, and that once it does, there will be no more fighting. And everyone can sleep in dreams, free from pain. As he spoke, his expression suddenly fell, and he poked at the bandage on Tsuyu's wrist. Just like you won't get hurt anymore. I won't have to listen to him ramble. Tsuyu's fingertips turned cold. Uchiha Obito, the legendary ninja who stood alongside the first Hokage, was still alive and advancing that deranged plan. She gazed into a fae's innocent eyes and suddenly realized a more critical question. A fae mentioned the old man underground knew so many details. It could not possibly be a mere coincidence. A fae, she softened her voice, striving for gentleness. How do you know Uchiha Obito? Did you come from underground? A fae blinked, seemingly confused by her question, then pointed at his clothes and laughed. I grew up from the soil. Old Obito said I was summoned by him, and called me White Zetsu, but I think a fae sounds better. He lets me wander above ground, and occasionally I return to bring him fresh trinkets. Last time, I brought him a dandelion. He stared at it for ages, saying it resembled clouds from the past, and then sighed. So old-fashioned. So he is White Zetsu. Tsuyu's thoughts settled somewhat, but grew heavier still. White Zetsu was a part of Uchiha Obito's plan. Yet the fae before her was clearly just a child with a simple nature, his complaints tinged with innocence. He had no idea what the Eye of the Moon plan entailed. Nor did he understand that the so-called peace in dreams was merely a prison trapping everyone in a false illusion. A fae, Tsuyu grasped his hand, her gaze earnest. What do you think constitutes true peace? A fae was momentarily taken aback by her sudden seriousness, tilting his head as he pondered for a long time. Counting on his fingers, being able to eat sweet potatoes freely, not having to listen to old Obito ramble, so you're not getting hurt. The stones on the ground one tea cry, bleed, and being able to see countless cherry blossoms. As he spoke, his eyes lit up again. Old Abito said there's everything in dreams, but I dreamt of eating sweet potatoes yesterday and woke up still hungry. The cherry blossoms in my dreams didn't even smell good. Tsuyu looked at his sparkling eyes, and a decision suddenly crystallized in her mind. She knew how challenging it would be to persuade Uchiha Obito. He was a ninja who had lived for nearly a century, with obsessions deeply rooted. She also understood the dangers of sealing Kaguya. Kaguya was pivotal to Obito's plan and served as the vessel for Kaguya's will. Yet, she could not bear to see Afei remain in the dark, nor could she watch countless people dragged into a false illusion. She needed to meet Uchiha Obito and show him that true peace was never found in dreams, but in this vibrant world of human existence. Afei. She took a deep breath, her voice resolute. I want to meet Uchiha Obito and clarify that his plan is misguided. I also want to seal that thing called Kaguya, preventing it from further aiding Obito's agenda. Can you take me underground to meet him? Afei nearly jumped in fright, dropping the sweet potato in his hands. Huh? Meet old Obito? He is super fierce. Last time I lost his stone pen, he shot me a glare, and I was too scared to return for 3 days. Moreover, old Obito said no one is allowed near his home except me. I know he is fierce, and I'm aware of the danger. Tsuyu picked up the sweet potato from the ground, brushed off the dirt, and handed it back to him. But you just said the sweet potatoes in dreams lack fragrance, and the cherry blossoms in dreams are unattractive, right? True peace is not a false thing in dreams. It's about us being able to eat warm sweet potatoes together, to see fragrant cherry blossoms together, and for those on the battlefield to return home. Old Obito doesn't understand this, and I need to tell him. Afei hesitated, biting into the sweet potato. He glanced at Tsuyu, then at the sweet potato in his hand, before suddenly stuffing it into his mouth, swallowing it in a few bites, wiping his mouth. Then, I'll take you there. But you have to promise me, if old Obito is fierce with you, you'll hide behind me. I may not be able to beat him, but I can pull you away. I know the way underground. He won't catch up with us. Tsuyu couldn't help but laugh, ruffling his hair. All right. I promise you. Instantly, Afei perked up, taking Tsuyu deeper into the woods, his pace noticeably quicker than before. As he chattered on, old Obito's home is beneath the mountain, with a particularly concealed entrance, covered in moss, unlike any other stone. I've also hidden a marker stone at the entrance, with a little sun drawn on it, so we won't get lost. They walked for about half an hour, arriving at a mountainside. Afei released Tsuyu's hand and knelt before the cliff, brushing away the moss to reveal a stone inscribed with a crooked little sun. He pushed the stone with all his might, and to their astonishment, the cliff slowly shifted aside, revealing a dark cave from which a chilling wind emerged, carrying the scent of earth and decay. This is it. Afei recoiled slightly, tugging at the hem of Tsuyu's garment. It's very dark inside, but I can see the path. Stay close to me, and don't step on old Obito's precious stones. He'll get angry. Tsuyu nodded, retrieving a glowing talisman from her ninja tool pouch and holding it in her hand. The talisman emitted a soft light, illuminating the narrow passage ahead. The corridor was tight, allowing only one person to pass, with strange engravings on the walls resembling an ancient technique. Afei walked in front, his steps light, glancing back at Tsuyu occasionally like a vigilant little creature. After about 15 minutes, the passage suddenly widened, revealing a vast cavern. In the center of the cavern sat an enormous stone, upon which perched an elderly man clad in a black robe, his face adorned with red patterns, eyes closed, exuding a heavy aura akin to a mountain. Beside him stood a figure cloaked in darkness, slender and radiating a chilling presence. It was Kaguya. Afei, you've returned later than usual. Uchiha Obito did not open his eyes, his voice aged yet powerful, carrying an undeniable authority. What fresh trinkets have you brought this time? Afei hid behind Tsuyu, revealing only half of his head, speaking softly. Old Obito, I brought a friend. She wishes to speak with you. Uchiha Obito finally opened his eyes, his crimson Sharingan sweeping over Tsuyu, filled with scrutiny and wariness. An outsider? Who permitted you to bring an outsider here? His tone abruptly turned icy, and the air in the cavern seemed to freeze. Kaguya also turned, his pitch-black eyes fixated on Tsuyu, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth. How intriguing, a little leaf ninja dares to intrude. Lord Madara, do you want me to wait? With a resolute step forward, Tsukike's positioned herself in front of Obito, her gaze unwavering as it locked onto Uchiha Madara. I am Tsukike's, the captain of the Konoha reserve team. I am not here to engage in combat, but to discuss the Moon Eye plan. Your scheme is flawed. Madara raised an eyebrow. as if he had heard a jest. Flawed? I have lived for nearly a century, witnessed countless wars, and established order with my own hands. How dare a mere child claim my plan is flawed? It is precisely because you have lived for so long that you should understand that peace cannot be achieved through a false illusion, Tsukike's retorted, her voice clear and resolute. You assert that the moon eye can allow everyone to live in a dream devoid of pain and war, yet a dream's sweet potatoes lack scent. The cherry blossoms in a dream lack warmth, and friends in a dream do not truly smile. She pointed at Obito, who was hiding behind her. He once dreamt of sweet potatoes, yet awoke still hungry. He dreamt of cherry blossoms, yet awoke still blind to them. Your so-called peace merely confines everyone in a cage, causing them to forget how to strive for true happiness. This is not peace, it is imprisonment. Madara's demeanor shifted, his Sharingan swirling with intensity. What do you understand? War brings only death and suffering. I have witnessed my brother perish, watched the Uchiha decline, and seen this shinobi world descend into chaos time and again. Only the moon eye can grant everyone everlasting tranquility. Everlasting tranquility? Tsukike's countered. If your brother were still alive, would he wish to live in a dream? Would he want you to barter everyone's freedom for a false sense of peace? You claim to have seen the agony of war. Yet you have not witnessed how individuals on the battlefield fight with all their might to protect their comrades, or how they endure through gritted teeth for the hope of returning home. You have not seen how, in the tents of medical stations, people toil through the night to save a stranger. You have not heard the laughter by the campfire, which is warmer than anything within a dream. These are the realities of the shinobi world, the essence of peace worth safeguarding. From her ninja pouch, she retrieved the ointment given to her by Tsunade and a small blue flower, half damaged by shrapnel. This ointment was provided by Lady Tsunade. She may scold Jiraiya for being a fool, yet she stays up late to concoct medicine for his wounds. This flower was gifted to me by Obito. Though it bears a scar from shrapnel, it still thrives in the wind. You see, even amidst war, there exists so much warmth. Why must you turn all of it into mere phantoms and dreams? Madara fell silent, his gaze fixed on the small blue flower, his expression complex. Black Zetsu, growing anxious, stepped forward. Lord Madara, do not listen to her nonsense. This brat merely seeks to sabotage your plan. With that, he lunged at Tsukike's, his dark arms extending like a venomous serpent, exuding a lethal aura. Be careful, Obito shouted, attempting to shield Tsukike's, but she pulled him away. Prepared. Tsukike's formed hand seals with her left hand while producing a sealing tag with her right, chanting, sealing technique. Evil sealing method. Golden runes erupted from the tag, enveloping Black Zetsu in a net, effectively immobilizing him. Black Zetsu emitted a shrill scream as his form twisted, yet the runes held him firmly in place. Tsukike's gritted her teeth, continuously channeling chakra into the sealing technique, an advanced Konoha sealing art perfectly suited for Black Zetsu. But his power exceeded her expectations, and cold sweat soon beaded on her forehead. Obito, help me hold down his arms and legs. Tsukike's called out. Though frightened, Obito charged forward, pinning down Black Zetsu's legs, shouting, Old Black, you can't bully Tsukike's. If you move again, I'll throw away all the black stones you've been hiding. Madara remained seated on the stone, observing the scene before him without intervening, his gaze deepening. He watched as Tsukike's persevered through gritted teeth, and as Obito acted with clumsy sincerity. He recalled Tsukike's words, the sweet potatoes in dreams lack scent, and the laughter by the campfire is warmer than any dream. Memories surged forth of days long past. Sharing grilled fish by the river with Hashirama. Those fish had truly been fragrant. Those laughs had been genuinely sweet. At last, Tsukike's affixed the final sealing tag onto Black Zetsu, the golden runes completely encasing him, rendering him motionless. She exhaled in relief, collapsing to the ground, her chakra nearly depleted, and the old injury on her wrist beginning to throb anew. Obito quickly crawled over, squatting beside her, cautiously touching her wrist. Tsukike's, does it hurt? I have pain-relieving herbs given by old Madara. They taste awful, but they work wonders. Tsukike's shook her head, turning her gaze to Uchiha Madara. Lord Madara, Black Zetsu has been sealed. I understand that asking you to abandon the moon eye plan immediately is difficult, but I implore you to step outside with me. Witness the medical station, where people strive to save lives. See the campfire, where laughter echoes with hope for tomorrow. Observe the cherry blossoms that Obito yearns to see, which will bloom beautifully come spring. I wish to prove to you that true peace does not rely on the illusions of dreams, We can build it in reality. Piece by piece. Madara remained silent for an extended period, long enough for Tsukiyo to believe he would refuse, perhaps even strike. Yet, he suddenly rose, stepping before Tsukiyo, his gaze settling on the small blue flower in her hand. That flower was picked by Obito on the eastern hillside, was it not? The flowers there are more resilient than those elsewhere. Tsukiyo blinked in surprise and nodded. Yes, I have lived too long, nearly forgetting the true essence of sunlight. Madara's voice softened. I wish to see the piece you speak of, but if you are mistaken, I shall still proceed with my plan. Tsukiyo beamed, her smile radiant. Very well, I shall prove it to you. When spring arrives, I will take you to see the cherry blossoms, to savor the sweet potatoes grilled by Lady Tsunade, and to listen to Lord Jiraiya share tales of his youth. Those are treasures not found in dreams. Obito clapped his hands excitedly. Hooray! Old Madara is going to play with us. I want to show you the treasures I have hidden, with my drawings of the sun and moon. Madara observed Obito's exuberance. A faint smile barely discernible at the corners of his mouth, though he quickly regained his serious demeanor, refraining from further rebuttal. The wind within the cave seemed less frigid. Tsukiyo gazed at the two before her, an elder and a youth, and felt an unexpected sense of hope. Regardless of how challenging the future might be, as long as there are those willing to believe in peace and work toward it, the day of blooming cherry blossoms would surely come. She gently touched the small blue flower on her ninja pouch, its petals resilient under the glow of the ceiling symbols, much like all those yearning for peace in this shinobi world. Chapter 16. The bond of the necklace and Sharingan OOC warning before the morning mist had lifted. The camp at the front lines of Konoha was already enveloped in rising smoke. Tsukiyo tightened the forehead protector supervising the Chunin, her fingertips tracing the scratches along its edge, marks left by a kunai during a reconnaissance mission with the new recruits. She retrieved the mission report, meticulously verifying the details. Destruction of the Shinobi Bridge, severing a Wagakure supply lines, led by Jonin Minato Namikaze, with team members Kakashi, recently promoted to Jonin, Obito, and Rin. Tsukiyo, why are you still dawdling? Teacher Minato is waiting for us at the village entrance. Obito's voice filtered in from outside the tent, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. He poked his head inside, the orange hem of his coat dusted with grass, holding out a wild apple he'd just picked from a tree. Here, I picked this in the forest this morning. It's super sweet. Tsukiyo smiled as she accepted the apple, straightening his skewed forehead protector. Next time, don't run so fast. Before a mission, you need to check your ninja tools. Remember the kunai you left on the training field last time? Obito stuck out his tongue, ready to retort, when Rin entered, carrying a medical kit. Tsukiyo, I've organized all my medical supplies. I brought 3 sets of bandages and hemostatic medicine, along with the special ointment from Lady Tsunade. Thank you, Rin. Shiyue gently patted her shoulder, her gaze shifting to the entrance where Kakashi stood. Gripping a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique, his forehead protector pulled low, obscuring one eye. Kakashi, your Chidori is not yet fully mastered. During combat, do not act recklessly. Remember to observe the battlefield. Kakashi nodded, his voice calm. I understand. Although he had just been promoted to Jonin, he held great trust in Shiyue, the Chunin who had supervised him on numerous missions. Last time, when his Chidori spiraled out of control during training, it was Shiyue who stabilized his chakra with a sealing tag and assisted him in analyzing the technique's flaws. Arriving at the village entrance, they found Minato waiting, his golden hair strikingly visible in the morning mist. Upon seeing Shiyue, he smiled and nodded. With you supervising the Chunin, I feel reassured. This mission is divided into 2 paths. I will head to the front lines to support and restrain the main force of Wagakure, while the 4 of you are tasked with sabotaging the Kamikaze Bridge. Shiyue, please take good care of the 3 of them. Rest assured, Minato-sensei, Shiyue replied, accepting the map he handed her, which was marked in red to indicate the bridge's defensive weaknesses. We will act according to plan. As the team set off, Shiyue walked in the middle, attentively sensing the chakra fluctuations around her, while listening to Obito share his dreams of becoming Hokage with Rin. Once this mission is over, I will earn the acknowledgement of the 3rd Hokage. In the future, I will become Hokage, and I will have Shiyue as my advisor, Rin as the medical chief, and Kakashi as my bodyguard. Who wants to be your bodyguard? Kakashi muttered, albeit quietly slowing his pace to follow Obito. He knew that despite Obito's exuberant nature, he always stood in front during dangerous moments. Observing their interaction warmed Shiyue's heart, The bond among these three children was more precious than any jutsu. After walking for about 2 hours, a faint sound of clashing chakra suddenly reached them. Chiyue immediately raised her hand to signal the team to halt, her fingertips gathering sensory chakra. There are enemies, at least 2 jonin from a Wagakure. No sooner had she spoken than a lightning technique struck from the nearby woods, creating a deep gash in the ground and sending debris flying. It's an Awagakure jonin skilled in lightning techniques. Minato instantly positioned himself in front of the group, gathering chakra into a Rasengan. His lightning and shadow clone techniques are troublesome. Chiyue, you assist me in restraining his clones. Kakashi, you 3 stay hidden. The Awagakure jonin emerged from the woods, hand forming the seals for a lightning technique, simultaneously creating 3 shadow clones that charged toward Minato and the 3 youths. Chiyue swiftly produced a sealing tag, her left hand forming seals. Sealing technique. Evil sealing method. Golden runes split into 3 paths, accurately enveloping the jonin's clones, shattering them upon contact. Incredible. Chiyue, that move was so cool. Obito exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. Rin quickly pulled him back, whispering, stay focused. There are still enemies. At that moment, Kakashi suddenly dashed forward, kunai in hand, his palm gathering blue chakra as he aimed to test his new technique, Chidori. However, the Awagakure jonin had anticipated this, evading the Chidori while simultaneously thrusting a lightning-infused kunai toward Kakashi's back. Watch out! Both Chiyue and Minato shouted in unison. In an instant, Minato activated the Flying Thunder God, golden light flashing as he yanked Kakashi behind him, the Rasengan crashing into the jonin's chest. The jonin let out a muffled groan, crashing to the ground, his chakra in disarray. Kakashi, I warned you not to act recklessly, Minato said seriously, yet without reproach. Your Chidori is fast, but the initial movement is too long, making it vulnerable. Kakashi lowered his head, gripping his kunai tightly. I'm sorry, Minato-sensei. Chiyue approached and patted his shoulder. It's all right, just be mindful next time. We will analyze how to improve your Chidori together. After dealing with the Awagakure jonin, Minato glanced at the sky. We cannot delay support for the front lines. Chiyue, the Kamikaze Bridge is entrusted to you. Take this Flying Thunder God kunai. Infuse it with chakra in case of danger. And I will come immediately. He handed the kunai to Chiyue and reminded Obito and Rin to protect themselves, emphasizing that comrades are more important than the mission. With a flash of golden light, Minato vanished into the woods, hastening toward the front lines, where the sounds of battle seemed to echo on the wind. Chiyue tightened her grip on the Flying Thunder God kunai and unfolded the map. Minato-sensei has restrained the main force of Awagakure. We must act swiftly. We will circumvent through the cave by the bridge. There is an opening that leads directly beneath the bridge. After planting explosives, we will retreat immediately. Obito leaned in, pointing to a mark on the map. Chiyue, Minato-sensei mentioned that the cave has many paths and traps set by Awagakure. I will use sensory chakra to scout ahead. Chiyue retrieved 4 luminescent tags, distributing them among the 3. The glow of the tags was bright enough to ward off moisture. Rin would take the center for rear guard. Kakashi would scout ahead for traps, and Obito would stay by my side, reporting any anomalies. As the 4 entered the cave, the damp scent of the soil hit them. Chiyue's sensory chakra spread like a fine net, quickly detecting a faint trace of concealed chakra skimming the ground, moving in Rin's direction. Rin, watch your step. No sooner had she called out than a yellow-brown chakra surged from the ground, a rough hand gripping Rin's ankle and yanking her down into the earth. Rin. Obito reacted swiftly, gathering chakra in his fist and striking the ground. However, the owner of that hand was already prepared, and a wall of earth surged up, blocking Obito. It's the Awagakure jonin, Daisher. He excels in earth-style invisibility techniques. Chiyue's voice carried urgency as she unsheathed her kunai. Kakashi, use your kunai to carve the ground and force him to reveal himself. Kakashi immediately complied, the blade of his kunai scraping against the ground, sparking a shower of sparks. But Daisher utilized earth techniques to drag Rin deeper into the cave, leaving only a faint trail of soil behind. Do not pursue. He is trying to lead us into a trap. Kakashi restrained Obito, his tone calm. We must stick to the plan. Plan. All you talk about is the plan. Obito pushed Kakashi away, his left eye reddening with anger. Rin is being taken. What do you care about traps? I will rescue her. Even if I fall into a trap, I will bring her back. He clenched the luminescent tag and dashed toward the direction where the soil trail faded, his orange jacket leaving a fleeting shadow in the darkness. Obito. Shiyue attempted to grab him, but only caught a corner of his clothing. Watching him disappear, she glanced at Kakashi, whose face had turned pale, and gritted her teeth. Kakashi, you go around through the left path, marking traps with your kunai. I will chase from the right. We will regroup in the depths of the cave. Remember, do not engage Daisha alone. The cave's paths twisted like a labyrinth. Relying on her sensory chakra, Shiyue avoided several traps rigged with explosive tags and finally caught up with Obito in a stone chamber adorned with earthen patterns. He was pounding on the earthen wall, his knuckles already bloodied. Rin, are you in there? I'm here to rescue you. Stop hitting it. It's an earth-style barrier. Shiyue approached, sensing the chakra fluctuations in the wall entangled with Daisha's chakra. Striking it would only trigger a more powerful earth technique. She retrieved 3 sealing tags from her ninja tool pouch, placing them at the 3 corners of the wall. With her left hand forming seals, she declared, Sealing technique, evil sealing method release. Golden runes spread along the earth patterns, causing the chakra of the barrier to destabilize, and the wall cracked open, creating a gap wide enough for a person to pass through. Obito immediately squeezed through, with Shiyue following closely behind. Inside the chamber, Daisha was using earth techniques to bind Rin to a stone pillar. Upon seeing them, a cold smile crept across his face. Perfect. Now I won't have to search for you. He formed seals with his hands, declaring, Earth style, Earth flow river. The ground suddenly transformed into a torrential river of mud rushing toward the two. Just as Obito prepared to form seals for defense, his left eye ignited with the red glow of the Sharingan, the 2 tomo spinning. Chakra surged forth like a tide, allowing him to clearly perceive the trajectory of the mud river's chakra and even predict the flow of the earth. Shiyue dodged to the left. His chakra is on the right. Shiyue immediately grasped Obito's hand, leaping aside as the mud grazed their clothing, crashing against the walls of the chamber and sending debris flying. At that moment, the stone wall on the left suddenly cracked open. Kakashi, wielding a kunai, precisely stabbed at the back of the large stone figure. Sister Yue, I've discerned the pattern of the traps. The large stone, caught off guard by the ambush, hastily turned to block with his arm. The blade of the kunai sliced through his sleeve, leaving a deep wound that exposed bone. Obito seized the opportunity, his Sharingan locking onto the chakra weakness of the large stone, and he delivered a powerful punch to his chest. You shall not harm Rin. The large stone grunted and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Rin quickly freed herself from the stone pillar and supported Obito. Obito, your eyes are the Sharingan. Obito smiled with pride, pointing at his eyes. From now on, I can protect you, and Sister Yue. Yue sighed in relief, aiding Rin in checking her ankle's abrasions. Just as she was about to speak, she sensed a familiar chakra, Hokage, the rock-hidden ninja they had previously repelled. He was not dead. Having concealed himself in a dark recess of the stone chamber, gathering earth-released chakra to unleash a jutsu. Be careful. She quickly pulled Obito and Rin behind her, just as Hokage erupted from the shadows, slamming his hands against the ground. Earth release, rock collapse. The rocks above the chamber instantly crumbled, massive boulders raining down like a torrential storm. Obito, quick-witted, pushed Kakashi and Rin aside, but was pinned down by a boulder the size of a millstone, crushing his right side. Obito. The trio rushed forward, fingers clawing at the crevices of the stone, chakra surging wildly. But the boulder was too heavy to budge even a fraction. Blood trickled from the corner of Obito's mouth as he gazed at Kakashi, guilt etched in his eyes. Kakashi, I'm sorry for lashing out at you before. He extended his left hand, trembling at the fingertip, slowly digging out his Sharingan. This is for you. Did you not wish to become the strongest ninja? With it, you can perceive your enemy's movements, protect Rin, and safeguard Sister Yue. Obito, do not speak. Yue exclaimed. I'll use Flying Thunder God to summon Lord Minato. As she retrieved the kunai, ready to channel chakra, Obito grasped her hand firmly. No, it's unnecessary. His breath grew weaker, his gaze drifting through the crevice of the stone chamber to the sky outside, where a few white clouds lingered. Sister Yue, you once said peace would come, right? It seems I may not see it. Another boulder crashed down, completely burying Obito's figure. The chamber echoed with Kakashi's sobs and the soft thud of the fallen Sharingan on the ground, as delicate as a sigh. Tears streamed down Yue's face as she gripped the Flying Thunder God kunai, her nails embedding into her palm. As a Chunin supervisor, she could not falter. She still had to lead Kakashi and Rin to complete their mission and ensure Obito's sacrifice was not in vain. We must go. Wiping her tears, she picked up the Sharingan from the ground and handed it to Kakashi. Obito wishes for you to carry it and live well. After installing the explosives, we shall depart. Rin supported the trembling Kakashi, nodding with a choked voice. Yes, we cannot let Obito die in vain. Following their plan, the three arrived at the bridge's base, affixing the explosives to the supporting pillars. The moment Yue pressed the detonator, a golden light appeared in the distance. Minato had arrived. He dealt with the rock-hidden patrolling ninjas on the bridge and, upon seeing the trio, felt a pang of dread. Obito, Yue, and the others fell silent. And Minato understood, his voice tinged with sorrow. The mission was executed flawlessly. Let us return to the camp. Afei had remained silent, peeking out from beneath the rubble. He clutched a half-cold sweet potato, his gaze occasionally drifting towards the cave. Having witnessed the moment the boulder fell and the sorrow of Yue and the others as they departed without Obito, Afei ran towards the Kamui Bridge. He ran swiftly, his coat flapping in the wind, still clutching the stone inscribed with a small sun. Old Banban had once said that White Zetsu could utilize Hashirama's cells to restore the body. As long as Obito had breath, he could be saved. As night descended, the stench of blood lingered in the cave. Afei crouched before the collapsed stones, whistling a clear tune, one taught to him by old Banban, knowing that if he played this melody, the Zetsu below would emerge. Before long, several white figures surfaced from the earth, bowing to Afei. Afei, what do you need? Quick, help me rescue Obito. Afei pointed at the rubble, urgency lacing his voice. Old Banban said you can restore bodies. Obito must still be alive. Without hesitation, the Zetsu's arms became vine-like, slipping into the crevices of the stones, effortlessly moving the heavy rocks aside. Afei joined in, clearing the debris. Finally, in the depths of the rubble, they discovered Obito. His right side was a mangled mess, breath faint as a candle about to extinguish, yet a flicker of chakra pulsed in his chest. Quick, save him, Afei urged, pulling one of the Zetsu's hands to press against Obito's wound. The Zetsu immediately gathered a soft green chakra, the glow of Hashirama's cells enveloping Obito's right side like a gentle cocoon. The green light intensified, Obito's complexion gradually returning to a healthy hue. The previously torn flesh began to grow a pale white skin, Hashirama's cell color. Afei squatted beside him, whispering, Obito, wake up quickly. I still have sweet potatoes hidden for you. When you awaken, we can go see old Banban stones and wait for the cherry blossoms to bloom together. Once the Zetsu finished healing Obito's wounds, they turned to Afei. Lord Afei, he requires rest. The Hashirama cells are still merging and must not be disturbed. Afei nodded, and alongside the Zetsu, carried Obito to the previous cave where they could hide, with the herbs left by old Banban, ensuring they would not be discovered. Inside the cave, Afei laid Obito on a stone platform covered with dry hay, draping his own small blanket over him, waiting for Obito to awaken. Chapter 17. Necklace and peaceful wishes. The sound of dripping water still echoed in the cave as Obito's fingertips finally regained strength. Slowly, he opened his eyes, the pale white of his right hand brushing against the sweet potato on the stone platform. Warmth spread from his palm to his limbs, more comforting than the pale green chakra of the Zetsu, reminiscent of the warm soup Yue had handed him during their campfire days. Obito, you're awake? Afei's voice suddenly rang out as he leaned over the stone platform, counting wild strawberries. Upon seeing Obito's eyes open, the strawberries in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. You finally woke up. I thought you'd sleep until the cherry blossoms wilted. Obito's throat tightened, and he could only produce a hoarse whisper. Afei quickly retrieved a bamboo tube from the rock crevice, pouring out warm vegetable soup and offering it to him on a leaf. Drink some water. I've heated it 3 times already. As the soup slid down his throat, Obito managed to speak feebly. Rin, Kakashi, Sister Yue, are they all okay? Afei nodded eagerly, recalling something, his voice lowering slightly. I secretly returned to the camp and overheard Yue and Kakashi saying that Rin seems to have been captured by the rock-hidden people. What? Obito suddenly attempted to sit up, but the Hashirama cells in his right side pulled painfully, cold sweat soaking his back. Afei quickly steadied him. Don't rush. They have already gone to search for her. Old Banban's Zetsu said the rock-hidden captured Sister Rin to seal the 3 tails within her body to destroy Konoha. The 3 tails? Obito's pupils constricted sharply. He recalled hearing from his teachers at the Ninja Academy that forcibly sealing a tailed beast into a human host would lead to the host being devoured by the beast's chakra, leaving no trace behind. No, I must find Rin. He braced himself against the stone platform, attempting to rise, but a Fae pressed down on his shoulder. Your body is not yet healed. The Hashirama cells have not fully merged. A Fae's eyes reddened with worry. The Zetsu has gone to help Sister Yuyua. I'll take you to a safe place to wait. I cannot wait. Obito shoved a Fae away, his left Sharingan suddenly igniting with 3 Tomo. If anything happens to Rin, what is the point of becoming Hokage? A Fae scratched his head. The Zetsu can lend you their strength. I can borrow it for you right now. A Fae gazed into the resolute depths of Obito's eyes, gritting his teeth, and whistled. A series of white Zetsu suddenly emerged from the depths of the cave, their pale green chakra wrapping around Obito's right arm, encasing the right side of his body like a layer of armor. Zetsu will help stabilize your body. But do not expend too much chakra. Akatsuki urged. I will take you to find Kiyuki. Meanwhile, at the rock-hidden base near the Kamikaze Bridge, Rin was bound in the center of a stone platform. Several rock-hidden ninjas surrounded her, forming intricate hand seals. A faint blue chakra from the tailed beast surged into her body like a tidal wave, and the shadow of the 3 tails flickered ominously behind her. Stop struggling. That white-haired boy and the Chunin supervising you cannot save you. The leading rock-hidden Jonin sneered. Once the 3 tails is completely sealed within you, you will become a weapon to annihilate Konoha, and your cherished companions will perish at your hands. Rin's consciousness began to blur, the tailed beast chakra rampaging within her, causing her organs to feel as if they were being crushed. She recalled Obito's smiling face, Kakashi's cold expression, and the warmth of Kiyuki's hand on her shoulder. She could not become a weapon of destruction, nor could she harm her companions. Suddenly, the stone door of the base exploded open, and Kiyuki rushed in, throwing a sealing talisman toward the rock-hidden ninjas. Sealing technique. Evil sealing. Golden symbols ensnared the limbs of 2 rock-hidden ninjas. Kakashi followed closely behind. His kunai aimed at the leading Jonin. Release Rin. Just in time. The Jonin laughed as he formed seals. The 3 tails is already half sealed. If you kill me now, she will be consumed by the tailed beast chakra. He slammed his hands to the ground, invoking the earth release. Earth prison technique. Brown chakra trapped Kiyuki and Kakashi in place. Watch her transform into a tailed beast weapon. Kakashi's palm gathered blue lightning, and the chakra erupted at his fingertips. Chidori. The blue current shattered the earth prison, but was blocked by the Jonin's earth release. Kiyuki seized the opportunity to retrieve her flying thunder god kunai, infusing it with chakra. But Minato was still at the front lines. The flash of the flying thunder god only flickered once, but no reinforcements arrived. Kiyuki, I can't hold on any longer. Rin's voice was weak. The tailed beast chakra began to invade her consciousness, her pupils shimmering with a faint blue hue. Kill me, Kakashi. Use Chidori to end my life. Do not let me become a monster. I cannot kill you. Kakashi's voice trembled, yet the light of Chidori shone ever brighter. I will save you. He charged toward the stone platform that restrained Rin, but was blocked by the rock-hidden ninjas. Kiyuki's sealing talismans had been exhausted, leaving her to fight with kunai against the rock-hidden ninjas. From the corner of her eye, she saw the shadow of the 3 tails behind Rin becoming clearer. If this continued, Rin would truly be beyond saving. Kakashi, forget about those ninjas. Break the seal first. Kiyuki shouted, blocking a kunai from a rock-hidden ninja. A deep cut appeared on her shoulder, blood immediately soaking her forehead protector. Kakashi gritted his teeth, swinging Chidori toward the seal array on the stone platform, the blue light nearly touching the focal point. But at that moment, Rin suddenly broke free from her restraints and rushed toward Kakashi's Chidori. Rin, don't come here. Kakashi's pupils constricted, attempting to retract Chidori, but the lightning chakra had already spiraled out of control, the blue current thrumming wildly in his palm. Boom. A golden light erupted as Kiyuki leapt in front of Rin, forming hand seals. Sealing technique. Evil sealing. Golden symbols wrapped around Kakashi's arm, forcibly suppressing the Chidori's chakra. However, the tailed beast chakra seized the opportunity, exploding within Rin, causing her to moan and collapse, the shadow of the 3 tails dissipating. Rin. Kakashi hurried to restrain her. But the moment his hand touched Rin's body, he was repelled by the tailed beast chakra. Rin's body felt alarmingly hot, the faint blue chakra visibly coursing beneath her skin. Do not touch her. The tailed beast chakra is still rampaging within her. Kiyuki leaned against the wall, her shoulder bleeding, We must quickly take her away and find Minato-senpai. Thinking of escaping? Not so easily. The rock-hidden Jonan's voice boomed as he formed seals. Earth release. Rock spike. Sharp rocks suddenly erupted from the ground, aimed at the three of them. Just as Kyuki prepared to shield them, a dark figure burst through the door, pale green chakra entwining the rocks and crushing them effortlessly. Obito? Kyuki and Kakashi were momentarily stunned. Before them stood Obito, his right side enveloped in pale green chakra, his Sharingan glowing ominously. His orange coat stained with dirt, yet emanating a newfound sharpness. I am late. Obito's gaze fell upon Rin, his eyes brimming with concern. He turned to face the rock-hidden ninjas, his Sharingan spinning rapidly. You have injured Rin and still wish to leave? Uchiha brat, weren't you buried in the cave? The rock-hidden Jonan's expression changed. Even if you are alive, you cannot defeat me. Before he could finish, Obito vanished from sight. The power of Zetsu granted him astonishing speed, and by the time the rock-hidden ninja reacted, Obito's fist had already struck his chest. The pale green chakra surged into him, causing the rock-hidden ninja's chakra to spiral out of control as he collapsed, spitting blood. Do not kill him. Kyuki urgently called out to Obito. We need him to learn how to unseal the three tails. Obito's fist halted midair, glancing at the unconscious Rin before retracting his chakra, instructing Zetsu to bind the rock-hidden ninja. Kakashi cradled Rin, his face pale. Obito, your priority is to save Rin. Obito interrupted, his voice hoarse. We are returning to camp immediately. On the way, Obito led the way, Zetsu's chakra enveloping him, shielding them from the patrolling rock-hidden ninjas. Kyuki tended to Rin's wounds, but noticed her temperature rising, the tailed beast chakra within her becoming increasingly active. If they delayed any longer, even if they found Minato, it may not be enough to save Rin. Obito, can you sense the chakra of the three tails? Kyuki suddenly halted. The tailed beast chakra within Rin is about to spiral out of control. We need to find a place to stabilize her condition, or she will. Obito nodded, his Sharingan subtly rotating, soon detecting a weak chakra fluctuation. There is an abandoned cave ahead, devoid of rock-hidden presence. We should go there. Inside the cave, Obito utilized Zetsu's chakra to set up a barrier. Akatsuki poked his head out from the ground, producing herbs left behind by Old Man Danzo. These were left by Old Man Danzo before he departed. I do not know if they are useful. Kyuki quickly accepted the herbs, grinding them into powder with chakra and applying it to Rin's wrists and ankles. The cool sensation of the herbs seeped into her body, finally lowering her temperature slightly, yet her brow remained tightly furrowed as she occasionally emitted pained groans. Obito sat beside her, gently holding her hand. The pale white of his right hand against Rin's skin caused the tailed beast chakra within her to stir violently, and Obito's Sharingan flared to life. What is happening? Kakashi asked anxiously. Obito shook his head, his left eye focused on Rin's chest. My chakra can resonate with the three tails chakra. Perhaps I can temporarily suppress it. As he spoke, the pale green chakra flowed from his hand into Rin, intertwining with the tailed beast chakra. Kyuki observed the cold sweat on Obito's forehead, realizing he was forcibly using Zetsu's power to suppress the tailed beast chakra. She retrieved the last few sealing talismans from her ninja tool pouch, placing them on Rin's chest and limbs. Sealing technique. Evil sealing. The golden symbols intertwined with Obito's chakra, forming a net to confine the tailed beast chakra within Rin's dantian. Phew, Obito exhaled in relief, collapsing to the ground. The pale green chakra around his right side dimmed slightly. He could only temporarily suppress it, lasting until tomorrow morning at most. Akatsuki squatted nearby, offering him a sweet potato. Eat something to replenish your chakra. Kyuki said your body is not yet well. Do not exert too much power. Tobirama accepted the sweet potato but lacked the appetite to eat. He gazed at Rin's pale face, filled with guilt. If only he had awakened sooner, Rin would not have been captured by a Wagakure, nor would she have been forcibly sealed with the three tails. Stop blaming yourself, Tsukuyomi said, patting his shoulder. What we need to do now is wait for Senior Minato to arrive, and together we will find a way to lift the seal. The fact that you survived is the best news. Kakashi nodded, his Sharingan slowly turning. Thank you, Tobirama, he murmured. In the past, I was too stubborn, always wanting to stick to the plan, neglecting the feelings of my comrades. Tobirama paused for a moment, then smiled. Let us not dwell on the past. Once Rin recovers, we will undertake missions together. I will become Hokage, and you will be my protector. What do you say? Who would want to be your protector? Kakashi retorted. though a smile flickered in his eyes. Haydn, seated nearby, observed the trio and joined in the laughter. I want to be Tobarama's little assistant. The atmosphere in the cave lightened somewhat, though Rin's breathing still bore traces of pain. Tsukiyo leaned against the wall, watching the night sky. Haydn had already informed Minato using white zetsu, and at his speed, he should arrive before dawn. In the later hours of the night, Rin suddenly awoke. She opened her eyes to see Tobarama sitting beside her, and tears streamed down her face. Tobarama, you're alive. That's wonderful. Of course I'm alive. Tobarama quickly wiped her tears away. How could I die before becoming Hokage? Rin shook her head, despair evident in her eyes. Don't save me. The Three Tails is inside me. I will become a monster. You must kill me to protect Konoha. Don't say such things. Tobarama firmly grasped her shoulders, his tone resolute. Minato-sensei will arrive soon. He will have a solution. You promised me you would become the medical chief, saving many lives. You cannot go back on your word. Seeing the sincerity in Tobarama's eyes, Rin finally nodded and leaned against his shoulder, slipping into unconsciousness once more. Tobarama gently held her, the pale green chakra in his right hand glowing once again. He vowed never to let anything happen to Rin, even if it cost him his life. He would force the Three Tails out of her body. As dawn approached, a golden light appeared outside. Minato-senpai has arrived. Tsukiyo exclaimed, standing up. The cave door swung open, and Minato rushed in, glancing at Rin cradled in Tobarama's arms. How is Rin? What is the status of the Three Tails seal? We temporarily suppressed it with a sealing technique and Tobarama's chakra, but it can hold until noon at most. Tsukiyo handed him a piece of paper depicting the sealing array. I drew this based on the chakra flow within Rin. The Wagakure used a forced sealing technique without a contract. If we can find the weakness in the sealing array, we can expel the Three Tails. Minato examined the paper closely, his brow furrowing. The weakness in a forced sealing technique lies near the host's heart. If we act, Rin will experience immense pain and may even be backlashed by the tailed beast's chakra. No matter how painful it is, I can endure. Rin suddenly awakened, her voice weak yet resolute. Minato-sensei, go ahead. I don't want to become a weapon that destroys Konoha. Tobarama clasped Rin's hand. Rin, I will be with you. Kakashi nodded as well. I will monitor the Three Tails chakra flow with my Sharingan. If anything unusual occurs, I will immediately use Raikiri to suppress it. Minato observed the bond among the three and finally nodded. All right, we will return to the medical station at the camp. There are medical supplies left by Lady Tsunade that can mitigate Rin's suffering. Tsukiyo, you will maintain the sealing technique. Tobarama, use White Zetsu's chakra to protect Rin's heart. Kakashi, you will monitor the Three Tails chakra with your Sharingan. By the time they returned to the camp, dawn had broken. The medical ninjas rushed to lift Rin onto a hospital bed. Minato retrieved the medical supplies and began arranging the unsealing array. Tsukiyo, form the hand seals. Tsukiyo immediately complied, forming hand seals as golden sealing symbols illuminated around Rin's body. Tobarama pressed his right half against Rin's chest, his pale green chakra spreading along her heart. Kakashi donned his Sharingan, his blue pupils fixed on the chakra flowing within Rin. The Three Tails chakra is moving towards her limbs. Tsukiyo, reinforce the sealing symbol on the left side. Minato quickly formed hand seals, infusing the unsealing array with light blue chakra. Rin, hold on. The array's center suddenly blazed brightly, and Rin's body trembled violently as the tailed beast's chakra erupted within her, light blue chakra spilling from her orifices. Tobarama's complexion paled instantly, the pale green chakra being overwhelmed by the tailed beast's chakra. No, the Three Tails chakra is too strong. Kakashi, strike her left shoulder with Raikiri. That's the Three Tails' weak point. Minato shouted urgently. Kakashi quickly gathered Raikiri, blue electricity slicing toward Rin's left shoulder. His hand trembled, yet he hesitated not. Knowing this was the only way to save Rin. The moment Raikiri struck Rin's shoulder, the Three Tails chakra became chaotic. Seizing the opportunity, Tsukiyo reinforced the sealing technique. Golden runes ensnaring the tailed beast's chakra, forcing it toward Rin's heart. Minato's chakra flowed into the array's center, and the unsealing array emitted a blinding light. Now, Tobarama, use your chakra to expel the Three Tails chakra. Tobarama gritted his teeth, channeling all his chakra into his right side. The pale green chakra surged like a sword, forcefully expelling the Three Tails chakra from Rin's heart. The light blue chakra of the tailed beast coalesced in the air, taking the form of the Three Tails, emitting an enraged roar. "Minato-senpai!" Tsukuyomi called out. Minato swiftly formed hand seals. Flying Thunder God technique. A golden light ensnared the Three-Tails Phantom, transporting it to the distant seaside where Konoha's ninjas awaited to reseal it. Once the Three-Tails chakra was drawn out, Rin finally exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the hospital bed. Tobirama, too, fell to the ground, the pale green chakra in his right side completely dissipating, revealing his pale skin. "We did it." Tsukuyomi slumped to the ground. Her shoulder wound reopening and bleeding, yet she smiled brightly. Kakashi removed his Sharingan, gazing at Rin on the hospital bed, his eyes filled with relief. Minato approached, ruffling Tobirama's hair. "You've done well, Tobirama. You survived and saved Rin. Truly an extraordinary ninja." Tobirama smiled faintly, closing his eyes. He was utterly exhausted and needed a good rest. When he awoke, he would take Rin and Tsukuyomi to see the cherry blossoms on the eastern hillside and practice ninjutsu with Kakashi, awaiting the day true peace would descend. Outside the medical station, the morning mist had dissipated, and the smoke of Konoha's cooking began to rise once more. Tsukuyomi gazed at the sun outside, silently thinking, "Tobirama, Rin, Kakashi, and Haiden, we will all live well." Chapter 18. Necklace. Reunion in the courtyard. OOC warning in the spring equinox of Konoha's 49th year. The smoke of war had completely dissipated in the wind. Tsukuyomi stood beneath Hokage Rock, her fingertips brushing over the newly minted Jonin emblem on her forehead protector. The metal edge still warm from forging, reminiscent of the warmth of Kakashi's hand when he had pinned it on her during her 18th birthday. The wind carried the sweet fragrance of cherry blossoms, marking her first spring free of alarm bells in her memory. The footsteps of patrolling ninjas echoed lightly on the stone path, as gentle as spring rain falling upon a wheat field. Outside the training ground's fence, 3 young ninjas clad in pale yellow uniforms were clumsily forming hand seals around a wooden post. As Tsukuyomi approached, she noticed a girl with twin ponytails crouched on the ground, tears streaming down her face, her grass-stained hands clutching a crumpled ninjutsu scroll. "Teacher, I messed up the hand seals for the fire release. Great fireball technique again." She knelt down, gently brushing away the tear stains on the girl's cheek. Suddenly recalling how 2 years ago, in the cave of the Kaminari Bridge, Rin had held her wrist in a similar fashion. The searing pain of tailed beast chakra transmitting through the fabric as she trembled and said, "Tsukimine, I can't hold on any longer. Do not rush." Shiyue gently adjusted Zainin's fingers back into the correct position, the pads of her fingers pressed against the child's warm knuckles. To perform the fire release technique, one must first gather chakra in the dantian, akin to how one would pile firewood when assisting mother at the stove, for the earth release. It requires sinking down to the soles of the feet, much like stabilizing oneself while picking tomatoes along the field's edge. This remark elicited laughter from the 3 children. Even the shyest little boy approached, clutching a scroll and whispering, "Teacher Shiyue, you became a Jonin at 18. Are you even more formidable than Kakashi-sensei?" "Kakashi-sensei is far more capable than I am." Shiyue chuckled and looked up, just in time to see a dark figure in an umbu uniform gliding beneath the cherry blossom tree. Kakashi was lifting a corner of his mask to hand an oil paper package to a patrolling ninja. He had grown significantly taller than 2 years ago, his broad shoulders capable of bearing the weight of the umbu's heavy armor. His Sharingan, usually concealed beneath his forehead protector, only revealed itself during missions, a gift from Obito, who had sacrificed half his life for it. In the past 2 years, Kakashi had successfully completed 17 S-rank missions without once tarnishing its honor. "Shiyue Jonin," Kakashi approached, his voice deeper than before, still holding the warm paper package. "Uncle Tsukumo asked me to bring this for you. He mentioned that when you visited last time, you praised his pickled plums for being sweeter than those at the market." Shiyue accepted the package, the aroma of the plums wafting through her fingertips, filling her heart with warmth. Despite being unable to walk for long due to an injury sustained while saving teammates, Uncle Tsukumo always remembered her favorite treats. "Do you have no missions today?" she inquired, glancing at the umbu emblem on Kakashi's shoulder. Umbu ninjas typically had an unyielding schedule, and moments of leisure like this in the afternoon were rarer than snow after a war. "I just finished a border cleanup mission." Kakashi leaned against the railing, his gaze fixed on the children in the training ground. "Master Minato said I hadn't rested properly for the past 6 months, so he granted me half a day off to visit Uncle Tsukumo." "Are these 3 little rascals freshly graduated from the Ninja Academy last week?" "Yes." I took them on their first D-rank mission yesterday, helping the old lady next door harvest radishes. Shiyue pointed to the children who were correcting each other as hand seals. Compared to our time, they are quite far behind. You were already recognized as a genius at 5, and Obito was impressive too. These little ones can't even transform correctly without turning into puppies. Mentioning Obito made Kakashi chuckle lightly. He pulled a crumpled scroll from his ninja tool pouch. Teasingly passing it over, Obito sent this with white Zetsu yesterday. He said ever since he won against the Sunigakure ninja in the Chunin exams. He has been flaunting his Chunin forehead protector, boasting that when he returns from this mission, he wants to have a match with me. Loser treats the other to Ichiraku's tonkatsu ramen with double chashu. Shiyue unfurled the scroll. Obito's haphazard handwriting immediately catching her eye. Kakashi, you expressionless face. This time I will definitely win. Last time, I let you win. Beside it was a doodle of a little figure sticking out its tongue, sporting a crooked Sharingan, with eyelashes drawn like 2 small mustaches. She couldn't help but laugh. Recalling how, on her first A-rank mission at 18, Obito had handed her a similarly doodled scroll, saying, Shiyue, if you're scared, just look at this. My winning charm is super spiritual. Oh, right. Kakashi suddenly stood upright, the hem of his umbu uniform falling neatly. Uncle Tsukiyo mentioned he wants us over for dinner tonight. He made rib stew, claiming it's to replenish you after a month of mentoring Genin. You've lost quite a bit of weight. I've already informed Obito and Rin. Just as Shiyue was about to respond, the bell signaling the end of the training session rang. The 3 little ninjas rushed over, tugging at her clothes, chattering excitedly. Teacher, can we learn the Flying Thunder God technique tomorrow? I want to be as fast as Lord Hokage. I want to learn Raikiri from Kakashi-sensei. The blue lightning looks so cool. Surrounded by the children, Kakashi surprisingly didn't exhibit his usual impatience. He pulled 3 fruit candies from his pocket, unwrapped them, and handed one to the smallest boy. His fingers brushing against the child's soft hair. You'll need to master chakra control before you can learn Raikiri. For now, practice the substitution technique until you can seal without thinking. Next time Shiyue-sensei praises your hand seals, I'll take you to observe umbu training. After the children scampered away with their candies, Shiyue gazed at Kakashi's retreating figure, suddenly realizing how swiftly time had passed. The boy who used to always insist on executing plans now knelt to converse with children. She recalled her 18th birthday when Uncle Tsukiyo had prepared a sukiyaki. Kakashi awkwardly handed her a kunai, stating it was sharpened with lightning chakra, sharper than an ordinary kunai. She knew it was a purchase he had saved up for over half a month. The midday sun hung high in the sky, its rays filtering through the cherry blossom branches, casting dappled shadows on the stone path. Shiyue and Kakashi walked side by side towards the Hitaki residence. As they passed the market, a vegetable-selling old lady cheerfully handed them 2 prickly cucumbers, saying, Shiyue dear, these are freshly picked, a snack for your little rascals. An elderly man from a tool shop leaned out, holding a polished kunai, calling out, Jonin-sama, next time let your students come here to learn weapon repair, for free. In the post-war Konoha, even the wind carried a reassuring scent, the very essence they yearned to grasp amidst the turmoil of war. In the yard of the Hitaki household, petals from the ancient cherry blossom tree fell upon the stone table, resembling a dusting of pink snow. Tsukiyo sat there, watering the cucumber vines. Upon noticing their arrival, he quickly set down the watering can. Shiyue, you're here? Come sit. I just brewed your favorite Gyokuro tea, still warm. Uncle Tsukiyo, didn't you practice your sword on the back mountain today? Shiyue approached, refilling the teacups on the stone table with hot water. She remembered how Tsukiyo loved to practice in the bamboo forest. The morning light filtering through the leaves onto the blade, one of her favorite sights to steal glances at as a child. Just returned from practice, Tsukiyo replied, placing his green bamboo sword aside, fresh bamboo shavings still clinging to the scabbard. With age, I can only practice for half an hour before needing a break. Look at those new bamboo shoots in the corner of the yard. We can use them for new sword scabbards next year. He gestured toward a cloth hanging on a line. I picked some greens this morning. Let Kakashi stir-fry some for you. Your favorite is simply stir-fried bok choy. Sounds great. Shiyue smiled, her gaze falling upon the verdant lettuce, sprouting scallions, and cucumber vines climbing the bamboo trellis, all lovingly tended by Tsukiyo. Last autumn, he had mentioned expanding the vegetable plot, saying, you youngsters are always busy with missions. It's good to have fresh vegetables at home so you can enjoy a warm meal when you return. Tsukiyo suddenly recalled something and called out to Kakashi. Bring out the sweet pickled plums I got from the market last time. Shiyue here, let her try them. Kakashi acknowledged and went inside. Tsukumo turned to Shiyue. His eyes filled with warmth. I heard you were promoted to Jonin last month, and you've become a mentor to Jinin? You've truly grown up. When you first came to our house, you were only as tall as my waist. Shiyue's cheeks flushed instantly, having lost her family at a young age. It was Uncle Tsukumo who had cared for her as she grew. When she was injured on her first mission, he stayed up all night preparing a hemostatic powder, saying, "A ninja must learn to protect themselves to protect others." Now, at 18, she could stand in the training ground, safeguarding 3 children smaller than her younger self. Oh, by the way, Tsukumo suddenly remembered something, pulling a red envelope from his pocket. Minato's official Hokage inauguration ceremony is next week. This is the invitation. You and Kakashi must attend. Tsuyu received the envelope, her fingertips grazing the embossed words Hokage, igniting a sudden warmth within her heart. 2 years prior, in the cavern, Obito had proclaimed his ambition to become Hokage, while Rin leaned against her, expressing her desire to become the medical chief, and Kakashi silently stood beside them, subtly adjusting his forehead protector. Now, Minato was set to become the 4th Hokage, and their dreams were advancing. We will certainly attend, Tsuyu carefully tucked the invitation away. They had also arranged with Obito to celebrate at Ichiraku after the ceremony. He had promised to treat them with the task rewards he had saved over 3 months. That boy remained as earnest as ever. Shuamao chuckled, recalling the last time Obito visited him, helping to repair the roof, nearly falling while climbing the ladder, yet stubbornly declaring, "Uncle Shuamao, don't worry, I will protect Kakashi and Rin, as well as Sister Tsuyu." Just then, Kakashi emerged with some pickled plums. And upon hearing this, a subtle smile danced at the corners of his mouth. He is indeed stubborn. During our last ninjutsu training, I let him have a slight advantage. Yet he boasted everywhere that he had defeated Kakashi. Even the nurses at the medical station knew of it. The 3 sat around a stone table, sunlight filtering through the cherry blossom trees, casting a golden hue upon their teacups. Tsuyu took a bite of the pickled plum, the sweet and sour flavor unfurling in her mouth, reminiscent of home. At 18, she finally had true family. As the afternoon breeze softened, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from beyond the gate. Obito, clad in an orange Chunin uniform, with his forehead protector swaying in the wind, burst in. "Uncle Shomao. Sister Tsuyu. Kakashi. I'm back." Rin followed closely behind, her light pink medical ninja uniform adorned with cherry blossom petals, holding a basket brimming with freshly picked strawberries. "Uncle Shuamao, these are strawberries from the eastern hillside. I picked the sweetest ones for you to try." Shuamao promptly invited them to sit, his gaze landing on Obito's Chunin forehead protector, his eyes crinkling with joy. "Just finished a mission? Are you tired? Have some water." Tsuyu just brewed tea. Not tired at all. This mission went exceptionally smoothly. Obito placed a paper bag on the stone table, revealing a corner of red bean cake. "I captured a rogue ninja at the border. This is the reward, your favorite red bean cake." He then pulled out a scroll and handed it to Tsuyu. His ears slightly flushed. "Sister Tsuyu, this is the sealing array I drew during the mission. Could you check it for any mistakes? I want to learn sealing techniques from you, so I can help Rin protect the medical station's ninjas." Tsuyu unfurled the scroll, noting that Obito's handwriting had improved significantly since 2 years ago. Although the lines of the sealing array were still a bit crooked, each stroke reflected his earnest effort. "You've made great progress." She pointed out a detail on the scroll. "This evil exorcising seal needs to be adjusted, otherwise it will leak chakra. Next time, I will draw a correct version for you." Obito immediately took out a pen, leaning over the stone table to diligently revise it, resembling a student fearful of reprimand. Rin sat beside them, assisting Shuamao in peeling strawberries, occasionally discussing matters of the medical station with Kakashi. She was currently learning medical ninjutsu under Tsunade's disciple and was already capable of independently treating cuts and chakra disorders. The last time Kakashi returned from an ANBU mission with an injured arm, she had healed him using her palm healing technique. As evening approached, Shuamao began preparing dinner. Tsuyu and Rin assisted in the kitchen, the sounds of chopping vegetables resonating like the crisp chimes of a training ground bell. Meanwhile, Obito and Kakashi practiced ninjutsu in the yard, Obito's Sharingan gleaming with 3 tomo, his speed significantly improved since 2 years ago, while the power of White Zetsu made his movements more agile. Kakashi's Raikiri was also more refined now, the blue lightning dancing at his fingertips, no longer spiraling out of control like during their encounter at the Kanabi Bridge. "Kakashi, this time I won't hold back." Obito's voice, carried by the wind, reached them as his figure suddenly vanished behind the cherry blossom tree. Kakashi, ever prepared, sidestepped effortlessly, the brilliance of Raikiri illuminating the falling petals. Who said you had to hold back? The last time you beat me, it was clearly because I let you win. Rin leaned against the kitchen window, watching the two boys spar among the cherry blossoms, smiling at Tsuyu. Look at them. They have such a good relationship, yet they always love to bicker. They're just stubborn yet soft-hearted, Tsuyu replied, lightly chopping radishes. The sound of the knife meeting the cutting board was gentle. The last time Kakashi had sustained serious injuries in the ANBU, he hadn't informed them. Upon discovering this, Obito had scolded him for being foolish while keeping vigil at the medical station all night, and even secretly exchanged his task rewards for medicinal herbs to replenish Kakashi's health. Rin's eyes glistened slightly, her fingers gripping the strawberry stem. How wonderful it is that we are all still alive, able to share dinner and admire the cherry blossoms together. During the war, I always feared waking up one day to find you all gone. Tsuyu set down her knife and clasped Rin's hand. At 18, her palms bore the calluses of training, yet they steadied the girl's hand with assurance. Do not worry, the war has ended, and we will all live well. You will become the medical chief, Obito will be Hokage, Kakashi will be the Yanbyu captain, and I will guide more genin, ensuring that the children of Konoha grow up in peace. The dinner table was set in the courtyard, the aroma of braised ribs mingling with the scent of cherry blossoms, wafting throughout the small yard. Shuo Mao sat at the head of the table, serving everyone a piece of rib. Tsuyu, you became a ninja at 18. You'll surely be busier from now on, so eat more meat. Obito, you're still growing, don't always think about training. Rin, your work at the medical station is demanding. Eat more strawberries to replenish your vitamins. Kakashi, don't just eat pickled plums, consume more vegetables. With his mouth full of rib, Obito spoke indistinctly. Uncle Shuo, once I become Hokage, I will invite you to the Hokage office for a meal, and the chef will prepare the best red bean cake for you. Laughter erupted among them. Even Kakashi, usually aloof, curved his lips into a smile. The neighbor, an old lady, heard their laughter and called out, Kakashi's family, it's so lively today. Would you like to try my dorayaki? After dinner, Obito and Rin headed back to the medical station, while Tsuyu and Kakashi accompanied them to the gate. Moonlight bathed the path. Cherry blossom petals fell onto their shoulders like a dusting of silver powder. Do not be late for Minato-sensei's inauguration ceremony next week, Tsuyu reminded them. I have already arranged with the owner of Ichiraku to reserve the place and prepare the largest bowl of ramen. Rest assured, I will definitely be the first to arrive. Obito waved, his orange uniform bright in the moonlight. I want to take a photo with Minato-sensei to hang in my room, so I can look at it every day and motivate myself to become Hokage soon. The four lingered at the gate, conversing for quite some time until the night breeze turned a bit chilly. As Tsuyu and Kakashi returned to the courtyard, Shuo Mao had already fallen asleep, wrapped in a thick coat on his wheelchair. Kakashi carefully lifted his father back inside, while Tsuyu pushed the wheelchair behind him. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the photos on the wall, pictures of Shuo Mao in his youth as a ninja, images of Kakashi as a child, and one from last winter, where 18-year-old Tsuyu stood in the center, flanked by Obito and Rin on one side, and Kakashi and Shuo Mao on the other, each face adorned with smiles. As they stepped out of the Hitaki household, the moonlight grew brighter. Tsuyu gazed at the distant Hokage rock, where Minato's statue was nearing completion, appearing particularly gentle under the moon's glow. At 18, she finally stood at the height she had once gazed up to, surrounded by family, comrades, children to protect, and a spring devoid of war. Chapter 19, Necklace. The Hokage's inauguration ceremony. The square beneath Hokage Rock was already filled with bustling figures. In the early summer of the 49th year of Konoha, the air still carried the sweet scent of fallen cherry blossoms, yet it bristled with an added fervor. Today marked Minato's official inauguration as the fourth Hokage, with children in the square holding flags adorned with yellow lightning, standing on tiptoes to catch a glimpse of Hokage Rock. Even the vendors selling candied hawthorn had adorned their stalls with extra strings of red sugar balls, claiming it would bring them the Hokage's good fortune. Tsuyu stood near the front of the crowd, her fingers tightly gripping the embossed invitation, the paper warmed by the heat of her palm. She donned a new white Jonin uniform, the emblem of the Jonin gleaming blindingly under the sunlight. Beside her, Kakashi remained in his Umbu attire, albeit uncharacteristically having removed the heavy shoulder guards. His right eye, hidden beneath his forehead protector, occasionally flickered in her direction, as if concerned she might be jostled by the throngs of people around them. Obito, in stark contrast, was a disheveled sight. His orange chunin jacket draped casually over his shoulder, grasping a half-eaten apple in one hand, and intermittently rising onto his toes to call out to the Hokage rock, "Minato-sensei, come out already." Rin quickly grasped his arm, the light pink sleeves of her medical uniform speckled with apple juice. She gently wiped it with a handkerchief, urging, "Obito, stop fooling around. The inauguration ceremony is about to commence. We might draw the ire of the Hokage's guard." Just as her words fell, the square fell into an unexpected hush. On the platform atop Hokage Rock, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, emerged, holding Minato's hand. Minato was clad in a pristine Hokage robe, the crimson fabric adorned with golden flame patterns, and the title of Hokage emblazoned on the back, shining vividly in the sunlight. His usually casual golden locks were neatly styled, with a few stray strands falling onto his forehead. Yet this did not diminish the composed demeanor of the once jovial teacher who had promised to teach them the Flying Thunder God technique. He was now truly assuming the mantle of protector of Konoha. Tsubaki felt a sudden warmth in her eyes. She reminisced about how Minato had toiled day and night for their missions on the battlefield. Now, she had not only become a Jonin, but was also able to lead the genin on missions, while Minato finally stood at the pinnacle of Konoha. Today, I, Namikaze Minato, take office as the fourth Hokage of Konoha. His voice resonated through the square via a sound amplification technique, gentle yet imbued with undeniable strength. In the wars of the past, we lost many comrades and precious things, but from this day forth, I will dedicate my life to safeguarding Konoha, to protect every individual who resides here, to uphold peace, and to shield my comrades. This is my promise to all the ninjas of Konoha and to every villager. The square erupted in thunderous applause, Obito raising his apple and clapping vigorously, nearly dropping the core. Rin's eyes sparkled, her handkerchief crumpled tightly in her grip. Kakashi's lips curled upwards for the rarest moment, his right eye beneath the forehead protector forming a crescent shape. Tsubaki watched as Minato accepted the Hokage hat from the third Hokage, the flame patterns on the hat echoing those on his robe. In that instant, she felt an undeniable sense of reliance on the newly established support of post-war Konoha. After the inauguration ceremony concluded, Minato was surrounded by villagers and ninjas offering their congratulations. Kushina pushed her way through the crowd, her vibrant red hair fluttering in the wind, carrying a fabric bag, and directly pulled Minato away from the throng. "Minato, don't chat with them. The beef stew I made is still in the pot. It'll burn if we delay. Tsubaki, Kakashi, Obito, Rin, come with me." Her boisterous nature remained unchanged, her hand firmly gripping Minato's wrist, inadvertently brushing against the back of his hand. Minato chuckled as he affectionately ruffled her hair. "Don't rush. I'll just tell the third Hokage I'll be right back." "What do you need to tell him?" "The third Hokage must already know we're having a gathering." Kushina shot him a glare but did not release her grip, turning to Tsubaki and the others with a smile. "I specifically made the dishes you love. Obito mentioned wanting to eat my red bean rice last time. I steamed a whole pot to ensure you can indulge." Obito's eyes lit up instantly. "Kushina, you're the best. Much better than Kakashi, that stoic guy. Last time, he lost to me in ninjutsu, but didn't he treat me to ramen?" Kakashi raised an eyebrow. "Who didn't he treat? You were the one who said you'd take me out to eat when you won next time." "What? Are you trying to backtrack now?" "I am not." Obito immediately bristled, ready to argue with Kakashi when Rin intervened. "All right, stop bickering. Let us hurry to Kushina's house before the food really burns." Tsubaki also smiled as she tugged on Kakashi's arm, thinking about how he hadn't changed a bit since childhood. She gazed at the slightly taller boy beside her, her heart swelling with nostalgia. The Namikaze residence was nestled at the far end of the Hokage residential area, a two-story wooden house with a small yard, where a few sunflowers swayed toward the sun, their golden petals radiant. Kushina pushed open the gate and placed the fabric bag onto the entrance cabinet, darting into the kitchen. "You all sit down. I'll check on the beef." Minato followed her inside, shaking his head in exasperation, yet still accompanying her. "Let me help. Don't burn the pot again." "Who burned the pot?" came Kushina's retort from the kitchen, followed by the cheerful clatter of spatulas, occasionally interspersed with Minato's warm laughter. Tsubaki sat on the tatami in the living room, gazing toward the kitchen, feeling a comforting warmth envelop her. This must be what home feels like, filled with the aroma of cooking, playful banter, and the tenderness hidden in the details. Rin sat beside her, holding a freshly picked sunflower petal, gently placing it on the tatami. Tsubaki-ne, look at Kushina-ne and Minato-sensei. They're so wonderful together. Indeed, Tsubaki nodded, her gaze settling on a photograph hanging on the wall of the living room. It depicted Minato and Kushina together, with Kushina frowning as she held up a freshly made rice ball, while Minato, smiling, helped wipe a grain of rice from the corner of her mouth. Their closeness was unmistakable. They had been together since their ninja academy days, and Kushina often remarked that Minato was too gentle and would easily be taken advantage of. Yet she always reserved the best for him. Obito leaned over the tatami, flipping through the ninjutsu scrolls laid out on the table, muttering, "Once I become Hokage, I'll find a partner as formidable as Kushina-ne. No, I want to be even more powerful than Minato-sensei and teach my students the flying thunder god technique." Kakashi, leaning against the wall, observed Obito's back with a smirk. "With your current body flicker technique, you think you can teach students the flying thunder god? You should first master the substitution technique without crashing into trees. Are you looking for a fight, Kakashi?" Obito sprang up from the tatami, ready to confront Kakashi, but Tsubaki quickly pulled him back. "Stop it, Kushina-ne is about to serve the food." Indeed, a call from the kitchen rang out. "Dinner is ready. Come help serve." Everyone rushed into the kitchen, Tsubaki lifting a pot of beef stew, the rich aroma instantly filling her nostrils. The beef was tender and the potatoes soaked in the broth, promising a delightful meal. Rin carried a plate of cucumber salad garnished with sesame seeds, refreshing and appetizing. Kakashi picked up the pot of red bean rice, the dark red grains mingling with sweet red beans, a favorite of Obito's. Obito insisted on handling the plate of braised pork, only to recoil from the heat as soon as he touched it. Kushina playfully tapped his head. "Clumsy, let me handle it." Minato carefully carried a bowl of soup, following Kushina closely, wary of her tripping over the mat beneath her. At the dining table, Kushina placed a generous piece of beef into Minato's bowl. "Minato, you must be exhausted today. Eat more to replenish your chakra." "You should eat too." Minato returned the favor, placing the beef back into her bowl, meticulously removing the sinews. "You've been cooking all afternoon. You are even more tired than I am." "Who is tired? I'm a ninja capable of battling the three tails," Kushina protested, though she still consumed the piece of beef, a bit of broth staining the corner of her mouth. Minato reached for a handkerchief, gently wiping it clean, his actions natural and affectionate, causing Obito to cover his eyes. "Oh no, Minato-sensei, stop flaunting your affection. It's ruining my appetite." Rin quickly covered his mouth, her cheeks tinged with pink. "Obito, don't say such things." Yet Kushina seemed unfazed, leaning closer to Minato with a smile. "What is wrong with us showing affection? If you have the capability, find someone to show off with too. But with your clumsy nature, I doubt anyone would want to partner with you." Obito's eyes widened in disbelief. "I am not clumsy. Last time on a mission, I even saved a little ninja from Sunagakure." "Rin, you agree, right?" Lin smiled and nodded, acknowledging, "Yes, yes, yes, Obito is indeed impressive. However, it would be even better if you could refrain from losing the ninja tool pouch during the next mission." Laughter erupted around the dining table, filling the atmosphere with warmth and merriment. Tsuyu ladled a spoonful of soup, the comforting warmth sliding down her throat with a hint of scallion flavor. Suddenly, she was reminded of the sukiyaki pot that Uncle Shaw-mo used to make, a wave of warmth enveloping her heart. Having grown up without family, it was Minato who had embraced her as a sister, and Shaw-mo who had treated her like a daughter. Now, she also had Kakashi, Obito, and Lin as companions. She had finally found a true home. "Tsuyu," Minato suddenly turned to her, his eyes filled with pride. "I heard the 3 genin you mentored last month made remarkable progress. Even the teachers at the Ninja Academy praised your teaching skills." "It's all thanks to the children's efforts," Tsuyu replied, slightly embarrassed. "I merely shared the methods you taught me, allowing them to practice gradually." "The fact that you can apply my methods in your teaching signifies that you truly understand them," Minato smiled, serving a piece of braised pork to Kushina. "If you ever face any difficulties, feel free to approach me. Whether it concerns genin matters or jonin missions, I am here to assist you." Kushina chimed in, "Exactly. Tsuyu, don't hesitate. If those 3 little rascals misbehave, just let me know, and I will discipline them. During my time at the Ninja Academy, not even the boys dared to cross me." "Kushina-senpai, please don't frighten the children," Lin laughed. "Tsuyu-senpai teaches with great patience. Last time I visited the training ground, I saw her crouching down to help a young ninja correct their hand seals. Kakashi set down his chopsticks, unusually vocal. Tsuyu teaches exceptionally well. Dealing with children is not something I can handle. That's just your lack of patience. Obito immediately retorted. Sister Tsuyu is much gentler than you. Last time I practiced the sealing technique and made several mistakes, but she didn't scold me at all. Instead, she helped me revise the scroll. What about you? All right. Enough bickering, Minato quickly interjected, serving each of them a portion of red bean rice. Let us not argue during dinner. Otherwise, Kushina's red bean rice might lose its flavor. Kushina shot them a stern look. If you keep arguing, I'll kick both of you out. I won't serve my red bean rice to those who quarrel. Obito and Kakashi immediately fell silent, bowing their heads as they ate their red bean rice, resembling two children chastised by their teacher, which elicited laughter from everyone. After dinner, Kushina brewed a pot of tea, and they all gathered by the sunflowers in the courtyard for a chat. The moonlight bathed the yard, elongating their shadows, while the sunflower petals swayed gently in the night breeze, producing a soft, rustling sound. Leaning against a pillar with a teacup in hand, Obito suddenly declared earnestly, Minato-sensei, I will definitely become Hokage in the future, just like you, to protect Konoha and everyone. Minato gazed at him, his eyes filled with anticipation. Obito, I believe you can achieve it. However, becoming Hokage is not merely about words. It requires immense effort and the ability to shoulder responsibilities. You are already a Chunin. It's time to mature a bit and stop being so impulsive. I understand. Obito nodded vigorously. I practice ninjutsu daily and am learning sealing techniques from Sister Tsuyu. Next time during the Chunin exam, I will undoubtedly take first place. Lin smiled. Obito has indeed been working hard lately. During the last mission, he even volunteered to help the medical station carry supplies without a single complaint. Of course, Obito proudly lifted his chin. I'm destined to become Hokage. How could I complain? Kakashi leaned against another pillar, observing Obito's demeanor, a rare genuine smile gracing his lips. If only you could channel that enthusiasm for practicing ninjutsu into organizing your tool pouch. Kakashi, you're picking on me again. Obito shot him an incredulous glare, though not genuinely angry, instead leaning in to ask, by the way, when will you teach me the new technique for Raikiri that you mentioned last time? I believe my chakra control is quite good now. Only when you can complete all the hand seals for the lightning release technique in 10 minutes. Kakashi replied leisurely. 10 minutes? That's too easy. I can do it in 5 minutes. Obito exclaimed, jumping up, eager to drag Kakashi to the training ground for a match. Tsuyu quickly held him back. Stop it. It's already night. The training ground is closed. We can have a match tomorrow. Kushina leaned against Minato's shoulder, absent-mindedly playing with a strand of her red hair, watching their playful banter with a smile. I truly envy you all, being so young and having so many companions together. During my time at the Ninja Academy, aside from Minato, I hardly had anyone to play with. That's because you were too fierce. The boys were scared of you. Minato chuckled, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Am I fierce? Kushina shot him a glare, but didn't he push his hand away. I was just protecting myself. If I hadn't been a bit fierce, those boys would have bullied me long ago. But after I met you, no one dared to bully me anymore. Minato's gaze softened as he held Kushina's hand, his fingertips gently brushing against her palm. No one will bully you in the future. I will always protect you. Protect Konoha and everyone we care about. Kushina's cheeks flushed slightly as she turned her face away, yet she held Minato's hand tightly. Who needs your protection? I can protect myself. But if you insist on protecting me, I don't mind. Tsuyu observed them with a wave of tenderness washing over her. She recalled her 18th birthday, the sukiyaki pot that Uncle Shuaemo had prepared, the kunai Kakashi had handed her, the victory symbol drawn by Obito, and Lin's gentle care when bandaging her wounds. These individuals were the most precious family in her life. Lin gently nudged Tsuyu's arm. Sister Tsuyu, what are you thinking about? Nothing much. Tsuyu smiled and shook her head. I just feel that everything right now is truly wonderful. Yes, Lin nodded, her gaze resting on the sunflowers in the courtyard. During the war, I was always afraid that one day I would wake up and no longer see you all. But now, the war is over. Minato-sensei has become Hokage, and we are all still together. It's truly wonderful. We will always be together, Tsuyu smiled. You will become the head of the medical department, Obito will be Hokage, Kakashi will lead the Umbu, and I will guide more genin. We will all realize our dreams and live well. Obito and Kakashi continued to debate the details of their match tomorrow, while Minato and Kushina shared quiet conversations. The moonlight enveloped them like a gentle veil. Tsuyu gazed at everything before her and suddenly felt that in the aftermath of war, Konoha had not only regained peace, but also something far more precious: companionship, family, and hope for the future. As night deepened, everyone prepared to leave. Obito was still discussing with Minato about teaching him the basics of the Flying Thunder God technique tomorrow. Kushina playfully handed him a large bag of red bean rice, saying, "Take this. Eat it while practicing ninjutsu tomorrow. Don't fight with Kakashi over food again." Lin received a box of ointment from Kushina. "This is something I had someone buy from the border of the Land of Fire. It's very effective for treating knife wounds. You can use it at the medical station." Minato accompanied Tsuyu and Kakashi to the entrance. Looking into their eyes, "Umbu missions are very dangerous, Kakashi. Take care of yourself and don't shoulder everything alone. Tsuyu, teaching genin can be arduous, but remember to rest and not overexert yourself." "Understood, Minato-sensei and senpai." They both nodded in unison. As they walked along the path home, the moonlight cast shadows on the stone pavement. Kakashi suddenly spoke up. "When you visit Lin at the medical station tomorrow, remember to bring Obito a bowl of Ichiraku ramen with double chashu." "Yes," Tsuyu smiled and nodded. "And I'll challenge him to a match to show him I didn't go easy on him." Kakashi smirked. "That's natural. This time, I will definitely win." The night breeze carried the scent of sunflowers, and in the distance, the Hokage rock stood proudly, Minato's statue appearing particularly gentle in the moonlight. As Ujetsu gazed at Kakashi beside her, memories of the lively dinner table and the laughter in the courtyard flooded her mind. She suddenly felt that having such companions, such family, and experiencing this peace at the age of 18 was indeed the greatest fortune. She understood that the future might bring difficulties and challenges, but as long as these people were by her side, as long as they remained together, nothing could bring them down. They were ninjas of Konoha, each other's most cherished companions, destined to protect this era filled with sunshine and sunflowers. Chapter 20, Necklace. The son of Konoha's newborn, a warning for out-of-character content. The winter snow in Konoha arrived earlier than usual this year. On a December morning, delicate frost adorned the window panes. Kushina, bundled in a thick coat, sat in the courtyard, cradling a bowl of warm sour plum soup. Yet she had not consumed it as heartily as she usually would. For the past 2 weeks, she had felt utterly drained, lacking appetite for most foods, with the exception of anything sour. Even the sweet persimmons Minato had brought home yesterday were pushed aside with a frown. "Why are you only having a couple of sips?" Minato asked as he stepped outside, holding a cup of freshly warmed milk, still clad in his Hokage cloak, evidently just returned from the Hokage office. He crouched down and gently touched Kushina's forehead, relieved to find she wasn't feverish. "Did Rin not mention that your chakra has been unstable lately? She advised you to eat more nutritious food. Who wants to eat that greasy stuff?" Kushina pouted, placing the bowl of sour plum soup on the stone table, her fingers unconsciously brushing her abdomen. "I just feel so tired. Yesterday, helping the old lady next door with her bedding left me breathless after just 2 quilts. I am a member of the Uzumaki clan. I used to carry the 9 tails and run 3 miles without breaking a sweat. Now I feel as weak as an ordinary pregnant woman." As soon as she uttered those words, she halted, realizing the implication. Minato blinked. Then his eyes sparkled with excitement as he grasped Kushina's hand, trembling slightly. "Kushina, are you? How would I know?" Kushina's cheeks flushed instantly. Yet she did not withdraw her hand. She had merely spoken thoughtlessly. But the recent absence of her monthly cycle and the occasional waves of nausea made her heart race unexpectedly. Without further ado, Minato scooped her up and dashed toward the medical station, the hem of his Hokage cloak sweeping through the snow, leaving a trail of hurried footprints. He even forgot to use the Flying Thunder God technique, feeling that the person in his arms was more important than any mission. Inside the medical station, the medical ninjas were busy tending to injured patients. Upon seeing Minato burst in with Kushina, they rushed forward. "Hokage-sama, what happened to Miss Kushina? Please check on her." Minato's voice trembled with concern as he carefully laid Kushina on the examination bed. "She has been excessively sleepy, has a craving for sour foods, and her monthly cycle has been delayed." The medical ninja quickly retrieved a pulse pillow, placing their fingers on Kushina's wrist. Moments later, a look of astonishment spread across their face. "Congratulations, Mrs. Kushina. You are pregnant, likely over a month along." Kushina sat on the bed, staring at her abdomen, speechless for a long moment, before tears suddenly streamed down her face. Minato quickly knelt before her, gently wiping her tears with his sleeve. His voice soft enough to melt the winter snow. Why are you crying? Are you uncomfortable? Did I hurt you by running too fast? You idiot, Kushina playfully hit him, though not with much force. I'm happy, Minato. We're going to have a child. Yes, Minato replied, holding her hand, his fingertips brushing her skin tenderly, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. From now on, I will decline all unimportant missions, spending every day with you for meals and walks. Tsunade-senpai says pregnant women should maintain a good mood. I'll bring the Hokage office's paperwork home to handle, okay? I don't need you to stick around all the time. Kushina retorted, her tone stubborn, yet she buried her face in his neck. But if you dare go on a mission while I'm giving birth, I'll turn your Hokage cloak into rags. I wouldn't dream of it, Minato laughed, running his fingers through her hair, his nose brushing against her vibrant red locks. From now on, you and the child will be my top priority, more important than protecting Konoha. After all, you both are part of Konoha. And protecting you means protecting our village. On the day the news spread, Ugetsu, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin rushed over immediately. Obito carried a bag taller than himself and exclaimed upon entering, Kushina-Nizen, I brought a gift for my little nephew. Look at this. He pulled out a scroll covered in doodles, depicting a baby with yellow hair and a lightning bolt drawn on its forehead, stating, This child will be as formidable as Sensei Minato and will master the Flying Thunder God technique. Rin held a bamboo basket filled with dried herbs for stabilizing pregnancy, having specially gathered them from the eastern hillside. This is the herb Tsunade-senpai taught me to recognize. Brewing it will stabilize chakra. I've dried it thoroughly. Just a bit every day is good for the baby. Ugetsu stood nearby, holding a small garment she had sewn by hand, adorned with tiny flame patterns mimicking the Hokage cloak. I'm not very skilled with needlework, so it's a bit crooked, but it's soft and should be comfortable for the baby. Kakashi leaned against the doorframe, holding a wooden box. Noticing everyone's attention on him, he awkwardly extended it. Inside are small ninja tools I crafted from wood using lightning release chakra. They're not sharp, so the baby can play with them without getting hurt. Ugetsu looked at the small kunai and shuriken inside the box and couldn't help but smile. I didn't know you could make these. It's quite thoughtful of you. Kakashi's ears turned slightly red, and he fell silent, his gaze lingering on Ugetsu's beaming face, softening the look in his right eye beneath his forehead protector. Minato welcomed everyone into the living room, brewing tea while Kushina, reclining on the sofa and caressing her belly, chatted with them. Obito, you better not teach my child your reckless jutsu. Last time, your great fireball technique burned down the training grounds fence, and you still haven't compensated for it. That was an accident. Obito retorted, flaring up. I'll teach the kid proper jutsu, far surpassing Kakashi's Raikiri. Just you? Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Let us see you master the body replacement technique without crashing into walls first. Are you asking for a fight, Kakashi? Obito was about to leap up when Rin pulled him back. Calm down. Kushina-Nizen needs her rest. What if you disturb the baby? Laughter erupted among them, the atmosphere in the living room warm and inviting. Minato observed the scene before him, his heart swelling with warmth. He once believed that post-war peace merely signified the absence of conflict, but now, with Kushina by his side, their impending child, and these companions, he realized that true peace is found in the presence of family and friends, cherishing each day while sharing smiles with loved ones. As the days passed, spring in Konoha turned into summer, and before long, October arrived. Kushina's belly had grown large, making movement increasingly cumbersome. Minato had nearly declined all S-rank missions, accompanying her on walks every morning, preparing her favorite sour noodle soup at noon, and massaging her legs in the evening. He even tried to shorten meetings in the Hokage office, fearing that something might happen to Kushina while she was alone at home. On the night of October 9th, Kushina suddenly began experiencing labor pains. Minato immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique to bring the midwife, who was renowned for her experience, to their home. The midwife had assisted in the births of many ninjas, including Kakashi. Outside the bedroom, Minato paced back and forth, towel clenched in his hand, drenched in sweat, his heart aching as he heard Kushina's cries of pain. Ugetsu, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin had arrived as well, waiting anxiously in the living room. Obito, unable to sit still, kept inching toward the bedroom door, muttering, "Why is it taking so long? Is Kushina-Nizen going to be okay?" "Don't worry," Rin reassured him, gripping his arm steadily. "The midwife is very experienced, and Kushina-Nizen is strong. She'll be fine." Chiyue leaned against the wall, observing the anxious silhouette of Minato, and reminisced about the calm demeanor he exhibited when teaching her ninjutsu in the past. Regardless of how formidable the enemy was, he would always reassure her with a smile, urging her not to panic and to follow the plan. Yet now, as he awaited the birth of their child, he was as tense as a genin on their inaugural mission. Sensei, Kakashi approached, handing him a cup of warm water. Kushina is very strong, and the baby will be healthy. Minato accepted the cup, his fingers trembling slightly, but he nodded in acknowledgement. I know. It's just that hearing her in pain makes me feel helpless, unable to do anything but wait outside. He recalled the countless times he had led her to safety during perilous encounters. However, faced with the agony of childbirth, he could only clench his fists, powerless to share even a fraction of her burden. Time passed, though it felt interminable, until a sudden, resounding cry of a newborn pierced through the quiet of the bedroom. Minato's head snapped up, and he rushed towards the door, halting just before it, gently knocking. Obasan, can I come in? Yes, Lord Hokage, you may enter, came the cheerful reply from Biwako. Minato opened the door and was met with the sight of Kushina, pale and drenched in sweat, yet smiling at him. Biwako cradled a baby wrapped in a red blanket, approaching Minato and presenting the child. It's a boy, healthy and robust. His cries are loud. He will surely be a formidable ninja. Minato took the baby with utmost care, as if handling a fragile treasure. The infant's eyes were closed, tiny fists clenched, with faint whirlpool markings on his forehead, a testament to his Uzumaki heritage. He knelt beside Kushina, his voice thick with emotion. Kushina, you've endured so much. You are braver than any ninja. Fool, Kushina replied weakly, reaching out to caress Minato's cheek. Why are you crying? I'm your wife. This pain is nothing. Her gaze softened as she looked at their child. Let us give him a name. Minato gazed at the baby, then at Kushina, recalling their vow to raise their child in a peaceful world, hoping he would be as warm as the sun. Let us name him Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto. I hope he shines like the dawn's sun, bringing light to Konoha, and that he always lives with a smile. Naruto is a good name, Kushina agreed, gently brushing her finger against the baby's small hand, which immediately grasped her finger tightly. Unbeknownst to them, Chiyue and the others stood at the door, witnessing the tender scene unfold, smiles gracing their faces. Obito wiped his eyes and whispered, Naruto will be my apprentice. I will teach him the flying Raijin and the great fireball, making him even more powerful than Minato-sensei. Rin chimed in, then I shall teach Naruto medical ninjutsu, so he can protect others and himself. Kakashi leaned against the doorframe, glancing at the swaddled Naruto, a rare smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I will teach him Raikiri, how to wield ninja tools, ensuring he won't be as helpless as I was in my youth. Chiyue looked at them, her heart swelling with emotion. She recalled the spring of Konoha's 49th year, just after the smoke of the Valley of the End had cleared, standing beneath Hokage Rock, touching her newly acquired Jonin insignia. At that moment, she had no inkling of the precious things peace would bring. Minato becoming Hokage, Kushina giving birth to Naruto, Obito striving for his Hokage dream, Rin's medical skills flourishing, and Kakashi gradually emerging from the shadows of his past. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the bedroom window. Minato sat on the edge of the bed, cradling Naruto, while Kushina leaned against his shoulder, gazing at their peacefully sleeping child. Naruto smacked his lips, seemingly lost in a delightful dream, his tiny body gently rising and falling with each breath. One day, I will pass on the mantle of Hokage to Naruto, Minato whispered, lightly touching the baby's forehead, wishing for him to safeguard this peaceful Konoha and those he cherished. You think too far ahead, Kushina smiled, playfully pinching him. You should focus on being a good Hokage first. Yet, nestled in Minato's embrace, her voice softened. With you and Naruto by my side, I feel happier than being Hokage. Minato lowered his head, placing a tender kiss on Kushina's forehead. The sunlight enveloped them like a warm veil. I, too, realized that to protect Konoha is not merely to safeguard the village, but to protect my family, to cherish each child born into this peace, like Naruto. In the living room, Chiyue was tidying up the baby supplies while Obito compared his drawing of Naruto as Hokage beside the infant, muttering about how Naruto was to learn ninjutsu from him. Rin was in the kitchen, preparing nourishing chicken soup for Kushina, the aroma wafting throughout the house. Kakashi sat on the sofa, occasionally glancing toward the bedroom, his eyes beneath the forehead protector filled with warmth. On October 10th, 51 years into the era of Konoha, Uzumaki Naruto was born. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze swept through, as the war-torn Konoha welcomed new life and renewed hope. Minato knew that for Kushina, for Naruto, and for his comrades, he would dedicate his life to preserving this peace, this home filled with sunshine and warmth. And Shiyue, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin understood that they would stand by Minato, watching Naruto grow, witnessing Konoha flourish, ensuring that this peace, forged through war, would endure eternally. Chapter 21. The Necklace. In the autumn of Konoha, tranquility reigned. After the first autumn rain, the cobblestone streets still bore a hint of moisture, and the air was infused with the scent of leather from the ninja tool shop mingling with the aroma of miso wafting from every home, leisurely circling Hokage Rock. As Shiyue strolled past a street corner with a bamboo basket, she caught sight of the slightly ajar wooden door of the Hitaki residence. The fresh sea bream she had just purchased still bore traces of ice, prompting her to quicken her pace. Uncle Tsukuyo must be sharpening his blade in the yard, and Kakashi, per his umbu schedule, should be returning at dusk. Upon pushing the door open, she indeed found Tsukuyo seated on a wooden bench beneath the eaves, meticulously polishing his iconic white-toothed short sword with a fine cloth. The blade glinted coldly in the evening sun, devoid of even a single water stain. Noticing Shiyue's arrival, the elder looked up, the lines around his eyes crinkling with a smile. "You've come? I was just telling Kakashi that you would bring the bream today. He said it was delicious last time." Shiyue placed the bamboo basket at the kitchen entrance, responding with a smile. "I chose a large one after hearing the fishmonger mention fresh catches this morning." "Uncle Tsukuyo, you didn't go to the training ground today?" she inquired, rolling up her sleeves to take out vegetables, tofu, and a small jar of miso, all of which were Kakashi's favorites. "At my age, I can't be running around every day," Tsukuyo replied, setting down the short sword and watching her expertly rinse the rice. "Besides, Kakashi is in Umbu now. I can stay home and ensure he has a warm meal when he returns. But you, why do you come to my home so often? Aren't there enough jonin tasks in Konoha?" Shiyue paused her rinsing, water flowing through her fingers into the basin with a gentle sound. "There haven't been many urgent tasks lately, and I worry about you and Kakashi." Just then, soft footsteps echoed from outside the yard, and Shiyue looked up to see Kakashi entering, dressed in his umbu black uniform, with a silver forehead protector fastened at his collar. He bore the fatigue of just completing a mission, a hint of dust on his sleeves. However, upon seeing Shiyue, his eyes softened beneath the protector. "Sister Shiyue, back already?" Shiyue wiped her hands and retrieved a clean towel from the cabinet, handing it to him. "Wipe your face first. Dinner will be ready soon. I made your favorite bream miso soup today." Kakashi took the towel, their fingers brushing inadvertently, the warm contact causing him to pause momentarily before quickly withdrawing, lowering his head to wipe his face. "Yes, I took Itachi on a mission today. It was his first time in Umbu, and he was a bit nervous." "Itachi? The Uchiha boy?" He was taken aback. Wasn't she merely 11? Wasn't it too early for her to join the Umbu? With a remarkable talent, Kakashi stepped under the eaves, taking a seat beside Shumo, sipping the chilled tea on the table. It felt stifling, reminiscent of the days of his youth. As he spoke, his gaze involuntarily drifted toward the kitchen, where he was bending down to tidy up the fish. The hem of her off-white kimono swept across the floor, and sunlight cascaded upon her head, casting a shimmering dust of gold upon her hair. Shumo noticed this and cleared his throat softly. Kakashi immediately averted his gaze, feigning interest in the maple tree outside. The elder chose not to address the matter directly, but resumed polishing his short knife, fully aware that over the past 2 years, Kakashi's way of looking at you had transformed from that of a mere sister to something deeper, a concern, a tension reminiscent of how he once gazed at Kakashi's mother. At dinner, the table was adorned with sea bream miso soup, fried chicken pieces, and a plate of cold cucumber salad. You delicately placed a piece of fish, expertly deboned, into Kakashi's bowl. "Eat more. Umbu missions require stamina," she encouraged. She then offered Shumo a piece of fried chicken. "Uncle, you should also have some. This chicken is marinated in honey, not greasy." Kakashi lowered his head, savoring the fish. The freshness of the miso mingled with the tender fish in his mouth, evoking memories of his childhood when he had just become a jonin, and you had recently been promoted to chunin, always inviting him, Obito, and Rin to share meals together. However, now, both Obito and Rin had their own responsibilities, while you retained her attentiveness to his preferences. Today, Itachi asked me why someone is always waiting for me with a meal when I return from missions, Kakashi suddenly stated. His voice not loud, yet causing both individuals at the table to pause. I told him it's because my sister takes care of me. You chuckled, ruffling his hair affectionately, just like she used to in their childhood. You're 17 now, yet you still call me your sister. She did not notice the slight reddening of Kakashi's ears at her touch, nor did she see Shumo quietly set down his chopsticks, glancing between the two. After dinner, as you began to clear the dishes, Kakashi volunteered to assist with the washing. The kitchen was small, and they stood side by side at the sink, the sound of running water filling the air. You handed a dish to Kakashi, smiling as she remarked, "You've become much more diligent than before. Back then, getting you to wash a dish would have required you to concoct excuses to sneak off and watch Intimate Paradise. That was in the past," Kakashi replied, taking the dish. The gentle sound of the sponge gliding across the surface broke the quiet. Turning his head, he observed Yu's profile, her long eyelashes casting delicate shadows in the light, her slightly upturned nose, and the smile lingering at the corner of her lips. He suddenly felt that even an eternity would not suffice for such moments. By the way, next week is Naruto's 3rd birthday. Kushina asked me to inquire if you would come, Yu continued, oblivious to his unusual demeanor. She mentioned she wanted you to join. Naruto can now call you Kakashi and last time he even tugged at your sleeve. Of course, I'll go, Kakashi replied promptly, and I'll bring him his favorite candies. After a brief pause, he added, will you be going, sister Yu? Absolutely. I've even sewn him a little jacket adorned with a 9-tailed motif. She said with a smile, but don't mention this to Obito. If he finds out, he'll surely complain that I'm being biased. Upon mentioning Obito, a silence enveloped them. He was still striving to become Hokage, occasionally visiting the Hitaki household, and every time he saw you, he would grumble about her treating Kakashi too well, as if raising a younger brother. You had always perceived this as the definition of their relationship. She was the elder sister, 5 years his senior, and he was the younger brother in need of care. Yet, Kakashi had a different perspective. Since that fateful winter of 52 in Konoha, when he was injured on a mission and you had kept vigil at his bedside for 3 days and nights, bathing his face and administering his medicine. From the times she kept the lights on waiting for him to return home, reheating meals again and again. From her recollection of his aversion to onions and his fondness for sweet fried chicken, and her awareness of his old injury locations, his feelings had shifted from mere dependence to a profound affection, a desire to protect her, and a wish for her to see him as more than just her younger brother. Once the dishes were washed, you prepared to take her leave. Shumo called out to her from the courtyard, "You, the wind is strong outside. Let Kakashi accompany you home." "No, uncle, my home is close by." You waved her hand dismissively. "Kakashi is tired today, let him rest early." "It's fine," Kakashi interjected, already donning his coat and approaching her side. "I'll walk you back." Though you intended to refuse, Kakashi gently tugged at her sleeve with a lightness that bore an undeniable insistence, prompting her to acquiesce with a nod. Very well then. As they strolled through the night, the streets of Konoha lay tranquil, illuminated solely by the soft glow of street lamps that elongated their shadows. You walked ahead, while Kakashi trailed behind, his heart brimming with unspoken words. He clenched his fists, finally voicing, "Sister Yu." You paused, turning to face him. "What is it?" The lamplight illuminated Kakashi's face, revealing a clarity in his right eye beneath the forehead protector, devoid of its usual languor, replaced by a rare earnestness, tinged with a hint of anxiety. "I have something to tell you." Yu was momentarily taken aback. Seeing his serious expression, she too subdued her smile. "Go on, I'm listening." "I don't see you as just a sister." Kakashi's voice trembled slightly, yet remained clear. "I never have." Yu's heart skipped a beat, instinctively taking a step back, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Kakashi, what are you saying? We are not siblings." Kakashi stepped closer, narrowing the distance between them. He could smell the faint scent of cherry blossoms from Yu, the fragrance of her laundry soap. "Sister Yu, I love you, not as a brother loves a sister, but as a man loves a woman. Stop saying such things." Yu averted her gaze in panic, her hands gripping the hem of her kimono tightly. "You're only 17. I'm 5 years older than you. You merely depend on me. Once you mature, you'll understand that this isn't love." Her voice wavered, and she herself was uncertain whether she was trying to convince Kakashi or herself. "I'm not speaking nonsense." Kakashi reached out, gently grasping her wrist. His palm radiated warmth, making you want to pull away, yet he held her tighter. "From the moment you stayed by my side when I was injured, From every time you waited for me to return home, I have loved you. I know you think I'm young, but I've executed missions in the Umbu, taken lives, and protected the village. I'm no longer the child needing your care." Finally lifting her gaze, Yu's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. "We've known each other for so long. I've watched you grow, become a jonin, join the Umbu. I've always seen you as my younger brother. Is your kindness towards me solely because I'm your brother?" Kakashi's voice lowered, tinged with a hint of grievance. "You remember that I don't eat onions, that I love sweet fried chicken, that you recall where my old injuries are. Was that just because I'm your brother? Sister Yu, have you ever considered that your care for me might extend beyond that of a sister for her brother?" Yu was momentarily speechless. She indeed remembered all his preferences, worried when he returned late, felt a pang of concern when he was injured. Yet she had always attributed these feelings to a sister's care for her brother, never contemplating other possibilities. She opened her mouth to respond, but the words failed to escape. Observing her hesitation, Kakashi's courage surged. He released her wrist and gently placed his hand on her shoulder, leaning down to meet her gaze. Her eyes sparkled, glistening with unshed tears, which only fortified his resolve. "Sister Yu," he called softly, his tone imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. "I know you believe age is an obstacle, but I do not care. I wish to be with you, to savor your cooking every day, to see you waiting for me each time I return from a mission, and to have you see me as more than just your younger brother." Shiyue wished to articulate something more, but was suddenly drawn closer by Kakashi, who gently lowered his head, his lips brushing softly against her forehead, light, tender, imbued with youthful innocence yet undeniably resolute. Shiyue stood frozen, her mind a blank canvas. The warmth radiating from her forehead and the faint scent of soapberry from Kakashi enveloped her senses, causing her heart to race as if it might burst. She could feel Kakashi's hand trembling slightly, hear the rapid cadence of his breath, and notice the tips of his ears blushing a deep crimson beneath his headband. After a few moments, Kakashi slowly released her, stepping back, his eyes filled with tension and a hint of anticipation. "Shiyue." Finally, Shiyue snapped back to reality. Her cheeks flushed crimson. She lifted her hand to touch her forehead, where his warmth lingered, and murmured, "Kakashi, how could you? I just want you to know that I am serious," Kakashi replied, his gaze bright and unwavering. "This is not a fleeting impulse. I have liked you for a long time. Even if you disagree now, I will wait. Wait until you feel I am mature enough, until you are willing to accept me." Shiyue gazed at his steadfast demeanor, her heart a tumultuous whirlwind. The sibling bond she had always perceived was, it seemed, never as she had imagined. The care she thought she offered had already blossomed into affection in his heart. She opened her mouth, struggling to find words of rejection, yet nothing emerged. Could she truly surmount the chasm of age, transcend the barrier of their sibling-like relationship? I think I should go back, Shiyue ultimately chose to evade. Turning to leave, her footsteps hurried, and even forgetting to bid Kakashi farewell. Kakashi stood still, watching her silhouette vanish around the corner. Exhaling softly, yet feeling a twinge of disappointment. He understood that Shiyue needed time, but from the moment he decided to love her, he had never contemplated giving up. Upon returning to the Hitaki household, Shumo was still sitting in the courtyard. Upon seeing him, the elder looked up, then glanced at Kakashi's flushed ears. Chuckling gently, "Did you say something?" "Yes," Kakashi replied, taking a seat beside him, sipping the cold tea on the table, but still feeling somewhat parched. "She said I am too young and does not agree." "That's to be expected." Shumo set down his herbs and patted Kakashi's shoulder. "Shiyue is thoughtful and 5 years older than you. She is bound to have her reservations. But do not rush. Matters of the heart must unfold gradually." "I understand." Kakashi nodded, his gaze drifting toward the direction Shiyue had departed. "I will wait for her." The elder observed his unwavering resolve, choosing not to say more. Instead, picking up his herbs to continue his work. The moonlight bathed the two in a serene glow. The courtyard was tranquil, punctuated only by the rustle of leaves in the breeze, and within the heart of the young man, a newly sprouted affection that had just been voiced, yet had long taken root. Meanwhile, Shiyue returned home, leaning against the door, her heart still racing. She raised her hand to her forehead, where his warmth lingered, Kakashi's words, his gaze, his kiss replaying in her mind like a cherished melody. Sitting on the sofa, she recalled the day Naruto was born in Konoha's 51st year, Kakashi leaning against the doorframe with a wooden box in hand, his ears flushed. She remembered when he was injured in the 52nd year, weakly calling her Shiyue sister. she thought of the past 2 years. How his eyes softened every time he returned late and saw her. Those dependencies she had assumed to be the essence of a younger brother had, unbeknownst to her, transformed into a deep-seated affection. Was her kindness toward him truly just that of a sister caring for her brother? Shiyue did not know. She only knew that tonight she was destined for sleeplessness. In the autumn of 54, Konoha seemed warmer than in years past. The leaves of the maple tree in the Hitaki courtyard gradually turned red. And Shiyue continued to cook, though every time she faced Kakashi, her cheeks would inevitably flush. Kakashi still accompanied her home, but no longer remained silent. He would occasionally speak of Umbu matters, Itachi's progress, or Naruto's newly learned words. Everyone still believed they were merely close siblings when Obito visited. He would complain about Shiyue favoring Kakashi, Rin, delivering herbs, would smile and say how well Shiyue cared for Kakashi. Kushina even joked about Shiyue finding a girl as good as her when Kakashi grew older. Only they themselves understood that some things had already changed. Kakashi's affection was like the autumn sun, warm and steadfast. Shiyue's hesitation fluttered like the fallen leaves in the courtyard, gently drifting yet destined to find its rightful place one day. Kakashi knew he would wait, for Shiyue to cast aside her reservations, for her to be willing to accept his affection, for her to no longer see him merely as a brother, but as a man she could rely on. He believed that one day, he would hold her hand and proclaim to the world that his affection was not for Sister Shiyue, but simply Shiyue. Chapter 22. The eternal token of confession after a night of spring rain. The maple tree in the Hitaki courtyard sprouted new buds, tender green leaves adorned with droplets, rustling softly in the wind. As Shiyue entered with a bamboo basket, she spotted Shumo drying herbs under the eaves, while Kakashi, on a rare 2-day break from his new Umbu schedule, sat on the threshold, engrossed in an old copy of Paradise of Affection, his attention straying from the pages to follow her silhouette. I bought spring bamboo shoots today. Shiyue placed the basket at the kitchen door, bending down to change her shoes, her hair brushing her shoulder. In the morning, she had heard an old woman at the market say that spring bamboo shoots paired best with cured meat. So she bought extra for you to taste, uncle. You always think of us, Shumo chuckled, shaking his head. Kakashi told me just yesterday that he finished 3 bowls of the bamboo shoot soup you made last time. Shiyue's cheeks warmed slightly. When she looked up, she met Kakashi's gaze. He had closed the book, his right eye shining brightly beneath his headband. Upon noticing her, the tips of his ears turned a soft red. Yet unlike before, he did not avert his gaze. Instead, he softly called out, Shiyue. That title had not changed since last autumn. Yet Shiyue understood that some things had long since shifted. The last time he undertook an S-rank mission, pursuing a rogue ninja at the border. He returned with an injured left arm, bandages soaked in blood, yet still smiled and insisted he was fine. She had kept vigil by his bedside for 2 nights, watching him grimace in pain without uttering a word, suddenly recalling his words from last year. I have executed missions in Umbu, taken lives, and protected the village. I am no longer the child who needs your care. That morning, as she entered his room with a bowl of porridge, Kakashi was awake, struggling to sit up upon seeing her, but she pressed him back down. Don't move. Your arm isn't healed yet. She scooped a spoonful of porridge, cooling it down before offering it to him, but he did not open his mouth. Instead, he gazed at her intently. Shiyue, do you perhaps like me a little? Shiyue's hand froze in midair, the warmth of the porridge wafting past her fingertips, reminiscent of the warmth he had left on her forehead. She opened her mouth, wanting to deny it, but his scars came to mind, the way he always checked to see if she was in the courtyard when he returned late. How he remembered she disliked cilantro, always picking it out of his takeout, saying, Shiyue doesn't like it. I won't eat it either. How he always walked on the side of the road closest to the street, shielding her within. These small, intricate moments, like the new buds of spring, had quietly taken root in her heart long ago. Yes, she finally replied softly, her voice trembling yet clear. I like you a little, Kakashi. Hitaki Kakashi affection level 5. Current 95. The sunlight that day was splendid, streaming through the window and illuminating his face. His eyes sparkled, as if filled with starlight. Ignoring the pain in his arm, he reached for her wrist, gently pulling her closer, and kissed the back of her hand. Then I will wait for you. Wait for the day you allow me to stop calling you sister. From that moment on, an unspoken tenderness blossomed between them. She still comes to cook, yet no longer deliberately avoids his gaze as she once did. He still walks her home, but now discreetly takes her hand while crossing the street. their fingers intertwined until he releases her at her doorstep. What are you daydreaming about? Kakashi's voice jolted Tsukiyo from her reverie. He stood at the kitchen entrance, observing the bamboo shoots in her hand. Would you like my assistance in peeling them? Last time I saw you doing it, your hands became quite sore. No need. Tsukiyo shook her head, but did not decline the peeling knife he offered. You just sit there, it will be done shortly. Kakashi did not leave, but leaned against the kitchen doorframe, watching her bend down to peel the bamboo shoots. The sunlight fell upon her head, casting a golden glow. Her fingers delicate and gentle as she worked, occasionally furrowing her brow when the shell proved too tough, appearing rather endearing. He suddenly recalled her as a child, bustling in the kitchen while he, Obito, and Rin played in the yard, drawn closer by the enticing aromas. Yet now, he simply wished to gaze at her like this. For a lifetime. At noon, the table was adorned with stir-fried bamboo shoots with cured meat, miso soup, and a plate of cold tofu. Shumo picked up a piece of bamboo shoot, chewed thoughtfully, and nodded. Fresh, even better than last year's. He glanced at the two across from him. Tsukiyo was separating the fatty bits from the cured meat and placing them in Kakashi's bowl, while Kakashi naturally offered her the tofu from his own bowl. A gesture so practiced it seemed to have been repeated countless times, deepening the smile on the elder's lips. After the meal, Tsukiyo began to clear the dishes, and Kakashi followed to help. The kitchen was small, and they stood side by the sink, the water flowing with a cheerful sound. As she handed him a dish, he suddenly recalled last autumn, when he had said everything was different now. She looked up and met his gaze, his eyes soft and filled with anticipation. She whispered, Kakashi, don't call me sister anymore. Kakashi froze, the sponge in his hand pausing as water splashed onto his knuckles, oblivious to the sensation as he stared at her in disbelief. What did you say? I said, don't call me sister anymore. Tsukiyo's cheeks flushed crimson. Yet she held his gaze resolutely. I no longer wish to be your sister. Kakashi's eyes brightened instantly. He set the sponge down, gently grasped her shoulders, leaned down to look into her eyes, his voice trembling yet earnest. Tsukiyo, are you saying we can be together? This was the first time he addressed her by name, devoid of the sisterly prefix, a mere 2 syllables that sent her heart racing as if it would burst. She nodded, tears streaming down her cheeks, not out of sorrow, but from joy, a relief from all her previous hesitations. Kakashi panicked, hastily using his sleeve to wipe her tears, his touch as gentle as if he feared shattering her. Why are you crying? Did I do something wrong? No, Tsukiyo shook her head, laughing as she playfully punched his arm. I'm just happy, you fool. He gazed at her tear-streaked smile and suddenly leaned down, softly kissing her lips. It was not the gentle brush of a forehead kiss, but a tender and cherished kiss, like a spring breeze caressing her heart. Tsukiyo stiffened momentarily, then gradually closed her eyes, reaching up to grasp the hem of his shirt, feeling the warmth of his lips and the slight tremor of his hand. So, he was just as nervous. When they emerged from the kitchen, Shumo was sitting in the yard sharpening a knife. Upon seeing them, the elder looked up, his gaze sweeping over their clasped hands before breaking into a smile. Have you come to an understanding? Tsukiyo's face flushed instantly, attempting to withdraw her hand. But Kakashi held it tighter. He stepped forward, seriousness etched on his face. Father, I wish to be with Tsukiyo. Shumo set down the knife, observing the young man before him, the once timid child who hid behind him, silenced by rumors, now boldly holding the hand of the one he adored, his gaze unwavering, reminiscent of Shumo in his youth. The elder nodded, patting his shoulder. Very well. Tsukiyo is a fine girl. You must treat her well and ensure she does not suffer. I will. Kakashi nodded earnestly, turning to Tsukiyo, his eyes brimming with tenderness. I will protect her for a lifetime. In the following days, they did not rush to inform others, but interacted as usual, albeit with more sweetness. Kakashi would take a longer route to Tsukiyo's house in the mornings, accompanying her to the market. Tsukiyo would prepare bandages and his favorite candies before his missions, and in the evenings, he would linger at her door, chatting until the lights in her home flickered on. The first to notice the change was Obito. One day on his day off, he arrived at the Hitaki residence with a bag of freshly bought dango, only to find Kakashi and Tsukiyo seated at the stone table in the yard. Kakashi was brushing leaves from her hair, their actions intimate, and Tsukiyo's face wore a smile, her gaze soft enough to draw tears. The dango bag fell from Obito's hands with a thud as he pointed at them, his voice altered. What are you two doing? Tsukiyo-ne? How can you be with this guy? Kakashi, keep it down. Tsukiyo quickly stood, trying to retrieve the fallen dango, but Kakashi held her back. He approached Obito, his expression earnest. Obito, Tsukiyo, and I are together. Together? Obito exploded, reaching out to pat Kakashi on the shoulder, but Kakashi evaded him. How old are you? Tsukiyo is 5 years older than you. You used to call her sister. Age is not an issue, Kakashi replied steadily. I like Tsukiyo, and she likes me. We will be good together. Obito still wanted to argue but was stopped by Tsukiyo. Obito, I understand your concern, but I am serious. Kakashi cares for me deeply and is very mature. He is no longer the boy you think he is. Seeing Tsukiyo's earnest demeanor and Kakashi's resolute gaze, Obito's resistance began to wane. He picked up the fallen dango, grumbling. Fine, fine. If you're together, then you're together. But Kakashi, if you dare to bully Tsukiyo, I won't let you off. I won't. Kakashi nodded, a rare smile gracing his lips. Not long after, Rin learned of their relationship. One day, she came to deliver herbs and walked into the yard to find Tsukiyo leaning against Kakashi's shoulder, gazing at the maple tree. Kakashi's arm naturally wrapped around her waist. Rin paused momentarily, then smiled and approached. Tsune, Kakashi, so you two are together now. Rin, how did you find out? Tsukiyo asked, a bit embarrassed, attempting to rise from Kakashi's shoulder, but he held her down. Obito told me yesterday, Rin said, placing the herbs on the stone table and chuckling. He was furious, claiming Kakashi stole our Tsukiyo. She looked at the couple with warm eyes. Honestly, I sensed something was off for a while. At Naruto's birthday party, Kakashi's gaze towards you didn't seem like that of a brother. Tsukiyo's face flushed once more, but Kakashi held her hand, addressing Rin. Thank you, Rin. Thank me for what? Rin waved her hand dismissively. I'm happy you two are together. Now Tsukiyo has someone to care for her. Kakashi, you mustn't bully her. I understand, Kakashi nodded. His gaze towards Tsukiyo filled with adoration. The last to discover was Kushina and Minato. One day, Tsukiyo, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin were gathered at Minato's home, caring for Naruto. Oh, what is going on between you two? Kushina, cradling Naruto, smiled as she approached, her gaze flitting over their intertwined hands. I once thought you two were siblings, but now it seems otherwise. Tsukiyo's face flushed instantly, wanting to pull her hand away, but Kakashi tightened his grip. He looked at Kushina and Minato, seriousness in his tone. Kushina-senpai, Minato-sensei, Tsukiyo and I are together. Watergate paused for a moment, then smiled, patting Kakashi on the shoulder. Well done, Kakashi, you finally dared to speak up. He had long perceived it. During their last mission, Kakashi had hurried back, anxious about Tsuki, completing the task prematurely. The urgency in his demeanor mirrored the concern he once had for Kushina. Kushina also chuckled, cradling Naruto as she approached Tsuki, teasing, Tsuki, you've kept your affections well hidden. I used to joke that once Kakashi matured, he'd find a girl as wonderful as you. Little did I know. You captured his heart yourself. Naruto, nestled in Kushina's embrace, looked at Kakashi and Tsuki, reaching out his tiny hand to tug at Tsuki's clothing, and in his sweet, innocent voice asked, Sister Tsuki, Brother Kakashi, will you play with me? Tsuki nodded with a smile, gently stroking Naruto's head. Of course, what would you like to play? Hide and seek. Naruto exclaimed joyfully, leaping from Kushina's arms and taking Obito's hand. Come on, Obito, let us play. Obito, somewhat exasperated, was pulled along, muttering, honestly, you just love to trouble me. Rin followed with a smile, and the courtyard soon filled with lively chatter. Minato and Kushina observed the scene in the courtyard, exchanging a knowing smile with Kakashi and Tsuki beside them. Kushina lightly nudged Tsuki's arm and whispered, Tsuki, although Kakashi may seem aloof, he is reliable. I feel at ease with you two together. Tsuki nodded in agreement, warmth swelling in her heart. She turned to face Kakashi, their eyes meeting. His gaze was soft and laced with humor as he gently clasped her hand, their fingers entwined. The sun shone brightly that day. The cherry blossoms in the yard were in full bloom, their pink petals fluttering to the ground like a delicate carpet. Naruto dashed by, laughter in the air as Obito chased after him, while Rin stood under the cherry tree, watching with a smile. Minato and Kushina leaned against each other, their eyes tender as they observed the children. Shikaku, feeling unwell, was unable to attend the gathering, yet earlier that morning, he had entrusted Kakashi with a box containing a necklace he had purchased for Kakashi's mother in his youth, instructing him to gift it to Tsuki. As the gathering drew to a close, Kakashi led Tsuki beneath the cherry tree, retrieving the box from his pocket. Inside lay a silver necklace. its pendant a small maple leaf that shimmered softly in the moonlight. "This was given to me by my father," Kakashi said, carefully placing the necklace around Suki's neck. "It once belonged to my mother, and now it is yours." Tsuki touched the maple leaf pendant, her heart overflowing with emotion. She looked up at Kakashi, the moonlight casting a gentle glow on his face, his right eye beneath the forehead protector shining brightly. Suddenly, she stood on her toes and pressed a gentle kiss on his lips. Kakashi was taken aback for a moment, then smiled, pulling her into his embrace. Resting his chin atop her head, softly murmuring, "Tsuki, thank you." "For what?" Tsuki nestled against him, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, finding solace in his presence. "Thank you for choosing to love me, for being willing to be with me." Kakashi's voice was soft, yet filled with sincerity. "I will always be by your side. Whether on missions or in everyday life, I will never let you feel alone." Tsuki nodded, burying her face into his embrace. Inhaling the faint scent of tobacco and cherry blossoms, tears cascading down her cheeks. This time, they were tears of happiness. In the courtyard, Naruto had fallen asleep in Minato's arms. A smile lingering on his lips, Obito and Rin sat on a stone bench, engaged in conversation, laughter occasionally erupting. Kushina tidied the table, humming a tune. Everything felt so warm and beautiful. In the springtime of Konoha, the cherry blossoms flourished, and the maple trees were lush and vibrant. Tsuki and Kakashi had finally established their relationship, receiving the blessings of all around them. They understood that the future would hold many challenges, yet they were unafraid. For they had each other, their companions, and this precious bond. Kakashi gazed down at Tsuki in his arms, his heart brimming with determination. He would safeguard her, cherish this love, and protect this home filled with sunlight and warmth. End of Kakashi's chapter. Chapter 23. The Necklace, a life witnessed through silvered hair. Extra chapter. OOC warning. This spring, the cherry blossoms bloomed more abundantly than ever before, blanketing the courtyard beneath Hokage rock with delicate pink petals, which danced gently in the breeze like a soft rain. Tsuki sat before a mirror, watching Rin braid her long, ebony hair into a twist, adorned with 2 fresh cherry blossoms, the maple leaf necklace, a keepsake from Kakashi's mother, nestled amidst the strands, glimmering softly in the sunlight. "Are you nervous?" Rin asked, adjusting the hairpiece with a smile, her fingers brushing against Tsuki's ear. Earlier, Obito had been in the courtyard, arguing with Kakashi, claiming he had stolen Tsuki's heart and demanding a contest before he would allow him to marry her. Tsuki felt her cheeks flush, her hand instinctively reaching for the necklace as she softly replied, "A little, but seeing Kakashi calms my nerves." Just then, the door creaked open, and Kakashi stood at the threshold, not in his dark A&BU attire, but dressed in a light gray kimono embroidered with tiny maple leaf patterns. His forehead protector was replaced with a silver band, revealing his gentle right eye, sparkling with warmth, as if it held the essence of spring sunshine. "Shall we go?" He approached Tsuki, taking her hand in his, their fingers intertwined. "Father is waiting outside, and Kushina said it will get noisy if we delay." Tsuki nodded, following him out of the room. The courtyard was already bustling. Shikaku sat beneath the eaves, cradling a brocade box. Upon seeing them, the elder rose, the lines around his eyes crinkling with joy. Minato, clad in his Hokage robes, was engaged in conversation with Shursui, who held a scroll, seemingly a congratulatory gift. Kushina was chasing after the 6-year-old Naruto, who was playfully taunting Obito, declaring, "I'm delivering a ninjutsu manual to the newlyweds, not causing trouble." Itachi stood in a corner, slightly taller than 2 years prior, his demeanor composed, yet he nodded gently at Tsuki upon her arrival. Guy, dressed in vibrant green athletic wear, brandished a card celebrating youth, and upon spotting Kakashi, exclaimed, "Kakashi, don't forget to challenge me even after the wedding. Youth must never halt." "Understood," Kakashi replied, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Yet he tightened his grip on Tsuki's hand, glancing at her with softened eyes. "Let's go." The wedding ceremony was simple, yet filled with heartfelt sentiments. Minato, as the officiant, smiled as he recounted, "When Kakashi first confessed his feelings for you, he was so nervous he could hardly speak. Now he can finally hold your hand. You must treat Tsuki well, or Kushina will hold you accountable." Kushina chimed in, "Indeed. If Tsuki ever feels wronged, I'll be the first to ensure you're taught a lesson." Naruto, nestled in Kushina's embrace, blinked his big eyes at Tsuki and asked innocently, "Sister Tsuki, will you be Kakashi's wife now? Can you still make sour plum soup for me?" Laughter erupted from everyone in the courtyard as Suki knelt down to pat Naruto's head. Of course, if you ever want some, just come to my home anytime. After the ceremony concluded, Shikaku approached them, opening the brocade box to reveal a miniature version of the white Fong short sword, its hilt inscribed with the name Hitaki, alongside a silver ring set with a small blue sapphire. This sword was meant for Kakashi's mother in my youth, but I never got the chance to present it. Now I pass it to you both, hoping you will protect Suki as you would Konoha and safeguard your home. He handed the box to Kakashi, his voice rich with nostalgia. This ring was crafted by a jeweler I entrusted. Consider it a father's blessing. Kakashi accepted the box, his eyes glistening with emotion. He carefully placed the ring on Suki's ring finger. Father, thank you. I will indeed protect them for a lifetime. Shiyue gazed at the ring adorning her finger, then glanced at Kakashi beside her, tears suddenly cascading down her cheeks, not from sorrow, but from an overwhelming sense of happiness. Kakashi quickly used his sleeve to wipe her tears. His touch is gentle as if he feared to shatter her. Why are you crying again? You should be smiling today. I'm just so happy, Shiyue replied with a smile, playfully tapping him on the shoulder. You silly. On that day of their wedding, joy enveloped everyone. Obito ultimately refrained from challenging Kakashi, instead gifting a scroll filled with ninja tools, mumbling that the duty to protect Sister Shiyue would henceforth be his. Rin presented a basket of herbs for a safe pregnancy. Cheerfully wishing for their swift descent into parenthood, Itachi offered a talisman he had hand-painted, depicting two birds nestled together, softly wishing them peace. Shizune gifted a forehead protector capable of storing chakra, assuring Shiyue would be safeguarded during missions, and Guy insisted on a promise with Kakashi that when they had children, they would ensure their offspring would surpass their youth. As the sun dipped below the horizon, guests began to disperse, and Kakashi led Shiyue to a stone bench in the courtyard, cherry blossom petals gently falling upon their shoulders. He wrapped his arms around her, resting his chin atop her head, and whispered, Shiyue, we are married now. Yes, Shiyue nestled against him, inhaling the faint scent of tobacco and cherry blossoms that lingered on him, her heart brimming with tranquility, knowing she would henceforth be known as Hitaki Shiyue. 3 years into their marriage, the Hitaki family welcomed their first child, a boy born in the spring, with eyes reminiscent of Kakashi's yet adorned with Shiyue's light brown hair. Kakashi named him Hitaki Tsukiyo, a tribute to his father, Tsukumo, and a hope that he would radiate warmth like the sun. On the day Tsukiyo was born, Tsukumo beamed with joy, cradling his grandson as if he might never release him. Obito rushed over with a toy ninja tool larger than the child himself, yet hesitated to hold the baby, carefully poking at his tiny hand instead. Rin brewed a nourishing herbal soup for Shiyue. Kushina brought Naruto to visit, and Naruto, gazing at little Tsukiyo, curiously asked, Sister Shiyue, when can he play with me? From that day forward, Kakashi embraced a vital role as a super dad. Upon returning from missions, he would no longer lounge on the couch watching Intimate Paradise. Instead, he would first seek out Tsukiyo. If the baby was awake, he would gently lift him, rubbing his chin against the tiny face. If Tsukiyo was asleep, he would sit by the crib, softly patting his back, his gaze tender enough to draw tears. Be gentle, don't wake him. Shiyue approached with a warm cup of water, observing Kakashi's clumsy demeanor and unable to suppress a laugh. Yesterday, when you changed Tsukuyo's diaper, you wrapped his legs like a rice dumpling and called yourself a genius dad. Kakashi scratched his head sheepishly, but didn't he relinquish the child. I'll get better at it. After all, I am a genius ninja. I learn quickly. Despite his words, he softened his touch, lightly brushing his fingertips against Tsukuyo's tiny fist, which immediately gripped his finger tightly, as if seizing the world. Tsukumo frequently visited to assist, teaching Kakashi how to hold the baby and introduce solid foods. One day, as Shiyue passed through the yard, she spotted Tsukumo seated under the eaves, while Kakashi cradled Tsukiyo beside him. The elder was recounting tales of yore with his white fong blade in hand. Kakashi, who once dismissed such stories as burdensome, now listened intently, turning to Tsukiyo to say, Baby, listen, Grandpa was once very formidable. One day, Daddy will teach you how to wield a blade to protect Mommy and you. Leaning against the doorframe, Shiyue watched the heartwarming scene unfold, her heart swelling with warmth. In the 63rd year of Konoha, Tsukiyo at 6 years old was already practicing basic ninjutsu with Kakashi in the yard. That year, Kakashi received a new assignment as the Jonin instructor for Team 7, comprising Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke. On the first day with his students, Kakashi donned a clean Hokage robe, consulting Shiyue. How should I interact with them? Should I test their ninjutsu first? Shiyue chuckled, adjusting his collar. Don't be too stern. They're just kids. Didn't you despise rigid teachers when you were young? She paused, retrieving a small cloth pouch from her pocket. Here are some candies I made. Reward them if they perform well. Kakashi accepted the pouch, warmth flooding his heart, and planted a kiss on her lips. Understood, my dear wife. I shall return early. I crave your miso soup. Life in Team 7 was lively. Naruto constantly sought to outdo him, declaring he would surpass Kakashi-sensei. Sakura would assist him in organizing his ninja tools and occasionally inquire about Shiyue's well-being. Though Sasuke spoke little, he attentively absorbed Kakashi's teachings on ninjutsu techniques. After each class, Kakashi would return home to regale Shiyue with amusing anecdotes. Today, Naruto attempted a prank with shadow clones, and I made him run laps as punishment. He was indignant, insisting he would defeat me next time. Sakura prepared a bento for me, and I must admit, it was quite tasty, albeit a tad salty. Sasuke's Sharingan is improving rapidly. He will undoubtedly become a formidable ninja. Listening to his animated chatter as she ladled soup, Shiyue laughed. Weren't you just complaining about the hassle? Now you sound like a chatterbox. It's different now, Kakashi replied, scooping up some soup, his eyes softening. They remind me of the younger versions of myself, Obito, and Rin, and being with them brings me immense joy. That autumn, Shiyue became pregnant again. This time with a girl, born amidst the fiery hues of autumn leaves. Kakashi named her Hataki Sakura, for on the day of her birth. The cherry blossom tree in their yard unexpectedly bloomed, a name he chose in hopes that his daughter would embody the gentleness and strength of Shiyue. After Sakura was born, Kakashi's life grew busier, balancing his days with Team 7 and nights caring for Sakura, while also practicing ninjutsu with Tsukiyo. Yet, he never complained. Rather, he found delight in it. Mornings began with diaper changes for Sakura, followed by breakfast preparations for Tsukiyo. Evenings were spent telling stories, with Tsukiyo captivated by tales of ninjutsu, while Sakura would drift off to sleep. Obito would occasionally lend a hand, teasing Kakashi as he cradled Sakura in one arm, while coaching Tsukiyo in ninjutsu with the other. Who would have thought you'd become a house husband? You used to compete with me over whose ninjutsu was superior. Now I surpass you. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. I can manage 2 children simultaneously. Can you? Obito fell silent, yet continued to play with Tsukiyo, feeling a sense of satisfaction. In the spring of 80th year of Konoha, the Hataki yard remained lush, with vibrant maple trees and blooming cherry blossoms. Shiyue sat beneath the eaves, knitting a sweater, the sun casting a warm glow through her hair, now adorned with strands of silver. Kakashi sat beside her, his forehead protector transformed into reading glasses, holding an old copy of Intimate Paradise. Though his gaze was fixed upon the grandchildren playing in the yard, Tsukiyo had started a family of his own, welcoming a son, while Sakura had married a gentle ninja, occasionally bringing her child home for visits. Are you tired? Kakashi reached over to massage Shiyue's shoulders, his touch still as gentle as in their youth. You've been knitting for quite some time. Perhaps you should take a break. I'm fine. Shiyue set down her yarn, leaning against him. This is for my great-grandson. It will be done soon. Look how happily they play, just like Tsukiyo and Sakura did when they were young. In the yard, the little ones chased after Naruto. Now the 7th Hokage, his hair streaked with silver, but still radiating the same joyful spirit. He would often visit the Hataki household for meals, proclaiming that Shiyue's miso soup surpassed even the bento from the Hokage office. Guy would also drop by frequently, though his movements were no longer as nimble as before. He still engaged in playful sparring with Kakashi, each match ending in a draw. Obito had aged as well, yet he still relished verbal sparring with Kakashi, always bringing fresh fruit as gifts for Shiyue's health. As the sun set, the grandchildren were picked up by their parents, leaving the yard in tranquil stillness. Kakashi took Shiyue's hand, leading her beneath the cherry blossom tree, petals cascading upon their shoulders, reminiscent of their wedding day. Shiyue, Kakashi halted, turning to her, his eyes filled with tenderness. Thank you for accompanying me through this lifetime. Shiyue smiled and shook her head gently, reaching out to touch his cheek. The wrinkles had crept across his face, yet he still bore the familiar countenance she cherished. I must thank you as well, she said, for it is you who has gifted me a home and countless joyful memories. Kakashi leaned down and softly kissed her forehead, reminiscent of their first kiss years ago, gentle yet resolute. In this lifetime, being with you is my greatest fortune, he whispered. If there is a next life, I shall marry you again. Shiyue nestled in his embrace, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat, feeling the warmth enveloping her. Tears streamed down her face, though this time, they were tears of happiness, tears of a life fulfilled. The moonlight cascaded upon them, cherry blossom petals floated down lightly, and the courtyard of the Hitaki family was suffused with the tenderness of time. Kakashi knew that his life had been irrevocably transformed by Shiyue. From that boy steeped in regret to the elderly man surrounded by grandchildren, he had attained the most complete happiness. The spring in Konoha, year after year, saw the cherry blossoms continue to bloom, the maple trees remain lush, and the love of the Hitaki family, like this spring, would forever be warm and everlasting. Task World Naruto. The story of Kakashi Hitaki completion. The mechanical voice echoed in the pure white space, devoid of any modulation. Host Shiyue. Main redemption task completed. Altering the destined trajectory of Kakashi Hitaki's life, freeing him from a fate of perpetual regret. Side mission. Establishing a profound emotional bond with Kakashi. Successfully forming a family. Hidden task. Continuing the Hitaki lineage, giving birth to offspring. Hitaki Tsukiyo and Hitaki Sakura. Overall task completion. 100, no omissions, comprehensive rating, SS level, perfect. The translucent light screen gradually unfolded, scrolling through the timeline of their lives. From the confession under the streetlight on an autumn night in Konoha 54. To Kakashi relinquishing the shadow of the Kimui Bridge and taking her hand. From the spring wedding in Konoha 57. Where he placed the blue sapphire ring on her ring finger. To the clumsy way he held Tsukiyo when he was born. From Konoha 63. Where he, as the 7th squad leader, kept her sweets in his pocket. To Konoha 80. When, with gray at their temples, they sat side by side beneath the cherry blossom tree, watching their grandchildren frolic. In the final, frozen image, the aged Kakashi still held her hand. Their forehead protectors entwined in the same wooden box, sunlight filtering through the blossoms, illuminating their intertwined fingers. Emotional detachment initiating, the mechanical voice sounded again, and the screen began to fade into a misty hue. Detected a cross-life-cycle soul bond between host and Kakashi Hitaki family. The detachment process will result in moderate discomfort. Shiyue's fingertips trembled, as if she could still feel the cool metal of Kakashi's forehead protector, the small hand of Tsukiyo tightly gripping hers. The soft hair of Sakura brushing against her cheek, and the lingering scent of miso soup and autumn maple from the Hitaki household. These vivid sensations were on the verge of solidifying into concrete memories, yet they abruptly withdrew the moment the detachment command was issued, leaving behind a void in her heart. As if she had once basked in the vibrant light of spring, but could now only recall the warmth of the light, forgetting the appearance of the flowers. The screen flickered, new task information overlaying the old traces. New task world. Naruto. The Warring States era of Uchiha task objective. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Izuna task type. Redemption task requirements. 1. Alter the predetermined tragic trajectory of the targets. Madara's lonely aberration, Izuna's fated early demise. 2. Establish a profound emotional bond with one of them. 3. Bear offspring for the target, continuing the Uchiha bloodline. Timeline. End of the Warring States period. Battlefield of the Senju encampment. Madara aged 6, Izuna aged 1. Activation time. 3 seconds. The scene abruptly shifted, no longer the cherry blossoms and warm sun of Konoha, but a battlefield shrouded in smoke, where shattered blades and blood stained the scorched earth, and distant cries of ninjas echoed. Two dark figures stood side by side. To the left was Uchiha Madara, clad in the Uchiha clan's armor, his ink-black hair cascading. Crimson Sharingan already showing the beginnings of the kaleidoscope. To the right was Uchiha Izuna, her short hair neatly styled, wearing an Uchiha forehead protector. Her blood-stained short blade gripped firmly, scanning their surroundings with sharp vigilance. The wind whipped around them, their clothing fluttering like two flames of darkness, particularly striking against the chill of the Warring States. Teleportation preparation. 3, 2, 1. As the mechanical voice concluded, the battlefield before Shiyue became increasingly vivid, even allowing her to smell the metallic tang of blood and the distinctive aroma of cypress from the Senju encampment. The new task commenced in earnest. Chapter 24. Necklace. The confession that fell in the rainy night. Side story. OOC warning raindrops pattered against the rooftops of Konoha. As Kakashi leaned in the shadow of Hokage Rock, the tip of his cigarette burning down to its end. Shiyue stood 3 steps behind him, supporting an oil paper umbrella. Her crimson hair tips glistening with raindrops, resembling cherry petals fallen into the dark night. "You haven't signed today's mission report," she said, her voice softer than the rain, as she extended the scroll bearing the familiar wax seal. Kakashi did not turn around. With a flick of his fingers, he let the cigarette butt fall into the puddle, causing tiny ripples. "Let Shizen collect it." His tone was wrapped in the morning chill of Konoha, devoid of any turbulence. Shiyue tightened her grip on the umbrella handle. She remembered the years ago when he was gravely injured and hospitalized, how she had painstakingly brewed herbal medicine for him. She remembered waiting at the village entrance for the dawn light when he returned from an S-rank mission. Yet, to Kakashi, these moments seemed no different from the flyers that fluttered down at the street corner, having existed but never needing to be remembered. In the distance, Obito's boisterous voice could be heard, his arm clutching the newly purchased intimate paradise, followed by a bouncing Rin. "Kakashi, we agreed to go eat Ichiraka ramen today. Why are you hiding here slacking off?" Obito reached out to pat Kakashi's shoulder, but was sidestepped. "I have matters to attend to." Kakashi raised his hand to adjust his forehead protector, obscuring the indifference in his eyes. Rin glanced at Shiyue's reddened eyes and subtly tugged at Obito's sleeve, signaling him to refrain from further comments. Kushina, holding freshly bought strawberry daifuku, passed by and called out, "Kakashi, Lord Minato wants to see you in the office." He merely nodded in acknowledgement, turning to walk toward the Hokage building, his back straight like an unsheathed sword. Shiyue watched his figure vanish into the rain, and the oil paper umbrella suddenly slipped from her hand. The rain soaked her clothing, yet she felt no chill compared to the detachment in Kakashi's gaze. What was this slight coolness? Obito scratched his head, wanting to offer a tissue but was stopped by Rin, who gently shook her head, her eyes filled with helplessness. In the Hokage's office, Minato gazed at his silent disciple, who had bowed his head and sighed. Shiyue was interrupted before she could finish her words. "Teacher, I know what you wish to convey," Kakashi interjected. "But I am a ninja. I do not require unnecessary attachments." His tone was unsettlingly calm, as if he spoke of something unrelated to himself. Kushina entered, carrying a cup of hot tea, and furrowed her brows upon hearing this. "Kakashi, emotions are not attachments. They are support. Look at you. All these years, it has been nothing but missions, living like a machine devoid of warmth." Kakashi did not retort, merely accepting the warm tea, yet the warmth of his fingertips could not reach his heart. The rain continued to fall outside as Shiyue picked up the fallen oil paper umbrella and slowly turned to leave. She understood that some feelings were like this rain. No matter how persistently one clung to them, they could not be retained, ultimately leaving one drenched. And Kakashi, perhaps, would never comprehend the fervent and pure sentiment he had overlooked. Obito watched Shiyue's forlorn figure retreat, then glanced at Kakashi, who remained unmoved in the office. Unable to hold back a soft curse, "Fool." Rin gently patted his back, whispering, "Everyone has their own choices. All we can do is respect them." Yet, in that moment, it was clear to all that some voids, once formed, could never be filled. Kakashi's world would forever lack a touch of crimson light, while Shiyue's life would also be devoid of someone worth waiting for. In the quaint corner of the West Alley, a blue canvas tent stands resolutely, its frayed edges softened by diligent care. Beneath this humble shelter lies a shoe repair stall, the cherished domain of Grandpa Zhang. A weathered wooden table, neatly arranged rows of shoe nails, and a well-worn metal toolbox, bearing the faint inscription of public service, define his workspace. My attention was drawn to Grandpa Zhang when I found myself in dire need of assistance due to a pair of well-worn sneakers, their edges frayed and vulnerable. One rainy afternoon after school, as the heavens unleashed a torrent of rain, the heel of my right shoe unexpectedly detached, leaving me precariously limping. In search of refuge, I happened upon the inviting blue tent, hastily pushing aside the curtain, drenched yet hopeful. There sat Grandpa Zhang on a small stool, an old pair of reading glasses perched on his nose, the lenses slightly scratched. With a sturdy needle in one hand and an awl in the other, he deftly punctured a piece of brown leather, his movements calm and unhurried. Upon noticing my plight, he smiled, the creases at the corners of his eyes forming gentle crescents, exuding warmth and familiarity. "Child, have your shoes met their end?" His voice, still carrying the softness of his previous task, was reassuring. "Take a seat. I shall have them mended in no time." He gestured towards a nearby wooden bench, covered with a clean blue cloth, prepared for guests. I settled in, Watching his skilled fingers at work, the sound of rain on the tint seeming to soften in the background, he retrieved a rubber sole of a matching hue. Meticulously roughened with sandpaper before applying adhesive, his fingers skillfully pressing and rubbing until the surface became tacky. As he threaded the needle, the awl in his left hand steadied the leather, while his right hand twisted deftly, forming a neat loop. Curiosity got the better of me. "How long have you honed this craft?" I inquired. Grandpa Zhang looked up, driving a small nail into the seam of my shoe, and replied, "Nearly 30 years. I once worked in a state-owned shoe factory until it was dismantled, and then I set up this stall." His voice, though soft, carried a weight of sincerity. Repairing shoes requires precision. A crooked stitch begets an unstable sole. Life, too, demands authenticity. Just then, an elderly lady approached with a pair of fabric shoes in need of mending. Grandpa Zhang examined the damage and advised, "These must be stitched anew, otherwise they may split further." The lady hesitated, concerned about the cost. "Fear not, dear customer," he reassured her. "As a regular patron, I shall charge you but 5 yuan." With deft fingers, he selected a shade of dark blue thread that closely matched the shoes, filling the gaping hole with meticulous stitches. As he finished repairing my shoes, the rain persisted, yet Grandpa Zhang polished them to a pristine shine, handing them back while still warm. "Be careful on the slick roads," he cautioned. I attempted to pay him, but he waved his hand dismissively. "Next time you pass by, settle the bill then. There's no rush." From that day forth, each time I strolled past the shoe repair stall, I would see Grandpa Zhang immersed in his work, whether mending formal shoes for office workers or fixing sneakers for children. His demeanor remained ever gentle, and his prices consistently modest. On one occasion, I asked why he did not charge more. He pointed to the inscription on his toolbox and replied, "This stall is not for amassing wealth. It is to alleviate the little inconveniences of life." With the recent renovations in the West Alley, many stalls have relocated, yet Grandpa Zhang's blue canvas tint remains steadfast. Each time I pass, the sight of that familiar blue hue and the soft sound of the all-puncturing leather fills my heart with warmth. True comfort, I realized, is not found in grand gestures, but in the steadfast dedication of individuals like Grandpa Zhang, who with their calloused hands and earnest hearts, quietly safeguard the everyday lives of those around them, adding a layer of reassurance to the mundane. Chapter 1. Morning Light in the Senju Residence Warning. Out of character, Shiyue awoke to a gentle tickling sensation at her forehead, devoid of the acrid scent of battle or the emptiness that follows the fading of mechanical sounds. Instead, her senses were enveloped by the unique aroma of cypress wood, mingling with the sweet scent of steamed chestnut cakes wafting from the kitchen. Struggling to open her eyes, she beheld the soft brown beams of wood above. The indigo bed curtains cascading beside her, adorned with the Senju clan's emblem, gently swaying in the morning light. This was no sterile space for mission debriefing. It was the cozy sanctuary belonging to Senju Shiyue. System identity binding successful. The cold, mechanical voice resonated in her mind, and a translucent screen materialized before her, its warm glow rendering the text remarkably clear. Host, Senju Shiyue. Current identity, clan leader of the Senju clan, the youngest daughter of Senju Hashirama. Twin sister to Senju Tobarama, born a moment later than Tobarama. One of the rare twins of the Senju clan in recent years. Age, 6 years. Current timeline, late Warring States period. Senju stronghold, family relations. Father, Senju Hashirama, clan leader of the Senju clan. Elder brother, Senju Tobarama, 10 years old. A prodigy among the younger generation of the Senju clan. Twin brother, Senju Tobarama, 6 years old. Born on the same day as Shiyue. Second brother, Senju Kawarama, 4 years old, lively and energetic. Third brother, Senju Banjin, 2 years old, just learning to walk. Affectionate and cuddly. Uchiha target current ages. Uchiha Madara, 9 years old. Uchiha Azuna, 6 years old, same age as Shiyue and Tobarama. As the screen faded, a shadow shifted gently at the bedside. Turning her head, Shiyue beheld a small boy in indigo shorts, strikingly similar to the future, stoic Senju Tobarama she remembered. Albeit with the cherubic softness of childhood still clinging to him, his features rounded and his sharp gaze softened by innocence. Awake? Tobarama's voice was bright and clear, yet bore a weight beyond his years. He reached out to touch Shiyue's forehead, his fingers cool from the outside. "You kicked off your blanket last night and caught a chill. Father asked me to keep watch over you. You're not burning up anymore." Struggling to adjust to her new form, Shiyue blinked at him. Tobarama, seemingly accustomed to her dazed demeanor, turned to retrieve a coarse porcelain bowl from the low table, filled with a steaming block of chestnut cake. The kitchen just prepared this. You mentioned wanting something sweet, so I asked Annie to add a bit more honey. He extended a wooden spoon, specially crafted to fit small hands, its edges smoothed by use. As Shiyue reached for it, she noticed her hands were small and soft. Still retaining a hint of baby fat, she needed both hands to wield the spoon. These were the hands of a 6-year-old child, fragile as tender willow shoots, yet cradled securely in the palms of care. Just as she took her first bite of the chestnut cake, the sound of hurried, cheerful footsteps echoed from outside. The door swung open, revealing a boy taller than Tobarama by a head, with ink-black hair tied in a messy ponytail, dirt smudged on his cheeks, and blades of grass clinging to his clothing. It was the 10-year-old Senju Hashirama. Shiyue, you're finally awake. Hashirama's voice rang like wind chimes in spring, brimming with vitality. He dashed to the bedside, carefully lifting Shiyue as if she were fragile glass, arching his back to prevent any discomfort. I must tell you, the wild cherries on the back mountain are ripe. I saw them this morning, all red and plump. They must be sweet. Let us go pick some later. In the space between the pillars, Tobarama furrowed his brow, reaching out to tuck the loose strands of Suki's hair behind her ear. His tone carried a hint of exasperation as he recalled their father's warning about the traps buried at the edge of the back mountain from last year. You just sprained your ankle last week, so you are not allowed to take Tsuki to any deep places. I know. Hashirama waved his hand dismissively, yet he tightened his hold around Tsuki as if to shield her from the wind. I'll only go to the usual slope. Besides, I have explosive tags and my wood-release techniques. If any danger arises, I can raise a wall to protect you. As he spoke, he suddenly pulled out a carefully wrapped object made of leaves from his pocket and quickly passed it to Tsuki. This is the maltose candy we received from the clan yesterday. I saved half a piece for you to eat secretly. Don't let father see. He always says sweets are bad for your teeth. Tsuki held the leaf-wrapped candy, feeling the firm outline of the sweet within. The emptiness left by emotional detachment in her heart was suddenly filled by this small, warm gesture. It was surprising to think that the future god of ninjas, Uchiha Madara, would, at the age of 10, act like a playful little creature, secretly hiding candy for his sister, or that the future stoic Tobarama Senju, at 6, would spend an entire night caring for his sick sister, remembering her casual wish for sweets. As she donned her outer garment, Tsuki noticed the small crescent moon pattern embroidered on the collar, a design drawn by Tobarama with charcoal and later embellished by the clan seamstress. Tobarama crouched before her, deftly helping her fasten her sash, his movements more practiced than those of the ants in the kitchen. The left strap goes over the right. Wrap it twice before tying it, otherwise it will come undone while you run. After securing it, he gave it a gentle tug to ensure it wouldn't loosen, then stood up to smooth her garment. Hashirama, observing from the side, felt an itch in his hands to assist Tsuki with her hair. But Tobarama intercepted him with a raised hand. Last time you tangled her hair, leaving her in tears for half the day. Let me handle this. He took a wooden comb from the bedside, gently gathering Tsuki's soft hair back. He worked slowly, meticulously untangling any knots with his fingertips before finally securing it into a low ponytail, carefully tucking away the stray strands behind her ears, ensuring they wouldn't obstruct her vision while running. Just as they exited the bedroom, they heard the sound of tiny footsteps in the yard. A little boy in light indigo shorts rushed over, hugging Tsuki's leg and looking up at her. Sister, you're awake. Yesterday, I found a little bug to show you. It was the 4-year-old Senju Wakana, with a round face smeared with dirt, clutching a small leaf that contained a vibrant green grasshopper. Tsuki bent down and gently patted Wakana's head. The bug will miss its mother. Shall we let it go? Wakana hesitated but then nodded enthusiastically, pulling Tsuki's hand as they dashed into the yard. Okay, if sister says we should let it go, we will. They hadn't run far when a soft whimpering sound caught Tsuki's attention. Turning around, she saw their nurse holding the 2-year-old Senju Banji at the doorway. Banji stretched out his little arms, mumbling for Tsuki to pick him up. She approached carefully, cradling Banji, who felt lighter than she expected, his soft body leaning against her while his small hands clutched her clothing tightly. Be careful, don't drop him, Tobarama called from behind, reaching out to steady Banji's back, concerned that Tsuki might not have the strength to hold him securely. Hashirama leaned in, teasing Banji. Look, Banji, big brother will take you cherry picking later. It's sweeter than the candy in sister's arms. Just then, Senju Butsuma entered from outside, clad in dark brown battle armor. The emblem of the Senju clan gleaming coldly in the morning light. A faint scar ran from his brow to his chin, and his sharp gaze fell upon Banji and Suki's arms and Wakana beside them, causing his tense jawline to soften slightly. Awake now? Butsuma's voice was deep but lacked the sternness he usually displayed in front of the clan. He pulled out a wooden plaque strung with a leather cord from his pocket, engraved with Suki's name, the edges smoothed with care. Every child in the clan has one. Wear it and don't lose it. Suki reached out with one hand to accept it, her fingertips brushing against Butsuma's calloused skin, a testament to his training. He gently squeezed her fingertip before quickly letting go. Butsuma then turned his attention to Tobarama, his tone regaining some seriousness. Today's training ground will have a practical lesson. Keep an eye on your sister and the two younger brothers. Don't let them get too close. With that, he strode off toward the training ground, only to pause briefly to turn his back to them and hand Hashirama a piece of meat jerky wrapped in oil paper. Let this be a treat for Suki, but don't let her indulge in too many sweets. Hashirama's eyes sparkled like stars as he secretly tucked the jerky into his pocket. Once Butsuma had walked away, he leaned in closer to Suki and whispered, "Father really cares about you, doesn't he? Last time I broke your wooden sword. He punished me by making me copy the clan rules 20 times. Tobarama snorted from the side, but he took Banji from Suki's arms, allowing her hands to be free. Father is just worried about you getting hurt. Let us head to the kitchen for breakfast first. Then we can go to the front yard to teach you about chakra attributes." The scent of steamed corn cakes wafted through the kitchen, where the ants had already set out breakfast. A bowl of steamed corn cake, a bowl of millet porridge, and a plate of pickled vegetables. After sitting down, Hashirama first transferred the meat jerky from his bowl to Suki's, then blew on Banji's porridge to cool it down. "Eat more jerky, Suki, and Banji. Take your time. Don't burn yourself." Tobarama offered Suki some of his pickled vegetables, his tone leaving no room for refusal. "You can't just eat sweets. You need some savory food for strength." Meanwhile, Wakana, wielding his little spoon, scooped a spoonful of corn cake from his bowl and offered it to Suki. "Sister, this is for you. It's the sweetest." Surrounded by the affectionate gestures of her brothers, Suki took small bites of her breakfast, feeling warmth akin to holding a piece of glowing coal in her heart. Banji nestled in Tobarama's embrace, his little head resting on his brother's shoulder, occasionally reaching out to tug on Suki's hair, eliciting laughter from her. After finishing breakfast, Tobarama went to fetch the wooden pieces for chakra sensing, while Hashirama led Suki, Wakana, and Banji to the open area in the front yard. The ground was covered in fine sand, a training space for the clan's children, with several wooden targets set nearby. Hashirama picked up his handmade slingshot, eager to demonstrate. "Suki, watch this. I can hit the target at the top." He pulled back the rubber band and released a stone that flew straight to the center of the target. Wakana clapped his hands in delight, and Banji joined in with soft sounds of approval. Suki smiled and applauded, just as she noticed Tobarama approaching with several wooden pieces inscribed with different patterns. He sat beside her, placing the pieces in front of her. "This one, marked with water patterns, is for water chakra. This one with flames is for fire chakra. Try infusing chakra into them and see if you can illuminate the patterns." Following his instructions, Suki carefully poured her faint chakra into the wooden pieces. Shortly, the water and fire pieces glowed, and even the one inscribed with earth patterns began to shimmer with light. Tobarama's voice held a note of approval. "You managed to light up 3 at once. Quite impressive. Isn't it amazing?" Hashirama chimed in, proudly patting Suki's shoulder. "My sister is the best. She'll definitely surpass both me and Tobarama in the future." Wakana leaned closer, curiously poking at the glowing pieces. "Sister is so amazing. I want to try too." Suki handed the pieces to Wakana, patiently guiding him on how to inject chakra. Although he couldn't illuminate the pieces, he wore a bright smile all the same. Banji leaned against Suki, clutching the glowing piece in his small hands, his eyes filled with wonder. As the midday sun grew warmer, Hashirama suggested they go cherry picking at the back mountain. Tobarama initially intended to refuse, but couldn't withstand the expectant gazes of Suki and Wakana, ultimately agreeing to venture only to the outermost slope. The cherry trees on the back mountain were not tall, their branches laden with bright red cherries, resembling scattered rubies. Hashirama climbed up a tree, plucking the ripest cherry and offering it to Suki. "Suki, try this one. It's the sweetest." Suki took a bite, and the delicious juice burst in her mouth, sweeter than the corn cake she had eaten in the morning. Under the shade of the tree, Weijian frolicked while Zhu Jian tossed a few cherries to him. After catching one, Weijian promptly offered it to Shiyue, saying, "Sister, this one is for you." Banji sat nestled in Tohira's arms, savoring the cherries that Shiyue fed him. His little face smeared with juice, resembling a contented little dumpling. Tohira, seated on a nearby rock, spread his coat on the ground for Shiyue to sit on when she grew weary. He also produced a small woven basket from his bosom, handing it to Shiyue. "Put the sweet cherries in here to take back as a treat for Banji." Shiyue nodded, diligently selecting the cherries, placing the ripest and roundest ones into the basket. The sunlight cascaded upon her head, warming her like the cherries she had just consumed. Zhu Jian hummed a folk tune from their clan, while Weijian chimed in, and Banji, nestled in Tohira's embrace, yawned. The entire back mountain basked in a gentle warmth. As they returned in the afternoon, Zhu Jian carried a basket brimming with cherries, while Tohira cradled the sleeping Banji, and Shiyue held Weijian's hand as they strolled back to their residence. They encountered some elders from their clan along the way, who greeted them with smiles. "Zhu Jian, Tohira, taking your younger siblings out to play?" Zhu Jian responded with a grin, and Tohira nodded, gently pulling Shiyue closer to avoid her being bumped by passing clan members. Upon returning to their courtyard, Zhu Jian distributed the cherries among everyone, saving a bowl specifically for Fujian. Tohira helped Shiyue tidy her hair, which had become tousled from their run in the back mountain. Weijian sat on the steps, slowly enjoying his cherries, while Banji woke up, clinging to Shiyue and asking to be held. As the setting sun cast its golden glow, Fujian returned from the training ground. Spotting the cherries on the table, he picked one and popped it into his mouth, then turned to Shiyue. "Did you have fun today?" Shiyue nodded, offering him the largest cherry she had chosen. "Father, this one is the sweetest." Fujian accepted the cherry and placed it in his mouth, a hint of a smile flickering at the corners of his lips, though it was too fleeting to be clearly seen. At dinner, the table was adorned with roasted meat, greens, and millet porridge. Zhu Jian placed some roasted meat from his bowl onto Shiyue's plate, while Tohira offered her greens, and Weijian shared his pickles with her. Banji insisted on being fed by Shiyue. The dim light illuminated the table, reflecting the smiling faces of the siblings, filling the room with warmth. Before bedtime, Tohira arranged Shiyue's blanket and placed the basket they used for cherries at her bedside. "Tomorrow we will go to the back mountain again and pick some wild strawberries for you." Shiyue nodded, softly holding Tohira's hand. "Tohira, it's wonderful to have you. Big brother, Weijian, and Banji around." Tohira's ears turned slightly red as he gently patted Shiyue's hand. "Sleep now. We must rise early tomorrow." After saying this, he turned to leave but paused at the door, glancing back at Shiyue's sleeping face before softly closing the door. Shiyue lay in bed, gazing at the basket by her bedside, her heart brimming with warmth. She knew that despite the tasks ahead, she was still the little Shiyue of the Senju clan. Enveloped by the vitality of Zhu Jian, the attentiveness of Tohira, the liveliness of Weijian, and the softness of Banji. Each day, she delighted in millet cakes and cherries, chasing the wind under the sun of the back mountain. This was her daily life in the Senju clan, and it was the warmth she cherished most in this moment. Chapter 2. Yuzan, the poem of ninja growth as the morning light crested over the cedar treetops of the Senju residence. A gentle rumble resonated from the training ground. It was Zhu Jian practicing earth release. Shiyue stood under a small tree at the edge of the training field, cradling Banji, her fingertips lightly gripping his soft little hand. At just 2 years old, Banji was still unsteady on his feet, currently nestled in her embrace, his little head nudging against her collar as he hummed a nonsensical tune. Not far away, on an open patch of land, Zhu Jian, donned in indigo shorts with sleeves rolled up to his forearms, lifted his hand to form seals, causing the ground to rise into a half-human high earthen platform. "Shiyue, what brings you here?" Zhu Jian ceased his technique, and, upon spotting his sister holding Banji, his eyes brightened as he dashed over. "Did you come to watch me practice ninjutsu? How was that earth release? Better than last time, right?" Shiyue nodded, hugging Banji a little tighter. "It was impressive. The platform is smoother than before." Her voice was soft, her gaze lingering on the spot where the earth had risen. She had sensed a warm energy flowing through the air during Zhu Jian's technique, reminiscent of her previous experience with the chakra wooden pieces, only more potent. Zhu Jian beamed at the praise, extending his hand to pat Shiyue's head. Though fearing he might disturb Banji, He instead ruffled his own hair. I told you. Father praised my progress in Earth release just yesterday. By the way, Shiyue, would you like to learn ninjutsu? I can teach you. At this, Shiyue hesitated. She glanced down at her small, soft hands, remembering that she could only illuminate the chakra wooden piece for 3 seconds. Would she be able to learn ninjutsu? Banji seemed to sense her uncertainty, rubbing his little hand against her collar and mumbling, "Sister, my chakra is too limited," Shiyue murmured, her gaze drifting. She recalled the system mentioning that her chakra was only 20% of that of her peers, making it uncertain whether she could even perform basic ninjutsu, let alone Earth release like Zhu Jian. Don't worry about having less chakra. Zhu Jian waved his hand dismissively, crouching down to meet her gaze, his eyes sparkling like the wild cherries of the back mountain. When I started learning, my chakra was also insufficient. With practice, it grows. Besides, I'll teach you the simplest techniques, starting with sensing chakra. It's not difficult. As he spoke, he gently pinched Shiyue's fingertips. You can illuminate the chakra wooden piece, which means you are more attuned to sensing energy. You will learn the basics quickly. Suddenly, footsteps approached. It was Tohira, who had come over carrying a cloth bag. He had just fetched some snacks from the kitchen and, noticing Zhu Jian engrossed in conversation with Shiyue, he approached to listen. Tohira frowned slightly, placing the bag on a nearby rock, and checked Shiyue's forehead. You're in good health, but don't practice for too long. Overusing chakra can cause dizziness. I know. Tohira. Zhu Jian immediately raised his hand in assurance. I'm just going to teach her how to sense chakra, no ninjutsu, and I'll keep an eye on her. If she gets tired, she can rest. He then pulled out a piece of millet cake from the bag and handed it to Shiyue. Eat something first to have energy for learning. Shiyue held the warm millet cake, glancing at Zhu Jian's eager expression and Tohira's frown, which lacked opposition. She gently nodded. Okay, I will learn. Banji seemed to understand, clapping his little hands in her embrace and cheerfully calling out for his sister to practice. Making Shiyue smile as she reached out to pat his little head. Banji, sit quietly. I'll play with you once I finish learning. Tohira opened the cloth bag, revealing not only the millet cake, but also a small bowl of warm water and some dried wild berries. He handed the warm water to Shiyue. Drink some water first. Sweets can make you thirsty. He then distributed the dried berries to Banji, instructing him to sit on the laid-out cloth. Stay put, Banji. There are stones here, and you might trip. Zhu Jian had already led Shiyue to an open area in the training ground, finding a clean spot for her to sit. He settled down cross-legged beside her, mimicking how their father had taught him, and closed his eyes. Shiyue, first close your eyes and focus your attention on your palms, just like when you illuminated the wooden piece. Slowly gather your chakra to your fingertips. Just a little bit is fine. Shiyue followed his instructions, closing her eyes and curling her fingertips slightly. She attempted to recall the sensation from the last time she illuminated the wooden piece, striving to draw that faint energy into her palms. However, after several attempts, her palms remained empty, save for a barely perceptible warmth that dissipated if she lost focus. What's wrong? Not feeling anything. Zhu Jian opened his eyes, noticing Shiyue's furrowed brow, and quickly leaned in closer. Don't rush. Let me show you a trick. He produced a bright red wild cherry from his pocket, a leftover from yesterday, carefully wrapping it in a leaf and placing it in Shiyue's palm. Just think about gathering your chakra to warm this cherry, like it's been basking in the sun. Give it a try. Shiyue held the cherry, its flesh pressed against her palm, which suddenly granted her a clear objective. Taking a deep breath, she concentrated once more, gently coaxing the faint energy toward her palm. This time, the process unfolded more smoothly. Warmth slowly began to emanate from her palm, while the cherry's chill diminished. She felt it. Shiyue's eyes sparkled as she looked toward Hashirama, who immediately applauded her, exclaiming, I knew you could do it. Now, try transferring the chakra to your fingertips and lightly touch the grass nearby, as if you were tickling it. Nodding in agreement, Shiyue carefully shifted the chakra from her palm to her fingertips. However, just as she had moved it halfway, the warmth dissipated, and her fingertips grew cold again. A hint of frustration washed over her as she cast her eyes downwards. It's gone again. That's perfectly normal. Hashirama quickly reassured her, ruffling her hair. When I first practiced, my chakra slipped away more than a dozen times. Let's try again, but this time, take it slow. Just like when you fed the cherries to Ban. Go at your own pace. Although Tobarama was focused on Ban, he was keenly aware of the proceedings. Observing Shiyue's repeated struggles, he quietly gathered a trace of chakra at his fingertips, and, while Hashirama spoke, gently flicked her wrist. The chakra flowed into Shiyue's arm like a slender thread, helping her consolidate the waning energy. Suddenly, Shiyue felt a wave of warmth in her wrist. Soon, the chakra in her palm stabilized. She quickly refocused her attention, gradually shifting the chakra to her fingertips and delicately touched the nearby grass. The tip of the grass quivered slightly. Though the movement was minimal, it was undeniably real. It moved. Look, Shiyue. The grass moved. Hashirama exclaimed, more excited than she was, pointing at the grass. Shiyue beamed, the small mole at the corner of her left eye dancing with her smile. She glanced up at Tobarama, catching him just as he withdrew his hand. That warmth must have been his assistance, she thought. Are you tired? Why not take a break and have some corn cake? Hashirama offered, handing her a piece from the cloth pouch and pouring her a cup of warm water. Practicing chakra can be exhausting. Don't overdo it. Shiyue accepted the corn cake, savoring it in small bites. Ban, seeing her, crawled over with a handful of wild berry candies, offering one to her mouth. Sister, eat. Taking a bite. The sweet flavor spread in her mouth, warming her heart. After a brief respite, Hashirama resumed teaching Shiyue how to form hand seals. Sitting across from her, he extended his hand and slowly formed the unseal hand sign, explaining, let us start with the simplest seal. This is the foundational sign for many ninjutsu techniques. See how the fingers bend, the thumb and index finger touch, while the other fingers remain straight. Shiyue attempted to mimic him, but her fingers were small and her joints soft, making it difficult to align her thumb and index finger accurately. After several tries, she could barely graze them together, and her fingers began to ache. Growing anxious, she felt beads of sweat form on her nose. Don't rush, don't rush. Let me help you adjust, Hashirama said, gently holding her hand and making minute adjustments to her finger positions. See, bend your thumb a little more. Yes, now bring your index finger closer. Perfect. After much effort, Shiyue finally managed to form the unseal sign, but just as she thought to release her grip, her fingers softened and the sign dissipated. She sighed, feeling disheartened. I don't think I can do it. How could you not? You've only practiced a few times. Hashirama responded. After a moment of thought, he added, I've come up with a little mnemonic for you to remember. Thumb seeks index, middle finger stretches straight, ring finger stays bent, little finger follows behind. Try reciting it. Shiyue repeated, thumb seeks index, middle finger stretches straight, as she extended her hand. This time, although her attempt was still slightly crooked, it was significantly better than before. Tobarama approached, squatting beside her, gently straightening her misaligned ring finger. Keep your ring finger straight. Don't curve it inward. That way, the chakra can flow through. With the mnemonic and Tobarama's corrections, Shiyue gradually found her rhythm. After several attempts, she finally managed to stabilize the unseal sign. Although her version was much smaller than Hashirama's and her fingers trembled, it was quite an accomplishment. Remarkable, little sister. You're learning much faster than I did. Hashirama clapped his hands in excitement. Now let us combine chakra with the hand sign to practice the simplest water release technique, creating a small puddle. It's quite easy. He demonstrated. Forming the unseal sign, he concentrated chakra at his fingertips and gently pressed it against the ground. Instantly, a small puddle the size of a palm appeared. Clear water, gently rippling within. See, it's that simple. Just channel the chakra through the hand sign to the ground, guiding the surrounding moisture to gather. Shiyue inhaled deeply, following his instructions to form the unseal sign and sending her chakra down to the ground. However, as soon as the chakra reached the surface, it scattered, leaving only a faint wet mark, no puddle in sight. Let us try again. Hashirama encouraged her. This time, gather the chakra more steadily and don't rush. Nodding, Shiyue attempted once more. This time, while the chakra didn't disperse, it was too weak, merely creating a shallow imprint on the ground without any water gathering. Sweat began to bead on her forehead. She felt lightheaded from exerting so much chakra. Let us pause for now. You're feeling dizzy, aren't you? Tobarama quickly supported her shoulders, checking her forehead. Don't practice for too long. Your chakra is limited and can't endure this much strain. But I haven't mastered it yet, Shiyue said softly, a hint of reluctance in her voice. Hashirama quickly reassured her. No more practice for today. You've done remarkably well. You've learned to sense chakra and can form the unseal sign, far surpassing my first day. He helped her sit on a rock, offering her a piece of corn cake. Eat something to replenish your energy. We can practice again tomorrow. Take it slow. There's no rush. Ban crawled over, looking up at her. Sister, you're amazing. Shiyue gazed at Hashirama's enthusiastic smile, Tobarama's concerned eyes, and Ban's sweet demeanor. Her earlier reluctance gradually faded. She took a bite of the corn cake and nodded. All right. We'll practice again tomorrow. As the sun climbed higher, the aroma of cedar would fill the training ground. Hashirama packed the cloth pouch and lifted Ban into his arms, while Tobarama took Shiyue's hand, guiding her back home. On the way, they encountered an elder from their clan, who smiled and asked, Hashirama, are you teaching your sister ninjutsu? Indeed, Hashirama replied proudly. She's remarkable. Today she learned the unseal sign and can sense chakra. She will undoubtedly become a formidable ninja. Shiyue felt a blush creep to her cheeks at his praise, moving closer to Tobarama. Yet, Tobarama gently patted her hand and whispered, You did well with the unseal sign. Next time, I'll teach you how to adjust the rhythm of your chakra to make it more stable. Shiyue looked up at him, and though he appeared slightly shy, he maintained eye contact, his expression earnest. Unable to suppress a smile, she nodded. All right, second brother. Upon returning to the courtyard, the enticing aroma of lunch wafted from the kitchen. Fukan, arriving from outside, spotted them and asked, Are you tired from practicing ninjutsu? Not at all. Shiyue replied softly. Hashirama taught me to sense chakra, and I also learned to form hand signs. Fukan nodded, pulling a small wooden plaque from his pocket, engraved with the design of the unsealed sign, and handed it to her. Here, practice forming the sign against this plaque when you have free time, but don't strain your fingers. Shiyue accepted the plaque, tracing her fingertips along its intricate patterns, feeling warmth within her heart. She understood that she was not a prodigy. Mastering ninjutsu would take time and present numerous challenges. Yet, with Hashirama's encouragement, Tobarama's guidance, their father's care, and the companionship of Ban and others, she felt a little less afraid. During lunch, Hashirama offered Shiyue some grilled meat from his bowl, saying, Eat more meat. It helps chakra grow. Tobarama added, handing her some vegetables. You can't just eat meat. It needs to be balanced. Otherwise, practicing ninjutsu can be exhausting. Ban also scooped a spoonful of corn soup from his bowl and offered it to her. Sister, this is delicious. It will replenish your energy. Tsuyu gazed at the bowl overflowing with dishes, taking small bites as her heart felt like it was cradling a piece of heated coal. She cast a furtive glance at the wooden plaque in her hand, its unmarked surface glimmering softly in the light. Perhaps the path to mastering ninjutsu would be long, but as long as she had her family by her side, she possessed the courage to tread that journey steadily. Before sleep, Tobarama helped Tsuyu arrange her bedding, placing the unmarked wooden plaque on her bedside. Don't wake up too late tomorrow. I'll accompany you for your seal practice. Hashirama is too hasty and might not teach you properly. Tsuyu smiled and nodded, grasping Tobarama's hand. Thank you, Tobarama. He gently patted her hand. Rest well, little sister. We have ninjutsu practice tomorrow. After saying this, he turned to leave, pausing at the door to glance back at the wooden plaque in Tsuyu's hand before softly closing the door. Tsuyu lay in bed, clutching the wooden plaque, her fingertips feeling its warmth. She understood that tomorrow's ninjutsu lesson would continue, and she might still face difficulties and failures. But that was all right, with her family around her. She could take her time. Just like the young cherry trees on the back mountain, growing slowly but surely, they would eventually blossom and bear fruit. She closed her eyes, a smile gracing her lips, eagerly anticipating the morning light and the continuation of her ninjutsu lessons with Hashirama and Tobarama under the cypress trees in the training grounds. Chapter 3. The Hairpin. A vow amidst smoke. As the cypress trees became stained with blood, the morning light no longer cast a gentle glow over the Senju compound. Just past the hour of the tiger, the eastern sky bore only a hint of pale azure, and the training grounds of the Senju clan had lost its usual cheer. The area where Hashirama had been teaching Tsuyu to sense chakra was now filled with neatly bundled shuriken and kunai. A stone often used by Tobarama to rest upon bore several yellowed maps. The Uchiha encampment circled repeatedly in charcoal, now darkened from constant tracing. At the forefront stood Butsuma, his dark armor glinting coldly in the morning mist, a long blade in his hand angled toward the ground, dew from last night's reconnaissance still clinging to its edge. The Uchiha have set an ambush in the eastern canyon, intending to intercept our supply convoy. His voice was icy, sweeping over the assembled clansmen before finally resting on Hashirama and Tobarama. You two take a team to flank from the side, avoid direct confrontation. Wait until the supply convoy has passed the canyon before retreating. Understood, father. Hashirama tightened his grip on the kunai, donning a lightweight armor over his black attire. He turned to find Tsuyu, only to see her crouched in a corner, helping Banju tie his forehead protector. Banju, only 3 years old, found the protector too large, causing it to slip down his little head. Tsuyu was stitching a small padding at the back of the protector, adjusting its position carefully. Be good, Banju. Stay close to your sister and don't run off. Her voice was gentle, her fingertips brushing over a small scar behind Banju's ear, a remnant from a fall during ninjutsu practice last month, still faintly visible. Sister, don't run off either. Banju wrapped his small arms around Tsuyu's neck, clutching a bright red wild cherry in his tiny hand, a gift from Hashirama the day before. This is for you, sister. We can eat it after the battle. Tsuyu smiled, placing the cherry into the fabric pouch nestled against her chest. Just as she intended to rise, Tobarama called to her. Little sister, stay behind the supply convoy with Banju and tend to the injured. Don't rush forward. He handed her a small medicine pouch containing hemostatic herbs and bandages. Don't use ninjutsu if your chakra is low. Just protect yourself and Banju. I understand, brother. Tsuyu replied, tucking the pouch into her sleeve. She looked up at Hashirama, who gave her a reassuring hand gesture. His eyes bright as they had been when teaching her ninjutsu, though now they bore a hint of gravity. The team set off swiftly. The supply convoy moved in the center, dozens of ox-drawn carts lumbering forward, the wheels creaking over the stony path, their sound jarring amidst the stillness of the morning fog. Tsuyu held Banju's hand, walking at the rear of the convoy. Her chakra sensing gently radiated outward, since learning to sense chakra during training. Tobarama had taught her to adjust the rhythm of her chakra. Now she could detect chakra fluctuations within a 10-meter radius. Though limited, it was sufficient for early warning. Banju's small hand gripped tightly, his little legs matching Tsuyu's pace as he occasionally looked up to ask, Sister, when will big brother come back? Soon. Once we pass the canyon, brother Hashirama will be here. Tsuyu ruffled his hair, though her gaze remained fixed on the canyon's entrance ahead, where the mist was denser. A faint burnt aroma lingering in the air, reminiscent of scorched foliage from fire techniques. Her heart tightened, prompting her to extend her chakra sensing further. Indeed, she detected 5 unfamiliar chakra signatures on the slopes flanking the canyon, each emanating a sharp, flame-like intensity. Uchiha. Banju, hide behind the cart. Tsuyu swiftly pulled Banju to the side of the cart, crouching down beside him. She called out to the convoy captain, Captain, there's an ambush on both sides of the canyon. It's the Uchiha. Just as the captain prepared to issue a warning, the air was pierced by the whistling of arrows, dozens of fire-infused projectiles raining down upon them, striking the carts and igniting the hay. Flames bursting forth and tinting the morning fog a vivid orange. Not good. It's Uchiha fire arrows. Someone cried out. Chaos erupted within the supply convoy. Several clansmen raised their shields in defense, but were pierced by more arrows, blood seeping through the gaps and dripping to the ground, quickly drying under the encroaching flames. Tsuyu crouched beneath the cart, tightly holding Banju, covering his ears to shield him from the cries of agony. She could sense the 5 chakra signatures descending from the slopes with great speed, one particularly strong, likely the leader of the Uchiha. Stay hidden here. Tsuyu whispered to Banju, just as she contemplated peeking outside to assess the situation. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted as the cart wheel was blown apart by fire techniques. The cart tilting dangerously. She quickly rolled Banju to the side, barely rising to her feet when she spotted 5 figures clad in Uchiha garb nearby, with black hair and crimson Sharingan, coldly fixated on them. Senjubrats? The leader of the Uchiha sneered, a cruel smile gracing his lips, blood still staining the blade in his hand. Looks like luck is on our side today. We can catch a couple of Senju pups for a reward. Tsuyu shielded Banju behind her, her right hand stealthily reaching for the kunai tucked within her clothing, a gift from Hashirama for self-defense. Her chakra gathered in her palm. Though it was minimal, she strained to maintain her sensing, fixating on the movements of the 5 Uchiha. Sister, I'm scared, Banju's voice trembled, his small hand clutching Tsuyu's clothing tightly. Don't be afraid. I will protect you. Tsuyu's voice quivered, yet she forced herself to remain composed. She recalled Tobarama's advice. When encountering enemies, stay calm and identify their weaknesses. She observed the 5 Uchiha, noting one particularly tall and lanky figure whose chakra fluctuations were weaker, likely the least capable among them. Another, adorned with arm guards, wielded a kunai, seemingly skilled in taijutsu. Stop wasting time. Eliminate them quickly one of the Uchiha urged. Charging towards Tsuyu, kunai aimed directly at her chest. Tsuyu swiftly pulled Banju aside, channeling her chakra to her fingertips, gently touching the ground as she attempted to execute the water puddle technique she had learned previously. A small puddle formed beneath the Uchiha's feet, causing him to slip and stumble momentarily. Oh, you can perform a bit of ninjutsu? The Uchiha leader raised an eyebrow, his Sharingan swirling, but such skills are hardly impressive. He raised his hand to form seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted from his mouth, hurtling towards Tsuyu and Banju, the scorching heat washing over them, igniting the surrounding foliage into a blazing inferno. Tsuyu's heart raced with panic as she hurriedly stepped back while holding Banjian. Unaware of the stone behind her, she stumbled and nearly fell. At that moment, Banjian suddenly wriggled free from her embrace, slapping the ground with his small hand and executing the earth release technique. Though it only formed a thin earthen wall, it perfectly shielded them. The fireball collided with the wall, creating a thunderous roar, and although the wall cracked under the assault, it managed to withstand the fireball's onslaught. Banjian, Tsuyu exclaimed, a mix of surprise and joy flooding her. She had not anticipated that he would utilize the earth release technique, which he had practiced a few times under Hashirama's guidance. Banjian's face flushed red from the effort, clearly drained of chakra. Leaning against Tsuyu's leg, he whispered, "Sister, I will protect you." The leading Uchiha ninja, equally astonished by the 3-year-old's prowess, momentarily froze before sneering. The Senju brat has some skill, but this is where it ends. He gestured to 2 other Uchiha, commanding, "You two, capture the child. The rest of you, deal with her." 2 Uchiha charged forward, one employing taijutsu while the other began forming hand seals to unleash fire release. Tsuyu quickly pushed Banjian behind her and advanced, aiming her kunai at the knee of the taijutsu ninja. Caught off guard by her boldness, he instinctively retreated, giving Tsuyu the opportunity to kick a stone into his eyes. The ninja winced in pain, raising a hand to rub his eyes, while Tsuyu seized the moment to flee with Banjian. However, she was soon intercepted by another Uchiha's fire release technique, Phoenix Fire Technique. Several small fireballs hurtled towards them, forcing Tsuyu to dodge left and right, though a spark singed her arm, leaving a painful blister. "Sister," Banjian cried, his eyes welling with tears as he watched her injury. "It's fine, Banjian. It doesn't hurt." Tsuyu gritted her teeth. She felt her chakra dwindling, having already exhausted much of it with her sensing and water techniques. Even gathering chakra was becoming difficult. Glancing back, she saw the 5 Uchiha forming a tightening circle around them. The leader stepped forward, his Sharingan fixed intently on Tsuyu. "Why aren't you running? Aren't the Senju known for their combat prowess? Why do you little ones only hide?" Tsuyu clenched her kunai tightly, pressing her back against Banjian. Realizing escape was futile, she resolved to buy time until Hashirama and Tobarama arrived. "Is it just the Uchiha who prey on children?" she taunted, while subtly scanning her surroundings. Not far off stood a large cypress tree with a thick trunk. If they could reach it, perhaps they could endure a while longer. "Prey on children?" The leader chuckled, his long knife glinting in the sunlight. "By the time you grow up, you'll have to fight us. Better to eliminate you now to avoid future troubles." With that, he swung his blade towards her. Tsuyu quickly pulled Banjian aside. The blade grazed her arm, carving a deep gash into the earth. Seizing the opportunity, she dashed toward the cypress, but an Uchiha nearby struck her calf with a kunai, sending a jolt of pain through her body and causing her to stumble. "Sister." Banjian reached out to help her, but another ninja seized his arm, sneering, "Little brat, don't move, or I'll break your arm." "Let him go." Tsuyu's vision blurred with rage as she disregarded her pain and lunged to reclaim Banjian. The leader responded with a swift kick to her chest, sending her crashing to the ground, a metallic taste of blood flooding her mouth as her kunai clattered beside her. The leader approached, pressing his blade against her throat, sneering, "Let us see how you resist now. The Senju brat has some spirit, but alas, you will die here today." Lying on the ground, Tsuyu gazed up at the sky, the morning mist dissipating as the sun rose, offering no warmth. She could sense Banjian's tears and hear the Uchiha's mocking laughter, feeling the chill of the blade at her throat. Was this the end? What would become of Hashirama and Tobarama? And Banjian, so small and vulnerable, would surely suffer if captured by the Uchiha. Just then, a furious roar echoed from afar. "Who dares to touch my little sister and Banjian?" It was Hashirama's voice. Tsuyu's heart soared with hope as she quickly raised her head. She spotted Hashirama and Tobarama racing towards them. Hashirama hurling his kunai straight at the leader. The Uchiha leader barely had time to react, deflecting the kunai with his blade and turning to face Hashirama. Astonishment etched on his face. "Senju Hashirama, what are you doing here?" "To take care of you scoundrels." Hashirama was already upon them, delivering a punch that generated a gust of wind, making the surrounding foliage sway. The leader stumbled back, but Hashirama's strike grazed his shoulder, causing him to cry out in pain. Tobarama dashed towards the ninja holding Banjien, his short blade moving with the speed of lightning. The Uchiha had no time to react before his wrist was slashed, releasing Banjien in a panicked shriek. Tobarama swiftly scooped Banjien into his arms, passing him to a nearby clan member. "Take Banjien to safety." "Second brother." Banjien clung to Tobarama's neck, sobbing uncontrollably. "Be brave, don't be afraid. Brother is here," Tobarama reassured him, stroking his head before turning back to join the fray. He swiftly formed hand seals, executing the water release technique. Water release, water surge. A torrent of water erupted from his hands, dousing the Uchiha's flames and pushing two of them back. Meanwhile, Hashirama engaged the leader in combat, his taijutsu formidable. Each strike carried immense force, and the leader found himself retreating under the relentless assault. "Senju Hashirama, do you really think you can win? We have more allies nearby. You want to escape today? Let us find out." Hashirama roared, forming hand seals. Earth release, earth flow river. The ground split open, and a rush of water surged through the fissure, creating a swift river that ensnared the 5 Uchiha. "Little sister, are you all right? Can you walk?" Hashirama turned to Tsukiyo, concern etched in his eyes. Tsukiyo struggled to her feet, blood still flowing from her calf. Gritting her teeth, she replied, "I'm fine." "Brother Hashirama, let us go. There are more of them." "All right, let us move." Hashirama scooped Tsukiyo onto his back, while Tobarama guarded them as they dashed toward the canyon's edge. The 5 Uchiha managed to extricate themselves from the river, but were blocked by a wall of earth Hashirama created, left to curse in frustration. After running for nearly half an hour, until the sounds of pursuit faded, Hashirama finally halted and lowered Tsukiyo to the ground. He quickly examined her injuries, his eyes turning red at the sight of the kunai wound on her calf and the burn on her arm. "Does it hurt?" "It's my fault for being late and letting you get hurt so badly." Tobarama crouched beside them, retrieving a medicinal pouch from his robes and carefully tending to Tsukiyo's wounds. His movements were gentle, as if fearing to cause her pain, and though he remained silent, the tips of his ears betrayed his concern. Seeing Tsukiyo lying there with a blade at her throat had filled him with a dread more profound than his own peril. Banjien rushed over, wrapping his arms around Tsukiyo's leg, softly apologizing, "Sister, I'm sorry. It's my fault for not protecting you." Tsukiyo gently touched Ban's head, then glanced at Hashirama's reddened eyes and Tobarama's serious profile. Suddenly, her nose tinged with sorrow, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. "Elder brother, second brother." Her voice trembled with emotion. "I thought I was going to die just now. Ban almost got captured by them, and those clansmen." She recalled the harrowing scenes from the canyon. Clansmen engulfed by the flames of fire release, the wounded lying in pools of blood, and the charred remnants of grain scattered across the ground. Resources painstakingly accumulated by the clan, now reduced to nothing. She remembered the clansman who had been struck down by a Uchiha, his eyes filled with despair and resentment as they met hers for the last time. Hashirama hurriedly enveloped Tsukiyo in his arms, gently patting her back as he reassured her, "Don't cry, little sister. It's all right, we are safe now. We will remember our clansmen, and we shall avenge them." Tobarama paused his actions, lifting his gaze towards Tsukiyo with a voice softened from its usual firmness. "Sister, this is the reality of war. Casualties are inevitable. You did exceptionally well today, protecting Ban and buying us time. Not everyone could have achieved that." Leaning against Hashirama, Tsukiyo's tears flowed more freely. She remembered the days spent in the training grounds, where Hashirama had taught her to sense chakra, and Tobarama had assisted her in perfecting her hand seals, while Ban had handed her wild berry sweets. Their father even gifted her a wooden plate engraved with the family crest. The morning light had been so warm, the scent of cypress so rich. She had believed that mastering ninjutsu was solely for the sake of protecting her family, but now she understood that sometimes, ninjutsu could offer no protection at all. She had failed to safeguard those clansmen who perished, almost unable to protect Ban, and she herself had come perilously close to death. "But why must we fight, brother?" Tsukiyo choked out. Can't we coexist peacefully with the Uchiha? She remembered her mother, when she was still alive, had once told her that the Senju and Uchiha were neighbors in the past, only to become enemies over territory and resources. Back then, she could not comprehend. Now, her understanding only deepened her sorrow. Why must they engage in mutual slaughter for the sake of land and resources? Why must they witness their loved ones perish and send children to the battlefield? What was the reason for this? Tobirama fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Having fought alongside their father since childhood, he had long grown accustomed to the brutality of war, yet he also recognized that war brought only suffering. He had witnessed countless clansmen perish, too many families shattered, and he often found himself pondering when such days would finally come to an end. Hashirama remained mute, tightening his embrace around Shiyue, his gaze filled with complexity. He had always sought a dialogue with the Uchiha, hoping to bring an end to the conflict. Yet each time he approached their encampment, he was met with hostility as an enemy. He understood the difficulty of this path, but he did not wish to surrender. He could not bear to see his sister weep, nor witness Ban's fear, nor endure the loss of more clansmen. Little sister, Hashirama gently wiped the tears from Shiyue's face. His tone earnest. Rest assured, one day, I will put an end to the war between the Senju and Uchiha. At that time, we shall no longer fight. You can continue your training in ninjutsu, Ban can learn earth release from me, and our family will be whole again. Shiyue looked up at Hashirama, his eyes sparkling like stars, filled with unwavering resolve, reminiscent of the time he had taught her ninjutsu, inspiring her to believe in him. She nodded, whispering, I believe in you, elder brother. Tobirama neatly stowed away the medicinal pouch and stood, glancing at the sky. We should return. Father must be worried about us. He approached Shiyue, gently supporting her arm. Your leg is injured. Allow me to carry you. No, second brother. I can walk by myself. Shiyue attempted to push him away, but Tobirama firmly pressed down on her shoulder. Listen to me, little sister. You cannot walk right now. Do not force yourself. Tobirama's voice was heavy yet imbued with a tender firmness. He crouched down, turning his back to her. Come on, I'll carry you home. Shiyue glanced at Hashirama, who nodded encouragingly. Slowly, she climbed onto Tobirama's back. His broad and sturdy frame reminded her of when their father had carried her as a child, providing her with a sense of security. She rested her face against Tobirama's shoulder, inhaling the faint scent of cypress mixed with the aroma of the training grounds, now tinged with the acrid smell of smoke. Ban walked beside them, his small hand clutching Hashirama's clothing, occasionally glancing up at Shiyue. Sister, when we get back, I'll peel some wild berries for you. That sounds wonderful. Shiyue smiled, though tears escaped her once more. This time, her tears were a blend of sorrow and fear, yet also a glimmer of comfort. At least she had Hashirama, Tobirama, Ban, and her family by her side. As they made their way back, the sun had risen high overhead, yet it could not dispel the smell of smoke lingering in the air. They encountered several injured clansmen along the way. Hashirama paused to tend to their wounds while Tobirama continued forward with Shiyue on his back. Shiyue looked at the vegetation lining the roadside, some blackened by fire release, others haphazardly slashed, and some stained with blood, a heart-wrenching sight. She recalled the previous day at lunch when Hashirama had given her roasted meat, Tobirama had offered her vegetables, and Ban had ladled corn soup for her, their bowls overflowing with familial care. At that moment, she had thought that no matter how long her journey in mastering ninjutsu would be, as long as her family was there, she would have the courage to continue. But now she realized that surviving a war and protecting those she loved was far more challenging than mastering ninjutsu. Second brother, Shiyue said softly, I will practice harder in my ninjutsu from now on. I want to become stronger, to protect Ban, and to protect you all. Tobirama paused momentarily before resuming his stride, his voice gentle yet clear. Very well, I will teach you, imparting to you more powerful ninjutsu, and how to protect yourself and your family on the battlefield. Hashirama, having finished tending to the wounds, caught up to them, walking beside Tobirama with a smile. And I will teach you earth release, showing you how to use ninjutsu to safeguard our family. Little sister, we will strive together, and one day, we will ensure that no one has to fight anymore. As Shiyue gazed at Hashirama's smiling face, and then at Tobirama's serious profile, warmth began to blossom within her heart. She understood that the war was not yet over, and that greater dangers and pains lay ahead. Yet she also knew that as long as Hashirama and Tobirama were with her, as long as her family was by her side, she would not be afraid. Just like the saplings of cherry trees on the back mountain, Though they would endure storms and pests, as long as they received sunshine and rain and were nurtured, they would grow steadily, eventually blossoming and bearing fruit. She believed that one day, the morning light would once again gently envelop the cypress treetops of the Senju compound, and the training grounds would once more echo with the laughter of her and Ban. Hashirama would teach her more advanced ninjutsu, Tobarama would prepare her snacks, and their father would watch over them with a smile. In that time, there would be no war, no smoke, only the warmth and companionship of family. She closed her eyes, resting her face against Tobarama's shoulder, a smile slowly curving her lips. She eagerly anticipated that day, looking forward to continuing her ninjutsu lessons with her family under the gentle light of peace. Chapter 4. The Peace Pact of the Yuuzhan in the Senju compound. The fragrance of herbs lingered throughout the year. Chiyue knelt beside a low couch, her fingertips aglow with a soft green chakra as she gently applied it to a clansman's wound, a deep gash that exposed bone. A remnant of the conflict with the Uchiha the previous day. The chakra gradually seeped into the flesh, and she could distinctly sense the torn muscle fibers slowly knitting together. The tension from the pain gradually dissipating from the clansman's brow. "Miss Chiyue, your touch is so gentle," the clansman murmured in gratitude, his voice now lacking the previous agony, replaced with a sense of reassurance. As Tsuyu retracted her hand, the chakra at her fingertips gradually dissipated. She picked up the gauze beside her and meticulously bandaged the wound. "If you feel any pain, please inform me at once. My ninjutsu is still not perfected." The clan member chuckled and shook his head. "It is far better than when I was first carried back. Previously, we would wait for young Master Tobarama to have the time to treat our wounds. Now that you are here, we feel much more at ease." Tsuyu cast her gaze down at her hands, where the lingering warmth of flowing chakra still resided. It had been half a year since the ambush in the canyon. After being carried back to the encampment by her second brother, she endured 3 days of high fever. Her dreams filled with the acrid scent of fire release scorching the earth and the sound of Banshan crying out for her sister. Upon awakening, her elder brother was at her bedside, grasping a wild cherry, which he said Banshan had left for her. Her second brother had placed a yellowed copy of Fundamentals of Medical Ninjutsu on the table, its front page neatly inscribed with points on chakra control. A handwriting so orderly it was unlike his usual style. From that day forth, Tsuyu ceased practicing offensive ninjutsu at the training grounds. She took the book on medical ninjutsu to the clan's elder healer, expressing her desire to learn healing techniques, unwilling to remain helpless as her kin fell in battle. Not wanting to see her brothers return from the battlefield injured, nor to experience the powerlessness of being unable to protect anyone. The elder healer initially refused, claiming that medical ninjutsu was exhausting and tedious, advising her to learn self-defense techniques instead. However, Tsuyu's persistent presence at the infirmary, helping with herbal preparations and bandaging, along with her contemplation of chakra control even during meals, eventually led the elder to relent and impart his knowledge to her over time. Over the past 6 months, Tsuyu's medical ninjutsu improved rapidly. Naturally adept at sensing chakra, she could pinpoint the root of injuries with precision. Tobarama would occasionally visit the infirmary, offering guidance on chakra diversion techniques, teaching her how to achieve optimal healing with minimal chakra expenditure. Within the infirmary, one would often find her either kneeling by the bedside of the injured, her fingertips glowing with a green light as she tended to wounds, or squatting in the herb garden, diligently identifying the varieties of medicinal plants, or seated at a table, meticulously transcribing the formulas taught by the elder healer, alongside small illustrations of herbs. One evening, having just finished treating the last patient, Tsuyu noticed Hashirama entering the infirmary, carrying a bundle of fresh cypress branches. Recently, he had been busy reinforcing the encampment's defenses, his clothes soiled with dirt and beads of sweat adorning his forehead. Yet, he first placed the cypress branches in the corner before approaching Tsuyu with a smile. "Little sister, are you tired today? I just picked some wild berries from the back mountain and brought you some." He produced a cloth pouch from his breast, filled with plump, red wild berries, reminiscent of the one Banshan had given her 6 months prior. Tsuyu accepted the pouch, warmth flooding her heart. She took out a berry and placed it in her mouth, the sweet and sour flavor bursting on her tongue, evoking memories of that day in the canyon when Banshan had clutched a wild cherry in his hand. "Thank you, elder brother," Tsuyu said softly, handing a berry to Banshan, who was busy organizing herbs nearby. Now 4 years old, Banshan had grown taller and came to the infirmary daily to assist Tsuyu, fetching items and sweeping the floor, occasionally attempting to identify herbs, albeit confusing dandelions for bitter lettuce, much to Tsuyu's amusement. Banshan took the berry, popped it into his mouth, and mumbled, "Sister, second brother is here too. He is waiting outside to speak with you." Tsuyu paused, lifting her gaze to the entrance, where she indeed spotted Tobarama's figure. Dressed in his usual dark blue attire and holding a scroll, he stood in the sunset, the last rays of light casting a gentle glow upon his typically stern profile. Tsuyu set down the cloth pouch and exchanged a few words with Hashirama and Banshan before walking toward the door. Upon reaching Tobarama, she noticed that his left arm was wrapped in bandages. Though well covered, she could see blood seeping through, likely a result of yet another conflict with the Uchiha. "Second brother." Your arm concern tinged Tsuyu's voice as she reached out to inspect his injury, only for Tobarama to gently evade her touch. "It's just a minor injury. Nothing to worry about." He handed her the scroll. "This is an emergency treatment plan I compiled, detailing methods for handling various wounds and the locations of commonly used herbs. Keep it with you. It may prove useful in unforeseen circumstances." Tsuyu accepted the scroll, her fingertips brushing against his hand. Feeling the calluses on his palm, a testament to years of practicing ninjutsu and wielding a blade, she lowered her gaze to the scroll, the neat handwriting as meticulous as ever, each plan accompanied by simple diagrams, even noting methods for replenishing chakra when it was excessively depleted, clearly tailored for her. "Thank you, second brother," Tsuyu said softly, her heart swelling with gratitude. Despite his few words, Tobarama consistently showed his concern for her, teaching her chakra control techniques and preparing emergency plans. Even the last time she fainted from exhaustion while practicing medical ninjutsu, it was he who first carried her back to the infirmary and stayed by her side until she awoke, only to pretend nothing had happened the next day, claiming he happened upon the infirmary by chance. Tobarama acknowledged her with a slight nod, his gaze shifting to the injured within the infirmary. After a moment of silence, he spoke, "Your medical ninjutsu has improved considerably. From now on, remain in the infirmary and steer clear of the battlefield." He hesitated, seemingly weighing his words. "Let us not have a repeat of the last incident." Tsuyu understood his concern but felt a resolute thought crystallizing within her. She looked up at her second brother, her expression earnest. "Second brother, I do not wish to remain solely within the clan." Tobarama furrowed his brow. "Medical ninjutsu is meant to provide support from the rear. With your current abilities, you would only become a burden on the battlefield. I do not wish to engage in combat," Tsuyu softly clarified, her voice tinged with determination. "I want to accompany the team to the front lines to treat injured clan members. If I can attend to their wounds immediately, I can minimize casualties and ensure more people return alive. Just like during the canyon ambush, had there been someone skilled in medical ninjutsu present, those clan members struck by fire-release arrows might not have perished." Tobarama's expression darkened. "The front lines are perilous. The Uchiha will not show mercy simply because you are a medical ninja. Do you not recall what happened to you in Banshan?" "I have not forgotten." Tsuyu's voice dropped slightly, yet she did not waver. "It is precisely because I have not forgotten that I am more determined to go. I do not want to witness our kin perish anymore, nor do I want you and elder brother to return from the battlefield gravely injured. I understand the dangers of the front lines, but I will safeguard myself. I have also learned the water puddle technique you taught me, which can serve as a warning system. I want to be a burden." Just then, Hashirama approached, carrying Banshan. He had overheard their conversation and, now devoid of his usual smile, regarded them with warm eyes. "Little sister, you wish to go to the front lines to protect everyone, correct?" Tsuyu nodded. "Yes. I want to ensure more people survive and that everyone can return safely to the encampment to reunite with their families." Hashirama knelt, setting Banshan down, and gently ruffled Tsuyu's hair, his tone earnest. "Little sister, I support you. You are right. If you can treat the injured promptly at the front lines, it will indeed reduce casualties. However, you must promise me to take care of yourself. Do not be reckless. If you find yourself in danger, seek me or Tobarama immediately. Understood?" Tsuyu was taken aback by her elder brother's support, her eyes brightening as she nodded vigorously. "I understand. I will take care of myself." Tobarama's expression darkened further as he observed the two. "Elder brother, do not indulge her. The front lines are no place for games. She is still so young. If anything were to happen, how would we explain it to our father?" "Tobarama, our little sister has grown up." Hashirama stood, meeting Tobarama's gaze calmly. "She knows what she is doing and possesses the ability to protect herself. In the past 6 months, one can observe how proficient she has become in medical ninjutsu. with her control over chakra significantly more stable than before. Even the elder healer has remarked that she possesses great potential in the field of medicine. Furthermore, her intentions are not driven by impulsiveness. She genuinely desires to assist her kin. We should support her rather than hinder her. Support her in her demise? The voice of Tobarama bore an undercurrent of barely concealed impatience. Was the incident in the canyon not sufficient? She and Izuna nearly met their end at the hands of the Uchiha. Izuna was almost captured. Have you forgotten the image of her lying on the ground with a knife poised against her throat? Shuiwei regarded Tobarama's tense profile and suddenly understood that his reluctance to allow her on the front lines stemmed from a fear of her encountering danger. A worry for her safety. It was reminiscent of that day 6 months ago, outside the canyon, when he knelt to tend to her wounds. Though he spoke not a word, his concern for her pain was palpable. Each time she exhausted herself practicing medical ninjutsu, he would quietly leave a pouch of medicine on her desk. "Brother," Shuiwei said softly, stepping closer to him and gazing into his eyes, "I know you worry about me, but I truly do not wish to remain in the rear any longer. I aspire to contribute to peace, not through conflict or ninjutsu, but through healing, by ensuring more lives are preserved. Brother has said that one day we will cease the war between the Senju and Uchiha, and I wish to aid him in realizing this goal. If we can diminish casualties, might it not allow more to witness the horrors of war? Perhaps it could hasten the arrival of peace?" She paused, her voice thick with emotion. "I still remember asking you, half a year ago in the canyon, why we must fight. You did not answer then. I pondered it for a long while, and I believe the reason war persists is that everyone fixates on hatred, on territory and resources, forgetting that we all have families and wish to live peacefully. What if I could heal our injured kin, and also the injured Uchiha? If they saw that the Senju do not only bring harm but also offer aid, would they not harbor less hatred towards us?" Tobarama stood in stunned silence, gazing into Shuiwei's eyes, where once there had been trepidation, now shone a resolute light, reminiscent of her youthful anticipation when first learning ninjutsu. He had never fathomed that this little sister, who once quailed at the sight of blood, would now aspire to transcend hatred through healing, to bridge the divide between the two clans with goodwill. Hashirama, too, was taken aback, his heart swelling with surprise and pride. He had longed for an end to the conflict between the Senju and Uchiha, often contemplating negotiations and strength as means to achieve it, never considering that perhaps such a gentle approach, through healing the wounded and conveying kindness, could gradually dissolve the animosity between the clans. "Little sister," Hashirama's voice trembled with excitement as he placed a hand on Shuiwei's shoulder, "you speak the truth. We must not only protect our kin but also demonstrate to the Uchiha that we are not merely warriors. We desire peace. If we encounter injured Uchiha in the future, we can heal them, showing them that the Senju and Uchiha need not engage in mutual slaughter." Shuiwei smiled at Hashirama's enthusiasm, her eyes curving like a crescent moon. "Indeed, that is precisely my thought. Once I have honed my medical ninjutsu further, I will be able to heal even more individuals. When the time comes, while brother negotiates with the Uchiha, I shall remain by your side, ready to assist any who are injured, demonstrating our sincerity." Izuna dashed over, tugging at Shuiwei's sleeve, whispering, "Sister, I wish to help too. I am currently learning Earth style from brother, and I can use Earth Wall to protect you and the injured." Hashirama scooped Izuna into his arms, beaming, "Excellent. From now on, Izuna will safeguard his sister while I handle negotiations. Together as a family, we will strive to bring peace sooner." As Tobarama observed the trio before him, his initial agitation gradually ebbed away, leaving a complex mix of emotions. He recognized the naivety in Shuiwei's aspirations. The enmity between the Uchiha and Senju had festered for generations, and healing a few wounds could not resolve it. He understood the arduous path to peace, yet gazing into Shuiwei's radiant eyes, witnessing Hashirama's steadfastness, and observing Izuna's earnest expression, he found it difficult to dampen their fervor. Perhaps such innocence and determination held the key to breaking the cycle of hatred. "If this is your desire, then pursue it," Tobarama spoke softly, his voice devoid of its usual sternness, tinged with resignation yet laced with subtle support. "However, Shuiwei, remember that medical ninjutsu is not omnipotent. Not every wound can be healed, nor will every act of kindness be reciprocated. If you encounter danger, do not be reckless. Withdraw at the first opportunity. I shall speak with father about allowing you to accompany the frontline team, but I will arrange for several skilled defenders to accompany you for your safety." Shuiwe was taken aback by Tobarama's concession, her eyes sparkling with hope as she nodded vigorously. Thank you, brother. I will remember not to overextend myself. Tobarama nodded and withdrew a small pouch from his robes, presenting it to Shuiwe. This contains herbs for hemostasis and detoxification, more effective than what you typically use. Carry it with you for emergencies. Additionally, here is a signal flare I crafted. Should you find yourself in peril, ignite it, and I will come to your aid without delay. Shuiwe accepted the pouch and flare, warmth blossoming in her heart. She realized that although Tobarama verbally challenged her ambitions, he was nonetheless supporting her in his own way, arranging for her protection, providing her with herbs and a signal flare, and even promising to rush to her side in times of danger. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the last rays bathed the cypress trees at the Senju compound in a gentle orange hue. Hashirama was engaged in conversation with Izuna about teaching him earth style, his voice brimming with anticipation, while Shuiwe meticulously placed the scroll, pouch, and signal flare into her satchel beside her notebook filled with medicinal recipes and illustrations of herbs. Tobarama stood at the doorway, his gaze lingering on the training grounds in the distance. Though his expression remained grave, it softened slightly. Once Shuiwe had gathered her belongings, she approached the doorway and called out to Tobarama's retreating figure, "Brother, thank you." Tobarama glanced back at her, his silence punctuated by a gentle pat on her shoulder. The touch was light but imbued with a reassuring strength, reminiscent of the times he had helped her up after falls in her childhood. "Come now. It is time to return for dinner," Tobarama announced, turning first toward their residence. Hashirama held Izuna, with Shuiwe trailing behind. Izuna rested his head on Hashirama's shoulder, softly recounting amusing tales of his Earth-style lessons, while Hashirama discussed future plans for the frontline, stating he would first consult with their father before arranging suitable guards. As Shuiwe listened, warmth enveloped her heart. She understood that the road to peace was long, fraught with challenges, and might even lead to pain and disappointment. Yet she was unafraid. She had Hashirama's unwavering resolve, Tobarama's protection, Izuna's companionship, and her own medical ninjutsu in hand. She would tread forward step by step, safeguarding her kin, spreading goodwill, and yearning for the dawn when light would spill over the cypress treetops, filling the training grounds with laughter and peace. The evening breeze rustled through the cypress trees, carrying with it the faint scent of greenery, mingling with the aroma of herbs wafting from the infirmary, instilling a profound sense of tranquility. Shuiwe gazed upwards at the sky, where stars began to twinkle, reminiscent of the light in her brother's eyes, mirroring her own hopes for peace. She clutched her satchel tightly, filled with the pouch and flare from Tobarama, her notebook brimming with medicinal recipes, and her aspirations for the future. She firmly believes that one day, the Senju and Uchiha clans will cease their hostilities. One day, her kin will no longer return from the battlefield bearing wounds. One day, she will continue to teach Hashirama the art of herb identification in the gentle light of peace. Follow her elder brother to learn the nuances of chakra perception, and listen to her second brother impart techniques of chakra control. That day, she is certain, is not far off. Chapter 5. The encounter by the shallow stone. As the morning mist over the Senju encampment lingered, Tsukiyo was already crouched in the herb garden behind the medical hut, turning the soil. Dew dampened the cuffs of her trousers as she deftly wielded a small trowel, carefully weeding out the intruding grasses surrounding the dandelions. Yesterday, Hashirama had mistakenly identified the dandelions as endive. She needed to separate the two herbs further to prevent her younger brother from confusing them again. "Little sister, I'm heading out." A cheerful voice called from outside the courtyard gate. Tsukiyo glanced up just in time to catch a glimpse of an orange sleeve flitting past. She smiled and called back a cautionary, "Be careful." Her gaze drifted to the spot where Hashirama had just stood. The ground was speckled with moist river mud, distinct from the yellow earth near the fortifications, resembling the blackish mud mixed with fine sand characteristic of the eastern shallows. This marked the third occurrence within the week. Ever since she and her second brother Tobarama reached an understanding to accompany the frontline team for support, Tsukiyo had developed a new habit of observing her elder brother closely. Recently, Hashirama had frequently mentioned reinforcing the eastern defensive wall, yet each time he returned, his sleeves were dusted with dried grass, and his trousers bore traces of lingering moisture. On one occasion, she even discovered a smooth river stone nestled in his pocket, not the common gray pebbles found near the encampment, but a white stone patterned with watermarks, clearly collected from the riverbank. Moreover, Hashirama's demeanor had changed noticeably. Previously, he would return from work utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the low couch, lamenting his aching back. Yet lately, every time he entered, a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, and even when Tobirama pestering him to teach Earth Jutsu, he exhibited an unusual patience. "Big brother, you didn't bring back any wild berries today," Tobirama exclaimed, running over with a cloth bag containing the herbs he had helped Tsukiyo gather that morning. His little face scrunched up in disappointment. He had claimed yesterday that he would pick some from the back mountain, but now it seemed he had lied. Tsukiyo accepted the cloth bag, brushing her fingers through the stray strands of hair on Tobirama's forehead, her heart filled with increasing confusion. Hashirama never lied, especially not to Tobirama, unless he had not truly gone to the back mountain. As evening approached, Tsukiyo had just finished transferring the prepared salve into porcelain jars when the familiar sound of footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. She stepped out to find Hashirama brushing the dirt from his clothes, the setting sun casting a long shadow behind him, with a tiny leaf stuck in his hair. "How was work on the fortifications today?" Tsukiyo inquired as she approached, instinctively brushing the grass off his shoulders, her fingers grazing his damp cuffs. Hashirama's gaze flickered momentarily. Then he nodded eagerly. "It went smoothly. We added 2 more layers of earth jutsu to the eastern wall. The Uchiha won't be able to breach it." "But why didn't you pick any wild berries?" Tobirama interjected, looking up at him from where he stood, his little arms wrapped around Hashirama's leg. "You promised me yesterday." Hashirama scratched his head, chuckling nervously. The wild berries in the back mountain aren't ripe yet. Next week, I promise I'll bring you back a whole bag." Tsukiyo observed her brother's deliberate avoidance of eye contact, realizing that he was undoubtedly hiding something. Once Tobirama was called away by neighboring clan members, she softly asked, "Big brother, have you not been going to the fortifications lately?" Hashirama paused, his movements stalling, and he turned back with a hint of unmasked guilt on his face. What do you mean? I go there every day? But the mud on your trousers is from the eastern shallows," Tsukiyo gently pointed out, her tone calm, yet undeniably perceptive. "The fortifications are to the north, where only yellow earth exists. Moreover, the grass clippings on your cuffs come from the riverbank. Such plants do not grow on the back mountain." Hashirama stared at his trousers for a long moment before suddenly scratching his head and laughing, his momentary guilt replaced by his usual exuberance. "You're so observant, little sister. Nothing escapes your notice. What exactly have you been up to?" Tsukiyo blinked, her curiosity piqued. Devoid of reproach, after a moment's hesitation, Hashirama took her wrist and led her indoors, lowering his voice. "I've made a friend. He lives by the river to the east, and he's incredible at skipping stones. He can make them bounce 10 times, even better than I can." "A friend?" Tsukiyo was taken aback. "Is he from our clan?" No. Hashirama waved his hands dismissively, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "His name is Madara, and he's about my age, with black hair and a rather charming appearance. He doesn't speak much, but he's really nice. Just the other day, I almost fell into the river, and he pulled me back." Watching Hashirama's enthusiastic demeanor, Tsukiyo felt her earlier doubts dissipate. Her brother had always been sincere with others. Regardless of who they were, he treated everyone with genuine warmth. Yet, she still felt a twinge of concern. "Big brother, you didn't tell him we are from the Senju clan, did you?" Hashirama patted his chest confidently. "Don't worry, I didn't mention it. He didn't tell me where he is from either. We just talked about skipping stones and the rabbits in the mountains." Seeing Hashirama's carefree and innocent nature, Tsukiyo couldn't help but smile. "Then can you take me to meet him? I'm quite curious about the friend who has captured your attention so completely." Hashirama's eyes lit up instantly. "Really? You want to go, little sister? I'll take you right now. I'm sure he will like you too." Before Tsukiyo could respond, Hashirama eagerly grasped her hand and dashed outside, his steps light and buoyant like a child. The last rays of the setting sun bathed them in warmth, casting dappled shadows from the cypress trees lining the path, while the air carried the refreshing scents of grass and river water, lifting Tsukiyo's spirits. The riverbank to the east was not far from the encampment. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, they could hear the gentle babble of water. From a distance, Tsukiyo spotted a boy sitting on a large blue stone by the river's edge, his short black hair falling over his forehead. He wore a deep blue outfit, with rolled-up sleeves exposing his well-defined wrists. In his hand, he held a flat stone, angled away from them. With a flick of his fingers, the stone soared across the water's surface, skipping 7 times before gently sinking below. "Madara, I'm here." Hashirama called out excitedly as he pulled Tsukiyo along. The boy turned his head, and it was only then that Tsukiyo caught a clear glimpse of his face. His high cheekbones and deep brown eyes resembled obsidian submerged in water, exuding a subtle detachment, yet lacking any sharpness. When he noticed Tsukiyo, his gaze lingered for a moment before he simply nodded in acknowledgement. Madara, this is my little sister, Tsukiyo? Hashirama introduced, beaming with delight. Little sister, this is Madara, the master of stone skipping. Tsukiyo offered a gentle bow to the boy, her voice soft. Hello, I'm Tsukiyo. I often hear my brother speak of you, and I'm glad to finally meet you. Madara's gaze fell upon Tsukiyo's fingertips, noting their slenderness and the faint calluses, remnants of her years in herb preparation and medical ninjutsu training. What intrigued him more was the soft chakra emanating from her, akin to the gentle flow of spring rivers, devoid of any aggression, starkly contrasting the volatile chakra he was accustomed to encountering. He withdrew his gaze, unconsciously rubbing the stone in his hand, his voice softer than before. Amachiha Madara. Madara, that was incredible. You skipped it 7 times. That's one more than yesterday. Hashirama exclaimed, eagerly pointing at the water's surface. Do it again for my little sister. Madara did not refuse. He picked up another flat white stone from the ground and flicked it with a delicate motion. The stone glided along the water's surface, skipping 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. This time, it astonishingly skipped 9 times. Hashirama clapped his hands in excitement, and Tsukiyo couldn't help but laugh. That's amazing. I've never seen anyone make a stone skip so many times. Madara's expression shifted slightly as he turned his attention to Tsukiyo. Would you like to try? Tsukiyo paused, then nodded eagerly. Can I? I've never played at skipping stones before. Ban picked up several neatly shaped stones from the ground and handed them to Tsuyu. His fingers were broader than hers, with prominent knuckles, and as he passed the stones, he did so with a delicate touch, ensuring that he did not brush against her hand. He chose a few with smooth edges and moderate curvature, selecting flat ones that possessed a stable center of gravity. Tsuyu received the stones and, imitating Ban's earlier gesture, raised her hand to throw them. Wait, Ban suddenly interjected, taking a step closer. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly. Your wrist is too stiff. Relax it and throw in the direction of the current. Don't use brute force. As he spoke, his fingertips lightly grazed Tsuyu's wrist, a mere whisper of contact, akin to a feather brushing against her skin, before he withdrew quickly. Tsuyu felt a coolness from his fingertips, yet it was steady and reassuring. She adjusted her posture, relaxed her wrist, and followed Ban's guidance, gently tossing the stone. The stone skimmed the water's surface, bouncing twice before it sank. I did it. Tsuyu's eyes sparkled as she turned to Ban, her face glowing with delight. Thank you, Ban. I actually managed to skip it twice. Ban observed her smile, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly before he quickly suppressed it, diverting his gaze to the water. Just practice a few more times. Beside them, Hashirama cheered, Little sister. You're amazing. I only managed 1 skip the first time. Ban, teach her some more so she can skip better than you. Ban did not refute him. Instead, he picked up a few more stones and handed them to Tsuyu, this time specifically pointing out the curvature of the stones. Aim this part at the water's surface and make the angle even smaller. Ban's fingertips pinched the hem of his clothing, and he remained silent, merely offering a soft in response. Tsuyu sensed that his chakra had softened somewhat, no longer exuding the initial aloofness. As the sunset painted the sky with golden-red hues, the river became a flowing orange satin, its rippling reflections dancing with the gentle waves. The reeds on the shore bent gracefully in the evening breeze, their rustling mingling with the babbling water, creating a symphony of hushed whispers surrounding the trio. Tsuyu held onto the flat stones Ban had selected, adjusting her angle to be even smaller, reminding herself to keep her wrist relaxed. With each attempt, the stone initially sank upon touching the water, then managed to bounce twice, and eventually, it skipped 3 times, finally leaping 5 times before it slowly disappeared beneath the surface, creating a delicate ripple. Hashirama, unable to remain idle, alternated between crouching on the beach to help them gather smooth stones, his fingers filled with them, and chasing after a darting red dragonfly. His laughter ringing out as he playfully ran along the shore, the sound echoing across the water and drifting toward the distant reeds. Tsuyu brushed her wind-tossed hair back, glancing at the darkening sky where the orange-red hue gradually faded into a pale purple and a few stars began to timidly emerge. She gently placed the stones into her cloth pouch, her fingertips grazing the fabric's texture, and softly said to the two, "It's probably time to head back. If we stay out too late, Erji will worry." Hashirama's face fell instantly, and he ruffled his hair in disappointment, his voice softening. "What? We're leaving already? I wanted to see little sister skip 5 times again." He turned to Ban, his eyes alight with starlight. "Ban, can we come back here tomorrow? Will you be here again?" Ban's gaze first settled on Tsuyu's face, noting her lack of opposition, instead detecting a hint of anticipation in her eyes. He then withdrew his gaze, unconsciously rubbing his fingertips against the warmth left by the stones in his palm, and gently nodded, his voice softer than the evening breeze. "Yes, I will come back tomorrow." Hashirama immediately burst with joy, clapping his hands vigorously, causing his clothing to sway. "That is wonderful. Let us come back at this hour. I'll go pick wild berries from the back mountain early tomorrow. You loved them last time when little sister said they were sweet enough to juice." Ban did not respond but reached into the inner pocket of his clothing, retrieving a smooth, black pebble, rounded and polished at the edges, its texture imbued with warmth from being carried for years. He gently extended it to Tsuyu, his movements tender as if he feared breaking something precious. "This stone has a high density. It's less likely to veer off course when thrown and will skip more steadily. Practice with it." Tsuyu extended her hand to accept it, feeling warmth radiating from the stone, a warmth akin to that of something nestled close to the heart for a long time, with a faint hint of natural fragrance. She cradled the stone in her palm, her eyes crinkling with delight, sparkling like starlight. "Thank you, Ban. I'll bring some things tomorrow too. Honey paste I just made, using wild honey from the back mountain. It's particularly fragrant when spread on warm bread. I'll let you and Deji taste it." As they walked back, Hashirama excitedly recounted their earlier activities. "Little sister, see? I told you Ban is a good person. He may be quiet, but he is very kind. Next time, I'll teach him earth release, and he'll teach me how to skip stones. We'll be good friends." Tsuyu nodded with a smile, holding the black pebble tightly, her heart warmed. She could see that despite Ban's cool exterior, he was not difficult to get along with. He was attentive in selecting stones, patient in teaching her how to skip, and even offered her a stone he always kept with him. Yet she wondered if his family would permit him to associate with unfamiliar friends like her brother did. "Deji, you didn't mention this to Erji, did you?" Tsuyu suddenly recalled and asked Hashirama. Hashirama scratched his head. "I didn't mention it. Tobarama has been busy organizing frontline information lately, and I didn't want to disturb him. Besides, this is our little secret. We can tell Tobarama later when we're more familiar." Seeing Hashirama's obliviousness to the potential danger, Tsuyu couldn't help but smile wryly. Tobarama was meticulous. If he learned that her brother was associating with an unknown boy, he would certainly worry. Nevertheless, as she looked at the stone in her hand and recalled Ban's not-so-cold eyes, she felt that perhaps this little secret wasn't so terrible after all. The evening breeze caressed the tops of the cypress trees, carrying with it a subtle aroma of herbs. Tsuyu looked up at the sky, where stars began to twinkle like fragments of diamonds scattered across a dark cloth. Clutching the stone tightly, she felt a surge of anticipation for the next day, wondering what delightful adventures awaited her when she met Ban and her brother again. Meanwhile, by the riverbank, Uchiha Ban remained seated on a large stone, holding the stone Tsuyu had not tossed earlier. His fingertips traced the edges of the stone as his gaze lingered on the spot where she had stood. The wind seemed to carry the faint scent of herbs that clung to her, light yet comforting. He remembered her smile, her eyes curving like a crescent moon, reminiscent of the delicate white flowers he had seen as a child blooming on cliffs, pure and gentle. Ban pocketed the stone, rising to head home. His dark silhouette gradually faded into the night, leaving behind the stones by the river, still retaining the warmth of the day, quietly resting on the sandy shore, awaiting tomorrow's encounter. Chapter 6. The promise in twilight. As the morning mist gently enveloped the cypress treetops of the Senju residence, Tsuyu was already busy in the kitchen. The honey paste in the ceramic pot still exuded warmth and sweetness as she carefully ladled it into a porcelain jar, before sealing it tightly. She couldn't resist leaning in to inhale the rich aroma of wild honey mingled with the crisp scent of osmanthus, a fragrance she had painstakingly developed by simmering it for an additional half-hour. Beside her, a bamboo basket held freshly baked wheat bread, its crust golden and crisp, crumbling at the slightest touch. "Little sister, are you ready yet? If you don't hurry, Ban will be waiting anxiously." Hashirama's voice called from outside the courtyard, filled with a childlike urgency. Tsuyu smiled and responded, I'll be ready in just a moment, as she placed the porcelain jar and bread into the bamboo basket. After retrieving a clean cloth from the drawer to cover the contents, she picked up the basket and made her way outside. At the entrance of the courtyard, Hashirama was growing increasingly impatient, his orange short coat draped over his shoulder, a cloth bag clutched in his hand, bulging with what was undoubtedly wild berries. Upon seeing Tsuki emerge, he hurried towards her, his gaze fixed intently on the bamboo basket. "Little sister, is this the honey paste you mentioned? It smells delightful. Be careful. It's hot," Tsuki cautioned, handing him the basket, still warm from the recent heating. "Let us hurry, we shouldn't keep Ban waiting." The two made their way along the path they had taken yesterday, towards the river. The morning mist had yet to fully dissipate, dew clinging to the blades of grass, crunching beneath their feet. As Hashirama swung the cloth bag in his hand and hummed an off-key tune, his mood was buoyant as if he had stumbled upon treasure. "I told Ban yesterday that the wild berries are incredibly sweet." Though he didn't respond, I noticed his eyes sparkled for a moment. "Today we will surely have even more fun." Tsuki couldn't help but chuckle at her brother's exuberance. "Big brother, you didn't mention my name to Ban, did you? Nothing else?" Hashirama paused, then confidently patted his chest. "Don't worry. I only said my name is Hashirama and yours is Tsuki. I didn't mention anything else." Ban didn't ask either. "We talked about skipping stones and the rabbits in the mountains. He even said he knows where there are rabbit burrows." As they conversed, they neared the riverbank. In the distance, Tsuki spotted a familiar large blue stone where a dark figure sat. Ban, still clad in the deep blue short coat from yesterday, had his sleeves rolled up to his forearms, a small stone clasped in his hand, gazing down at the water's surface. The morning mist swirled around him, draping his silhouette in a delicate veil, exuding a chill, yet somehow providing a sense of comfort. "Ban, we're here," Hashirama called out excitedly, rushing towards him with the bamboo basket in tow. Ban lifted his gaze, first landing on Tsuki, then noting the basket she held. His expression momentarily softened before he replied with a quiet acknowledgement. As he stood, Tsuki noticed that in addition to the stone, he held a small woven basket containing a few red wild fruits, smaller than Hashirama's wild berries, but glistening with a more vibrant hue. "Ban, you arrived quite early," Hashirama exclaimed, placing the bamboo basket on the blue stone and unveiling the porcelain jar and bread inside. "Look, this is the honey paste and bread that my sister made. It smells heavenly. You must try it." Ban's gaze fell upon the porcelain jar, and his fingers unconsciously traced the edge of the basket as he remained silent. Yet, he extended the small basket towards Tsuki. "These are mountain cherries. They're a tad more tart than wild berries. You should give them a try." Tsuki accepted the basket, feeling the texture of the woven bamboo, still tinged with the morning dew. She picked a mountain cherry and popped it into her mouth, the sweet and sour flavor blossoming on her tongue, refreshing compared to the wild berries. "It's delicious, thank you, Ban. I can't wait to try the honey paste," Hashirama declared, unable to contain his eagerness any longer. He took a piece of bread, scooped some honey paste with a wooden spoon, and bit into it, his eyes lighting up instantly. "Wow, it's so sweet. The honey's aroma is so rich, and the bread is so soft. Little sister, you are incredible. Ban, you must taste it. It's truly delightful." Observing Hashirama devour the bread, Ban glanced at Tsuki's expectant expression and finally picked up a piece himself. Tsuki quickly offered him the wooden spoon. "Try just a little. If it's too sweet, I have some water." Ban took the spoon, carefully spreading a small amount of honey paste, and took a small bite. The wheat aroma of the bread mingled with the honey's sweetness, perfectly balanced, neither overly rich nor cloying. He looked up at Tsuki, his gaze softer than usual. "It's quite good. I told you." Hashirama clapped his hands together, grabbing another piece of bread. "Little sister, what shall we do today? Yesterday you managed to skip 5 stones. I'm sure you can do even more today. Ban, will you teach her again?" Ban nodded, picking up a few flat stones from the ground and handing them to Tsuki. "The wind is gentle today, making it easier to control the angle. Try to throw the stones further." Tsuki accepted the stones, adjusting her stance as Ban instructed. With a gentle flick of her wrist, she sent the stones skimming across the water's surface, astonishingly achieving 7 skips this time. "Impressive, little sister," Hashirama cheered, clapping enthusiastically. "Ban, look how quickly she is improving." The corners of Ban's mouth curled into the slightest smile before he quickly suppressed it, adding, "Just pay attention to your strength. Don't throw too lightly, or you'll lose momentum later." Thus, the 3 of them played by the riverbank, Hashirama took turns gathering stones and searching for wild fruits among the reeds, occasionally challenging Ban to skip stones, protesting loudly when he lost, and demanding a rematch. Tsuki practiced diligently, progressing from 7 skips to 8, and eventually mastering 9 skips with Ban's patient guidance. Though he spoke little, Ban was attentive, offering constructive feedback after each of Tsuki's throws and occasionally demonstrating himself to provide a clearer understanding of angle and force. By noon, the sun had risen high, and the temperature by the river had warmed. Tsuki retrieved the water pouch she had prepared and offered it to Hashirama and Ban. "Drink some water. We don't want to risk heat stroke." Hashirama accepted the pouch, drinking deeply and wiping his mouth. "Little sister, you think of everything." He turned to Ban. "Would you like to join us in the mountains to pick wild fruits? There are plenty of wild cherries and strawberries, and they are incredibly sweet." Ban hesitated, glancing at Tsuki, and upon seeing her look of anticipation, he finally nodded. "All right." The 3 set off along the riverbank towards the mountains. The path was not particularly difficult, flanked by wild grasses and flowers, with the occasional glimpse of rabbits darting by. Hashirama led the way like a guide, pointing out wildflowers that could be used to dye nails, stopping to pick wild fruits to share with Tsuki and Ban. Tsuki walked in the middle, occasionally bending down to gather herbs from the roadside and placing them in her cloth pouch. These were excellent for treating wounds, and it never hurt to have more on hand. Ban brought up the rear, his gaze occasionally drifting to Tsuki's figure, instinctively slowing his pace whenever she bent to gather herbs, waiting for her to catch up. "Look, ahead is a wild cherry tree," Hashirama suddenly exclaimed, stopping to point at a large tree not far away. Tsuki and Ban approached, and indeed they found a cherry tree laden with red fruits, resembling strings of red lanterns. Hashirama swiftly climbed the tree, sitting on a branch and tossing down a handful of cherries to Tsuki. "Little sister, catch. These are super sweet." Tsuki caught the cherries and selected one to offer Ban. "You should try this. It's sweeter than the mountain cherries." Ban took the cherry, placing it in his mouth, and the sweet juice burst forth on his tongue. Even sweeter than the previous mountain cherries, but not overwhelming. He nodded in approval. "Yes, it's very sweet." Hashirama delightedly picked cherries from the tree, tossing them down occasionally for Tsuki and Ban to catch, and they would sometimes pass cherries to each other. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon them, while the breeze carried the sweet scent of cherries mingled with the fresh aroma of grass, instilling a profound sense of tranquility. "It's nearly time to head back, otherwise our older brother will worry," Tsuki remarked, glancing at the sky as afternoon approached. Though reluctant, Hashirama nodded. "All right, can we come back tomorrow?" he asked. "Ban, will you return tomorrow as well?" Ban looked at Tsuki, and seeing no objection in her eyes, he gently nodded. "Yes, I will come back tomorrow." "Wonderful," Hashirama exclaimed, clapping his hands together. "Then let us go pick strawberries in the mountains tomorrow. I know where the sweetest ones are." The 3 retraced their steps. Along the way, Hashirama continued excitedly discussing the plans for tomorrow, Tsuki occasionally chiming in, while Ban walked beside them, sometimes picking up flat stones from the roadside and handing them to Tsuki. "This stone is quite flat. You can practice with it tomorrow." As Tsuyu took the stone, the warmth emanating from it brought a comforting sensation to her heart. She looked up at Ban and smiled, saying, "Thank you, Ban. I had a wonderful time today." Ban's gaze shifted slightly, and though he remained silent, he softly uttered an acknowledgement, his tone gentler than usual. As they approached the riverbank, Tsuyu suddenly recalled something and retrieved a small cloth pouch from her bag. Presenting it to Ban, "Here, this is for you. It contains the herbal ointment I prepared yesterday, which is quite effective for treating bruises. If you happen to get hurt, you can apply it." Ban accepted the pouch, feeling the texture beneath his fingertips, and looked up at Tsuyu, his expression reflecting a hint of surprise and a barely perceptible warmth as he said, "Thank you." "We're here," Hashirama exclaimed, pointing towards the Senju residence in the distance, his excitement palpable. "Ban, let's gather here tomorrow and then head into the mountains to pick strawberries together." Ban nodded in agreement. "All right, we'll see each other tomorrow." Tsuyu waved goodbye to Ban as she followed Hashirama towards the residence. Ban stood still, watching their figures gradually fade into the distance. Before glancing down at the pouch in his hand, and then at the stone in his other hand, a faint smile curving at the corners of his lips. The breeze carried the lingering sweetness of honey and the fragrant aroma of herbs from Tsuyu, enveloping him in a soothing warmth. As dusk settled over the Senju residence, Tsuyu and Hashirama returned carrying bamboo baskets. Just as they turned onto the path leading to their dwelling, they spotted Tobarama waiting at the stone steps. Dressed in his usual deep blue attire, the sleeves neatly secured at his forearms, clutching a freshly organized frontline defense map, his brow slightly furrowed. Clearly having waited for some time. Where have you been? Tobarama's voice was not harsh, but carried his habitual calmness. His gaze swept over Hashirama's clothes adorned with grass clippings, then landed on the cherry stems left in Tsuyu's basket. He had been waiting at the door since afternoon, inquiring several times about when his brother and sister would return, even neglecting his dinner. Hashirama felt a jolt of realization, recalling that he had neglected to inform Tobarama before leaving. He quickly hid the wild berry pouch behind him, forcing a bright smile. Tobarama, we went east to reinforce the defenses. Look, I even picked some wild berries from the back mountain. I intended to bring some for you and Ban, but I couldn't resist eating a few on the way. He stepped back slightly, hoping to obscure Tsuyu's basket from Tobarama's view, fearing he might see the unfinished breadcrumbs inside. Tsuyu quickly nodded in agreement, lightly adjusting the cloth over the basket while discreetly tucking the small pouch of herbal ointment deeper inside. Yes, second brother. Big brother mentioned that the earthen wall to the east needed another layer of reinforcement, and that's why we took so long to return. We saw a few wild cherry trees on the way and picked some for Ban to try. She deliberately avoided mentioning Ban's name, speaking as casually as if discussing mundane matters. Though her fingers tightened around the cloth, she knew her second brother was meticulous and that any slip could reveal their secret. Tobarama's gaze scanned around Hashirama, then settled on Tsuyu's slightly tense fingers, his frown deepening. I just inspected the eastern defenses yesterday. The earthen layer is sufficiently solid and does not require reinforcement. He paused, his eyes shifting to the fine sand on Hashirama's shoes. Furthermore, the construction area is near the yellow earth road. How could you have picked up black sand from the riverbank? Hashirama's smile faltered, and he quickly bent down to brush the sand off his shoes, desperately searching for excuses. Oh, I must have accidentally stepped in it while fetching water from the creek. The water at the construction site wasn't enough to drink, so I went around to the creek, and I didn't realize the sand was so sticky. As he spoke, he shot Tsuyu a glance, signaling her to help him fabricate a cover-up. Tsuyu immediately chimed in. Yes, second brother. I also went to the creek and helped big brother pick up a few smooth stones. He said he wanted to practice using them to reinforce the earth technique. She pulled out 2 ordinary gray stones from the bamboo basket and presented them to Tobarama. Look, it's just these, very common. Tobarama took the stones, feeling their texture beneath his fingers, and while they were indeed stones often found by the river, he sensed something amiss. Hashirama typically approached construction with indifference. Why would he suddenly take the initiative to reinforce it today? Moreover, Tsuyu's basket contained not only cherries and stones, but also a faint hint of honey, which did not suggest they had been working. He scrutinized them for a moment, noticing Hashirama's evasive gaze and Tsuyu's downcast eyes, intensifying his suspicions. Yet he refrained from pressing further. He knew these siblings were usually in sync, and probing deeper might lead to discomfort. Next time you go out, let me know so that Ban won't worry. Tobarama returned the stones to Tsuyu, his tone softening somewhat. Now, hurry inside. Ban is still waiting for you. With that, he turned and walked into the house, secretly noting the creek stones as keywords, resolved to investigate what had prompted them to keep secrets from him. Hashirama and Tsuyu exchanged a glance, both sighing in relief as they quickly followed him inside. As soon as they entered, Ban dashed towards Tsuyu like a small cannonball, clinging to her leg, his face a picture of distress. Sister, why did you take so long to come back? I thought you didn't want me anymore. How could we not want Ban? Tsuyu laughed, lifting him up and retrieving several of the largest cherries from the bamboo basket, offering them to him. Look, these cherries are specially saved for you by sister and big brother. They're super sweet. Try them. As she spoke, she exchanged a knowing glance with Hashirama, urging him to bring out the wild berries to distract Ban. Hashirama instantly understood, pulling out a handful of wild berries and presenting them to Ban. Look, Ban, these wild berries are even sweeter. They taste better than cherries. Big brother saved these just for you. He hurriedly stuffed the berries into Ban's hands, anxious that Ban might mention Ban's name. Earlier that morning, Ban had inquired where they were going, and Hashirama had inadvertently mentioned visiting Ban, but fortunately, Ban had not paid much attention. Ban accepted the wild berries and popped them into his mouth, his eyes lighting up as the earlier distress faded away. So sweet. Big brother, sister, are you going to pick wild berries again tomorrow? I want to go too. Tomorrow? Hashirama hesitated, glancing at Tobarama seated at the table, quickly altering his response. Tomorrow, Big Brother will be reinforcing the northern defenses. How about we take you to pick wild berries the day after? He signaled Tsukiyo with his eyes, indicating she should not agree to Ban's request to go to the river. Tsukiyo promptly nodded. Yes, Ban. Tomorrow sister will help the elder healer prepare herbal ointments for the clan. Once we're done, we'll take you to pick plenty of wild berries. Even sweeter than today's. As she spoke, she discreetly placed the black pebbles from the bamboo basket into a drawer, fearful that Tobarama might notice. Tobarama, seated at the table with the defense map in hand, occasionally cast glances at Hashirama and Tsukiyo. Hearing Hashirama mention reinforcing the northern defenses heightened his suspicions. The northern constructions had only recently been completed and did not require further reinforcement. Additionally, Tsukiyo had just mentioned preparing herbal ointments, and a batch had already been completed yesterday. Why would they suddenly need to prepare more? He was acutely aware that these two were undoubtedly hiding something from him. Yet he chose not to confront them, curious to see how long they could maintain their ruse and what it entailed. Relieved that Tobarama did not press further, Hashirama began to boast to Ban about how impressive his reinforcement of the construction was, praising Tsukiyo for her skills in picking stones, deliberately steering the conversation towards the construction work and avoiding any mention of the river or Ban. Tsukiyo sat beside them, occasionally adding comments, deliberately bringing up the elder healer teaching her about identifying herbs, hoping to convince Tobarama that they had indeed been occupied with legitimate tasks that day. During dinner, Ban continued to chatter about the wild berries and cherries while Hashirama and Tsukiyo took turns serving him dishes, redirecting his attention and fearing he might utter the name of Ban. As Tobarama observed the scene before him, his curiosity deepened, yet he refrained from further inquiries. He understood that by simply accompanying them to the stream in the east, the truth would soon be revealed. After dinner, Tsunade assisted in clearing the table, while Hashirama took Bandai outside to play. Tobarama sat at the table, studying the defensive map in his hands, but his mind was preoccupied with plans for the following day. He intended to stealthily follow Hashirama and Tsunade to discover their true whereabouts and the identity of those they were meeting. He was determined to uncover what had captured the attention of his two younger siblings to the extent that they resorted to lies to keep him in the dark. After Tsunade finished tidying up, she entered her room and retrieved a black pebble from the drawer, rubbing her fingers over its surface. She silently prayed that her brother would not uncover their secret the next day, hoping they could continue their friendship with Obito and that these joyful days would last a while longer. She was aware that such secrets could not be concealed indefinitely, yet she wished to cherish the present moments and the precious bond they had forged. Meanwhile, at the Uchiha compound, Madara had just returned home and placed the herbal ointment and pebble given by Tsunade into his drawer. Sitting at the table, he gazed at the cloth pouch in his hands, reminiscing about the hours spent by the river and in the mountains that day, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. As night fell, lights began to flicker on at both the Senju and Uchiha residences. Tsunade lay in bed, reflecting on the joyous moments shared with Madara and Hashirama. Unable to suppress a smile, she understood that such blissful days might not endure, and the animosity between the Senju and Uchiha clans would eventually resurface. Yet she still yearned for their happiness to linger, wishing for their friendship to endure and for peace to arrive soon. Just as Madara placed the cloth pouch containing the herbal ointment into the drawer, his fingers still lingering on the wood's grain, he was met with the sound of light footsteps approaching from behind. Turning around, he saw Izuna running in with a wooden sword. The 7-year-old's soft black hair was slightly messier than Madara's, with strands falling over his brow, his eyes sparkling with youthful curiosity, and his wooden sword still dusted with remnants of the yard. "Brother, you returned home quite late today?" Izuna exclaimed, leaning against the table. His gaze fell first on the black pebble that Madara had yet to hide, then shifted to the cloth pouch in his hand, his brow furrowing. "What do you have there? And why is there so much grass on your clothes?" Madara instinctively concealed the pouch behind him, but quickly relaxed, nonchalantly tucking it deeper into the drawer, deliberately blocking it with an old scroll. "It's nothing. I just took a stroll by the river and accidentally brushed against some reeds," he said, picking up the black pebble and tracing its surface with his fingers, avoiding Izuna's gaze and looking out the window as dusk enveloped the yard, the silhouette of the persimmon tree casting shadows as if hiding secrets. "By the river?" Izuna's eyes brightened, leaning closer, his small hand tugging at Madara's sleeve. "Were you skipping stones? You said last time that the stones by the river are perfect for that." Why didn't you take me along? He paused, glancing toward the drawer with a hint of suspicion in his voice. But you just said that pouch contains herbal ointment. When did you get a friend? Is he from the clan or someone from outside? Madara's grip on the pebble tightened, a wave of subtle anxiety washing over him. He knew Izuna was more perceptive than he let on. If he inadvertently revealed too much and their father learned of his interactions with outsiders, it would undoubtedly lead to their separation. He turned around, ruffling Izuna's hair, striving to keep his tone casual. Just someone I met by chance, nothing special. The ointment was a simple gift. He said it can treat bruises. Someone you met by chance. Izuna clearly did not believe him, tilting his head as he pressed further. What is his name? Where does he live? Can he skip stones? I want to meet him too. As he spoke, he edged closer to the drawer, eager to reach for the scroll obscuring the pouch. Come on, just tell me. I want to tell father. Madara quickly interjected, placing a gentle hand on Izuna's shoulder, his tone becoming more serious. Don't cause trouble. He.S. just an ordinary friend. There's no need to know so much. Noticing the look of disappointment in Izuna's eyes, he softened his tone. If the opportunity arises, I'll introduce you to him, all right? But for now, let's not discuss it. Father will call us for dinner soon. Izuna studied Madara's tense profile, his curiosity only deepening. He knew his brother typically shunned interactions with strangers and wouldn't accept gifts lightly. Today, however, he had not only returned with herbal ointment, but also refused to disclose his friend's name, clearly indicating something was amiss. Yet, observing the resolve in Madara's eyes, he hesitated to press further, merely nodding in agreement. Secretly, he resolved to follow his brother to the river the next day to uncover the identity of this mysterious friend. Madara felt a wave of relief as he watched Izuna obediently nod, yet a lingering unease remained. He placed the black pebble into the drawer alongside the ointment, arranging the scroll meticulously to ensure the pouch's edges remained hidden. He understood that such deceptions could not last forever, but he still wished to savor the time spent with Tsunade and Hashirama, unwilling to sacrifice this hard-won friendship due to the clan's enmity. Let us go eat, Madara said, turning to exit, his pace slightly slower than usual, as if waiting for Izuna. Izuna followed closely behind, his mind swirling with thoughts about his brother's mysterious friend. Who could he be, and why was he being kept a secret? He resolved to stealthily follow Madara the next day and unveil this mystery. After dinner, Madara sat at the table, contemplating the pebble in his hand, fixated on the same thoughts. He hoped the morrow would arrive swiftly, allowing him to once again join Tsunade and Hashirama in the mountains to pick strawberries, skip stones by the river, and share delightful meals. He was uncertain whether such wishes could be fulfilled, yet he held on to hope, yearning for each day spent in their company. Chapter 7. An encounter in the jungle before the morning mist had fully dissipated. Tobarama's voice echoed through the courtyard of the Senju compound. Standing at the entrance, clutching a crumpled defensive map, his brow furrowed. Hashirama. There's an issue with the defensive barrier in the east. I must head to the front lines. Please keep an eye on Bandai and Tsunade today. Hashirama, squatting to fill Tsunade's bamboo basket with wild berries, looked up with a mouthful of fruit. Huh, the barrier is broken again? When will you be back? I promised Obito we'd go berry picking today. Perhaps by evening at the earliest, Tobarama replied, his gaze sweeping over the herbal basket in Tsunade's hands. A hint of concern in his eyes. If you go out, you must inform me. No more secrets like yesterday. Tsunade nodded eagerly, placing the neatly arranged herbal bundles into the bamboo basket. Don't worry, brother. We'll just explore nearby. We won't wander far. She secretly signaled Hashirama to refrain from mentioning Obito, fearing their brother might change his mind if he learned they were meeting with him. Bandai clung to Tsunade's leg, his face alight with anticipation. Sister, I want to go strawberry picking too. Big brother said strawberries are sweeter than cherries. Tobarama bent down to ruffle Bandai's hair, softening his tone. Bandai, be a good boy and help your brother with the herbs today. Once I return, I'll take you to pick even bigger strawberries. He understood that leaving Bandai with Hashirama and Tsunade could lead to mischief, so he intentionally kept him behind as a precaution. Though reluctant, Bandai nodded, watching wistfully as Tsunade and Hashirama stepped outside. As soon as they left the compound, Hashirama excitedly waved the cloth pouch in his hand. This is wonderful. With Tobarama away, we can play with Obito until evening. Little sister, what do you need the herbal basket for? Are you picking herbs again? Yes. I spotted some hemostatic herbs in the mountains yesterday, and I'm going to gather them today to dry for future use at the front lines. Tsuyu gently shook the bamboo basket, which contained a small shovel and a cloth. Let us first go to the riverbank to meet Ban. After we pick the strawberries, I will gather some herbs. It will not hinder our fun." Immediately, Hashirama agreed. His steps lightened, humming a melody composed yesterday. The lyrics filled with praises of strawberries and Ban's prowess. Meanwhile, in the Uchiha compound, Izuna hid behind the persimmon tree in the courtyard, his eyes fixed on Ban's door. He had resolved yesterday to follow his brother and discover who that friend was, and had been lurking here since dawn. As soon as he saw Ban leaving with the bamboo basket, he stealthily followed, careful not to be detected. Ban walked at a leisurely pace, absent-mindedly rubbing a black pebble gifted by Tsukiyo yesterday, contemplating how to teach her to achieve a consistent 10 skips when skipping stones. Oblivious to the small figure trailing behind him, Izuna concealed himself behind the tree and in the grass, peeking out occasionally. Upon seeing Ban head towards the riverbank, his curiosity intensified. Could his brother's friend possibly be a member of their clan? When Ban reached the large stone by the river, Izuna quickly hid in the nearby reeds, exposing only half of his head. Shortly after, he spotted 2 figures. Hashirama, clad in red shorts and carrying a cloth bag, eagerly rushed towards Ban upon seeing him. Tsukiyo followed behind in a light blue dress, delicately holding a bamboo basket, appearing gentle yet somewhat off. "Ban, we're here," Hashirama exclaimed, placing the cloth bag on the stone and unveiling the wild berries within. "Look, I gathered so many strawberries. Once we finish picking, we can all enjoy them together." Ban's lips curled slightly as he handed Hashirama a paper-wrapped treat from the bamboo basket. "This is the red bean cake made by Mother. Do give it a try." His gaze fell upon Tsukiyo's herb basket, his tone softer than usual. "Are we gathering herbs today?" "Yes, just nearby. I won't wander far." Tsukiyo replied with a smile, setting the bamboo basket by the stone. "Shall we begin picking strawberries? Where is the spot you mentioned yesterday, brother?" Hashirama promptly thumped his chest, leading the way. "Follow me. It's on the slope behind the mountain. I discovered it yesterday. The strawberries are large and sweet." The 3 of them walked along the riverbank towards the mountain, prompting Izuna to cautiously emerge from the reeds and follow at a distance. He dared not draw too close, observing Hashirama leading the way while occasionally glancing back to speak with Ban. Tsukiyo walked in the middle, occasionally bending to pick up small stones from the path to show Ban, who trailed behind, speaking little, yet quick to assist Tsukiyo when she nearly stumbled. His movements almost a blur. "Here it is." Hashirama pointed to a small hillside rich with lush strawberry vines, the red strawberries nestled beneath the leaves like tiny lanterns. He dashed over, crouching down to begin picking, exclaiming about their size and color. Ban and Tsukiyo joined him, and upon tasting a strawberry, Tsukiyo's eyes lit up. "This is truly sweet. Sweeter than the cherries from last time." She selected the largest strawberry and offered it to Ban. "You must try this. It is undoubtedly delicious." Ban accepted the strawberry, savoring the sweet juice that burst upon his tongue, even sweeter than the red bean cake. He nodded silently, yet discreetly placed all the strawberries he had picked into Tsukiyo's bamboo basket. Seeing this, Hashirama instantly added his own strawberries to Tsukiyo's basket. "Sister, eat more. If it's not enough, we can gather more." The trio filled their basket with strawberries, but Tsukiyo suddenly recalled the hemostatic herbs she had seen yesterday. "You 2 go wash the strawberries by the river. I will gather some herbs from the nearby thicket and return shortly." She pointed to the bushes not far off. "It is right there. I won't get lost." Hashirama and Ban nodded, carrying the strawberries towards the river, while Tsukiyo, with her herb basket, headed towards the thicket. Upon entering, she sensed something was amiss. A faint, unfamiliar chakra lingered in the air, tinged with caution. Slowing her pace, she quietly gathered a bit of green chakra at her fingertips, carefully parting the grass to reveal a small boy clad in deep blue shorts, crouching on the ground. Clutching a stone, his gaze fixated on the riverbank, the very figure she had seen hiding in the reeds. Izuna was taken aback to be discovered. Springing up with the stone instinctively raised, his eyes filled with wariness. Tsukiyo assumed a fighting stance. "Who are you? Why are you following us?" He had been watching Ban and Hashirama intently, unaware of her approach, and upon seeing the herb basket in her hands, his suspicions deepened. "What do you intend to do with those herbs? Are you planning to harm my brother?" Tsukiyo frowned, stepping back a pace, her tone calm. "Shouldn't I be asking you that? You have been following Ban. What is your purpose?" She sensed a similarity between the boy's chakra and Ban's. He must be an acquaintance. Yet his aggressive demeanor compelled her to be cautious. "I gather herbs to treat the injured. Do not speak nonsense." "Treat the injured?" Who's to say you're not poisoning them with those herbs? Izuna stepped forward, his small stature standing straight like an agitated little beast. My brother does not know you well. Why do you persist in clinging to him? Are you a spy sent by another clan? Tsuyu couldn't help but laugh at his words. I cling to Ban. It is you who has been trailing him secretly. How dare you accuse me? If you genuinely care for Ban, you should confront him openly instead of lurking behind. She glanced at the boy's clothing, suddenly recalling that Ban often wore deep blue shorts, leading her to a realization. Are you Ban's brother? Izuna's eyes flickered, neither confirming nor denying, but tightening his grip on the stone. It's none of your business. You better stay away from my brother, or I will not hold back. Not hold back. Tsuyu raised an eyebrow, bending to pick up a flat stone from the ground. I would like to see how you intend to do that. Although she practiced medical ninjutsu, she had learned basic defensive techniques from Tobarama, and handling a boy younger than herself posed no challenge. Seeing her pick up a stone, Izuna assumed she was about to strike and immediately threw his stone, which whizzed past Tsuyu's ear, striking a tree trunk behind her with a thud. Tsuyu paused momentarily before retaliating, tossing her stone at Izuna's feet, splattering a bit of dirt. I do not wish to fight you. If you continue to act recklessly, I will inform Ban that you have been stalking him. Izuna's face flushed with embarrassment. He dreaded Ban discovering his surveillance. Furious, he stamped his foot. You wouldn't dare? My brother would never believe you. Despite his bravado, he refrained from throwing another stone, his gaze now filled with heightened hostility. Tsuyu observed his puffed-up demeanor, finding it somewhat amusing, yet remained vigilant. Believe it or not, you should refrain from following us. Also, Ban, Hashirama, and I are friends, not spies. Do not jump to conclusions. Friends? Izuna scoffed, his eyes brimming with disdain. My brother would never befriend someone of your dubious background. Surely, you aim to deceive my brother's trust, and then harm him. As he spoke, he noticed the hemostatic herbs and a burn treatment plant among Tsuyu's gathered herbs. His doubts slightly diminished, yet he persisted in his obstinacy. Even if you have good herbs, it does not make you a good person. Tsuyu, unwilling to engage in further argument, bent down to continue gathering herbs. I have no time to waste with you. If you wish to remain here, do not disturb me. As she worked, she remained alert to Izuna's movements, wary of a sudden attack. Izuna stood still, watching Tsuyu skillfully gather herbs. Her movements gentle as she carefully arranged the roots before placing them in the cloth bag, appearing far from a villain. Yet he remained uneasy, for his brother had never been so close to anyone outside of their family. He squatted nearby, occasionally poking the ground with a pebble, muttering to himself, "Umph. Even if you can gather herbs, don't expect me to like you." Tsuyu paid him no mind, finishing the last of the hemostatic herbs and preparing to rise when her foot suddenly slipped in a muddy patch left by the recent rain, causing her to lean forward. Quick as a flash, Kwanai reached out to steady her. Though his grip was slight, it prevented her from falling. Tsuyu paused, observing Kwanai's small yet strong hand, the tips dusted with earth. She whispered, "Thank you." Kwanai immediately withdrew his hand behind his back, his face slightly flushed. Yet he retorted, "I just didn't want you to fall here. It has nothing to do with me." However, inwardly he found Tsuyu's earlier predicament somewhat amusing, and he no longer found her as disagreeable as before. "Tsuyu, are you done? The strawberries are all washed." Hashirama's voice called from the riverbank, tinged with urgency. Tsuyu promptly picked up the bamboo basket and said to Kwanai, "I'm leaving now. Don't follow Ban anymore, or I will truly tell him." Kwanai huffed, turning to hide in the bushes. Who wants to follow him? I was just passing by. Despite his words, he did not leave immediately, but watched Tsuyu's retreating figure through the gaps in the grass. As Tsuyu approached the riverbank, Hashirama held out a strawberry to her, urging, "Little sister, try this. It's super sweet. Ban says it's delicious too." Ban sat on a stone, offering her an unwashed strawberry, saying, "You should wash it before eating." His gaze swept over Tsuyu's clothing, noticing a bit of mud, but he assumed it was from gathering herbs and did not inquire further. Tsuyu accepted the strawberry, washed it in the river, and bit into it. The sweet flavor made her momentarily forget the earlier incident, and she sat on the stone with Hashirama and Ban, occasionally discussing plans for the next day. As the sun began to descend towards the horizon, Tsuyu glanced at the sky and said, "I should head back, otherwise my second brother will worry." Hashirama, still holding a flat stone, watched the sun dip lower, casting a golden-red hue across the river. He swallowed hard, suppressing the words of farewell that nearly escaped his lips, and simply nodded vigorously, his voice softening. "All right, Then we'll come here to skip stones again tomorrow. I almost beat you this time. Ban, you must come. Ban's gaze first fell upon Tsuyu, the evening light illuminating the strands of hair that brushed her cheek, warming them. After a brief pause, he noticed the smile at the corners of her eyes, and, seeing no hint of dissent, slowly averted his gaze. His hand that hung by his side clenched and then relaxed. Finally, he responded softly, I will come tomorrow. The three of them walked back along the riverbank, leaving small footprints in the wet mud on the stone path. Hashirama led the way, excitedly chattering about finding thinner stones for their next attempt, while Tsuyu walked beside him, occasionally chiming in. Ban lagged half a step behind, casting glances at the backs of the two ahead, then quickly returning his gaze to the path beneath his feet. As they neared the fork in the road, an air of reluctance seemed to envelop them. Hashirama stopped first, pointing to a small path lined with several large maple trees. Let us go this way, Ban. Remember to come early tomorrow. Tsuyu also halted, gently nodding to Ban. He stood still, watching them turn toward the Senju compound, until their figures were almost concealed by the trees before he turned and walked towards the Uchiha residence. The lanterns along that path had already been lit, casting a warm glow that elongated his shadow behind him. Quan Nai had been hiding behind, and after Ban passed, he stealthily followed, still contemplating his earlier encounter with Tsuyu. Though she was somewhat irritating, she did not seem like a bad person, and she had been quite earnest in gathering herbs. Upon returning to the Senju compound, Tobarama found that his brother had not yet returned. Izuna rushed over, hugging Tsuyu's leg. Sister, did you pick strawberries? Are they sweet? Tsuyu smiled, handing him a few strawberries from her bamboo basket. They are very sweet. I saved some for you. Try them. Meanwhile, Hashirama sat nearby, excitedly recounting their day of skipping stones with Tsuyu, mentioning how she had gathered many herbs. But he made no mention of the encounter with Quan Nai, entirely unaware of the earlier incident. At the Uchiha residence, Ban entered the courtyard to find Quan Nai sitting on the threshold, clutching a pebble, lost in thought. He approached and patted Quan Nai on the shoulder. What are you thinking? Aren't you going to practice ninjutsu? Quan Nai snapped back to reality, concealing the stone behind him and shaking his head. Nothing. I'll go practice now. He stood up and walked toward the training grounds, yet his mind lingered on the girl named Tsuyu. Who was she? What was her connection to his brother? The next time he saw her, he must inquire further. Ban, oblivious to Quan Nai's unusual demeanor, entered the house, placing the pouch of herbs and strawberries Tsuyu had given him into a drawer. A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips as he recalled the warm moments spent gathering strawberries with Tsuyu and Hashirama, eagerly anticipating their next meeting. As night deepened, Tsuyu lay in bed, reflecting on her encounter with Quan Nai earlier that day, feeling a bit helpless. What had begun as a splendid day had suddenly introduced a rival. However, despite the boy's brashness, he did not seem malevolent. Perhaps there would be an opportunity to resolve their misunderstandings in the future. Lost in her thoughts, she gradually drifted off to sleep, dreaming of gathering strawberries with Hashirama and Ban, only to find a pouting little figure beside her, Quan Nai. Meanwhile, Quan Nai lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep as thoughts of Tsuyu consumed his mind. He retrieved the pebble he had clutched earlier, recalling how she had nearly fallen. He couldn't help but smirk. Humph. Even if you are somewhat impressive, I will never acknowledge you as my brother's friend. Yet, despite his words, he tucked the pebble beneath his pillow, silently resolving to accompany his brother to the riverbank again tomorrow, determined to uncover the true intentions of that girl named Tsuyu. Chapter 8. Naive hearts unaware of clan feuds. The morning mist was lighter than the previous day, resembling a thin veil draping over the wooden rooftops of the Senju compound. Dewdrops hung from the eaves, falling onto the stone slabs below and creating tiny splashes. Tobarama had risen before dawn, with a repaired defensive barrier map spread across his desk, his fingertips still stained with ink, though his gaze frequently wandered outside. He had intentionally kept Izuna by his side yesterday, hoping to keep Hashirama and Tsuyu close. But this morning, as he passed Izuna's room, he found the boy clutching a half-eaten strawberry, murmuring about whether his sister would be picking strawberries again today. It was evident that Hashirama and Tsuyu had ventured out quite a bit yesterday. Good morning, Tobarama. Hashirama's voice rang from the courtyard, filled with his usual exuberance. He carried a bamboo basket, brimming with cherries freshly picked from the backyard, while Tsuyu followed closely behind, her basket containing a small shovel, a cloth, and a paper-wrapped bundle of sweet potatoes she had roasted for Izuna the night before, intending to share with Ban today. Tobarama set down his pen and approached the door, his eyes scanning their bamboo baskets with a furrowed brow. Are you two going out again? Just where did you wander to yesterday? Hashirama's heart skipped a beat, instinctively hiding the basket behind him, but his face remained cheerful. We, just went to the back mountain. We picked some cherries and helped little sister gather some herbs. We didn't go far. Tsuyu quickly nodded, pushing the paper-wrapped bundle deeper into the basket. Yes, second brother, we stayed nearby yesterday and returned before sunset. The strawberries for Izuna were saved by us. Look how much he enjoys them. She dared not meet Tobarama's gaze, fearing that his calm eyes would penetrate their thoughts. When she parted ways with Hashirama yesterday, the sun was almost set behind the mountains, nearly an hour later than the evening Tobarama had mentioned. On her way back, she deliberately took a longer route, anxious about encountering their clansmen. Tobarama observed the evasive glances exchanged between Hashirama and Tsukiyo, and his suspicions deepened. Yesterday, he had returned from the front lines after handling the barrier and had inquired with the gatekeeper about Hashirama and Tsukiyo's whereabouts, who had reportedly returned only at the end of the Shin time, just before dusk, hardly enough time for a leisurely stroll nearby. Moreover, the elder responsible for herbal gathering had mentioned that the hemostatic herbs on the back mountain had recently been fully harvested, leaving little to collect. The back mountain herbs? Tobarama's tone turned frosty. Uncle Zhang said last week that the hemostatic herbs were completely picked. Which batch did you gather? Tsukiyo's heart tightened, and she quickly corrected herself. Oh, it was the patch near the river. I saw a few yesterday and wanted to check if any new ones had sprouted. She lowered her eyes, nervously fiddling with the hem of her clothing, relieved that she had indeed spotted some immature herbs by the river the previous day, so she wasn't entirely lying. Hashirama chimed in. Yes, we saw them by the river. We'll only be gone for a short while, and we'll be back by noon. I promise it won't delay anything. He patted his chest, attempting to reassure Tobarama. Tobarama fell silent for a moment, his gaze drifting over the oil paper-wrapped bundle in Tsukiyo's bamboo basket. The style of the oil paper resembled the finer cotton paper favored by the Uchiha clan rather than the coarse hemp paper typically used by the Senju. He refrained from exposing their ruse but adopted a more serious tone, stating, You must return by noon. I will have Banshan wait for you at the gate. Also, do not venture towards the Uchiha residence. The borders between our clans are unstable, and we must avoid trouble. Understood, Tobarama. Hashirama immediately replied, pulling Tsukiyo along as they hurried out, fearing further questioning. Tsukiyo cast a glance back at Tobarama, who remained at the door, his brows tightly furrowed. Anxiety crept into her heart. Her elder brother seemed to be growing increasingly suspicious, and if this continued, they might soon be discovered. Once outside the residence, Hashirama sighed in relief. Thank goodness Tobarama didn't press further. Little sister, you almost gave us away just now. We must come up with a better excuse next time. It's all your fault for coming back so late yesterday. Tsukiyo glared at him, though she bore him no true grudge. After they had finished picking strawberries, the three of them had spent a long time at the river, Hashirama insisting on competing with Madara to see who could throw the stones further, and they lost track of time in the process. All right, I'll be more careful next time. Hashirama laughed, shaking the bamboo basket in his hand. Let us hurry. Madara must be waiting for us by the river. The two made their way along the path they had taken yesterday towards the river, the morning breeze carrying the scents of grass and water. Wildflowers along the roadside glistened with dew, resembling scattered jewels. Tsukiyo gradually relaxed, recalling how Madara had taught her to skip stones the day before. He had held her wrist, adjusting her angle, the warmth of his fingertips permeating through the fabric. Far warmer than the morning dew. In the distance, they spotted a figure seated on a large stone by the riverbank. Clad in deep blue attire that stood out in the morning light, it was Madara. He held a few flat stones in his hand, his fingers gliding over their surfaces. Upon hearing their footsteps, he immediately looked up, a subtle smile gracing his lips upon seeing Hashirama and Tsukiyo. Madara, we're here, Hashirama exclaimed, bounding over and placing the bamboo basket atop the stone, lifting the cloth to reveal the cherries inside. Look, I picked these cherries this morning. They're so sweet. My little sister also brought some sweet potato chips that she baked last night. Madara's gaze fell upon Tsukiyo as she pulled out the oil paper bundle, delicately shaking off the paper remnants from her fingertips as she divided the sweet potato chips into 3 portions. Do you remember the technique I taught you yesterday? He asked, his tone softer than usual, still holding the black pebble she had not finished tossing the day before. I remember. Tsukiyo replied with a smile, accepting the pebble Madara offered. I practiced a bit in the courtyard last night, but I just can't seem to throw it 5 times. Take your time. Madara stood up, walking over to the riverbank and gesturing for Tsukiyo to join him. Keep your wrist steady, and when you throw, press down slightly to let the stone skim across the surface. He stood beside Tsukiyo, towering over her by half a head, the sunlight catching the tips of his hair, casting a faint golden hue. Hashirama joined them, holding a larger stone. I want to try too. Madara, today we'll see who can skip the stones more times. The loser has to give all their cherries to the winner. You'll undoubtedly lose. Madara shot him a sidelong glance, but nodded nonetheless. Let us begin. Tsukiyo took a moment to practice, following Madara's guidance. With a flick of her wrist, the stone flew out, skipping 6 times across the water before finally sinking. Wow! I did it! She exclaimed, turning to Madara, her eyes sparkling like stars. Madara's smile widened, handing her another stone. Try again, but aim for the reeds in the distance. Hashirama, unwilling to be outdone, picked up a stone and threw it, but it only skipped 3 times before sinking. He scratched his head, puzzled. What happened? I was able to get 4 skips yesterday. Unable to suppress her laughter, Tsukiyo replied, Big brother, you threw it too hard just now. Your wrist was crooked. Really? Hashirama tried again, and this time, he managed 5 skips, puffing with pride. See, I can do it too. The 3 of them played joyfully by the river. The sun climbing higher in the sky as the morning mist dissipated completely, the water shimmering with glimmers of light. Tsukiyo's skirt brushed against the water, and Madara noticed, silently offering her a cloth to dry off. Here, wipe it off so you don't catch cold. Thank you. Tsukiyo accepted the cloth, her heart warmed. Though Madara spoke little, he was always attentive. Hashirama retrieved the cherries from the bamboo basket, distributing them among the 3 of them. Hurry and eat. If you don't, they'll lose their freshness. I picked the sweetest ones from the highest branches this morning. Madara took a bite of the cherry, the sweet juice bursting on his tongue. He glanced at Tsukiyo, who was nibbling on hers, a bit of fruit pulp smudged at the corner of her mouth. Unable to help himself, he pointed it out. You have some fruit pulp there. Tsukiyo froze for a moment before quickly wiping it away, her cheeks flushing slightly. She had been too eager and hadn't noticed. Hashirama, oblivious to their subtle exchange, continued to eat and spoke. Next time let us go to the back mountain to pick peaches. I know where there's a peach tree with huge fruit. Sounds great. Tsukiyo nodded, turning to Madara. Madara, do you want to come with us? Madara hesitated, his fingers gently fiddling with a cherry pit. He understood that the back mountain was near the border between the Senju and Uchiha clans, where encounters could easily lead to conflict. However, seeing the hopeful look in Tsukiyo's eyes, he nodded. Sure, just be cautious. Hidden in the nearby reeds, Izuna watched everything unfold. He had followed Madara today, intending to find flaws in Tsukiyo's demeanor, but seeing her, Hashirama, and Madara playing together softened his hostility. Especially when Madara had handed her the cloth earlier, his gaze had been far gentler than usual. Izuna had never seen his brother treat anyone with such tenderness. Not even him, who only received an occasional ruffle of his hair. Crouching in the reeds with a stone clutched in his hand, Izuna no longer felt the urge to throw it away as he had the day before. He watched as Tsukiyo helped Hashirama pick up cherries that had fallen to the ground, as she pointed out birds in the sky to Madara, and as the 3 shared laughter together. Suddenly, he felt that perhaps this wasn't so bad after all. But remembering that their clans were enemies, he furrowed his brow, thinking, no, my brother cannot be friends with them. Just then, he heard Tsukiyo exclaim in surprise, and Izuna quickly peered out to see her crouching on the ground, clutching her ankle, her face pale. What happened? Madara rushed over, his voice laced with concern. It seems I was bitten by an insect. It hurts a bit, Tsukiyo replied, frowning as she rolled up her pant leg, revealing a small red spot on her ankle that was beginning to swell. Hashirama panicked. Is it serious? Should I call for a doctor from the clan? No need. I have herbs. Shiyue retrieved a small cloth pouch from the bamboo basket, containing the anti-itch herbs she had gathered the previous day. Crushing them and applying them would suffice. Just as she was about to find a stone to grind the herbs, Ban had already taken the pouch and produced a small mortar from his bosom, a gift from his mother for grinding medicinal ingredients. Allow me, he said, crouching down and gently placing the herbs into the mortar, grinding them with care. His movements were delicate, as if he feared pulverizing the herbs too finely. Shiyue gazed at his profile, the sunlight casting faint shadows on his eyelashes, causing her heart to flutter unexpectedly. In the reeds nearby, Izuna observed, feeling a twinge of discomfort. The girl could clearly handle it herself, yet her brother insisted on assisting her, even bringing along a grinding tool. Was it prepared especially for her? He bit his lip, tightly gripping the pebble in his hand, but unlike the previous day, he did not feel the urge to rush out. Ban applied the crushed herbs to Shiyue's ankle, gently wrapping it with a cloth strip. Do not move, it will not hurt soon. Thank you, Shiyue whispered, feeling the coolness of the herbs and the lingering warmth of Ban's fingertips, causing her heart to race. Ban, you resemble my second brother, always so considerate. Hashirama chuckled from the side. Ban shot him a sidelong glance, remaining silent, yet he tucked the mortar back into his embrace. He had brought it from home specifically after Shiyue mentioned her need for herbs, anticipating that she might require it. Just then, distant footsteps echoed, tightening Shiyue's chest. Is it my second brother? I returned late yesterday. Tobarama must be worried and might come looking for us. Hashirama panicked, hastily gathering the bamboo basket. Let us leave quickly. If Tobarama sees you, it will be disastrous. Ban rose, glancing towards the source of the footsteps, which were still far off. You two return first. I will take another route. He understood the trouble that could arise if members of different clans were discovered secretly befriending one another. All right, we shall meet again tomorrow. Shiyue nodded and, pulling Hashirama along, dashed towards the Senju compound. After running a few steps, she glanced back at Ban, who was heading in the opposite direction, allowing her to relax. Izuna, seeing Shiyue and Hashirama run off, hurriedly followed behind Ban, calling softly, "Brother." Ban halted, turning to see Izuna, his brow furrowing. Izuna, what are you doing here? Izuna lowered his head, clutching the pebble in his hand. I was worried about you. That girl, she is my friend. Ban interrupted him, his tone more serious than usual. Do not follow us again, nor be disrespectful to her. Izuna was taken aback. His brother had never spoken to him so sternly. Feeling a bit aggrieved. But brother, she belongs to a different clan. She could be our enemy. Enemies are enemies, friends are friends. Ban's tone softened as he approached and ruffled Izuna's hair. She is not a bad person. You will understand in time. Izuna pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Yet he pocketed the pebble. Though still somewhat uneasy, he did not wish to anger his brother. Just as Hashirama and Shiyue turned past an old locust tree at the village entrance, they spotted Tobarama standing before the wooden gate of the Senju compound, his dark outer robe billowing gently in the morning breeze. His brow was knotted in a tight frown, and his gaze was as cold as ice. Hashirama instinctively hid the half-empty bamboo basket behind him, the remnants of uneaten cherries inside. Tobarama, what are you doing here waiting for us? Shiyue halted as well, her fingers tightening around the basket strap. The cloth strip on her ankle remained unwrapped, and she had forgotten to stow away the mortar that did not belong to the Senju clan, now fully exposed to Tobarama's scrutiny. She averted her gaze, hoping he would overlook these details. However, Tobarama's gaze fell first on Shiyue's ankle, the light brown cloth strip wrapped unevenly, with bits of crushed herbs clinging to its edges. What happened to your foot? His voice was devoid of warmth, his eyes scanning the bamboo basket, pausing on the intricately carved mortar. That mortar, crafted from rosewood, was polished smooth and etched with delicate cloud patterns, an emblematic style of the Uchiha clan. The Senju's mortars were made of crude pottery or ordinary wood, never so refined. And nothing serious. Shiyue quickly retracted her foot, stammering, I just stepped in a small pit and got scratched by some grass. I applied some herbs myself, and it doesn't hurt anymore. Her explanation tumbled out hurriedly, but as her fingers inadvertently knocked over the mortar in the basket, it clattered to the stone path, revealing the green herb residue more clearly. Tobarama bent down to retrieve the mortar, his fingers brushing over the cloud patterns, his expression growing colder. Where did you get this mortar? Hashirama's heart sank, forcing himself to respond. It was borrowed from a friend. He said it's convenient for grinding herbs, and we could return it later. A friend? Tobarama's gaze sharpened, slicing through the two of them. What kind of friend would lend you an Uchiha mortar? Uchiha? Hashirama blinked, confusion evident in his eyes. At that moment, Tobarama's expression darkened further, his breathing becoming heavier. He scrutinized Hashirama's bewildered face, then turned to Shiyue, who was equally perplexed, furrowing her brow, clearly unaware of the significance of the Uchiha name. You dare befriend someone without even knowing he belongs to the Uchiha clan? Tobarama's voice was laced with incredulous anger. The Senju and Uchiha have been bitter enemies for centuries. Your father, grandfather, Countless clansmen have perished at the hands of the Uchiha. And you didn't even inquire about his clan before going to the river or the back mountain. Shiyue was utterly bewildered, instinctively shaking her head. Second brother, what are you saying? Ban, he's an Uchiha? Memories of their first meeting by the river flooded back. He had worn dark blue shorts, holding a black pebble, speaking softly yet gently, patiently guiding her as she learned to skip stones. She recalled how he had placed the largest strawberry in her basket yesterday and how, this morning, he had handed her a cloth, his fingertips warmer than the morning light. All this time, Ban had never mentioned his family. She and Hashirama had simply enjoyed their time together without ever asking. How could he possibly belong to the Uchiha, our adversaries? Ban. Tobarama seized upon that name, his brow furrowing even more. His name is Uchiha Ban. Hashirama pieced it together, fear clawing at his heart. Tobarama, he never said he was Uchiha. We only knew him as Ban. He even picked wild berries with us and taught us to skip stones. He has never harmed us. How could he be an enemy? Not having harmed you does not mean he is not an enemy. Tobarama withdrew a tattered piece of cloth from his bosom, emblazoned with a red fan motif, the Uchiha clan's emblem. Look closely. Is he not clad in dark blue shorts? Does he not occasionally touch his collar while speaking? Most Uchiha wear dark blue clothing, and their emblem is often stitched inside the collar. Shiyue's heart skipped a beat as she recalled the details from her time with Ban that morning. Indeed, the edge of his collar had revealed a hint of red, which she had thought was merely decorative. Furthermore, Izuna, whom she had encountered yesterday, wore dark blue shorts too, and the pebble he clutched resembled the black stone Ban always used. It dawned on her that she and Hashirama had overlooked so many clues from the very beginning. But Ban has never mentioned any of this. Shiyue's voice trembled, caught between disbelief and confusion. She could not reconcile the gentle, caring Ban with the notion of an enemy. If he truly intended to harm them, why would he help her apply the herbs or collect the fallen cherries from the ground? Because he is the eldest son of the Uchiha clan. The tone of Tobarama was laced with a sense of helplessness, tinged with frustration. Who is Uchiha Taijima? He is the murderer who has slain countless members of our clan. Madara is his son, raised amidst the chaos of battle. His thoughts far deeper than you might imagine. The fact that he does not disclose his lineage may well be a deliberate ploy to lower your guard, to glean information about the Senju clan when you least expect it. Impossible, Hashirama exclaimed, his face flushing with distress as he stepped forward, his voice quivering with emotion. Madara is not that kind of person. Just yesterday, while we were picking strawberries, he expressed his desire to find a place devoid of war, where we could all gather peacefully to enjoy fruit and play games. How could he wish to harm us? A place without war? Tobarama scoffed, rubbing his temples. Hashirama, you are far too naive. The animosity between the Uchiha and Senju clans cannot be dissolved merely by the absence of conflict. He may be uttering those words solely to earn your trust. Standing frozen in place, Tsuki clenched her garment tightly, her nails nearly digging into her flesh. She recalled the sincerity in Madara's gaze when he had handed her a strawberry, the patience he exhibited while teaching her how to skip stones, and how he had given her the mortar, assuring her that this one would grind finer and wouldn't hurt when applied. These memories seemed far too genuine to be feigned. Yet, Tobarama's words, coupled with the engraved mortar, compelled her to question whether Madara truly had been concealing his true identity from them. Brother, we truly had no idea Madara was an Uchiha, Tsuki spoke softly, infused with a sense of grievance and confusion. We merely thought he was kind and wished to befriend him. We never inquired about his clan. Had we known you were enemies, we wouldn't have. Her words trailed off, yet they managed to diminish Tobarama's ire slightly. Observing the confusion and panic in the children's eyes softened his heart. Hashirama, with his inherently simple nature, and Tsuki, though more observant, were merely young teens who could hardly grasp the profound enmity between their clans. They desired nothing more than to make a friend, unwittingly entangled in the feud between their families. Come with me, Tobarama said, his tone easing as he turned towards the courtyard. I will clarify for you the extent of the enmity between the Senju and Uchiha clans. Hashirama and Tsuki lowered their heads, following Tobarama into the courtyard. Ban was squatting at the threshold, playing with pebbles. Upon seeing them return, he instinctively moved to approach, only to be halted by a glare from Tobarama. He blinked, observing Hashirama's reddened eyes and Tsuki's tense expression, and obediently remained still. Once inside, Tobarama placed a piece of fabric adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem on the table, pointing to the fan design. This is the Uchiha clan's crest. Our Senju emblem is spiral-shaped. Since your grandfather's generation, the two clans have been at odds, continuously clashing over territory and resources. In his youth, your father fought against Uchiha Taijima 3 times to protect our people, returning each time bearing wounds. Just last winter, a supply convoy from our clan was ambushed by Uchiha members, and 3 of our kin did not return. Hashirama's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never heard of these events. His father and Tobarama had only ever instructed him to diligently practice ninjutsu to safeguard their clan, never explaining why protection was necessary or who their enemies were. Does Madara know this? He whispered, still clinging to a glimmer of hope that Madara remained unaware of the feud between the clans. He cannot possibly be ignorant, Tobarama replied, shaking his head. Children of the Uchiha are taught their clan's history from a young age, learning how to oppose the Senju. He is merely a year older than you and may have already been on the battlefield under Uchiha Taijima's command. Suki's heart sank completely. Then can we still be friends with Madara? Hashirama's voice trembled. He could not bear the thought of losing a friend who had shared laughter and kindness with him. Tobarama remained silent for a long moment before slowly responding. Hashirama, Tsuki, it is not that I wish to prevent your friendships, but the hatred between our clans forbids it. Today, you may be unaware of his true identity and enjoy your time together. But what of tomorrow? If you were to meet on the battlefield, with him wielding a blade against you, could you still regard him as a friend? These words struck Hashirama and Tsuki like a heavy stone, evoking images of Madara clad in Uchiha battle armor, brandishing a sword with an icy gaze, devoid of the warmth he usually exuded. Hashirama shook his head, unable to contemplate the thought. Tsuki lowered her gaze, tears brimming in her eyes, yet refusing to fall. I understand that this is painful for you. Tobarama's tone softened. But this matter must be adhered to. You are no longer allowed to go to the riverbank, nor to meet that boy named Madara. I will assign clan members to accompany you, not to surveil you, but for your safety. Hashirama wished to argue, but Tsuki tugged at his sleeve. He looked back at her, seeing her shake her head, her eyes filled with resignation. Tobarama was right. The enmity between their clans was like an insurmountable chasm, and regardless of their desire for friendship, they could not bridge it. Brother, we understand. Tsuki's voice was soft and slightly hoarse. We will no longer meet with Madara. Hashirama gazed at Tsuki, then at the Uchiha emblem on the table, finally nodding in agreement, though his shoulders sagged, akin to a deflated balloon. Observing the dejection on the children's faces stirred something within Tobarama. He rose and patted Hashirama's shoulder. When you have grown a little more, you will comprehend that some matters are beyond your choice. Go and see Ban. He is still waiting for you at the doorway. Hashirama and Tsuki exited the house, finding Ban still perched on the threshold, clutching a strawberry that they had left for her yesterday. Brother, sister, what is the matter? Did brother say something to you? Ban asked, her small face filled with concern. Hashirama crouched down and ruffled Ban's hair, forcing a smile. It's nothing. Your brother just told us that we can't play freely anymore. Tsuki also knelt, taking the strawberry from Ban's hand, wiping it before handing it back to her. Eat it quickly. It won't be fresh for long. Ban accepted the strawberry, biting into it, the sweet juice bursting in her mouth. Yet, as she observed her brother and sister's expressions, she felt that today's strawberry was not as sweet as yesterday's. Chapter 9. The Underlying Schemes of the Uzan. On the morning following the rain, the stone paths of the Senju compound still bore the dampness, the air fragrant with the scent of grass and trees. As Hashirama stepped outside, concealing some wild fruits he had saved, he encountered 2 patrolling clan members stationed at the entrance, their gazes fixated on him. Lacking the usual familiarity and instead imbued with a sense of deliberate scrutiny, his heart sank, just as he contemplated feigning an errand to the back mountain for firewood. One of the clan members spoke first. Lord Hashirama, Lord Tobarama has instructed that today we must inventory the equipment. If you have no other business, please remain in the front yard to assist. Hashirama tightened his grip on the wild fruits, forcing a smile. Inventory. I wasn't informed of this yesterday. I still wanted to go to the river. His words were cut short as the other clan member subtly shifted to block his path to the alley. Lord Tobarama said this matter is urgent. It is best for you to stay until the inventory is complete before heading out. Realizing that Tobarama's words from the previous night had taken effect, Hashirama retreated with a sense of disappointment. Upon rounding the corner, he ran into Tsuki. The girl, clad in light green attire, clutched a neatly folded piece of cloth, the edges embroidered with tiny daisies. This was meant for Madara, to be used for applying medicine. But she had not managed to deliver it in time. "Brother, were you also stopped?" Suki's voice carried a hint of grievance. She had intended to use an excuse to help Aunt Jean buy salt at the alley, only to be intercepted by the guarding clan members at the gate, who informed her that Tobirama had ordered clan members to refrain from going out alone for the time being. Sighing, Hashirama stuffed the wild fruits back into his pocket. It must be Tobirama's doing. He saw Madara's mortar yesterday and concluded we were involved with outsiders. But how could we have known their true identities back then? The mention of the mortar sent a wave of unease through Suki's heart. Last night, within the confines of the room, Tobirama placed the mortar on the table and pointed at the delicate fan pattern etched along its edge, noting its rarity, suggesting it might be a mark of a prominent family nearby. Both he and Hashirama were momentarily taken aback. She recalled that day by the river, when Obito had deftly turned the mortar while helping her grind herbs, laughing as he mentioned having several at home. She also remembered Izuna, frowning as he helped her up, the dark fabric of his clothing revealing itself at the collar. At that moment, she merely thought the color was beautiful, oblivious to the fact that those seemingly insignificant details were all traces of their identities. Yet, she and Hashirama remained unaware of which clan those brothers hailed from. "Brother is too hasty," Tsukiyo mused, her gaze lowering as she poked at the daisies on the cloth. "Obito is genuinely kind, helping me find herbs and picking cherries with us. And Izuna, although initially fierce, later didn't make things difficult for me. They are not at all like what brother says. They don't seem to harbor ulterior motives." Hashirama patted her shoulder reassuringly. "Do not worry, once Tobirama's anger subsides in a couple of days, I will have a good talk with him. Perhaps he is merely wary because he hasn't encountered Obito and the others before." Despite his words, he too felt uncertain. Tobirama had been accustomed to patrolling with the clan since childhood, witnessing numerous conflicts between clansmen and outsiders, fostering a deep-seated wariness of unfamiliar forces that could not be easily dispelled. The two stood in the courtyard, gazing towards the alleyway, both harboring thoughts of their promise by the river. When they parted yesterday, Obito had mentioned bringing freshly picked wild grapes today and teaching them to identify a herb that could treat mosquito bites. Tsukiyo touched the fabric tied around her ankle, still imbued with the fragrant aroma of the herbs Obito had gathered, but now, even stepping outside their residence had become a daunting task. Meanwhile, at the riverbank, the morning mist had just dissipated, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, creating dappled spots on the grass. Obito, with a small bamboo basket slung over his shoulder, held a cluster of glistening wild grapes, occasionally glancing towards the alleyway where he and Hashirama had agreed to meet. Izuna followed closely behind, tossing a flat stone into the water, watching it skip across the surface. "Brother, you've looked over there 3 times now," Izuna remarked as his stone sank after skipping 4 times. "Do you think they might not come at all?" Obito shot him a glare. "Don't say that. Hashirama is not that kind of person. Tsukiyomi's ankle was still sore yesterday. Perhaps they are merely delayed." He set the wild grapes down on a nearby stone and pulled out a cloth bag from the bamboo basket, revealing the wheat cakes his mother had baked for them. "I brought wheat cakes. We can eat together when they arrive." Izuna pouted but said nothing more, his gaze drifting back towards the alley. When he had helped Tsukiyo up yesterday, she had blushed and thanked him. Although he did not know which clan they belonged to, they certainly did not match the description of the sinister outsiders that the elders spoke of. Moreover, while Hashirama appeared boisterous, he had shared the sweetest cherries with them, and that sense of unrestrained camaraderie was not so distasteful. As the sun ascended higher, the dew on the grass evaporated, the skin of the wild grapes began to wrinkle, and the wheat cakes cooled completely. Obito stood by the river, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the edge of the bamboo basket. The alleyway remained empty, devoid of even a shadow. "Brother, should we head back?" Izuna suggested, kicking a stone at his feet. They might really be held back by their families. Obito remained silent for a moment, looking towards the depths of the alley, obscured by dense trees, revealing only faint outlines of rooftops. He softly replied, bending down to gather the wild grapes and wheat cakes into the bamboo basket, his movements slow, as if bidding farewell to something. As he turned to leave, he glanced back at the large stone by the river where they had ground herbs and shared cherries yesterday. It still seemed to retain a faint scent of the herbs, along with Hashirama's hearty laughter and Tsukiyomi's gentle gratitude. In the following days, the atmosphere within the Senju compound remained tense. Hashirama attempted several times to venture outside, only to be thwarted by clan members citing the need for assistance in organizing the warehouse and repairing fences, or by Tobarama himself, who coldly remarked that clan affairs were not yet completed, advising him against attempting to escape. Tsukuyomi, too, spent her days sitting in the courtyard drying herbs, her gaze perpetually drifting towards the alleyway. Her tasks often went awry, whether mixing up cooling herbs with those for staunching bleeding or becoming distracted while grinding, causing the mortar to clatter to the ground. That afternoon, Tsukuyomi sat on the steps, clutching a small pebble that Obito had picked up for her by the river, claiming its pattern resembled a daisy. She stared at the stone in a daze, a smile unconsciously curling at her lips, recalling the moment Obito had handed it to her. His ears slightly flushed as he awkwardly declared it was nothing special, just something he thought she might like. Sunlight illuminated the stone, making the daisy-like pattern stand out vividly. She couldn't help but gently trace it with her fingertip, her heart filled with a warmth that felt like scattered sunshine. "What are you looking at?" The sudden voice of Tobarama startled her from behind. Tsukuyomi quickly hid the stone in her pocket and stood up, flustered. "And nothing, just drying herbs." Tobarama's gaze fell upon her reddened ears, then swept over her concealed hand, and his judgment was already forming in his mind. Over the past few days, he had observed Tsukuyomi often daydreaming at the alleyway, occasionally fiddling with a small trinket in her hand, the mannerisms unmistakably indicating she had her thoughts occupied with someone from outside their circle. And who else could inspire such sentiments in her but the boy who had gifted her the mortar and collected stones for her? His expression darkened. "Tsukuyomi, I have told you before to be wary of unfamiliar outsiders. Do not get too close to them." "Obito is not a bad person," Tsukuyomi quietly retorted. "He has never harmed us. We are merely friends." "Friends?" Tobarama scoffed. "Friendship between outsiders is rarely straightforward. Do you truly believe he is kind-hearted? He may be seeking information about our compound under the guise of goodwill." Tsukuyomi wanted to argue further, but upon seeing Tobarama's serious demeanor, her words caught in her throat. She understood he was acting out of concern for her and the safety of the entire Senju compound. Yet she found it impossible to reconcile the notion of Obito with ulterior motives. The boy who carefully helped her find herbs for sprains and shared sweet grapes hardly seemed like someone with malicious intent. That evening, Tobarama entered the study of Butsuma. Butsuma was seated at the desk, reviewing the clan's accounts, the flickering candlelight casting elongated shadows. Upon noticing Tobarama's arrival, Butsuma did not lift his head. "What is it?" "My brother and Tsukuyomi have grown quite close to two outsiders," Tobarama stated, his tone calm, yet laced with undeniable gravity. "The boy's name is Obito, and Tsukuyomi seems quite fond of him. I have examined the mortar they left behind. The fan pattern has been seen several times along the borders, likely a mark of a nearby prominent family." Butsuma paused, his pen lingering over the paper, ink spreading into a small blot. He raised his eyes to meet Tobarama's, a hint of scrutiny within them. "Are you certain they pose a threat?" "Certain," Tobarama affirmed with a nod. "I have kept them from going outside these past few days. Tsukuyomi has been daydreaming at the alleyway, and she is hiding that stone Obito gave her. My brother constantly defends them, insisting they are not bad people and advising me not to be overly harsh." Simultaneously, the atmosphere at the Uchiha compound was similarly tense. Obito had been preoccupied, staring blankly at his bowl during meals, distracted during training, and failing to react even when Izuna playfully pointed a kunai at his neck. "Brother, what is wrong with you?" That evening, Izuna sat at his bedside, unable to suppress his curiosity. "It's just two outsiders who missed an appointment. Is it really worth worrying over?" Obito lay on his bed, gazing at the wooden beams of the ceiling, his voice muffled. "I am not worried. I just find it strange. Hashirama is straightforward and does not seem like someone who would break a promise. Tsukuyomi's ankle is still sore. Something might have happened." He paused before adding, "Besides, they appear quite ordinary, not the type to lie." Izuna remained silent for a moment before speaking up. "Brother, do you think Hashirama and Tsukuyomi are different from the outsiders the clan speaks of?" As the sun rose, Ban turned his head to look at Izuna, a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Do you feel the same way?" Izuna nodded in agreement. "That Tsukazuki, when I supported her yesterday, she thanked me softly, speaking in a gentle manner, contrary to what our clan says about outsiders being rude. Hashirama is quite genuine too. He shared the sweetest cherries with us and informed us about the best wild fruits." He paused, lowering his voice. "However, if father finds out that you are associating with outsiders, he will surely be furious." Ban remained silent, his mind in turmoil. He was aware that their family had always had conflicts with surrounding forces, and the elders constantly warned them about the untrustworthiness of outsiders. Yet, he found it impossible to regard Hashirama and Tsukizuki as adversarial outsiders. The following morning, Izuna could not help but share this matter with Taijima. Taijima was practicing his sword in the courtyard, the blade slicing through the morning mist with precision. Upon hearing Izuna's account, Taijima abruptly halted his sword mid-air, the tip pointing to the ground, stirring up a small cloud of dirt. His gaze sharpened as he fixed it on Izuna. "You mean Ban is associating with two outsiders?" "More than once." "Yes," Izuna nodded, his voice barely above a whisper. "They met by the river, picking fruits and grinding herbs. Ban has been thinking about them lately, insisting they are not bad people. I examined what they left behind. It was nothing special, just ordinary herbs and a piece of cloth embroidered with flowers." Taijima sheathed his sword and stepped onto the porch, gripping the hilt tightly, his knuckles turning white. Recently, he had been keeping an eye on the Senju's movements. He had heard that the two children of the Senju, especially the eldest, Hashirama, possessed remarkable talents, with incredible strength that could potentially rival the Uchiha in the future. Could these two outsiders Ban was encountering be connected to the Senju? This thought flickered in his mind, but was swiftly suppressed. He refrained from drawing immediate conclusions, simply instructing Izuna, "Do not tell Ban that I am aware of this. Continue observing him and see if he will meet those two outsiders again. Inform me of any developments." Meanwhile, on the Senju side, Tobarama finally uncovered the origins of the fan pattern on the grinding stone. That night, he entered the study with a piece of paper bearing the fan design. "Father, I found it. This fan pattern is the Uchiha clan's emblem. That boy named Ban is the son of Uchiha Taijima." Tobarama's eyes sharpened as he examined the paper. "The Uchiha? I didn't expect Hashirama and Tsukizuki to mingle with members of the Uchiha." Almost simultaneously, Izuna had also discovered crucial information. He noted that there were patrols near the Senju encampment and learned from the clan elders that Tobarama's eldest son was indeed Hashirama, known for his cheerful demeanor and remarkable strength, resembling the Hashirama he had encountered. When Izuna relayed this news to Taijima, who was polishing his sword, Taijima's cloth paused mid-motion. Upon hearing Senju Hashirama, he let out a cold laugh. "It appears they truly are Senju. Tobarama, I never imagined your children would become friends with my son." Taijima set down the cloth, his fingertips gliding across the cold blade, his gaze directed towards the Senju encampment, an unshakable chill brewing in his eyes. "Friends?" he murmured mockingly, filled with scorn. There had never been true friendship between the Senju and Uchiha. Tobarama believed he could glean my secrets through the children. Yet he was unaware of the unpredictable game at play. Izuna stood by, observing the calculating glint in his father's eyes, feeling a subtle unease. He recalled Ban's smile when he mentioned Hashirama and Tsukizuki's blushing gratitude. The laughter they shared by the river echoed vividly in his mind, now overshadowed by a cold shadow. He opened his mouth to defend Ban, but ultimately clenched his fists in silence, understanding that in the face of family grievances, their innocent friendship had become a mere pawn in his father's eyes. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting a chilling glow upon Taijima's sword. A plot surrounding the three youths quietly unfolded amid the hidden tensions between the Senju and Uchiha clans, while Ban, Hashirama, and Tsukizuki remained blissfully unaware of the impending storm threatening their cherished friendship. Chapter 10. Irrevocable Friendship. Tobarama set down the paper depicting the Uchiha fan design, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, producing a rhythmic sound, his gaze deeply immersed in the flickering candlelight. The enmity between the Senju and Uchiha had spanned generations, staining every inch of borderland with the blood of both clans. Now, with Hashirama and Tsukizuki growing so close to Taijima's son, it would undoubtedly incite a storm if the clan elders discovered this. Yet, a glimmer of insight crossed his mind. Recently, the Uchiha had been making frequent moves at the border, and reports indicated that Taijima's sons were rare prodigies, especially the eldest, Ban, who had already mastered advanced fire techniques at a young age, rivaling the clan elder's strength. If he could subtly discern the Uchiha secrets through Hashirama and Tsukizuki's relationship, uncovering their troop deployments and supplies, it would present a fortuitous opportunity. "Do not make this public yet," Tobarama commanded, his voice laced with the authority of a clan leader. Unyielding, continue to observe Hashirama and Tsukizuki and see if Ban will seek them out again. Furthermore, convey to them that they may maintain their friendship with Ban, but under two conditions. First, they must never disclose their Senju identity, nor allow Ban to approach our encampment even by a step. Second, while conversing with Ban, They should subtly inquire about the Uchiha's movements, such as whether the clan has been recruiting new members or if patrols at the border have increased, and even what Taijima has been preoccupied with lately. Gather as much information as possible. Tobirama stood frozen, his brow furrowed in concern. You want my elder brother and Tsukizuki to undertake such tasks? Tsukizuki is so innocent. She blushes even at the thought of lying. How could she possibly use friendship to extract information? My brother values loyalty above all. If he learns we are utilizing his friends, he would never agree. Moreover, he hesitated, lowering his voice. If they discover Ban is of Uchiha descent and that our clans are sworn enemies, how heartbroken they would be. Heartbroken or not, they must endure. Tobirama's tone turned icy, his finger pressing firmly on the map laid out on the table. They were born into the Senju clan, carrying Senju blood, and they must shoulder the responsibilities of the Senju. Inform them that only by uncovering Ban's true intentions and confirming he harbors no ill will can they safely pursue their friendship. For now, they must be placated. Tobirama wished to argue further, but was silenced by the depths of Tobirama's gaze, rendering him speechless. He could only bow his head in acknowledgement, turning to exit the study. The evening glow in the sky gradually faded, the dark clouds hanging low like a heavy stone upon his heart. He recalled Hashirama's joyful laughter when speaking of Ban, and Tsukizuki's gentle eyes as she held that smooth stone. They cherished this friendship as a treasure, yet within the web of familial enmity. This treasure had become a mere pawn to be manipulated at will. The following morning, as Tobirama entered the front courtyard, he found Hashirama and Tsukizuki seated on the steps, awaiting him. Their eyes lit up with anticipation upon seeing him, like two small flames igniting. Without waiting for him to approach, they eagerly inquired, Tobirama, can we meet Ban now? Yes, but there are two conditions. Tobirama softened his tone, striving to avoid sounding overly stern. First, under no circumstances must you reveal that we are of the Senju clan, nor allow Ban to come near our encampment, not even to mention its location. Second, when conversing with Ban, be sure to inquire about his family matters, such as what his father oversees in the clan or if there are any recent activities. Record everything, and report back to me. Hashirama's brow furrowed immediately, confusion evident in his voice. Why should we ask such things? We want to be friends with Ban because we get along, not to pry into his family affairs. I do not wish for you to pry into family affairs. Rather, I fear you may remain in the dark. Tobirama has concocted a rather plausible excuse, yet to this day, we remain unaware of the true origins of Abido. The more we comprehend, the more at ease we can be in our future interactions, lest we fall victim to deception. Do you understand? Although Tsukiyo found this notion somewhat peculiar, the prospect of meeting Abido and clarifying the reasons for her previous failure to keep an appointment quelled her doubts. She tugged at Hashirama's sleeve and whispered, Brother, let us agree. Our second brother is merely concerned for our well-being. Hashirama, observing the anticipation in Tsukiyo's eyes and then glancing at Tobirama's stern demeanor, ultimately nodded. After all, as long as they could meet Abido, this minor matter seemed inconsequential. The two hurried towards the riverbank. The morning breeze carried the fragrant scent of grass and foliage, brushing against their cheeks, yet Tsukiyo's heart raced like a frightened rabbit. Filled with both excitement and trepidation, she clutched the smooth pebbles in her pocket, the rough edges pressing against her palm, a reminder of Tobirama's admonition. She rehearsed in her mind how to inquire about Abido, but upon recalling his sincere gaze, her throat tightened. She found it impossible to reconcile the notions of inquiry and friendship. Upon reaching the riverbank, they spotted the familiar large rock from afar, where Abido sat, fiddling with a bamboo basket filled with glistening wild grapes and cloth-wrapped barley cakes. Abido, Hashirama could not contain his excitement and called out, his voice echoing in the crisp morning air. Abido sharply turned his head, and upon seeing Hashirama and Tsukiyo, a radiant light sparked in his eyes, akin to stars descending into his gaze. He quickly rose, waving at them while instinctively stepping forward. You have finally arrived. I feared you would not come. I waited here for quite some time yesterday. My apologies, my apologies. Hashirama rushed forth to apologize, his tone laden with guilt. I am truly sorry for keeping you waiting. Tsukiyo nodded in agreement, but dared not meet Abido's gaze, lowering her head and softly murmuring, Sorry, Abido. No worries, I understand you must have had your reasons. Abido replied with a warm smile, dismissing their concerns. He eagerly extended the bamboo basket towards them. I brought wild grapes, freshly picked yesterday. They are quite sweet. and barley cakes baked by my mother. Do try them. The three settled on the stone, with Obito sharing grapes while chattering about recent happenings, including his discovery of several new herbs and a grove filled with cherries, promising to take them there next time. Hashirama listened intently, interjecting with remarks, thoroughly enjoying the conversation. Yet Tsukiyo remained preoccupied with Tobirama's caution, her restlessness manifesting as she nervously twisted the hem of her clothing. After much hesitation, she finally summoned her courage and quietly asked, "Obito, what responsibilities does your father hold within the clan?" Obito paused, clearly taken aback by the question, but he smiled and answered, "My father is the clan leader. He oversees all matters, both significant and trivial, such as arranging patrols, inventorying our supplies, and sometimes addressing border issues." He continued without hesitation, "Recently, it seems our clan is organizing old weapons. My father has been busy late into the night, often reminding me to ensure they are repaired promptly." Tsukiyo's heart skipped a beat, instinctively wishing to inquire further about the need for weapon repairs. However, as the words hovered on her lips, she caught sight of Obito's unguarded smile and swallowed her curiosity. The boy before her radiated pure kindness, sharing the sweetest grapes and patiently imparting knowledge about herbs. How could such a person possibly be viewed as a threat? Clutching the smooth stones in her pocket, her fingertips felt icy, her heart gripped by a mix of anguish and unease. Hashirama, noticing Tsukiyo's discomfort, swiftly shifted the topic. "By the way, Obito, you mentioned wanting to teach us about the herbs for treating insect bites. Can we do that now? The weather has been warm, and there are numerous mosquitoes nearby that have been quite bothersome." "Of course." Obito nodded enthusiastically, rising and brushing off the grass clippings from his clothes. "Follow me." The herbs grow in the forest ahead, distinguished by their unique leaves adorned with white markings, making them easy to identify. As he walked, he pointed out various plants, explaining their uses, some for staunching blood, others for cooling fevers, and warning against the poisonous ones. Hashirama listened attentively, occasionally bending down to touch the leaves and asking eager questions. While Tsukiyo lagged behind, her gaze fixed on Obito's retreating figure, her heart heavy with guilt. Meanwhile, concealed behind a nearby tree, Tobirama held his breath, quietly trailing them. He observed Tsukiyo's brief inquiry and subsequent silence, a frown creasing his brow as anxiety bubbled within him. Why squander such a valuable opportunity? Just as he contemplated stepping forward to remind Tsukiyo, he suddenly heard the sound of steady footsteps approaching from a distance. His heart raced, prompting him to hide deeper within the foliage. Peering through the leaves, he spotted Uchiha Taijima, clad in dark clan attire, accompanied by two clan members, advancing towards them with a menacing countenance. Taijima had evidently spotted Obito, Hashirama, and Tsukiyo long before. His eyes sharpened like those of a hawk locking onto prey, yet he did not advance immediately, standing still and coldly observing them. It was not until Obito noticed him and turned around that Taijima leisurely approached, his voice devoid of emotion. "Obito, there are matters within the clan that require your attention. Come with me." Obito's smile faltered, instinctively stepping in front of Hashirama and Tsukiyo, his tone tinged with desperation. "Father, I have yet to teach them about the herbs. Could you please wait just a moment longer?" "There is no time to wait." Taijima's gaze swept over Hashirama and Tsukiyo, scrutinizing them as if appraising objects. "Are these your friends?" "Yes, they are Hashirama and Tsukiyo." Obito nodded vigorously, attempting to ease the tension. "Hashirama is incredibly strong. He climbed to the top of the tree effortlessly when we were picking cherries. And Tsukiyo has a talent for embroidery. Her daisies are lovely. They are good people, not foes." Taijima remained silent, merely lifting his chin slightly towards Obito, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. "We are leaving." Obito longed to protest, but upon meeting Taijima's frigid gaze, his voice caught in his throat. Reluctantly, he turned away, quietly telling Hashirama and Tsukiyo, "I will seek you out next time. Let us meet here again, shall we?" They nodded in response, watching Taijima lead Obito away, an uncomfortable sensation settling within them. "It seems Obito's father harbors some disfavor towards us," Hashirama remarked, furrowing his brow in confusion. His gaze felt strange, almost scrutinizing. Tsukiyo nodded, a sense of unease gnawing at her. Taijima's cold stare was unsettling, akin to that of a predator assessing its prey, leaving her feeling uncomfortable, her palms damp with sweat. Tobirama, concealed behind the trees, did not exhale until Taijima's figure vanished into the depths of the woods. His expression was grave as he approached Hashirama and Tsukiyo, his voice low and serious. Do not meet with Obito again. The man you just encountered is Uchiha Taijima, the clan leader. He has undoubtedly begun to suspect your true identities. Meanwhile, upon returning to the Uchiha compound, Taijima wasted no time in summoning Izuna into the study without granting Obito any explanation. The room was dimly lit, flickering candlelight casting elongated shadows of Taijima, rendering him particularly foreboding. Is there any movement from Senju? Taijima seated himself, his fingers drumming against the table, his tone as frigid as ice. Izuna shook his head, hesitating slightly. There has been no notable activity. However, Hashirama and Tsukiyo met with Obito today, and Tsukiyo inquired about clan matters. What did she ask? Taijima's eyes sharpened, demanding further details. In a moment of inquiry, one asked about the responsibilities held within the clan and whether there was a flurry of activity recently. Izuna, with a hint of concern in her eyes, replied truthfully, and without much thought, Madara informed her that he was busy organizing equipment. Father, what are your intentions? Madara, deeply concerned for his two friends, feared that if they were to discover they were being manipulated, it would surely wound them. Taijima let out a cold laugh, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Caring is of no avail. That individual from the Senju, with his profound cunning, has likely already uncovered Madara's true identity. Allowing Hashirama and Tsuki to approach Madara may very well be an attempt to gauge our strengths, seeking information about the Uchiha. He paused, a glint of calculation flashing in his eyes. Since he wishes to use the child as a pawn, we need not hold back. Izuna, keep a watchful eye on Madara. Should he meet with Hashirama again, follow them discreetly. Observe the defenses at the Senju stronghold, and listen for any discussions concerning the Senju, such as troop expansions or supplies being dispatched to the border. Document everything and report back to me. But, father, isn't this too much? Izuna could not restrain herself. Madara considers them friends. If we proceed in this manner, how is it different from betrayal? Moreover, if Madara finds out, he will certainly resent us. Those who aim for greatness must not be bogged down by trifles. Taijima's voice brooked no dissent, his gaze fierce. The Uchiha and Senju will inevitably clash. It will be either their demise or ours. The more we understand about the Senju now, the better our chances of survival in the future, which will spare some of our kin. Madara is still young and oblivious to the weight of these feuds. He will come to grasp it in time. Everything I do is for the Uchiha. Izuna, recognizing the unyielding resolve in Taijima's hardened profile, understood that further persuasion would be futile. Lowering her head, she murmured her acquiescence and departed from the study. The corridor was dimly lit. She glanced toward Madara's room, where a light still burned. She could envision him, lost in thought, staring at the herbs in his basket, preoccupied with his next meeting with Hashirama and Tsuki, naively believing their friendship would endure. Yet unbeknownst to him, this cherished bond had already become a pawn in the machinations of their clans, a casualty of familial enmity. The night at the Senju stronghold was equally tumultuous. Hashirama sat in his study, listening to Tobirama recount the day's events, his fingers lightly tapping the map laid before him, marked in red to indicate the Uchiha's encampment and the various checkpoints along the border. The Uchiha are organizing equipment? Hashirama narrowed his eyes in contemplation. It appears they may be planning some movement along the border, perhaps seeking to seize the fertile fields before the autumn harvest. He raised his gaze to Tobirama, his tone shifting to seriousness. Tomorrow, speak with Hashirama and remind him to inquire about the increased patrols at the border and whether the Uchiha have recently procured supplies, what quantities, and their destinations. This information is crucial and must be clarified. Father, will this not place undue pressure on brother and Tsuki? Tobirama could not help but voice his concerns, his tone laden with helplessness. Tsuki has been in her room weeping since her return. She hasn't even eaten dinner. She clutches that pebble, lamenting how kind Madara is and how he cannot possibly be an enemy. Witnessing her in such distress pains me as well. Brother is no different. He has sat in silence in the courtyard since his return, clearly troubled. Regret holds no sway. Hashirama's voice remained unyielding, as though he spoke of something trivial. They are children of the Senju, destined from birth to bear the weight of our legacy. Once we have vanquished the Uchiha and unified this land, they will understand that every action taken now is justified. Without sacrifice, how can there be peace? Tobirama fell silent, overwhelmed by a sense of powerlessness. He recognized that his father spoke the truth of the Senju's historical burdens, Yet this truth was built upon the suffering of two innocent children. Exiting the study, he found the courtyard enveloped in silence, save for the rustle of wind through the leaves. The light in Tsuki's room still glowed, casting her silhouette as she wiped away her tears, clutching tightly to the pebble Madara had gifted her, its surface etched with the pattern of daisies, now devoid of the warmth it once carried. With a heavy sigh, Tobirama turned back to his room, acutely aware that from the moment the elders of both clans began their schemes, the friendship between Hashirama, Tsuki, and Madara had become akin to dandelions caught in a gust, beautiful, yet destined to shatter under the storm, never to return to its original form. Meanwhile, by the riverside, the evening breeze rustled the leaves, whispering soft laments. The great stone that had once echoed with their laughter now stood solitary beneath the moonlight, still bearing the faint scent of wild grapes, evoking memories of their conversations. Yet this simple beauty had been overshadowed by the heavy shroud of clan rivalries, irretrievably lost. The river flowed onward, carrying away the morning light and the purity of their friendship, leaving only an endless sense of regret to linger in the twilight. Chapter 11. The hairpin bearing the weight of peace before the morning mist had fully dissipated, the grass and trees by the river glistened with dew, reflecting fragmented light. Hashirama and Tsuki traversed the moist earth toward the designated stone, their silence punctuated only by the soft crunch of grass beneath their feet, resonating distinctly in the crisp morning air. Tsuki clutched the pebble in her pocket, her fingertips repeatedly tracing its surface. Ever since discovering Madara's Uchiha lineage, she had been unable to sleep at night, haunted by memories of his smile as he offered her grapes and the cold gaze of Taijima, her heart ensnared in a vice of worry. The previous day, Tobirama had approached Hashirama to relay their father's new demands, urging them to extract information about the Uchiha's border patrols and supplies. Hashirama had remained silent for a long while, finally muttering his acknowledgement. "Tsuki, do not fret." Hashirama noticed her unease and slowed his pace, gently patting her shoulder. "When we see Madara, we will clarify our intentions. If he is unwilling to share, we shall not press him. We can always return to consult with father." He had intended to mention a dispute with their father, but the words caught in his throat. For he knew all too well Hashirama's unyielding stance, the weight of clan obligations pressing down like an insurmountable mountain. Tsuki nodded, about to respond when she caught sight of a figure beside the stone. Madara, clad in Uchiha garb and holding a cloth bag, was on tiptoe, peering in their direction. Upon spotting them, his eyes sparkled with delight, and he hurried towards them. "Hashirama, Tsuki, you've finally arrived." He presented the bag, revealing still warm rice cakes. "My mother just steamed these this morning, filled with sweet dates. Please, try them." He pressed the cakes into their hands, oblivious to the tension etched on their faces. Hashirama accepted the rice cake, but did not eat, his gaze fixed on Madara, his tone heavier than usual. "Madara, we need to talk." Madara paused, sensing the shift in atmosphere, and his smile faded. "What is it? Has something happened?" Tsuki, clutching the pebble with icy fingers, scanned the surroundings. Remembering Tobirama's warning about their father's impending presence, she knew there must be Senju lurking in the woods. Recalling Taijima's piercing gaze, her heart tightened, and she lowered her voice. "Madara, do you sense anything amiss today?" As she spoke, she subtly nudged Madara's shoe with her toe, casting a glance toward the trees, her lips forming the word hide without sound. Madara, perceptive as he was, quickly grasped the implication. He feigned nonchalance, taking a bite of the rice cake while his peripheral vision caught a rustle in the foliage, a sign that Izuna was indeed present and their father had followed. A heavy sensation settled in his heart, yet he concealed it beneath a smile as he playfully patted Hashirama's arm. "By the way, Hashirama, yesterday I stumbled upon a patch of ripe berries behind the woods. Shall we go pick some?" He spoke with an urgency that only the three of them could comprehend, tugging Hashirama away from the lurking dangers of the Senju clan. "Come on, I'll show you. If we wait too long, the birds will peck them all away." Hashirama instantly grasped his intent and was about to nod in agreement when a sharp voice rang out from the trees. "Madara, now that you're here, there's no escape." Fukan emerged from behind the trees, flanked by Tobirama and several members of the Senju clan, their blades drawn and glistening ominously. Almost simultaneously, Taijima appeared from another thicket with Izuna and some Uchiha clan members, their dark clan attire ominously blending into the morning mist, their gazes sharp as knives as they scrutinized Hashirama and Tsuki. "Fukan, you're quite the master of evasion. Do you think using children as bait will reveal our secrets? Likewise, Fukan retorted with a cold smirk, fingers resting on his blade's hilt. Taijima, by allowing Madara to approach my son. Aren't you also attempting to gauge the Senju's defenses? Tension mounted as the two factions faced off, the air thick with animosity. Hashirama quickly positioned himself in front of Tsuki, urgently addressing Fukan. Father, it's not like that. Madara and I are merely friends, not bait. Friends? Taijima scoffed, a derisive smile forming on his lips as he turned to Madara. Madara, listen to this. Do the Senju truly consider themselves worthy of your friendship? They've been exploiting you from the very beginning. I haven't. Tsuki interjected, unable to contain herself, tears welling in her eyes. Madara, I never meant to deceive you. I just didn't know how to express it. I didn't realize our clan's grudges would force our friendship to this extent. Madara surveyed the tense standoff, his gaze flickering to Tsuki's reddened eyes, an unfamiliar sensation jolting within him. He stepped forward, shielding Hashirama and Tsuki, and raised his voice towards Taijima. Father, Hashirama and Tsuki are not the villains here. I chose to be their friend. It has nothing to do with them. Impudent. Taijima's expression darkened as he swung his blade. Uchiha, we have no need for Senju allies. Izuna, pull Madara back. Izuna complied, but just as he advanced, the Senju clan members behind Fukan suddenly moved, hurling a shuriken towards Madara with astonishing speed. Watch out, Hashirama shouted, but it was too late to intervene. Tsuki, acting on pure instinct, lunged forward to push Madara aside, the shuriken slicing through her arm, blood instantly staining her sleeve. Tsuki. Both Hashirama and Madara cried out her name in alarm, panic evident in their voices. Madara's gaze fell upon the wound on Tsuki's arm, his eyes turning crimson as an unprecedented fury surged within him. He understood the enmity between their clans, recognized that his father and Fukan were scheming, yet he had never anticipated that anyone would dare to harm Tsuki. He steadied her with one hand while forming hand signs with the other, unleashing a fireball technique that surged towards the assailants from the Senju clan, forcing them to retreat. Uchiha Madara's affection level, 15, current, 55,100. Izuna stood behind Taijima, observing Tsuki's selfless act of shielding Madara, a strange tremor coursing through him. He had always perceived the Senju as cunning as Fukan, but Tsuki's instinctive protection was devoid of hesitation, demonstrating that she truly considered Madara a friend. He loosened his grip on his shuriken, his expression growing more complex. Tsuki, are you all right? Hashirama rushed over, pulling cloth from his pocket to bandage her injury, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Tsuki, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow from the pain, shook her head, meeting Madara's crimson gaze. Madara, I'm fine. Please don't be angry. Fine. Madara's voice choked with emotion as he gingerly touched her wound, his touch as delicate as if he feared breaking her. You're bleeding. How can you be fine? He turned to Fukan, rage flaring in his eyes. Why did you resort to violence? We simply wish to converse. Fukan frowned, caught off guard by the sudden aggression from the Senju. However, with no turning back, he steeled himself, addressing Taijima. Since the mask is off, let us not waste any more time. Senju brethren, follow me. Then let us go? Who is afraid? Taijima retorted defiantly, charging forward with his blade, eager to show the Senju their might. In an instant, the forest erupted into chaos, the brilliance of ninjutsu illuminating the trees as fire and water techniques clashed. The clanging of blades and the battle cries of warriors shattered the morning tranquility. Hashirama surveyed the tumultuous scene while glancing at the injured Tsuki, his heart aching as if it were being torn apart. He wished to avoid conflict with the Uchiha and did not want to see Madara hurt. Yet as the firstborn of the Senju clan, he could not stand idly by while his kin were oppressed. Tsuki, hide behind that rock, Hashirama urged, pushing her towards a large boulder. I'll go stop them. Big brother, don't. Tsuki grasped his sleeve, tears finally spilling over. They'll hurt you. Madara also grabbed Hashirama's arm, his eyes resolute. Hashirama, we must stop them together. The feud between our clans shouldn't force our kin to fight like this. At that moment, Izuna suddenly rushed in, aiming his blade at Hashirama. However, upon seeing Tsuki, he hesitated. He had intended to assist Taijima in restraining Hashirama, but with Tsuki standing in front of him, he realized that any attack could injure her. In that brief pause, Hashirama seized the opportunity, using a water technique to block Izuna's strike, yet refrained from countering. Izuna, stop it. There's no need for us to fight to the death. Izuna gritted his teeth but remained silent, taking a step back. He glanced at Madara, noticing him protectively shielding Tsuki while fending off several Senju clan members. Although Madara's fire techniques were formidable, he was gradually becoming overwhelmed by their numbers. After a moment's hesitation, Izuna couldn't resist any longer. He dashed forward to assist Madara, whispering, "Get her out of here. It's too dangerous." Madara was taken aback, not expecting Izuna to help him. Yet, seeing Tsuki's face grow increasingly pale, he nodded. "All right, Izuna, be careful." He supported Tsuki as he repelled the approaching Senju with flames, making their way toward the edge of the woods. Hashirama, witnessing the scene, followed closely behind, helping to shield them from the rear. Fukan, realizing their intent to escape, attempted to pursue, only to be intercepted by Taijima. "Fukan, your opponent is me." The two became locked in combat, their jutsu causing the surrounding trees to sway violently. Tobirama observed the chaotic battle, glancing at Madara and Tsuki as they made their escape, filled with resignation. He understood that from this day forward, the feud between their clans would only deepen, and the friendship among Hashirama, Tsuki, and Madara would likely never return to its former state. Madara guided Tsuki out of the woods, away from the sounds of battle, before finally halting. He crouched down, carefully unwrapping the cloth from her arm. Noting the blood that continued to flow, his heart ached with empathy. "Tsuki, does it hurt? I have some herbs. Let me apply them." He retrieved the herbs he had collected earlier, chewing them before gently applying them to her wound, his touch tender as if handling a precious gem. Tsuki watched his earnest demeanor, tears streaming down her face once more, not from pain, but from gratitude. "Madara, thank you." "No, I should be the one expressing gratitude." Madara lifted his gaze, wiping her tears with his sleeve, his eyes filled with tenderness. "You were hurt while saving me. Tsuki, regardless of what happens between our clans, you will always be my friend, forever." Hashirama stood by, watching them, a sigh of relief escaping his lips. He understood that today's events were merely a small chapter in the ongoing saga of their clan's enmity, with further troubles to come. Yet for now, at least, they could still stand together as friends. He stepped forward and gently patted Ban's shoulder, saying, "Ban, we shall seek another opportunity to converse with father and your father. Perhaps they might comprehend that our clans need not be adversaries." Ban nodded, his eyes glimmering with newfound hope. "Yes, let us speak together." Yet, they both understood the monumental challenge that lay ahead. The enmity between the Senju and Uchiha clans had persisted for generations. It could not simply be resolved with a plea for friendship. In the distance, the cries of battle echoed through the forest, while the morning mist gradually dissipated. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, yet it could not penetrate the chasm that separated the two clans, nor illuminate the path of friendship ensnared by animosity. Tsuki held tightly to the smooth pebble in her pocket, its warmth seeping through the fabric to her palm, reminiscent of Ban's gentle touch. She gazed at the two young men beside her, silently vowing to protect this friendship, come what may, ensuring it would not shatter like a dandelion in the storm. Meanwhile, in the forest, Butsuma and Taijima were still locked in combat, both wounded yet unwilling to yield. Tobirama and Izuna stood behind their respective clan leaders, exchanging glances filled with complexity. They both recognized that this war held no victors, only endless pain and regret, burdens that would ultimately fall upon the shoulders of their generation. Hashirama, Ban, and their peers. Chapter 12. The gentle touch that breaks the cycle of hatred, the scent of blood intertwined with the earthy aroma of the forest. The sharp sound of clashing weapons mingled with the muffled groans of the wounded, and only a few flickering campfires remained in the twilight. Butsuma's left arm was soaked in dark crimson, blood dripping through his fingers onto the dry leaves, creating deep stains. He half gripped his short blade, its edge glinting coldly with blood, as he faced Taijima from afar. The Senju had lost 3 warriors, while the Uchiha had suffered 2 severe injuries. Continuing this struggle would only lead to mutual destruction. Butsuma's gaze swept over Taijima's blood-stained attire, a testament to the wound he had inflicted earlier, and his voice turned as frigid as the evening breeze. "Let us cease for today. We shall settle this account another time." Taijima tightened his grip on the kunai, his knuckles turning pale. He caught a glimpse of Ban's hunched figure not far off, his shoulders still dusted with grass, clearly having been caught in the fray. The coldness in his gaze intensified. He waved his hand, his voice hoarse, "Withdraw." The Uchiha clan members assisted their injured as they turned to leave, the sound of their steps crunching over dry twigs echoing sharply in the silence. The Senju gathered their wounded and headed back to their encampment. Tobarama quickly caught up with Butsuma, his black hair fluttering in the breeze, concern lacing his tone. "Father, your injury needs immediate attention." "It is of no consequence," Butsuma interrupted. His gaze suddenly fixed on Hashirama, his eyes icy enough to freeze the air around them. "We shall settle accounts upon our return." Hashirama hung his head. His hands clenched tightly, nails nearly embedding into his palms. He understood that his father would not easily forgive him, not only for failing to prevent the conflict, but also for having protected Ban in front of their clan. Tsuki followed closely behind him, her right arm still throbbing with pain, the warmth spreading beneath the fabric. She observed Hashirama's tense back, her voice filled with guilt. "Brother, this is all because of me. If I had not shielded Ban, father would not be so angry." "It has nothing to do with you," Hashirama snapped, turning abruptly. The stray strands of hair obscured his eyes, but he managed a forced smile. "I failed to protect you and to prevent this conflict. The blame lies solely with me." Upon returning to the Senju encampment, the wooden tower cast a cold glow in the night. Butsuma walked straight to his study, and as he opened the door, the candlelight flickered in the wind. He sat down, his fingers rapping against the table, producing a sound akin to a heartbeat resonating with the tension between the two young individuals. Tobarama stood nearby, watching as Hashirama and Tsuki bowed their heads in silence. He opened his mouth to plead on their behalf, but Butsuma's piercing gaze compelled him to swallow his words. "Do you understand your mistakes?" Butsuma's voice was filled with authority, the candlelight casting a serious shadow on his face. Hashirama abruptly lifted his head, determination gleaming in his eyes. "Father, I am not in the wrong. Ban is my friend. We should not have used him as bait, nor should we have turned our hands against him." "Friend?" Butsuma slammed his palm against the table, causing the teacup to rattle, spilling a few drops of tea. "The Senju and Uchiha have been sworn enemies for generations. Have you forgotten how many of our kin have fallen beneath Uchiha blades? To befriend your enemy and still claim innocence?" His gaze shifted to Tsuki, his tone darkening further. "And you, for shielding an Uchiha? Do you still uphold the Senju clan's code?" Tsuki clutched her clothing, her fingertips turning white as she spoke softly, yet clearly. "Ban is not a bad person. He had no idea it was a trap that day." "Enough." Butsuma interrupted her, his tone brooking no argument. "From today, Hashirama, you are grounded for 1 month. You shall copy the Senju clan's rules 100 times to reflect on your actions. Tsuki, first allow the medical ninjas to treat your wounds. Once healed, you will be confined for half a month, not permitted to step beyond your door." Hashirama opened his mouth to protest, but Tobarama gently tugged at his wrist. He met Tobarama's eyes, which held a silent plea to refrain from confrontation, and ultimately swallowed his words, responding quietly, "Yes." Tsuki nodded as well, turning to follow the medical ninja out of the study. The healer, a middle-aged woman with rough fingers yet a gentle touch, carefully unwrapped the bandages on Tsuki's arm. Upon seeing the deep wound, she frowned slightly. "This injury is quite severe. It needs to be treated with herbs, or it may scar and possibly become infected." She retrieved crushed green herbs from her medical kit, their bitter scent wafting through the air as she meticulously applied them to the wound, then wrapped it with clean bandages. "Avoid water for the next few days. Come back daily for a change of dressings, and in half a month, it should heal." Tsuki sat on the edge of her bed, gazing at the thick bandages on her arm, feeling a profound emptiness within. She recalled Ban's worried expression as they left the forest, his voice asking about her injury. Did Ban face punishment from Taijima? Was his wound also grave? Meanwhile, in the Uchiha residence's study, the atmosphere was equally tense. The candlelight flickered, casting shadows on Taijima's taut face. Ban hung his head, his dark hair obscuring most of his features, his hands clenched tightly, knuckles pale. "You defied me for the sake of the Senju, and even had Izuna assist you in hiding your actions. Do you not respect me as your father? Do you not honor the Uchiha legacy?" Taijima's voice brimmed with fury, almost a shout. "I tell you, from today, you are grounded for 1 month. You shall not step beyond this residence. Izuna, you too will face the same consequence. As my younger brother, you failed to dissuade Ban and even aided in concealing his actions. You are grounded for 2 weeks." Izuna lowered his head, his long lashes casting shadows beneath his eyes, responding quietly, "Yes." He dared to glance at Ban, feeling a swirl of conflicting emotions. He had not anticipated that upon witnessing Ban being besieged by the Senju, he would instinctively rush to assist, nor did he foresee that the Senju girl, Tsuki, would indeed leap to shield Ban from harm. Ban returned to his room, shutting the door behind him and leaning against it. He raised his arm, inspecting the scratches left from the battle, worry flooding over him like a tidal wave. Tsuki's injury was far worse. Would Butsuma punish her? Was she in pain now? In the days that followed, Hashirama remained confined to his room, copying the clan's rules. He sat at the table, his brush saturated with ink, each stroke executed with fervor, the ink seeping through the paper and leaving faint traces on the table. The phrases in the clan's rules, which condemned any alliance with the Uchiha, stung his eyes. Yet he never wavered in his belief that befriending Ban was not a transgression. Tsuki, too, was under confinement in her room. Aside from the medical ninja's daily visits to change her dressings, she often found herself lost in thought by the window. The leaves outside transitioned from vibrant green to golden yellow, drifting down, and her mind wandered back to the first encounter with Ban by the riverbank. Recalling Izuna awkwardly offering her the herbs, as she repeatedly pondered, how are they faring now? Finally, after half a month, Tsuki's wound had healed. As the medical ninja delicately unwrapped the bandage, she noticed a faint scar on her arm, resembling a slender line of light brown. Gently caressing it, she felt no regret. It was a mark left from protecting Ban, a testament to their friendship. That evening, as Tsuyu sat by the table gazing at the moon outside, she was suddenly startled by a soft meow from the window. Her heart stirred, and she quickly looked up to see a black ninja cat perched on the windowsill, its amber eyes gleaming in the night, holding 2 envelopes in its mouth, its tail swaying gently. Hastily, Tsuyu approached, cautiously opened the window, and brought the ninja cat inside. The cat dropped the envelopes, nudged her hand with its head, meowed again as if in greeting, and then leaped back out into the night. Picking up the envelopes from the table, her eyes fell upon the first one adorned with the Uchiha fan emblem, its bold lines unmistakably reflective of Ban's style. The other envelope bore a delicate daisy, its petals intricately drawn. She recognized it as a pattern that Izuna had previously seen her embroider on a handkerchief. Tsuyu first opened the envelope with the fan design. The paper inside was somewhat crumpled, the handwriting hasty yet strong, revealing the writer's urgency. Tsuyu, are you well? Has your wound healed? I have been grounded by my father and cannot visit you, but I have been deeply worried. Thank you for shielding me in the woods that day. No one has ever protected me as you did, disregarding danger. I understand the deep-seated enmity between the Senju and Uchiha, yet I do not wish to lose your friendship. Once my grounding is over, shall we meet by the river again? I will take you berry picking and treat you to my mother's sweet rice cakes. I am sure you will love them. Ban tears involuntarily streamed down Tsuyu's face, landing on the letter and blurring the ink. Yet, her heart felt warm, as if it cradled a tiny sun. Wiping her tears, she opened the second envelope, which contained neatly written lines, though the strokes appeared hesitant, indicating the writer had deliberated for quite some time. Tsuyu, I heard you have been grounded. Are you all right? Thank you for helping Ban that day in the woods. I once thought all Senju were like the clan leader, consumed by vendettas, but you are different. Your wound must be healed by now. Take care not to lift heavy objects and rest well. If you need anything, you can have the ninja cat inform me. Tsuyu was taken aback by Izuna's letter, filled with surprise. As she read the words, a smile crept onto her lips. It seemed Izuna was not as indifferent as he appeared. She took out paper and a pen, sitting at the table to compose her replies. To Ban, she wrote earnestly, each word imbued with anticipation. Ban, I am well. My wound has healed, leaving only a small scar, but it does not hurt at all. I too have been grounded and think of when yours will end. I long to visit the river with you again, to pick berries and eat the rice cakes made by your mother. Please behave well in your clan and do not argue with clan leader Taijima. I await your visit. To Izuna, she pondered for a long time before writing a few sincere lines. Izuna, thank you for your concern. I am well, and my wound has healed. Also, thank you for helping Ban that day in the woods. Take care of yourself and your clan, and do not overexert yourself, if given the chance. I hope we can converse like friends. After completing her letters, Tsuyu sealed them in envelopes and walked to the window, gently whistling, a signal she had previously agreed upon with the ninja cat. Before long, the black cat returned, its tail held high. She handed the envelopes to the cat. Patting its head, please deliver these to Ban and Izuna. Thank you. The ninja cat took the envelopes, nudging her hand once more before vanishing into the night. Standing by the window, Tsuyu gazed at the round moon, her heart brimming with hope. She believed that despite the deep-seated enmity between their clans, their friendship would remain unscathed. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha compound, Ban sat at a table, occasionally glancing at the window, his fingers drumming nervously on the surface, filled with anxiety. It had been nearly an hour since he sent the ninja cat. Would Tsukiyo receive his letter? Would she choose to ignore him? Suddenly, he heard a meow, and his eyes brightened as he rushed to the window. Seeing the ninja cat with the envelope, he excitedly took it, carefully opening it. Upon recognizing Tsukiyo's familiar handwriting and the words "I await your visit," Ban could not suppress a smile, his eyes sparkling like stars. Clutching the letter, he felt warmth spread within him. Tsukiyo was thinking of him too, and they would have the chance to visit the river again. How delightful. In Izuna's room, he was organizing herbs at his table, categorizing dried plants into small bags. Hearing a commotion at the window, he looked up to see the ninja cat entering with an envelope, placing it before him. Izuna paused for a moment, then picked up the envelope, his heart stirring slightly upon seeing the daisy illustration. He opened the envelope, reading Tsukiyo's letter, particularly the line about hoping they could talk like friends, causing a faint smile to tug at his lips. Perhaps there truly existed a different possibility between the Senju and Uchiha. The following morning, Tobarama's grounding finally came to an end. As he stepped out of his room, he hurriedly made his way to Tsukiyo's residence, his black hair tousled by the wind. Spotting Tsukiyo in the courtyard, her cheeks flushed, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Tsukiyo, I'm glad you are okay. I heard from Tobarama that Ban is also grounded by clan leader Taijima, but it is only for a month. In 2 weeks, he will be free." Tsukiyo nodded, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. "I know. Ban wrote to me, and Izuna did too." Tobarama paused, then burst into laughter, patting her shoulder. "That is wonderful. Once Ban's grounding ends, let us meet by the river. We must have a good conversation then. I also want to challenge him to a ninjutsu duel." Tsukiyo looked at Tobarama's bright smile, her heart filled with anticipation. She understood that the enmity between their clans had not yet been resolved and that many challenges lay ahead. However, as long as she, Tobarama, and Ban remained friends and refused to give up, they would surely find a way for their clans to coexist peacefully. Meanwhile, Tobarama stood afar in the corridor, watching the smiles of Tsukiyo and Tobarama, feeling a sense of relief. He always believed that the feud between their clans could not be resolved overnight. But witnessing their pure friendship and the hope in their eyes filled him with a glimmer of optimism. Perhaps, indeed, Tobarama and Ban could change the fate of both clans and bring an end to this feud that had spanned generations. Back in the Uchiha compound, Ban carefully folded Tsukiyo's letter and placed it in a wooden box, which also contained the herbs Tsukiyo had previously given him and a maple leaf he had collected by the river. Watching the sunlight outside, he silently vowed, once his grounding was over, he would immediately seek out Tsukiyo and Tobarama, defying his father's opposition to preserve this friendship. Izuna, on the other hand, tucked Tsukiyo's letter away in his desk drawer alongside the neatly organized herbs. He was aware that his father would never approve of his friendship with the Senju. But unlike his father, he did not wish to allow the generational grudges to blind him. He was curious to discover what it truly meant to converse like friends. As Tsukiyo had suggested, as night fell, the Senju and Uchiha compounds gradually quieted, the only sounds being the occasional footsteps of patrolling clan members. Yet, beneath this silence, a friendship that transcended the enmity between their clans was quietly taking root, akin to a seed buried in the soil, awaiting the day it would break through the surface and bloom in radiance. Tsukiyo lay in bed, clutching Ban's letter, her heart brimming with warmth. She gradually drifted into slumber, where she found herself beside Hashirama and Madara, seated on a large stone by the riverside, savoring sweet rice cakes. Izuna stood not far away, holding a bouquet of daisies, a gentle smile gracing his lips. In the distance, members of the Senju and Uchiha clans laughed and chatted together, free from conflict, basking in the warm sunlight and the sound of joyful laughter. Chapter 13. The resurgence of turmoil. The autumn breeze swept through the training grounds of the Senju encampment, stirring up a few withered yellow leaves. Shuiwe crouched beside the medical tent, meticulously spreading crushed hemostatic herbs evenly over a piece of gauze. Her fingertips stained with a faint green hue. Having just turned 10, she had grown significantly taller than 3 years prior, her long black hair simply tied back, revealing a smooth forehead. The childishness in her brows had faded, replaced by a calm maturity. "Shuiwe, the injured from the east are arriving soon. Prepare 2 more packets of hemostatic powder. Aunt Aishing, the head of the medical department, lifted the tent flap, her voice tinged with urgency. Understood, Shuya promptly replied, rising to hand over the prepared herbal packets and hemostatic powder. Her gaze unconsciously drifted toward the battlefield in the distance. Since dawn, the sharp clashing of weapons and the explosive sounds of ninjutsu had echoed continuously. Her heart felt as though it were being tugged by an invisible thread. Worried not only for her brothers Hashirama and Tobarama on the front lines, but also for Madara and Izuna, who were equally embroiled in the conflict. Over the past 3 years, the ninja cat had become the most clandestine messenger between the two clans. Madara's letters were always lengthy, often detailing the prowess of his newly mastered fire techniques or mentioning the ripe berries by the river, filled with youthful exuberance and anticipation. In contrast, Izuna's notes were considerably shorter, mostly reminders for her to dress warmly with the changing seasons or to inform her of new uses for certain herbs. Sometimes even accompanied by a dried daisy petal, his handwriting evolving from initial hesitance to a more refined script. Madara Uchiha Affection Level 5, Current 70. Izuna Affection Level 7. Current 35. Madara Uchiha Affection Level 3, Current 73. Izuna Affection Level 9, Current 44. Madara Uchiha Affection Level 4, Current 77. Izuna Affection Level 8. Current 52. Madara Uchiha Affection Level 3, Current 80. Izuna Affection Level 13, Current 65. With every letter she received, Shuiwe would diligently respond, recounting the amusing happenings at the Senju encampment and the new medical ninjutsu she had learned. She understood that this friendship transcending the two clans was as fragile as a candle flame in the wind, at risk of being extinguished by the flames of war. Yet, they all carefully guarded it until 3 days prior, when a large-scale conflict erupted once again over a disputed mine. Boom! A deafening sound erupted from the northeast, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Shuiwe instinctively tightened her grip on the gauze, looking up to see a massive pillar of fire shooting into the sky, staining half of it crimson. That was Uchiha's signature Great Fire Destruction. Immediately after, a lush green vine burst forth from the flames, forming a sturdy barrier against the fire. Still adorned with unburned sparks, Hashirama's would release. Her heart sank heavily. She turned to run toward the battlefield, but was grasped firmly by Aunt Aishing. Don't go. The front lines are too dangerous. Your duty is to remain in the medical department to tend to the injured. But my brothers, Shuyue's voice trembled, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She could envision Hashirama and Madara facing each other across the battlefield, once playful friends now compelled to draw blades against one another. They were the sons of clan leaders, and as such, they bore the weight of responsibility as Senju ninjas. Aunt Aishing gently patted her shoulder, her tone softening. Our duty is to heal every soul that returns from the battlefield, to ensure they can reunite with their families. Shuiwe bit her lip, nodding resolutely. She turned back to the medicine box, inhaling deeply to calm herself. This was not the time for panic. She needed to prepare the necessary medicines swiftly for the incoming injured. Before long, several Senju clansmen arrived, carrying a stretcher. On it lay a boy, his arm wrapped in bloodied cloth, his complexion pale. Shuiwe rushed forward, skillfully unwrapping the cloth to examine the wound, a penetrating injury caused by a kunai, still oozing blood. First, we stop the bleeding, then apply the herbs, she instructed, swiftly sprinkling hemostatic powder onto the wound with gentle, yet decisive movements. The boy groaned softly in pain but gritted his teeth to remain silent. Shuiwe glanced up, softly reassuring him, endure a little longer, it will soon be over. And you won't suffer any lasting effects. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached again. This time Tobarama entered, supporting a fellow clansman. Tobarama's blue shirt was dusted with debris, and the sleeve of his left arm bore a tear, revealing a faint abrasion beneath. Yet, his expression remained stoic as he addressed Aunt Aishing. 3 critically injured have been discovered in the west. They require immediate attention. Tobarama, your injury, Shuiwe exclaimed, hastily gathering gauze and herbs to assist. It's nothing, he waved dismissively, his gaze scanning the injured within the medical tent, his brow furrowing slightly. The Uchiha dispatched many elite forces this time. Madara's fire techniques have improved significantly since 3 years ago. Hashirama is managing to hold him back for now, but it has drained considerable chakra. Shuiwe paused momentarily, then quietly inquired, and Izuna? Is he also on the front lines? Tobarama met her gaze, his tone steady. Yes, he engaged with me. His ninjutsu has advanced rapidly. but he is still not my match. I held back. He merely sustained a minor injury. Hearing the words minor injury, Shuiwa felt a weight lift from her heart. She quickly treated Tobarama's wound and grabbed a new packet of herbs, ready to assist at other medical stations. As she stepped out of the tent, she witnessed a colossal wooden dragon soaring into the sky, entwined with vibrant green vines, charging toward the opposing wall of flames. At the dragon's apex stood Hashirama, clad in Senju clan attire, his long black hair billowing in the wind, hands forming seals, his face resolute. This was his signature wood dragon technique. On the other side of the fiery barrier, Madara stood atop a massive rock, his ink-black hair dancing in the breeze, hands weaving seals as he bellowed. Fire release, great fire destruction. A tremendous blaze erupted from his mouth, colliding with the wooden dragon, the shockwave bending nearby trees low. The clash of their chakra created an invisible barrier in the air. Shuiwa stood frozen, watching as two once friendly companions now engaged in an intense battle. Her heart aching as if pierced by thorns. She recalled 3 years ago, when the three of them had competed to skip stones by the river, Madara always insisting he would win against Hashirama next time. She remembered Hashirama's laughter, promising to build a house by the river once peace was achieved between the clans. Shuiwa, are you daydreaming? We need help over here. A voice called from a nearby medical station. Snapping back to reality, Shuiwa wiped her dampened eyes and hurried over. She understood that now was not the time for sorrow. She had to fulfill her responsibilities and wait for the war to conclude, anticipating the day when Hashirama and Madara could once again meet as friends. On the opposite side of the battlefield, Tobarama and Izuna faced off, separated by mere meters. Izuna tightened his grip on the kunai, his ink-black eyes filled with vigilance. His right arm was wrapped in bandages, a wound from their earlier skirmish with water techniques. Your water techniques remain formidable. Izuna's voice was hoarse, his gaze fixed on Tobarama. But next time, I shall certainly prevail. Tobarama crossed his arms, his tone still cool. Having such determination is commendable, but mere words are insufficient. You have improved significantly since 3 years ago, yet you remain too impulsive. Had I not held back, your injury would have been far more severe. Izuna clenched his teeth, fully aware of the truth in Tobarama's words. During their recent encounter, Tobarama's water release, water dragon bullet could have struck a fatal blow but had intentionally veered off course, leaving only a scrape on his arm. His heart was filled with complexity. He had always assumed that those of the Senju clan were as cold as the Buddha. However, Tobarama's actions reminded him of the letters from Tsukiyo, which conveyed that the two clans were not solely bound by enmity. What? Are you afraid to strike? Tobarama raised an eyebrow, a hint of provocation lacing his tone. Izuna took a deep breath, forming hand signs. Who said that? Take this. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Several fireballs erupted from his hands, hurtling towards Tobarama. In a swift motion, Tobarama evaded the flames effortlessly and formed his own hand signs. Water style, water barrier. A wall of water materialized before him, successfully blocking the subsequent flames. The two engaged once more, the sounds of their jutsu clashing reverberating across the battlefield. Yet neither was willing to deliver a lethal blow. Meanwhile, in the center of the battlefield, Hashirama and Madara continued their fierce confrontation. Hashirama gazed at Madara, his heart heavy with resignation. Madara, must we continue this fight? Did we not agree 3 years ago to seek a way for our clans to coexist peacefully? Madara hesitated, a flicker of struggle crossing his eyes, only to be quickly replaced by a cold resolve. Peace. Have you forgotten how many lives have been lost between the Senju and Uchiha over these past 3 years? My father said the Senju and Uchiha are natural enemies, forever incapable of peace. He formed hand signs again. Enough with the words. Prepare yourself. Fire style, great fire annihilation. Madara, you don't truly believe that. Hashirama shouted, summoning a wooden dragon to shield himself from the flames. Did you not express your desire to gather berries by the riverbank with me? Did you not say you didn't want to lose me as a friend? Madara's body jolted, his hand signs faltering as memories of his letters flooded back. Tsukiyo's words promising to meet by the river once the war concluded struck him like a physical blow. But as he surveyed the corpses of his clansmen and the stern gaze of Taijima in the distance, he steeled his heart. That is all in the past. Now, we are enemies. I do not wish to be your enemy. Hashirama's voice trembled slightly, his chakra surging as the wooden dragon grew larger. Madara, you know that continuing this battle will only lead to mutual destruction. Why can we not attempt to set aside our hatred and coexist as friends? Madara's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. He longed to agree with Hashirama, to seek out Tsukiyo, to return to that peaceful afternoon 3 years prior. But as the heir of the Uchiha, he could not disappoint his clan, nor betray his father's will. You are too naive, Hashirama. Madara's voice trembled. Hatred cannot simply be cast aside. Today, it is either you who wins, or I. He prepared to unleash an even stronger jutsu. At that moment, a sudden blaring horn echoed, the signal for the Senju retreat. Hashirama paused, turning to see Tobarama signaling the clan to withdraw. Exhaustion etched across his face. The battle had raged for 3 hours, both clans suffering heavy losses. Continuing would yield only futility. Retreat. Tobarama's voice boomed across the battlefield. Hashirama cast one last, lingering glance at Madara before slowly retracting his wooden jutsu. Madara, I await the day you change your mind. I believe we can find a path to peace. With that, he turned and followed his clan in retreat. Madara stood rooted in place, watching Hashirama's retreating figure, his heart a tumult of emotions. He recalled Tsukiyo's words, Madara, I know war is brutal, but I believe you are not one who revels in bloodshed. Once the war ends, shall we go to the river together? Brother, we should retreat as well. Izuna approached Madara, speaking softly. His arm throbbed painfully, fatigue evident on his face. Madara nodded, turning to follow the Uchiha clan in retreat. Before leaving, he could not resist glancing back towards the Senju's retreat, pondering silently. Hashirama, Tsukiyo, will we not be enemies the next time we meet? In the medical tent of the Senju encampment, Tsukiyo busily tended to the wounded. When Hashirama entered, she noticed the thick bandages wrapped around his left arm and the scratches on his face. Brother Hashirama, you are injured. Tsukiyo hurriedly set aside her herbs and approached him to examine his wounds. It is just a minor injury, nothing to worry about, Hashirama replied with a reassuring smile. His tone light. Madara's fire techniques are indeed formidable, but I did not allow him to gain the upper hand. I managed to injure his shoulder with my wood style. Tsukiyo paused, her voice gentle as she asked, did you both hold back? Seeing her concerned expression warmed his heart. Do not worry. Neither Madara nor I sought to truly harm each other. We both understand that we do not wish to become real enemies. Upon hearing this, Tsukiyo sighed in relief. She picked up the herbs, carefully treating Hashirama's wounds. Next time, you must be cautious and avoid injury. I will, Hashirama chuckled, his gaze drifting towards the window. With this retreat, both clans should enjoy a period of tranquility. In time, I shall find a way for the ninja cat to deliver a letter to Madara, inquiring about his injuries. Tsukiyo nodded, unable to suppress a smile at the corners of her lips. She knew the road to peace was long, and the grievances between the clans could not be resolved overnight. Yet, as long as Hashirama and Madara regarded each other as friends, and as long as she and Izuna continued to quietly nurture their bond, there would always be hope that one day, the Senju and Uchiha could truly set aside their animosity, free from war and separation. At the Uchiha encampment, Izuna sat in his room while a medical ninja tended to the wounds on his arm. When Madara entered, he frowned at the sight of the bandages. Did Tobarama inflict severe injuries upon you? No, just a slight wound. Izuna shook his head, his tone calm. Tobarama did not strike with full force. He clearly had the opportunity to hit my vital points, but intentionally veered away. Madara paused, taken aback. He recalled his earlier confrontation with Hashirama, where Hashirama's wooden dragon could have directly attacked him, but had only grazed his shoulder. He sat beside Izuna, remaining silent for a long while before softly asking, do you think Hashirama's vision of peace is truly attainable? Izuna lifted his gaze, observing the confusion in Madara's eyes, feeling a stir within him. I do not know, but Tsukiyo's letter mentioned that she believes we can find a way to peace. She also said that once the war ends, she wishes to bask in the sun by the river with us, enjoying the rice cakes our mother made. Madara's heart warmed at the thought, recalling Tsukiyo's handwriting and the small daisy she had drawn. He clenched his fists, silently vowing, no matter the difficulty, he would strive for peace, for Hashirama, for Tsukiyo, and to spare both clans further loss. By the way, brother, Izuna said, retrieving a letter from a drawer, this was delivered by the ninja cat yesterday, written by Tsukiyo. She inquired about our injuries and mentioned that the leaves at the Senju encampment have turned red. She hopes to take us to see them once peace is restored. Madara accepted the letter, carefully unsealing it. As he gazed at Tsukiyo's familiar handwriting and read her words about showing them the autumn leaves. A smile crept onto his lips. Moonlight filtered through the window, casting a gentle glow upon the letter, akin to a tender veil. He understood that the time for peace had not yet arrived. The next conflict could be imminent. However, as long as this friendship endured, as long as this hope remained, he would not relinquish the possibility of seeking peace or the promise of gathering with friends to admire the autumn leaves and savor rice cakes. Tsukiyo lay in her room at the Senju encampment, clutching the letters from Madara and Izuna that they had sent previously. The moonlight streamed in, illuminating the medicine box and herb packets within the room. She recalled the wooden dragon and the wall of fire she had witnessed on the battlefield, along with the silhouettes of Hashirama and Madara facing each other, her heart brimming with anticipation. She believed that one day, the war would cease, and the Senju and Uchiha would coexist harmoniously. When that day arrived, she wished to join Hashirama, Madara, and Izuna by the river to skip stones, gather berries, and admire the autumn leaves together. She wished to pin her expectations in a letter, entrusting it to the ninja cat to deliver to Hashirama and Izuna, so they too might feel this warmth and hope. As night deepened, both the Senju and Uchiha encampments gradually fell into a hush. The scent of battle had yet to fully dissipate, and the air still bore traces of jutsu clashes. Yet, beneath this tranquility, a friendship transcending the enmities of their clans continued to quietly flourish, akin to tender shoots in the harsh winter, awaiting the arrival of spring, longing for the day they would bloom and illuminate the future of both clans. Chapter 14. The Jade Hairpin and the Falling Snow of Sorrow following an autumn rain. The air in the Senju encampment grew frigid. The smoke of battle began to clear, and clan members returned from the front lines. However, the once vibrant encampment now lay shrouded in a heavy gloom. This prolonged struggle over the mines had cost the Senju nearly 20 clan members, with countless others severely injured. The Uchiha faced similar losses. Suki sat on the stone steps outside the medical tent, gripping a piece of unwashed gauze, the dried blood on it having congealed into a deep brown. She watched as her fellow clansmen, bearing stretchers draped in white cloth, passed by. With each step, the weight in her heart grew heavier. Just 3 days prior, she had been tending to their wounds, listening to their laughter as they spoke of returning home to eat the rice balls made by their wives, yet now, they would never return. Suki, please take some hot water to the wounded in the East Wing. They've just awakened and are still weak. Aunt Aki's voice drifted from within the tent, tinged with fatigue. For days, the medical department staff had scarcely slept, even their meals consisting merely of a few bites of dry rations, and dark circles adorned everyone's eyes. Understood. Suki rose, stretching her numbed legs, and carried the water bucket toward the East Wing. As she passed by the main house, she noticed Hashirama, Tobarama, and several other brothers standing at the entrance, their expressions grim. Even the usually lively Kawamoto had his head down, his fingers nervously fidgeting with the hem of his clothes. A chill ran through her heart, and her steps involuntarily halted. The main house was where her father, Butsuma, and mother resided. Ordinarily, clan members seldom gathered here unless for matters of great importance. Could it be that her mother had fallen ill? Suki's mother had been afflicted with a cough since Suki was very young, relying on herbal remedies for years. Her condition had remained stable. But every time the two clans clashed, her mother would stay awake worrying for her kin, causing her ailment to worsen. Since the outbreak of this war, Suki had been preoccupied assisting in the medical department and had not visited her mother for 3 days. Suki, what brings you here? Tobarama was the first to notice her, his voice lower than usual. Suki tightened her grip on the water bucket's handle, her fingertips turning pale as she softly inquired, Brother Tobarama, is mother unwell? Hashirama turned, his eyes slightly reddened. He approached her and gently patted her shoulder, his voice hoarse. Mother's cough has returned, and this time it is more severe. You should go see her. Suki's heart sank instantly. She dropped the water bucket and hurried into the main house. The room was permeated with the strong aroma of herbs. Her mother lay on a straw-covered bed, her face pale as paper, breathing somewhat rapid, her chest rising and falling slightly. An empty medicine bowl sat beside her, remnants of brown liquid still clinging to its sides. Mother. Suki rushed to the bedside, clasping her mother's icy hand, tears streaming down her face. How could this happen? When I saw you just a few days ago, you said you were fine. Her mother slowly opened her eyes, and upon seeing Suki, managed a faint smile. She lifted a trembling hand to gently stroke Suki's hair, her voice so faint it was nearly inaudible. Silly child, Why do you cry? Mother is fine. Just a bit tired. How can you say you're fine in this state? Tsuki choked, pressing her mother's hand against her cheek, hoping to warm her. I'll fetch a medical ninja. They will brew you more medicine, and you will surely recover. No need. Her mother shook her head, gently grasping Tsuki's hand. I know my own body. This war has cost our clan so many lives. The medical ninjas are already overwhelmed. Do not burden them further. Just then, Butsuma and several others entered the room, making it feel crowded yet eerily silent, with only the sound of her mother's weak breaths filling the air. Butsuma stood by the bed, his usually imposing face etched with fatigue, gazing at his wife with a trace of unspoken concern. Do not worry about clan matters. Focus on recovering. Butsuma's voice was hoarse, a tone he rarely employed. Her mother looked at Butsuma, then at her children gathered around the bed, and let out a soft sigh. In this life, my greatest fortune has been marrying you and having such understanding children. Hashirama, you are straightforward and kind-hearted. Heed Tobarama's advice more often and do not act impulsively. Tobarama, you are intelligent and calm, yet too serious. Learn to relax occasionally. Kawamoto and Banjin, you are still young. Follow your brothers in learning ninjutsu, protect yourselves, and safeguard our clan. Her voice grew weaker, almost fading to a whisper. She turned her gaze to Tsuki. Her eyes filled with reluctance, and with all her strength, she retrieved a jade hairpin tied with a red string from beneath her pillow. It was the dowry given to her by her mother when she married into the clan, the top of the hairpin intricately carved with a small daisy. Her mother's favorite flower. This hairpin, Tsuki, is for you. Her mother pressed the hairpin into Tsuki's hand, her fingers trembling slightly. You are the eldest sister. You must take care of your younger brothers. No matter what happens, be strong and do not cry easily. Mother, I do not want the hairpin. I only want you to be well. Tsuki clutched the hairpin tightly, tears cascading like pearls from a broken string. Just hold on a little longer. When the medical ninjas arrive, you will surely recover. We still have to see the cherry blossoms together, and you promised to teach me how to embroider daisies. Her mother gazed at Tsuki, her smile gradually fading, her breaths growing shallower. She cast a final glance at her gathered family, her eyes slowly closing, her hand falling limply to her side. Mother! Mother! The room erupted with the heart-wrenching cries of the children. Hashirama knelt by the bed, clutching his mother's cold hand tightly, his shoulders trembling violently. Tobarama stood by, his eyes reddened, fighting back tears, biting his lip until he tasted blood. Kawamoto and Banjin threw themselves onto their mother, sobbing almost to the point of breathlessness. Butsuma stood rooted, his body momentarily stiffening. He slowly closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, and when he opened them again, the emotions in his eyes had been masked, leaving only profound exhaustion. He stepped forward, gently patting the shoulders of the children, his voice low. Do not cry. Let your mother depart in peace. Tsuki knelt by the bed, clutching the jade hairpin tightly. Its coldness seeped through her fingers, sending a shiver down her spine. She looked at her mother's pale face and recalled the moments when her mother would embrace her, teaching her to identify herbs in the yard. How each time she was injured, her mother would tenderly blow on her wounds and then brew sweet herbal porridge for her. She remembered how, before the war broke out, her mother had joyfully said that when Tsuki grew up, she would gift her this hairpin as a dowry. These memories flashed through her mind like a revolving lantern, each scene tearing at her heart. She realized that from this moment forward, there would be no one to tenderly blow on her wounds when she was hurt, no one to comfort her when she was sad, and no one to smile and say that once peace was restored, they would go together to see the cherry blossoms by the river. In the days that followed, the Senju encampment was engulfed in sorrow. The clan members assisted in preparing her mother's funeral, and Butsuma personally selected a plot near the river, where many cherry blossom trees grew, the very place her mother had loved to visit in life. On the day of the funeral, delicate snowflakes drifted from the sky, cold and silent, settling on the hair and shoulders of the mourners, yet none made the effort to brush them away. Tsuyu, clad in somber black attire, stood at the forefront, cradling her mother's spirit tablet in her hands. Her eyes were swollen and red, resembling walnuts, her face devoid of expression. It was only when she saw her mother's coffin being gently lowered into the earth that her shoulders quivered ever so slightly. Zhu Jian stood beside Tsuyu, gripping a shovel tightly as he silently filled the grave with soil. His countenance was etched with sorrow, yet he refrained from shedding tears. He understood that he was now the eldest brother, tasked with supporting the family, and could not reveal his vulnerabilities to his younger siblings. Jin stood nearby, directing the clan members in the arrangement of offerings. His movements were methodical, yet the sadness in his eyes was unmistakable. Hua Jian and Ban Jian tugged at the hem of Su Yu's garment, softly weeping, their voices laced with fear and helplessness. Once the funeral concluded, the clan members gradually departed, leaving only Su Yu's family standing at the gravesite. Su Yu knelt, delicately placing a jade hairpin before her mother's gravestone, whispering, "Mother, I shall cherish this jade pin. Rest assured, I will take care of my younger brothers and will grow strong, no longer succumbing to tears. When spring arrives and the cherry blossoms bloom, I will bring my brothers to visit you and share the happenings of our clan." Fo Jian gazed at the name etched on the gravestone, remaining silent for a long while before finally speaking. "All right, let us return, lest your mother worry." Su Yu rose, casting one last glance at her mother's gravestone before turning to follow her family back home. The cold snowflakes fell upon her face, melting into tears that streamed down her cheeks. She understood that although her mother had departed, her love would eternally accompany her, that jade hairpin would, like her mother's eyes, watch over her growth and transformation into strength. Upon returning to their residence, Su Yu tied her mother's jade hairpin around her neck with a red string, keeping it close to her heart. The chill of the jade against her chest provided a sense of reassurance. She entered her mother's room, where remnants of her mother's presence and the scent of herbs lingered. On the bedside table lay a notebook, filled with her mother's meticulous records of herbal remedies, adorned with dense handwriting and charcoal sketches of various plants. As Su Yu gently opened the notebook, a yellowed piece of paper slipped out, depicting a portrait of their family of 6. Fo Jian stood at the forefront, with her mother seated in the center, surrounded by Zhu Jian, Ti Jian, Su Yu, Hua Jian, and Ban Jian, each face beaming with joy. This was a drawing her mother had made when Hua Jian was just born, and she had smiled while saying, "When the children grow up, I will draw a bigger one to hang on the wall." Gazing at the portrait, tears streamed down Su Yu's cheeks once more. She clutched the notebook tightly to her chest, as if embracing her mother's warmth. She knew that though her mother was gone, her love would forever reside in their home, within the hearts of her and her siblings. That night, Su Yu sat in her room, illuminated by the flickering candlelight, penning a letter to Ban and Chuna. She wished to convey the news of her mother's passing, to express her sorrow and longing for her mother. She grasped the pen, yet it hovered above the paper, her heart uncertain of how to articulate her feelings, wondering if they would offer her comfort. She recalled Ban's letter, reassuring her of his unwavering support, and Chuna's words about being there for her if she needed help, which provided her with a modicum of solace. Taking a deep breath, she inscribed on the letter, "Ban, Chuna, how have you been lately? I hope Ban's injury has healed, and Chuna, does your arm still hurt? I bear unfortunate news. My mother has passed away due to a worsening cough. On the day of the funeral, snowflakes fell from the sky, and it was so cold. I told my mother that when spring arrives and the cherry blossoms bloom, I would bring my brothers to visit her. After my mother's departure, I am heartbroken and frightened, uncertain how to navigate life without her. However, I recall her final words, urging me to be strong and to care for my brothers. Thus, I cannot allow myself to weep endlessly. I must embody the strength she wished for me. Ban, you mentioned that once the restrictions are lifted, you would take us to savor your mother's rice cakes. Presently, I lack the heart for it. But let us plan for a time when I feel better. Chuna, you previously offered to teach me to identify a new herb. Please do so when we meet again, if you would be so kind. I am managing well, so do not worry about me. Please take care of yourselves and avoid further injuries." After completing the letter, Su Yu sealed it in an envelope and approached the window, gently whistling into the night. Before long, a black ninja cat appeared, its tail held high. She handed the envelope to the cat, stroking its head. "Please deliver this letter to Ban and Chuna." "Thank you." The ninja cat took the envelope in its mouth, nuzzled against her hand, and vanished into the night. Su Yu stood by the window, gazing at the moon, her heart brimming with longing. She understood that though her mother had departed, she still had Zhu Jian, Ti Jian, Hua Jian, Ban, and Chuna, friends who would accompany her through this arduous journey. Meanwhile, at the Uchiha residence, Ban sat in his room, sorting through Su Yu's previous letters. Hearing a soft meow from the window, he rushed over to find the ninja cat holding the envelope, his eyes illuminating with anticipation. He took the envelope, recognizing the familiar handwriting, his heart swelling with expectation. However, upon opening the letter and reading the words, my mother has passed away." His smile faded instantly. His hand trembled slightly as he clutched the letter, overwhelmed with shock and sorrow. Memories of Tsuyu describing her mother teaching her about herbs flooded his mind, alongside her mention of her mother's fondness for cherry blossoms, piercing his heart like a needle. He swiftly took up his pen and wrote, "Tsuyu, I received your letter, and I am deeply saddened to hear of your mother's passing. I worry for you. Do not grieve too much, for your mother would not wish to see you in tears. You said you would become strong, and I believe you can achieve that. For you are the bravest girl I know. Once you feel better, I will bring you the rice cakes made by my mother that you wish to try. I have not forgotten your desire. Do not fear, for I will stand by you through any challenges. Should you wish to talk, feel free to send a message with the ninja cat at any time. Take care of yourself and your younger siblings, and do not overburden yourself." Chuna, while sorting herbs, received the letter and dropped the contents from his hands upon reading it. He recalled Tsuyu's mention of her mother's cough, but had not anticipated it would become so severe. He picked up the pen and earnestly wrote, "Tsuyu, I am truly sorry to hear about your mother's passing. Please take care of yourself and do not dwell too long in sorrow. You mentioned wanting me to teach you about a new herb during our next meeting. I have prepared the herbs and documented their uses in detail, which I will bring to you once you feel a bit better. If you ever need assistance, whether it be with herbs or caring for your younger siblings, please do not hesitate to ask. I will find a way to help you. Be strong. Your mother is surely watching over you from above, wishing for your happiness." When the ninja cat returned with Ban and Chuna's letters, Tsuyu was already nestled in her bed. Upon receiving the letters, she eagerly tore them open, her heart swelling with warmth as she read their comforting words. And tears streamed down her face once more, this time mingled with warmth alongside her sorrow. She realized she was not alone. Many cared for her and stood by her side. She clutched the letter tightly to her chest, silently vowing, "Mother, rest assured, I shall grow strong, care for my younger brothers, and live well, not to disappoint your expectations." As night deepened, the Senju settlement gradually fell into silence, interrupted only by the occasional footsteps of the night watch. Lying in bed, Tsuyu held tightly onto the letters from Obito and Izuna, adorned with her mother's jade hairpin around her neck, and gradually drifted into slumber. In her dreams, she saw her mother standing beneath a cherry blossom tree, smiling and waving at her. Hashirama, Tobirama, Wakaba, and Ban stood beside her mother, along with Obito and Izuna, all laughing together as they once did. Chapter 15. The Jade Hairpin. Spring cherry blossom. The winds of March had finally shed the harshness of late winter, and the cherry blossom trees outside the Senju settlement blossomed into a sea of pink and white. Tsuyu walked along the forest path with a bamboo basket in hand, its base lined with blue fabric holding 2 fresh daisies she had discovered by the stream a few days prior. The delicate yellow centers glistened with morning dew, resembling the embroidery her mother had once stitched on her handkerchief. The snow atop the gravestone had long since melted, revealing the grayish stone beneath, where the engraved name had been worn down by the wind. Tsuyu knelt down, carefully placing the daisies into the ceramic vase before retrieving a bound herbal notebook from her basket. It was her mother's book of medicinal herbs, which she had recently completed by adding several missing illustrations, with faint traces of ink still lingering at the edges. "Mother, spring has arrived." She lightly brushed her fingertips across the inscription on the gravestone, her voice softer than the breeze rustling through the trees. "The cherry blossoms are flourishing, and Tobirama and Wakaba have been making rapid progress in their ninjutsu. The last time Tobirama taught them water release, Wakaba nearly drenched himself. Hashirama has also become less impulsive. During the last council meeting with the elders, he even learned to listen to everyone's opinions first." As she spoke, she retrieved the jade hairpin from her collar, the cool stone warmed by her body temperature. The delicate daisy pattern at the top was clear, having been reinforced by the blacksmith a few days ago, and the red string had been replaced with a new one, securely tied against her heart. "I am well too. My skills in the medical department have improved significantly. Just the other day, Aunt Aki complimented my swift and proficient bandaging. Oh, and Obito and Izuna sent a letter via the ninja cat, mentioning that the cherry blossoms in the Uchiha clan bloomed earlier than here. Izuna even drew a cherry blossom in the letter, albeit clumsily. She couldn't help but smile, though her eyes subtly glistened with tears. If only you were still here. You would surely accompany me to see the cherry blossoms and teach me to embroider a new daisy handkerchief." The wind rustled through the branches of the cherry trees, scattering a flurry of pink and white petals that clung to Tsukio's hair. She sat quietly for a moment, until the sun rose high in the sky, before rising and brushing off the petals from her skirt. I must return. I have to meet Tobarama in the afternoon for a mission. She promised to bring fresh herbs the next time she visited. As she turned, she spotted two figures approaching along the mountain path, Hashirama and Tobarama. Hashirama waved his hand, holding a paper package. Tsukiyo, I brought mother her favorite sakura mochi. Tobarama, following behind with a wooden box, wore his usual serious expression, though it softened slightly upon seeing Tsukiyo. Father asked us to find you. There is an urgent mission. Tsukiyo's heart sank. What mission? Is it related to the Uchiha? Hashirama scratched his head, placing the sakura mochi before the gravestone. No, it's a bodyguard mission for the daimyo of the Land of Fire. We've heard that rogue ninjas are targeting him, and the Land of Fire specifically requested the Senju's assistance. Father asked Tobarama to take you. I need to remain here to handle matters regarding the mines. Tobarama opened the wooden box, revealing two scrolls, one detailing the mission and the other a map of the capital of the Land of Fire. The mission lasts 7 days, and we depart this afternoon. You should go back and pack your belongings, mainly medical supplies and commonly used herbs. There's no need to bring too many weapons. This is primarily a protective mission, and we should avoid conflict whenever possible. Tsukiyo nodded in agreement, yet an inexplicable sense of unease lingered within her. The Senju and Uchiha clans had always maintained a delicate balance of power in the Land of Fire. This time, the daimyo's request for a bodyguard was directed towards the Senju rather than the Uchiha, which surely wouldn't sit well with them. As expected, when they set off in the afternoon, Tobarama was specifically called to a halt by their father, his expression grave. Be cautious on the road. I've received word that the Uchiha have also been given orders to intercept you. They likely intend to ambush you on your way to the capital. Tobarama, your keen mind should keep a watchful eye. And Tsukiyo, protect yourself. Do not engage recklessly. Tobarama tightened his grip on his medical supplies, solemnly replying, Father need not worry. I will ensure Tsukiyo reaches the capital safely. The two took to the skies on a ninja hawk, flying deep into the heart of the Land of Fire. The spring warmth of the Land of Fire surpassed that of the borders, with fields below bursting with fresh greenery, and patches of cherry blossom trees resembling pink snow scattered across a green carpet. Tsukiyo lay on the back of the ninja hawk, observing the scenery below. Yet her anxiety grew heavier. Logically, rogue ninjas rarely ventured out during this season, and the bodyguard mission for the daimyo felt more like bait, luring the Senju and Uchiha into confrontation. What are you thinking? Tobarama's voice broke through her thoughts. He held the map, tracing their route with his fingertip. Ahead lies the Fuga Valley, a crucial passage to the capital and an easy place for ambushes. We will fly over the valley's peak, avoiding the valley floor as much as possible. Tsukiyo snapped back to reality, nodding. I understand. I've already prepared my medical ninjutsu chakra, should we encounter an attack. I can provide immediate support. As the ninja hawk descended, the contours of Fuga Valley became clearer. The river at the valley's bottom sparkled, and the steep cliffs on either side were thick with dense underbrush. Just as they were about to fly over the valley's crest, two fireballs erupted from below, the scorching waves nearly toppling the ninja hawk. Be careful. Tobarama immediately formed hand seals. Water release, water barrier technique. A wall of water rose from midair, shielding them from the flames. Tsukiyo swiftly formed seals as well, gathering chakra in her palms, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Once the flames subsided, two figures leaped from the underbrush below, a pair with black hair and red Sharingan eyes, Obito and Izuna. Obito gripped a kunai, his gaze landing on Tsukiyo, his expression complex. The Senju truly took this path. Izuna, standing beside Obito, brandished a short blade that glimmered coldly, his eyes filled with hostility as he addressed Tobarama. Tobarama, relinquish the mission, and we can avoid conflict. Tobarama scoffed, leaping from the back of the ninja hawk to land on the rocks of the valley floor. The Uchiha dare to compete with the Senju for a mission? The daimyo of the Land of Fire chose us. You are merely bringing shame upon yourselves. Bringing shame upon ourselves? Izuna raised an eyebrow, his Sharingan subtly shifting. Let us see about that. With that, he charged at Tobarama. The short blade aimed directly at his chest. Tobarama sidestepped, drawing a kunai from his pocket and flinging it towards Izuna's rear. Do you think I am still the same as before? The two immediately became entangled in combat, the brilliance of water release and fire release clashing in the valley, causing rocks to tumble from the surrounding cliffs. Tsukiyo positioned herself opposite Obito, holding a medical needle, her tone filled with resignation. Obito, must we resort to violence? This mission is a trap. The Land of Fire seeks to incite conflict between our clans. Obito hesitated, his grip on the kunai faltering as the red glow in his Sharingan dimmed slightly. I know it's a trap, but the Uchiha cannot afford to lose. If the Senju accept this mission, it signifies dominance over us in the Land of Fire, and our standing will diminish further. Is it worth sacrificing the lives of our kin just for standing? Tsuyu stepped closer, her voice pleading. We have already lost so many in the last war, including our mother. Mentioning their mother caused Obito's expression to soften noticeably. He gazed at the jade hairpin around Tsuyu's neck, recalling the funeral she had written about in her letter, and felt a pang in his heart. I will not let you come to harm. But the mission, we must claim. As soon as his voice fell, he suddenly dashed toward Shiyue, but the kunai did not point at her. Instead, it grazed her shoulder and pierced a large tree behind her. Hidden within the foliage was a figure clad in black, clearly a rogue ninja observing from the shadows. Struck by the kunai thrown by Ban, the rogue let out a scream and fell to the ground. Shiyue was momentarily stunned before realizing that Ban was assisting her. She immediately rushed over to apply medical ninjutsu to staunch the rogue's bleeding, simultaneously calling out to Ban. Did you discover him earlier? Ban nodded, his gaze sweeping towards another area at the valley's bottom. There is more than one. There's another rogue by Izuna's side. The people of the Land of Fire deliberately released this mission to incite conflict between our clans and sent rogue ninjas to assassinate both sides. Tobirama and Izuna also ceased their skirmish. Izuna, holding another rogue ninja, frowned tightly. These individuals bear the mark of the Land of Fire. They were sent intentionally. Tobirama's expression darkened. It seems we have all fallen into the trap of the Land of Fire. If we continue to fight, we will only benefit them. Izuna looked towards Ban, his eyes full of inquiry. After a moment of contemplation, Ban turned to Shiyue. Let us temporarily set aside our mission and head to the capital to assess the situation. If the daimyo is truly in danger, we may need to join forces for the time being. Tobirama hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. Very well. But if you attempt any tricks, I will show no mercy. The four of them momentarily laid down their hostilities and set off towards the capital of the Land of Fire. Along the way, Izuna and Tobirama continued to argue about their earlier battle, while Shiyue and Ban walked behind, the atmosphere calm, yet not awkward. You're still wearing the jade hairpin around your neck. Ban initiated the conversation, his gaze fixed on the ornament. Shiyue touched the hairpin and smiled. Yes. I mentioned to my mother about our affairs when I visited her last time. If she knew I had a friend like you, she would surely be delighted. Ban's ears subtly flushed red as he turned his face towards a nearby cherry blossom tree. My mother has also inquired about you. She said the herbs you sent via the ninja cat were quite effective, and she asked me to bring you some of the sakura rice cakes she made when I next see you. Really? Shiyue's eyes brightened. You mentioned bringing rice cakes in your letter last time. I've been looking forward to it. There are also rice cakes, Ban said as he pulled out an oil paper package from his bosom, handing it to Shiyue. My mother just made these before I set out. They are still warm. Have a bit to fill your stomach. Shiyue accepted the package and opened it, inhaling the faint scent of rice. The rice cakes were square, adorned with cherry blossom patterns. She took a bite, finding them sweet, yet not cloying, reminiscent of her mother-esque cooking. Are they delicious? Ban watched her, his eyes filled with anticipation. Delicious, Shiyue nodded. Offering a piece to Ban, you should try some too. Ban accepted it, savoring it slowly, his heart feeling as though it was filled with something warm. He suddenly recalled their childhood meeting by the stream when she had shared half of her rice ball with him. At that time, they were unaware of each other's identities, merely feeling a connection, never anticipating their clans would become adversaries. As dusk fell, the four finally arrived at the capital of the Land of Fire. The city was more vibrant than they had imagined, with red lanterns adorning the streets and pedestrians holding paper lanterns, their faces beaming with joy. What day is it today? Shiyue asked curiously, for it was her first visit to the capital. Izuna glanced at the lanterns lining the street and explained, it's the spring festival, held every March, with fireworks and masked dances in the evening. Tobirama produced the mission scroll and addressed the group. The daimyo's residence is to the west of the city. We should confirm his safety first. Shiyue, you will accompany me, while Ban and Izuna will wait outside to avoid unnecessary trouble. Shiyue nodded and followed Tobirama towards the daimyo's residence. Before entering, she glanced back at Ban, who gestured a reassuring sign, his eyes conveying comfort. The daimyo's residence was heavily guarded, with warriors from the land of fire blocking their path upon seeing Tobirama and Shiua. After Tobirama presented the mission credentials, the warriors allowed them entry to meet the daimyo. The daimyo, a man in his 50s with a ruddy complexion, did not appear to be in any danger upon seeing Tobirama. He smiled and said, "The ninjas of Senju are indeed punctual. I appreciate your assistance." Tobirama frowned, directly asking, "Daimyo, you mentioned that rogue ninjas are targeting you, yet the guards here seem unfazed. Moreover, the rogues we encountered on the way bore the mark of the land of fire. What is happening?" The smile on the daimyo's face faltered for a moment before he sighed. "To be honest, those rogue ninjas were sent by me intentionally. I wanted to see if the Senju and Uchiha could truly set aside their grievances and unite to face a crisis. For years, the two clans have been at odds, causing much suffering to the citizens of the land of fire. I sought an opportunity for you both to have a meaningful discussion." Shiua was taken aback, not expecting the situation to unfold this way. Tobirama's expression softened slightly, yet he remained vigilant. "We understand the daimyo's intentions, but the conflict between the Senju and Uchiha is not a matter that can be resolved in a day. It cannot be settled with a single mission." "I am aware." The daimyo nodded, "But at least you did not fight today, which is a good start. Tonight is the spring festival. Do not remain cooped up in the residence. Go out and explore. The festivities may very well change your perceptions of one another." As they exited the daimyo's residence, night had already fallen. The lanterns in the streets were lit, their colorful paper swaying in the wind, with vendors calling out from the roadside, the enticing aromas wafting through the air. Tobirama surveyed the lively scene and said to Shiua, "If you wish to stroll, feel free to do so. Izuna and I will patrol nearby and will notify you with signal flares if anything arises." Shiua was somewhat surprised. "Aren't you coming with me?" "I have matters to discuss with Izuna." Tobirama's gaze softened. "You have been busy these days. It is time for you to relax. Please be safe and do not wander too far." Shiua nodded, her heart fluttering with excitement. As she reached the street corner, she spotted a familiar figure leaning against the cherry blossom tree. It was Ban. Holding a fox mask, Ban approached her immediately. "Tobirama told me you would come. I waited here for you." "How did you know I would come?" Shiua asked with a laugh. "Because I know you enjoy lively gatherings." Ban handed the fox mask to Shiua. "Wear this, and no one will recognize us." Shiua accepted the mask. It was red with intricate black patterns around the eyes. Quite exquisite. She placed it on her face, which concealed most of it, leaving only her mouth and chin exposed. Ban donned a samurai mask and took Shiua's hand, leading her into the crowd. "I'll take you to try some delicious food. The spring festival in the capital has many unique snacks." They squeezed through the throng, holding cotton candy and gazing around. The stalls lining the streets displayed a variety of masks, foxes, rabbits, samurais, while vendors performed shadow puppet shows, attracting a circle of spectators. "Look over there." Shiua pointed to a nearby stall selling taiyaki, with golden crusts steaming and fragrant. Ban pulled her over, purchasing 2 taiyaki, one filled with red bean paste and the other with chestnut paste. He handed the red bean-filled one to Shiua. "I remember you like sweets." Shiua took a bite. The outer layer was crispy, the red bean paste sweet, yet not overwhelming, and her eyes sparkled with delight. "This is so much better than what we have at our base." Ban watched her with amusement, unable to suppress a smile. He removed his mask and took a bite of the chestnut-filled taiyaki, thinking to himself how wonderful it would be if they could remain like this, devoid of clan rivalries and wars. As they strolled to the riverside, they suddenly heard a whoosh, and a firework exploded in the sky, golden sparks illuminating the night. Following that, more fireworks ascended, red, green, and purple, painting the night sky in a riot of colors. The people by the river paused, lifting their heads to admire the fireworks, their cheers rising and falling in waves. Tsuyu also gazed upward, her eyes reflecting the brilliance of the fireworks, a smile gracing her lips. Ban watched her profile, his heart suddenly racing. After a moment's hesitation, he gently took hold of Tsuyu's hand. Her hand was soft and slightly cool, but as he held it, it gradually warmed. Feeling his touch, Tsuyu turned to look at him, her cheeks, hidden beneath the mask, slightly flushed. She did not pull away. Instead, she softly reciprocated his grip. The fireworks continued to illuminate the night, and the two stood by the river, hand in hand, gazing at the starry sky. The surrounding noise seemed to fade, leaving only the sound of their breaths and the bursts of fireworks. "Tsuyu," Ban's voice was soft, almost drowned out by the explosions, if there were no war. Could we remain like this forever? A pang of sorrow struck Tsukio's heart. She understood Ban's meaning. The enmity between the Senju and Uchiha clans was deep-rooted, and the path to peace was fraught with difficulty. Yet, she nodded, one day, we will no longer be separated by our clan identities. Then, we can view the cherry blossoms together, enjoy Sakura rice cakes, and stroll through the spring festival. Ban gazed at her, determination filling his eyes. I will strive for that. For us, and for our clans. As the fireworks gradually faded, darkness reclaimed the night, leaving only the lanterns by the river aglow. Ban accompanied Tsuyu back to the vicinity of the daimyo's residence, stopping at a street corner. I must return. Tobarama and the others are waiting for me. Tsuyu removed her mask and handed it to Ban, her eyes filled with reluctance. Ban accepted the mask and pulled out a small charm from his pocket, offering it to Tsuyu. This was sought by my mother at the shrine for your safety. Keep it with you, and next time we meet, I will bring you new rice cakes. Tsuyu took the charm, a red piece adorned with a cherry blossom design, soft to the touch. Clutching it in her hand, warmth spread through her heart. Thank you, Ban. Take care of yourself. Don't get hurt again. I will, Ban nodded, watching Tsuyu's silhouette vanish around the corner before he turned to leave. Upon returning to the vicinity of the daimyo's residence, Tsuyu found Tobarama and Izuna patrolling. Noticing the charm in her hand, Tobarama frowned but said nothing further, simply advising, it's getting late. Let's rest. More tasks await us tomorrow. Tsuyu nodded, following Tobarama to their lodging. She felt the warmth of the charm in her palm and brushed her fingers against the jade hairpin at her neck, her heart brimming with warmth. She understood that the road ahead would be long, and the conflict between the Senju and Uchiha clans was not easily resolved. But as long as Ban was by her side and her family was with her, she would have the courage to continue moving forward. Once in her room, she placed the charm beside her pillow and took out the letter from Ban and Izuna, reading it over and over. The warm handwriting and caring words mirrored their companionship from that day, providing her with boundless strength. Outside the window, cherry blossoms continued to fall, and moonlight streamed through, casting a gentle glow in the room. Lying in bed, Tsuyu reflected on the day's spring festival and Ban's smile, gradually drifting into slumber. In her dreams, she saw her mother standing beneath the cherry blossom tree, smiling and saying, Tsuyu, you have grown. May you always remain this happy. Chapter 16. The hairpin in the name of peace. As dawn broke, the morning mist over the capital of the land of fire had yet to dissipate. Tsuyu was roused from her slumber by the chirping of birds outside. Opening her eyes, she saw that the moonlight had not fully faded, and the pale blue light of dawn filtered through the paper window, casting delicate shadows of cherry blossoms on the floor, petals that had fallen in the spring breeze last night, adorned with morning dew, clung to the window frame like a thin layer of pink snow. Sitting up, her fingertips first brushed against the red charm at her pillow's edge, the soft fabric still holding warmth. Raising her hand, she touched the jade hairpin at her neck. The once cool stone had warmed through the night. The delicate daisy pattern at its tip was now clearly visible in the morning light. Remembering the fireworks from the spring festival and the warmth of Ban's hand holding hers, Tsuyu felt her cheeks flush and her lips curl into a smile. Tsuyu, it's time to set out for patrol, came Izuna's voice from outside, softer than usual, devoid of its usual sharpness. Tsuyu quickly responded, donning her clothes in haste, carefully tucking the charm into her chest and checking her medical ninja tool pouch, which still contained her mother's herbal notes, slightly worn at the corners. As she opened the door, she found Izuna standing in the corridor, holding a folded paper umbrella. Morning dew clung to his short black hair, and he appeared less hostile than the previous day, radiating a fresh demeanor. Good morning, Tsuyu greeted with a smile, her gaze falling on the umbrella in his hand. Is it going to rain today? Izuna looked up at the sky. The clouds were thin, with morning light filtering through the gaps. Not necessarily, but the dew in the capital's mornings is heavy, and the roads can be slippery. Take it just in case. He handed her the paper umbrella. You can hold it. My tool pouch is heavy enough. Tsuyu accepted the umbrella, their fingers briefly brushing against one another, causing both to freeze for a moment before quickly withdrawing. Izuna's ears flushed slightly, and he turned his gaze to the cherry blossom tree in the courtyard. Tobarama has already gone to the daimyo's residence to confirm the situation. We are responsible for the eastern streets of the city, primarily to look out for suspicious individuals and ensure the safety of the civilians. Understood, Tsuyu nodded, following him outside. The streets in the early morning were quiet, with only the faint smoke from breakfast stalls rising, carrying the gentle aroma of rice. Occasionally, early risers would see their ninja attire and greet them with smiles. The citizens of the Land of Fire held great respect for both the Senju and Uchiha clans, though it was rare to see members of the two clans walking together. "Did you enjoy yourself yesterday?" After walking a short distance, Izuna suddenly spoke, his tone softer than usual, as if he were choosing his words carefully. Tsuyu paused for a moment, then realized he was referring to the spring festival. Unable to suppress her laughter, "It was wonderful. It was my first time seeing such beautiful fireworks, and I even enjoyed the rice cakes Ban gave me, as well as the taiyaki. They were far tastier than those at our camp." At the mention of Ban, Izuna's eyes softened. "My brother may seem rough around the edges, but he is quite thoughtful. Before he left, he specifically asked our mother to make extra rice cakes, saying you liked sweets. He also mentioned that the cherry blossoms you drew in your letter were a bit crooked," Tsuyu teased, recalling the awkwardly drawn flower in Izuna's letter, which made her laugh aloud. Izuna's ears turned even redder, and he awkwardly scratched his head. "I'm not particularly good at drawing. I just thought you might like to see the Uchiha cherry blossoms, so I hastily sketched a few strokes. Next time we meet, I'll bring you a real cherry blossom branch. It will be far more beautiful than my drawing." "That sounds wonderful," Tsuyu nodded, feeling warm inside. She had heard people in her clan say that Izuna, the second son of the Uchiha, was cold and combative, much like Tobirama, and difficult to approach. However, during these past few days, she found Izuna to be quite considerate. He just struggled to express himself. As they chatted, they unknowingly arrived at a small alley in the eastern part of the city. The residents here were mostly commoners, their homes modest, and the alley was paved with flagstones, damp with morning dew, making it somewhat slippery. Izuna walked ahead, occasionally looking back to remind Tsuyu, "Watch your step. The stones here are uneven. Be careful not to slip." Tsuyu followed his lead. Just as they reached the alley's entrance, they suddenly heard a child's piercing cry from above. Looking up, they saw a 5- or 6-year-old child dangling from the branches of a cherry blossom tree, the ground far below, clinging tightly to the branch with flushed cheeks, tears streaming down their face. "That's dangerous." Tsuyu's heart raced, and without delay, she summoned her chakra, leaping up to securely catch the child around the waist, gently bringing them down to the ground. The child continued to cry, their small hands gripping Tsuyu's sleeve tightly, sobbing, "Mommy, I'm scared." Izuna hurried over, frowning as he examined the branches of the cherry blossom tree, which were not particularly thick. The child had likely climbed up to pick blossoms and accidentally snapped a thin branch, leaving them hanging. He crouched down, speaking softly, "Don't be afraid. You're safe now. Where is your mommy?" The child, sniffling, pointed to the adjacent house and said, "Mother is making breakfast inside. I wanted to pick cherry blossoms for her, so I climbed up." Tsuyu gently ruffled the child's hair and smiled. "The cherry blossoms are indeed beautiful, but climbing trees can be perilous. If you wish to pick them next time, let an adult assist you, all right?" The child nodded, tears still glistening on their face, but then reached into their pocket, pulling out a piece of candy wrapped in colorful paper and handed it to Tsuyu. "Sister, this is for you. It's very sweet." Tsuyu accepted the candy, feeling a warmth in her heart. Just as she was about to express her gratitude, the door of the house swung open, and a woman hurried out. Upon seeing the child unharmed, she sighed in relief and quickly thanked them. "Thank you, esteemed ninjas. This child is quite mischievous and loves climbing trees. I truly appreciate your help." "There's no need for thanks. It was merely a small effort," Quan Nai replied, his tone considerably gentler than usual. "Please keep a closer eye on him. The trees to the east of the city are mostly not sturdy and can lead to accidents." The woman nodded vigorously, ushering the child back inside. Tsuyu looked at the candy in her hand, the pink wrapper adorned with cherry blossom patterns, and couldn't help but smile. "I didn't realize you were so adept at comforting children, Quan Nai." Quan Nai's ears turned red again, and he cleared his throat. "There were children in my clan before, and I would occasionally help take care of them." He paused, gazing at Tsuyu. "Your actions during the rescue were remarkably steady, and your control over the healing ninjutsu chakra was commendable. All of that was learned from Ante Shing, along with my mother's herbal notes. I study them daily," Tsuyu said, touching the notes tucked in her bosom, her gaze softening. Her mother often said that a true ninja must not only be able to fight, but also to heal, embodying the essence of a true ninja. After a moment of silence, Quan Nai softly said, "Your mother was right. My mother often remarked that brute force is not the solution to everything. At times, circumstances dictate our actions." He looked at Tsuyu, his eyes reflecting a mix of complexity. In the last war, the Senju suffered considerable losses, and our Uchiha clan did as well. My elder brother, in truth, does not wish to continue fighting. He bears the weight of clan responsibilities. Tsuyu was taken aback by Quan Nai's words, momentarily stunned before she nodded. I understand. Madara has also told me that he doesn't want to see our kin sacrifice any longer. If only our clans could engage in meaningful dialogue. Perhaps that day would come. Quan Nai interrupted her with newfound determination in his voice. The Lord of the Land is right. We cannot remain shackled by hatred. After this mission concludes, I will discuss with my brother the possibility of sitting down with the Senju to converse. Tsuyu regarded him, a wave of warmth swelling within her. She suddenly felt that perhaps peace was not as distant as she had imagined. At least for now, Quan Nai, Madara, and Tobirama were slowly evolving. As they continued walking, the morning light grew stronger, the mist dissipated, and the streets began to fill with people. Quan Nai abruptly halted, pointing to a small hillside ahead. There are numerous herbs over there that I discovered during my last visit to the capital. Would you like to take a look? I promise to teach you how to identify new herbs. Absolutely. Tsuyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she hurried to match his pace. The hillside was lush with green plants, morning dew still clinging to the leaves, glistening in the sunlight. Quan Nai crouched down, pointing to an herb with delicate purple flowers. This is called purple flower dandelion. It can clear heat and detoxify. If bitten by a venomous snake, crushing it and applying it to the wound can alleviate the poison. Tsuyu leaned closer, taking out her mother's herbal notes, diligently jotting down the information. I've seen this in my notes before, but have never encountered the actual plant. So this is what it looks like. Observing her earnestness, Quan Nai couldn't help but smile, then pointed to another herb. This is dandelion. You should be familiar with it. Its roots, when dried and brewed into tea, are effective against coughs, more so than standard cough remedies. My mother used to drink this frequently when she had a cough. Really? Tsuyu looked up at him. My mother also had a cough. Had I known about this sooner? Seeing the hint of disappointment in her eyes, Quan Nai felt a pang in his heart and gently reassured her. It's all right. You can note this down for future reference. If anyone in your clan suffers from a cough, it may come in handy. From his pouch, he produced a small notebook and handed it to Tsuyu. This is my compilation of herbal notes, detailing many herbs near the capital along with their uses. Take it. It may prove useful. Tsuyu received the notebook. Its cover crafted from brown paper, the handwriting neat and adorned with illustrations of herbs, far more beautiful than the cherry blossoms he had drawn previously. Flipping through a few pages, she felt a warm glow in her heart. Thank you, Quan Nai. This is incredibly helpful. No need for thanks, Quan Nai said, rising and brushing off the dirt from his trousers. We should head back. It's nearly time to rendezvous with Tobirama. On their way back, they exchanged no further words. Yet the silence was comfortable. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the cherry blossom trees, casting dappled shadows upon them. Tsuyu held Quan Nai's herbal notes in her hands, the candy gifted by the child tucked safely away, and her mother's jade hairpin adorning her neck, filling her with a profound sense of warmth. Sneaking a glance at Quan Nai, she caught him looking at her, and as their eyes met, they quickly averted their gazes, their ears turning crimson. Upon returning to the feudal lord's residence, Tobirama and Madara awaited them at the entrance. Madara approached Tsuyu immediately. Was the patrol successful? Did you encounter any trouble? It went smoothly, and I learned a great deal about herbs from Quan Nai, Tsuyu replied, cheerfully waving the notebook in her hand. He even gifted me his herbal notes, which are particularly detailed. Madara glanced at Quan Nai, a hint of surprise in his eyes before he smiled. You are quite attentive. Quan Nai cleared his throat and turned his face away. It was merely a small gesture. Tobirama approached, holding the mission scroll. The Lord of the Land mentioned that the rogue ninja issue has been resolved, and this escort mission is considered complete. We can prepare to return. He looked at Quan Nai, his tone noticeably softer than before. When does your Uchiha clan plan to depart? We'll leave with you. It's safer that way. Quan Nai responded, devoid of the previous hostility. Tobirama nodded, saying nothing further, but Tsuyu could see that his demeanor had softened considerably, no longer displaying the wariness he once had at the mere mention of the Uchiha. The four of them bid farewell to the feudal lord, who smiled as he addressed them. Thank you all for your assistance this time. I believe that as long as you are willing to take the first step, peace will not be too far off. Should the opportunity arise, I hope to see the Senju and Uchiha working together for the people of the Land of Fire. Indeed. Tsuyu interjected, her tone resolute. Madara, Kwanai, and Tobirama nodded in agreement, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. After departing from the feudal lord's estate, the four walked to an open area outside the city to summon their ninja eagles. Madara approached Tsukiyo, producing a small cloth pouch from his robes. Inside are the Sakura rice cakes my mother made. You can have them on the journey. He paused, then extracted a dried cherry blossom from the pouch. This is a cherry blossom from the Uchiha compound. When dried and placed in a book, it can last a long time. Tsukiyo accepted the pouch and the dried blossom, feeling warmth within her. Thank you, Madara. The next time we meet, I will bring honey from the Senju compound. It's quite sweet. Sounds good, Madara nodded, a smile illuminating his expression. Kwanai and Tobirama stood nearby, observing them in silence. Suddenly, Kwanai spoke up, Tobirama. If the opportunity arises next time, we could have a friendly match of ninjutsu, without any hostility involved. Tobirama was momentarily taken aback, then nodded, sure. I'd like to see what makes Uchiha ninjutsu so special. The ninja eagles soon arrived, with Tsukiyo and Tobirama mounting one, while Madara and Kwanai took another. The two eagles took flight simultaneously, soaring in different directions. Tsukiyo glanced back, seeing Madara waving at her, with Kwanai following suit. And she hurriedly waved back in farewell until their figures faded into the sky. They are not as intolerable as one might think. Tobirama suddenly spoke, his voice soft, as if he were conversing with himself, yet also addressing Tsuki. Tsuki turned her head, gazing at Tobirama. Second brother, have you finally come to this realization? Tobirama looked toward the sky, a hint of complexity in his gaze. I used to believe that the Uchiha were our enemies, and that every issue could only be resolved through force. However, during this mission, I witnessed Madara actively assisting us against rogue ninjas to protect you, and Izuna coordinated well with you during patrols. They, like us, do not wish to see their kin perish. It is merely a matter of differing positions. He paused, glancing at the jade hairpin around Tsuki's neck. If Mother were still here, she would surely hope for peace between our clans. She often said that hatred only begets further suffering. It is through forgiveness and understanding that we can truly resolve our conflicts. I did not comprehend this before, but now it seems to resonate with me. Tsuki looked at Tobirama, her eyes suddenly moist with emotion. She understood how difficult it was for him to express such thoughts. He had always been a pillar of strength for their clan, accustomed to protecting their kin with a firm demeanor. Now, to set aside his prejudices and acknowledge that not all Uchiha were foes marked a significant advancement. Second brother, Tsuki softly said, let us strive together. Perhaps we can truly achieve peace. In that future, we can admire the cherry blossoms with the Uchiha, partake in the spring festival together, and no longer be separated by our clan identities. Tobirama nodded, a rare smile gracing his lips. Indeed, as long as we are willing to put in the effort, that day will surely come. The ninja hawk continued to soar ahead, and the scenery below gradually transformed into the familiar visage of the Senju residents. Tsuki gently touched the talisman in her arms, the herbal notes given by Izuna, along with the Sakura rice cakes and dried cherry blossoms from Madara. Her heart brimming with hope. She understood that the path ahead was long, and the discord between the Senju and Uchiha could not be resolved in a day or two. Yet, as long as there were individuals like Tobirama, Madara, and Izuna willing to change, peace would not merely remain a dream. Upon returning to the Senju residence, Hashirama, Kawarama, and Banju had been waiting at the entrance. Kawarama spotted Tsuki and rushed over. Sister, you're back. Did you encounter any Uchiha? Did they bully you? No, Tsuki replied, smiling as she tousled his hair. Izuna even taught me about many herbs, and Madara brought me Sakura rice cakes. Next time, if the opportunity arises, I'll take you to play with them, all right? Kawarama and Banju's eyes lit up, nodding eagerly. Hashirama looked at Tobirama, chuckling. I knew that upon your return, you would harbor different thoughts. Mother would be delighted to hear this. Tobirama shot him a glare, but did not retort. Instead, he turned to Tsuki. You should return and rest now. It has been exhausting these past few days. If there are any parts of the herbal notes you do not understand, feel free to ask me. Tsuki nodded, carrying her belongings toward her room. Upon entering, she tucked the dried cherry blossoms from Madara into her mother's herbal notes, placed Izuna's notes beside them, set the talisman by her pillow, and left the Sakura rice cakes on the table, preparing to share them with Kawarama and Banju later. Outside, the cherry blossoms continued to fall, while sunlight streamed through the window, warming and illuminating the room. Sitting at her desk, Tsuki opened her mother's herbal notes and, Upon seeing the dried cherry blossoms tucked inside, could not help but smile. She knew her mother was watching over her from above, pleased for her. Carrying her mother's hopes, along with the transformations of Madara, Izuna, and Tobarama, she resolved to continue striving towards peace, step by step. Perhaps there would still be challenges and conflicts ahead, but as long as hope resided in their hearts and they supported one another, nothing would be insurmountable. Just like the cherry blossoms of spring, which, after enduring the harshness of winter, would ultimately bloom, bringing warmth and hope. Chapter 17. The heart of the young man with a jade hairpin. The cicadas of the Senju residence chirped from dawn until dusk, and Tsuki was seated in the courtyard, perusing the herbal notes gifted by Izuna. The dried cherry blossoms nestled between the pages still retained a faint fragrance, a remnant from the spring, now faded but serving as her most frequently referenced marker. Tsuki. A familiar voice drifted from the gate, soft yet tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Upon looking up, Tsuki saw Izuna standing beneath the cherry tree, his short black hair ruffled by the evening breeze. He held a small woven bamboo basket, with a neatly trimmed branch of cherry blossoms nestled between his fingers, the petals having been preserved using a special herb, maintaining their springtime blush. What brings you here? Tsuki quickly closed her book and stood, her gaze falling upon the basket in his hands. As I mentioned before, I wanted to bring you real cherry blossoms, Izuna said, extending the branch towards her, his ears subtly tinged with crimson. Since fresh ones are unavailable in summer, I used the method taught by my mother to dry them. They can last a long time. He hesitated, as if summoning courage, before continuing. There's a summer festival in the valley west of the Uchiha residence tonight. It's livelier than the spring festival, featuring goldfish scooping and fireworks. Would you like to join me? As he spoke, his gaze averted slightly, focusing on the stone lantern at Tsuki's feet, his fingers unconsciously fiddling with the edge of the bamboo basket. Tsuki, recalling how awkwardly he had offered her an umbrella during the spring festival, could not help but smile. That sounds great. I've never been to the Uchiha summer festival before. Izuna looked up with a flash of surprise in his eyes, quickly regaining his composure. Though the smile tugging at his lips was undeniable, then I will come to fetch you in the evening. Just wear a yukata. The valley can be cool. All right, Tsuki replied, accepting the cherry blossom branch. Their fingers brushed momentarily, causing both to pause, then quickly withdraw their hands. Watching Izuna's retreating figure, she touched the dried cherry blossom, feeling a warmth within its delicate petals that seemed to transcend even the warmth of spring. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the clouds in shades of orange, Izuna arrived punctually at the entrance of the Senju residence. He had changed into a deep purple yukata, adorned with the Uchiha fan insignia embroidered in dark patterns at the collar and sleeves, and secured with a black obi, lending him a softness that contrasted with his usual ninja attire. As Tsuki approached, his gaze lingered momentarily on her. She wore a traditional light blue yukata, with sleeves embroidered with daisies, mirroring the design of her jade hairpin. Her hair was loosely pinned with a wooden stick, 2 strands framing her face. You look lovely, Izuna murmured, his voice softer than usual, and he quickly retrieved a cloth pouch from the bamboo basket. Here, take this. There are many mosquitoes in the valley. It's a repellent pouch made with mugwort and mint, prepared according to the herbal notes. Tsuki accepted the pouch, the faint scent of herbs enveloping her, warming her heart. Last week, I used the dandelion root from your notes to make cough syrup for the elderly lady in our clan. She is much better now and even mentioned thanking the young Uchiha. Izuna's steps faltered slightly, his ears reddening further. Yet the corners of his mouth curved upwards. I'm glad to be of assistance. The two made their way along the path to the valley, the grass along the roadside whispering with the sound of cicadas, and the leaves rustling in the bamboo grove as the wind passed through, as if in harmonious response. Upon crossing a small stream, Tsuki noticed a paper lantern floating in the water, its orange glow shimmering on the surface as it drifted towards the valley. Those are the wish lanterns released before the festival, Izuna explained. The Uchiha write their wishes on the lanterns and let the water carry them deeper into the valley. It is said that this ensures their wishes come true. He glanced at Tsuki. If you wish to release one, we can fold paper lanterns later. Sure, Tsuki nodded, her eyes drawn to the gentle grip of his fingers around the bamboo basket, long and elegantly articulated, holding it with such care as though fearing to damage its contents. She recalled how he had passed her the umbrella during the spring festival, his hands then still tinged with a hint of apprehension, now replaced with a warm ease. Upon reaching the valley's entrance, The cacophony of the festival enveloped them. Red lanterns adorned the treetops, colorful flags fluttered above the stalls. And the vendor selling candied apples was enthusiastically calling out, the sweet aroma wafting through the air. As Suena instinctively slowed his pace, he moved closer to Tsukizuki, positioning himself slightly between her and the throng of people. There are many people. Follow me closely and don't get separated. Tsukizuki trailed behind him, her peripheral vision catching the hem of his yukata gently brushing against the edge of her skirt, stirring a soft flutter in her heart, akin to the caress of a feather. Shall we try to catch goldfish first? Suena suggested, pointing towards a nearby stall where a blue tank housed vibrant goldfish, their tails flicking as they swam. I heard you didn't catch any during the spring festival. Allow me to teach you this time. A small group of children had already gathered in front of the stall. Tsukizuki crouched beside the tank, picking up a paper net. But just as she was about to dip it in, Suena gently pressed her hand down. Wait, the net is soft. It needs to skim the water's surface, or it will tear. His palm was warm against the back of her hand as he guided the net downwards. Slowly, the fish approached, and Tsukizuki held her breath. When the fish swam into the center of the net, Suena whispered, "Lift it." Following his cue, she raised the net, successfully capturing 2 small goldfish, their tails swaying gently within. I caught them. Tsukizuki couldn't help but laugh, and when she looked up, her gaze met Suena's. He was watching her, his eyes soft and gentle, reminiscent of a clear stream flowing through a valley. Be careful, the water is cold, Suena warned, offering her a clean towel and retrieving a glass jar filled with pre-prepared fresh water from a bamboo basket. I borrowed this from the stall owner. Put the fish in it and keep them at home. Tsukizuki accepted the jar, placing the goldfish inside and watching them swim, her heart brimming with joy. Just as she stood up, a sweet aroma wafted towards her. Suena had acquired 2 skewers of caramel apples, handing one to her. They're freshly made and still warm. Be careful not to burn yourself. The caramel glistened enticingly, and as she took a bite, the sweetness spread across her tongue. In her eagerness, she got a bit of caramel on the corner of her mouth without realizing it. Suena observed her, his throat moving slightly as he pulled out a neatly folded tissue from his pocket, his voice slightly awkward as he said, "You have some caramel on your mouth." Tsukizuki took the tissue, dabbing at her lips, her cheeks flushing slightly. Looking up, she noticed Suena also savoring a caramel apple, but he ate slowly, managing to avoid getting any on his mouth, though a bit stuck to his fingertips. He frowned, contemplating how to wipe it off without smudging his yukata, appearing somewhat clumsy. "Let me help you," Tsukizuki offered, taking the tissue and gently wiping his fingertips. Suena's hand paused, trembling slightly, and once she finished, he quickly withdrew his hand, slipping it into his yukata pocket, his ears flushed crimson. They continued along the stall, passing a booth selling shaved ice when suddenly, a loud crash erupted as a child accidentally knocked over a bowl of ice, spilling it everywhere. The vendor cut his hand on the shattered pieces, blood seeping from the small wound. "Are you all right?" Tsukizuki hurried over, retrieving a herbal ointment from her pouch. "Let me help you with that." She crouched down, carefully wiping the blood from the vendor's hand and applying the ointment with gentle, practiced movements. Suena approached, picking up the shards of the broken bowl and shifting the remaining bowls of ice to a safer spot. "Thank you both," the vendor expressed gratefully. "This ice was just made. If you don't mind, I can make you 2 more bowls." "No need to trouble yourself." Tsukizuki began to decline, but Suena interrupted. "Then we'll take 2 bowls of strawberry flavor. Thank you." Once the shaved ice was prepared, the 2 sat on a small stool beside the stall to enjoy their treat. The pink ice was adorned with crushed strawberries, and the cool sweetness was refreshing. "My mother used to make shaved ice in the summer," Suena suddenly said, his voice soft. She would use ice from the spring behind the Uchiha compound, mixed with fresh strawberries. It was even sweeter than this. Tsukizuki looked up at him. "Your mother must have been very gentle." "Yes," he replied, his gaze softening. "She always said that no matter how bitter life may be, a little sweetness can make it better." Tsukizuki was reminded of her own mother, her eyes moistening slightly. "If my mother were here, she would have wanted to meet yours. They might have enjoyed discussing herbs together." Seeing the flicker of sadness in her eyes, Suena felt a pang in his heart. He gently placed his hand on her shoulder, the gesture light, as if fearing to break something fragile. "She is surely watching over you, seeing how you help so many people now. It must bring her joy." Tsukizuki nodded, taking a bite of the shaved ice, the sweet flavor suppressing the moisture gathering in her eyes. When she glanced at Suena, she found him gazing at her, his concern akin to the warmth of summer sunlight, making it hard to look away. After finishing their shaved ice, they approached a stall where they could paint lanterns. The vendor greeted them with a smile. Would you like to paint a lantern? A lantern you paint yourself can bring good fortune into your home. Tsukizuki picked up a brush, carefully painting delicate daisy petals on a white lantern, the color a soft pale yellow that mirrored the patterns on her yukata. Observing her seriousness, Suena hesitated before picking up a brush himself to paint cherry blossoms beside her. His strokes were a bit awkward, the petals uneven and resembling small peach blossoms rather than cherry ones. Frowning, he contemplated erasing it, but Tsukizuki halted his hand. Don't erase it, it looks wonderful. Much better than what you usually paint. She took the brush and added a few leaves next to his cherry blossoms, outlining the edges of the petals with a hint of pink. See, now it looks even more like it. On the lantern, daisies and cherry blossoms nestled next to each other, the pale yellow contrasting beautifully with the blush pink. Suena admired the lantern, then glanced at Tsukizuki, a smile gradually forming. Let's hang it together. The vendor assisted them in hanging the lantern on a peach tree in front of the stall, the red lantern swaying gently with the breeze, casting moving shadows of flowers above. This is a couple's lantern, the vendor chuckled. Hanging lanterns together brings two hearts closer. Tsukizuki's cheeks flushed instantly, while Suena's ears turned a deep shade of red, yet he did not contest it. Instead, he quietly remarked to Tsukizuki, the wind is picking up. Let us go check out the water balloon stall. At the water balloon stall, a crowd of children had gathered. A little girl in a light pink yukata squatted by the edge of the pool, holding a small net, struggling to catch any water balloons and on the verge of tears. May I help you? Tsukizuki approached, taking the net from the girl's hands and skillfully skimming it across the water's surface, effortlessly catching a blue water balloon. Thank you, sister, the little girl exclaimed, bouncing with delight before turning to Tsukizuki and Suena, her eyes wide with curiosity. Are you two a couple? Brother has been looking at sister so gently. Tsukizuki's heart raced at the unexpected remark, and just as she was about to clarify, she saw Suena crouching down, taking a net to help a nearby boy catch a yellow water balloon. Be careful, don't squeeze it too hard, he instructed softly, his tone entirely different from his usual seriousness with his clan. The boy accepted the water balloon and ran off with the girl, waving back at them. Brother and sister should always be together. They chimed as they disappeared into the crowd. Standing still, Tsukizuki and Suena exchanged glances, an unspoken understanding passing between them. The atmosphere shifting to something sweeter, even the cicada's song softening in the breeze. As the time for fireworks approached, Suena glanced at the sky, then took Tsukizuki's wrist gently. I'll take you to a nice spot where we can see the fireworks clearly, and there won't be many people. His hand was warm, his grip firm yet gentle, ensuring she felt secure without discomfort. Tsukizuki followed him deeper into the valley, passing through a bamboo grove until they reached a high ground by a small river. Here, they were alone, the only sounds being the rustling reeds and the distant, muted celebration. Suena released her wrist and laid a cloth on the ground. Let us sit. The fireworks should begin shortly. As Tsukizuki settled down, she caught sight of the first firework lighting up the distant sky, a golden burst that blossomed in the night, resembling a sprinkle of stars. Following that, red, pink, and blue fireworks erupted in succession, painting the night sky with vibrant colors. Wow, Tsuyu could not help but exclaim, her eyes sparkling as she gazed intently at the sky. Quan Nai, however, did not watch the fireworks. Instead, he observed the glow of the fireworks reflecting on her face, her long eyelashes, the smile at the corners of her mouth, and the light shimmering in her eyes, all more enchanting than the fireworks in the night sky. Tsuyu, Quan Nai softly spoke, his voice barely audible over the sound of the fireworks, yet sufficient for Tsuyu to hear. She turned to him, inquiring, what is it? Quan Nai's gaze locked onto her eyes, his earnestness causing her heart to skip a beat. I used to think that festivals were merely tribal rituals, devoid of significance. However, experiencing this one with you has transformed everything. He paused, retrieving a handmade wind chime from his pocket and presenting it to Tsuyu. The chime was crafted from light-colored wood, intricately carved with tiny daisies, and its silver clapper produced a crisp sound with the slightest touch. The winds in the valley can be fierce at night, and you often forget to close your window while sleeping. Quan Nai's voice, though somewhat awkward, was sincere. This wind chime will hang by your window. When the wind blows, it will remind you to close it. He took a deep breath, as if steeling himself for a significant declaration. I hope to celebrate every festival with you in the future, be it the cherry blossoms of spring or the fireworks of summer. Tsuyu accepted the wind chime, her fingertips brushing against its delicate wood grain, clearly carved with care by Quan Nai. As the chime swayed gently, its clear sound seemed to harbor unspoken sentiments from him. She lifted her gaze to Quan Nai, noticing his nervous expression, his hands tightly gripping the sash of his yukata, the knuckles turning pale. Quan Nai, Tsuyu softly said, unable to suppress her smile. I truly love this wind chime. Thank you. Pausing, she looked into his eyes and earnestly added, I too wish to celebrate every festival with you in the future. Uchiha Quan Nai affection level 20. Current 85100. In an instant, Quan Nai's eyes sparkled, as if stars had fallen into their depths. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something but unsure of what to express. His ears flushed crimson, and the smile at the corners of his lips could not be concealed. The fireworks continued to burst forth, their golden glow illuminating the two of them, stretching their shadows long and intertwining. Tsuyu held the wind chime, warmth flooding her heart as she comprehended Quan Nai's feelings, as clear and sincere as the chime's sound. Her own affection for him had blossomed from the gentle light of spring to the fervent warmth of summer. As the fireworks concluded, the night deepened. Quan Nai escorted Tsuyu back to the Senju compound. Their journey was marked by a comfortable silence, devoid of any awkwardness. The breeze carried the fresh scent of reeds, and the wind chime in Tsuyu's hand occasionally chimed softly, echoing their heartbeats. Upon reaching the entrance of the Senju compound, Tsuyu paused, glancing back at Quan Nai, who stood a few steps away, discreetly shaded by the trees, the Uchiha emblem concealed in the darkness. This is far enough. Any closer, and the clan members might see us, Tsuyu whispered, her fingertips still dusted with residual gold powder from the festival. Quan Nai nodded, stepping forward to offer her a cherry blossom petal he had plucked from her hair earlier, his tone softer than usual. It's late. The path may be slippery. You should head back. Tsuyu took the petal and held it tightly in her palm, about to respond when a lively figure burst out from the compound. Sister, you're finally back. Huajian rushed to her side, looking up at her. His gaze merely skimmed the empty tree shadows at the entrance, oblivious to the unusual tension. As he tugged at her sleeve, I've been waiting for you and Ban Jian for so long. Did you see the fireworks at the festival? Were they beautiful? They were especially beautiful. Tsuyu smiled, ruffling his hair, her peripheral vision catching Quan Nai still standing there, mouthing to her to not worry. She turned her gaze back to Huajian, squatting down to meet his eyes. If there's a chance next time, I'll take both of you to see them, all right? Yay. Huajian cheered, jumping up and pulling her toward the compound. Tsuyu took a couple of steps, but gently looked back one last time. Quan Nai waved softly from the shadows before turning to disappear into the deeper night. It was not until Tsuyu's figure vanished completely behind the door that Quan Nai withdrew his gaze, ensuring no Senju clan members were around before he slowly left the entrance. As Quan Nai walked back, the evening breeze carried remnants of the festival's joyful atmosphere. Brushing against his sleeves, he reached into his pocket to touch the wisteria branch he had casually picked at the festival, imbued with the scent of twilight, intending to offer it to her as she turned but hesitated, fearing to delay her too long. His fingertips grazed the soft petals, reminding him of the way Tsuyu had looked back, her eyes sparkling like crushed stars, causing him to unconsciously smile. Chapter 18. Jade Hairpin. The Alliance of Blossoms. 3 springs after the festival, a steady drizzle fell like unbroken silver strands, enveloping the Senju compound in a veil of gray mist. The funeral in the temple concluded amidst this damp, cold rain, shallow puddles forming on the stone-paved path, reflecting the somber black garments of the clansmen, resembling a rich ink painting blurred by rain. Tsuyu knelt before the coffin, cradling the broken blade her father had often held. The Senju emblem on the hilt had become somewhat indistinct over time, yet it still retained the warmth of her father's hand. As her fingers traced the uneven patterns, tears finally fell, mingling with the raindrops that splattered onto the cold coffin, only to be quickly concealed by fresh droplets. She recalled her father teaching her how to wield a blade in her childhood. His hands had been large and strong, always steadying her wrist. Yet now, those hands could no longer shield her from the storms of life. Little sister, Chujian's voice came from beside her. He wore a crisply laundered black mourning robe, his posture straighter than usual, as if shouldering the weight of the Senju clan. Yet the bloodshot eyes betrayed the fatigue and sorrow of recent days. Father left in peace. He said that the children of Senju will never be cowards. We must endure, for the sake of Senju. His hand gently rested on Tsuyu's shoulder, offering the steadfast strength characteristic of an elder brother. Tobii stood on the other side, clutching a list of clan affairs, the edges dampened by rain and slightly crumpled. Typically calm, his voice carried a hint of gravity. The clan elders discussed before the funeral and unanimously agreed that brother will inherit the position of clan leader. I have drafted a preliminary defense deployment for the borders. Once the mourning period is over, we will gather the clan to adjust it. His gaze swept over the two small children huddled beside Tsuyu, Hua Jian and Ban Jian, who clutched her clothing, their eyes red like ripe cherries. Filled with naive fear, but leaning closer to Tsuyu for comfort. Tsuyu took a deep breath, the raindrops trickling down her hair into her collar, bringing a chill that sharpened her muddled thoughts. She wiped her tears and gently extended the broken blade towards Chu Jian, the hilt facing him. Brother, this is what father left for you. He often said you were the one most like him. The future of Senju is entrusted to you. Chu Jian accepted the blade, pressing his thumb against the clan emblem, nodding solemnly. He swallowed hard but spoke no further. All promises were contained within the strength of his upright shoulders. On the 7th day after the funeral, the rain finally ceased and the sky cleared. Sunshine streamed through the clouds, illuminating the courtyard of the Senju compound. Yet it could not disperse the lingering sorrow in the air. Tsuyu was in the backyard drying herbs. The freshly picked mint and mugwort still glistened with dew. She carefully spread the herbs on a bamboo sieve, her fingertips brushing against a mint leaf when she heard hurried footsteps approaching from the front yard. Miss Tsuyu. A clan youth rushed in, his tone laced with urgency. A message from the Uchiha clan. Lord Uchiha Taijima passed away last night. With a loud crash, the bamboo sieve and the herbs in Tsuyu's hands fell to the ground, scattering mint leaves everywhere. She suddenly lifted her gaze towards the mouth of the alley, where the sunlight slanted upon the old tree, casting dappled shadows. In that fleeting moment, she felt as if she were transported back to the scene of the festival night, where Izuna concealed himself within the tree's shade, the Uchiha clan emblem shrouded in the night, revealing only a pair of gentle eyes gazing back at her. A tightness gripped her heart, a mix of ache and pressure that made even breathing somewhat laborious. Tobarama had approached unbeknownst to her, bending down to pick up a bamboo sieve from the ground, gathering the scattered herbs piece by piece. His tone laden with complexity. The messenger from the Uchiha clan has reported that Madara has officially inherited the position of clan leader, with Izuna assisting him as his deputy. With both clans having recently lost their leaders, the border is likely to become even more unstable. My brother has gone to convene with the clan elders. He returned the bamboo sieve to Tsukuyomi, his gaze resting on her pale face, pausing momentarily before adding, "If you are weary, you may return to rest. I will have others tend to the work in the backyard." Tsukuyomi accepted the sieve, her fingertips trembling slightly as she shook her head. "I am fine. The herbs must be dried promptly. If any clansmen are injured at the border, they must be ready for use." Yet, despite her words, her gaze inevitably drifted towards the alley, wondering how Izuna was faring. Was he, like her, still ensnared in the sorrow of losing their father? The questions lingered on the tip of her tongue, yet she swallowed them down. With the two clans still at odds, she could not find a suitable reason to utter even a word of consolation. Time passed quietly amidst the busyness, and before long, 2 years had slipped by. During this time, after taking on the mantle of the Senju clan leader, Hashirama's foremost endeavor was to ease the tension between the Senju and Uchiha clans. He repeatedly sent envoys to the Uchiha stronghold proposing peace talks, only to be rebuffed by the Uchiha elders, citing the deep-seated animosity between the two clans as a reason for their distrust. Hashirama remained undeterred, persistently adjusting the terms of negotiation, even offering to share the Senju's herbal resources, yet the Uchiha remained resolute, unwilling to relent, until the late autumn of that year, when an unexpected conflict erupted at the border due to a surge of refugees. A rare drought had left the surrounding villages barren, and a multitude of displaced individuals flooded into the territory of both clans, not only seizing food, but also bringing forth an outbreak of disease. While the Senju clansmen were engaged in aiding the refugees, they encountered Uchiha clansmen who had also come to provide assistance. Initially, tensions ran high, yet upon witnessing the emaciated children and the elderly suffering from illness among the refugees, members of both clans ultimately laid aside their animosity and instinctively fought side by side. The Senju tended to wounds and distributed food, while the Uchiha dispersed the looters and erected temporary shelters. This unexpected collaboration finally ushered in a glimmer of hope in the stalemate that had persisted for 2 years. On that morning, Tsukiyo accompanied Hashirama to inspect the refugee settlement. As they approached the mountain pass, she spotted a familiar hue of red, the color of the Uchiha clan's garb. Madara, clad in his red and black clan attire, stood beneath an ancient maple tree, the leaves ablaze with crimson. A single leaf fell upon his shoulder, resembling a small flame. With his back to the mountain pass, he stood tall, his profile sharp, imbued with a commanding presence that had intensified since 2 years prior. Hashirama's eyes brightened upon seeing him, but just as he was about to speak, Madara seemed to sense something, turning to face him. Upon seeing Hashirama, his brow instinctively furrowed, his gaze tinged with caution. Yet, instead of retreating as he usually would, he took a few steps forward, his voice low. Hashirama, the refugee's illness cannot be delayed any longer. Your Senju herbs are commendable, but the settlement is vast, and relying solely on your supplies will not suffice. I was just about to discuss this with you. Hashirama interjected eagerly. We possess a remedy for the illness. With sufficient herbs, we can brew it in large quantities. You Uchiha excel at fire techniques, which can dry the damp tints to prevent the spread of disease and rapidly heat the medicinal broth. We can collaborate to save the refugees and minimize friction between our clans. Tsukiyo stood behind Hashirama, discreetly lifting her gaze towards Madara. He appeared more composed than 2 years ago, his jawline taut, yet his eyes bore a gentler demeanor, devoid of past hostility. Perhaps she lingered too long in her gaze. As Madara suddenly turned his head, his eyes locking onto hers, Tsukiyo's heart raced, and instinctively, she sought to avert her gaze, yet his eyes remained fixed on her, as if confirming something or reminiscing. After a few moments, he slowly shifted his gaze back to Hashirama. Cooperation is acceptable, but we must establish rules to prevent conflict among our clansmen. The days of collaboration unfolded more smoothly than anticipated. By day, Tsukiyo led a few skilled herbalists from the Senju clan to set up a makeshift apothecary in a corner of the settlement, preparing large iron pots to brew the herbs in measured proportions, creating clouds of smoke and filling the air with the aroma of medicine. Izuna, alongside Uchiha clansmen, employed gentle fire techniques to dry the tents soaked by rain. Occasionally, he would pass by the apothecary. Noticing the soot on Tsukiyo's forehead, he would pause, offering her a clean cloth with a hint of a smile. Tsukiyo would accept the cloth, murmuring her thanks, and they would exchange a brief smile. Yet no further words were spoken, for the presence of clansmen from both sides rendered certain sentiments unvoiced. As night fell, Hashirama and Madara would convene within a hastily erected tent to discuss subsequent plans, addressing matters ranging from the distribution of herbs to the arrangement of the refugees. They would occasionally engage in heated debates, their voices carrying through the tent, laced with tension. Tsukiyo and Izuna stood outside, leaning against a nearby tree trunk, listening to the arguments within, occasionally exchanging exasperated glances, a shake of the head, a shrug, conveying their mutual understanding of the two clan leaders' impatience, as if they had known each other for many years. That night, most of the refugees at the settlement had succumbed to sleep, with only a few campfires still flickering, casting a warm glow around. Tsukiyo was tidying up the medicine box, cleaning the used pestles and mortars, when a familiar voice called out from behind, "Tsukiyo." She turned to see Izuna standing not far off, holding a deep blue fabric pouch adorned with the Uchiha fan emblem, its stitches meticulously crafted, a clear testament to careful handiwork. He approached her, extending the pouch. "This is medicine from the Uchiha, a formula personally prepared by my mother. It is effective for cuts and burns. Keep it on hand for emergencies, given the large number of people here." Tsukiyo accepted the pouch, inadvertently brushing her fingers against his hand, causing both to freeze momentarily. Izuna's hand was warm, slightly calloused, likely from years of sword practice. Tsukiyo's fingertips were rough from her constant work with herbs. They quickly withdrew their hands, and Izuna's ears tinged slightly pink as he turned, leaning against the nearby tree, gazing at the distant flickering flames. His voice barely above a whisper. "On the night of the festival, you mentioned taking Wataru and Banri to see the fireworks. However, due to clan matters, we never had the chance." Tsukiyo was momentarily taken aback, surprised that, after all this time, Izuna still recalled that detail. The fireworks from that year's festival. The cherry blossoms he had handed her, the gaze from within the shadows of the trees. These memories were as vivid as if they had occurred just yesterday. She lifted her gaze to the campfire, its glow warming her face. Once peace is restored, we can go together. I will take Wataru and Banri. And you can bring Madara along too. We can all watch the fireworks together, shall we? Izuna abruptly turned around, his eyes sparkling like the stars above. And the gentleness in his gaze was now tinged with anticipation. He nodded earnestly. Yes, it is a promise. After concluding matters at the refugee settlement, Hashirama and Madara finally set a date for their peace talks. They agreed to meet in the cherry blossom grove at the border, unaccompanied by any guards, bringing only their most trusted individuals. Hashirama chose Tsukuyomi for her meticulous nature and her ability to notice the details he often overlooked. Madara selected Izuna, for he was his most trusted brother and the one who understood him best. On the day of their meeting, the cherry trees in the blossom grove had shed all their flowers, leaving only lush green leaves. Sunlight filtered through the foliage, casting dappled patterns on the ground. A stone table stood at the heart of the grove, where Hashirama and Madara sat across from each other. Izuna and Tsuki stood behind their respective brothers, occasionally exchanging glances. From dawn until dusk, they engaged in thorough discussions, covering topics from the delineation of their clan's borders to the sharing of resources. From restrictions on inter-clan marriages to methods of child rearing, each matter was deliberated with meticulous care. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange, Madara finally picked up the pen resting on the stone table and inscribed his name on the peace treaty. Hashirama followed suit, his hand trembling with excitement at the moment of signing. Wonderful. Madara, we have succeeded. The Senju and Uchiha will no longer engage in warfare. We can build a haven for our clans to live in peace. Madara set down the pen, a rare smile gracing his lips. This smile lacked the usual aloofness, radiating warmth and authenticity. He glanced at Tsuki, his gaze imbued with gratitude, guilt, and an indescribable mix of emotions. Tsuki, thank you. If it weren't for your unwavering encouragement to Hashirama over the past 2 years, and for fostering goodwill with Izuna at the settlement, demonstrating the potential for collaboration to our clans, we might still be locked in conflict, forever unable to achieve peace. Tsuki shook her head, walking over to the stone table to gaze at the signed treaty, her heart filled with reflection. This is not solely my accomplishment. It is the shared desire for peace from both my brother and you, and the weariness of war felt by our clans. We merely did what was necessary. As the sun set, golden rays bathed the cherry grove, stretching everyone's shadows long. Hashirama and Madara had to return to report to their clan elders, so they departed first. Before leaving, Hashirama patted Tsuki on the shoulder. Sister, wait here for me. I will come to fetch you once I finish my report. Madara cast a significant glance at Izuna before turning to leave. Only Tsuki and Izuna remained in the cherry grove, enveloped in tranquility, with only the gentle rustle of the wind through the leaves breaking the silence. Izuna approached Tsuki, his steps hesitant. He gazed at her profile, the setting sun illuminating her hair with a golden hue. Taking a deep breath, as if summoning great resolve, he spoke nervously. Tsuki, I have been thinking about you these past 2 years. Since that night at the festival, I have been unable to forget you. I know our clans have just reached an accord, and there may be dissenting voices within our ranks, given the long-standing enmity between the Senju and Uchiha, but I still wish to express my feelings for you. Before he could finish his confession, the sound of hurried footsteps interrupted them. Both Tsuki and Izuna turned to see Madara returning swiftly. He approached them, noticing Izuna's hesitance, his brow furrowing slightly, yet he spoke. Izuna, the clan elders are waiting for our report. It is time to go. Izuna's expression darkened, but he did not protest. He turned back to Tsuki, looking deeply into her eyes, his gaze resolute as if making a promise. You need not rush your answer. I can wait, no matter how long it takes. I am willing. He then followed Madara, casting one last glance at Tsuki before disappearing into the depths of the cherry grove. Tsuki stood there, her hand instinctively reaching for the jade hairpin around her neck, a cherished keepsake from her mother, intricately carved with cherry blossoms, which she wore close to her heart. At that moment, the coolness of the hairpin seeped through the fabric, quickening her heartbeat. Watching Izuna and Madara retreat, she recalled the emotion in Madara's gaze moments before. It seemed to harbor feelings akin to those of Izuna, yet with a deeper restraint and composure. Her heart felt entangled in a web of confusion, difficult to untangle or clarify. A few days later, on another evening, Tsuki was by the river outside the Senju encampment, washing clothes. The water was crystal clear, mirroring the willow trees along the bank, their branches swaying gently, distorting the reflections in the water. Suddenly, a familiar figure emerged across the riverbank. It was Madara. Dressed casually. Absent the imposing Uchiha garb, he appeared more approachable. He stood on the opposite bank, looking at Tsuki, and after a few seconds, he stepped forward across the stone bridge. "Tsuki," he said, stopping in front of her, his expression more earnest than ever, as if assessing something of immense value. "I know Izuna has feelings for you. He confided in me yesterday. He said he would wait for you, no matter how long it takes." Tsuki's heart skipped a beat, her hands pausing mid-task, unsure how to respond. Yet Madara did not wait for her answer. He continued, "But I want to express my feelings for you, which are no less than his. From the first moment I saw you on the battlefield, I noticed you. Then just a girl, clutching a medical kit, weaving through chaos. Trembling with fear, yet tending to our wounded kin. I came to realize that you are not like the other Senju, consumed by hatred and violence. You are kind, gentle, and remarkably strong. Over these 2 years, as I witnessed your tireless efforts for peace between our clans, and saw you toil late into the night preparing medicine at the settlement, I became certain I wish to walk this path with you." He paused, guilt lacing his tone. "I know I have not treated you well in the past. I even harbored biases against you for being a Senju. But I hope you will grant me a chance to prove that I can protect you, safeguard the peace between the Senju and Uchiha, and cherish all that you hold dear." Tsuki lowered her gaze, contemplating her reflection in the water, feeling torn between two emotions. One side representing Izuna's tenderness and patience, symbolized by cherry blossoms from that festival night, the cloth offered at the settlement, and promises to watch fireworks together in peace. The other side embodying Madara's steadfastness and protection, a fleeting glance on the battlefield, resolute negotiations, and a commitment to journey together. Both sentiments were sincere and profound, leaving her uncertain of how to choose. "Madara," she inhaled deeply, raising her gaze, her eyes reflecting both confusion and determination. "I need time to ponder. Our clans have only just achieved peace, and many within still harbor doubts about it. If I make a choice now, it may incite discontent among the elders and jeopardize our relations, rendering all my previous efforts futile." Madara observed her, a flicker of disappointment crossing his features, quickly replaced by understanding. He nodded, his tone softening considerably. "Very well, I will wait for you. Regardless of your final choice, I will respect your decision and continue to safeguard this peace, not only for our clans, but also for you." As the sun gradually set, casting a golden-red hue across the river, sparkling like scattered gold dust, Tsuki removed the cherry blossom hairpin from her neck, holding it in her hand. The coolness of the jade grounded her swirling thoughts. Madara glanced at the hairpin, a flicker of emotion in his eyes, yet he refrained from probing further, simply stating softly, "It is getting dark. Allow me to escort you back to the encampment. The path may not be safe." Tsuki nodded, following Madara toward the Senju encampment. They walked side by side along the riverside path, enveloped in silence, the sounds of their footsteps merging with the flowing water. Occasionally, a gentle evening breeze swept by, carrying the scent of grass from the riverbank, stirring Tsuki's hair. She instinctively tucked a loose strand behind her ear. Unaware of the gaze that lingered on her profile, Madara's eyes held a suppressed tenderness, akin to stars quietly emerging in the twilight. As they approached the entrance of the Senju encampment, Tsuki halted. "This is far enough. Letting the clan see you escorting me back may invite gossip." Madara stood still, gazing into her eyes, his expression earnest. "No matter how long it takes, I will wait for you." With that, he turned and walked away, his crimson figure gradually fading into the dusk. At the mouth of the alley, Tsuyu stood clutching the jade hairpin in her hand, gazing into the direction where Ban had departed, her heart still enveloped in confusion. She was uncertain how long this waiting would endure or what choice she would ultimately make. Yet, she was aware that both the gentleness of Izuna and the protection of Ban were the most precious gifts in her life. As the chapter on Ban and Izuna concluded, Tsuyu found herself in the courtyard walls of the Senju residence, where she finally smoothed out the creases of her heart. Her fingers caressed the cherry blossom jade hairpin left by her mother, the cold jade seemingly retaining the warmth of her mother's tenderness from years past. Meanwhile, another ardent warmth had silently seeped into her years from the patterns etched in Ban's palm. On that clear morning, Tsuyu chose not to assist at the academy, but instead wandered to the maple forest outside the Uchiha compound. Every morning, Ban practiced his swordsmanship there, his crimson figure rising and falling in the morning light, resembling a gently burning flame. Upon hearing footsteps, he sheathed his sword and turned around. Seeing Tsuyu standing beneath the maple tree, her hair tips glistening with morning dew, her eyes sparkling like starlight. His grip on the sword hilt unconsciously loosened a fraction. Stepping forward, Tsuyu took the hairpin from her collar and offered it to him, declaring, "I have made up my mind. I am willing to stand with you, safeguarding the peace of both our clans and our future together." Ban's breath hitched. He recognized the familiar hairpin she held, one he had seen in the cherry blossom grove and by the riverside. Now, cradled in Tsuyu's fingertips, it seemed to embody her heartfelt intentions. He reached out to accept it, his thumb repeatedly tracing the cherry blossom patterns on the pin. After a moment, he found his voice, promising, "Tsuyu, I vow to protect you for this lifetime, ensuring you endure no suffering." With utmost care, he delicately secured the hairpin in her hair, his fingertips grazing her ear and sending a subtle shiver through her. "You look exquisite." When the news of their engagement spread, the entire Senju compound buzzed with excitement. Waka and Ban rushed to Tsuyu, chattering away, one moment discussing the preparation of the most beautiful cherry blossoms for her, the next expressing their desire to learn the most formidable jutsu from Ban to protect their sister. Hashirama patted Ban on the shoulder, his eyes crinkling with delight. "Ban, my little sister is the treasure of our Senju clan. Should you dare to mistreat her, my fists will not hesitate." Though his words were fierce, the warmth in his eyes could not conceal his joy at his sister finding a home, strengthening the bond between the Senju and Uchiha clans. Tobarama, busier than ever, was seen verifying wedding arrangements and organizing clan affairs, even drafting the terms of collaboration for the two clans under the lamplight at night. Tsuyu, noticing the red veins in his eyes, could not help but urge him to rest, but he merely waved her off. "Focus on the wedding preparations. I shall handle these matters. With our father gone, it is my duty as your elder brother to protect you." Izuna was the first to arrive with blessings. He brought the Uchiha's most precious silk and a pair of finely crafted silver bracelets, smiling as he said, "These bracelets were worn by my mother. I now gift them to you. If Ban ever makes you angry, do not hesitate to come to me. I shall take care of him." His tone was open, but a slight hint of melancholy lingered in his eyes, quickly replaced by the joy of seeing Tsuyu's smile, reassuring him that letting go was the right decision. The wedding was set for the day when cherry blossoms bloomed in full splendor. The Senju and Uchiha clans collaborated to decorate the venue. Red silk entwining the branches of the cherry trees, pink petals scattered across the red carpet like a soft velvet blanket. Tsuyu donned the traditional wedding attire of the Senju clan, seated before a mirror as her maid delicately painted her brows. Outside, gentle footsteps approached as Ban entered, holding the cherry blossom jade hairpin. "Allow me to style your hair," he softly offered, his tone imbued with affection. His movements were gentle as his fingers glided through Tsuyu's long hair, meticulously arranging the strands before securing them with the jade hairpin. In the mirror, Tsuyu's cheeks flushed, her gaze tenderly fixed on Ban, who lowered his head, their eyes meeting in the reflection, brimming with uncontainable love. "All done." Ban stepped back, marveling at Tsuyu in the mirror, his eyes filled with admiration. "My Tsuyu, you are the most beautiful person in the world." At that moment, Hashirama entered, catching sight of their intimate exchange, teasingly remarking, "Oh dear, and you haven't even exchanged vows yet you are already so inseparable. Little sister, if Ban ever mistreats you, I shall be the first to stand up for you." He approached Tsuyu, gently patting her shoulder, his tone turning serious. "Take care of yourself, I will visit often." Tobarama also entered, holding a brocade box, presenting it to Tsuyu. "Inside are the protective charms left by our father, along with some commonly used ointments. Carry these and take care of yourself while you are away. Do not worry about clan matters. My brother and I will handle everything." He gazed at the jade hairpin in her hair, recalling their father's affection for this little daughter, silently wishing that if their father were aware, he would be pleased for his younger sister. Waka and Ban squeezed into the doorway, holding a freshly picked bouquet of cherry blossoms. Waka looked up with gleaming eyes, exclaiming, "Sister, you look like a fairy today. I want to learn swordsmanship from Ban, and once I am skilled, I will protect you." Ban nodded in agreement, extending the cherry blossoms towards Tsuyu. "Sister, congratulations on your wedding." Tsuyu accepted the blossoms, her eyes misting with warmth as she embraced her two younger brothers gently. "Thank you both. I promise I will visit often." The wedding ceremony was simple yet heartwarming. The clan members gathered beneath the cherry blossom tree. Witnessing Tsukiyo and Ban pay homage to heaven and earth, honoring their ancestors, and finally exchanging vows. As Ban held Tsukiyo in his embrace, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers. Hashirama stood among them, watching his sister's joyful countenance. Unable to suppress a tear, Tobirama revealed a rare smile, nodding approvingly. Izuna raised his cup, silently offering blessings to the couple. The days following their marriage were sweet and stable. Ban no longer bore the same stern demeanor as before. During leisurely moments, he would accompany Tsukiyo on strolls by the river, listening to her share amusing tales of the Senju clan. He would join her in foraging for herbs in the mountains, often confusing the plants but relishing the experience. He even attempted to prepare traditional Senju dishes, resulting in a sticky mess when he first made rice cakes, which sent Tsukiyo into fits of laughter. Months later, Hashirama and Ban jointly proposed the idea of establishing Konoha, inviting neighboring clans to join. As the banners of the Uchiha, Senju, Hyuga, Akimichi, and other clans were planted in the land of Konoha, Tsukiyo stood beside Ban, gazing at the bustling scene before her, filled with emotions. Ban tightened his grip on her hand, whispering, "We have succeeded. This will become the most secure home." 3 years after Konoha's establishment, Tsukiyo and Ban decided to embark on a journey. They yearned to explore a broader world and seek potential allies for Konoha. On the eve of their departure, Hashirama grasped Ban's hand, chattering with concern, reminding him to take care of Tsukiyo, signaling for help in case of danger, and ensuring they had ample provisions. Fearing they might face hardships, "Hashirama, do not fret. I will look after Tsukiyo," Ban chuckled helplessly, allowing Hashirama's words to flow. He understood this was Hashirama's deep concern for his sister. Tobirama quietly packed a large bundle, filled with ointments, maps, emergency ninja tools, and clothes suitable for various seasons. He handed the package to Tsukiyo, his tone steady yet laced with rare tenderness. "Be cautious on your journey. If you encounter insurmountable challenges, return to Konoha. The gates of Konoha will always be open for you." Waka and Ban clung to Tsukiyo's waist, reluctant to let go. Waka's eyes glistened as he said, "Sister, when will you return?" "I will miss you." Ban nodded in agreement. "I will jot down the interesting happenings in Konoha and share them with you upon your return." Tsukiyo embraced her 2 younger brothers softly, reassuring them, "Once we have traveled enough, we will return to be with you. By then, I will bring you local specialties. And Ban will also bring you the finest ninja tools." Standing aside, Ban gazed at her gentle demeanor, warmth flooding his heart. He stepped forward and gently ruffled the hair of Wakan and Banjian, reassuring them, "Do not worry. I shall take good care of your sister. When we return, I will teach you even more formidable ninjutsu." The following dawn, before the sun had risen, Tsukiyo and Ban quietly departed from Konoha. They walked along the riverside path for a considerable distance before casting a glance back towards the direction of Konoha, where their friends and family resided, where they had painstakingly built their home, and where their most cherished memories lingered. During their travels, they ventured to snow-capped mountains, witnessing snowflakes dance in the air. They explored boundless seas, listening to the waves crash against the rocks. They visited remote villages, aiding the inhabitants in their battles against bandits and in combating disease. Tsukiyo's herbal medicine skills flourished as she taught many villagers to identify herbs and cure minor ailments, while Ban protected the villagers with his ninjutsu, repelling countless foes. They supported and accompanied each other, their bond deepening with each passing day. 5 years later, in a valley adorned with blooming cherry blossoms, Tsukiyo gave birth to a boy. Ban named him Uchiha Che, hoping he would embody warmth and steadfastness like the dawn. As Che grew, reaching the age to learn ninjutsu and knowledge, Tsukiyo and Ban conferred and decided to secretly return to Konoha, entrusting their child to Tobirama for upbringing. Tobirama, meticulous and skilled in teaching, held a special affection for Che, making him the most suitable guardian. In the stillness of night, Konoha lay peacefully quiet, save for the occasional footsteps of patrolling ninjas. Ban cradled the sleeping Che, with Tsukiyo following closely, cautiously avoiding the patrolling ninjas as they approached Tobirama's residence. Upon hearing a knock, Tobirama opened the door, surprised at first, then softened upon seeing the child in Ban's arms. "Is this your child?" "His name is Che," Tsukiyo replied softly, mindful not to awaken the child. "We wish for him to grow up in Konoha, to receive a formal education, and to meet his uncles and the friends of Konoha." At that moment, Hashirama, alerted by the commotion, hurried over. Upon seeing the child in Ban's arms, he eagerly approached, delicately touching Che's small face, exclaiming, "Oh, this child looks just like Ban, with beautiful eyes like my sister." He continued, "I shall teach him wood release, making him the strongest ninja in Konoha." Wakan and Banjian, roused by the excitement, gathered around the child, curiously examining their unexpected little nephew. Wakan said softly, "I will teach Che martial arts, making him as strong as I am." Banjian nodded, adding, "I will teach him to read and write, and take him to see the cherry blossoms of Konoha." Tobarama surveyed the lively scene before him. Casting a glance at Ban and Tsukiyo, he sighed in resignation. "You two are always such a cause for concern." Though he feigned complaint, he began to plan for Che's daily life. "Leave the child to me. I will arrange for his accommodation and education. You must prioritize your safety while abroad and return at least once a year to let Che see you." Hashirama chimed in, "Indeed. If you dare not return, I shall personally bring you back." Ban and Tsukiyo exchanged grateful smiles. They spent 2 days in Konoha, quietly visiting Che while he slept, tucking him in, and gazing at his innocent face, filled with reluctance to leave. On the day of their departure, Tsukiyo could not help but glance back at Tobarama's residence. Ban held her hand tightly, assuring, "We will return. When Che grows up, we will settle in Konoha together." In the years that followed, Ban and Tsukiyo returned to Konoha secretly each year. Under the cover of night, they would visit Tobarama's residence to see the sleeping Che. Listening to Tobarama recount tales of Che's growth, his first learned ninjutsu, his top scores in class, and his newfound friendships. Each time, Tsukiyo could not help but feel tears welling in her eyes, while Ban would gently pat her back, offering comfort. Under Tobarama's guidance, Che matured into an upright and brave young man. He understood that his parents were traveling abroad and respected their choices. Each time they returned, he eagerly shared tales of Konoha, showcasing his newly acquired ninjutsu. Hashirama and Tobarama showered him with affection. Hashirama often took him to the back mountains to practice wood release, while Tobarama taught him various theories and strategies of ninjutsu, and Wakan and Banjian frequently played with him, introducing him to every corner of Konoha. As time passed, decades slipped by, and Ban and Tsukiyo had grown silver-haired. No longer did they wander as they once did in their youth. Instead, they settled in a picturesque valley filled with cherry blossom trees. Each spring, the pink petals fluttered down, reminiscent of the cherry blossom grove where they first fell in love. One afternoon, with the sun shining just right, Tsukiyo sat beneath a cherry blossom tree knitting, while Ban sat beside her, organizing the yarn. They exchanged occasional smiles. Their words few, yet filled with the tranquility of years well spent. "Do you remember the first time we declared our love in the maple forest?" Tsukiyo chuckled. "You were so nervous your hands trembled, yet you pretended to be calm." Ban laughed wryly. "And what of you? Your face was completely flushed, yet you dared to offer me a hairpin." He clasped Tsukiyo's hand, his fingers gently caressing her hand's back. "Meeting you in this lifetime is my greatest fortune." Tsukiyo leaned against Ban's shoulder, watching the cherry blossoms dance in the breeze, softly replying, "And I feel the same. With you by my side, whether in Konoha or at the ends of the earth, I find happiness." From afar, the sound of bird song echoed, and cherry blossom petals lightly fell upon them. This pair of lifelong companions reveled in their serene moments amidst the sea of pink blossoms, while in the direction of Konoha, Che had grown into an exceptional ninja, often recalling his parents from afar, knowing that they were living a blissful life in a valley blooming with cherry blossoms, and that was enough. Chapter 20. Hairpin. The cicadas sing in the summer as we grow old. Epilogue. As the spring cherry blossoms gently fell upon the blue stone slabs of the Senju residence, Tsukiyo finally placed the cherry blossom hairpin, a keepsake from her mother, into Izuna's hand. At that moment, Izuna was directing the Uchiha clan members in transporting the beams for the schoolhouse, sweat soaking his hair, trickling down his jawline. Upon seeing Tsukiyo approach with a medical box, he immediately dropped his work and hurried over, an unnoticeable urgency in his voice. "So, you're here. Is there enough dried herbs today? I can send the younger members of the clan to gather more from the back mountains." Before he could finish, Tsukiyo raised her gaze to meet his, her eyes reflecting the warmth he had known since that festival night. She gently placed her hand over Izuna's wrist, pressing the intricately engraved hairpin into his palm. As their fingertips brushed, Izuna froze, feeling a surge of emotion as she spoke softly yet firmly. "Izuna, I am willing." The coolness of the hairpin seeped through his palm, yet Izuna felt his heart racing. He looked down at the exquisite cherry blossom pattern, then abruptly lifted his gaze. His crimson eyes filling with astonishment and joy as he trembled, embracing Tsukiyo tightly, resting his chin atop her head, his voice choked with emotion. Tsukiyo, I am so happy. The wind rustled through the unfinished wooden framework of the schoolhouse, carrying the fresh scent of newly cut timber, elongating the shadows of the two embraced figures. When the news reached Tobarama, he was bent over his desk, studying a new water-release ninjutsu scroll. Hashirama burst in, his loud voice shaking the window panes. Tobarama, little sister has accepted Izuna. That Uchiha boy has finally gotten his wish. Tobarama's hand froze, ink spilling onto the scroll. He paused in silence, then suddenly stood, a chill radiating from him. I am going to the Uchiha residence. What? Tobarama, where are you going? Hashirama hurried after him, observing his brother's tense profile with a mix of exasperation and amusement. You can't possibly be going to confront Izuna, can you? If he wishes to marry my sister, he must first pass my test, Tobarama replied coldly, his pace swift as a blue lightning bolt. The daughter of the Senju clan is not so easily wed. At the Uchiha training grounds, the sun blazed fiercely. As Izuna beheld Tobarama's somber expression, he instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. Taking a deep breath, he cast a reassuring glance at the anxious Tsuki, who had hurriedly followed him, and then stepped forward to face Tobarama, adopting a standard combat stance. The crimson glow of his Sharingan flickering subtly. Lord Tobarama, I humbly request your guidance. Without uttering a word, Tobarama summoned a surge of chakra, unleashing several razor-sharp water blades that sliced through the air toward Izuna's face. With a sharp gleam in his eyes, Izuna fully activated his Sharingan. The Tomo within his red irises spinning rapidly, precisely tracking the trajectory of the water blades. With a nimble tap of his toes, he evaded all assaults like a wraith. Simultaneously, he formed hand seals with remarkable speed. Fire style, great fireball technique. A searing fireball erupted forth, colliding with Tobarama's water blades, sending plumes of mist and waves of heat into the air. In the training ground, the clash of water and fire chakra intertwined chaotically, emitting sizzling sounds. Hashirama watched from the sidelines, his heart racing, frequently glancing at Tsuki, who, despite nervously clutching her clothing, maintained her gaze on Izuna, filled with both trust and concern. As the battle progressed through dozens of exchanges, both combatants were slightly breathless, their garments bearing scorch marks and traces of water. Tobarama's water techniques cascaded like a torrential river, dense and sharp, while Izuna's fire techniques blazed fiercely, hot and rapid. The insight afforded by his Sharingan allowed him to consistently anticipate Tobarama's moves. Ultimately, Tobarama's water dragon bullet collided with Izuna's phoenix fire technique, erupting in the center of the training ground, scattering droplets and embers. When the smoke cleared, the two stood at opposite ends of the field, refraining from further attacks. Tobarama regarded Izuna with a serious demeanor, slowly nodding. You have triumphed. He paused, his tone subtly softening. But remember, should you ever harm Tsuki in the slightest, I, Tobarama Senju, shall not forgive you. A relieved smile spread across Izuna's face as he bowed deeply to Tobarama, his voice earnest. Thank you for your acknowledgement, Lord Tobarama. I, Izuna, vow to cherish Tsuki for a lifetime and shall never let her down. Tsuki finally exhaled in relief, rushing to Izuna's side and taking his damp hand in hers. The sunlight bathed their clasped hands, warm as their hearts in that moment. Their wedding was set for early summer. Though the cherry blossoms had already fallen, the verdant foliage of Konoha flourished, rendering the shared abode of the Senju and Uchiha vibrant with life. In the days leading up to the ceremony, both clans were bustling with activity. The women of the Senju crafted a wedding garment for Tsuki, the red silk shimmering in the sunlight with festive brilliance, while the men of the Uchiha meticulously pruned the cherry trees in their territory, preparing for the day when the fluttering petals would complement the red silk. Madara arrived earlier than anyone else, adorned in Uchiha formal attire, the dark fabric embroidered with silver fan motifs, enhancing his already imposing stature. Holding a delicately carved wooden box, he refrained from joining the lively activities in the front yard, instead standing in a quiet corner of the courtyard. Observing his clan members hanging red silk and setting up tables, his crimson eyes reflecting a newfound calmness. Izuna clutched a cherry blossom hairpin, his fingers turning pale with nervousness as he prepared to enter Tsuki's chamber, only to be halted by Madara's voice. "What is the rush?" Madara approached, patting his younger brother's shoulder, the weight of his hand imbued with the steadiness characteristic of an elder brother. "Steady yourself, just like when practicing your swordsmanship." With that, he handed over the wooden box, revealing their mother's twin fish jade pendant. "Present this to Tsuki. It signifies the Uchiha's acceptance of her as family." Izuna accepted the box, opening it to reveal the pendant, its surface smooth and translucent, exuding a gentle glow. His eyes grew warm with emotion. "Brother, thank you." Madara simply nodded, his gaze shifting towards Tsuki's room, his tone light yet earnest. "Do not bring shame to the Uchiha, nor allow her to suffer." On the day of the wedding, Tsuki sat before the mirror, adorned in the traditional bright red wedding attire of the Senju. The maidens intricately styled her hair, adorning it with a golden hairpin, and surrounded by jewels, her features became even more graceful. Izuna walked in, holding the cherry blossom hairpin and the twin fish jade pendant. His steps slightly slower than usual, a blush tinting his ears. "Tsuki," he called softly, fastening the jade pendant around her neck. The cool jade against her skin felt warm to the heart. He then carefully styled her hair with the hairpin, his fingertips brushing through her locks with the gentleness one would use to handle fragile treasures. "You look truly beautiful today." Tsuki gazed into the bronze mirror, meeting his gaze filled with tender affection, causing her to smile back at him. "Izuna, thank you." Outside, Hashirama's loud voice echoed. "Little sister, are you ready? That rascal Izuna can hardly wait to marry you." He leaned in, spotting Izuna styling Tsuki's hair, momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. "Haha, splendid. Izuna, you better treat my little sister well, or I'll be the first to have words with you." Waka and Ban crowded at the doorway, Waka clutching a bouquet of freshly picked wildflowers, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "Sister, look at the flowers I picked for you." "Izuna, big brother, you must treat her well." Ban nodded along, his demeanor mature for his age. "Yes, Izuna, you must protect sister and never let her cry." Izuna chuckled as he affectionately ruffled the hair of the two children, his gaze soft yet resolute. "Rest assured I shall." The ceremony took place in the shared courtyard of the Senju and Uchiha clans. Red silk adorned the cherry trees, petals and crimson carpets intermingled, with clan members surrounding them, all wearing smiles. As Hashirama, the elder brother, personally placed Tsuki's hand into Izuna's, his voice echoed with reassurance and responsibility. "Izuna, I entrust Tsuki to you. Treat her well and ensure her happiness for a lifetime." Madara stood beside Izuna, offering no words. Yet as Izuna firmly grasped Tsuki's hand, he gently patted his arm, his crimson eyes reflecting the falling petals and red silk, revealing a rare softness. Feeling his brother's encouragement, Izuna nodded firmly to Hashirama. "Brother, you need not worry. I will." During the exchange of tokens, Izuna retrieved a brand new hairpin, intricately engraved with Uchiha fan and Senju Polonia motifs, and solemnly inserted it into Tsuki's hair, harmonizing beautifully with the cherry blossom hairpin left by his mother. He leaned down, planting a gentle kiss on Tsuki's forehead, eliciting laughter from the clan members. Tsuki's cheeks flushed crimson, and when she met Izuna's gaze, she caught Madara's eyes. Madara nodded slightly at her, his tone calm, yet filled with unmistakable approval. "If you ever face injustice within the Uchiha, do not hesitate to seek me out." Tsuki paused momentarily before gently nodding, her heart warmed by this gesture, knowing it signified the Uchiha clan's sincere acceptance of her. Following the establishment of Konoha, clans such as the Hyuga and Akimichi joined, leading to the village's flourishing prosperity. Izuna and Tsuki settled in Konoha, residing in a house that Tobirama had specially selected for them. Not far from the Senju territory, and with a view toward the Uchiha direction, where several cherry trees were planted in their courtyard. Observing his brother's stable and happy demeanor, Madara felt a mix of contentment and a yearning for the wider world. He approached Izuna and Tsuki, presenting Izuna with a freshly forged short sword, and offered a gentle smile to Tsuki. "Izuna, Tsuki, I leave Konoha in your capable hands. I wish to explore beyond, perhaps to find more allies for our village." Understanding his brother's aspirations, Izuna patted his shoulder. "Brother, safe travels, and return soon." Tsuki added softly, "Madara, please take care." After Madara's departure, the life of Izuna and Tsuki became a reflection of Konoha's tranquil and vibrant existence. Each morning, Izuna would rise earlier than Tsuki, practicing on the back mountain. Upon his return, he would always bring back dew-kissed wildflowers to place in a vase by Tsukiyo's bedside. Tsuki, in turn, prepared warm herbal remedies tailored to Izuna's Uchiha constitution, ensuring his well-being. In the evenings, they would stroll hand in hand through the streets of Konoha, watching children chase one another, listening to the calls of vendors, and absorbing the village's peaceful aura. Izuna would point to the newly built ninja academy, saying to Tsuki, "When we have children, we shall send them there to study." Tsuki would nod with a smile. Yes, let them grow up alongside the children of the Senju and Uchiha. Izuna would accompany Tsuki to the Senju medicinal fields, admiring her as she squatted by the edge of the field, diligently identifying herbs and watering the seedlings. He couldn't help but gently embrace her from behind, resting his chin atop her head, softly murmuring, "Tsuki, having you by my side is truly wonderful." As Tsuyu's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, she gently clasped his hand, savoring the warmth of his palm, which filled her heart with a delightful warmth. Months passed, and Tsuyu's abdomen began to swell. This development kept Hashirama and Tobirama quite busy. Hashirama, almost daily, rushed to the Uzumaki household, tirelessly seeking out delectable treats for Tsuyu. Today it was wild fruits freshly gathered from the back mountains, and tomorrow it would be candied delicacies brought from the borders of the fire country. With a hearty smile, he would say, "Little sister, what do you wish to eat? Your elder brother will fetch it for you." Meanwhile, Tobirama transformed into a stern mentor, unwaveringly visiting Tsuyu each day to monitor her health and devise remedies for a safe pregnancy. Adjusting his non-existent glasses with a serious tone, he instructed, "Tsuyu, you must refrain from wandering about. Focus on nurturing the child. Uzumaki, keep a close watch on her, ensuring she avoids cold and strenuous tasks." Uzumaki looked on, both helpless and content, and smiled at Tsuyu, saying, "See how much everyone cares for you?" Leaning against Uzumaki's warm embrace, Tsuyu felt the gentle movements of the child within her and beamed with happiness, replying, "Indeed, it's wonderful to have you all." After 10 months of anticipation, Tsuyu successfully delivered a healthy baby girl, whose delicate features mirrored those of Uzumaki, especially when she smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped like a moon. Hashirama cradled his little niece, beaming with pride and exclaiming to anyone who would listen, "Look, this is my lovely niece. Isn't she adorable? She resembles Uzumaki, but has Tsuyu's bright and beautiful eyes." Tobirama, too, displayed rare warmth as he meticulously examined the child, breathing a sigh of relief upon confirming her robust health, and advised Uzumaki, "Take good care of Tsuyu and the baby." Kawarama and Banbana were utterly captivated by their niece, vying to hold her, share stories, and play. Kawarama patted his chest with a promise, "Little niece, when you grow up, your cousin will teach you martial arts. I'll ensure you become the mightiest ninja in Konoha." Banbana, with a picture book in hand, diligently read aloud from the illustrations beside the crib. Observing the tender family scene, Uzumaki glanced down at the peacefully sleeping Tsuyu. Feeling his heart brimming with happiness, he gently held her hand and placed a soft kiss upon her forehead. Time flowed gently, and before long, decades had passed. Uzumaki and Tsuyu, now with silver hair, remained as devoted as ever. On sunny afternoons, they would sit beneath the cherry blossom tree in their garden. Uzumaki, donning reading glasses, would tenderly comb through Tsuyu's long hair, now completely white, using the same jade hairpin engraved with cherry blossoms. Tsuyu leaned against his shoulder, watching their great-grandchildren frolicking nearby, her face radiating tranquility and joy. "Uzumaki, look how wonderful life is," she remarked. Uzumaki set down the comb and leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead, his voice still rich with warmth, tempered by the passage of time. "Indeed, with you by my side, every day is splendid." Not far off, Hashirama and Tobirama, supported by their canes, ambled over. Hashirama playfully complained, "You two are always so lovey-dovey." Yet his eyes sparkled with satisfaction. Tobirama adjusted his glasses, his tone maintaining a semblance of seriousness but softened with affection. "The weather is pleasant. It's time for the great-grandchildren to take you out to bask in the sun." Uzumaki responded with a smile, and Tsuyu offered a gentle smile to her two elder brothers. The cherry blossoms in Konoha bloomed once more, their petals falling like a beautiful dream. Reminiscent of the day, Tsuyu promised Uzumaki her heart. Hand in hand, they gazed at the flurrying cherry blossoms, exchanging smiles. Their love, devoid of grandiose legends, deepened with the passage of time, much like the tranquility and prosperity of Konoha, like the cherry blossoms that flourished in their garden year after year, enduring until they grew old together, until the end of their days, forever entwined. The epilogue concludes.